Chapter 1. The Realm of Deities and the Path of the Successors. In this vast and boundless world, an overwhelming ignorance prevails, with an infinite chaos pervading the expanse. Here, there exists no distinction between up and down, nor between front and back, left and right. It resembles a primordial chaos, existing before the dawn of time. Suddenly, a portion of this chaos is cleaved open by an immense giant wielding a colossal axe, as terrifying divine power rends the fabric of existence. At this moment, two supreme deities emerge, one with a human form and a dragon's tail, the other with a human form and serpent's tail, one male and one female. This marks the genesis of the Eastern divine realm. With a resounding roar, Fuxi and Yuhua harness their formidable divine power to shape the heavens and the earth. In the Eastern divine realm, chaos is divided into two, with pure essence ascending and turbid essence descending subsequently. Fuxi and Yuhua also establish the celestial realm within this new creation. This too is an infinite expanse, crafted by the hands of these two supreme deities. Behold, Pangu rises silently, upholding the cosmos and the primordial wilderness as time progresses, while Fuxi and Yuhua evolve the yin and yang, guiding the five elements too. Manifest, it is precisely due to the emergence of the Eastern mythological world that this boundless chaos gives birth to the cardinal directions: east, west, south, and north. To the west of the Eastern mythological realm, various other mythological worlds begin to unfold, some emerging earlier than others among them. One chaos self-generates a deity, known as chaos. Yet is not the entirety of the magnificent and boundless chaos. It is akin to Pangu, a supreme god in its own right. This deity, named chaos, conjures the earth from the void, evolving darkness, and the endless night of desire subsequently. The earth self-conceives the sky, and thus the realm of chaos is established. To the north of the realm of chaos, a world tree suddenly sprouts from the chaos. Emitting a resplendent light, this world tree grows 3 tiers and sprouts 9 roots, seemingly nurturing deities within itself. To the south of the realm of chaos, and to the southwest of the realm of I Ching, the Egyptian divine realm unfurls, as an endless expanse of land slowly nurtures itself, enveloped by an infinite sea. Birthing new life, another world comes into being, bifurcating into 2 lands. One is illuminated by radiant light, where a deity named Brahma walks amidst the brilliance to commence the creation of the world, this being the realm of Brahma. Adjacent to the realm of Brahma, another world begins to self-generate, yet has not yet taken form. This will later become the Western paradise, a realm of myth and Buddhist lore. Boom! As these numerous divine realms manifest, an even more expansive and boundless great world envelopes them, embodying the entirety of chaos, transforming into an infinite expanse that harbors many mythological worlds. This boundless world may be termed the primordial wilderness, its formation allowing the various mythological worlds to no longer be isolated, but rather to possess the potential for connection. Yet, between these myriad mythological worlds lies either the terrifying infinite sea, the vast desert of death, or the sighing mountain ranges that separate their realms. Our tale commences within the grand tapestry of myths, where boundless splendor intertwines. In the celestial realm of I Ching, a radiant beam of spiritual light emerged from the river of time and space, descending from the heavens and traversing the vast expanses of the divine domain, destined to enter the mortal realm. Suddenly, Fuxi and Yuhua arrived at the scene. The two supreme deities gazed upon this ethereal light, within which lay the soul of a being. It appeared as though this soul was invoking the laws of the I Ching realm, with dragon-like forms emerging around it. Lo and behold, this is indeed the soul of a living entity, Yuhua remarked, her expression tinged with surprise. Yet in the next moment, she gained insight and understanding. Fuxi, with an air of authority, declared, "This soul is here to be nurtured. It is not its final destination. However, it remains uncertain which realm beyond this is its true end." As he perceived the resonance of this soul with the Tao share between himself and Yuhua, Fuxi felt a profound sense of gain. Although they were already the creators of the world, they sensed that their journey had not yet reached its zenith. In this moment, they observed that their path of enlightenment would extend into future generations. One aspect divides into 3. One for the supreme deity, the creator god; one for Fuxi, the ancestor of humanity and the progenitor of civilization; and one for the heavenly emperor of the celestial realm, the Eastern Azure Emperor. When these 3 aspects unite, they shall endure throughout the ages. Yuhua, too, experienced a similar division. One aspect for the ancient god and creator, one for the deity who crafted humanity and mended the heavens and one for Nuwa, ancestral mother of humanity and the forger of civilization. Let us offer him our protection after all. He is a descendant of ours, Fushi suggested, raising his hand slightly. A drop of divine blood then soared forth, followed by a gentle smile from Nuwa as she released a drop of her own divine essence. The two droplets of divine blood slowly merged, descending into the soul, with a vast power contained within dissipated rapidly, transforming into a sphere of yin and yang, thereby absorbing the essence of the soul and enabling its rebirth in harmony with the cosmos. With a resounding boom, a silver light enveloped the soul, which then began to take on a human form, simultaneously adorned with dragon-like features. This was a duality of existence, a union of human and dragon. Arise, progeny of the dragon, Fushi mused aloud, his gaze imbued with wisdom and depth, as if peering through the fabric of time and space, resonating with an ancient melody. He is departing. Nuwa suddenly sensed. She lifted her gaze to behold a profound path emerging in the heavens, at the end of which she discerned numerous mythological realms coming to fruition. We are not alone. The grand epic is flourishing. Much like our own creation of civilization, we nurture it, we uphold it, we embody it, Nuwa remarked with a light-hearted smile. Her exalted status and formidable power, particularly amplified by the civilizational energy projected by this future soul, rendered her and Fux's strength increasingly enigmatic. At this moment of enlightenment, she articulated that the myriad paths of existence had become trivial in her eyes. Perhaps akin to the myths, her elevated status often led her to traverse the void, accompanying the Tao. Though they could not transcend time and space, their act of creation had become remarkably effortless. Myth arises from reality, and reality reflects myth. The souls that descend from later generations carry with them the unbroken legacy of a civilization, which is why Fushi and Nuwa grow ever more formidable. Other civilizations are deemed ancient nations, yet we remain a civilization, for we have not faded into antiquity. Fux's dragon tail gradually transformed into a human form. He lifted his gaze to the boundless heavens and, suddenly extending his hand, he pointed. Instantly, the vast expanse of the celestial realm began to manifest an aura of ignorance. Yet it was not cast. This land should be a grand embrace of all. Let it serve as a territory for future generations to forge their paths. Fushi chuckled softly. They had transcended at the moment when this soul was fully comprehended by them. They had risen above both heaven and earth, existing before myth and civilization itself. Thus, they stood in such elevated heights, nearing the Tao in this moment. Fux's actions were intended to pave the way for the future denizens of this yellow earth, facilitating the ascent of later deities along the path of the Creator. God, though they may not reach the same heights as he, they would undoubtedly fare better than those from other divine realms. Chapter 2. I Ching buzz, Fushi and Nuwa observed as the soul gradually merged into two droplets of blood, subsequently taking on flesh, still embodying both human and dragon forms. He is about to awaken. Should we reveal ourselves? Nuwa inquired with a gentle smile. Fushi slowly shook his head, smiling in response. This young one has his own journey. It is best he does not see us. Moreover, seal the entrance. Let him venture forth on his own. The two divine beings vanished without a trace, as if they had never been. In the next moment, the essence transformed into a diminutive five-clawed golden dragon, which was drawn into a profound passage. Swish! In the blink of an eye, this being vanished, and, as it did, the entire mythological realm of Haotian gradually concealed itself, severing its connections to other mythological worlds, leaving only the vast expanse of heaven and earth in the realm of chaos. Since the inception of chaos, when the earth, abyss, darkness, and night were born, along with love and desire, it fell into an eternal slumber from which it could not awaken. At this juncture, a passage materialized within this primordial world, and a five-clawed golden dragon, barely a meter long, gently descended upon the earth, transforming into human form. This form resembled that of a child, clad in a simple garment. In the next moment, the child began to awaken, and before he could fully regain his senses, a celestial message resonated within him. Bestowed by heaven. The name is I Ching. It signifies the soaring dragon in the heavens. I Ching murmured to himself, simultaneously absorbing the message that indicated he was in the chaos world at the very dawn of its evolution. Moreover, his extraordinary senses allowed him to perceive the presence of other divine realms, albeit in a hazy manner, yet providing him with direction. I never imagined I would arrive in this airy. Chin rose, gazing at the primitive expanse. Through his extraordinary vision, he could discern the earth, the night, and within his perception, the abyss and desire seemed to coalesce and manifest. God, the primordial God. I Ching gazed upon the vast expanse of this world. His heart stirred with excitement. He was acutely aware of his past and the transformations within his own being. He was a human, both a product of innate potential and acquired experience, yet he was also a dragon, embodying the essence of civilization and the majesty of divine beasts, a true ancestral dragon. The ancestor represents the essence of humanity, while the dragon symbolizes the sovereign of mankind. I bear the blood of the deities Fushi and Inbued, which signifies that I am also a divine being. However, the overwhelming celestial power has shrouded my memories and whereabouts, relegating me to a mere semblance of divine strength. I Ching contemplated, his gaze fixed upon the evolution of the world at this moment. The heavens had yet to be formed, thus it could not yet be called heaven and earth nonetheless. It is fortunate that my memories and movements are concealed, leaving no trace for others to discern. This serves as a significant safeguard for my existence. He mused, rising to his feet. I Ching transformed into a diminutive five-clawed golden dragon, less than a meter in length. The dragon, a manifestation of divine essence, possesses the ability to expand and contract, to be both grand and subtle. It can summon clouds and rain, govern the vitality of the easternwood element, reign as the celestial dragon among the seven constellations, and serve as the emblem of earthly emperors due to its myriad totemic characteristics. The dragon is indeed a powerful symbol. It can be said that the dragon embodies countless abilities steeped in profound mystery. At this moment, I Ching naturally possessed such talents, and he could sense the divine powers that resided within him. Divine abilities in this world could be classified into various categories, with the highest being the laws, followed by divine power, then divine authority, and finally divine office. The laws represent the fundamental principles governing the universe. Possessing a singular nature for the divine power is the inherent ability of deities, unparalleled by divine authority or office. Divine authority is the power congealed from the cosmos, easily fragmented among its divine beings. Divine office pertains to rank. Those of high office may attain the status of primal gods, while the weaker may be subject to the whims of mortals. I Ching possessed divine power, derived from his innate nature, a gift that the world could not strip away. The hierarchy of divine beings is structured as follows: supreme deity, creator deity, primal deity, greater deity, intermediate deity, and lesser deity. Beneath them lie demigods and heroes. The classification of divine power consists of 6 levels: weak divine power, minor divine power, major divine power, great divine power, creator divine power, and supreme divine power. Divine power corresponds to divine beings, while demigods are sustained solely by faith. As the world of chaos continued its evolution, an indeterminate amount of time passed until the earth transformed into a goddess, the Mother Earth, Gaia. The night manifested as a gown draping over a mysterious lady, the goddess of night. Next, boundless darkness morphed into a silent, indistinct male deity, the god of darkness, Erebus. The abyss took shape as a formidable figure. Raw and terrifying was the god of the abyss. Tartarus, the primal deity, has been conceived. It seems the heavens are on the verge of birth. I Ching mused, his extraordinary intuition awakening him as the world shifted around him. Buzz. The sky remained unchanged, yet the embodiment of desire had not manifested. Instead, it had vanished. However, I Ching could sense that desire still lingered, though it had transformed into a pure essence of longing, devoid of personification. This unadulterated power of desire sought out the other 3 primordial deities with curiosity. I Ching observed the evolution of the cosmos, finding unique insights for his own cultivation. Within this transformation, he was both human and dragon. Humanity entails growth, and growth is a form of cultivation. As a dragon, he bore the sacred essence, especially within the context of Eastern mythology, where divinity is inherently capable of cultivation. Naturally, I Ching too could cultivate, albeit not through conventional methods. Rather, he immersed himself in the comprehension of the cosmos, grasping the laws governing existence and recording these insights within his spirit, thus acquiring this power. This is the divine potential of humanity, the learning and creation of mortals, and the transformation of humanity as one of the 3 vital essences of heaven, earth, and man. In Eastern mythology, the principles of heaven are constant, the laws of earth are nurturing, and the path of humanity is transformative. These 3 essences give rise to the cosmos. Therefore, I Ching was indeed capable of cultivation. Not solely he, but any personified deity could embark on this path, albeit through varied methodologies. After contemplating for an extended period, I Ching resumed his focused practice. His current level was merely that of a minor deity, with a power that was feeble compared to the magnificent strength of the primordial gods. Furthermore, Mother Earth Gaia would require more time to nurture the sky god Uranus. What a pity that the chaos world has yet to give birth to true treasures otherwise. I could harness these artifacts for my cultivation. I Ching sighed, lamenting the arduous existence of a dragon. Especially within the challenging realm of chaos, the deities here were prone to wreaking havoc upon the world, unleashing cataclysms at a whim, or opening Pandora's box to release boundless calamities. For the currently fragile I Ching, these occurrences represented true disasters. Chapter 3. The emergence of Uranus amidst the protracted evolution of the world. I Ching harbored his own ambitions. He was neither a sage nor a wise man in his previous life. He was merely an ordinary human. Now, having transcended into divinity, free from any constraints, his desires surged forth, breaking free from their shackles. Despite the fervor of his desires, I Ching remained discerning regarding matters of significance. His goal was clear: to establish a celestial realm akin to that of Eastern mythology, positioning himself as the sovereign of this celestial domain, ultimately becoming the true king of gods, a divine emperor. Additionally, he aspired to amass treasures and goddesses from the mythological realms. After an indeterminate passage of time, the earth finally birthed the sky, and as the sky emerged, it coalesced into a divine manifestation. The embodiment of the sky appeared, the god Uranus. He was both the incarnation of the heavens and a symbol of paternal authority. Ching observed the birth of the sky with a sense of detachment. Uranus was indeed the first divine king. Acknowledged as the god of the heavens by the world upon his birth, he possessed the stature of a deity, endowed with immense power equivalent to that of the divine. In this moment, Uranus reveled in the essence of chaos world. He embodied the sky, above which lay the night, an infinite abyss of darkness. Aside from the two primordial deities, he stood as the pinnacle of chaos realm. Suddenly, a deluge of water surged forth, instantaneously connecting to the boundless ocean beyond the divine realm of chaos, a chaotic sea, an infinite expanse that even the gods dared not approach. In an instant, a range of mountains emerged from the earth. The progenitor of mountains, known as Uranus, the deity of the sea, Pontus, would later be revered as the god of the ocean, or the ancient god of the seas. Ocean. I Ching looked at the sea, feeling a sense of connection in his heart. He was a dragon, and dragons had a special relationship with the ocean. In mythology, dragons gradually became the masters of the sea. Of course, in Eastern mythology, the first dragon was Inglong, the true dragon with wings, known as Inglong. Inglong was also a creator deity capable of opening up the world. Its flesh and blood gave rise to the Chilean beasts. Its feathers became the phoenix and other birds, and its scales transformed into divine dragons in their armor. Thus, the dragon embodies multiple statuses and symbols. I Ching's dragon represented the image of a ruler, a symbol of the emperor. The universe was still in a state of obscurity. Although the heavens and the earth had already begun to nurture life, they had not yet separated. Instead, over time, they gradually combined and then separated again. The union of heaven and earth gave birth to the Titans, I Ching said faintly. He waved his dragon body, indicating that the birth of the Titans marked the flourishing beginning of the chaos world. Although I now possess the status of a great deity, my divine power is merely weak. I still need to cultivate for a while. Moreover, I must refine my true dragon pearl, which will be the foundation for my future dragon realm. In the hidden path of I Ching, at this moment, heaven and earth are united, born from the myriad gods. And the various complex evolutions of heaven and earth correspond to the myriad gods. Among them are the various heavenly materials and earthly treasures that came into existence alongside heaven, earth, and the myriad gods. Not to mention that although the chaos world has not yet separated heaven and earth, there are still many treasures in the vast wilderness beyond the divine realm that are gradually merging into the chaos world over time. Boom! After an unknown period, heaven and earth suddenly shook violently. I Ching looked up at the sky, and his powerful dragon eyes allowed him to see what was happening in the sky. He saw the god of heaven and the mother goddess of earth fighting against the god of darkness and the god of night. Is this a struggle for the rightful place of heaven and earth, a contest for the throne of the god king? I Ching's lips curled slightly. Although the gods are referred to as deities, they're not the gods of the clergy in later generations, but rather personified gods born from the concept of civilization. Such gods possess human desires and emotions, and naturally cannot let go of power, wealth, and lust. Divinity is indeed humanity. I Ching lay dormant within the earth, having found a secluded valley with a deep lake, the perfect place for his hibernation. As the saying goes, the highest virtue is like water, and the greatest humility is like a valley and the dwelling of a dormant dragon is always in the abyss. However, the abyss of the chaos god realm was no ordinary place. It was the endless chasm formed by the primordial god Tartarus. All abysses in the mortal world served as gateways to that realm, so naturally, I Ching would not choose such a place for his hibernation. Let me witness how this first divine king ascends to his throne. His form was concealed by the blessings of the supreme deities Fuxi and Yuhua, making him truly elusive, like a divine dragon whose head is seen but never its tail. Above the sky of chaos, beyond the realm of the world, beyond the darkness of Erebus, atop the world's membrane, Uranus, my dear nephew, let me see how you intend to claim this throne of the divine king, the god of darkness. Erebus roared with a deep voice, unleashing boundless darkness. Uranus's expression hardened. At this time, he was still a young god. Behind him, an image of the sky emerged as he declared, Erebus, I am the sky of the chaos world, the embodiment of Yang, and the first divine king who shall replace the incarnation of desire. This is the will of chaos. The goddess of night, Nyx, merged with the darkness, her divine presence hidden, making her the epitome of mystery. Without warning, she appeared before Gaia, the Earth Mother Goddess, and said calmly, as long as you have not yet taken the throne of the divine king, the fate of the chaos world has not yet begun. She was the goddess of night, destined to become a supreme deity in the future, embodying three distinct divine identities. Ananke, the goddess of inevitability, Hadrastia, the goddess of retribution, and Hymarmene, the goddess of causality. This was the nature of a supreme deity. Though in this era, supreme deities and creator gods were yet to fully emerge, a transformation that would occur later as myths evolved. Thus, her words carried great authority. Gaia, the earth goddess, gazed at her sister and said solemnly, my dear sister, do you truly intend to stand in our way? With that, Gaia unleashed her divine might. She had been born before the other primordial gods, and what she represented was beyond the comprehension of lesser deities. Nyx concealed her form, her voice echoing, no, my dear sister. I merely wish to prevent you from aiding our nephew. The throne will be his, but when it becomes his depends on his own actions. Gaia frowned. If that's the case, then stay and reminisce with me, my dear sister. She reached out to seize Nyx, but the goddess of night swiftly evaded, her form dissolving into a veil of darkness. Yet, she could not escape entirely and was forced into a stalemate with Gaia. Meanwhile, Uranus confronted the darkness with his own divine essence. Erebus, I will become the divine king. Uranus growled in restrained fury, his divine power erupting as the favor of chaoses will surged through him, manifesting an immense force from within. Erebus, the god of darkness, remained unfazed. His intervention was meant to remind this would-be first divine king that the primordial gods were not beneath his rule. Chapter 4. I Ching transforms into a totem boom. Boom, boom. Beyond the world membrane of chaos, the battle raged on. Meanwhile, in the valley, I Ching leisurely observed the spectacle as if enjoying a feast. He had taken the form of a dragon and hidden himself within the lake. Though the lake was not deep, his presence gradually transformed it, making it deeper and more mystical. As the saying goes, a mountain need not be tall to be famous if an immortal dwells there. Water need not be deep to be divine if a dragon resides within. Who would have thought Uranus is still a young man at this point? At the bottom of the lake, I Ching, now in the form of a five-clawed golden dragon, watched with amusement, acting as an unseen observer of myth. No one was aware of his presence. Perhaps only the will of chaos had a faint inkling, but even it could not detect him. Come to think of it, my anomalous existence might be problematic in later ages. Perhaps I should disguise myself, become the most ancient of gods, the recorder of history and civilization, a ghost drifting through the endless river of time. This way, I can also assist in the creation of my celestial realm and the establishment of my dragon palace. I Ching raised an eyebrow. His physical form was naturally different from anyone in this world, and even his cultivation was distinct from theirs. If it weren't for the fact that the realms of the divine beings were not too far apart, he might have needed to find a way to integrate into this world. However, that was not necessary at the moment. Yet, if he wanted to become a supreme god, then traversing the civilizations of the world was inevitable. He could either continuously reproduce to perfect his divine path, or keep cultivating to gain other divine blessings, or even master the source of the loss. Otherwise, it would be just wishful thinking to become a supreme god. Splash! I Ching began to shed his scales, transforming them into a blue book. Then, I Ching shed his claws and turned them into a divine brush. I Ching transformed into a human form and began writing the history and civilization on a blue book. Then, I Ching opened the book and wrote down the history of the chaos world. He started writing, and soon, while writing, he also drew, depicting everything from the birth of chaos to the nurturing of Gaia. Looking at the gods still fighting beyond the horizon, I Ching smiled, stretched out his hand, and threw the book and divine brush out, tearing away the concealment power of the two items. Boom! The chaos world trembled, and a heavenly power emerged on the blue divine book and the black divine brush. At the same time, the gods outside the membrane of heaven and earth paused, shocked, and turned their gazes toward the world. What? The Earth Mother Goddess Gaia was even more shocked, realizing that there was a primordial god who existed before her. The record keeper of history and civilization, the ghost in the river of time, the observer of the known and unknown, was a most ancient deity before the world's birth. The goddess of night manifested her form, her expression no longer calm. Instead, she became quite interested, as everything that should be secret was supposed to be unguarded to her. She was the goddess of the night, and the night also represented secrecy. But now there was an even more secretive deity, which surprised her greatly. Don't you know? When Gaia heard Nyx's words, her eyes flashed with astonishment. Nyx was the master of all secrets. She embodied secrecy. But now there was a secret existence that even a master of secrecy did not know about. Nyx's mind delved into the will of the chaos world to search. But after a moment, she suddenly smiled lightly and said, "How interesting. This deity cannot even be searched by the will of chaos. No wonder they are called the gods of the known and unknown, the most ancient deities." Then her figure gradually faded away. She had lost interest here, and was now more curious about this most ancient god. As for the position of the king of gods, Uranus must have realized the difference between him and them by now. Not only did the goddess of night, Nyx, disappear, but the god of darkness, Erebus, also silently vanished, which shocked Uranus, who had been facing him, to disappear without a trace before him, and to leave him unable to detect even a hint of their presence. Erebus's power exceeded his by far, and Uranus's ambition for power was also heightened. "Gaia, my dear mother, my beloved goddess, could you tell me the origin of this most ancient god?" After seeing the two primordial gods leave, Uranus let out a sigh of relief and walked to the Earth Mother Goddess Gaia's side to ask. As for the abyss god Tartarus, he was still asleep, having been in slumber since the world's conception, with very little time awake. However, he also harbored ambitions for the entire chaos world. Therefore, this action was still thanks to his wise mother, the beloved goddess, the Earth Mother Goddess Gaia. Gaia shook her head and said, "I'm not very clear about this ancient god either. Perhaps he truly existed before me, even before the will of chaos was born. He may have already been nurturing." Upon hearing this, Uranus frowned and asked, "Then this will not affect my position as the king of gods?" The Earth Mother Goddess Gaia calmly replied, having the confidence that her strength was among the top of the primordial gods of chaos, and that in the future, when the path to the realm of gods was opened, she would transform into the will of the earth, the will of the world. One could say not to underestimate this goddess. Seeing this, Uranus smirked and said, "In that case, my dear mother, my beloved goddess, crown me, for the gods to be born in the chaos world. You will become the mother of the gods and share this supreme right with me." The Earth Mother Goddess Gaia's face slightly flushed upon hearing this, and she gently said, "My dear child, the future king of chaos, my king. Then let us create the world." I Ching watched as the heavens and the earth gradually merged, secretly amazed, and withdrew his dragon eyes. Although he had the essence of a dragon, it did not mean he enjoyed watching others perform. As the heavens and the earth began to combine, the gods started to gestate. I Ching put away his frivolous expression and gazed solemnly at the heavens and the earth, his eyes surveying the entire world. He could sense that the entire chaos world was changing, with new transformations brewing, indicating that new deities were being born. Therefore, from now on, I shall walk this world as the ancient god and observer of history and civilization, and my name shall be Totem. I Ching chuckled lightly and gave himself a divine title. He was the totem, and the totem was the symbol of the most ancient civilization, an imprint that had never faded from ancient times to the present. Thus, this title suited him well. Moreover, all the mythologies of various worlds had totems, so there was nothing unusual about his name being Totem. Subsequently, I Ching slightly manifested his form, and, with the ancient book of gods and the ancient pen that had long been born from the chaos world, began to declare his existence. I am the most ancient god, the recorder of all that is known and unknown, the observer of history and civilization. I am the initial symbol, and my name is Totem. As he declared, I Ching instantly felt an increase in his divine power. He gained a divine power named Totem. And the reason this was divine power rather than divine authority was naturally because the five-clawed golden dragon was initially a totem. Thus, I Ching awakened the totem within the divine power. Furthermore, I Ching could perceive everything that happened within all totems. It's gone. I Ching suddenly raised his eyebrows, and then his figure vanished in an instant. At that moment, the goddess of night, Nyx, appeared from the shadows. Gaia emerged from the earth, and the face of Uranus revealed itself in the sky. From the depths of the shadows, a glimpse of darkness revealed the gaze of Erebus, which at that moment seemed so clear, distinct from the essence of darkness. Chapter 5. The coronation he has appeared, but he vanished right under our noses. Nyx observed the void that I Ching had just declared with great interest. What a lawless place this is, especially with such sensitive instincts. It disappeared so quickly when they sensed it. Just a coward hiding in a shell, Erebus said coldly. Before disappearing, he didn't have time for this. He looked down on gods without power. Why did Uranus want the position of the king of gods? It was for this power. He was the same. Rather than playing hide and seek with that ghost here, he might as well go back to procreate, perfect the pantheon, and enhance his own roots. Then Erebus looked at the goddess of night. Nyx, his eyes filled with desire. In response to Erebus's gaze, Nyx smiled lightly, her black dress swaying as she vanished. Erebus was pleased by this, and then concealed himself in the depths of the shadows. Darkness and night are inseparable. This is their evolution. Naturally, a relationship must arise between the goddess of night, Nyx, and the god of darkness, Erebus. This is an inevitable process of their elevation, and it cannot be avoided. Just like the goddess of the earth, Gaia, and the god of the sky, Uranus, after losing sight of I Ching, they too were filled with desire. Heaven and earth began to merge again. This is irreplaceable in the evolution of mythology, just as the emergence of money and civilization leads to an almost instinctual desire for it. Just like the instinctual fear of death in humans, this cannot be changed. In other words, even if I Ching became the sky of chaos, he could not independently give birth to the gods, because the titans are born of heaven and earth, not the sky. This sky refers to the sky of the heavens, not the concept of cosmos. This is not love between gods, but a desire arising from the similarity of their attributes. Soon, I Ching's figure reappeared in the lake within the valley. This mythological world is terrifying. If it weren't for the powerful concealment left for me by the two supreme gods, I would have probably been discovered long ago. I Ching was slightly startled. It was not yet his time to emerge, and even when he did, he had to wait until he could be fearless. That would be the true moment of his complete emergence. If the totem becomes my divine power, then I can use it to invade the various totems that will appear in the future. I Ching gave a slight grin. A totem wasn't just a pillar with some patterns drawn on it. That couldn't be called a totem. Even the divine statues of the gods were, in essence, a form of totem. I Ching's totem represented the symbol of civilization, a connection of faith and bloodline, and even a vessel for longing. Naturally, he could also grasp the essence of the gods' divine statues. This was a broad and conceptual authority, an idea yet unknown to the gods at this time. Above the sky, within a grand temple, this was the domain of Uranus, the sky god, where he could wield his divine power to its fullest. In the vast wilderness, inside a towering hall, Gaia, the Earth Mother, gazed upon the one who was about to become the king of the chaos world. Uranus, the sky god, my dear child, my creation, today, under the will of the primordial chaos, you shall become the king of gods. Gaia's voice, though soft, resonated throughout heaven and earth. At that moment, the sky began to expand, slowly covering the entire chaos world, becoming its canopy. Meanwhile, Nyx, the goddess of night, Erebus, the god of darkness, and even Tartarus, who had been roused from slumber by the will of chaos, all received the message from the world. Gaia, Tartarus, the god of the abyss, roared with a madness bordering on obsession for the chaos world. His was an all-consuming obsession, an extreme madness. He sought to drag the entire chaos world into the abyss, to make it his own. Naturally, the position of the king of gods was of great interest to him. Though he knew the throne would never be his, he never abandoned his obsession with it, especially the reproductive authority the first-generation king of gods held in the chaos world. This was something he, as the god of the abyss, lacked. For in the abyss, all returned to nothingness. He also harbored a greedy desire for Gaia, the Earth Mother. His abyss was empty, devoid of all things, and he longed for Gaia to birth the land of the abyss for him. Yet at this time, he and Gaia could not unite, leaving his abyss incomplete, for the earth still belonged to the sky. High above, Uranus' youthful face turned solemn as he looked beneath the earth, into the abyss shrouded in darkness. Tartarus, my beloved uncle, what has provoked such fury in you? Uranus spoke with measured gravity. Tartarus' greed for the chaos world was well known, etched into the very will of the world. It was the nature of the abyss and the nature of Tartarus himself. Suddenly, the abyss began to rise, its infinite darkness and night seemingly unstoppable. But in the next moment, the earth trembled with a deafening roar as vast divine power halted the abyss's ascent. My dear siblings, do you truly wish to see Tartarus emerge onto the earth? He will devour the world, drag all into the abyss. And then none of us, not even you, will exist outside his being. We may even vanish entirely. Gaia's expression remained impassive as she spoke, though her words carried grave weight. The newly born Tartarus was no match for her yet. My dear sister, we naturally have no desire to see Tartarus rise to the surface. Nyx's voice echoed from beyond the heavens and beneath the earth, as if she knew something. But I also hope the future king of gods will not interfere in our domains. Gaia glanced at Uranus, unsure what her sister Nyx had foreseen. But Uranus paid it no mind. As long as his dear Uncle Tartarus remained trapped beneath the world, all was well. I, Uranus, the sky god and future king of gods, grant your request, goddess of night. Uranus declared solemnly, as if the earlier obstruction to his ascension had never come from these two deities. Nyx's voice returned. Thank you for your understanding, future king of gods. Since you have agreed to our terms, we pledge to forever suppress Tartarus, the god of the abyss, for you. Moreover, I shall prophesy one future event for you. The world trembled as boundless darkness surged forth. Erebus had acted, pressing Tartarus back down, pinning him firmly beneath the world. Then endless night enveloped the abyss once more, aiding Erebus in suppressing Tartarus. From afar, I Ching watched the dramatic spectacle unfold, clicking his tongue in amazement. At this stage, it was best for him to just enjoy the show. As for joining the fray, no, not yet. But my power is about to break through, from minor deity to lesser deity. I Ching thought to himself that his breakthrough wasn't particularly fast, but it was absolutely stable. Moreover, his strength was entirely cultivated through his own efforts, granting him complete mastery over it. This was something the current sky god Uranus couldn't compare to. Chapter 6. The Prophecy of Nyx in the Sky. Uranus watched as Erebus, the god of darkness, and Nyx, the goddess of night, suppressed Tartarus. He let out a slight sigh of relief, though Tartarus wasn't particularly strong at the moment. Allowing the abyss to emerge onto the earth would have been a terror, one that could plunge the chaos world into immense disorder. It might even have awakened the eternally slumbering chaos. If things had reached that point, the entire chaos world, which had been carved out from chaos itself, would have collapsed completely. But now that Tartarus had been suppressed, Uranus turned his attention to the promise made by Nyx, the goddess of night. Beside him, Gaia, the Earth Mother Goddess, spoke softly. My dear sister, Nyx, the goddess of night, holds dominion over all secrets and possesses the authority of prophecy. You may ask her anything you desire. Uranus nodded slightly. He harbored an obsession with the throne of the god king. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so concerned about his position when I Ching had emerged earlier. After feigning contemplation for a moment, Uranus slowly asked, respected goddess of night, please tell me, am I the eternal god king? Upon hearing this, Gaia chuckled lightly and said, of course you are, my beloved child, my revered god king. But Uranus instead gazed at the heavens and earth, sensing that Nyx, shrouded in nameless shadows and darkness, might already be peering into his future. After a moment, Nyx spoke, future god king, you must understand that the world does not halt for any single being. You are the manifestation of the world's masculine vigor, the beginning of the chaos world's nurturing of the gods. But when your duty is fulfilled, your reign as God King will begin to wane, and you must pass it on to your successor. Uranus frowned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he asked in a low voice, then what of me? You will hang suspended at the zenith of the heavens, gazing upon the world for eternity, but you will never descend again. Nyx's words caused Uranus' expression to darken. and the entire sky and earth grew ominously dim. Seeing this, Gaia quickly asked, "Then who will succeed Uranus?" Nyx replied slowly, "Your child. Any of your children could. But if one is to become the god king, it will inevitably be the eldest." With that, Nyx dispersed her divine power and vanished. From a distance, I Ching quietly recorded this scene and murmured, "Uranus, it seems you asked the wrong question." I Ching's remarks stemmed from the fact that Nyx's revelation of the future not only informed Uranus of what was to come, but also imprinted this knowledge upon the will of the chaos world, turning the uncertain into the inevitable. Simultaneously, the will of the world etched into existence that the throne of the god king would be inherited by one of the children of Uranus, the sky god, and Gaia, the earth mother goddess, and that it would unquestionably be the firstborn. I Ching wondered silently, "Uranus, will you be able to restrain your nature? If you can, perhaps this primordial era may endure for a long time." I Ching squinted his eyes, and at this moment, he transformed into a human form, wandering in this desolate world. Here, there was still nothing. Not even metal had yet to be conceived. So I Ching felt quite bored. Although he was weak, he was very good at hiding. However, after an unknown period of time, heaven and earth finally began to merge, and the essence of the divine could ultimately not be restrained. Heaven and earth began to conceive once again, and the mountains and seas were constantly expanding. This wilderness, it seems, Uranus, you ultimately could not hold back. So hurry up and give birth to treasures. I can't wait to walk in the world. I Ching's divine sense covered the heavens and the earth, and at this moment, his perception became clearer. This was not due to an increase in his strength, but rather an enhancement gained from obtaining the ancient god of chaos and its bestowed power. After all, he was a recorder of the known and the unknown, and naturally, his divine sense could extend throughout the world through the will of chaos. It was unknown how many years had passed, but finally, the heavens and the earth separated, and suddenly various phenomena appeared. At the same time, the world unfolded layer by layer like folding paper, continuously expanding. That small valley had also become as solid as a mountain over the years, but it was not towering or steep. Instead, it was quite low yet significantly heavier. The lake in that area had also become profound, with a 1,000-foot deep abyss, and the space was immense. A 2-meter-long golden dragon was peacefully sleeping and practicing here. Naturally, the dragon did not need to sit in meditation or chant spells. Its practice was through deep sleep, during which it roamed the heavens and the earth, comprehending the evolution of the Tao. This was the practice version of wandering through the void. Boom, rumbling, buzz, hoo. While I Ching was sound asleep, he suddenly sensed something, and his divine awareness was pulled back from the evolution of the heavens and the earth, awakening him to open his dragon eyes and gaze at the world. At this moment, the world in his eyes was no longer the evolution of the Tao, but the changes in celestial phenomena, with divine beings being nurtured within. 12 titans. It seems you're already in the process of gestation. I Ching got up and suddenly stretched out, and his body began to grow larger by the meter. In the blink of an eye, he had already filled the entire 1,000-jong deep water of the lake. The birth of the 12 titans indicated that the era of Uranus was about to end. The first generation of the king of gods. I must capture the scene of the first generation of the king of gods being slain and symbolize it. A deep voice like a cow's roar emerged from I Ching, resonating with a thick and low timbre. However, it seemed somewhat excited. Soon after, I Ching leaped out of the abyss, and immediately, auspicious clouds enveloped his body. In a moment, he soared into the sky, concealed by the vast sea of white clouds. When the true dragon moves, it is accompanied by clouds and rain. At this moment, although I Ching did not display his talent for controlling clouds and rain, the auspicious clouds carried by the true dragon could not be concealed. These clouds had already merged with his concealment talent, truly allowing him to achieve the level of a divine dragon, seen only at the head and not at the tail. 12 titan gods, the one-eyed giant, the 100-armed giant. However, your emergence into the world is not easy. I Ching looked up at the sky. The previous revelation from a Nyx had already made chaoses will clear in the hearts of the gods. The evolution of the world would also lead to the transfer of the position of the king of gods. Unless fate is changed, it will inevitably be driven mad by fate to bring about what must happen. So at this moment, the sky god Uranus must be feeling quite uncomfortable. However, he is the embodiment of masculine vigor, representing the beginning of the world's evolution, with an absolute attraction to the earth mother goddess Gaia. It is precisely for this reason that the birth of the 12 titans, the Cyclopes, and the Cinemanes is unavoidable. Since that is the case, Uranus, will you still hide them away? I Ching squinted slightly. The era of Uranus was wild and lifeless. Only with the true birth of the 12 Titans would the entire world begin to evolve. Only when the 12 Titan gods emerge will everything start to evolve. And that will be the beginning of I Ching's journey in the world. In such a desolate state, there's really nothing to explore. Chapter 7. The Timid Titan Gods. Titan gods, much time passed again. Although it was unclear how many years had gone by, the land remained barren and the sky still dim. However, in that vast and rich valley, I Ching achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. He had progressed from weak divine power to minor divine power. At the stage of minor divine power, he could already be considered a true deity. At this stage, his divine power could reach a basic level of supernatural abilities, with his magical power unceasing. Finally, a breakthrough. I Ching, who had long since returned to the water, said slowly. He exhaled, and his breath swirled in the water, instantly causing the water to split into 5 colors, and then return to transparency. This was the power of the 5 elements. As the saying goes, yin and yang give birth to heaven and earth. The 5 elements form the universe. This yin-yang and the 5 elements are not only possessed by heaven and earth, but also by life itself. So, during these countless years, I Ching had not only been cultivating divine power, but also studying his own supernatural techniques. Don't think that supernatural techniques are a bit strange. As it is said, in the ancient times, supernatural powers were the forces generated through divine beings sensing and communicating with heaven and earth. Therefore, supernatural powers refer to the strength exhibited by deities. This power is not merely a specific technique, but refers to the great strength displayed by deities. Hence, it is called supernatural power. How much longer will it take for heaven and earth to evolve? The gestation period for the 12 Titan gods is far too long. In the water pool, I Ching transformed into human form, rubbing his chin, and said, "The combination of these 2 durations has taken such a long time. Yet there is still no sign of the 12 Titan gods being born. Forget it. I'll continue to cultivate first. This world is not peaceful, and in the later stages, the mythological worlds will connect, with that god spreading faith, leading to the fall of many gods, leaving only a few divine systems, which can be said to be tragic." I Ching transformed back into a dragon form, growing larger and smaller in the water pool, and then submerged to the bottom of the water abyss to continue his spiritual connection with the universe, contemplating the principles of world evolution. This principle is universally applicable across different realms. After all, being supported by an endless expanse of wilderness, the teachings of this realm can be utilized in another world as well. Of course, when reaching other places, there are some suppressions as the domains of worlds differ. Unless your authority and divine faith can spread there, using the belief of living beings as a foundation, only then can deities fully exert their powers. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, heaven and earth suddenly began to overlap again, and the 12 Titans were pressed back into the earth by the sky. A forceful and brutal oppression. Even at this moment, I Ching had to lower his body and hide into the water abyss, watching the merging of sky and earth. "Uranus, what are you doing?" The earth mother goddess Gaia exclaimed in anger. However, a long time had passed, and Uranus, who had taken the throne of the god king, had grown strong, powerful enough to reach Gaia's level, completely becoming a replica of Gaia. In fact, due to the existence of the god-king position, he had become even more powerful than the earth mother goddess Gaia. "My dear goddess, don't you want to possess this eternal power? This position of goddess is not a limitation for you. As long as you return them, I will still be the god-king. You will still be my goddess." The sky god Uranus said in a deep, cold voice with authority. In I Ching's dragon eyes, he could see the 2 gods merging. Uranus had transformed from a young male god into a middle-aged male god, exuding a terrifying aura and pressure. At this moment, he was truly the god of the sky, enveloping darkness and night. Uranus was no longer someone who could be bullied by the god of darkness, Erebus. Uranus's authority over the sky had shifted from the Earth's sky to the universe's sky, that is to say, the world's amniotic membrane. It was evident how powerful Uranus's authority and strength were at this moment. Boom! The sky shoved the 12 Titans, hereafter referred to as Titans, and the 3 one-eyed giants, as well as the 300-handed giants, back into the earth. This action caused Gaia pain, and the entire earth trembled continuously, as if the world had stopped its anomalies. Uranus, the earth mother goddess Gaia, wanted to exert her divine power, but Uranus was simply too terrifying, His divine power had surpassed the primordial gods, almost reaching the level of the creator god. Hiss! In the lake, I Ching could clearly feel the earth tremble. It was as if the 12 titans and the 3 one-eyed giants, along with the 300-handed giants, were being stuffed back into their mother body. Witnessing such an operation left I Ching astonished and shocked. Was the position of God, King, truly that good to execute such an action? But thinking about it, the position of God King represented the reproductive authority of the chaos world. No male god would want to miss out on it. Moreover, the position of God King, once seated, was equivalent to having long-term communication with the will of chaos, allowing one to observe all of heaven and earth, making it an excellent place for cultivation. That is to say, Uranus was the first god king chosen by the will of the chaos world. Otherwise, the earth mother goddess Gaia would not have allowed it to happen. But even so, the position of goddess had greatly benefited her, just not as much as Uranus. Uranus, let them out. I can guarantee that they won't overthrow your rule. The voice of the earth mother goddess Gaia came through. The sky god Uranus replied coldly. That is also fine. But my dear goddess, let them come out on their own. I want to see if my children have such courage. Listening to the violence hidden in Uranus's cold voice, the earth mother goddess Gaia hesitated, and not only her. The 12 titans within her were also terrified. At that moment, they shrank inside the earth mother goddess Gaia, trembling and afraid to step out, as Uranus's emotional state was too apparent. The earth mother goddess Gaia fell silent. Waiting for a moment, Uranus's face appeared in the sky, and he coldly said, "Look, my beloved mother, my dear goddess. Our children actually lack the courage to step into this world. Come, my children, step out under the gaze of me, the sky god, the god king of chaos." Uranus was furious. With the birth of the 12 titans, he felt the divine favor brought by the world's will diminishing, which was intolerable for him. The sky god Uranus's call made the 12 titans tremble, and the 3 one-eyed giants and 300-handed giants were also somewhat at a loss. In the end, the earth mother goddess Gaia spoke to the 12 titans and 6 giants within her, saying, "Children, come out. Your father is merely angry due to a prophecy, but he will not harm you." With Gaia's persuasion, the 12 titans and 6 giants slowly emerged from the earth mother goddess's body, appearing in the world. Chapter 8. The loneliness and anger of Urania as the titans stepped out again. The heavens and earth began to exhibit anomalies once more. The sky god Uranus watched everything coldly and said with a smirk, "A group of cowards sheltered by their mother. Perhaps you should not be called deities, but titans." Then the sky rose back into the atmosphere, while the earth mother goddess Gaia frowned slightly as she observed the evolution of the world. She realized that Uranus's strength had exceeded her expectations, almost reaching the status of the creator god. Deities are not immortal unless they become supreme gods. Moreover, under the creator god, all deities could even be stripped of their divine identities. Thus, all gods strive to become supreme gods, to become creator gods. This is the same in every mythological world. Now, the earth mother goddess Gaia was astonished to discover that the sky god, who was birthed from her fingertips long ago, had become so powerful. He was even close to touching the status of the creator god. The god king position. No, it is divine favor. In an instant, the earth mother goddess Gaia thought of something. She had considered the god king position, but as the primordial god at the beginning of the world's evolution. She was naturally able to observe heaven and earth and comprehend all principles. Therefore, the god king position held little allure for her. Thus, with just a slight deduction, she realized that Uranus's strength must come from the divine favor of the will of the chaos world. Only with the assistance of the entire worlds could a great god become a primordial god in such a short time, even approaching the status of the creator god. In the lake, I Ching once again emerged from the water, transforming into human form. He had grown a bit, becoming a youth. However, at this moment, he wore a plain hood, and his attire bore some dark golden patterns, giving a sense of the weight of time upon closer inspection. I Ching donned the hood, and a dense fog rose around him, resembling a wanderer in the mist. The titans began to gestate again, and the world finally started to evolve into life. I Ching looked up at the birthing of the 12 titans, then turned his gaze to the 3 cyclopes and the 3 centimans. Their emergence caused the heavens and the earth to respond, producing minerals, which was exactly what I Ching desired. As a true dragon, he had yet to refine his own precious orb, which was clearly a bit unreasonable. A true dragon without a precious orb could only exert at most 100% of its power. In contrast, a true dragon with a precious orb could multiply its power exponentially. especially as the orb continued to upgrade. It was akin to the difference between a cultivator and a magical treasure. Having or not having a magical treasure made a significant difference. Additionally, the emergence of the Titan pantheon marked the end of the Uranus era. Perhaps I can make contact with the Titans, allowing me to traverse the world in the upcoming era of Cronus. I Ching looked at the gradually emerging 12 Titan gods. These 12 Titan gods are Cronus, space; Rhea, time; Oceanus, ocean and rivers; Ceus, intellect; Crius, growth; Iapetus, soul; Phoebe, moon; Tethys, ocean; Themis, law and justice or truth and righteousness; Mnemosyne, memory; Hyperion, sun; and Thea, brilliance. He glanced at the 12 Titans, who were indeed colossal beings. Titans are already immense deities in mythology. At this moment, the 12 Titan gods were no exception. They were incredibly large. As the 12 Titan gods were being nurtured, rivers began to appear on the earth, vegetation started to grow, and the souls of life emerged. The sun and moon were also being nurtured in the sky. Celestial bodies began to be born, and time and space began to emerge. Soon, the heavens and earth began to expand with a rumbling sound, and amidst this change, I Ching started to walk. Titans, I Ching whispered as he walked atop the mountains, gazing at the mountain ancestor Aurea giving birth to the mountains. Poor child. His elder brother and second brother both bore children with the earth mother Gaia, while he alone was left to give birth to the mountains. Even later, the tallest mountain in the entire chaos world, Mount Otris, was occupied by Cronus, and his child Zeus also took over Mount Olympus, becoming the symbol of the king of the gods, showcasing majesty and divinity. Let me see. I Ching possesses the concept of a dragon, and mountains are referred to as dragon veins in the Eastern mythological world. So naturally, he also has some abilities related to mountains. However, the mountains in the chaos world are basically evolved from the mountain ancestor god Urea. Although I Ching cannot master the mountains, even so, he can still sense the mineral deposits nurtured within the mountains. Copper? Not bad, not bad. With just a glance, I Ching spotted the copper or hidden and nurtured within the mountain range, a mineral deposit born of heaven and earth, inherently imbued with special properties. Once refined and transformed, these deposits could carry certain concepts and information, becoming what were known as divine treasures. Without hesitation, I Ching dove into the mountains and moments later swallowed before vanishing in an instant. Who was that? A furious roar suddenly echoed through the mountains as the face of Uranus appeared over the range. At this time, his descendants had yet to be born, so he remained the sole primordial god of the world's mountains. Damn thief! Uranus scoured the heavens and earth, but found no trace of the intruder. Frustrated and enraged, he let out a few more roars before sinking back into slumber. The evolution of the world also benefited gods like him, who embodied its very essence, which was why Uranus had allowed the 12 Titans to emerge. Far away, I Ching grinned before turning his senses back to the mountains. Instantly, Uranus's furious roar resounded across the world once more, drawing the curious gazes of the 12 Titans, who were still in the process of evolving and being nurtured. Cronus, my dear brother, can you tell me what's happening? Oceanus, the god of the great river ocean, asked Cronus, the god of space. For Cronus, the god of space, everything that occurred in the world after his birth was within his sight, except for matters concealed by the 4 primordial gods, or his father, Uranus, the sky god. However, after his first attempt to use his powers, he found himself in a predicament. The primordial mountain god now loomed over a massive peak and spoke, my dear nephew, Cronus, god of space, tell me where this thief is. But Cronus hesitated before replying, I didn't detect him. It's as if he never existed in space. What? Uranus frowned. It's the primordial god of the most ancient. Suddenly, Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory and records, spoke up. She was a beautiful goddess, and since her birth, she had known all recorded information, embodying the very concept of writing. The primordial god of the most ancient. At these words, the 12 Titans grew even more curious. As she spoke, Uranus, the sky god, turned his gaze toward her. Gaia, the earth mother, also listened intently. Not to mention the 2 hidden primordial gods, night and darkness. The primordial god of the most ancient had remained absent for countless ages, appearing only once to make his proclamation before vanishing again. Yet now he had returned. Chapter 9. The constant and the variable my daughter, Mnemosyne, Titaness of records, tell me, how did you know? Uranus's voice was heavy, his tone far from friendly. The towering Titaness of records, her massive form now fully formed, replied nervously, "I deduced it from the records within the will of chaos. While all the gods have their histories documented, only the primordial god of the most ancient has no record." Oh, impressive ability. From the shadows of fate and variables, Nyx, the goddess of night, chuckled before vanishing. She was deeply intrigued by this primordial god. One of her three aspects, Ananke, the goddess of inevitability, was about to be born. Yet, she was missing one crucial thread, the primordial god of chaos, the most ancient. She wove the threads of fate for all gods. This was Ananke, the goddess of inevitability. But now, this supreme divine aspect was stuck, much to the discomfort of Nyx, the hidden sovereign. Though Ananke would not immediately become a supreme goddess upon her birth. As long as gods and future heroes followed the path of fate she laid out, she would gradually ascend to that status. Yet now, she was blocked by this primordial god of the most ancient. She could not find his thread of fate, leaving Ananke, one of her three aspects, perplexed. A variable beyond inevitability. Nyx chuckled softly, as if it mattered little. "Hell, looking for me? Don't worry, I'll be standing before you soon enough." I Ching transformed into a golden dragon, concealed within the mist and clouds, and softly murmured, "As the heavens and earth change, space and time emerge, and life begins to appear." However, at this moment, I Ching was primarily focused on excavating the mineral deposits nurtured by the mountain god Urea. Whether it was orichalcum, gold, or silver, he spared none of what he found. Forging the dragon pearl not only required the treasures of the world to nourish it with their essence, but also demanded I Ching's own divine power to nurture it. It was akin to an oyster forming a pearl or a cultivator condensing a golden core. Thus, I Ching swallowed all the mind ores into his belly, distributing them according to the 5 elements and yin-yang into his internal organs. I Ching journeyed from the east of the world all the way to the west, then from the south to the north, not only collecting minerals but also mapping the world and cataloging its species. As the 12 Titan gods fully emerged, the flow of time finally began. Boom! The sun and moon began their cycles, and time started its irreversible passage. In that instant, the 12 Titan gods merged their essences into the world. Centuries later, sensing movement within his internal organs, I Ching ceased his mining. He then retraced his path back to his small valley and entered seclusion. His goal was to refine his treasure pearl, the vessel through which he would later create his celestial realm. Do not think this impossible. In myths, the great deity Fuxi once drew the 8 trigrams to open the heavens, and this was true. Thus, I Ching decided that his celestial realm would be forged from this pearl. Moreover, he did not belong to any single mythological world. The Eastern mythological realm had shut him out, leaving its current state unknown, while the chaos world was not his true origin. Therefore, his future was not confined to this world alone. Splash! Splash! In the depths of the abyssal waters, undercurrents swirled, and a shimmering 5-colored halo danced like the aurora. Suddenly, a massive golden figure moved slowly through the abyss. Roar! A soft dragon's cry echoed, stirring the waters. Then, a radiant light emerged from the depths, blending hues of 5 colors with black and white, creating an unexpectedly harmonious glow. This was a flame, a Tao flame. The so-called Tao flame was not the fire of the great Tao, but the fire of one's own cultivation. As the saying goes, the essence, qi, and spirit form, the samadhi fire. The internal organs forge the blood qi fire, and the evolution of heaven and earth manifests as the Qinquan fire. The furnace of Qinquan. With yin and yang as its flames, this was the Tao flame. The light was vast, covering the entire abyssal floor, spanning dozens of zhang in brilliance. Yi Ying, now in his 1,000-zhang-long golden dragon form, coiled throughout the abyss as strands of Tao flame continuously refined the minerals gathered from across the world. The waters remained unchanged, unboiled. For this was no ordinary flame, but the Tao flame. This refinement process lasted 30 years, during which the light in the abyss gradually shrank to the size of a dough measure. At this moment, I Ching suddenly began inscribing characters, pictographs. Though not the most ancient script among mythological eras, he chose it nonetheless. A deity's treasure could be called a divine artifact. Divine artifacts fell into 3 categories. The first were those naturally nurtured, such as the life vial of the Earth Mother Goddess Gaia. This vial was Gaia's supreme treasure, endlessly replenishing the chaos world with life force, the very source of life in that realm. The second were artifacts forged from divine authority, like how Zeus cast his thunderous authority into a scepter using divine metal. The third were artifacts of civilization, vessels of myth and civilization, endowed with extraordinary power. Though this was a mythological world, I Ching knew that myths would eventually fade, leaving only civilization behind. Yet myths were the reflections of civilization, and civilization was shaped by myths. Every civilization's origin was rooted in ancient myths. Such was the relationship between myth and civilization. Thus, the third type of divine artifact was the artifact of civilization. Each of the three types had its own characteristics, none inherently superior. However, the strength of a divine artifact depended on the deity's rank. For artifacts of civilization, their power was also tied to the deities standing within that civilization. I Ching is now forging a civilization artifact. Such artifacts hold a unique position within a civilization. Take the tripod, for example. It is a vessel of mountains and rivers, a symbol of status, and a pivotal treasure of civilization. Though I Ching is currently refining his dragon pearl, this pearl can also serve as a civilization artifact because it is a totem. A totem embodies civilization. It is the very source of civilization itself. Though I Ching cannot yet enter the divine realm of the East, he stands at the origin of the concept of the dragon within that realm. Naturally, forging this civilization artifact is effortless for him. Moreover, as I Ching's own concept spreads and his faith consolidates, his divine power and artifacts will grow increasingly formidable. Just like Gaia, the Earth Mother Goddess of today, who evolves into the Gaia consciousness of the entire world in later ages. This is the ascension of a deity. The light suddenly dimmed, followed by a dazzling streak of radiance shooting forth. Then, a pearl the size of fist emerged, inscribed with densely packed pictograms, 3,000 in total. Each pictogram was meticulously researched by I Ching over the years, tracing back from simplified and traditional characters to their primitive pictographic origins. This is also a crucial means for him to propagate his own concept and consolidate faith in the future. Roar! I Ching saw the precious pearl emerge, and excited, bit down on it. Suddenly, the dragon held the pearl, soaring amidst the depths of the waters. Chapter 10, the prototype of the heavenly realm. Bang! Like the claws of an eagle, the 5 claws grasped the pearl, and the dragon whiskers swayed on either side. I Ching carefully sensed that although the pearl did not possess the extraordinary phenomena of the 12 Titan gods nurturing, in his perception, this was still only an embryo of a divine artifact. The words had already taken shape. Now it was time to engrave my concept, and the concept of the heavenly realm. I Ching lowered his body and slowly shrank, then began to write 3,000 pictographs within this precious pearl. Just like the Fate Stone, this is the vessel of his Tao. In the future, when the gods incarnate into the starry sky and return to the universe and the earth, I Ching's precious pearl will be the only floating world outside of the eastern heavenly realm. Heaven and earth nurture deities, faith shapes deities, and civilization continues deities. I Ching murmured softly, his voice like the bellow of an ox, yet resonating through the watery abyss like the evening drum. Within the enormous dragon pearl, ancient pictographic characters began to unfold the concepts of dragons and the celestial realm. At the same time, I Ching also wove in his own additions, blending elements of Eastern civilization into the narrative. Most striking among them was a depiction of intertwined figures within the text. The male deity had a human body with a dragon-esque tail, holding a compass, while the female deity had a human body with a serpent-esque tail, grasping a square tool. The intertwined figures of Fuxi and Enhua. Oh, great ancestors! Given how devoted this descendant has been, please remember not to shut me out when the time comes. I Ching chuckled softly. In truth, from the moment of his conception, he had been innately aware of the divine forms of Fuxi and Enhua, as well as their conversations. Naturally, he was now offering a response. He knew that, given the current status of Fuxi and Enhua, his whispered words would undoubtedly reach their ears. At that moment, the intertwined figures of Fuxi and Enhua within the dragon pearl suddenly flickered, becoming vividly lifelike. The mother of yin and yang energies gestated within, and gradually, the dragon pearl began to radiate an extraordinary divine aura. Since the dragon pearl was both I Ching's Tao fruit and refined by his own Tao flame, the changes within it immediately reflected back onto him. Yet the transformation of the dragon pearl did not end there. The intertwined figures of Fuxi and Enhua suddenly spiraled upward, and the mother of yin and yang energies, as if sentient, took the form of 2 majestic figures. They treated the dragon pearl as chaos and the 3,000 pictographic characters as the great Tao. Then, the characters and the mother of yin and yang energies underwent a mystical transformation. A misty haze enveloped the scene. The mother of black and white energies like fog suddenly gave rise to two golden-threaded divine spirits that spiraled around, instantly opening up a new universe. Once the universe was formed, the two golden-threaded divine spirits transformed into a sacred tree. The tree had a trunk like emerald jade, weathered bark, and branches and leaves resembling a sky full of stars. Pictographic characters suddenly emerged one by one on the trunk, inscribed upon it like divine pillars of heaven and earth. Then, an ancient yet lifelike image was carved onto a thick branch. In an instant, that branch grew robust, standing out among countless others, while the trunk itself thickened, exuding even greater divine wonder. Thus, heaven and earth separated, leaving a vast expanse of white, with only the mother of yin and yang energies drifting leisurely, slowly expanding the space. Soon, a stream of information flowed into I Ching's mind. This was the Dragon Pearl's own message. Although the Dragon Pearl had now opened up its own universe, the entire space was still only about the size of 10 water abysses. However, this Dragon Pearl held immense potential. First, as long as I Ching disseminated his concept widely, the Dragon Pearl could continuously absorb faith and expand. Moreover, this expansion would come without any backlash, just as history, once recorded, becomes immutable truth, undeniable and eternal. A divine artifact indeed, truly worthy of being a divine artifact. Many thanks to the great deities Fuxi and Nuwa. I Ching burst into laughter. With his precious pearl in hand, he was now fully confident about the upcoming Titan God era, especially the era of the Olympian gods that followed the Titan God era, that marked the beginning of the convergence of myths across the ages. It was then that Norse mythology, Egyptian mythology, Indian mythology, and others began to intertwine, heralding an era of great contention. It was just about the collision of pantheons, but the clash of civilizations. One mythology against another. Take the Olympian pantheon, for example. Zeus' ascension to an omniscient and omnipotent deity was interrupted when he was absorbed into Yahweh's divine system. His civilization was severed, losing its continuity, and the rupture of civilization meant the stagnation of mythology. That's why later on, Olympian mythology was reduced to the Olympian star gods. Zeus' status as an omniscient and omnipotent god was cut short. Now, with his own world, I Ching was inherently invincible. Just like Eastern mythology, while realms like heaven might not seem particularly unique among mythological worlds, what set the Eastern celestial realm apart was that it remained vibrant, much like the mortal world. It had various divine offices, the lives and gatherings of deities, and even merged with the human realm in later mythological evolutions, creating a unique vitality. Especially the all-encompassing and inclusive divisions of the Eastern divine realm allowed it to flourish with gods, Buddhas, immortals, demons, monsters, and spirits coexisting. It even had a distinct civilization as its foundation, setting it apart from other mythological worlds. This was true inherent invincibility. Now, look at the chaos mythological world. Its entire mythology was just a succession of pantheons. The first generation was the primordial gods, the second the Titans, and the third the Olympians. Though divided, there were only 3 generations, and the lineage was later severed. But the Eastern mythological world? Gods, Buddhas, immortals, demons, monsters, and spirits, along with a civilization passed down through generations, were continuously reimagined and expanded by later writers, turning mythology into an ever-evolving tapestry. Other mythologies? They remained just that, mythologies. Well, except for that country with a good life, which barely managed to sustain some mythological continuity by clinging to its suzerain's legacy. But in the end, it was just a bunch of demons and monsters. In essence, I Ching's forging of the Dragon Pearl was meant to anchor it to the Eastern mythological world. In an age where myths across the world have faded, especially in a time when even God is doubted, only the Eastern mythological world survives through the continuous efforts of later writers, adapting and enduring. One could say that among all civilizations, only the East remains unbroken. Among all mythologies, only the East's lineage persists. As for those myths beyond, they are left in the ashes of history, emitting residual warmth, waiting for a new spark. Though I align with the Eastern mythological system, this celestial realm is ultimately mine. Thus, I shall be its master, the heavenly emperor, the great Tao. Although I Ching is affiliated with the Eastern divine realm, He ultimately resembles a king of equal standing, sharing the same roots but not the same domain. His ambition is to become the supreme god, to transform into the boundless dragon of the mortal world, and to make the entire infinite mythos shimmer beneath his dragon scales. Chapter 11. The infamous Chow. Boom! Suddenly, heaven and earth trembled violently before settling once more. Standing in the world of chaos were 18 colossal deities, the 12 Titan gods, along with 3 Cyclopes and 3 Centimans. TSK, all of them wielded formidable divine power. Though not yet at the level of supreme divinity, they were but a single step away from attaining it. I Ching, holding the treasure pearl, transformed into human form. Now appearing as a youth, he wore robes of 5 colors, entirely distinct from the attire of chaos. His treasure orb revolved around him, with the primal energies of yin and yang transforming into 2 small dragons that coiled around the dragon pearl. The Titans have emerged, so it is only fitting that I arise as well. I am the god of the most ancient civilization in history, a totem, a true dragon, and in the future, the sole boundless dragon of the floating world's myths. Naturally, I must also gather faith, undermine the myths of all realms, and establish my own pantheon. I Ching chuckled and said that his pantheon was quite simple, just copying the Eastern pantheon and making a few tweaks. In short, he was the central heavenly emperor, and he could also appoint 5 other heavenly emperors. However, after some thought, I Ching changed his mind. He would be the sole heavenly emperor, with all other gods serving as his subjects, and the celestial realm would be his domain. But for now, his celestial realm was still small, without any subjects or deities. Although he could rule his world as a monotheistic religion, he saw no need for that. Only a continuous system and structure could sustain the mythology for the long term. I Ching thought to himself, so he needed ministers and subjects. Where would they come from? Naturally, they would come from the myths of all worlds. All the gods of the myriad realms shall fall into my grasp, and the goddesses of these worlds must not be missed either. I Ching laughed and said, he is a dragon, and dragons are inherently lustful. What more can be expected of a scoundrel like him? Though I may not be as perverse as a dragon fathering 9 offspring, I can still soar through the 9 heavens like a true dragon. I Ching made no attempt to conceal it. Such is the nature of myth. He possessed the heavenly realm and was its sovereign, much like an earthly emperor. Who wouldn't he desire a harem of 3,000 beauties? As soon as the 12 Titans were born, they swiftly diminished in size and flew into the celestial temple in the sky. The next moment, I Ching appeared on the earth. The dragon orb hovered before him, spinning lightly. He wore a golden hooded robe adorned with intricate patterns, while 2 divine dragons, one black and one white, circled around him. Life was taking form. The seeds of life and hope, left behind by the union of Gaia, the Earth Mother, and Uranus, were now in the process of being nurtured. Egon sensed the gradually emerging life force within the heavens and earth. These were the seeds of life left behind by the union of Uranus, the sky god, and Gaia, the Earth Mother. These seeds of life would later become the clay humans after the age of the iron humans. However, at this moment, these seeds were nurturing cattle and sheep. The golden humans were the race created by Cronus, the 2nd-generation king of gods, using gold. They could be considered demigods, living carefree lives with pure and kind hearts throughout their existence. Their lifespans were extraordinarily long, yet, tragically, they were destroyed by Cronus. After death, all the golden humans became servants of the gods. What a pity indeed. I Ching's eyes were deep. How could he let go of the seed of faith like the golden humanity? 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. I Ching walked through this vibrant world, occasionally leaving pictographs in the great valleys, or cutting wood among the deities to create books for recording wisdom. Although the world of chaos was vast, I Ching had already thoroughly explored it before, and now, in these few hundred years under the gaze of this ancient god of history and civilization, cattle and sheep were being born. These large white sheep with thick bodies and those honest big cows gradually emerged from the land. At this time, the world was still desolate, but grasslands, forests, mountains, and rivers had already appeared. Cattle and sheep began to gradually reproduce, and fish also became more abundant. The breath of life started to fill the world. The birth of life came from the union of Uranus and Gaia. Their union allowed the seeds of life to remain in the earth, which is the foundation for nurturing life. On a large boulder, I Ching sat and slowly wrote. As he wrote, his divine power gradually increased. Although it wasn't fast, it could be compared to a day of cultivation. Just as he put down his pen, I Ching suddenly looked up at a certain place and in the next moment, his figure disappeared. The next moment, he used the authority of the observer, and instantly found himself in a valley. In the valley, a beautiful girl was staring blankly at an ancient mountain wall on which were carved hundreds of pictographs. Mnemosyne, the goddess of records among the 12 titans. This beautiful goddess was the goddess of records in the Titan pantheon. Under her divinity were the authorities of memory, recording, text, knowledge, and so on. This is text. The goddess of records Mnemosyne murmured as she gazed at the mountain wall. Sun, moon, heaven, earth. The more Mnemosyne looked, the more excited she became. These characters provided a fundamental pictorial interpretation of heaven and earth, giving the impression that this was heaven and earth itself. For her, as the goddess of records, this was a fatal temptation. However, I feel that these characters are somewhat lacking, and they're not quite suitable for me. Mnemosyne frowned as she looked at the mere few hundred pictographs. In her divine reflection, these characters were incomplete, but even so, they were a tremendous enhancement for her. Who left them? Is it you? The ancient god, the recorder of history and civilization, the observer of endless time. Now you're also watching me. Mnemosyne suddenly looked up and said, in a short time, she had already thought of the only being who could leave these characters, the ancient god who had never appeared before the public. If the god of darkness Erebus and the goddess of night Nyx were mysterious, then this ancient god was unobservable, because darkness and night have intuitive essence. But this recorder of history and civilization is entirely ethereal. It is elusive. Ancient god, the Titan goddess of records Mnemosyne wanted to meet you. Mnemosyne suddenly murmured. Deities are called deities because they respond when called. So at the moment she spoke, I Ching, standing behind her, felt something. They were actually very similar. I Ching was the recorder of history and civilization, the observer of the long river of time, recording everything of heaven and earth, the essence of all things. While Mnemosyne, as the goddess of records among the Titans, represented the concept of recording, naturally, after I Ching left behind the characters, this opportunity would be encountered by the goddess of records. Chapter 12, Digging at Zeus's Foundation. Mnemosyne. Suddenly, a youthful voice appeared behind Mnemosyne, startling her, and she turned around. There stood a figure in a golden robe, wearing a hood embroidered with various ancient patterns, a large jewel floating in front of him, seemingly containing a world in evolution. Two bizarre creatures, one black and one white, spiraled around him. In his left hand was an ancient book, and in his right hand he held a black pen. The moment I Ching spoke, he used his concealment divine power to simultaneously shield the goddess of records Mnemosyne. Who are you? A look of confusion appeared on Mnemosyne's beautiful face, but the next moment she was startled and then joyfully exclaimed, May I ask, are you the ancient god? The totem god? Under the hood, I Ching smiled lightly, revealing a young and handsome face that seemed to embody all Eastern characteristics, which astonished and shocked Mnemosyne. This ancient god was so young, and his face appeared so exotic, causing her heart to race slightly. I Ching said with a light smile, the child of Uranus, the sky god, and Gaia, the earth mother, Mnemosyne, the Titan goddess of memory. I am the most ancient god, the primordial deity born even before chaos. Upon seeing I Ching's youthful face, but hearing his words, Mnemosyne immediately looked at him with delight. To think the most ancient god is so young, Mnemosyne exclaimed in amazement, noting that this primordial deity appeared to be around the same age as her. So, what brings such a young and beautiful goddess to seek me out? I Ching chuckled softly, his gaze filled with admiration as he looked at the beautiful goddess, one of Zeus's many wives in later myths and the mother of the 9 muses. The 9 muses were the goddesses of the arts. Noticing I Ching's undisguised gaze, Mnemosyne's delicate face flushed slightly, though she also felt a certain fondness for this young, mysterious, and handsome primordial god, for the gods of mythology. Such fondness was often enough to lead to union. Yes, revered primordial god, I wanted to ask, are these writings left by you? Mnemosyne pointed excitedly at the hieroglyphs on the mountain wall. I Ching nodded and stepped forward, smiling lightly as he said, of course. I am the chronicler of heaven and earth. These characters were derived by me through observing the changes of the cosmos. Oh, revered most ancient deity, have you brought them all into existence? Mnemosyne was instantly stirred with excitement. As the goddess of records, she also held authority over writing. Though these characters were not her creation, the moment she beheld them, she could already sense an enhancement in her power. Especially the way these characters directly documented the workings of heaven and earth had brought her immense benefit. A faint smile curled at the corner of I Ching's lips as he slowly opened the book in his hand. One after another, black hieroglyphs gradually floated into view before him. The beautiful goddess Mnemosyne stared blankly at the continuously appearing characters. Yet constrained by the fact that these symbols were not of her creation, many of the hieroglyphs left her only partially comprehending, some even entirely unfamiliar, much to her own astonishment. Her divine domain was record, and among her authorities lay the power of script. Yet now, even she found herself unable to grasp these writings. I Ching, however, understood the reason well. Among the hieroglyphs were symbols representing humanity, and at this time, the golden race of humans had yet to be born. Though gods existed, the very concept of human had not yet emerged, leaving Mnemosyne in the dark. As for why I Ching could create such symbols, it was because he himself embodied the concept of human. He was both the primordial man and the descendant man, and at the same time, he was dragon. Russell. With that, I Ching gathered the 3,000 hieroglyphs back into the book. Mnemosyne clearly saw the densely packed script formed by those symbols within the pages, and a glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes. Do not think that a god's divine domain can be seized. Such a thing is impossible. Unless a new deity arises and completely erases all records of the former god. It is fundamentally impossible to kill a deity or strip them of their divine authority. It is precisely for this reason that gods with similar domains often form alliances, such as the 9 muses, the 3 ori, or the 3 moirai. Their divine authorities are closely related, allowing them to manifest as 3 variations of a single divine concept. Honored primordial god, might I seek your guidance on the knowledge of these writings? Mnemosyne spoke with a hint of bashfulness, her voice ethereal and melodious, clad in the distinctive attire of chaos. Her beauty shone all the more radiantly. I Ching chuckled lightly and shook his head, saying, "These writings are the exclusive heritage of my divine court." Divine court? Mnemosyne was startled, her expression shifting slightly. Just from the literal meaning, she could grasp I Ching's implication. He was coveting the position of the divine king. Mnemosyne fell silent. I Ching gazed at the beautiful goddess before him, smiled faintly, and then continued, "My divine court is not within the chaos world, but here." I Ching pointed to the pearl before him, within which a tiny world was revealed. In that world, a mystical tree was slowly growing. This is a world. Mnemosyne covered her mouth in astonishment. She was actually seeing an entire world. No matter how powerful the gods of the chaos world were, none of them could create a world, as their divine nature constrained them. Yes, this is a world. It is where I reside, and I call it the celestial realm. It is also the place where I will establish my divine court. I Ching chuckled softly, as if he had already sensed Mnemosyne's wavering. Mnemosyne fell silent, her eyes still filled with astonishment as she gazed at the precious pearl, then back at I Ching's smiling face. I Ching suddenly extended an invitation, saying, "Goddess of beautiful records, I wonder if I could invite you to visit my residence." Upon hearing this, Mnemosyne's eyes flickered with interest before she nodded slightly and smiled lightly, saying, "All right." Then, I Ching tapped the treasure pearl, which emitted a faint glow, and a luminous gate appeared. Beyond the gate lay a pristine world, exuding a rich aura of civilization, something the chaos world had yet to possess. This was the kind of atmosphere most beloved by gods and the ideal place for cultivation. With that, I Ching led Mnemosyne into the space within the dragon pearl. Whoosh! As the space transformed, Mnemosyne clearly observed the changes around her, including the towering verdant jade tree before her. The tree bore ancient pictographic characters, numbering 3,000 in total, while one of its branches displayed a series of evolving images. "What is this? Another divine realm?" Mnemosyne exclaimed in astonishment. I Ching, standing behind her, chuckled softly and replied, "Indeed, the divine realms are not limited to the chaos world alone. Surely you understand this as well. This particular branch represents the divine realm of the East, a mythological world that predates the chaos world." Chapter 13. The Union of Dragon and God Then. "Who are you?" Mnemosyne turned around in surprise, gazing at I Ching. I Ching smiled and said, "I was born in the world of chaos, but I also share some connection with that realm, and my divine court is the celestial realm, existing independently beyond the divine world, a realm of eternal glory that I am destined to establish." Then, I Ching looked at Mnemosyne with a smile and said, "I wonder if the beautiful goddess of memory would be willing to join my divine court and become its keeper of records. With the nourishment of countless divine civilizations, I believe you can foresee the boundless future of our celestial realm." Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory, met I Ching's fervent gaze. As a deity, She naturally harbored desires for the evolution of divinity. The instinct of divine procreation stirred within her, causing her cheeks to flush. Moreover, she had witnessed the wondrous transformations of this mystical world. Before a god's divinity reaches its zenith, their love is never pure. At this stage, they are but demigods, half divine and half mortal, compelled by the forces of heaven and earth to unite and give birth to new deities. Thus, in this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Seeing Mnemosyne's shyness, I Ching burst into laughter and soared into the sky, transforming into a magnificent and majestic golden dragon. Mnemosyne gazed in awe at the beautiful and mystical divine beast. In the next instant, auspicious clouds enveloped the heavens and earth, and the golden dragon coiled and danced through the skies. The small celestial realm began to refine itself continuously, and the 3,000 pictographic characters grew even more mystical. The next day, Mnemosyne lay in I Ching's embrace as he patiently taught her the essence of writing. Writing, he said, is one of the origins of civilization and the vessel of its legacy. Thus, it must be capable of representing all things. Before creating words, one must first bestow concepts upon the world. I Ching slowly articulated his understanding of words, while Mnemosyne listened attentively. After all, gods are different from humans. They possess everything humans have, yet also what humans lack. Mnemosyne nodded thoughtfully, as if grasping something profound. The next moment, I Ching suddenly smiled and said to her, "My lovely goddess of records, Mnemosyne, would you like to explore the world of chaos with me?" Sure. Perhaps after their interaction, Mnemosyne was no longer shy. Instead, she responded with a radiant smile. With a wave of I Ching's hand, the two deities instantly left the Dragon Ball world. Roar! A golden dragon, 1,000 zhang in size, suddenly soared from the valley, its massive form flickering amidst rolling, auspicious clouds. A beautiful chaos goddess sat astride the golden dragon. Let's go. A gust of wind rose from the ground, parting the clouds at the horizon. A true dragon roamed freely across the vast sky, its sinuous body, gleaming golden scales, dark eyes, and the jewel clutched in its single claw, all appearing breathtakingly beautiful. Watching the mountains and rivers shift beneath them, herds of cattle and sheep dotting the land, and endless rivers surging toward the sea, Mnemosyne, seated at the dragon's horn, marveled. Is this the perspective of Father God? Ha ha ha. This isn't just Uranus's perspective. It's ours too, my beloved goddess Mnemosyne. The era of Uranus is about to end. The golden dragon let out a youthful chuckle. He was likely the freest deity in the entire chaos world, and, aside from the goddess of inevitability, Ananke, the one most knowledgeable about the myths. Mnemosyne remained silent. The change in the divine king had long been prophesied by Nyx, the goddess of night. It was an inevitability destined to unfold. Boom! Suddenly, the sky began to descend. I Ching saw countless auspicious clouds rolling out from his body, covering him and Mnemosyne. Amidst the clouds and mist, I Ching transformed into a human form. Father God, Mnemosyne, seeing the sky descending, was suddenly a little scared and hid behind I Ching. I Ching gently held the goddess in his arms and said, "Don't be afraid, it won't find us." Soon the sky fell, and boundless darkness appeared before the two, just when the gods thought it was a usual merging of heaven and earth. The 3 one-eyed giants and 300-armed giants caught the attention of Uranus. As the first god king of chaos, the sky god Uranus was already dissatisfied with Gaia giving birth to these 6 monsters. Even the 12 titans had visited the temple, yet these 6 giants had not been summoned. Thus, the Earth Mother Gaia sheltered her children, allowing them to settle on the earth. However, this merging of heaven and earth made Uranus see his 6 monstrous children again. Whether it was due to his excessive yang energy at this moment or some other reason that clouded his mind, the more he looked at these 6 giants, the more displeased he became. "Oh, look!" Uranus's slightly disgusted voice echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. The great god king, the sky god, was displeased that the children born of him and the Earth Mother Gaia were actually 6 monsters. His voice boomed like thunder, resonating throughout the universe. And his all-encompassing body had naturally already caught the attention of these 6 giants. They were the children of the Earth Mother Gaia and the sky god Uranus. Although they lacked powerful divinity and authority, they possessed strength that even the titans feared. They represented brute force and collision, birthed from the sky and the earth. Their low intelligence made them fearless, and coupled with the immortality of the gods, their fearlessness, terrifying strength, and anger made them the most fearsome of the titan giants. Their strength was enough to lift the mountains evolved from the primordial god Urias, and their bodies could reach only waist deep even in the deepest ocean. Thus, in response to Uranus's disgust, they looked back with hostile eyes, roaring between the mountains, and even with their terrifying power, they directly grabbed a massive mountain evolved from Urias, intending to throw it into the sky. Children, listen, don't provoke your father. The Earth Mother Gaia timely intervened to mediate this impending war that could erupt from just a few words. Perhaps Gaia's nurturing over the years slowly calmed the anger of these 6 terrifying giants. The mountain they had lifted with one hand was angrily thrown down, creating a tremendous roar, and the earth was smashed into a deep pit and a plain. Gaia did not mind this. The earth could bear everything, especially the earth of the divine realm, which possessed unimaginable resilience. As long as the concept of earth did not disappear, it would not suffer damage. However, in contrast to Gaia's indifference, Uranus felt a bit apprehensive. The power of the one-eyed giants and the 100-armed giants made him feel threatened. Perhaps he still exuded divine might, but his divine power could not pose a threat to these 6 peculiar children. The uniqueness of the one-eyed giants and the 100-armed giants lay in their invincibility and limitless strength, along with their abundant stamina that allowed them to maintain peak condition. Rumble. The merging of heaven and earth quickly came to an end without incident, and the gods observed this inexplicable atmosphere. The Earth Mother Gaia emerged from the earth, furrowing her brow slightly as she looked at the departing sky. Uranus's emotion seemed a bit off. "They are your children, Uranus," the Earth Mother Gaia murmured, possessing the oracle stone tablets and some prophetic authority. Just then, she sensed that her 6 giant children would ultimately be cast into the endless abyss by their father Uranus and locked there. Splash! At this moment, Pontus, who had already ascended to the status of ocean god, lightly stirred the sea. He approached the Earth Mother Gaia, respectful yet somewhat covetous, saying, "My esteemed mother, the great Earth Mother, I wonder if my elder brother, the great god King Uranus, has any troubles that his brother can assist with." The Earth Mother Gaia looked at Pontus, slightly furrowing her brow, and after a moment said softly, "Pontus, go back. The god king still reigns. His divine power far exceeds mine. He will not have troubles." Pontus, also a handsome figure, smiled upon hearing this, and then transformed into a stream, slowly flowing back to the sea with the tides. He left behind a remark that he would come to welcome her when his great god king brother abdicated. The Earth Mother Gaia's eyes flickered as she looked at the sky, then at the sea reflecting the sky. She had a divine connection with the sea. The 5 great oceans of the future chaos divine realm would be birthed by Pontus, who had ascended to become the ancient sea god, and the Earth Mother Gaia. At this moment, in the sky, the expression of the goddess Monai machine seemed a bit off. "Let's go. We will continue to travel through mountains and rivers, and I will explain the concept of writing to you." I Ching chuckled lightly, and a passage of silent description appeared in the book on his left hand. A painting also emerged, depicting the sky and the earth turned away from each other due to the Cyclopes and the Cinemanes. As I Ching continued to explore the mountains and rivers with Mnemosyne, in the sky, within a temple, Uranus coldly gazed down at the 6 terrifying giants on the earth through his massive form, observing their ordinary play that was comparable to the full force of the 12 titans. His gaze grew increasingly cold. "Cyclopes, Cinemanes, my children!" A deep voice echoed within the temple. In the next moment, a terrifying divine power manifested between heaven and earth, instantly making the sky terrifying. "Cyclopes, Cinemanes, my pitiful children, your existence truly shames me. You should not wander between heaven and earth." A horrifying voice resonated throughout the world, and in the next moment, Uranus's face appeared across the sky. His expression was one of suppressed anger and dread, and in the next instant, a terrifying force pierced through the earth, penetrating darkness and night, creating an unfathomable abyss. This abyss was the path to the true form of the abyss and the god of the underworld, Tartarus. It was an endless abyss opened by the sky god, the first generation of the divine king of chaos, Uranus. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 Cyclopes roared, their single eyes glaring at the sky. In the next moment, they directly grasped the mountains and yanked hard, causing Auranas to roar in anger as this part of his body was abandoned. Boom! The mountains thousands of miles high shot up into the sky, while the Cinemanes, with their massive and terrifying forms, charged upwards. Uranus, using his terrifying divine power, pressed down heavily upon these 6 giants. In the next moment, an enormous hand from the sky grasped these 6 terrifying giants. Uranus, angry and deep-voiced, slowly said, "Look, the subjects of a king, the children of the king and the sky, are rebelling. You are filled with ignorance and cruelty. You are pitiful titans, unworthy of divine status." Boom! At this moment, the earth trembled, and the Earth Mother Gaia revealed her beautiful and dignified face, urgently saying, "My respected king of gods, the greatest sky god Uranus. They are also your children. You should not cast them into that senseless, terrifying hell, a place even I detest and do not wish to go." Uranus, now too angry to hear any words, turned his stern face towards the earth and shouted, "Oh, my respected mother goddess, Gaia, the Earth Mother of Chaos. Tell me, the one who defies the king, the one defying their father, me, how should I forgive them? Look, what are we birthed? 6 monsters. Look, they are filled with ignorance and cruelty." As he spoke, the enormous hand from the sky tightened its grip again, and Uranus, in a rage, laughed and said, "Look, as the king of gods, I have demonstrated such terrifying power, yet they not only refuse to submit. Instead, they are filled with rebellion. They are disobedient children. They are rebellious gods. They are glaring at me with their monstrous eyes." Uranus's voice grew even more magnificent, and his furious and terrifying voice spread throughout the world of chaos. "I, the king of gods of chaos, the sky god Uranus, today I declare to the gods to strip the Cyclopes and Centimines of their divine status. They will bring upon themselves the punishment for their ignorance and rebellion." "No, Uranus!" the Earth Mother Gaia exclaimed, her face displaying shock and anger as she realized the prophecy was coming true. Uranus suppressed Gaia with divine power, his immense strength truly manifesting in the eyes of the gods. He was so terrifying. "Now, I decree eternal exile for these monsters. They will dwell eternally in Tartarus, this infinite abyss of hell that even the gods fear." Boom! A massive roar echoed throughout the world of chaos, and the 12 titans looked on in fear as the terrifying hand threw the Cyclopes and Centimines into the abyss. Roar, roar, roar! Unexpectedly, these 6 giants crawled along the walls of the abyss, using their terrifying hands to climb back up. At this moment, Tartarus was also silent. The current sky god Uranus was too terrifying, far beyond what he could contend with. Unless the 3 primordial gods of night and dark earth were moved away from his essence, Uranus was simply unbeatable. "Good." Uranus gritted his teeth, watching the Cyclopes and Centimines angrily climbing back up. "Look at your strong bodies. Now I command." In an instant, Uranus used the authority of the king of gods. "I command the strongest metal in the world to turn into chains, and I grant you strength that even a non-king cannot sever. I command the abyss to be filled with suffering, and you shall be forever locked in this abyss. I command you to be eternally hungry, but you will never find food in the abyss." A series of commands thundered forth, and immediately chains appeared, wrapping around the giants with the authority of the king. Chapter 15, The Gift. "No, Uranus, they will not rebel against you. They are your children. You cannot be so heartless." The Earth Mother Gaia cried out in pain. She was the Earth Mother, the mother of the gods, the mother of all things. So she possessed everything a mother should have. Boom! The Earth Mother Gaia unleashed her divine power. Though women are inherently weak, they are strong for their children. At this moment, she burst forth with divine power, wanting to save her children. Although they were so ugly and terrifying, they were still her children. But in the next moment, the sky came crashing down, suppressing the earth. Uranus, slightly angered, said, "My respected mother goddess, my dear queen of gods, do you dare defy the orders of your king, your father, and your man?" "Uranus," the Earth Mother Gaia replied angrily, feeling disappointed that as the sky, as the king of gods, he could be so narrow-minded, and as a father, so heartless. Boom, boom, boom. The Earth Mother Gaia was about to turn away, and seeing this, Uranus's gaze sharpened, and he pressed the sky down hard. Heaven and earth merged once more. At this moment, the sea god Pontus slightly manifested his form. Looking at the sky and the earth, he smiled softly. "My mother goddess, look, the king of gods is so despicable." He then continued to lurk in the depths of the ocean. He could wait, for heaven and earth were destined to separate, and the ocean was destined to unite with the earth to give birth to the 5 oceans. Totem, the goddess of memory, Mnemosyne, leaned dejectedly against I Ching, murmuring softly. I Ching said slowly, "Uranus will bring disaster because of his actions. His time in power is not long. Namashine raised her beautiful face to look at I Ching and asked, Totem, the ancient god, my male deity, tell me, why has my father become like this? I Ching smiled lightly, but his gaze was deep. He looked into the eyes of the beautiful goddess and said softly, because of power. He stood too high and alone. And without absolute strength and a perfect system, there was only tyranny, which would lead to his overthrow. Overthrow! Namasini exclaimed in surprise. She did not expect the man before her to make such a prophecy. I Ching nodded without hesitation and said, yes, he will be overthrown. From then on, he will become the lofty heavens, the celestial realm that carries the future gods. Then who will become the second-generation god king? Namasini asked after a long pause. I Ching smiled and gazed at the beautiful goddess, saying, my lovely goddess Namasini, you ask so well. I know who it is, but I won't tell you. Why? Namasini felt a bit upset and said with slight anger, even if he knows, he can't say it? I Ching chuckled lightly, embracing the goddess tightly as he said, when this second-generation divine king ascends the throne, it will mark the era of you titans. I need you to spread faith for me and shape our celestial realm. Namasini, her face flushed from I Ching's captivating gaze, could only lower her head and silently agree. Ha ha! Once our faith spreads across all worlds, I shall become the divine emperor, reigning above the divine kings. By then, we will be deities transcending all mythologies across the realms. I Ching spoke to the lovely and beautiful girl Namasini about the vision of the future. Namasini was also tempted by this vision of the future. If she hadn't seen the Dragon Ball world before, she would have hesitated, but after witnessing the wonders of that world and the continuous flow of civilization's power, she had become resolute. What do I need to do? Namasini asked curiously. I Ching reached out, and a piece of scale flew out, transforming into a simple dragon totem. It said, use this to shape my faith, my beloved goddess, Namasini, the beautiful goddess of memory. Spread it with the words you are about to create. With I Ching's guidance, Namasini understood that I Ching's intention was to make this totem a representation of her words. You want me to spread its spirit through words? Namasini did not expect that I Ching's way of collecting faith was like this. It is important to note that at this time, when humanity had not yet given birth to writing and the gods did not value it, the authority of words was quite insignificant. I Ching chuckled and said, right? Then he smiled and took her beautiful hand, saying, but it's too early to talk about these things now. Let's finish exploring this world first. As he spoke, a mist enveloped them, and the two gods continued to wander through the mountains and rivers. As for Uranus and his family matters, I Ching was completely unconcerned. What he truly anticipated was Kronos ascending to become the king of gods, as that would be when he created the first generation of golden humans. At that time, Namasini would understand what her authority was meant to be for witch beings. The union of heaven and earth had taken a long time, and its end was filled with indifference, as the sky and the earth drifted apart. On the ground, I Ching and Namasini strolled together, occasionally accompanied by dragons and gods enjoying the night. My favorite male god, the totem. What do you think we should name our child? Namasini asked, enjoying I Ching's embrace, with a hint of expectation in her voice. I Ching chuckled lightly upon hearing this and said after a moment, we'll see whether you give birth to a male god or a female goddess. After that, Monomo dunosmod slikthli sankagin. I Ching noticed this and asked in confusion, my dear goddess, what's wrong? Monomo dunorepliet totem. I've been away for too long. I'm worried that the father god might have noticed. I Ching smiled and said, do you want to go back? If you don't want to go back, then stay by my side. I believe no god can take you away from me. Emo Neem Sun Yin's cheeks turned slightly red upon hearing this, but after thinking for a moment, she raised her head and gently kissed I Ching, saying, my only one. I want to spread faith for you when the father god abdicates and you become the second generation of the god king. I Ching looked at the goddess with bright eyes and a radiant smile, a hint of laughter and brilliance in her gaze. He laughed heartily and said, truly, you're the goddess of wisdom. My dear goddess, you understand my thoughts so well. After a pause, I Ching waved his hand, and a light portal opened from the dragon pearl. He smiled and said, come on, let's see the gift I prepared for you. Then, I Ching took Monomoxine through the light portal and arrived in the small world of the dragon pearl, the boundless heavenly realm of the future. As soon as they entered, a massive jade tree stood tall, its dense branches adorned with star-like leaves, and countless golden patterns covered the branches and trunk. Beneath the great tree was a platform made of pristine sheep-fat white jade, and under the tree was a dazzling golden chair shaped like a dancing dragon, a dragon throne. Beside the dragon throne was a beautiful chair made of 3,000 hieroglyphs, which also bore the name of the goddess Monomoxine in its evolving design. I Ching led Mnemosyne to the throne of the goddess, smiling as he said, "My dear goddess, the beautiful and radiant goddess of chaos, Mnemosyne, this is the gift I have prepared for you." At that moment, Mnemosyne was stunned and covered her mouth. She could feel the special attraction this throne had for her. Chapter 16. Taking advantage of the situation. "My dear," Mnemosyne said, blushing. I Ching let her sit down and smiled, saying, "This is the chair I left for my woman. By sitting on it, you can connect with my world and come here anytime, anywhere. Because of this, you will not be elevated to a higher status due to the cessation of civilization." Mnemosyne was surprised and touched. At this moment, she was still a beautiful girl, remaining in her youthful form before the Titan pantheon became the mainstream of the heavens. It was only when the Titan pantheon became the master of a new era that she would transform into a stunning goddess. Oh, seeing this, Mnemosyne's feelings surged. The clouds and rain over Wushan were abundant. After a few more days, Mnemosyne left with 3,000 hieroglyphs, and I Ching smiled faintly as he watched the figure of the beautiful goddess depart. He then turned and entered the Boundless Heavenly Realm. The Boundless Heavenly Realm was the Dragon Ball world, a name I Ching had prepared for his heavenly domain. Soon, under the towering civilization tree, the goddess's chair became ancient yet vibrant, with a sphere of light floating above it. I Ching sensed the changes in the heavenly realm and smiled lightly as he said, "How does it feel?" Immediately, the charming face of Mnemosyne appeared in the chair, and she smiled with curiosity as she said, "It's amazing. I am currently on my way to my father's temple. I can feel that I can return at any time. My dear, this is truly wonderful. Although deities are omnipresent, their presence is limited to their own domains, and such cross-world abilities are simply unattainable." I Ching chuckled lightly and said, "That's good, but you must be careful and prioritize your own safety. If anything seems off, let me know immediately." Although I Ching didn't say any sweet words, he was quite helpful to this beautiful goddess. She shyly smiled and then disconnected the call. I Ching slowly sat on the dragon throne, watching the ever-expanding world. The goddess of literature is already mine, while the god of agriculture and the goddess of plants still need the space god Kronos and the goddess of time Rhea to nurture them. This authority now also falls under the realm of the Earth Mother Goddess Gaia, who is not easy to deal with. In the future, she will evolve into the consciousness of Gaia. If I bring her into my heavenly realm, I will at least have an invincible position among the myths of various worlds. I Ching slightly closed his eyes to ponder. At this moment, his divine power was merely that of a minor deity, practically insignificant in this untamed world. Though he was a great god, his potential was far from low, given his mysterious origins, a fusion of the later and the primordial. Moreover, existing in this mythical world was not as idyllic as one might imagine. The divine king sat high upon his throne, wielding absolute authority over life and death. This mythical realm operated under its own ruthless laws, the survival of the fittest. Behind the enchanting tales and heroic epics of mythology lay layers of deceit, stark revelations of human nature, and even fratricide among siblings. It was a world starkly different from the moralistic myths of the East. Furthermore, the gods wielded omnipresent and terrifying power within their respective domains. Take I Ching, for example. Though his divine power was feeble within the bounds of his totem, he dared to challenge even a great god and suppress them. Mighty deities cannot completely overpower weaker ones, just like the new incarnation of love and desire in later ages. Cupid, the god of love, his golden and silver arrows are unstoppable even by the gods. The future sun god Apollo himself lost in love because of Cupid's arrows. It can be said that the concept of divinity is the true foundation, and I Ching represents not only humans and dragons, but also civilization and history, as well as the beginning and what follows. It can be said that his potential is limitless. Tap, tap, tap. His fingers lightly drummed against the dragon throne as I Ching pondered. In the world of mythology, no deity was willing to forsake immortality or the chance to become the supreme god. For to be weaker than another god meant being controlled by them, and especially in this mythos where divine authority reigned supreme. Such subjugation was all the more terrifying. Had he not seen Zeus's endless dalliances, or how his elder brother Hades, the king of the underworld, and his second brother Poseidon were much the same? Their stories needed no elaboration. I Ching shuddered at the mere thought. Writing agriculture, order, Egon murmured to himself, thinking of a goddess, Themis, the goddess of order and justice. Or perhaps she could also be called the goddess of order, fairness, and righteousness. Themis, the aunt of Zeus and his second wife, was the goddess of justice under the dominion of the Olympian king. In later times, she bore Zeus the three Ori, goddesses of the seasons, spring, summer, and autumn, as well as the three Moirai, the fates. I Ching narrowed his eyes slightly. He also wanted to conquer the world through strength, but at this moment, he was weak and lacked a dedicated domain to provide him with support. Therefore, he had no choice but to seek alternative shortcuts, learning from the foreigners to surpass them. Originally, Zeus was taken by his mother, the time goddess Rhea, to live with his uncle and aunt, the river and ocean god Oceanus, and his wife. Later, after Zeus learned of his true identity, he married his uncle and aunt's daughter, the goddess of wisdom Métis. With the aid of Métis's wisdom, Zeus eventually became the king of gods. However, this philandering god-king then took Hera as his first official wife. As for Métis, she was swallowed by Zeus, who stored the goddess of wisdom within his brain to continue drawing upon her intellect. Eventually, Métis gave birth to a child, the goddess who later emerged from Zeus's head, the goddess of war and wisdom, Athena. Thus, what I Ching sought to learn was this philandering god-king's ability to leverage the strengths of others. However, Cronus was not an easy figure to deal with. This once wise, but increasingly tyrannical god-king in his later years also placed great importance on faith. I Ching realized that the disappearance of the golden humans was due to a game he played, which directly shattered the earth, causing a massive earthquake that led to the extinction of these near-demigod beings. After their deaths, they were taken in by the gods as divine servants, becoming guardians of all things, recorders of justice, and punishers of evil. It must be noted that the golden humans were the purest beings created by the gods, born as the most devout servants of the divine. Though they were all male and incapable of reproduction, they were still incredibly precious. If these golden humans had existed in Buddhism or Catholicism, they would likely have become arhats or angels. I Ching pondered, then looked at his empty world. He thought these so-called warriors of the golden humans might be quite good. Once I have countless celestial soldiers and divine generals as numerous as clouds, I will surely sweep through all worlds, and only my heavenly court will reign supreme in the heavens. In the end, I Ching concluded that among the world's mythologies, apart from Norse mythology, Buddhism, and Catholicism, none could truly compare. What a pity! If only I could subdue Gaia. With her creative power, she could surely create humans. Then, by teaching them cultivation methods myself, and using my boundless heavenly court as their ascension, I would undoubtedly overlook all worlds and become the supreme deity among supreme deities. At this moment, I Ching could only idly imagine that the myths of all worlds had not yet evolved to their true pinnacle. Everything was still desolate, with the worlds instinctively nurturing and evolving. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years passed in mythical time. Chapter 17. The beginning of the prophecy over these thousands of years, I Ching diligently cultivated without cease, finally elevating his divine power to the level of a greater deity, comparable to that of an intermediate god, equivalent to the strength Zeus would attain upon reaching adulthood in later times. Beyond this, the boundless heavenly realm had also expanded significantly. The tree of civilization grew even more immense. Throughout these millennia, Mnemosyne often visited. Yet, perhaps the time was not yet ripe for conception, as she had not borne any children up to now. Alternatively, it might have been that the authority over procreation in heaven and earth still lay in the hands of the sky god Uranus. This very reason could explain why the Titan gods neither developed mutual affection nor united to bear offspring. On this day, the heavens and the earth quarreled, a sight I Ching had witnessed many times over the millennia, and it grew increasingly intense. Eventually, Uranus became outright brutal. The sky's actions toward the earth grew ever more violent, and he grew increasingly impatient and wary of his own children, the 12 Titans. For the 12 Titans had also matured, inheriting the boundless talents of both sky and earth, granting them limitless potential. In just these few short millennia, each of the 12 Titans had ascended to the level of great divine power. Their divine ranks had also reached the late stage of the great god. Even so, their terrifying power as Titans was something that even the primordial gods found astonishing. Their talents were too strong, too fearsome. On this day, heaven and earth quarreled fiercely until a dispute erupted, and the 12 colossal Titan gods stepped forward to mediate. Father God, the 12 Titans used their terrifying might to try to separate the heavens and the earth. It was then that Uranus realized that the children he had long ignored had also grown so formidable. When their dreadful power erupted together, even he, the fearsome God King, was momentarily restrained. At this moment, Uranus no longer had thoughts of union, but instead his heart was filled with dread. The power generated by these 12 children was even greater than that of the Cyclopes and the Cinemanes in the past. Perhaps it was because all 12 siblings were exerting their strength together. At this moment, Uranus recalled the prophecy of the night goddess Nyx. Your children, any of your children, could be a possibility. But if one is to become the god king, it will undoubtedly be the firstborn. At this thought, Uranus looked toward the 12 colossal titans standing between heaven and earth. Their massive forms towered so high that even mountains barely reached their ankles. Their terrifying bodies stretched to the very limits of the world at that moment. They are the children born of heaven and earth. Well done, my children, the titans. Uranus spoke in a deep voice, his tone brimming with barely suppressed rage. The Earth Mother Gaia revealed her beautiful and dignified face, glaring at the sky with hostility. After all this time, the once closest of companions had now become enemies. When the 12 titans noticed Uranus shifting his gaze from their mother to them, each of them was instantly reminded of their father's terror and cruelty. Uranus glared furiously at the 12 titans and said, "Now you too have begun to rebel against your father. You also wish to sit upon the throne of the king of gods, do you?" Boom! The heavens trembled violently, drawing the gaze of the gods. In the next moment, a vast expanse of the sky came crashing down as Uranus, with his immense power, instantly struck the 12 titans into the earth. Then, with terrifying divine might, he cast them once more into the womb of Gaia. Ah! The Earth Mother Goddess Gaia let out a miserable cry, her eyes filled with disbelief. In the distance, I Ching also sighed and shook his head. Uranus's actions had already betrayed the very concept of fatherhood. Uranus, you, Gaia the Earth Mother, screamed in agony, utterly despairing at Uranus's actions. Uranus, on the other hand, was overjoyed, seeing the 12 titans return to their mother's womb. The sudden disappearance of his lingering fear put him at ease. Ha ha! See that? My dearest mother, my most beloved divine queen. We shall ultimately reign eternally over this world, and no one can stop me. Uranus laughed wildly, his gaze fixed on the vanishing 12 titans. The lightness in his heart slightly eased his cruelty. Yet, the return of the 12 titans halted the evolution of all things between heaven and earth, even reversing it. The sky gradually darkened once more. Witnessing this, Gaia, the Earth Mother Goddess, closed her eyes in anguish. Her heart burned with the fury of both a mother and a wife, as well as the flames of disappointment and despair over the regression of the world she had nurtured. As she watched the departing sky, Gaia summoned this terrifying fire and directed it to the deepest depths of the earth, a place where the world's hardest stones lay. To her astonishment, this wrathful fire began to melt even the most indestructible rocks of the mythical world. The searing fury transformed into molten lava and subterranean flames, spreading across the land, becoming yet another manifestation of Gaia's divine authority. These terrifying forces continuously scorch the black, solid rocks. The will of chaos may now perceive. Nyx, the goddess of night, chuckles amidst the boundless darkness as another decree falls into place. Over the long ages, I Ching returned to the abyss of water. In the endless celestial realm, I Ching often conversed with Mnemosyne. Their current situation is safe, yet due to the divine power of Uranus and his dreadful authority, they are unable to leave the body of Gaia, the Earth Mother. They can only communicate with I Ching within her form as primordial concepts. It's coming soon. Heaven and earth began to unite once more, and the world had now become desolate again. The cattle and sheep, without time, and the titans, turned into grains of sand and returned to the embrace of Gaia, the Mother Earth. The union of sky and earth grew violent, each coupling a brutal act of domestic abuse. On this day, within the boundless celestial realm, I Ching sat upon the dragon throne and heard a voice from the seat of the recording goddess. Meanwhile, inside the body of Gaia, the Mother Earth, the 12 titans had once again taken human form. Connected by Gaia, they regained their bodies. Listen to me, Gaia spoke solemnly, her voice heavy. Your father, Uranus, has shamed us. He forces us to endure his terrible power. This cannot go on any longer. You must rise up against Uranus. The 12 titans were startled by her words. Only Cronus, the god of space, and the goddess of time exchanged a fleeting glance. But mother, said Oceanus, the god of rivers and seas, nervously, our father is far too powerful. We are no match for him. Gaia summoned the black sickle forged by her wrath, manifesting it within her womb. You need not face him directly, she declared. All you must do is sever it. Your father, Uranus, the sky god, will then be suspended at the highest point of the chaos world. And I promise, she continued, that once your father is cast high above, whoever dares to rise against Uranus first shall become the second divine king. But did Mother Nyx, the goddess of night, say that only the firstborn would become the king of gods? The first Titan god, the deity of rivers and oceans, Oceanus, spoke nervously. He too coveted the throne of the divine king, but now the Earth Mother goddess Gaia actually sought to support a new king of the gods. The voice of Gaia, the Earth Mother, came forth. When your father places you back into my body, it is as if I am birthing you anew. Whoever steps forward first shall be the first to emerge. He shall be the eldest of the Titans and the second king of the gods. Chapter 18, the finale and emergence. Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, the 12 Titans never expected that the final prophecy would be fulfilled at this very moment. Then Cronus, the god of space and the heavens, the youngest of the 12 Titans, stepped forward and said, "Let me do it." The goddess Mnemosyne, upon hearing this, looked at Cronus in shock, recalling I Ching's smile at that moment, her face remaining expressionless. Cronus, Oceanus, and the other Titans were shocked. It was none other than Cronus, their youngest brother. "My dear brother, let me handle this." Kronos reached out and seized the black scythe. He grasped this terrifying artifact, and with it, he seized destiny itself. Kronos, wielding his black scythe, slowly unleashed his divine power, causing the space around him to ripple. The very concept of the celestial seemed to be contending for supremacy over the heavens. At this moment, the sky god Uranus descended once again. Over the years, his yang energy had grown increasingly intense, especially after he forced the 12 Titans back into confinement, making it even more overwhelming. On this day, the goddess of night, Nyx, slowly veiled her form. Yet her gaze remained profound as she witnessed the fall of the first divine king. On this day, I Ching emerged from the waters, holding a book and a brush, ready to record and proclaim. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the sky and earth began to tremble with a thunderous crash. A connection between the heavens and the land was severed by a black scythe, swiftly plummeting into the sea. Ah! Uranus let out a cry of agony, and immediately the entire sky began to uncontrollably surge upward. Uranus gazed upon the first of the mighty Titans to emerge, sensing the struggle between the dominion of Cronus and the authority of the celestial gods. He grew furious, yet he understood. This was his firstborn, the future king of gods. "My father, Uranus, lord of the sky, your era has come to an end." Kronos raised his black scythe and roared in fury, for he had endured enough over the years. No longer did he devoutly invoke the king of gods, but instead called out the deity's name directly. Uranus laughed in extreme anger, his formidable power now rendered useless, as he would become the will of the sky, eternally suspended high above. "Kronos, you have overthrown me now. I curse you in the name of Uranus, the first-generation sky god, the creator of Gaia, the Earth Mother. You too shall be overthrown by your own child, just as I was." Urano's massive face was constantly churned by clouds in the sky, as if trying to lift him up. He clutched the rolling curtains of the heavens, glaring furiously at his son Kronos beneath the vast firmament. He issued the final command of the divine king's authority, also using formidable primordial divine power as a curse. Kronos raised his head and swung the black scythe with a fierce slash. The authority of the gods and space began to erupt. Empowered by this primordial god-slaying weapon and the gradually shifting divine kingship, his strength grew increasingly terrifying. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying power of the black scythe severed Uranus's last remaining connection, and the next moment, the sky ascended without limit. It swiftly enveloped the night, soared above the darkness, and arrived at the world's embryonic membrane. With a thunderous roar, it transformed into a celestial realm, while its lower half became the sky. Kronos, the other 12 Titans also stepped out at this moment, watching as Cronus's authority gradually grew heavier, their gazes filled with complex emotions. Before Cronus could turn around and speak, a tremendous dragon's roar suddenly echoed through the heavens and earth. Roar! Then a massive, majestic, and sacred golden dragon spread across the chaos world. The golden dragon transformed into a deity with a human body and a dragon's tail, holding a book and a brush as he painted in the sky. After a moment, he spoke in a slow, solemn voice. "The first volume of the history of the chaos world, the primordial and the fall of the divine king, is now complete. The era before this shall be known as the age of the primordial gods." As I Ching spoke, the will of chaos manifested, and the favor of heaven descended at that moment. simultaneously designating the era of the primordial gods mentioned by I Ching as the age before Cronus ascended the throne, the era of the most ancient gods. The Earth Mother Goddess Gaia revealed her face, still beautiful and dignified, but now with a hint of dominance. No longer as gentle as before, as if the earth had birthed the molten fires of the underworld. The goddess of night, Nyx, instantly flashed to the enormous dragon's tail, gazing at the beautiful divine being with an enigmatic smile in her eyes. Erebus, the god of darkness, also appeared in a flash. Except for Tartarus, who remained asleep at this time, all the primordial gods and titans had seen him. The most ancient of gods, I Ching gazed at the gods, his dark eyes profound and deep. The pages of the book in his hands rustled as they turned, revealing paintings and ancient, mystical hieroglyphs that materialized in the air. Simultaneously, the history of the world recorded by I Ching was also transcribed and preserved by the will of chaos. Boom! Deba en favor descended. The book and pen in I Ching's hands rapidly transformed, growing more majestic and grand. Additionally, divine blessings began to gather around I Ching, intending to elevate his divine power. However, I Ching channeled this energy into the dragon pearl instead. Within the dragon pearl, the boundless celestial realm swiftly expanded, and the central jade tree grew even taller. Soon, a magnificent palace emerged upon the pristine white jade platform. The palace was constructed from precious materials: white jade, jadeite, gemstones, gold, silver, nama wood, and more, a structure nurtured by the celestial realm itself. Above the palace, the words Hall of the Imperial Way were inscribed. Behind it, another complex of buildings stood atop the jade tree, resembling an ethereal paradise beyond the mortal world. Three grand characters, Crystal Palace, were prominently displayed. As the dragon pearl transformed, the divine dragon, born from the mother of yin and yang, grew thicker and more majestic. The essence of the five elements also coalesced, forming clouds that cradled the dragon pearl. It's him, the most ancient god. I never imagined he would truly emerge. The goddess of memory, Mnemosyne, spoke calmly, revealing no hint of her connection to this primordial deity. Then, the colossal form of the human god transformed into a golden dragon, its serpentine body stretching across the entire sky. Its majestic and sacred figure, holding a radiant pearl, traversed from the west to the east of the world. After gazing eastward, it soared back into the watery abyss. At the abyss stood Nyx, the goddess of night, and Gaia, the mother of the earth. As they observed the serene and secluded valley, untouched by the outside world, Gaia couldn't help but remark, "I never imagined he'd been hiding here all along." Despite Gaia's dominion over the earth, she had been unaware of I Ching's hidden sanctuary. Nyx chuckled softly as she gazed at the lake. "This place is remarkable. I didn't expect him to embody the concepts of both dragon and man." At the mention of dragons, both Nyx and Gaia's eyes flickered with thought. In the world of chaos, the concept of dragons was introduced by Gaia and Tartarus, the god of the abyss and the underworld, through the birth of the progenitor of monsters, the mighty dragon Typhon. In other words, the concept of dragons and chaos had not yet been fully realized. Nyx, who governed the laws of inevitability, knew all. Meanwhile, Gaia, upon seeing I Ching, received revelations from the prophetic tablets and divine oracles. Chapter 19, Dialogue of the Gods. He is not purely a god of the chaos world. Gaia paused and spoke, finally realizing that this most ancient deity was not native to chaos. Nyx nodded slightly. She had long suspected as much, for as the goddess who birthed Enki, the embodiment of inevitability, how could any god exist outside the bounds of fate? There was only one explanation. He was an anomaly beyond fate itself. Only an entity outside the ordained laws could escape the inevitability she governed. Splash! Suddenly, the lake's surface rippled, parting to reveal the dark, rocky walls of the abyss. "Welcome, goddesses." A voice carried by the waves rose from the depths, conveying I Ching's greeting to the surface. Gaia smiled faintly, and Nyx mirrored her expression. The two goddesses stepped into the abyss, discovering that the seemingly small lake concealed an immense space within. As they descended, a grand crystal palace came into view, its foundation built from coral, its walls from crystal bricks. The palace gates swung open, and Gaia and Nyx marveled at its unique and otherworldly architecture. Upon entering, they finally beheld the most ancient god seated upon the throne. I Ching stood up with a smile and said, "The arrival of distinguished guests, especially two goddesses, has made the scenery here even more beautiful." I Ching's words brought a more sincere smile to the faces of the two goddesses. Gaia, the Earth Mother, gazed at I Ching's handsome features and said with a gentle smile, "You must be the primordial god. I never expected you to be so young." The night goddess Nyx remained silent, her eyes filled with curiosity as she studied I Ching. Yet, her mind was tirelessly searching for his existence on the tablet of fate. However, no matter how many times she scoured through the decrees of destiny, she could find no trace of I Ching. I Ching laughed heartily upon hearing this, gestured for the two goddesses to take a seat, and then waved his hand to summon some wine. He said, "May I ask what brings the two goddesses here?" Mother Earth Gaia replied, "I have always heard of the ancient god's mystery, but have never met you in person. Naturally, this time I came to see for myself." After speaking, Gaia suddenly looked at I Ching and asked, "I wonder if the ancient god was born of chaos?" I Ching chuckled lightly and said, "I come from beyond the heavens, but I was indeed nurtured within the body of chaos." Upon hearing this, Gaia, the Earth Mother Goddess, smiled and replied, "Then you too were born of chaos. If that is the case, I should call you elder brother." I Ching looked at the two and smiled, saying, "When I first came into this world, I saw the goddess Gaia's true form just beginning to take shape, so calling you that isn't entirely wrong." At that moment, the goddess of night, Nyx, asked, "Then, O ancient one, could you tell us what lies beyond the heavens?" As beings born from the essence of the world itself, they naturally had some knowledge of the outside, but their understanding extended only to the existence of other mythological realms. Beyond the heavens? I Ching mused. There are countless worlds, each home to mighty deities no less powerful than those of the chaos realm. I Ching spoke, then continued, "In the east of this world, there was originally another grand and magnificent realm, but now it has been veiled by two supreme deities existing in a separate space-time." After a pause, I Ching added, "I come from there." The Earth Mother Goddess Gaia and the Night Goddess Nyx were startled. Two supreme deities? They thought. Could the Eastern world truly be so formidable? "Great Ancient One, might you share some information about that realm?" Gaia asked earnestly. Initially, she had not paid much attention to I Ching, an otherworldly deity, due to his seemingly modest power. But now, upon hearing this, she realized how terrifying that world might be, and some of her previous thoughts were temporarily suppressed. I Ching nodded upon hearing this and began to elaborate. In just a short while, he finished recounting the stories of the two supreme deities, Fu Shi and Enhua. Unexpectedly, the ancient gods were actually born from these two supreme deities. The goddess of night, Nyx, was intrigued. She could sense that destiny had become somewhat blurred, even turning into the unknown. However, this shift in destiny would not affect her in any way. Instead, it seemed to elevate her authority slightly. This naturally made her even more curious about I Ching's existence. She had a feeling that this change was something beneficial for her. At that moment, I Ching continued, "To the north of chaos lies another world, very close to it. This world is a world tree, and I refer to it as the Norse divine realm." The Earth Mother Goddess, Gaia, exclaimed in surprise, "A world tree? Is this world truly so close to chaos?" I Ching nodded and then described the peculiarities of the world tree, astonishing the two primordial gods. However, as I Ching observed the profound depths in their eyes, he naturally understood that these two deities had likely also considered spreading their faith to other worlds as a means to elevate their divine status. As I Ching elaborated on world after world, the Earth Mother Goddess Gaia and the Goddess of Night also changed their expressions. Though I Ching did not mention the deities of those many worlds, his detailed account demonstrated his profound understanding of the multiverse. How could this most ancient god possess such extensive knowledge of other worlds? Could it be that he had already visited them? This thought surfaced in the Earth Mother Goddess Gaia's mind. For gods, ascending to the status of a supreme deity was their greatest aspiration. Only by becoming a supreme deity could one achieve true eternal life, no longer bound to a single world or reliant on the world itself for immortality. Thus, the beautiful face of the Earth Mother Goddess Gaia shifted. With a light laugh, she exuded her charm and said, "For some reason, the sight of you, ancient god, gives me a sense of familiarity, as if I once nurtured the Titans. Might the ancient god enlighten me?" I Ching raised an eyebrow with a faint smile, for he naturally knew this truth. He was both human and dragon. As a human, he embodied the concept of humanity, encompassing both the innate and the acquired. The Earth Mother Goddess Gaia was the mother of all things, the mother of gods, and likewise the mother of humankind. Thus I Ching, now nurtured within the world of chaos, inherently possessed a fragment of its conceptual essence. I Ching gazed at Gaia, the Earth Mother Goddess, and chuckled lightly. This is related to the essence reflected within me. I represent the essence of humanity. Humanity? Gaia, the Earth Mother Goddess, was puzzled. Suddenly, in the next moment, the prophetic stone tablet, the oracle, appeared in her hand. Within the oracle, images of 6 generations of humans emerged. Instantly, Gaia understood. Meanwhile, Nyx, the goddess of night, sensed once again that Ananke, the goddess of inevitability she had manifested, was growing somewhat indistinct. Gold, silver, bronze, iron hero, and clay, the 6 generations of humans. Gaia, the Earth Mother Goddess, suddenly realized. So, I Ching represented the concept of humanity. Yet all humans in the world of chaos would be born from her. Though they were created by the gods, the materials used were all taken from her body. Naturally, she was the mother of humanity. So, it is, do the primordial gods also possess the power of prophecy? Gaia, the Earth Mother Goddess, asked in astonishment. She had not expected such a distant future to be foreseen by this young, primordial god before her. Chapter 20. Greed and Cunning. I Ching chuckled lightly and said, I write the history of the world, and the decrees set by the goddess Nyx naturally fall within my sight. The goddess of night, Nyx, was taken aback, then smiled and asked, an ancient god actually knows of this? Then I suppose you must also be aware of the issues arising from the evolution of my other incarnation? I Ching nodded. He naturally knew that the evolution of the world's main deities was all recorded in his book. Everything that appeared, everything that occurred, it would all be documented in his book. And all that was unknown, all that had not yet happened, could not possibly appear. However, the decrees left by the goddess of inevitability, Ananke, were reflected in I Ching's book. Combined with his understanding of mythology, it was only natural that he also knew the events destined to unfold in the myths. I Ching said to the goddess of night, Nyx, the problem you're facing is because of me, isn't it? The goddess of night, Nyx, chuckled lightly and looked at I Ching, replying, Then, I wonder if the ancient god knows what I might do to you. Surely, the ancient god also understands how crucial ascension is to a deity. I Ching chuckled, showing no sign of nervousness. First and foremost, he was inherently invincible. He possessed the celestial realm within the Dragon Ball, and his own Tao had already permeated the boundless heavens. Naturally, if he were slain, he could resurrect within the celestial realm. With a smile, he said, the goddess must understand that such a change is not a bad thing for you either. By now, Gaia, the Earth Mother Goddess, had grasped the implications of his words. She and T expected that her sister had already reached the threshold of a supreme god, albeit only within the context of the chaos world. Nevertheless, this meant that Nyx, the goddess of night, could transcend the confines of the world. Nyx, the goddess of night, arched her slender eyebrows. Her jet black hair and dark pupils embodied her identity as the ruler of the night, and her black gown, though not yet adorned with stars, could not conceal her exquisite figure. With a playful lift of her brow, she smiled and said, if that is the case, what solution does the ancient god have for this problem? Hearing this, Gaia turned her gaze to I Ching with a spectator-esque curiosity, eager to see what method this peculiar ancient god could offer. Initially, when I Ching's identity as an otherworldly deity was revealed, Gaia had entertained some alternative thoughts, such as leveraging his unique status to venture into other worlds. But now, I Ching had demonstrated something even more valuable than his identity, the knowledge he possessed. I Ching looked at the goddess of night, Nyx, and suddenly said, Inyang. Inyang? Nyx and Gaia were puzzled. What was this? Even as gods, they had never heard of such a concept as Inyang. I Ching summoned the mother of Yin and Yang, pointing at the 2 divine dragons dancing around each other, and said, this is their essence. Gaia and Nyx looked over and immediately sensed something profoundly mysterious. Though they couldn't discern the true nature of the dragons in such a short time, the principles of cosmic evolution contained within them were vast and profound, as if a primordial chaos deity was self-generating and self-evolving. For a moment, even the Earth Mother Goddess Gaia felt a stirring of desire and greed. Just from the manifestation of these 2 energies, it was clear they were absolute treasures, worthy of being called supreme artifacts of the world. The book in I Ching's hands grew slightly warm. His concealment ability also issued a warning, and his concept of human was calling out. Suddenly, he smiled at Gaia, the Earth Mother Goddess, and said, has the goddess taken a liking to this Yin-Yang Mother Chi? Hearing this, Gaia paused for a moment before laughing without restraint. These 2 streams of chi are truly extraordinary. Even I find them utterly captivating. I Ching laughed heartily without a care and said, Even if I gave you these yin and yang energies, you wouldn't be able to use them. Mother Earth Gaia frowned, displeased, but her caution tempered her greed somewhat. She furrowed her brows and asked, "Oh, and why is that?" I Ching chuckled and said, "Only when you understand it and comprehend it can you nurture it and master it. If I were to give you these two energies, you would forever be under my control, simply because they are the embodiment of my yin and yang. Are these energies nurtured by you, the ancient god?" Mother Earth Gaia exclaimed in surprise, her greed instantly dissipating. The restrictions were too great. No matter how precious these two energies were, they weren't worth submitting to another. I Ching nodded and saw the yin-yang mother, Qi, slowly rising and transforming into a yin-yang Dao diagram, saying, "This is the diagram of two forms." Then, as the yin reached its peak, yang was born, and as the yang reached its peak, yin was born, giving rise to a Taiji diagram. I Ching said, "This is the Taiji diagram." Immediately after, the yin and yang transformed, and the five elements began to generate and evolve each other. From this moment on, however, Gaia, the Earth Mother Goddess, and Nyx, the Goddess of Night, grew somewhat confused. They were entirely unfamiliar with the various esoteric concepts involved. Though they recognized some of the changes, the moment the Taiji diagram emerged and the five elements began their transformations, they became bewildered. This confusion stemmed from differences in the civilizations they embodied and the varying stages of their evolution. It must be understood that the Taiji diagram first appeared during the Song dynasty, while the Bagua, 8 trigrams, were originally 8 symbols, not the later combined Taiji Bagua diagram. Precisely because of the limitations in their civilization's scope, Gaia and Nyx naturally had no knowledge of the Taiji diagram. Moreover, due to the divergence in their civilization's evolution, they could not grasp its underlying concepts. Earlier, their understanding had relied solely on the intrinsic nature of their divine authority to comprehend the Tao contained within the yin and yang energies. At this point, Gaia abandoned any further thoughts about this supreme treasure. I Ching had already demonstrated the unique power of this artifact, and because of this, Gaia, wary of being bound by human conditions, though still coveting the primordial yin-yang qi, would no longer resort to schemes or force to seize it. Such skill, ancient god. The quick-witted Gaia immediately grasped the shift in circumstances. Clearly, I Ching had seen through everything, prompting her to chuckle helplessly. Even so, she remained composed, sitting calmly in her place without leaving in shame or anger. After all, as the incarnation of the earth, despite possessing human traits like jealousy, envy, and greed, she could not conceal the earth's intrinsic nature, boundless tolerance. Instead, I Ching smiled faintly, his eyes glinting as he addressed Gaia and Nyx. "However, I wonder if the two goddesses would be willing to learn the Tao of yin and yang?" Gaia and Nyx exchanged surprised glances. Was he truly willing to teach them? Gaia studied I Ching's expression and suddenly understood. Though this ancient god was enigmatic, he could not hide the weaknesses of male deities. With a light, suggestive laugh, she remarked, "Now that Uranus has ascended to the celestial heights, the king of God's authority over procreation has been dispersed among the deities." Nyx glanced at her sister, inwardly admiring her ingenuity. Even under the constraints of fate, her sister had found a way to transcend. With an enigmatic smile, Nyx added in her serene voice, "Under the decree of fate, I was to bear 3,000 deities alone, manifesting the 3 phases. Yet now, fate has shifted. It seems the guidance of an ancient god may be necessary." I Ching was inwardly astonished, but his expression remained unchanged as he looked at Gaia, the Earth Mother Goddess, and Nyx, the Goddess of Night. His original intention had not been for this matter. Even though he was a dragon, and dragons were inherently lustful by nature, he was not so desperate as to entertain such thoughts after just a few words. Chapter 21. Yin and Yang. It must be understood that although the primordial yin-yang qi was nurtured by him, its essence still originated from the two supreme deities, Fuxi and Yuwa. Naturally conceived by these two, I Ching also wished to help spread their faith across the myriad worlds, thereby transforming the entwined figures unearthed in various civilizations of his past life into depictions of Fuxi and Yuwa in union. Yet now, as I Ching observed the two goddesses, their expressions were calm and composed, as if they were making a contribution to the evolution of the chaos world. Perhaps I can take this opportunity to leave a trace of these two goddesses' essence within my heavenly realm. I Ching thought to himself. Since the meat had been delivered right to his mouth, he didn't mind playing the role of villain for a while. He would take the people, and the source as well. The world could evolve, and so could his celestial realm. The boundless evolution of the celestial realm within the Dragon Pearl required three things: the principles of heaven and earth, the essence of civilization, and the power of faith. Each of these could drive the evolution of the world. Among them, the principles of heaven and earth could be comprehended through personal enlightenment. But a faster method was to bring deities into the celestial realm, allowing it to absorb the essence of their inherent evolution. Just as I Ching had previously brought the goddess Mnemosyne into the celestial realm, causing his 3,000 pictographic characters to transform and granting him mastery over the authority of writing. Now, with the Earth Mother Gaia and the Night Goddess Nyx expressing such intentions, wasn't this a perfect opportunity? With a light chuckle, I Ching said, "Since the two goddesses are so eager to learn, follow me." He then rose and summoned the Dragon Pearl, leading the two goddesses inside. Within the celestial realm of the Dragon Pearl, supported by the Tree of Civilization, I Ching wielded absolute power and had no fear of others entering. Moreover, the essence of his celestial realm was sustained by the Tree of Civilization. As long as civilization endured, his celestial realm would remain unharmed. And had Eastern civilization perished? No, it had not. Thus, I Ching's celestial realm would not crumble under the attacks of deities. The Tao of yin and yang, greater enlightenment comes through union. But may the two goddesses remember these two supreme deities. I Ching spoke, then manifested the intertwined diagram of Fuxi and Yuhua. Immediately after leading the Earth Goddess Gaia and the Night Goddess Nyx into the boundless celestial realm, the two goddesses gazed at the small world before them with some astonishment, yet without the slightest fear. They were the embodiments of the essence of the chaos world, and thus it was naturally impossible for them to die. Though they would not become the sole deities in the future, their status as immortal gods would remain intact due to their intrinsic connection to the world's essence. Naturally, they had no reason to fear, except for the primal roots of the world's essence, such as Tartarus. As for I Ching's celestial realm, it was fundamentally a world, yet distinct from all others, a pure divine realm that would never give rise to mundane beings. This power feels so comforting, as if being nurtured, Gaia remarked with curiosity, reveling in the aura of civilization here, a force yet unborn in the chaos world. Moreover, this aura was vast and profound, as if the very foundation of heaven and earth were transforming into breath, continuously nourishing them. She could sense how crucial this power was to deities, akin to the importance of divine sparks to gods. The Night Goddess Nyx slightly closed her eyes, attempting to perceive the night of this world. Yet she felt nothing at all. It was as if everything in this realm was under the control of a single deity, leaving no room for other foreign gods to interfere. "Is this your world, ancient god?" Nyx asked in astonishment. She had always held mastery over all secrets of the chaos world, except for I Ching's true identity, and everything had been within her expectations. But now, standing in this mysterious place, bathed in the nurturing aura of civilization, she found it profoundly enigmatic. This sensation of being beyond her grasp was both novel and unsettling, as if omniscience had suddenly turned into the ignorance of a mortal. Yet, it also deepened her understanding of the concept of secrecy. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Blessings and calamities walk hand in hand. I Ching smiled and nodded, saying, "This is merely a world I created using the principles of yin and yang. If the two goddesses were to learn it, naturally, creating a world would be easy for them as well." He did not mention the celestial realm. These two goddesses had their own paths, and in the future, they would both become supreme deities. Now is not the opportune moment to recruit them. On the other hand, though the goddess of memory, Mnemosyne, was a titaness, she would never reach the supreme level in the future, not even the primordial level. Thus, I Ching felt safe speaking openly to her. After all, the truth often lies in a mix of reality and illusion, much like history itself. Who can truly discern what is real and what is false? As the saying goes, when truth is mistaken for illusion, illusion becomes truth. When illusion is mistaken for truth, truth becomes illusion. The ancient goddess and earth mother, Gaia, reveled in the essence of civilization, sensing the vast and boundless vitality within it, a vitality fundamentally different from that of the chaos world. This caused her divine essence to continuously elevate, filling her with a desire to reside here permanently. And so she did. Light garments loosened, mist rose, and the landscape merged into the hues of spring night. The flowers were veiled in mist, the mist veiled the flowers. Through many such nights, one could only marvel at the beauty of Emperor Shun, shared with the goddesses Huang and Ining. As the mist gradually dissipated, the boundless lands of the celestial realm began to solidify. Gaia sensed this and immediately understood. This was a mutual victory. She had sought the Tao of yin and yang and the essence of civilization, while I Ching had gained some of her own essence and that of the earth. How cunning, Gaia thought to herself. Yet she had not lost out in this exchange. Through their union, she had also acquired some of I Ching's concepts of humanity and dragons. This would make it easier for her to later birth humanity. Without I Ching's assistance, given his dominion over the concept of humanity, Gaia would have found it nearly impossible to create humans on her own. This was the evolution of cosmic authority, the division of power among the gods as willed by chaos. The goddess of night, Nyx, delighted in the creative interplay of yin and yang. As the two merged, I Ching also expounded upon the Tao of yin and yang, even delving into the teachings of the Yellow Emperor's inner canon, elucidating the principles of yin-yang and the 5 elements for the two goddesses. As he spoke, Nyx came to comprehend the transformations of yin and yang, how they engender and oppose one another, how they depend on and repel each other. All things bear yin and embrace yang, blending their energies to achieve harmony. She recited an ancient Eastern verse, her voice carrying the wisdom of the ages. Through I Ching's teachings and her own understanding, she gained insight into the interplay of fate and change. Rising gracefully, Nyx smiled lightly at I Ching, then gazed at the beautiful celestial realm. "O ancient god, my divine consort," she said, "might you show us more of this world?" Gaia also smiled softly. She, too, was deeply curious about this realm, especially since she had initially believed I Ching desired only their beauty. Yet she had not expected him to covet not just their allure, but also their very essence. Had this essence been something that could be lost, Gaia would have surely erupted in divine wrath, sparking a war among the gods. With a hint of reproach, Gaia looked at I Ching and said, "The ancient god is not so honest after all, coveting our very essence." I Ching chuckled lightly upon hearing this, and said, "Each takes what they need. Isnt the goddess, also coveting my origins, as both human and dragon." Chapter 22. A Tour the Earth. Mother Goddess Gaia smiled faintly. Naturally, before a god reaches their limits, who would indulge in emotions? Of course, this applies to worlds beyond the Eastern realm. In the Eastern world, there are the marriage laws established by the great deities Fuxi and Enwa. No god or human dares to defy them. The Western world, however, lacks such mythological traditions. Even in the Catholic Garden of Eden, Yahweh's Adam and Eve had to eat the forbidden fruit before humanity evolved. This shows how much more advanced Eastern thought is. It is precisely because of this that ethical norms in other mythological worlds often seem so awkward, though this is also related to the fundamentally different natures reflected in their myths. In the Greek world, the embodiment of the concept of marriage is Hera, the first wife of Zeus, the third-generation king of gods, and the divine witness of female fidelity in marriage. "Come, let me show you around," I Ching said, rising to his feet and leading the two goddesses on a tour of this small celestial realm. Gaia, the Earth Mother Goddess, and Nyx, the Goddess of Night, naturally had no intention of missing out and promptly followed. This small celestial realm was still not vast, but it was many times larger than a single abyss of water. "What kind of tree is that?" Gaia's gaze fixed on the towering jade tree that seemed to hold up the heavens. The tree radiated an intense aura of civilization. In her vision, she could faintly glimpse an even more magnificent and ancient world rapidly evolving within it. I Ching, the tree of civilization. This will be the tree of civilization that etches the legacies of all worlds. Hearing this, Nyx glanced at him with an inscrutable look, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. "That world must be the Eastern divine realm," Gaia said, pointing to the thick branches on the tree trunk. The branches bore civilizations, with patterns continuously evolving. Wisps of civilization's essence gathered like mist among the boughs, faintly reflecting the image of a world. I Ching nodded, then led the two goddesses closer to the tree of civilization. As they approached, Gaia suddenly realized that this divine tree was also enormous. Among its star-like branches, there was even a palace nestled within. "Such a beautiful place. If only one could live here forever," Gaia murmured softly, almost as if speaking to herself. Seeing this, I Ching chuckled lightly and said slowly, "This world would be more than happy to welcome the two goddesses to stay. Would you like to go up and take a look?" I Ching pointed to the massive palace nestled among the branches and said, "That is my crystal palace. Since the ancient god has extended the invitation, we would naturally be delighted to accept." Gaia said with a light laugh. Nyx also smiled and added, "Given the relationship between us now, is there any place we cannot go?" Upon hearing this, I Ching raised an eyebrow and stated bluntly, "This palace will be my crystal palace from now on." Crystal palace? The two goddesses were slightly puzzled, but I Ching offered no further explanation. Instead, he led them up the colossal jade tree, following the dragon-like patterns of its bark, which resembled the rugged paths of an ancient road. Soon, the three arrived amidst the branches, where clusters of mist settled on the ground like a land amidst the clouds. Ahead, intertwined branches of dark crystal stretched endlessly, framing a grand palace. On the palace, the three characters for Crystal Palace were inscribed in ancient and enigmatic pictographs, writing, "In the essence of Mnemosyne." Gaia instantly sensed that her Titan daughter, the goddess of memory Mnemosyne, had also been here. She turned to I Ching with a strange expression on her face. Egon brazenly said, "The goddess recorded the words I left behind, so she came to seek my teachings." Gaia rolled her eyes slightly. If they weren't divine beings, embodiments of concepts, they would have definitely had to settle this with a fight. Nyx suddenly chuckled, her eyes teasing as she remarked, "Under the decree of fate, I shall give birth to desire, or perhaps a goddess." I Ching's eyes twitched upon hearing this. It seemed they really thought he had no standards at all. That particular concept was something he had no intention of touching. He already embodied the inherently lustful nature of dragons, if you were to take on that concept as well. Wouldn't he, the future divine emperor, be known as the Dragon Celestial Emperor? NYKS's words even drew a soft chuckle from Gaia. She was well aware of the concept of desire, but she hadn't expected that particular conceptual system to fall under the domain of the goddess of Night's pantheon. I Ching helplessly shook his head and smiled, saying, "Let's go, I'll show you around." As soon as they entered the Crystal Palace, an even more intense aura of civilization surged toward them. Gaia exclaimed in astonishment, "How can the aura of civilization be so dense here? Could it be that the Eastern world is truly this magnificent?" Nyx was equally amazed. From the moment they stepped inside, this aura of civilization had been continuously enhancing them, filling them with immense delight. I Ching took a gentle breath, and the mist instantly entered his mouth and nose. In the next moment, his spirit became clear, and an overwhelming sense of comfort surged through him. "This is the place where my divine consort resides. If you gain my approval, even after leaving here, you will continue to be nurtured by the essence of civilization." I Ching spoke while leading the two goddesses on a tour. Gaia and Nyx immediately understood his words. Was he suggesting they each choose a place here? Uncertain if it was a test, Gaia pointed to a room that suited her taste and said, "This one is nice." I Ching raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "If you like it, then stay. After all, given our relationship, there's no need to stand on ceremony." However, Nyx asked, what? She was somewhat curious. What other conditions did this ancient deity have? I Ching said slowly, "If you choose to reside here, you will no longer be able to unite with other deities." Upon hearing this, Gaia frowned slightly and asked why. "The very existence of us ancient gods is to propel the evolution of the world, so nurturing deities is an essential duty." I Ching chuckled lightly and said, "Just consider it a man's possessive desire." Nyx then smiled and added, "But there's another way." Gaia continued, "If you possess a crucial concept that can aid us in nurturing the gods, naturally, we wouldn't need to seek unions with other deities." Upon hearing this, I Ching laughed. He embodied the mother of the dual forces of yin and yang. What couldn't he conceive and evolve? Especially since he also represented the concept of humanity. Humans dominate the myriad transformations of existence, steering the propulsion of all things between heaven and earth. Naturally, he was perfectly suited for this role. Thus, I Ching laughed heartily and said, "In that case, the two goddesses need not worry." Gaia found this intriguing. She had already merged with I Ching, but had only acquired the concepts of human and dragon. Here, human referred to mankind, and dragon to the great dragons. It could be said that Gaia had not yet fully grasped I Ching's origins. Suddenly, Gaia spoke. "Uranus has ascended, and the heavens and earth have already given birth to the Titans. Next, the soil of the sea must conceive the ocean and divide its boundaries." As she spoke, Gaia turned her gaze to I Ching, her expression calm, as if waiting to see how he would assist her in conceiving the ocean. I Ching chuckled lightly, and suddenly, a certain aura emanated from him, the aura of the Lord of the Seas, the ancestor of scales. "I possess the essence of the Lord of the Seas, the ancestor of scales. Though I cannot divide the oceans for you, the offspring we conceive together could be infeft with dominion over the seas." Chapter 23. the age of divine strife. Gaia laughed upon hearing this and said, I am the mother of the seas. The oceans will merge with me to form the 5 great oceans. How can you and I conceive offspring together? I Ching waved his hand, and 3 chairs appeared. The 3 deities sat down as he smiled and said, I am the ancestral dragon, the progenitor of dragons, the ancestor of humans, and the embodiment of the sovereign. Naturally, wherever the sovereign resides becomes his domain. As he spoke, I Ching revealed the full essence of his draconic nature. The rising aura transformed into countless shimmering scales, suddenly coalescing into a golden dragon. Around the dragon's body flickered countless fragments of imagery, dragons of the sea, rivers, lakes, and wells. The harmonious pairing of dragons and phoenixes in wedding ceremonies, the true dragon emperor beneath the sovereign's visage, dragon totems, the dragon of civilization, and more. Witnessing the dense and intricate concepts of his essence, Gaia and Nyx were astonished. These essences were already complete, meaning I Ching's origin had long been fully expanded. As long as he continued to grow, he would inevitably ascend to the status of a supreme deity. This was an absolute certainty. Is this merely your concept of the dragon? Gaia exclaimed in amazement, gazing at the vivid, draconic forms within the blurred reflections. Meanwhile, Nyx's eyes gleamed as 12 stone tablets shimmered around her. She sought to inscribe these essences, for as a deity, expanding one's essence was a way to elevate divine authority. Another method was to comprehend and evolve another concept, which would accelerate the growth of divine power and enhance one's strength even further. Especially when Nyx glimpsed the future, countless deities traversing the realms. The untamed white mist cleaved by the axe of civilization, the convergence of worlds. The great strife among gods. She saw images so vast and profound that even she could not peer beyond them. It would be an era both brutal and glorious, where gods coexisted and heroes and myths emerged in abundance. An age of interconnected worlds, where deities roamed freely, spreading faith and legends. An era where even gods could fall. Thus, Nyx held power in the highest regard. Now, the potential I Ching displayed surpassed even that of Erebus, the god of darkness. This was an indisputable fact. And this was merely I Ching's draconic concept. What if he were to reveal his human concept as well? Nyx glanced subtly at I Ching, noticing he was still conversing with Gaia, seemingly placing great importance on his possessiveness. However, I am to give birth to 3,000-star deities and other gods. His concepts of civilization and the Tao of yin and yang could indeed aid me, she mused. Moreover, this ancient god possesses such immense potential, coupled with this ever-expanding world. What is his true aim? A trace of doubt surfaced in Nyx's heart. The potential I Ching now exhibited was something that would make any deity envious. What was he truly planning? At that moment, I Ching retracted his draconic concept and smiled gently at Gaia and Nyx. Now, goddesses, would you be willing to stay? He then began painting another grand vision. Beyond this domain lie countless worlds. After Cronus creates the golden race of men, I shall journey afar. If you are willing to reside in the Crystal Palace, you may freely traverse between the celestial realm, the outer domains, and chaos. Boom! Like a thunderclap, Gaia and Nyx froze, then inwardly startled. At this moment, the 2 goddesses cast aside all thoughts of schemes and machinations, swiftly calculating in their minds what they might gain by venturing beyond chaos. After careful consideration, combined with the information I Ching had previously shared, they realized their power would grow far more rapidly there than by remaining in the world of chaos. Finally, Gaia spoke. Since the ancient god is so sincere, Gaia would be honored to reside in the Crystal Palace. I Ching was delighted upon hearing this and immediately waved his hand, transforming the chair beneath Gaia. He said, Gaia, reflect your essence within it, and this will grant you the ability to traverse time and space to reach the heavenly realm. Gaia frowned slightly, reflecting her essence. This was an attempt to fully absorb the laws governing the evolution of the earth in the chaos world. As she pondered this, Nyx chuckled softly. Her mysterious black dress made her appear even more enchanting as she gracefully remarked, Then, I wonder if the ancient god would be willing to preserve the night? The night was Nyx herself. Her bluntness was characteristic of her, befitting the figure from Greek mythology who single-handedly gave birth to desire, death, sleep, and the 3,000 star gods. Among them, the goddess of strife, the goddess of jealousy, and the goddess of lust were all her offspring. Indeed, her essence encompassed a vast spectrum, For it is in the night that creatures often commit deeds hidden from the light. I Ching was delighted to see Nyx agree and immediately waved his hand, manifesting his divine throne as he said, "Of course I'm willing. The arrival of night makes tomorrow all the more precious." I Ching's words brought a faint smile to Nyx's face. No one dislikes compliments, not even the gods. Thus, Nyx left the essence of chaos's night upon the divine throne, and in an instant, a streak of darkness swiftly appeared on the seat. At that moment, a massive circular mirror within the crystal palace displayed an image of the boundless celestial realm. Night slowly emerged in the heavens, while simultaneously, the mother of yin and yang energies rapidly grew and transformed. As Nyx's essence merged into it, the tree of civilization also began to manifest intricate patterns, scenes depicted through 3,000 pictographic characters. Now, the tree of civilization had connected with the world of chaos. Boom! Heaven and earth began to expand. Gaia, astonished, rose to her feet and gazed at the changes unfolding in the boundless celestial realm within the great mirror. Merely witnessing it granted her profound insights. This was a world creation spectacle entirely distinct from the one birthed by chaos. From that moment, Gaia was moved. She began to project her own essence toward the divine throne. Instantly, the boundless celestial realm continued to transform. This time, it was the earth that underwent change. The earth rumbled with thunderous noise as heaven and earth expanded once more, stretching outward mile by mile. What kind of place is this, truly? Nyx finally asked. Now, their relationship had truly taken on a different dimension. I Ching gently stirred the clouds, and as heaven and earth parted, he spoke. Let me recount this tale in detail. Setting aside the transformations within the Dragon Pearl, let us turn to the world of chaos, where the 12 titans had finally come to dominate the cosmos. Order began to take shape in the universe, and Cronus, the soon-to-be second-generation king of gods, stood atop a towering mountain, Mount Othrys. This was the very site Cronus had chosen to erect his divine temple. However, the mountains were all born from Uranus, the primordial god of the mountains. By selecting the summit as the foundation for his temple, Cronus was effectively trampling upon Uranus' very body to elevate his own glory as the new king of gods. Enraged, Uranus shook his colossal mountainous form, his size no less than that of the Titans, if not even greater. Cronus, he bellowed, these mountains are my domain. Urea shook the mountains, and instantly the unfinished temple collapsed. Cronus wielded the divine scythe, his gaze fixed on Urea, the youngest brother of Uranus, the last child of the earth mother Gaia, the mountain god Urea. Though his presence among the gods was not particularly notable, his strength was by no means weak. But that was all there was to it. Urea, remember, I am the God King, and it is your honor to erect my temple here, Cronos said in a deep voice. His previous strength had been similar to that of Uranus, but now, with the authority of the God King and the aid of the god-slaying scythe, Uranus was naturally no match for him. Chapter 24. The Titans gang up. Great. It seems the Titans have grown up now. Cronus, don't think that just because you've become the king of gods, you can seize my domain. Uriel showed no fear and sneered sarcastically. With a mere gesture, he shook the mountains of the entire chaos world, causing massive boulders to tumble down from every direction with thunderous roars, as if the heavens themselves were quaking. The earth thus roared, with cracks appearing everywhere. This is the power of Urea, the progenitor of mountains. At the mention of the name Titan, not only Cronus, but all 12 Titans revealed fury in their eyes. Who doesn't he know that the Titans are their father, the word spoken mockingly by the sky god Uranus? This is their dark history. The word Titan in the ancient divine tongue means the nervous ones or the timid ones. If Uranus had said it, they might have endured it. But how dare you, a mere mountain god, speak such words to the 12 Titan gods? You must know that they are now the Titan gods who rule the world of chaos. Boom! Crash! As soon as Urea moved, the 12 Titans arrived, 12 colossal deities wielding immense power, striking fiercely at Urea. Time shot like an arrow toward him, causing his movements to falter. Then, the massive celestial bodies of the sun and moon unleashed terrifying might, pressing down upon Urea, the primordial mountain. At that moment, Pontus, the god of the sea, watched in shock as his younger brother was besieged. The 12 Titans were even more fearsome than Uranus. Damn it, Pontus gazed at the sky. He had once believed he had a chance at the throne of the divine king, but never did he expect that the Titans, whom Uranus had once called cowards, would become so terrifying. Cronus, your victory is dishonorable. Urea was surrounded and beaten by the 12 Titans. Despite his formidable strength, and the potential of a primordial god. He was still no match for the equally terrifying deities born of heaven and earth, the Titans. Kronos waved his hand, stopping his many elder brothers and sisters. Although he could now also be called the eldest son, he chose not to do so. He said, "Everyone stop." Young Cronus was still wise, and his handsome, youthful face also reflected his current temperament. "Urea, if you fight me and lose, then surrender Mount Otris to me. Let it become the sacred mountain that proclaims the glory of the divine king." Kronos shouted, his voice youthful, like the morning sun, brimming with vitality and vigor. Urea, however, gazed warily at the 12 Titans. How terrifying they were. With a single grasp, they could seize an entire mountain peak, with a mere twist of their hands. They could split a mountain range in half. They were simply a group of monsters. "Fine, but you must also promise me that if you lose, you will never invade my territory again." Even after being beaten, Urea still defiantly shouted. This made the sun god Hyperion feel that he had gone too easy on him. He should have hurled a few meteors to teach the ancestor of mountains a lesson. Upon hearing this, Kronos burst into laughter, his youthful voice shouting, "Good, I can agree to that." The battle had just begun when Kronos swung his divine scythe with a slash. Instantly, a rift tore open across the land. Startling Urea, he was aware of Uranus's fate, especially when he learned that this weapon could actually harm a god. This made Urea even more cautious. His movements became hesitant and timid, which only fueled Kronos's confidence as the battle progressed. In the end, a dark sickle was pressed against Urea's neck, and he fell silent. Soon after, his massive form dissipated into nothingness, and the entire Mount Otris lost all traces of Urea's presence. "Ha ha ha, let's go. It's time to build our temple." Kronos watched as Urea fled in disarray and burst into triumphant laughter. Then, he led the other 12 Titans to continue building their own temple. Now, Mount Otris no longer belonged to Urea. Even though the concept of the mountain still resided with Urea, its control had already slipped from his grasp. Thus, the sacred mountain of the Titan pantheon, Mount Otris, came to its end. Your goal is actually to establish a celestial realm. Do you also possess a divine nature like Uranus? After Gaia learned about I Ching's plan, her expression changed. The sky god King Uranus gave her a very bad feeling. Even now, upon learning that I Ching also possessed such abilities, she couldn't help but change her expression. Nyx then speculated, perhaps it's not the same divine authority as Uranus, but rather the divine authority of heaven and earth. Ha ha ha. Good. This celestial realm is equivalent to a world, the heavenly domain where my future dragon court will reside. I Ching walked out of the crystal palace with the 2 women. Now that the 2 goddesses had become his own, especially after reflecting his essence, I Ching could be said to have treated them with genuine sincerity. At this moment, he smiled and spoke, his expression brimming with joy. After all, chaos's earth and night had been reflected into the celestial realm, allowing the tree of civilization to take root in chaos's world and draw upon its future essence of civilization. It could be said that just this alone made the inclusion of Gaia and Nyx well worth it. "So, your ambition is to become the God King of all worlds?" Gaia asked curiously, a flicker of desire for power flashing in her eyes. She had once been a divine queen, and though that status couldn't compare to her identity as a goddess, the feeling of being recognized by heaven and earth, with reality shifting according to her will, was intoxicating. She couldn't help but be somewhat drawn to it. No. The 2 women were puzzled. Then what's the point of keeping this celestial realm? I Ching said, "I want to be the king of kings, the divine emperor." The divine emperor is the source of the Tao, the master of laws, and the root of the cosmic order. These words made Gaia and Nyx somewhat skeptical, as it was simply too grand an ambition. Even a supreme deity merely represents a fraction of the Tao, not its very source. But how could they know that when the multiverse evolved the concept of a singular god, the Eastern world had already nurtured such an entity during the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? That was Hao Qian, also known as the vast heaven. Later, it evolved into the sovereign manifestation of the Tao, Hao Qian Shangdi, also called the celestial emperor. As time passed, this singular god gradually acquired ministers, forming the rudiments of the heavenly court. In the earliest days when the gods emerged, Hao Qian was already being nurtured. He ruled over the center of the celestial realm. And as the world evolved, with the rise of human culture and rituals, Hao Qian gradually ascended to become the singular god. He was the only deity beneath the many supreme gods who remained hidden within civilization. At that time, Hao Qian was the most exalted being in heaven and earth. But let us return to the present. Seeing the disbelief of the 2 goddesses, I Ching didn't mind, as long as they were willing to assist him. With his knowledge of the multiverse, even if he couldn't rule over all realms, dominating one or two minor worlds would still be possible. At this stage, it was still the era of the evolution of the mythological origins of many civilizations. Later would come the age of cultural dissemination and the great strife among deities. Just as beneath the Eastern world, the Takamagara mythos would emerge, with its 8 million gods and demons. The Eastern world would serve as the suzerain, and where its culture spread and merged with local beliefs, minor mythological worlds would arise. However, these regions were still barren wastelands, untouched by myth. Chapter 25. The pitiable Pontus time moved slowly as I Ching and the two goddesses continued to nurture new deities. I Ching used the essence of a dragon, merging it with Gaia, allowing her to continuously conceive the concept of the Lord of the Sea. At this moment, I Ching wondered, what if Gaia were to give birth to a sea dragon? However, Gaia proved herself worthy of being the mother of gods. As she began to conceive, after just a short span of time, I must return to the chaos world, so our child can perceive the ocean and inherit the authority derived from your essence as the Lord of the Sea, Gaia said with a soft laugh. Gently caressing her belly, she had already sensed conception, and now the chaos world was calling her back to nurture their child. I Ching nodded, his heart filled with emotion. The passage of endless years truly changes people. Over the vast stretches of time, even the hardest stones weather away, and countless plants have withered and flourished. And now, he had actually conceived a child with Gaia, the Earth Mother. Now that you've arrived at the temple, you can sense the celestial realm. I will intervene to make the celestial realm overlap with your temple, so we can meet more easily. Since Gaia had conceived through divine conception, I Ching was no unfeeling block of cold iron. Naturally, he spoke with care and concern. Looking at I Ching, Gaia, like an icy mountain meeting the radiant spring sun, smiled, her dignified face flushing with shyness. This was the first time I Ching had seen the Mother of Gods blush. But from now on, this Mother of Gods would also be his Mother of Gods. Meanwhile, Nyx chuckled lightly and said, since my sister has left, I Ching is now mine alone. Gaia rolled her eyes at her. Under I Ching's persistent efforts, the two goddesses had developed rich human emotions, while their lofty divine natures had receded into the background. After the playful exchange, Gaia left the celestial realm and descended into the watery abyss. Whoosh! Suddenly, strange phenomena manifested across the heavens and earth, and the seas began to churn with change. But this change enraged one particular deity. Who was it? Pontus, the ocean god, abruptly emerged above the entire sea, roaring in fury, feeling as though his head was crowned with a verdant hue. Pontus, calm yourself. Gaia had returned to her temple, and the entire earth began to nurture new gods. She spoke to Pontus with indifference. Gaia, tell me, who was it? Pontus gritted his teeth. In his rage, the entire sea surged violently, storms forming above the waters, whipping up towering waves. Hearing his shouts, Gaia frowned slightly. But recalling the will of chaos, the union of earth and sea, she suppressed her irritation and said, go back, Pontus. This is not something you need to know. Pontus' eyes burned red. He had waited for countless ages, coveting this goddess for so long. They had once had the chance to unite. But now, the changes in the sea clearly indicated that another sea god had joined with the earth. All his years of waiting had been rendered meaningless. Gaia. Pontus growled in fury. But Gaia was no longer the same as before. Now, she too wielded the wrath of the earth, and her temper was far from gentle. Pontus. A sharp rebuke echoed as the visage of Gaia, the Earth Mother, materialized near the coast. Her piercing gaze fixed upon Pontus, the ocean god. Fine. Pontus gnashed his teeth under the weight of Gaia's might, then retreated into the sea in a storm of fury. The entire ocean surged with violent waves, countless sea creatures suffering the brunt of his rage. Gaia glanced at Pontus before turning without hesitation and returning to her temple. Inside the temple of Delphi, Gaia's divine abode, and the only place in the chaos world where one could commune with the primordial gods, Gaia began to attune herself to the boundless celestial realm. A halo of light appeared, shimmering with 7 colors like a rainbow, or perhaps a thin sheet of iridescent glass. Whoosh! The halo suddenly expanded like ink dispersing in water, swiftly spreading throughout the entire temple. Illusory clouds and spaces began to manifest. One side was the Temple of Delphi in the chaos world, the other the gateway to the boundless celestial realm. The two realms slowly overlapped, like a double exposure, gradually merging into one. Click! A magnificent five-colored eastern gate materialized within the inner sanctum of the Temple of Delphi. The gate bore 5 hues: white, black, azure, crimson, and yellow, the ancient colors of the East. Adorned with intricate pictographic inscriptions, the words Celestial Gate were carved upon it. Beyond that, 2 distinct ancient patterns unfolded upon the gate, depicting the evolution of the Eastern world and the Chaos world. Creak! The Celestial Gate swung open, and the entire play of light merged with the Temple of Delphi, the spaces overlapping at that very moment. In the next instant, a colossal and ancient tree of civilization became faintly visible within the temple. From a mist, I Ching and Nyx stepped forward, arriving at the scene. Gaia looked at I Ching and said with a light laugh, "Pontus has certainly marked you now." I Ching said indifferently, "So what if it's recorded? He doesn't know it was me." Gaia rolled her eyes and then lay down on the bed, continuously assisting the future Lord of the Sea within the earth in perceiving the Tao of the ocean and the principle of the monarch from I Ching. Although Pontus lost the chance to merge with the earth, his authority will not be lost because of this, Nyx reminded I Ching. I Ching nodded, knowing this well. After all, as a deity of chaos itself, this uniqueness was to be expected. He smiled and said, "No matter. Just a sea. And this one isn't even worth my attention." At that moment, I Ching and the other 2 suddenly turned their gaze outside the Temple of Delphi. Gaia smiled faintly and remarked, "Cronus is about to become king." Nyx looked at I Ching and asked, "Cronus still has some time before he creates the golden race of humans. What are your plans?" I Ching smiled and said, "Recently, there have been changes in the Eastern world as well, with a noticeable increase in the aura of civilization. I plan to take a look and see what exactly has happened." "You mean you can observe the evolution of that world?" Gaia and Nyx asked curiously. I Ching smiled and nodded. After all, he was also a child of the Eastern world, and coupled with the wonders of this tree of civilization, much like the Hao-Ian mirror, it allowed him to observe every scene of the civilization it belonged to. "Then let us go. I'll go crown Cronus now. When I return, I'll join you to take a look," Gaia said, rising to her feet. In the next moment, she had already vanished. I Ching reached out and pulled, instantly causing billowing clouds to surge from the depths of the inner sanctum of the Temple of Delphi, obscuring another space beyond. The tree of civilization from the boundless celestial realm began to manifest its divine power. A branch imbued with the evolutionary history of chaos faintly glowed, and a halo of light soon appeared before I Ching. The halo gradually solidified, forming a scene. Within the scene, atop Mount Othries, the 12 Titans stood before the newly erected temple, awaiting the coronation of Cronus. Mount Othries. Gaia slowly approached from the distance, gazing at her child, the god of space and heaven, Cronus, and spoke solemnly. "Cronus, god of space and heaven, my child, your bravery has overcome your tyrannical father, and your wisdom shall write a new chapter in the world of chaos. Under your leadership, the glory of the Titans will be revealed. You shall become the new king of gods, and henceforth the sky, the earth, the seas, and the underworld shall all be your domain. I crown you noble king." As he spoke, Gaia gently bowed, and immediately the other 12 Titan gods also bent their waists. This symbol of the divine king was a manifestation of authority. Chapter 26. The goddess descends to the mortal realm. Cronus, brimming with pride, watched as his elder siblings, the gods, and the earth mother goddess bowed before him. A profound sense of satisfaction surged within his heart. "My revered mother, the earth mother goddess, you're the mother of all gods. I honor you, and thus I grant you the privilege of no longer needing to attend court regularly or bow before the king of gods." Kronos uttered his first decree after becoming the God King. Immediately, Gaia rose with a smile, greatly pleased by his words. Then, Kronos turned to his other siblings and said, "My brothers and sisters, you shall share in the divine authority with me. I grant you the right to exercise your respective divine duties, and within the temple, there shall be 12 seats of honor. This shall be the glory of us Titans." The Titans bowed and replied, "We thank the God King." The other 12 Titans bowed once again, while the heavens and earth resonated with them. Instantly, the authority of the 12 Titans began to spread. From this moment on, they all felt the activation of their divine duties, no longer subject to the self-governance of the world as before. Gia watched as Cronus stood proud and triumphant, then slowly vanished and departed. In the Temple of Delphi, Gia reappeared, and I Ching remarked with a smile, "Cronus is indeed remarkable." This statement was not untrue, for under Cronus's rule, humanity would be born, and civilization would emerge. Among the divine kings of the chaos world, he was a notable figure, even managing to have his deeds recorded and passed down into the era of Zeus. Unlike Uranus, the sky god, who left little worth remembering. Gaia chuckled softly. Cronus was the one who best aligned with her will, and she held this child, this god, in particularly high regard, especially since he had just granted her the privilege of not having to attend court regularly or bow to the divine king. It could be said that Gaia was greatly satisfied. After all, in the chaos world, the greatest power did not lie with the primordial gods, but with the divine king. For the divine king held the orthodox authority and the most significant dominion over heaven and earth. The words of the divine king carried immense influence over the entire world. This is something the primordial gods cannot represent. Of course, if it were the supreme god, all of this could be denied. Kronos is good, but in the end, he still fell victim to the final curse of the sky, Father Uranus. Nyx spoke up to remind Gaia, as she had already begun to detach somewhat from the aspect of inevitability, Ananke, and was evolving into a new aspect, the goddess of variables and inevitability. So she was also trying to alter the destiny she had set, seeking to discern the interplay between fate and change. Gaia fell into a brief silence. Kronos had left a good impression on her, and, as her youngest child, he naturally held her concern. At this moment, I Ching spoke up, "Don't dwell on it too much. No destiny is unchangeable, yet every variable is rare and precious. Both are hard to come by. Rather than tormenting yourself with endless contemplation, it's better to focus on the present and do what you can." With that, he stood up, took the hands of the two goddesses, and said with a smile, "Come, let us go. Now we'll just wait for Kronos to create humanity. In the meantime, why don't we see how the Eastern world is evolving?" At these words, both Gaia and Nyx grew intrigued. The evolution of other worlds was something truly invaluable to primordial deities like them. And so, they stepped into the boundless celestial realm, into the Crystal Palace. It was the same room as before, with the 3 chairs still in place. A massive round mirror stood against the wall, reflecting the entirety of the boundless celestial realm. "Let us begin." The 3 sat down. Gaia nodded and spoke, her eyes filled with curiosity, while around her coiled 5 ethereal, illusory seas. I Ching tapped the enormous round mirror, and immediately a halo of light emerged, balancing and harmonizing within it. The halo then dispersed, revealing a scene of ancient and weathered grandeur. A vast world slowly unfolded in the mirror, an endless expanse where a primordial, celestial realm stood, within which ancient gods carved out their divine domains. Beneath the celestial realm, in the far eastern lands, a colossal and towering Jinmu tree stretched straight into the heavens. Astonishingly, this divine tree had not given birth to any deities. Gaia was stunned to discover that this immensely formidable divine tree had not manifested any conceptual essence, as if it were merely a tree and nothing more. I Ching nodded and said, "This is called Jinmu, the pillar of heaven, the ancient tree that reaches the sky." As the scene shifted, the earth was shrouded in mist and clouds, and among the great mountains, ancient gods were contemplating the heavens and the earth. In the vast rivers, ancient gods roamed the wilderness. These are the ancient gods naturally born from the primordial world, old beyond recorded history, yet equally mighty. In the mirror's reflection, 3 ancient deities were each manifesting their power. The celestial sovereign was shaping the heavens and the Tao of heaven. The earthly sovereign was enriching the land and nurturing all living beings, while the human sovereign was bestowing nature and spirit, bringing transformation to the world. At that moment, I Ching saw a beautiful goddess descending from the celestial realm. She was graceful and dignified, with the body of a woman and the tail of a serpent. The moment she landed, she transformed into a stunning maiden. Nuwa, the great goddess Nuwa, in the Eastern world, since Pangu split the chaos and created the world. Breaking the primordial void, Fuxi and Nuwa established the celestial realm while guiding the 5 phases, Wutai, initiating the transformation of the world. This desolate Eastern world thus began to give birth to ancient gods. Thunder seas fell to the earth, forming the Thunder Marsh, which nurtured a colossal ancient god with a dragon's head and a human body. Fierce winds transformed into a deity with a bird's body and a human head, while great rivers gave rise to river gods like Hebo, and so on. Among them, Fuxi and Nuwa established the institution of marriage between heaven and earth, bringing order to the primal chaos of yin and yang between men and women. At the same time, Fuxi and Nuwa united and gave birth to 4 gods, who in turn created all things. Thus, it is said that Fuxi and Nuwa gave birth to all beings. These 4 gods resided at the 4 poles of the world, upholding the pillars of heaven and regulating the cycles of the cosmos, thereby giving rise to the 4 seasons. Hence, it is also said that Nuwa and Fushi gave birth to the four seasons. All things beget one another, and all gods are born of one another. Thus, it is said that Fushi and Nuwa gave birth to all gods. This is the story of Fushi and Nuwa. On this day, Nuwa suddenly felt that the earth had taken form and the heavens had solidified. Thus, she descended from the celestial realm to the earth. Yet, as she flew downward, she sensed a familiar presence. Nuwa looked up and saw, across the vast expanse of time and space, a glimpse of the small, celestial realm within the distant world of chaos. Nuwa smiled gently, her expression warm and kind, before slowly landing and withdrawing her gaze. When a child journeys far into another realm, parents naturally worry. But now, seeing that their child was doing well, there was no need for further words. This is the love of parents, and it is also the great love of Nuwa and Fushi. They did not give birth to I Ching alone. This vast, primordial world was also their creation. She is. Gaia and Nyx watched in awe as the clear gaze of the beautiful goddess appeared in the round mirror. And they asked in astonishment, especially Gaia, who sensed within this goddess a profound truth of the earth, one distinct from the principles and origins of the earth in chaos. This land was boundless and majestic, as if demonstrating that it was not the earth that shaped the gods, but the gods who shaped the earth. I Ching slowly spoke in a deep voice, gazing at the goddess in the mirror as he rose and said, Nuwa, my mother, the mother of humanity, the mother of gods. Chapter 27, Gods and Humans. She is also the mother of all gods. Gaia slightly furrowed her brows, suddenly feeling a hint of displeasure and unwillingness in her heart. She wanted to compare, but as she looked at the woman who, though without any divine manifestations, seemed from a moment she appeared to embody all the brilliance and allure of heaven and earth, Gaia suddenly found herself at a loss for how to make the comparison. Nyx straightened her expression. She was, after all, no ordinary being. In the world of chaos, she had been the first to ascend as a supreme deity. She had woven the destinies of the gods and set the course of all things. Now, she naturally recognized the uniqueness of this goddess. Yes, Gaia, there is no need for comparison. Your paths are different. I Ching saw through his woman's thoughts and shook his head, saying, Gaia ultimately evolved into a fusion of human will and the will of heaven and earth, the Gaia will. As for the great goddess Enwa, she achieved the merits of the three sovereigns without seeking recognition, established human culture to pass it down to future generations, and was a true recluse of profound virtue. The scene shifts back to the Eastern world. Enwa descended upon the earth, walking across the yellow soil as she gazed at the vast heavens and earth. The sky was high, and the heavens, shaped by the heavenly sovereign, had already undergone changes, now intertwined with the four seasons. The earthly sovereign was also enriching the principles of the land. Both were towering ancient deities. As the imagery followed, Enwa arrived at the lush plains deep within the earth. In the northwestern region, here there was a plateau, and towering above it was the divine pillar, Mount Zhou, which upheld the heavens. This was one of the pillars of the world, said to have been formed from the spine of Pangu when his body transformed into the cosmos. Beneath Mount Zhou, endless mountain ranges coiled like dragons, ancient forests stood tall, and mist settled upon the land, blurring the boundary between heaven and earth, shrouding everything in primal obscurity. At this moment, Enwa suddenly felt weary. She walked to a high mountain and sat at its base, gazing at Mount Zhou and the vast universe. What was she doing? Gaia sensed something, as if she was about to witness a revelation. Her path was closely aligned with this goddess, and thus, she too felt it in this moment. I Ching's eyes revealed a trace of emotion. The myths of the Eastern world do not begin with gods, but with humanity. From the birth of man, heaven and earth took form. Heaven, earth, and man, these three came into existence together. I Ching felt a surge of warmth in his heart. With a smile, he rose and said, As a human, it is only natural to await the true birth of humanity. At this moment, I Ching was also moved. He stood up to gaze, not for any other reason but to honor Enwa, the mother of humankind, for her achievements, for her virtue. He rose for her virtue and sang praises for the greatness of her motherhood. How could a child of humanity remain seated in peace? Gaia and Nyx looked at I Ching's flushed and joyful face with curiosity, their hearts also stirring with emotion. What is this? Why does it evoke such an irresistible surge of feeling in the heart? Why does it make one's eyes redden, perhaps sensing something? Enwa raised her head and nodded gently and kindly. She was so beautiful and young, yet so dignified and maternal. Then she bent down to look at the earth and began to work softly, mixing the yellow soil with water from the great rivers to mold clay, to create humans. Gaia and Nyx were now startled, for the moment of opportunity had emerged. As they gazed upon the goddess, who was becoming increasingly maternal, it was as if she was no longer a deity, but a mother about to bring forth a child. Perhaps, for her, the role of a mother held a higher significance than that of God. With yellow clay coating her delicate hands, watching each little clay figure emerge on the ground, Enwa's face lit up with a joyful smile. Though she had already attained the highest state and glimpsed the future through I Ching, transcending all worldly concerns, creating humans was as effortless as a single breath to her. Yet she descended from the celestial realm to personally craft them with her own hands. One by one, her children took shape from her touch. Unlike the world of chaos, where the first humans were all men, each clay figure emerged from Enwa's hands, crafted with patience and care, without any hint of impatience or the use of a whip to scatter clay into human forms. She worked with great patience, and the mountain at whose foot she sat gradually awakened with spirituality, slowly forming a massive stone platform for Enwa to rest upon. In the Crystal Palace, Gaia watched with patience, moved by the radiance of motherhood before her. Deeply touched, she gradually let go of her comparisons in her heart. Meanwhile, I Ching stood steadfast, gazing upon the brilliance of the motherly light. There was no counting, only the endless shaping of figures. The boundless yellow earth and the great rivers provided Enwa with an inexhaustible supply of materials, and one by one, the people came into being. There were no distinctions of age, no elders or children, only the youthful appearance of adolescence. As the foot of the mountain gradually filled with her creations, Enwa gazed upon them and softly exhaled a breath, a primordial breath, the breath of life itself. With this exhalation, the clay figures all came to life. Watching as her children shed their earthen shells and transformed into flesh and blood, Enwa smiled with happiness. Mother, mother, mother. The children surrounded Enwa with joyful shouts, as if filled with immense gratitude for her gift of life, and brimming with curiosity about this unknown world and all its mysteries. At this moment, in the boundless celestial realm, I Ching had a sudden realization. His figures seemed to overlap, and then a humanoid form emerged and cast itself into the mirror. In the next instant, a figure appeared before Nuwa in the eastern world. Nuwa looked at I Ching's arrival and said with a light smile, "You've come, child." Then, with joy, she proudly showed him the children she had created, saying, "Look, you are born." Indeed, this I Ching was actually an incarnation formed from the concept of the I Ching people. Though called an incarnation, it was merely a projection, one that had arrived here through an unfathomable and inseparable connection. With just a glance, I Ching was filled with emotion and gratitude. Unsure of how to express it, he could only utter deeply, "Mother." He could see that Nuwa was visibly exhausted at this moment. But why would a supreme deity beyond transcendence be weary? Look, under the gaze of the I Ching people's concept, these newly created beings did not carry innate divine power, nor supreme talent, nor even the blessing of immortality. Instead, they bore a gift from their mother, from Nuwa and this very world, the gift of infinite potential. As for how I Ching knew this, it was because he was human, both a primordial and a mortal man. With the birth of humanity, he had also acquired the concept of being human. In other words, by perceiving himself, he could perceive everything about these beings. Sharing the same origin, how could they be different? Naturally, I Ching felt grateful for sensing the vast, boundless potential hidden within his own body. Nuwa smiled wearily and said, "The future belongs to you. As a goddess, I may grant you immortality, but as a mother, I would rather see my children soar like dragons." Pointing to the heavens and the earth, he said, "Look, the world is vast. Go forth and strive with all your might. With the boundless potential I, your mother, have left for you, go and build a civilization. We have always been here, watching over you from above," Enwa said wearily but with strength in her voice. I Ching's eyes brimmed with tears as he nodded, his figure gradually growing hazy before dissipating entirely. From that moment on, in the land of Huaxia, gods and humans coexisted as one, with no distinction between them. Civilization arose from ignorance, and humanity was born from the mother, step by step dispelling the darkness and vastness of the unknown. Thus, humans and gods were united as one. When a person dies, they become a god. A god is an ancestor. Chapter 28. Boundless infinity in the endless expanse of the heavenly realm. Gaia and Nyx rose to their feet, deeply moved. The cold divinity within them began to soften, and they themselves became something extraordinary. So this is what it means to be a mother, Gaia murmured with emotion, her hands gently resting on her belly. She had once believed that being the mother of gods simply meant giving birth. But now she understood. A mother must also bear the responsibility for her children's future and guide their actions. Meanwhile, I Ching stood silently, sensing the infinite potential now surging within him. Previously, his potential had stemmed from his conceptual existence, but now it originated from his very being. Conceptual potential had elevated his limits, but this innate potential promised boundless growth in every aspect: his insight, learning, creativity, and more. All would be enhanced without end. I Ching let out a breath, sensing the divine spark. He could feel both his divine spark and his physical body undergoing changes. The gains from this experience were truly immense, far beyond what he had ever anticipated. I Ching calmed his mind once more, returning to that state of serene detachment. This newfound insight had shifted his essence, elevating his humanity to the forefront while the dragon within became secondary. Time flowed, years passed. Not only was the world of chaos evolving, but the Eastern world was also transforming, all reflected in the mirror. The world of chaos once again began to see the presence of cattle and sheep. Now, the 12 titans coexisted peacefully, and the heavens and earth were in harmony, except, of course, for the often turbulent seas. However, under the governance of the Titan Oceanus, the god of rivers and seas, the waters did not rise violently to flood the land. The long-unseen goddess of memory, Mnemosyne, also returned. When she beheld Mother Gaia and Nyx, the goddess of night, she found herself at a loss for words. In the end, I Ching resolved the situation perfectly by sharing a bed with all of them. His approach was as straightforward and uncomplicated as ever. Even with the addition of Gaia and Nyx, his behavior remained unchanged in Mnemosyne's eyes. Being deities, they were unbound by time and had eternity to spare. With I Ching's repeated assistance, they eventually came to accept each other's presence. While the changes in chaos were minimal, the Eastern world underwent significant transformations. In a mere few centuries since the goddess En-Wa created humans, mankind had already discovered fire on their own. The one who achieved this feat was known as Swyrenchi. Swyrenchi was truly remarkable. After drilling wood to make fire, the piece of wood he used, known as the Sway Mu, began to grow steadily. In just 100 years, it had transformed into a radiant divine tree, glowing with a fiery red light like flames. Beneath this sacred tree, the mists of the earth dispersed, revealing the yellow soil. It was here that Swyrenchi established his kingdom, the land of Swerin. Apart from the Swerin kingdom, some humans also encountered ancient gods among the mountains and rivers, leading to the union of gods and humans. Thus, the Darren emerged, the so-called giants. The giants journeyed eastward and established the land of giants in the eastern part of the world. Some of these giants transformed, acquiring dragon heads and human bodies, becoming the dragon-backed giants, beings who were both men and mighty gods. They settled far to the northeast of the land of giants. Meanwhile, some humans merged with the ancient ways of mystical deities, shrinking in size to become the little people who also founded their own kingdom. Thus, the entire Eastern world flourished in dazzling diversity, though the term kingdom here is more akin to tribes or even settlements. The Swerin kingdom, for instance, worshipped the goddess En-Wa and the sacred tree Sumu, carving flames as their totem. The land of giants, inhabited by towering beings, some as massive as mountains, had the most rudimentary civilization. They etched ancient paintings onto stone walls as totemic offerings, imbuing the mountains with divine essence through their rituals. Beyond these realms, as humanity emerged, the myriad laws and forces of heaven and earth also took living form. There were gales that swept 80,000 miles in a single breath, soaring straight to the heavens to become divine dragons. A great fire burns the wild ashes. The divine bird emerges from the flames. Among the rolling white clouds, the spirits are conceived and born. The entire Eastern world appeared as if at the dawn of creation. Amidst this, the goddess En-Wa imparted the spark of civilization to humanity, yet did not spread it universally, for what followed was to be the age of humankind. The gods merely assisted, and it was for this reason that En-Wa returned to the celestial realm. As she ascended, I Ching shifted the reflection of the mirror toward the heavens. At the very moment when humanity and the myriad deities of heaven and earth were being nurtured, the celestial realm also gave birth to a new god. formed through the convergence of the celestial world established by Fuxi and Enhua and the primordial act of creation by Pangu. Now, this deity was further awakened by the breath of human civilization. His name is Haoyan. Since Haoyan's emergence, Fuxi and Enhua, along with the gods in the celestial realm, dispelled the primordial chaos, establishing divine laws in the heavenly court, though at this time it should more accurately be called the palace of the celestial realm. As the gods cleared the obscurity of the celestial realm, deities across heaven and earth recognized it as the domain of the divine and flocked to join. Thus, Fuxi and Enhua ascended as the first divine emperors, presiding over the celestial order, with the gods carrying out their decrees to govern the cosmos, ensuring no major deviations occurred. Haoyan succeeded Fuxi and Enhua as the sovereign deity of the celestial realm, ruling over its boundless expanse. During this era, I Ching found himself surrounded by clusters of light, resembling spheres or tiny divine glows. Upon closer inspection, these glows contained vivid totems, shimmering with brilliance and brimming with vitality. Within these totems, the radiance of faith was born, continuously converging around I Ching and gradually coalescing into a divine halo. With a soft exhale, I Ching stood up. The Eastern world was undergoing tremendous changes now, with all realms evolving, and the great era was about to arrive. Namasani, my dear goddess, how is your writing coming along? I Ching looked at the beautiful goddess and asked, a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Namasani replied, it's almost complete, but the golden humans have yet to be born. Soon, very soon, I Ching gazed at the ever-expanding celestial realm, which still felt too desolate. Though called the celestial realm, none of the divine palaces or halls had yet appeared. He then said, the golden humans will arrive soon, and I must also create some things for my celestial realm. Gaia, hearing this, asked curiously, what is it? Something you value so highly? Yi Yandong, Divinicide. Subsequently, I Ching traversed various regions of the heavenly realm. Now, the heavenly realm also had vast lands, towering mountains, and deposits of ores and metals. I Ching gathered some materials and then returned to the tree of civilization, where he collected a few branches from the tree before beginning the refinement process. The forging of this divine seal was quite similar to that of the Dragon Ball, consuming a considerable amount of I Ching's time. Fortunately, his current cultivation had grown significantly stronger, allowing the divine seal to emerge relatively quickly. Before him lay the divine seal, slightly larger than twice the size of thumb. Its jade-like material, neither metal nor jade, appeared extraordinary. Once the divine seal was complete, I Ching began to wield the authority of the heavenly realm, inscribing divine laws onto it. This was something he had long prepared. Chapter 29. The Omniscience of the Divine King, while I Ching was refining, in the world of chaos, atop Mount Othrys. The divine king Cronus gazed upon the unchanging world and suddenly felt a surge of weariness and exhaustion. Iapetus, god of wisdom and soul, I now task you with creating a new species. From the highest throne of the divine king, Cronus spoke slowly to Iapetus below. Iapetus, the god of wisdom and soul, was also the father of Prometheus, the god of prophecy. Upon hearing this, Iapetus asked in confusion, my revered divine king, may I ask what material I should use for this creation? Cronos waved his hand casually. He was already a middle-aged god king, and the authority of the divine throne made him appear dignified and noble. He raised an eyebrow slightly, then pointed to the gleaming metal within the earth and said, use gold. Then Iapetus slightly bowed and said, your majesty the god king, I wonder if there are any limitations to the creation of these living beings. At this moment, Cronos straightened slightly and leaned forward, saying, go and create a race with souls. The omniscience of the king of gods tells me that if chaos is to continue evolving, a race with souls is essential. Their faith will be the foundation of our ascension. Upon hearing this, Iapetus, the god of wisdom and souls, was visibly startled and exclaimed, a race with faith. He is the god of wisdom and soul, and, at this moment, he also sensed the explanation provided by the divine aspects of wisdom and soul, as well as the method of creating his race. Subsequently, Iapetus left the temple and descended Mount Othrys to the earth. To create with gold, Iapetus stroked his chin, retracted his colossal form, and assumed a normal size. Gazing at the heavens and earth, he said, to create living beings, a soul alone is not enough. I must seek my brother, Crius. Crius, the titan god of growth among the 12 titans, governs all concepts of growth in the world. In a valley, Iapetus found Crius and immediately stated his purpose. You mean, the divine king Cronus intends to create a new race? Crius exclaimed in astonishment. To create a race with faith and a soul. This is the idea the divine king has? Truly unexpected. Yes, my brother, Iapetus nodded. The divine king told me that this race will be one devoted to the gods. Their faith will accelerate our ascension. Crius pondered for a long while before finally waving his hand and saying, Iapetus, you're the god of wisdom and souls. I can't think of anything particularly special about this. You decide. What do you need me to do? Upon hearing the words of Crius, Iapetus laughed. And then the two deities descended to the earth, where they mined and gathered a great amount of gold. Iapetus then called upon their brother Hyperion, the original sun god, to use his divine solar flames to smelt the gold for them. This would be the most perfect creation. The god of wisdom and soul, Iapetus, was moved by the flickering light reflected from the flames and molten gold in his eyes. At that moment, his children, Prometheus and others, born of Iapetus and the ocean goddess, the famed Clymene, arrived. Father, Prometheus called respectfully upon his arrival. He had sensed something, for he possessed the concept of foresight and was a natural god of prophecy. He had felt it when his father Iapetus created humans, and so he had come with his brothers to assist. You've come. Take a look. What else do they need? I will give them all that is good, so that they may forever have faith in us. Iapetus was very pleased and said to his son Prometheus. Prometheus gazed at the golden red liquid and said, They shall possess a kind nature, enjoy long lives, and be devout and sincere. But father, I think you should also grant them some ability to create. Iapetus glanced at Prometheus and then shook his head, saying, No, Prometheus, you must remember that their birth is only to provide us with faith. Creation is the prerogative of the gods, not something they can master. Prometheus felt a slight regret, for he had already foreseen the rise and fall of this golden race of humans. Yet, at this time, he still retained all the habits of God. So this future only brought him a faint regret, nothing more. Then, the gods joined forces to begin creation. Hyperion kindled flames to smelt the gold. Crius shaped their bodies and bestowed upon them long lives, comparable to those of the gods. Finally, Iapetus granted these beings souls, but only souls. Prometheus, what do you think they should be called? Iapetus looked at the creatures he had created. They were just one step away from being born. Naming. Prometheus looked at the golden humans that had already taken shape and said slowly, Humans. Good. Iapetus shouted with joy, and, immediately, an essence related to the progenitor of humanity began to emerge within his divine nature. But before he could rejoice, with a crack, that essence shattered. What? At this moment, Iapetus only felt that he had received the favor of the chaos world, but his essence, as the progenitor of humanity, had vanished. And the golden race of man had not been born. What was going on? Iapetus pondered with his divine wisdom, but the information he obtained made him frown. It turned out that the essence of the progenitor of humanity had already been conceived by another deity, making it impossible for him to nurture it now. Moreover, he learned that the birth of the golden race of man still required the approval of that very progenitor, Prometheus. Iapetus looked at his child, the prophet Prometheus, and wanted to ask his prophetic son if there was any solution. The owner of this human ancestor was far too mysterious. Who could possibly be? Prometheus is indeed strange. The golden humans should have been born this way, so why are there other requirements? At this moment, a pair of figures descended from the sky. These two were none other than I Ching and Mnemosyne. I Ching sensed something and thus set aside his current tasks, bringing along the goddess of memory, Mnemosyne, to witness and share in the divine favor at the birth of the golden humans. Mnemosyne, where have you been all these years? Hyperion exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Mnemosyne. You must be the most ancient deity, totem. Meanwhile, Iapetus turned his attention to I Ching, who stood beside Mnemosyne. Narrowing his eyes, he spoke in a deep voice, I suppose the essence of the progenitor of humans resides within you. With his wisdom, he had deduced that only a deity possessing the essence of the progenitor of humans could appear in this place at such a time. He simply hadn't expected it to be this most ancient of gods. Chapter 30. An unexpected gain. I Ching chuckled softly as he looked at the golden humans who had already taken on the form of man. Slowly, he said naturally, I'll come this time to help you create humanity. I Ching never expected that the essence of humanity he possessed could bring about such a transformation. Overjoyed, he brought Mnemosyne along to share in this bounty. However, having lost the concept of being the progenitor of humanity, Iapetus felt no joy. Though he led this act of creation, he sensed that he had lost the most crucial element in shaping mankind. His face darkened with the realization that this essence of humanity held immense potential, perhaps even the power to elevate him further. I Ching quietly said to Mnemosyne, after some time, "Teach that original set of characters to these golden humans." Then I Ching stepped forward, arriving before the golden humans. With a wave of his hand toward them, the concept of the progenitor of humanity was activated. Buzz! A radiant light swept over them, and instantly, their golden bodies began to dissolve, replaced by flesh and blood. This was the power of the growth god, Cryas, manifesting changes upon I Ching's approval. Thus, the golden humans were conceived. They were born. Boom! A tremendous thunderclap erupted in the sky, accompanied by an extraordinary phenomenon. A vast, unseen gaze descended from the heavens. The will of chaos stirred once more, observing the world. It beheld the new race created by the gods and the future this nascent race carried. In response, it bestowed divine favor upon the gods. Divine favor, the blessing of the world, the primordial power of creation itself. The emergence of humanity signified the birth of civilization in the world. The essence of civilization and the power of faith became the finest catalyst for the gods' ascension and the most valuable materials for the world's evolution. This was a creation that benefited both the gods and the world. The gods and I Ching absorbed the divine favor, each sensing a rapid surge in divine power. Especially I Ching, though he had not yet reached the level of a supreme deity, he was no longer weak. At that moment, Prometheus stepped forward and asked, "Respected primordial god, I have a question I wish to ask you. May I?" I Ching looked at the prophet Prometheus with a smile on his face. Although this prophet's strength was not particularly formidable even in later ages, he still made for a decent strategist. This was the god of foresight, while his brother Epimetheus was the god of hindsight. Though the fundamental concepts of these two gods were vastly different in nature, they each inherited the wisdom of Iapetus. Moreover, they were both elevated to become one of the sources of wisdom, one the all-knowing seer of events yet to occur in the world, the other the one who comprehended everything that had already happened, albeit belatedly. It is often said that Epimetheus was foolish and lazy. Yet everything he did inadvertently aligned with the natural order. Though he remained foolish, that did not mean he lacked wisdom. In contrast, Prometheus, despite his foresight, suffered endless hardships. Meanwhile, Epimetheus assisted in the creation of the silver race, the bronze race, and even the later iron and clay races, all of which were connected to him. Furthermore, Epimetheus even married Pandora, the most beautiful and curious woman ever created by the gods in myth. It must be noted that while Epimetheus was not a prophet of the future, he was the god of hindsight, aware of everything that had happened, albeit slowly and often after the fact. Yet, he did not suffer great calamities himself. At most, he was the one who brought them about. What I Ching values is not his hindsight and ability to cause trouble, but everything he comes to know afterward. Possessing Epimetheus is equivalent to owning a library of chaos. Prometheus, the god of foresight and foreknowledge. You are a wise deity. Speak, what is your question? I Ching spoke up. Prometheus, seeing that this most ancient deity did not have an arrogant temper or a difficult-to-approach personality, immediately felt a sense of goodwill and said, "Respected most ancient deity, you are the observer of civilization and history, the ghost within the river of time. Perhaps everything has already been written by you. But I would like to ask you, is the future change of the goddess Mnemosyne caused by you?" The surrounding gods frowned slightly upon hearing this. By now, Prometheus's reputation as the seer had long spread among the deities. He held the divine office of prophecy and had likely already foreseen some future change concerning Mnemosyne. I Ching remained unfazed upon hearing this. In the world of gods, one must constantly face unimaginable powers and consequences. He smiled and said, "Yes, prophet god." Prometheus then spoke with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Then, "O most ancient god, can you tell me why the predestined order has begun to change?" Hearing this, I Ching glanced at the bewildered Prometheus and replied with a smile, "Prometheus, do you think a predetermined future is a good or bad thing?" Prometheus fell silent, unsure himself. Even the other gods began to ponder the question. Perhaps with a mix of both, Prometheus finally said, "But if the decrees written by the goddess Ananke, who ordains all things, are altered like this?" Frowning slightly, he continued, "Wouldn't that make the calamities of the future even greater?" The goddess Nyx, who manifested the threefold aspect of Ananke, the goddess of destiny, had long been aware of this. It wasn't due to his immense power, but because his foresight was intrinsically tied to this goddess. He often observed everything inscribed on the 12 stone tablets, though the fate woven by Ananke contained numerous calamities. All of them were bound within the ordained order. The gods would ultimately endure, and the world would remain unharmed. But unknown changes could disrupt this ordained fate, potentially giving rise to even more terrifying calamities. And with destiny altered, such disasters would become utterly unpredictable. No one could foresee what they might be. I Ching shook his head and said, "Prometheus, you must remember that the future is not set in stone. Even history can undergo earth-shattering changes from the slightest variation. The unknown may be unsettling, but it is precisely because everything is unknown that all beings have an uncertain future. Perhaps you might become a supreme god, or perhaps tomorrow, an overwhelming force could utterly suppress you. He comes from the future. You must understand that from the moment he arrived from the future, all certainties became variables. This is unchangeable, and perhaps this itself is a certainty. Yet, it is indeed the intertwining of certainty and variability. And even I Ching himself dares not claim, with absolute certainty, what changes will unfold across the worlds." After a pause, perhaps noticing the faint clarity returning to Prometheus's eyes, I Ching smiled and continued, "Prometheus, you are a god of wisdom. You should be able to see the stone tablet inscribed by the goddess Ananke. If so, you must also have glimpsed the future of the gods." Upon hearing this, Prometheus suddenly jolted to attention, and in the next moment, his precognitive divine nature was passively awakened. His gaze was involuntarily drawn to a fragment of the future, a mere sliver of time yet to come. Chapter 31. Envy. There were angels with wings like platinum, and terrifying mythical beasts. The world of chaos had vanished. Prometheus stared blankly into the future, his vision fixed on that fleeting glimpse. Yet, what he saw in that fragment was too horrifying, so much so that he dared not look too closely, for in that time and space, there existed a true supreme god. A genuine supreme god, whose influence extended across domains that began to encroach upon time and space itself. He dared not linger on the vision, fearing any inadvertent alteration to the fabric of reality. Returning to the present, Prometheus was no longer merely confused. He was gripped by panic. But he kept what he had seen to himself, for it was too terrifying. A true supreme god, one who ceaselessly spread its faith. Under its dominion, entire realms had transformed into boundless mythic worlds. Within these mythic realms, it stood supreme and peerless, unrivaled by any god. Yet, there was too much he dare not behold. I Ching looked at Prometheus's expressionless face and felt a slight pang of emotion. This deity could actually remain so composed after witnessing that scene, facing him with an impassive demeanor. As for how I Ching knew, it was because in his own historical records, he had also glimpsed that very moment. While Prometheus was peering into the future, the observer of history and civilization stood behind him, watching and recording. "Prometheus, if you ever wish to learn anything in the future, you can come to my divine realm to find me. I believe we will have many topics to discuss." I Ching smiled at Prometheus and said, "This deity possesses foresight and foreknowledge. Fortunately, he has the terrifying ability to conceal his thoughts and all his actions, which remain hidden in the future. Otherwise, every one of his actions would be known to the gods." Prometheus replied respectfully, "Thank you, most ancient god. I will visit you when I have the time." Then I Ching turned to Epimetheus and said with a smile, "God of afterthought, Epimetheus, you possess the records of all that has happened in chaos. I believe we, too, have an opportunity to talk." Epimetheus rubbed his head and looked at I Ching in confusion, unsure of what he wanted from him. Nevertheless, he quickly responded, "Oh, of course, revered most ancient god." With that, I Ching departed, while Mnemosyne was detained by Iapetus and the others. "Our sister, Mnemosyne, how did you become acquainted with this most ancient god?" Iapetus asked, his eyes fixed on her. His divine wisdom told him that this most ancient god was anything but ordinary. Moreover, as the leader of this creation, he had ultimately received no greater reward than the others. In contrast, the most ancient god, who had joined only at the end, had reaped the greatest benefits. This infuriated him, though he concealed his resentment before the gods. He intended to uncover the truth about this most ancient god, for he had noticed that the deity's divine power did not seem particularly formidable when wielded. The progenitor of humans, he must hold the key to my ascension as the supreme god. The more Iapetus' divine wisdom analyzed the situation, the more convinced he became of this possibility. This planted a seed of deep-seated jealousy and resentment within him. Seeing her brother, the god of wisdom and souls, Iapetus, smiling as he questioned her, Mnemosyne thought for a moment before replying with a radiant smile, "He is a god of immense wisdom, much like you, brother. Perhaps he too possesses the divine wisdom. He taught me the earliest concepts of writing, and my rapid growth in power is largely due to his guidance. Hearing Mnemosyne's affectionate tone and her words, Iapetus' gaze deepened. A god of wisdom, the progenitor of humans. Iapetus nodded slightly, then turned to his children and said, Prometheus, come with me. Watching Iapetus leave without hesitation, Mnemosyne asked in confusion, why did brother Iapetus leave so abruptly? Hyperion, the sun god, glanced at the distant figures of the god of wisdom and souls and his children before sighing. He may have grown envious of the most ancient god. What? Why? Mnemosyne exclaimed in shock. Hyperion explained, he led this act of creation, yet his final reward was no greater than ours. The god of wisdom and souls is a proud being, so naturally, he resents the ancient god for it. After speaking, Hyperion turned his gaze to the humans on the earth and said, Sister Mnemosyne, your divine duties and domains revolve around writing. Therefore, the task of educating these golden humans shall fall to you. He then added, remember to teach them that the gods are their masters, and they are the servants of the gods. Mnemosyne nodded in agreement, after which the sun god and the god of growth departed. Brother Iapetus. Mnemosyne thought once more of the proud and secretive god of wisdom and souls and sighed softly. She was unsure of what to do. On one side was her beloved, and on the other was her brother. Yet, if she failed to warn her beloved, it would be a betrayal. But her brother was also her kin. In the end, Mnemosyne pressed her lips together, turned, and vanished in a flash, leaving only a faint glow behind. In the boundless celestial realm, aside from the tree of civilization, several palaces now stood. I Ching, who had just returned, had yet to take his seat when he saw Mnemosyne reappear before him. I Ching asked curiously, my lovely goddess, what's the matter? Mnemosyne walked over and leaned into I Ching's embrace, and he naturally took a seat. In the distance, Gaia and Nyx were conversing, and gradually, 5 spiritual lights began to shimmer around Gaia. That was Gaia's pregnancy. Unlike the pregnancies of mortals, divine conception occurs through spiritual resonance. I Ching, Mnemosyne slowly recounted Hyperion's suspicions about Iapetus. I Ching was slightly surprised upon hearing this. After a moment of thought, he said, Iapetus, the god of wisdom and soul, the father of Prometheus. I never expected this god of wisdom and soul to possess such arrogance. Hyperion's words suggest he must have displayed this pride among the 12 titans as well. Mnemosyne, upon hearing this, carefully reflected for a while before hesitantly adding, I seem to recall that during the reign of our father, Iapetus once used his wisdom to deceive him, and he wasn't even caught. I Ching raised his eyebrows slightly and then said, it seems the god of wisdom and soul is equally unwilling to be outdone. I Ching, tell me, what should I do? Mnemosyne murmured with a hint of confusion. I Ching looked at the goddess in his arms and said softly, no need to be too nervous. Leave this matter to your man. Although Iapetus is powerful, not every god can push me around. Chapter 32. Giants and monsters. At that moment, Gaia and Nyx approached. Seeing I Ching and the goddess, they sat down on either side of him and asked with a smile, what's the matter? I Ching Dao. Iapetus might hold a grudge against me this time for creating the golden race of man. After a pause, I Ching suddenly recalled a story. Iapetus seemed to be the original ancestor of humanity in Greek mythology, and Prometheus' act of creating humans was likely tied to his father, Iapetus, who had once been tasked by the Titan king Cronus to create mankind, earning him the title of the ancestor of humanity. I Ching said thoughtfully, perhaps the god of wisdom and soul has come into contact with the essence of the ancestor of humanity. As he spoke, I Ching observed his own essence of the ancestor of humanity. He saw a faint glow on this divine spark, resembling a beautiful pattern. The radiant design on it contained a trace of the origin of wisdom and soul. Iapetus, so you did touch upon this essence. However, it was I who was elevated by it. You could never obtain it. Instead, I gained a fragment of the origin of wisdom and soul because of this. I Ching grasped this bit of wisdom and soul and immediately realized that they did not originate from the divine essence of Iapetus, but rather had evolved from the ascension of divinity under the favor of chaoses, well, since the emergence of humanity. Gaia, standing nearby, noticed I Ching regaining his focus and said, ancestor of humanity, I never expected Iapetus to have touched upon this essence. It seems the conflict between you will not be easily resolved. The most terrifying competition among gods is the struggle over divinity, which in the Eastern world of later ages came to be known as the contention of Tao. Gaia spoke helplessly, but there was nothing she could do. Firstly, She was now I Ching's woman. Secondly, Iapetus and the others had become the new chief gods of the chaos world, so naturally, she no longer needed to worry excessively about them. With Iapetus' divine authority over wisdom and soul, a single misstep could lead to your downfall, Gaia cautioned. I Ching heard this and grasped Gaia's delicate hand, saying, "Indeed, formidable power is not what's truly fearsome. It's profound wisdom that one should fear. For wisdom can create so much more." Gaia, whose hand was being held, gave a soft laugh before adding, "I have a feeling that this time, what is born may possess the authority of both dragon and sea." In other words, Pontus might also come to learn that the deity who will unite with me is you. I Ching was taken aback for a moment. It wasn't fear of Iapetus or Pontus, the god of the sea, but rather Gaia's words about giving birth to deities of dragons and the ocean that surprised him. "Ha ha, excellent. Once my children are born, I shall grant them the authority of the dragon court," he exclaimed. I Ching laughed heartily. As the ruler of the entire celestial realm, he naturally possessed everything within it. He was its sole master, and no other deity could fundamentally usurp his authority. This was the very foundation of his invincibility. As long as he continued to spread faith and civilization, his celestial realm would grow ever faster. Naturally, granting his children divine roles within the celestial realm was something he need not worry about in the slightest. "You're not worried?" Nix asked lazily, reclining on the chaise lounge. I Ching shook his head and said, "What is there to worry about? Since the establishment of our heavenly realm, I was destined to clash with the myths of all worlds. Unless they are my people, they will almost inevitably become entangled with me, even hostile. But right now, our dragon court is still in its infancy. We have nothing at all." Mnemosyne raised her head slightly and asked, with a slight movement from I Ching, a massive circular mirror instantly appeared, revealing the entire chaos world within it. As a divine being with civilization and history, I Ching could observe everything in the chaos world. And now, with the book of civilization from the boundless heavenly realm taking root in the chaos world, naturally, he could also see the chaos world here. I Ching pointed to the terrifying and tyrannical giants on the earth and said, "Look, these are the dragon court divine soldiers I have chosen." Gazing at those fearsome giants, their numbers were few, but each was nearly 2/3 the size of the 12 Titan gods. Gaia recognized them and remarked, "These are the last Titan giants born from the blood of Uranus, the sky god, splattered upon the earth." I Ching nodded, then waved his hand. Apart from those terrifying Titan giants, some of the earliest sea monsters and magical beasts had also been born. These were the creatures conceived from the blood spill when the sky god Uranus was severed and the earth mother goddess Gaia became pregnant. However, although these Titan giants were born of me, they possess neither spirituality nor divinity. They are filled with savagery. Even the Cyclopes and the Cinemanes have intelligence, but these beings have none at all. At this moment, Gaia watched as those primitive Titan giants roamed the mountains, rivers, and skies, some destroying mountains, some devouring cattle and sheep alive, and others howling at the heavens, drawing the suppression of the Titan gods. These Titan giants and monstrous beasts were all creatures born from the last remnants of Uranus's blood and resentment. I Ching chuckled lightly, and soon a glow of wisdom emanated from his body, startling Gaia and the other two women. Mnemosyne exclaimed in surprise, "This is the divine power of my brother Iapetus." "I Ching, how did you obtain it?" I Ching laughed heartily upon hearing this, and said, "The essence of the ancestors of humanity was conceived for me at the birth of the golden humans, an unexpected delight. Then, the terrifying potential I Ching had gained from the Eastern world began to erupt. He displayed astonishing comprehension, and even as he chatted with the women around him, a glimmer of wisdom slowly grew. One illusory book after another materialized within the radiance of wisdom, and soon, a luminous halo of wisdom emerged. Within the halo were densely packed books, records of the civilizations brought forth by I Ching, both as an innate and acquired human, from the future to the present. Now, he manifested them through wisdom. As he moved, another divine spark of wisdom gradually took form within his godhood. This divine spark was extraordinarily brilliant, no less radiant than any of I Ching's other divine sparks. Indeed, it was already perfected. Boom! I Ching suddenly shuddered as surges of divine power began to rapidly escalate within him. His formidable divine energy continued to rise, and in the next moment, he broke through to the level of great divine power. At last, his divine authority as a major deity had become equivalent to great divine power. Though still in its initial stages, he had finally attained the strength to stand his ground in this world. Gaia Nix. and Mnemosyne watched as a halo of wisdom manifested behind I Ching's head, radiating a deep azure light. When the glow fell upon them, they each felt as though they had become significantly more perceptive. What is this? Wisdom. Nyx was astonished by the sheer potency of this wisdom. She never imagined that even the mere light emanating from this halo of wisdom could enhance her own abilities. I Ching slightly opened his eyes, and the halo behind his head faintly faded away. Immediately after, Nyx and the other two women felt the ability within them, as if they could know everything, disappear. Chapter 33, Dragon Court, Rise. I Ching, was that the wisdom divine spark just now? Gaia asked in astonishment. She had never seen a divine spark that resembled a halo before. I Ching chuckled and shook his head, saying, "That was just the halo of wisdom formed by the radiance projected from my divine wisdom." Upon hearing this, Nyx immediately stood up and leaned in to ask, "Then, can you actively control the kind of enhancement you just demonstrated?" Her question made the other two women nod in agreement as they turned their gaze toward him. I Ching laughed heartily and said, "Of course, this thing has made things much easier for me. Originally, I needed to refine a divine seal artifact to enhance enlightenment. But now a wheel of wisdom has spontaneously formed and condensed upon me." With that, I Ching patted Mnemosyne, signaling her to rise. He then stood up and led the women out of the platform to the foot of the civilization jade tree. At this moment, I Ching transformed into a majestic figure, half human, half dragon, growing immensely large. He gazed solemnly across the boundless celestial realm. Though there was still no dragon court, no other living beings, no celestial soldiers or generals, and no civil or military officials, his presence was awe-inspiring and divine. In a voice both dignified and sacred, he proclaimed, "I am the lord of the celestial realm. I am both human and dragon. I am the boundless dragon who upholds civilization. I am the monarch of men, the monarch of dragons, the monarch of gods. I'm also the lord of the boundless celestial realm and the dragon court. Today, I establish the dragon court in the boundless celestial realm to govern all worlds, enact laws, observe the ways of heaven, and execute the will of heaven. Henceforth, I shall be known as the supreme, yin-yang, wondrous enlightenment, limitless celestial emperor of civilization, the supreme, boundless celestial emperor." As I Ching spoke with solemn authority, a wheel of wisdom manifested, growing from small to vast in an instant. It transformed into a radiant halo of wisdom, like a great sun standing atop the tree of civilization. The gentle light of wisdom spilled across the heavens and the earth. Countless books appeared within the halo, as if ready to be projected into the celestial realm at any moment. But I Ching was not yet finished. The Wheel of Wisdom had not been part of his original plan. Initially, he had intended to refine a divine seal and use the Tree of Civilization to establish something akin to the Fate dynasties described in later novels. However, the complete perfection of his divine wisdom allowed him to skip that step and achieve this level directly. Moreover, it instantly elevated him from a greater deity to a supreme deity, solidifying his divine status. Even the divine status of a primordial deity was now just a step away. The only remaining requirement was the accumulation of divine power. Without sufficient divine power, this ascension would naturally remain unfulfilled. As the Wheel of Wisdom transformed into a resplendent sun of wisdom, it hung high above the Tree of Civilization, casting its radiant light far and wide. I Ching waved his hand, and instantly, a seal of the Heavenly Emperor appeared, adorned with 9 dragons playing with a pearl. On its surface were inscribed the laws of celestial decrees, while its base bore the origins of civilization, revered across all realms. This was I Ching's Heavenly Emperor seal. I Ching pointed at the seal blank. Then with a flick of his wisdom halo, the halo and the wisdom divine spark instantly merged with the Heavenly Emperor seal. This process lasted for 81 years, a span so brief it was but a blink of an eye, both for the gods and for I Ching, who had long grown accustomed to the unnoticed passage of time. Buzz! A jade seal radiating 9 colors appeared in I Ching's hand. Sensing the seal's completion, he tossed it lightly, and it seamlessly fused into the boundless expanse of the celestial realm. The Heavenly Emperor seal had merged with the celestial realm. I Ching had no need for the seal to enhance his own comprehension, for both the celestial realm and his divine spark were extensions of his own power. He required no key to borrow from himself. However, when I Ching later infect the gods, they would need the seal as a key. Of course, this borrowing was not to draw upon I Ching's strength, but rather to access the brilliance of wisdom itself. It must be understood that I Ching's wisdom divine spark, nourished by the vast accumulation of Eastern civilization from antiquity to the present, had long reached perfection. Indeed, it was nothing less than a supreme divine spark. Only the limitations of I Ching's current divine power prevented it from evolving from a great divine spark into a primordial divine spark. Yet the perfection of the wisdom divine spark contained astonishing power. First, the perfection of wisdom had also brought about the perfection of the soul. Second, the perfection of wisdom granted I Ching an enhancement in comprehension so immense it bordered on the absolute. This enhancement in comprehension was terrifying, akin to the great enlightenment achieved by Shakyamuni Buddha beneath the Bodhi tree in Indian mythology. The moment he awakened to Buddhahood and manifested the great awakening Buddha light golden halo. This great awakening Buddha light golden halo was none other than the wisdom halo. And the Buddha's halo represented the light of enlightenment, the pinnacle of wisdom's awakening. Yet even so, under the Buddha's radiant light, all beings became arhats. Under the Buddha's radiant light, all beings attained Bodhi. I Ching's wheel of wisdom possesses such power. No, or rather, it is even more formidable than the Buddha's radiant light, because his wheel of wisdom does not merely represent enlightenment. It also represents knowledge, learning, progress, insight, and more. You must understand that myths originate from civilization, and the source of civilization is myth. They are mutually reinforcing. The scale of the mythological world stems from the development of civilization and its influence, and the strength of divine beings and myths is derived from the strength of civilization. They mirror each other. Now, the divine spark of wisdom that I Ching has condensed is forged from the vast Eastern civilization. It is the greatest opportunity he brought with him as he traveled upstream from the future, and it is also the great fortune that Fuxi and Nuar recognized at a glance. It was only now that I Ching finally drew it forth, precisely because the wheel of wisdom possesses such immense power, capable of aiding enlightenment and amplifying cultivation. I Ching integrated it into the Celestial Emperor's Jade Seal, allowing it to divide into divine seals for civil and military officials. These divine seals serve as keys, as mediums. Using a 9-rank system, the wheel of wisdom's cultivation amplification is distributed. Thus, the foundation for the Dragon Court to recruit talent was established. Moreover, I Ching's wheel of wisdom would continue to grow. After all, his wheel of wisdom was only nurtured by the vast Eastern civilization. Yet, the myriad myths of this primordial world still hold many other civilizations. Some of these civilizations were lost in later ages. Of course, these were the ones that perished or were severed in other civilizations. Therefore, I Ching's wheel of wisdom could become even more terrifying, and its amplification factor could grow even more formidable. Later, I Ching resumed his human form and discussed with Gaia, Nyx, and Amosini, beginning experiments on the amplification factors. Using the primordial gods as a benchmark, I Ching set the following ranks. 1. X cultivation speed, 9th rank divine office. 2x, 8th rank. 3x, 7th rank. 4x, 6th rank. 5x, 5th rank. 6x, 4th rank. 12x, 3rd rank. 24x, 2nd rank. 48x, 1st rank. 81x, supreme rank, reserved for future supreme gods. As the divine emperor, I Ching calculated that his own amplification reached a staggering 108x. Ranked as peerless supreme, the divine empress would have 100x. Ranked as supreme sovereign, the divine consorts would possess 81x. Ranked as supreme rank. After the experiments, the gazes of Gaia, Nyx, and Amosini toward I Ching changed. They became almost predatory. Naturally, they could easily attain the position of divine consort, but the divine empress was now their goal. Additionally, the amplification of cultivation and comprehension truly shocked them. However, comprehension is comprehension, and cultivation is cultivation. They are not the same. The amplification does not directly multiply cultivation speed. If it truly increased cultivation speed, I Ching's Dragon Court would never have to worry about talent shortages. Chapter 34. Conflict. However, after obtaining the divine spark of wisdom, I Ching also realized that a pantheon is a collective entity. Once they dominate the heavens and earth, they might possess abilities similar to his Dragon Court. Perhaps not as terrifying as his, or perhaps with different authorities. Just as Uranus surpassed Gaia in a short time, just as Cronus, upon ascending, immediately possessed the omniscience and omnipotence of a god king. It seems that the more gods a god king commands, the stronger the god king becomes. And this omniscience and omnipotence seems to stem from their subordinate gods. The God King's subordinate gods are all the deities within their pantheon. For a high god, their subordinate gods are their divine servants. When one god becomes another subordinate, the latter is called the high god and gains authority over the subordinate's divine powers. This was what I Ching now understood from the divine spark of wisdom. Under such a pantheon system, the God King is the greatest high god, the king of gods. Naturally, the God King's omniscience and omnipotence comes from the other gods. As I Ching landed, the three women, Gaia, Nyx, and Mnemosyne, could no longer restrain themselves. I Ching, an excited cry, and then they pounced without hesitation. A silent storm of passion ensued, lasting several nights. Like a general charging across the battlefield 14 times, he left his opponents utterly defeated, surrendering in awe. I Ching chuckled lightly, smugly declaring, "From today onward, you are my divine consorts." As he spoke, the Celestial Emperor's jade seal materialized, splitting into 3 smaller seals. Each of these seals bore the intricate pattern of 3 phoenixes in flight. This was the emblem of the divine consort seal. Oof! Gaia and the others let out a faint, exhausted sigh, their voices laced with a seductive weariness, tinged with a sense of grievance. Especially Gaia and Nyx, as primordial goddesses. How could they willingly settle for the title of divine consort? The immense boost in enlightenment that came with the position of divine empress was something no goddess would willingly pass up. Gaia struggled to sit up, her body weak but her tone resolute as she demanded, "I want to be the divine empress." "No way." Nyx immediately rose to her feet, her objection loud and unapologetic. Mnemosyne also wanted to voice her opinion, but upon seeing the 2 goddesses before her, one her own mother, Gaia, the primordial earth goddess, and the other Nyx, the goddess of night, she pursed her lips and fell silent. Instead, she fixed I Ching with a pitiful, pleading gaze. "I want to be the divine empress too." Nyx clung to I Ching, softening her voice as she mimicked Mnemosyne's earlier coquettish manner. This primordial goddess, who had evolved into one of the 3 supreme aspects of chaos, Ananke, the goddess of inevitability, was now shamelessly resorting to. Seeing this, Gaia gritted her teeth and approached as well. Her usually dignified face was now flushed, her garments tattered and disheveled from their earlier battle, painting a rather pitiful picture. Yet, she still managed to summon a tone as she pleaded, "My revered king, my most beloved man, won't you grant me the title of divine empress?" I Ching watched the 3 women engage in their subtle and overt struggles, then said with a smile, "The position of divine empress is up to you. I will appoint 1 divine empress, and then establish 4 more as the rulers of the 4 palaces, east, west, south, and north. The divine empress will also be the ruler of the central palace, but while she oversees my entire harem, the 4 palaces will each govern their own domains. Their multiplier shall be set at 95 times, the highest rank of all." Seeing I Ching raise an eyebrow, Gaia and Nyx exchanged a glance before immediately pouncing on him. In moments, the winds and clouds stirred once more, and Mnemosyne, seeing the chaotic battle unfold, joined in as well. Another exhilarating battle ensued. In the end, none of the 3 managed to wrest the position of harem master from I Ching, nor did he relent on appointing the rulers of the 4 palaces just yet. Oomph! The 3 women turned away in anger, refusing to look at him. I Ching chuckled lightly and said, "All right, don't worry. One of you will become a ruler of the 4 palaces, but you'll have to seize the opportunity yourselves. In the world of chaos, I will leave only 1 position open for the 4 palaces." "Why only 1? Finally, Mnemosyne couldn't hold back her question, though of course, it was also due to the incessant prompting from Gaia and Nyx. I Ching did not answer, then turned to Mnemosyne and said, "My lovely goddess of records, rest early. Tomorrow, we will go among the golden humans to spread our faith." Hearing that it was serious business, Mnemosyne immediately straightened her expression and nodded, after which everyone quietly lay down to sleep. Even though they were gods, after enduring such fierce battles in succession, they were utterly exhausted. The next day, I Ching and Mnemosyne stepped out of the boundless celestial realm and arrived in the land of the golden humans. Meanwhile, on Mount Othrys, Cronus, along with the other 12 titans, was also making his way toward the land of the golden humans. However, neither side knew that this would not be a smooth journey. Before them stretched the golden humans, who possessed herds of cattle and sheep, abundant fruits bestowed by Gaia, the Mother Earth, and blessings granted by the gods. They were the semi-divine golden humans. I Ching, how should we spread our faith? Mnemosyne asked curiously, for she too was uncertain about the concept of faith. I Ching laughed and said, a divine manifestation before mortals. Immediately, divine light shimmered around I Ching's body, transforming him into a figure with a human torso and a dragon's tail. In his left hand, he held a book exuding an ancient, historical aura, while his right hand grasped a divine brush brimming with timeless elegance. Seeing I Ching's actions, Mnemosyne finally understood. She, too, began to radiate light, and soon, 3,000 pictographic characters materialized around her, elevating her appearance to that of a celestial goddess. The next moment, the two deities, I Ching and Mnemosyne, gradually manifested before the golden humans. All the golden humans gazed upward as a brilliant radiance descended from the sky. A colossal, sacred, and majestic divine figure with a human torso and dragon's tail appeared in the air, accompanied by a breathtakingly beautiful goddess adorned with mystical symbols standing beside him. It's the gods. The gods have descended. All the golden humans cried out in excitement and reverence, rushing forward before devoutly kneeling and praying to the deities in the sky, beseeching their blessings. But at that very moment, the other faction of gods finally arrived. Boom! The heavens roared in fury. Chronicler of history and civilization, watcher of the river of time, most ancient of gods. Do you seek to spread your faith before the divine king himself? And with the divine king present, you dare not pay homage. Could it be that you harbor thoughts of rebellion? The skies slowly parted, revealing Cronus and the other Titan gods. Cronus stood with a cold expression, his gaze simmering with suppressed anger as he looked upon I Ching, Mnemosyne, and the golden humans. The speaker was Iapetus, standing behind Cronus. His countenance was solemn, his eyes profound, and his voice deep and measured, as if he were denouncing a traitor on behalf of Cronus. I Ching glanced at the trembling golden humans, then looked up at the Titans and said, "What's wrong with the golden humans worshipping the ancestor of humanity? Moreover, as the most ancient god and the chronicler of history and civilization, I am equal to the primordial gods. Naturally, I have no need to pay homage to the king of gods. Now, he is the lord of the dragon court, the celestial emperor. How could it ever be possible for him to go and pay respects?" However, the 12 Titans wield immense power, each possessing the status and divine might of a great god. Among them, Cronus had even broken through to the level of a primordial god in power and divinity over the ages. Thus, I Ching avoided directly refuting the demand and instead sidestepped the issue to counter them. "Oh, and what if I insist that you pay homage?" Cronus, upon hearing this, felt fury surge within him. The sky instantly darkened. As a sky god, his anger alone could alter the heavens. Chapter 35. Provocation on the earth below. The golden humans knelt in continuous prayer, begging the gods to quell their wrath. The mere shift in the deity's emotions was terrifying enough, so they pleaded endlessly for divine anger to subside. But how could the fury of gods dissipate so easily? "I insist that you pay homage." Upon hearing this, I Ching fell silent. But soon after, he burst into laughter, shaking his head as he looked at Cronus with a loud, spirited laugh. "Ha! Cronus, you want me to come and pay my respects? I can only say you're not worthy." "Huh!" Cronus, enraged to the extreme, laughed in fury, and immediately, terrifying divine power manifested in the sky. The space around them began to constrict in an instant. That dreadful force wrinkled the surroundings, folding the space like paper. The golden humans watched in horror as the space crumpled. "No, no! Great God, calm your wrath! Calm your wrath!" The golden humans cried out in panic, prostrating themselves repeatedly, but Cronus didn't even glance at them. The terrifying spatial force continued to intensify, growing more horrifying under the power of Cronus, the sky god and master of space, the primordial god. Heh! Iapetus curled his lips slightly, his gaze tinged with amusement as he watched the distant deity who had taken the form of a human with a dragon's tail. Handsome as he may be, he is still about to be humiliated by the king of gods before these ignorant mortals. Among the Titans, within the ranks of the second generation, Prometheus and Epimetheus both wore expressions of deep anxiety. "Prometheus, what should we do?" Epimetheus urgently transmitted his voice, not daring to speak aloud. Even in his foolishness, he knew the consequences of openly siding with an enemy in the presence of Cronus, who was already at the peak of his fury. The mere thought made Epimetheus shudder, his face paling slightly. Over the years, Cronus had punished a Titan who dared to roar defiance at the heavens, and the brutal scene had left Epimetheus unable to eat for days, scarring him psychologically. Prometheus, too, felt anxious as he watched the deity he held in high regard. This primordial god had always impressed him, and he had once witnessed his power firsthand. Yet, he knew this god had not yet reached the level of a great deity. And now, he was facing Cronus, the king of gods, who had already ascended to the realm of the primordial divinity. How could he possibly stand a chance? This realization made Prometheus close his eyes, unable to bear the sight of what was to come. Just as Prometheus averted his gaze, another titan, a goddess with a cool and composed demeanor, watched with curiosity and surprise. Her eyes lingered on Mnemosyne and the primordial god. She was Themis, the goddess of truth and justice. Primordial god, mysterious deity, Mnemosyne as consort. How will you face this? A quiet thought arose in Themis' heart. Then, a radiant divine light enveloped I Ching's human dragon form, and behind him, a massive, sacred gate materialized, the gate of the boundless heavenly realm. The moment the heavenly gate opened, the surrounding space stabilized instantly. The sudden stillness of space did not escape Cronus' notice. This shocked him. He immediately restrained his power. This primordial god could actually interfere with the authority of his divine domain. But he did not show it. He could not, because he was the king of gods, the ruler of space and the heavens. He could not reveal weakness. He could not let it be known that he had been bested in the domain of space. He could not wear the expression of a defeated man, stunned and astonished, and especially not in front of the titans and the golden humans. He could not afford such exposure. Cronus! The shout was thunderous, explosive, like a sudden clap of thunder, instantly drawing the attention of the golden humans and the titans below. The golden humans, startled, gasped, "How dare a god shout the king of gods' name with such audacity?" This was blasphemy of the highest order. Yet at the same time, the golden humans were left with an indelible impression of the radiant, awe-inspiring deity with the dragon-esque tail, his divine majesty blazing in the void. And what they witnessed next would be seared into their memories forever. Cronus, a king must not only wield power, he must also possess virtue. For what I've seen, the one sitting on the throne of the king of gods is nothing but a ridiculous clown. I Ching shook his head with a mocking laugh, then slowly retreated with Mnemosyne. This was not out of fear, but because he realized that no grand divine manifestation could compare to the scene before him. He had turned the oppressive presence of Cronus into the perfect spectacle for spreading his faith. Astonishing. Then, a radiant gate slowly opened, unleashing a vast expanse of azure wisdom light. The glow of wisdom was like an ocean, continuously spilling forth, falling upon the golden humans. Similarly, this luminous wisdom also descended impartially upon the Titan gods. As the wisdom light touched them, the golden humans instantly felt their minds clear, and they grasped knowledge they had never understood before. This knowledge was quickly absorbed, transforming into true wisdom. The Titan gods, however, were even more shocked. These radiant beams of wisdom had actually heightened their own comprehension significantly. But among the Titan gods, one deity felt not joy but instead saw the seed of envy in his heart sprout fully. He was Iapetus, the god of wisdom and souls in the world of chaos. He harbored deep resentment toward the primordial god before him, knowing full well that the power displayed by this deity was extraordinary. Yet he also understood that another god now possessed the divine authority of wisdom, one even more complete and terrifying in ability than his own. This was intolerable to him, for in the divine realm, there could only be one god of wisdom. Either he would become a subordinate deity, or the world would not permit two gods of wisdom to coexist, because the authority over wisdom in the world was singular. As for Cronus, his chest burned with fury, but the spatial constraints left him slightly unsteady. Moreover, gods were immortal, at least until the myths of all worlds were connected. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Mnemosyne, who was also preparing to leave. He spoke coldly. "Mnemosyne, my dear sister, do you too intend to betray me, to betray our Titan pantheon?" Mnemosyne paused at his words. She remained silent, lifting her beautiful face to gaze at the Titan gods, her siblings. But now she had her own kin, true family, a bond even the closest of gods could never share. With a hint of reluctance, she nonetheless resolutely followed I Ching toward the radiant gate. Chapter 36, Clash. Mnemosyne. Cronus's eye twitched slightly, his rage burning to its peak. Yet, astonishingly, the temperamental God King managed to suppress his fury several times today. His face was icy, the flames of his wrath darkening the heavens and earth. The entire world of chaos was plunged into sudden night. This anomaly caught the attention of Uranus, who hung suspended at the zenith of the sky. Which god has angered Cronus? Ha ha! For the first time in millennia, Uranus's dark and tyrannical face twisted into a smile of delight. But then he looked down at his own imprisonment, fixed in place, unable to move, as if enduring eternal torment. Especially since he had lost his symbol. Gnashing his teeth, he glared furiously at everything below. Given the chance, he would even destroy it all, letting the world be reborn anew. Beneath Uranus, the sky churned with oppressive darkness as terrifying storms raged, the wrath of God-King Cronus. His fury shook the heavens and earth. The golden humans no longer prayed to the gods. Trembling, they huddled together, staring fearfully at the sky above, where the gods, the terrifying gods, resided. I decree, from this day forth, Mnemosyne is stripped of her title as a Titan god. You shall lose all that the Pantheon bestowed upon you. Cronus uttered these words with chilling indifference, then turned his gaze to I Ching. In a voice seething with rage, he declared, Primordial God, defier of the God King, I hereby condemn the primordial god as an evil deity, the god of sin. Boom! The world of chaos began to cast upon I Ching a foul and repulsive force, the power of a malevolent god. But I Ching merely waved his hand dismissively. His concealing ability manifested, and instantly, the corrupting force from chaos vanished, unable to locate I Ching's presence. Even though he stood right before the eyes of the gods, it was as if he did not exist. I Ching and his companion walked toward the light gate. At that moment, I Ching turned back to gaze at the Titan gods in the sky, then looked down at the golden humans on the earth and suddenly smiled, saying, Gods of the Titans, your era lasts only for this age. Then, fixing his eyes on Cronus, he declared, Cronus, pitiful king of gods, the curse of Uranus shall come to pass. Your own child will overthrow your rule, and you shall be cast into the abyss, into the body of Tartarus, the god of the underworld. Insolence. Boom. Cronus could no longer restrain himself. In the next instant, he erupted in fury, unleashing terrifying spatial power and the authority of the divine king. A dreadful divine radiance erupted at that moment. In an instant, the frozen space transformed into a terrifying spatial storm. Fragmented space, sharp as grains of sand, coalesced into a storm of unimaginable ferocity, sweeping forward in a flash. It was like an ocean of spatial sand rushing forth at incredible speed. The golden humans and mountains near the storm vanished instantly, and even the earth was ground down several inches. Yet, I Ching merely turned and waved his hand. The boundless light of wisdom within the gate condensed into a divine sword, which gently descended. A light stroke, as if holding a thin, delicate sheet of paper and softly slicing towards steel. The next moment, the terrifying spatial power and divine authority were severed from Cronus in an instant. Meanwhile, the sword of wisdom erupted in that same moment, transforming into a radiant light of wisdom that instantly cleansed the spatial storm. This all happened in a flash, so fast that even the Titan gods failed to perceive it. By the time they realized what had occurred, the crisis had already been resolved. The golden humans on the earth watched as the beautiful blue light and the terrifying spatial storm vanished before their eyes. The scene was seared into their minds, an astonishing spectacle they would never forget for all eternity. I Ching's face turned slightly pale, but the boundless world behind him trembled faintly, and his strength was restored once more. Such is the nature of gods. They possess infinite power. To be honest, I Ching was now in an invincible position. But Cronus held the divine authority of the chaos world and the favor of the chaos will. He could not act too aggressively, lest the chaos will expel him from this world. If expulsion failed, it might even bring down a terrifying calamity. And the dreadful retribution from an entire world was something I Ching was unwilling to face. At least, the current boundless heavenly realm was not capable of withstanding the divine punishment of a mythical world. O Titans, the world is not so small. The Pantheon is not the only one. You shall be overthrown by the next generation, and I shall watch over you, witnessing the repetition of your pitiable fate. I Ching spoke, then turned his gaze to Themis, the goddess of truth and justice among the 12 Titans, and said, Themis, goddess of truth and justice, if you seek truth and justice, then seek me. With that, he turned and entered the boundless celestial realm. This dissemination of faith had achieved the best possible outcome he had anticipated. However, it might also sever his faith among the golden humans due to Cronus's interference. Boom! Cronus watched as I Ching turned and left, gritting his teeth in fury as he slammed his palm down in anger. The void space froze for an instant before a distant explosion erupted. A mountain range was obliterated, and the earth split open, a testament to his terrifying power. Meanwhile, Iapetus' eyes flickered with a trace of profound thought. This primordial god indeed has many tricks up his sleeve. No matter. Once Cronus sets his sights on someone, given his temperament, this primordial god will surely suffer. Iapetus mused silently before standing quietly behind Cronus once more. As the celestial gate vanished, the sky remained oppressive and gloomy. Cronus, his expression icy, turned his gaze to the golden humans on the ground. These perfect creations now seemed utterly worthless in his eyes. Though they were devout, they had witnessed the humiliation of the mighty god-king Cronus, an unforgivable transgression. Golden humans. Cronus cast them one last glance, abandoning any further attempts at spreading faith. Instead, he led the Titans away, heading toward Mount Othries. On the earth below, the golden humans exchanged fearful glances, left with no choice but to pray to the gods day after day. Thus, their faith was born of fear, and Cronus, in turn, became known as the god of fear. Meanwhile, within the boundless celestial realm, I Ching's face darkened as he surveyed the land. This time, he had been cornered by Kronos on the earth and forced to pay homage, an immense provocation for an ancient deity, a celestial emperor. Kronos, he muttered under his breath, suppressing his fury deep within. Though he had been coerced in this confrontation, he had still gained the upper hand, dealing Kronos a humiliating blow. Making the Titan lose face before his fellow gods and the golden humans was the greatest strike against an immortal deity. Mnemosyne, my goddess, have the words been passed down? I Ching asked, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Seeing I Ching quickly regain his composure, Mnemosyne relaxed slightly and replied, they have been passed down. But why must they use them in secret? Chapter 37. Seclusion. I Ching said, although that script was created by you, it fundamentally originated from my 3,000 pictographs. And script is one of the foundations of civilization. With a light laugh, I Ching continued, when the foundation of civilization changes, the world will begin to transform. And then the master of the domain will shift. Mnemosyne understood and replied, so it's about spreading our celestial civilization through script, using civilization as an invasion. I Ching stopped him and said, it's assimilation, it's dissemination. Upon hearing this, Mnemosyne laughed and pretended to have a sudden realization. Wasn't this just another way of saying the same thing? I'll be in seclusion for the next few days. I Ching spoke, his eyes profound, his wisdom rapidly surfacing at this moment. The terrifying exponential increase immediately allowed his insights to swiftly organize, be absorbed by the wisdom divine spark, and elevate once more. There is no upper limit to power, no upper limit to wisdom. Closed door cultivation? What happened? Mnemosyne asked curiously. The two walked leisurely. As if they hadn't just confronted the divine king moments ago, they appeared utterly composed. However, I Ching knew that although he had gained the upper hand this time, Cronus still held the moral high ground. Even if the title of the god of sin had not been officially bestowed, it had been made known to the golden humans. If the golden humans were to associate the god of sin with him, over the long passage of time, this divine title might still be imposed upon him through faith. But I Ching was unconcerned. As the heavenly emperor, he was the sovereign of the celestial realm and the embodiment of civilization. A mere title like this was something he could bear. The reason he swallowed his anger was for the future. He had already decided, while the summit of all worlds might be grand, there would always be rebellious subjects who refused to submit to imperial rule. Internal sageliness and external kingliness. This is the true path of an emperor. I Ching thought to himself, increasingly understanding the true essence of the emperor. Since that was the case, he would shift his mindset from the lofty celestial realm to conquest. Beneath the heavens lay the king's domain, and above all within that domain, every god must bow to the dragon court. Otherwise, they would be deemed traitors. I Ching, is there some secret you cannot speak of? Mnemosyne asked with some curiosity. Upon hearing this, I Ching thought about his next move. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips as he chuckled lightly. It's not exactly a secret. I plan to create some divine arts to assist the gods in their use. Additionally, I intend to craft a special divine art. What is it? Mnemosyne's curiosity was piqued by I Ching's words. I Ching smiled and said, I'll tell you once I've created it. Let's go. I imagine Gaia and the others must be getting impatient. For the next period of time, I Ching went into seclusion. In the innermost chamber of the Crystal Palace, he immersed himself in deep contemplation of his divine spark. His goal was to create divine arts. He had realized that while he possessed numerous abilities, he seldom utilized them to their full potential. Thus, He sought to develop a method that would allow him to synergize the powers of his divine spark, a technique he would call divine arts. Record, civilization, yin-yang, 5 elements, totem, wisdom, imperial Tao, faith, humanity, dragon. These are the core concepts within my divine spark. But since my ambition is to become the heavenly emperor, I shall focus primarily on humanity and the imperial Tao, with the other essences serving as supplementary forces. A halo of wisdom materialized behind I Ching's head, almost tangible in its brilliance. Within this radiant ring, countless books flipped rapidly, flooding his mind with vast knowledge to aid his endeavor. Settling into deep meditation, I Ching unleashed the terrifying power of the wisdom halo, its profound enlightenment now fully manifest. The intricacies and concepts of humanity and the imperial Tao were continuously comprehended, analyzed, and fused together. During this process, I Ching began merging these essences into a singular entity, forging what would become his heart of the heavenly emperor. If I am to become the king of gods, the heavenly emperor who reigns over all myths and realms, then I must transcend their existing systems entirely. Just as Jehovah, when he began his teachings, diverged from the pantheon, transforming from a mere god into the Almighty, while the other deities were either vanquished, subdued, or reduced to angels. I Ching naturally could not be the same as the gods. This time, his seclusion was to comprehend the divine spark and also to study and create divine arts. Through his research on the divine spark, I Ching gradually began to devise some simple minor spells. These spells were rudimentary, akin to basic applications of the divine spark. But suddenly, a spark of wisdom flared in his mind. It was a clear and brilliant epiphany. Why should I only study the application of divine power? Isn't the path of Eastern mythology also one where all beings in the mortal world can cultivate to become immortals and deities in later ages? Thus, the key does not lie in the divine spark. It lies in the heavens and earth themselves. With this realization, it was as if a floodgate had opened, unstoppable and overwhelming. As the epiphany burst forth, an incomparable torrent of wisdom ignited countless sparks, each a flame of enlightenment. However, his divine spark of wisdom was too perfect, and these sparks, the moment they appeared, were already refined by an ocean of knowledge into blazing flames. This could already be called the fire of wisdom. Once the path was chosen, I Ching began to divide his focus. The terrifying radiance of his wisdom allowed him to rapidly deduce even while multitasking. As a result, his divine spark also began to gradually transform. I Ching began to observe and comprehend the heavens and earth. The divine spirits are inherently part of the heavens and earth, and they naturally grasp a portion of its essence. However, there remains a distinction between the heavens and earth themselves and the divine spirits. Once the divine spirits are conceived, the evolution of the heavens and earth becomes intertwined with them. When the divine spirits can no longer guide this evolution, the transformations of the heavens and earth will cease. This, for the heavens and earth, is a form of limitation. I Ching realized this under the guidance of wisdom. No wonder the divine roles involved in the final heavenly court of the East were all related to humans. Humans dominate change, and as long as humanity exists, the transformations of heaven and earth will persist. A sudden epiphany struck him. Immediately, the light of wisdom grew increasingly intense, and he began to devise simple methods for channeling the powers of heaven and earth. Then, based on these channeling techniques, he started to refine and elevate them. He immersed himself in the differences between deities and the natural world, as well as the distinctions between divine authority and universal principles. Moreover, he delved into the ancient texts of civilization within the wisdom divine authority, studying theories of meridians. When these concepts were reflected in mythology, they underwent unique transformations. They could be applied to the practice of cultivating qi. I Ching read faster and faster. Book after book, his halo of wisdom remained unchanged. Yet he grew ever wiser. This wisdom did not come from his divine spark. It was wisdom he had absorbed himself. The wisdom of the divine spark was supplementary, while the wisdom of the deity himself was dominant. Only when he had his own ideas would the divine spark evolve accordingly. But now, I Ching's wisdom was also gradually increasing. Though it couldn't compare to the terrifying speed of the wisdom divine spark, he had all the time in the world. Under such continuous improvement, the cultivation methods he created became increasingly profound and miraculous. Moreover, the creation of divine arts became simpler, yet even the most basic divine art contained profound knowledge. This was a testament to his terrifying progress. Chapter 38. Divine Art, Boundless Heavenly Realm. The innermost chamber of the Heavenly Emperor's Crystal Palace. A majestic and handsome deity leans against the surrounding walls in a bright chamber, where a dazzling blue light spreads like a veil of radiance. This is the veil of light, transformed from the glow of wisdom. Within the veil of light, countless books floated suspended, while this deity held one hand flipping through them and the other hand weaving transformations. Around him, holographic projections of human meridians, internal organs, muscles, and bones were fully displayed. Beyond this layer, the illusory images of two miniature worlds, the Eastern world and the Chaos world, hovered, immersed in wisdom. His right hand conjured transformations, yin and yang intertwined. The five elements flourished, and all manner of profound mysteries unfolded in his palm. As he continued his deductions, time flowed by, and specks of faith light drifted in from the void, arriving ceaselessly. These were the beginnings of the golden humans placing their faith in him. Though the light of faith was sparse, it was pure, having been purified by the boundless celestial realm. By now, centuries had passed in the outside world, yet I Ching noticed not the slightest anomaly. He remained much as he had been before entering the chamber. Time had altered him little, save for the deepening of his wisdom. Buzz! Suddenly, a miraculous transformation occurred in the evolution in his hand, as a trace of eternal and unchanging Tao rhythm appeared. Divine art. The change in the spell jolted I Ching awake, and he contemplated the transformation within. At last, he had evolved from spells to divine arts. Divine arts were techniques wielded by deities. The essence of divine arts lies in the evolution of heaven and earth, the condensation of principles. In the Eastern world, it is also known as divine power. But now, what I Ching has created is merely minor divine abilities. He still cannot achieve the major divine abilities, nor even the 72 earthly fiendish powers. However, I Ching has now touched upon the realm of divine arts. Given time, he will be able to create major divine abilities. You must know he is already a great deity, though it may not seem like much now. But what is now? Now is the primordial era, the age of myths, a time when the legends of all worlds have yet to unfold. In other words, he can be called a great Luo golden immortal. This is what a true master is. The primordial deity represents a fundamental essence of heaven and earth, a root that encompasses all existence. Like the sky, like the earth, this is the primordial deity. The reason Kronos could become a primordial god lies in the fact that he was the king of gods. Now, which other titan isn't of the great god rank? Since divine magic has already been created, then devote all efforts to studying the art of awakening. The creation of divine arts brought I Ching great gains and was also incredibly exhilarating. Finally, I Ching's true purpose was revealed. One fundamental reason behind his creation of divine arts was the soul awakening technique. This spiritual awakening technique goes without saying. It is precisely for the wandering titans in the current chaos world. These violent and ignorant titans are the divine weapons he has chosen. It's just that these divine weapons are brutal and ignorant. So he wants to create a soul awakening technique while also researching the divine weapon transformation pool. After all, it was through this very thing that Jehovah amassed his forces. The immersion passed quickly, and with the experience of the first divine technique, after countless experiments, I Ching finally grasped the deduction of divine techniques. Another few hundred years passed. During these centuries, cows underwent significant changes. First, the golden humans dispersed across the world of cows. Their devout and virtuous conduct was eventually recognized by the gods. Their simplicity was admired by the deities, and many golden humans were taken in as divine servants, though this remained a rare privilege. Meanwhile, in the Eastern world, over these long years, the figures of Zi Shi and Yu Chao Shi finally emerged. They each established their own nations, using their respective crafts to sustain civilization. Beneath these three great human nations, various other states gradually formed. However, these so-called nations were little more than scattered tribes, merely reflecting the projection of civilization as organized societies, much like the legendary Xianyuan kingdom and others mentioned in the classic of Mountains and Seas. As human settlements formed into nations, the mountains, rivers, and myriad beasts continued to evolve. Later, the Anhua clan descended once more to create the 6 domestic animals, marking the beginning of human reliance on farming, herding, and fruit gathering for sustenance. At the same time, Fushi Shi also manifested a divine aspect, ascending as the supreme deity, Fushi, and he was reincarnated toward humanity. On that day, the sky was bright, and a divine dragon descended from the east to welcome the celestial radiance falling from the heavens. Then swiftly plunged into the land of Huashu. And later, Enwa also divided her divine form to reincarnate. Behold, the ancient divine Inglong emerged, his majestic and sacred form soaring through the skies, bearing the divine radiance of Enwa. Then, he too descended toward the land of Huashu. Seeing this, the ancient gods also chose to reincarnate as humans. Across the vast land, sacred and wise infants were born one after another. They began anew, learning about humanity, observing and comprehending the heavens and the earth. In the process of their own learning, they also taught others. Some were exalted, ascending to become lords of tribes or rulers of ancient kingdoms while still young. Others proclaimed themselves prophets and later took the name of shamans. These sages possess profound wisdom that connects heaven and earth, enabling them to ascend to celestial realms and comprehend all worldly affairs. They are beings who bridge the divine and the mortal, guiding the development of humanity as the earliest physicians. Some shamans are born wise, bringing fire and hunting to mankind. Some were wise, guiding humanity's development and steering them away from danger. This was the era of the shamans. After the birth of Fushi and Enwa, they were exceptionally studious. They might have been related by blood, or perhaps not, as both were born of Huashu. These two naturally gifted infants could speak within 3 days and walk within 7. In just over a dozen days, their intelligence already rivaled that of an adult. Their extraordinary nature did not frighten the people of the Huashu kingdom. Instead, they cheered, believing that divine beings had descended among them, as if living up to expectations. Fushi and Enwa frequently discovered new things and shared them with everyone. They were also called Wu, or shamans. The sorcerer is the oldest mystic among humans, and the greatest shaman is also the most ancient king, the sovereign of mankind. Only the wisest and most visionary individuals can become shamans. Thus, the aura of civilization in the Eastern world grew increasingly dense, to the point where even the 3 goddesses, who often resided in the boundless heavenly realm, could sense this profound change. The tree of civilization, as a result, grew taller and more magnificent with each passing moment. Though it still could not compare to the colossal size of the ancient Jinmu divine tree, it had already surpassed the ancient trees of the chaos world. Not only had the chaos world and the Eastern world undergone transformations, but the boundless heavenly realm had also experienced significant changes. Now, the entire heavenly realm was adorned with spiritual herbs, born from the convergence of the world's energy and the aura of civilization. These herbs held immense benefits for both humans and gods, aiding in the enhancement of their cultivation. These were the treasures of heaven and earth, divine resources. Beyond these spiritual herbs born from the world's evolution, Gaia also discovered a rare and precious tree on a cliff within a vast land. Chapter 39, Dazzling Radiance. The Golden Apple Tree. This is the renowned divine tree of the chaos world. Its fruit can extend the lifespan of mortals, transform their mortal bodies into divine forms, and even elevate them directly to demigod status with no limit to their longevity. Its fruit is also the most delicious delicacy in the world, and for deities, it is the finest treasure. This golden apple tree is a miraculous treasure born from the evolution of heaven and earth, nurtured upon the body of Gaia, the mother of the earth. Thus, the golden apple tree caught Gaia's favor and was eventually planted in this boundless celestial realm, becoming the possession of the dragon court. In a certain part of the boundless celestial realm stands a golden apple tree, 3 zhang tall, laden with golden apples that gleam like pure gold. Around the great tree grow all manner of rare spiritual herbs and celestial treasures, turning the area into a veritable valley of medicines. Outside the valley, Namasini and Nixgaia stroll leisurely, occasionally bending down to pluck a beautiful flower and weave it into the garlands in their hands. Nyx gazes at the 5 rays of light surrounding Gaia and asks, "Sister, after all these years, has it still not fully gestated?" Gaia shook her head gently, stroking her belly, and said, "No, the concept of dragons here is slightly different from that in our chaos world. So they're still absorbing the laws of the chaos world." Nyx nodded. She was dressed in a black gown, but strangely, she held a stone tablet in her hand. One side of the tablet was inscribed with destiny, while the other was covered in intricate patterns depicting change. Gaia smiled and asked, "Sister, it seems you are not far from becoming a supreme god." Her tone carried a hint of envy. Nyx was able to bypass the creator god and directly ascend to the rank of supreme god precisely because she had been born with a complete path to supremacy within her. However, this path was limited to the chaos world, which was also why Nyx's name remained confined to Greek mythology in later ages. A faint smile appeared on Nyx's serene and beautiful face as she replied, I have already mastered change and destiny. All that remains is to merge them into one. As she spoke, she gazed at this world and added, moreover, since we are now integrated with this world, as long as we spread our faith widely enough, our potential will certainly not be limited to just the chaos world. Gaia nodded, then turned to Nyx with a smile and asked, then, sister, when will you bear children? Nyx still had 3,000 stars and many goddesses yet to be born. She gazed at the towering tree of civilization in the distance, the most prominent landmark in this realm. Its jade-like trunk and starry branches were adorned with ancient patterns and symbols. She said, once the heavenly emperor emerges from seclusion, I shall conceive with him. As she spoke, Mnemosyne also looked forward with anticipation, for she now knew that the children she would bear in the future were to be called the Muses, the 9 goddesses of the arts. A golden wave of light suddenly rippled out from the tree of civilization, spreading swiftly across the heavens and earth like a ripple. The 3 divine consorts suddenly sensed a transformation in the celestial realm, as vast amounts of civilization energy and the laws of heaven and earth surged. What was the celestial emperor refining now? Just as the 3 goddesses were filled with curiosity, the aura of civilization and the laws of heaven and earth did not fly toward the crystal palace. What's going on? Mnemosyne sensed the 2 overwhelmingly powerful forces suddenly come to a halt and immediately asked, unclear. Gaia shook her head slightly and said that she couldn't figure out what I Ching was up to either. However, judging by the current situation, it didn't seem like he was refining a magical artifact, but rather appeared to be harnessing the power of the heavenly emperor, rather than just thinking about it here. Let us go take a look, Nyx suggested. They had grown impatient, and though the boundless heavenly realm didn't hinder them from leaving, all 3 of them had grown fond of the place. The reason was simple. The energy here nurtured them constantly, making them feel incredibly comfortable. In contrast, while the chaos world had also given rise to the aura of civilization, that aura was far too sparse, almost negligible. For them, it was practically non-existent. Naturally, when comparing the 2, they had no desire to leave. As the 3 goddesses approached the tree of civilization, they saw a solidified mass of civilization aura transforming into pure crystal, standing 60 feet tall. Another strand of Tao essence continuously merged into the crystal. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the crystal palace. It was I Ching. Upon seeing him, the 3 goddesses were stunned. Though I Ching still looked the same as before, he now resembled a vast ocean, his eyes brimming with wisdom, his demeanor oscillating between resoluteness and elegance. Moreover, as his divine core gradually fused, his heavenly emperor's heart was slowly transforming from a divine core into a Tao heart, making him appear even more perfect. The sight left the goddesses momentarily entranced. Even as divine beings, they couldn't help but be captivated by such a presence. I Ching's lips curled into a faint smile, his rosy cheeks carrying a sword-like firmness. Yet, the wisdom and gentleness in his gaze softened that resolve. His strides were bold and powerful, yet every gesture carried the grace of a great nation's dignity, adding a touch of refinement to his commanding presence. What is the matter? I Ching noticed the 3 women looking at him and spoke softly. As soon as he uttered the words, the 3 women were startled. His voice now carried a deep, commanding tone, instantly snapping them out of their daze. This also reminded them of I Ching's identity. He was the celestial emperor. Gaia and Nyx, being primordial deities, quickly regained their composure. However, they still stood by I Ching's side like devoted companions, recounting their first impressions of him when he emerged. I Ching was indeed a marvel. With a light chuckle, he said, "Oh, there's such a thing? It seems my appearance is still somewhat presentable." Gaia gazed at him with infatuation and replied, "If your appearance isn't presentable, then there is hardly anything in this world that could be called presentable." Nyx was no different. She immediately wrapped her arms around I Ching's arm and said, "I think so too. With such looks, the heavenly emperor will surely have many sisters in the future." Then, with heartfelt sincerity, Nyx added, "But as long as the heavenly emperor doesn't forget us, we will follow him forever." These past few centuries hadn't been wasted. Within the colossal sun of wisdom lay an ocean of books from Eastern civilization. It was through these countless texts that the three goddesses came to understand I Ching's thoughts and ideals. They also learned what kind of future awaited this ancestral dragon. True dragon, human sovereign, and heavenly emperor. They discovered much, including many events from the Eastern world that had yet to unfold, adding an air of mystery to I Ching's already known identities, especially the many flourishing eras that followed the dawn of civilization. The contention of 100 schools of thought, the age of the three kingdoms, the glorious Tang dynasty, the prosperous Song dynasty, and beyond. Each era seemed as if it had been cleaved open by a giant axe, revealing an even more dazzling epic. All of this left them in awe. Nyx, in particular, gained the most from this. Chapter 40. Shattering the primordial chaos to open heaven and earth, though her connection to this civilization was tenuous. Her bond with I Ching naturally linked her to it as well. Through this connection, she glimpsed the brilliance of this civilization, so radiant it was like mortals staring directly at the sun, blinding in its splendor. She saw how the divine powers in that world rose and fell, though their transitions differed from those of chaos. She witnessed, in the distant river of time, two towering deities who had always been watching over her. They bore no ill will. Instead, they aided her in observing across the vast expanse of time. She also saw that this civilization was currently, in its ancient era, equivalent to the age of their own primordial pantheon. Yet, she could perceive how these two majestic gods had opened the celestial realm, ruled over deities, and governed heaven and earth with authority, virtue, and benevolence. Indescribable. Even now, it remains indescribable. After merely skimming through it all, Nyx found herself utterly unwilling to part from I Ching. The world he carried on his shoulders was too vast, and the civilization behind him had never truly ended. Even in times of rupture, giants always emerged to reopen the path, as if the mighty and benevolent deity who had once cleaved apart chaos still lived, existing within the spirit of civilization itself. Fearlessness. Boundless love. When someone embodies fearlessness, they become Pangu. When someone embraces and practices boundless love, they too become Pangu. The gods never die, for gods are civilization, and civilization becomes divine. Thus, Pangu has never truly perished. He merely exists in another form, still creating heaven and earth. He continues to manifest fearlessness and boundless love. The great axe that split chaos still falls, and beneath the endless brilliance of time, I ignorance and darkness forever being shattered, Pangu remains here, ever accompanying civilization, ever forging it anew, ever cutting through ignorance. And so, for centuries, Nyx immersed herself in learning, absorbing the wisdom of the East. Thus, she too changed, becoming different, diverging from the gods of chaos. I Ching looked at Nyx with some surprise and delight, saying, "I won't let go of anyone. I am the emperor. None of you can leave me." Then, turning to Nyx, he added, "Nyx, you become even more beautiful." Upon hearing this, Nyx immediately broke into a radiant smile. She was originally a mysterious goddess, but at this moment, she exuded a ray of sunshine, which was quite extraordinary, all because she had now comprehended the concepts of fate and variables, and she herself had become a variable. Gaia, seeing her sister so joyful, could only sigh in resignation. After all, over the past few hundred years, Nyx's transformation had been quite abrupt. She had given up many pleasures and devoted herself to studying Eastern knowledge. Now, it seemed the heavenly emperor favored such changes. This realization made Gaia secretly regretful. Meanwhile, Mnemosyne didn't dwell on such thoughts. She no longer wished to compete. What could she possibly contend for? With one being the Earth Mother and the other the Goddess of Night. Neither was easy to deal with. She decided it was better to quietly read books and immerse herself in knowledge. However, I Ching did not favor just one. He then pulled Gaia and Mnemosyne into his embrace, planting a gentle kiss on each of their foreheads, saying, "Excellent, you've both grown even more beautiful." After chatting for a while, Gaia asked, "Heavenly Emperor, what is this?" Everyone turned their gaze to the ever-evolving crystallization of civilization and the laws of heaven and earth. I Ching Dao, this is my divine weapon pool. Everything that enters this pool will be transformed into divine weapons for our celestial realm. Then, I Ching turned to Gaia and said, "Over these years, I've gained some insights. I will pass on to you a divine art called the Spirit Awakening Technique, which can bestow wisdom upon ignorant and unaware beings." Upon hearing this, Gaia was immediately overjoyed and exclaimed with surprise, "Has it already succeeded?" I Ching smiled faintly and nodded, then reached out and lightly tapped the tops of the three women's heads. A faint glow emanated from his fingertips, and, immediately, the three women felt as though they had received a divine technique. Good. Additionally, I've made some gains over these years. You can all study them in your free time. I Ching spoke of a bit of the sky's wisdom sun, and suddenly, dense clusters of books began to appear within this great sun. These books contained the spells and divine techniques I Ching had researched, all of which he had placed within this sun of wisdom. In the future, all gods could learn from them, though these teachings were not free. However, for I Ching's own women, they were freely accessible. How utterly miraculous! The three women snapped out of their daze, completely immersed in the soul-awakening art and the vast array of spells, unable to extricate themselves. Their innate comprehension, already extraordinary, was further amplified by the multiplier effect, allowing them to quickly grasp these spells and divine techniques. After all, I Ching had also embedded the creative concepts and clues within, making it effortless for them. Yet, precisely because of this, they marveled at the sheer ingenuity required to conceive such wondrous divine arts. Gaia regained her focus, having gained profound insights. She now felt confident that the soul-awakening art could bestow wisdom upon the brutish and ignorant titans. At this thought, her mind turned to the Cyclopes and the Cinemanes, imprisoned in the depths of Tartarus. Could it be that their intellects, too, might flourish? Indeed, this realization made Gaia even more curious about the evolving civilization crystal. What transformations would the divine armory pool undergo next? Celestial Emperor. Gaia murmured softly. I Ching looked at Gaia and knew what she was thinking. He said, "The Cyclopes and the Cinemanes within Tartarus are also targets I intend to recruit." As he spoke, I Ching suddenly laughed and added, "Having them serve as celestial gatekeepers wouldn't be bad either. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Gaia was delighted, her eyes instantly becoming dreamy. No further words were needed. Noticing this, Nyx also spoke up. "Heavenly Emperor, should the 3,000 stars within the night also be nurtured?" Mnemosyne, unwilling to miss out on this matter, chimed in as well. "Should the muses also be brought into existence?" I Ching laughed upon hearing this. And here we'll omit 10,000 words. Suffice it to say that the battle on the sands resumed, with both sides displaying remarkable tacit understanding, employing every tactic of conspiracy and open strategy. In the end, the war concluded, leaving both parties quite satisfied with their gains. As for the world of chaos, ever since the conflict between I Ching and Cronus that day, Cronus had grown increasingly preoccupied with power and authority. On the earth, Cronus decreed outright that no one was to worship the god of sin, that most ancient deity of wickedness and betrayal, and witnessing the wrath of the gods. The golden race of man could only obey, kneeling before the deities with even greater devotion. On Mount Othries, within the grand temple, the divine fire burned before their eyes, a flame of heaven and earth, the fire of civilization. Through this flame, they could see all that transpired in the world. Chapter 41. The banquet of the god king Cronus sat high upon the throne of the god king, while the other Titan gods were seated slightly lower, arranged in 2 rows. Apart from the first generation of 12 Titan deities, the second generation of Titans was also present. They were now the rulers of heaven and earth, the Titan gods. Today, the divine hall was filled with joy as the golden humans of the earth brewed fruit wine and offered it to the god king Cronus. The exquisite taste of the wine instantly won Cronus's favor. Its delight also captivated the other Titan gods. However, 2 among them did not partake: Iapetus, the god of wisdom and soul, and Prometheus, the god of forethought. "Iapetus, Prometheus, let's have a drink." At this moment, the divine king Cronus spoke up. His face was filled with delight, appearing utterly relaxed and carefree. Although he had previously been at a disadvantage in his conflict with I Ching, he was, after all, a divine king, and his authority in the world of chaos was nothing short of terrifying. Especially now that he was gradually mastering to the full extent of his divine, kingly power, his strength had grown even more formidable. He had even reached the level of Uranus. Though the status of a primordial god remained a boundary, a bottleneck for him, no matter what he tried, he still could not break through. Faced with the divine king's invitation, Iapetus and Prometheus had no choice but to bow and take the wine, drinking together with him. Under the authority of the divine king, none of the gods dared to disobey. Cronos suddenly turned to Prometheus and said, "Prometheus, child of the god of wisdom and soul, the foremost among the second generation of Titans, you were born with the authority of prophecy." Hearing this, Prometheus' heart skipped a beat. He knew what the king of gods was about to ask. It was the curse of the first divine king, Uranus. Sure enough, Cronus was about to speak. Just then, the queen of gods, Rhea, the goddess of time, arrived in excitement. Seeing Rhea, Cronus' face softened. This was the only glimmer of warmth he showed while seated on the throne. Cronus had deep affection for Rhea, but that was before the prophecy erupted. "Ha ha, Rhea, my divine queen, what joyous occasion brings you here today? You've never been fond of these feasts," said Cronus cheerfully, setting down his wine cup to welcome Rhea. With evident delight, Rhea placed her hand in Cronos's, and together they returned to the throne of the divine king. There stood another chair, equal in stature to the king's throne, the seat of the divine queen. As Rhea took her place, Cronos smiled and asked, "What has made you so happy today?" Rhea happily stroked her belly and said, "Cronos, my revered god king, I am with child." Upon hearing this, Cronos instinctively felt a surge of excitement and joyfully exclaimed, "Good, excellent, excellent." He repeatedly exclaimed good, but the next moment he suddenly paused, the joy on his face fading slightly. After all, he had remembered the curse of Uranus. So Cronus sat back on the throne of the god king, suppressing his smile. Rhea, seeing the change in Cronus's expression, was puzzled, but the next moment, she seemed to realize something. Immediately, Rhea's expression darkened as she said, "God king, my dear Cronus, they are your children. They haven't even been born yet." Cronos instinctively frowned. But upon hearing his beloved wife speak thus, he thought to himself, "Yes, they are also his children, and they have not yet been born." After gently comforting Rhea, Cronos turned his gaze to Prometheus. The laughter at the banquet faded, gradually replaced by tension and gloom. One breath, two breaths, several breaths later, Cronos fixed his sharp eyes on Prometheus and slowly asked in a deep voice, "Prometheus, come, tell me, as the king of gods, what is my prophecy?" Suddenly, Prometheus was startled. It had come after all. Cronos stared at Prometheus for a long while without speaking, then frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. His voice grew slightly louder, carrying an even greater weight of authority as he demanded, "Prometheus, tell me." Suddenly, Prometheus was startled awake and quickly said, "Great divine king, Lord Cronos, allow me to divine the future for you." Seeing Prometheus finally stir, the Titan gods all turned their gazes toward him, their eyes fixed on the prophecy. Themis, the goddess of truth and justice, sensed something ominous in her heart. Though she did not possess the divine authority of wisdom, she understood that prophesying the future was tantamount to setting it in stone, which would benefit no one. After a moment, Prometheus swallowed slightly and then solemnly declared, "Great divine king, Lord Cronos." Upon hearing this, Cronus instinctively leaned forward, and the Titan gods turned their gazes toward him. "You will be overthrown by your own child and become the third-generation divine king." As these words fell, silence enveloped the hall. Cronus's face betrayed no emotion. Yet the Titan gods felt a sudden unease. Though the divine king showed no outward anger, ever since his conflict with the primordial god, he had become unpredictable, and no one could discern his temper anymore. Is that so, Prometheus? Is this the entirety of the prophecy? Cronos remained expressionless, while beside him, Queen Rhea turned pale, staring at him nervously. Her child had not yet been born, yet disaster loomed. How could this not terrify her, especially as Cronos's closest companion? She knew all too well his temper. Hearing Cronos's words, Prometheus felt as if he were being stared down by some monstrous beast, his entire body under the threat of death. However, sensing that he would not die, Prometheus spoke again. "Great God King, Cronos," but Cronos directly interrupted him. "Tell me the result." Clearly, Cronos is not as calm as he appears on the surface. Prometheus declared, "King of gods, you shall be sealed within Tartarus." Boom, boom, boom. These words struck deep into the hearts of the gods, filling them all with terror. Oceanus, the god of rivers and seas, immediately rose to his feet and angrily rebuked. "Prometheus, cease your reckless words. The king of gods cannot be overthrown. With us Titans standing guard, what deity could possibly overthrow the king?" The sun god Hyperion also rose in anger and said, "Enough, Prometheus. Stop with your alarmist talk. We Titans are so powerful. Who could possibly overthrow us?" Prometheus gazed upon the gods, and in each pair of eyes there seemed to burn with anger, except for Themis, the goddess of truth and justice, whose eyes were veiled. That was the blindfold of the goddess of truth and justice. Only she could not discern any expression. "Enough!" Suddenly, Cronos roared, his face darkening. Then he turned to Rhea and said, "My dear queen of the gods, please return to your palace for now." Hearing this, Rhea was startled. These were words Kronos had never spoken to her before. Kronos and Rhea had just opened their mouths to speak. But when Rhea met the gaze of the divine king Kronos, a chill ran through her heart. Silently, she rose and left the palace. Chapter 42. Lust for power. After Rhea departed, the divine king Kronos picked up his wine glass and drank slowly. The Titan gods all fell into silence. The hall enveloped in stillness. "Drink. Today, the queen is with child. This is joyous news indeed. Let's all drink to celebrate." King Kronos spoke in a deep, solemn voice. His terrifying divine aura erupted in an instant, causing all the Titan gods to hastily raise their goblets and drink with him. The banquet soon appeared to return to its previous state, but the expressions and emotions in the eyes of the Titan gods made it clear. This was far from an easy feast to endure. The banquet soon came to a hasty conclusion, and the Titan gods each returned to their own domains. Decades later, the gods gathered once more on Mount Othries. Today, they received news that the Queen of the Gods was about to give birth, a momentous event, a truly significant occasion for the Titan gods. So they came to the temple one after another, but today was clearly not going to be peaceful. In the grand hall, the golden humans, who had been taken as divine servants, had already placed delicious food on the tables. As the Titan gods entered, they saw the divine king Kronos sitting there, drinking alone. When Kronos noticed the arrival of the gods, his eyes were profound, and he waved cheerfully, saying, "Today, the divine queen is in labor." What a rare and joyous occasion. With that, he invited the gods to sit and drink heartily, feasting on the cattle and sheep offered by the golden humans. The gods, seeing Kronos seemingly restored to his former wisdom, felt their hearts ease. Gradually, the banquet filled with laughter and merriment as the gods raised their cups and drank together. On this day, even Iapetus, the god of wisdom and soul, happily joined in the drinking. Only Prometheus lightly sipped a few cups to go along with the others, his eyes fixed on the gods while his heart was clouded with confusion. The moment has finally come. As he thought this, Prometheus suddenly remembered I Ching, wondering what this ancient god, who had long remained in seclusion, was doing now. What Prometheus was thinking, Iapetus did not know. But Iapetus was very pleased at this moment. With the divine king restored to wisdom, his own intellect would have a place to shine, and that most ancient god would surely suffer for it. Though that most ancient god had not appeared for so long, Iapetus remembered him well. The authority of wisdom, Iapetus valued it deeply, for he understood clearly just how powerful it was, especially when that most ancient god had once manifested wisdom into a sword of intellect. It had both startled and delighted him. He had discovered that wisdom could also wield power. Yet, over the centuries, despite his relentless research, he had come to realize that his divine wisdom was still incomplete. It could only assist him, not fully unleash its potential. This astonished him greatly, and it also stirred some greed within him for the wisdom divine spark of that most ancient deity. If Kronos grew increasingly powerful, he could then use Kronos to subjugate that most ancient god as a subordinate deity. By then, he would also be able to wield that formidable divine spark, and Kronos, naturally, would gain an enhancement in wisdom. Thud, thud, thud. A series of footsteps approached, and soon the divine servants were seen leading the way for the goddess Rhea. At that moment, the divine queen Rhea was cradling a child in her arms. She walked forward slowly, her gaze fixed upon the ever-gentle divine King Kronos. "Ha ha, is this my child?" Kronos stood up and reached out to take his child. Seeing how carefully Kronos held the baby, Rhea's ominous premonition faded slightly. From the moment she entered, she had felt a sense of foreboding, but seeing Kronos like this, she began to relax. Kronos looked at the child and said with a smile, "A goddess indeed. Since you are my child, I shall name you Hestia, the guardian goddess of home and hearth." Upon hearing this, Rhea's face lit up with joy, for it meant that Kronos had accepted their child. But the next moment, she nearly fainted. With a smile, Kronos slowly picked up the still young Hestia and said softly, "Rhea, over these past decades, I have also thought of a way to resolve the curse." As Rhea listened, a growing sense of foreboding filled her heart. The Titan gods also looked on curiously. Then Kronos opened his mouth wide and in an instant swallowed Hestia whole. "Ah, my child!" Rhea cried out in horror. Rhea was startled, her heart aching in pain, and immediately the divine queen fainted. The other Titan gods all looked at Kronos in fear. He actually devoured his own child. Even these terrifying Titan gods couldn't help but feel horror and shock. Prometheus averted his gaze, unable to look, though he knew Hestia was not dead. Witnessing the scene before him was unbearable. Meanwhile, Themis, the goddess of truth and justice, silently tied on her blindfold. The sight before her was unbearable, causing her pure divine nature to tremble in alarm. Yet she could do nothing. Though she was one of the 12 titans, law and justice had never truly manifested in the current chaos. Thus, while she possessed the power befitting the goddess of truth and justice, she had nowhere to wield it. Her authority stemmed from the divine king. But it seemed this king was far from her ideal protector. "Attendants, take our revered queen away," Kronos said coldly as Rhea fainted. He could sense it, his omniscience, as the divine king told him that his curse had been delayed. "Ha ha ha, come, let the revelry continue." Kronos invited everyone to continue drinking and revelry. This time, there was no oppressive might of the divine king, but the Titan gods each harbored their own thoughts. Kronos' actions were too terrifying. He had even devoured his own children. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't harm its cubs. Yet this divine king was worse than a beast. They only felt horror. If Kronos could do that to his own children, what about them? As soon as this idea emerged, the Titan gods immediately had mixed thoughts, though nothing showed on their faces. However, over time, Kronos gradually sensed that the relationship between the Titan gods and him had become somewhat inexplicable. This made Kronos gradually become moody again, as he sensed a waning of his power. The scepter of the divine king also trembled, and this discovery startled him. He had never imagined that the divine king's authority could weaken because of this. Thus, he began to develop a fondness for pressure, for under its weight, his divine kingship grew more stable, even surpassing its former strength. Amid this transformation, Gaia, the Mother Earth, stepped out of the celestial realm and descended into the world of chaos. Gaia exhaled a breath, sensing the faint traces of civilization and laws between heaven and earth. Feeling slightly unaccustomed, fortunately, standing upon the earth, she could still feel the feedback of the origin. She hadn't expected the disparity to be this vast. Gaia shook her head slightly, then suddenly looked up at Mount Othries. She noticed Kronos' actions in the past. Seeing Kronos devouring his children, Gaia grew furious. The earth began to tremble, cracks appeared, and magma threatened to erupt. She even considered storming Mount Othries to confront Kronos. Chapter 43. The Titan army, this version of Gaia, had been transformed by Eastern civilization. The Gaia of old likely wouldn't have cared. She was the Mother Earth, the mother of all. She had witnessed countless instances of creatures turning on one another. But now, though still the Earth Mother, she had begun to distinguish between her children. What was born of nature and what was born of union, these now carried different meanings. Yet as Gaia gazed at the 5 glowing orbs swirling around her, faint dragon shapes and traces of I Ching's essence within them, she realized she could no longer conceal her connection to I Ching. If she appeared before Kronos or Pontus now, her ties to I Ching would be exposed instantly. "Forget it, Kronos. It seems this is your fate after all." Gaia finally spoke with disappointment, as she now turned her heart to the celestial realm. The development of the heavens was what she truly prioritized. Compared to the crude and barbaric gods of chaos, perhaps the deities of the celestial realm, already radiant with the light of civilization, were the true gods. As the saying goes, good things don't come true, but bad things do. Gaia withdrew her gaze, severing the affection between herself and Kronos in her heart, leaving only the relationship between gods. It was the bond of cosmic evolution. The bond between mother and child has been erased by the Earth Mother Goddess. In her heart, they are no different from cattle and sheep. After turning her back on Kronos, Gaia focused all her attention on the Titans. Boom! A massive mountain was shattered by a thrown boulder, erupting with a thunderous roar. Rocks flew in all directions as the great mountain crumbled, and the earth itself bore a deep pit over 10 meters wide from the tremendous impact. Such terrifying power, if not for the lack of divinity, preventing the birth of a divine spark. You might have nurtured 1 or 2 deities over all these years. At that moment, a figure appeared and spoke softly. It was Gaia. Gazing at the colossal titan in the distance, Gaia smiled with delight and said, "But with this level of strength, it at least rivals that of an intermediate deity. Such power would make for a fine divine weapon. It's just a shame there are so few titans." With that, Gaia took another step and instantly appeared before the towering titan. Roar! Noticing the tiny creature beneath its feet, the Titan giant extended its palm. Though devoid of spirituality, they still harbored emotions, yet their actions remained ultimately beast-like. Swish! Gaia vanished, and with a thunderous roar, that enormous hand plunged into the earth, forcefully grasping a handful of soil. Not bad strength, Gaia remarked. Seeing this, she immediately reached out her hand, straightforward and direct, with just a single tap of her finger. The colossal titan was instantly pressed down onto the ground, and upon his back, the faint silhouette of a vast land seemed to flicker into existence. Gaia walked up to the titan and unleashed the divine art of awakening. Roar! Roar! The titan roared, but Gaia directly sealed off the area, preventing much of his voice from escaping. Hum! As the soul awakening art was activated, the titan giant's struggling movements gradually diminished, and the ferocity in its eyes began to lessen, slowly replaced by clarity. By the time the soul awakening art concluded, the titan giant had become dazed, its eyes filled with confusion. Gaia was overjoyed at the sight and marveled at I Ching's ability to create such a technique. The soul awakening art had proven to be remarkably effective. Regaining her composure, Gaia transmitted a piece of information into the titan giant's mind. Ugh! Roar! Me! The titan giant gradually adapted. Under the influence of the soul awakening art, it had gained sentience, though not highly developed. It was at least as intelligent as an 8 or 9-year-old child. At the very least, it could now learn human speech and even recognize written words. I am the Titan Giant. At last, the Titan slowly revealed its existence. Then it turned its gaze toward Gaia, gradually kneeling its colossal body, and said, Mother Goddess. Seeing this, Gaia nodded with joy and then declared, Titan, let us go. Yet the Titan giants had already learned something about the Dragon Court from their minds. They were destined to become the divine weapons of the Dragon Court, the Titan divine weapons. And this suits them just fine. They love to fight, they love to kill. The Titan giant grinned and said, Battle. The Titans love battle. Gaia nodded and then said, Let's go. Once all the Titans awaken, I'll lead you away. The Titan nodded in response, and with that, Gaia vanished in a flash. The Titan then strode off in a certain direction, each step spanning an entire mountain range. This was not only due to their immense size, but also because Gaia had shortened the distances across the land for them. Gaia's efficiency was not slow, perhaps due to her formidable strength, or maybe the effects of the divine awakening art were also quite impressive. As a result, one could see the Titan giants being awakened to sentience by the divine awakening art, and once their intelligence was unlocked, they all ran in the same direction. Their strides were swift, causing the earth to rumble and the mountains to tremble. As more and more Titan giants converged, the land erupted with thunderous drumbeats that soared into the sky. The drumsticks were none other than the Titan giants' massive feet. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, this unusual movement caught the attention of the Titans of Mount Otris. In the temple, what were these monsters trying to do? Cronus sat upon the lofty throne of the divine king, gazing down at the images within the sacred flames, and spoke in a deep voice. Iapetus pondered carefully when suddenly he noticed something and exclaimed in astonishment. These creatures are not right. What do you mean? Cronus looked up and asked. He still trusted Iapetus greatly, so if Iapetus said something was wrong, then it must indeed be wrong. Iapetus pointed at the Titans in the divine flames and said, There's actually intelligence in their eyes, and my wisdom divine spark just told me they have already gained some intellect. What? Cronus was also startled. A Titan without intelligence and a Titan with intelligence were entirely two different concepts. Moreover, these giants are still moving in the same direction. Iapetus manipulated the divine flames, constantly shifting the images, and finally revealed a panorama of the entire chaos world. The gods could now clearly see those towering monsters, also bearing the name of Titans, marching toward a single location. Who was it? Cronus, with a grim expression, directly invoked the authority of the divine king, causing the divine flames to rapidly transform. However, as he began his search, the Titan giants, aided by Gaia's ability to shrink distances, arrived together. Mother Goddess. As Gaia emerged from the dazzling divine flames, the Titan gods were all startled. That is, suddenly, all the gods noticed Gaia's unusual state at this moment. Around her body, there were actually 5 spiritual lights. The aura within those lights was something Cronus would never forget for the rest of his life. The Sin Gods. Cronus's face darkened. At that moment, Gaia within the divine flames seemed to sense something. She raised her head and, through her immense power, immediately saw the Titan gods outside the divine flames. Chapter 44. The Divine Weapon Transformation Pool. Cronus. Gaia's calm voice echoed. Cronus, his expression grim, looked at Gaia and said, "My revered mother goddess, could you tell me why you have gathered these titans?" Gaia regarded him coolly and replied, "This matter does not require your full understanding. Kronos, your actions toward your children have disappointed me." With that, she did not wait for a response. With a wave of her hand, the divine flames obscured the events within that region, making it impossible to see further. Kronos did not act. If he wished, the authority of the God King could easily tear through this veil. But doing so would mean facing the wrath of the primordial Earth Mother. The fury of a primordial god would be detrimental to his rule. This was precisely why he had previously declared that Gaia need not attend court or pay homage to him. On the earth, Gaia shook her head slightly and paid no further heed. With her cunning, how could she not understand Kronos' thoughts? She then turned her gaze to the 48 Titan giants before her, the last remaining Titans in the world of chaos. Originally, there had been no more than 100 Titans. Some had been suppressed by the Titan gods, others enslaved, and some killed. Titans were not gods. They merely possessed terrifying physical bodies and lifespans. If they were killed, they would die. A thread of light appeared, then rapidly expanded. Immediately afterward, a celestial gate, taller than even the Titans, manifested before them. The gate was magnificent, but Gaia simply smiled faintly at the 48 Titan giants and said, "Titans, you are about to embrace a new life." The Titans were visibly excited. As the celestial gate swung wide open, the first Titans stepped forward boldly. One by one, the Titans entered. Seeing this, Gaia followed swiftly behind them. The celestial gate then shrank rapidly, vanishing like a wisp of light. In the boundless heavenly realm, I Ching, along with Nyx, Mnemosyne, and the newly arrived Gaia, watched as 48 colossal giants strode into this world. "It's time to begin." Seeing this, I Ching nodded and then waved his hand. Instantly, a radiant pool appeared, the divine weapon transformation pool. In the next moment, all 48 Titan giants entered the pool. Though the pool appeared small, its interior held vast space, easily accommodating the towering Titans, each larger than a mountain. Gurgle, gurgle. The divine weapon transformation pool suddenly emitted sounds, and soon, a Titan divine weapon emerged. It remained as colossal as before, but now it was clad in sacred golden armor and wielded 2 massive hammers. Whoosh! Suddenly, the Titan began to shrink gradually. This was due to the size-altering divine technique I Ching had embedded in the pool, which evidently worked on the Titans as well. "Incredible," Gaia murmured, watching as the once divinity-lacking Titans, after passing through the pool, now seemed connected to the boundless celestial realm, as if imbued with divine essence. I Ching then pointed, and from the divine weapon transformation pool flew forth a scroll, the very register of deities he had forged. "I am the Celestial Emperor, Lord of the Dragon Court," he declared. "By my decree, I hereby appoint you as Titan divine soldiers of the Dragon Court. I bestow upon you protective golden armor and mighty golden hammers, and I shall impart divine techniques and combat skills. It is my hope that you diligently learn and uphold your duties as guardians of the Dragon Court." I Ching spoke aloud, and immediately the register of deities automatically recorded his words, instantly transmitting them to the hearts of the Titan warriors, engraving them in their minds. With a wave of his hand, the boundless celestial realm began to transform, as 4 colossal celestial gates rose in the 4 corners of heaven and earth. In the next moment, various structures appeared near each of the 4 gates. These were the barracks. The 48 Titan giants divided into 4 squads of 12 each, taking their positions at the 4 celestial gates. At present, the celestial realm still lacked an abundance of talented individuals. I Ching shook his head and said, "Right now, I don't even have a single civil or military official under my command. You could say I'm still a commander without an army. It's all right. We have plenty of time and plenty of opportunities for growth," Gaia reassured him, then added with a smile, "Besides, our children will soon be born. When that happens, won't our Dragon Court gain 5 more deities?" I Ching nodded with a smile upon hearing this, and said, "These 5 children of mine will be the lords of the sea and the lords of water." Gaia, upon hearing this, immediately beamed with joy, though she also understood that within the boundless celestial realm, I Ching was the sole celestial emperor, and there would be no rebellion or overthrow. With the existence of the register of deities, the appointment and dismissal of gods were entirely under the control of the celestial emperor. Naturally, Gaia was overjoyed upon receiving I Ching's assurance. Nyx, witnessing this, chuckled lightly and said, "Since the Dragon Court is so lacking in deities, might the celestial emperor also desire the stars?" I Ching replied, "Of course, The future potential of the stars is also immense. I Ching nodded, then turned to Gaia and said, in a few days, we will go to Tartarus to rescue the Cyclopes and the Cinemanes. The Cyclopes will be the finest craftsmen, and the Cinemanes will be the best leaders for the Titan army. The three women nodded in unison, well aware of the terror the Cyclopes and Cinemanes could inspire. Having dared to rebel against Uranus even at the level of great gods, and possessing such fearsome power, there truly could be no better candidates to lead the Titan army. I Ching then looked at Gaia with a smile and asked, how much longer until the child is born? After sensing for a moment, Gaia replied, at least another 100 years. 100 years. 100 years will do. Then I shall set off in 100 years. I Ching said, the world of chaos is currently still in the era of Cronus's rule. At this point in time, other mythological worlds might also be in their earliest stages of development. If we don't seize this opportunity to gain an advantage now, the future growth of the Dragon Court may become very difficult. Never underestimate any mythological realm. After several days of intimate encounters, Nyx felt frustrated as she sensed nothing within her body. It seemed the timing still wasn't right. Meanwhile, at a deep fissure in the earth, a chasm torn open by Uranus with his overwhelming divine power, leading straight into the abyss. Staring at the fissure before him, I Ching shook his head and said, it seems I still have a long way to go. The terrifying divine power displayed by this chasm was something I Ching could now achieve as well, thanks to the boundless amplification provided by the celestial realm within the Dragon Pearl. However, he was well aware of the gap that still remained. But wouldn't he be long? His divine power was steadily growing. The two then stepped into the fissure. The earth sloped downward, the light gradually fading as darkness crept in. Suddenly, Gaia stopped and looked around, saying, Erebus, my brother, what is the meaning of blocking our path? I Ching slightly frowned as the Dragon Pearl silently appeared, gathering a terrifying surge of power onto him. Gaia, my dear sister, I never expected that after Uranus became the zenith, you would find another male god. The god of darkness, Erebus, materialized in human form. Chapter 45, The Abyss. He was the god of darkness. Wherever darkness existed, he was omnipresent. Then, Erebus turned his gaze to I Ching, his expression gradually darkening as he spoke in a low voice. Primordial god, I know the world lies within your sight. Can you tell me where the night goddess Nyx has gone? For thousands of years, Nyx has not returned to the darkness. This is the reason I awoke from my slumber. At these words, Gaia's eyes flickered slightly, a hint of awkwardness stirring in her heart. She now remembered the relationship between Nyx and Erebus. I Ching, on the other hand, was thick-skinned and ruthless, feeling no awkwardness in his heart. He merely frowned slightly and opened his own history book. The text read, Night is stepping beyond the boundary. She went outside. Seeing these words, Erebus was slightly puzzled but then shook his head and said, very well, you may pass. I shall guide you. With that, Erebus slowly vanished, and the surrounding darkness underwent a noticeable change. It seemed as though the darkness before had been active, but now it was gradually growing silent and desolate. Erebus had fallen back into slumber. Clearly, he had been watching them from the moment they arrived. Ahem. Gaia coughed and shot I Ching a sidelong glance. I Ching chuckled softly and continued walking. The darkness was so thick that one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face. Yet within this boundless darkness, a faint glimmer of light suddenly appeared. This light was extraordinary. Even in the profound darkness, it shone, however faintly. But shine it did. The light of civilization. When civilization encounters darkness, it begins to glow. The light emanated from I Ching's Dragon Ball, which glowed softly, enveloping the two of them in its radiance. Ahead, in the light's path, lay a silent world, a place that seemed to hold light but was not light itself. That was Tartarus, the abyss, and the underworld. As they drew closer, I Ching also caught sight of another realm adjacent to these three domains, a place where night and darkness, the earth, and the abyss coexisted, the underworld. That is the underworld, Gaia said, noticing I Ching's gaze. She looked at him as if to ask, should we make some preparations here? I Ching shook his head slightly and said, no need. When the heavenly realm covers all, I shall master death. The wheel of reincarnation is a supreme authority, but gods are immortal. Thus, in mythology, reincarnation only holds power over mortals, unless a god chooses to be reborn. I Ching, who carries the essence of Eastern civilization, added that the heavenly realm itself possesses the power of reincarnation. Before the spring and autumn period, people worshipped the supreme deity Hao Yin, the celestial emperor. After death, They would ascend to the heavenly realm, where they would either enjoy eternal bliss or be reincarnated through the heavens. Naturally, I Ching's boundless heavenly realm also served this function, but only those who devoutly believed in it could ascend there. This process was far more complicated compared to the cycle of reincarnation in the underworld, which later led to the mythological transformation where the virtuous ascended to heaven while the wicked descended to hell. Shifting his gaze, I Ching walked with Gaia to stand before Tartarus. At that moment, Tartarus was also in slumber. Primordial gods were inherently part of the world, and their dormancy was a natural state. "Let's go. Don't wake it," Gaia said. She harbored a deep dislike for Tartarus, though she might not have realized that in the original myths, she had once borne the progenitor of monsters, the dragon Typhon, with Tartarus. After stepping into Tartarus, I Ching clearly sensed that this abyss was filled with deathly silence and corruption. It was utterly lifeless, though there were towering mountains and molten lava, which only served to amplify the horror of the place. In addition, there were intermittent, thunderous sounds, their origins unknown. Over there, Gaia pointed into the distance, and I Ching looked to see 6 terrifying giants bound to 6 towering inverted peaks. These 6 giants were even more fearsome than the Titans. 3 of them were one-eyed, and whether due to divine awakening or not, their single eyes flickered with lightning and flames, glowing ominously. They were the Cyclopes. The other 3 giants were the Cinemanes, each with 100 arms, every one of them terrifyingly powerful. Though they lacked the divine manifestation of celestial forces, their 100 arms still unleashed horror under the unbreakable iron chains. So the sounds earlier had come from here. "They're my children with Uranus," Gaia said, gazing at the 6 giants with a hint of sorrow on her face. "The Cyclopes possess wisdom, and though they are temperamental, I still gave them names," Gaia continued. Then she and I Ching approached the Cyclopes. "Thunder, lightning, thunderbolt," Gaia shouted, and the irritable Cyclops suddenly paused. They lowered their heads and immediately spotted Gaia. Mother Goddess, you've come to save us," a one-eyed giant said. He is Ray among the 3 brothers. Mother Goddess, the other Cyclopes and the 100-handed ones all shouted. "All right, children, quiet down." Gaia quickly spoke, and then the giants all fell silent, looking at her with hopeful eyes. They had had enough of this damned place. They no longer wanted to stay here. Even the once fearless Cyclopes had grown somewhat timid. They had been fearless. But under the prolonged silence and the torment of Tartarus, they had lost their courage. Only the Cinemanes remained unafraid. They were immensely powerful. A single Hecatoncheir could rival 100 Cyclopes. They were confident. They were terrifying. They were the very embodiment of strength. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed throughout Tartarus. "It's coming. It's here again." The Cyclopes began to roar excitedly, struggling once more. Divine light burst from their single eyes, and lightning shot forth, scattering far into the distance. The Thunder Giant's divine radiance projected a beam of light, sweeping across the area. The Centimines also bellowed, their terrifying 100 arms writhing, causing the sturdy iron chains to creak and groan under the strain. Gaia and I Ching were puzzled when they noticed a crimson wind sweeping in from afar. But the next moment, I Ching realized it wasn't T-wind at all. It was a swarm of corrupt and decaying energy. This power gives people a sense of dread and terror. "Open!" A dragon pearl instantly appeared before I Ching, and in the next moment, the forces of yin and yang and the 5 elements swiftly manifested, transforming into a massive yin-yang 5 elements grinding disc. Gaia also frowned and reached out her hand, and immediately the earth emerged in all directions. This force was driven toward the yin-yang 5 elements millstone. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The millstone began to turn, and it was clear to see how these forces were continuously crushed and transformed. What stood out was the sheer purity of the corrupt power within the millstone. Even though the yin-yang 5 elements millstone was immensely powerful, the process of conversion was still extremely difficult. Chapter 46. Corruption and decay. This was the power of Tartarus, a force brimming with corruption and decay. Moreover, if this power were allowed to spread unchecked in the world, it would grow increasingly terrifying. That was why, when the world of chaos first took shape, we were the ones who sealed it at the very bottom of existence. Gaia spoke gravely. If we're to speak of it, Tartarus is the most fearsome among us. Its potential is simply too vast. It is the abyss and the god of the underworld, capable of devouring worlds and corrupting entire realms. Fortunately, I Ching is now a far cry from what he used to be, and this power is nothing more than a mere breath of Tartarus in the grand scheme of things. As the red wind vanished, the Cyclopes and Centimines stared at I Ching in astonishment. Mother Goddess, save us! As the strange wind vanished, the giants began to cry for help once more. Gaia stepped forward, wielding her divine power and authority, and swung her hand to sever the chains. Clang! A sharp metallic clang instantly rang out, but the chain remained unbroken. Gaia frowned and waved her hand again, immediately filling the air with a series of piercing metallic sounds. Clang! 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 No use. This is a chain created by Uranus using the authority of the Divine King. I cannot open it unless Cronus uses his own Divine King's authority to undo it. Gaia said with disappointment, for this was Uranus's masterpiece. It couldn't help but make Gaia feel that she had been too lenient with him back then. I Ching suddenly thought of something. He looked at the Cyclopes and said, Cyclopes, or rather, thunder, lightning, and thunderbolt. Upon hearing I Ching's call, the Cyclopes lowered their heads and rumbled, O Divine One, do you have a way to save us? I Ching gazed at the massive set of chains, each link hundreds of meters wide. He asked, Lei, can you identify what material these are made of? Use those unique eyes of yours, born of heaven and earth, to observe and understand. Then tell me. Hearing I Ching's question, Gaia suddenly recalled that the Cyclopes' eyes possessed extraordinary power. The three Cyclopes, Thunder, Lightning, and Thunderbolt, were momentarily taken aback by the request, but soon a faint glow shimmered in their eyes as they turned their gaze toward the chains. These chains were forged from the authority of Uranus, they observed. Originally, they were indestructible, but now, to break them, we need a weapon of equally unmatched sharpness. The more Lei examined the chains, the more excitement grew in his voice. They had found hope. Moreover, when they noticed that the chains binding the Centimines bore even fewer traces of Uranus's authority, he exclaimed joyfully, Uranus's power is fading. Given time, we will be free. Filled with hope, the Cyclopes rejoiced, and I Ching realized how Zeus in later myths had managed to free both the Cyclopes and the Centimines. But I Ching had no intention of waiting. He said, Lei, does your divine knowledge include information about forging? The Cyclopes nodded in response. They were natural-born craftsmen, unafraid of fire or harsh environments. They could descend into molten lava to harvest metals that even the earth's fury could not melt. And they could forge mighty divine artifacts amidst the fury of thunderbolts. Indeed, Zeus's thunderbolt scepter, Hades's helm of darkness, and Poseidon's trident had all been crafted by these three Cyclopes. Then tell me, I Ching pressed, will we need to break them? I Ching asked. Gaia turned to him and inquired, Celestial Emperor, do you mean you intend to forge a divine weapon? I Ching nodded and said, The Cyclopes are of great use to our celestial realm. With them joining, I no longer need to personally forge armor and weapons. Moreover, the Cyclopes are highly skilled craftsmen, capable of creating divine artifacts. Upon hearing I Ching's praise, the Cyclopes immediately laughed joyfully. Lei happily exclaimed, Divine One, we like you. If you can truly save us, we will forge a mighty divine weapon for you. I Ching said with a smile, but what if I were to have you follow me? Follow? You mean work for you? The Cyclopes were even more moved. They had been seen as monsters by Uranus and ignored by the Titans. Never had they imagined that a god would be willing to take them in. God, if you can free us, we would be more than willing to follow you. Lei declared loudly. This was the promise of the Cyclopes. Good. Then please tell me, where can I find the material to break these chains? I Ching spoke. Lei exchanged glances with his two brothers. Then they looked down at I Ching and said, The hardest metal in the world alone is not enough. You must also seek the most terrifying power. Only by combining them can you sever these chains. What kind of power? I Ching mused thoughtfully. The most extreme flames, the wrath of the sun and the wrath of the Mother Goddess. The most extreme forces, space, time, and dominion. These powers are inherently terrifying. So the materials required are also exceedingly rare. However, since the Mother Goddess is here, this part might actually be the easiest. The Cyclopes were unaware of thunder, the force representing the extremes of light, electricity, and destruction, because lightning had not yet found its deity. Thus, thunder had not yet manifested. Gaia asked, were they? Lei replied, metal that cannot be melted in lava, black rock that only melts under your wrath, Mother Goddess, and the core of the celestial body now hanging in the sky, as revealed by my divine knowledge. Whenever it involved forging, their divine knowledge would guide them to the locations of these materials. I can obtain all three of these. But the power? Gaia turned her gaze to I Ching. I Ching said, I have the power. Immediately, I Ching manifested the forces of yin and yang, the five elements, civilization, and faith. He asked, "Is this enough?" The Cyclopes opened their single eyes, and the moment they saw yin and yang and the five elements, they exclaimed in shock, "What kind of power is this? Why didn't our divine nature reveal this to us? Just these two energies alone could sever all our chains within 300 years." As they continued to observe, the Cyclopes grew increasingly astonished and excited. They said, "Yes, yes, these forces are absolutely perfect. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Then, Gaia, we'll trouble you to make another trip. Come from a celestial realm when the time comes." Yin spoke. Gaia nodded, then opened the celestial gate and entered the heavenly realm, arriving at the temple of Delphi, her own temple. The next moment, she gathered metals from the molten lava that remained unmelting within the earth, and from the deepest depths. She collected black, unyielding rock. She then soared into the sky, near Uranus, and extracted the core of the heavens and earth. Gaia, damn you Gaia, the power of the primordial gods. Uranus, now transformed into the sky and forever unable to descend, looked at the earth drawing near and roared in shame and fury. He also saw the earth that had left him, now entangled once more with the primordial. Chapter 47. Departure. Gaia looked up at the manifested face and spoke with disgust and indifference. Uranus, damnable sky, remain here forever. The earth is full of tenderness, but also holds cruelty. The earth is contradictory. It maintains the balance of nature and yet disrupts it. Of course, this was not the sole reason for Gaia's hatred of Uranus. She had only one desire, never to see him again. She had severed all ties with him and refused to be associated with him any longer. The sky and the earth were forever separated. This was inevitable. With a final look of disdain, Gaia, having secured enough of the celestial core, turned and descended back to the earth, refusing to glance at the sky again. In the next instant, she returned to the heavenly realm. Nyx, watching Gaia's busy movements, asked curiously, "My sister, where have you been?" The lingering anger on Gaia's face gradually faded as she replied, "We have arrived at Tartarus. The heavenly emperor is about to free those 6 children." Then, raising an eyebrow, Gaia looked at Nyx and said, "Erebus has awakened." "He has awakened? That matters not. Night is night. Darkness is darkness." Nyx replied nonchalantly. The union of night and darkness had only been for the evolution of the divine lineage. But since night no longer needed to evolve with darkness, there was no reason for night to remain tied to darkness. "Also, my sister, do not speak these words before the heavenly emperor," Nyx added, shooting Gaia a pointed look. Since her union with the primordial, she had never returned. If I Ching were to misunderstand, she would be unfairly blamed. Gaia, naturally aware of this, chuckled and exchanged a few more words before vanishing through the celestial gate once more. This time, she arrived within the depths of Tartarus. Boom! A massive piece of metal, black rock, and a celestial core, radiating an aura of ancient vastness, appeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing this, I Ching said, "Gaia, let's retreat first. We shouldn't refine it inside Tartarus." Gaia nodded, then explained to the giants. The Cyclopes had already trusted I Ching and their mother goddess when they saw the materials arrive. Afterward, I Ching returned to the celestial realm and immediately began the refining process. These materials were extremely difficult to melt, but under I Ching's Tao flames, they gradually began to liquefy. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. With his enhanced strength, I Ching's refining speed had increased significantly. This divine artifact took the form of a sword, a Han-style sword, the Emperor's sword. I Ching did not fully refine this sword, as he intended for it to possess a growth attribute. Thus, he only forged it into a sword embryo, integrating the forces of yin and yang, the 5 elements civilization, and faith into it. As the refining process continued, these powers transformed into intricate patterns. Soon, a sword embryo appeared in I Ching's hand. Grasping the Emperor's sword embryo, I Ching could sense that it was the manifestation of the boundless power of the celestial realm. Indeed, he had fused the sword embryo with the celestial realm itself. After a brief stretch, I Ching reflected on the insights he had gained during this refining process, new understandings of the Tao. Swish! The celestial gate opened before him, revealing the desolate and silent Tartarus on the other side. "Gaia!" I Ching transmitted his voice, and in the next moment, Gaia appeared beside him. "Celestial Emperor." Gaia smiled as she caught sight of the divine artifact in I Ching's hand, even though the artifact had yet to unleash its divine might. The extraordinary aura it exuded was unmistakably clear. The two of them entered Tartarus once more, and the moment they stepped inside, they saw the Cyclopes looking somewhat dispirited. Mother Goddess, Divine One, you finally come. Upon seeing I Ching and Gaia, the Cyclopes immediately perked up with excitement. Their attention was instantly drawn to the divine artifact's marvel. Lei, the Cyclops, gazed at it with a single eye, only to feel a piercing cold light, as if the artifact had already struck at him. Oh no! This divine sword has reached perfection, yet why does it feel as though it hasn't been fully forged? Lei exclaimed in fear, his eyes stinging from the power of the Celestial Emperor's sword embryo. He tightly shut his single eye, holding back tears. Enough! I'll release you now. I Ching held the Heavenly Emperor's sword embryo and said solemnly. Gaia stepped back, acting as his protector to ensure he wouldn't be harmed during this process. Clang! A crisp sword cry rang out. In the next instant, a dazzling flash of light streaked past, followed by a series of metallic clinks. The massive chains were instantly severed and fell away. Boom! Boom! Freedom! We are free! The enormous chains crashed into the abyss with resounding echoes as the Cyclops and the Centimans roared in excitement. I Ching looked at the Cyclops and the Centimans and said, Giants, I have fulfilled my promise. What about you? Upon hearing I Ching's voice, the Cyclops and the Centimans halted their massive, swaying bodies and then slowly bowed, saying, From this day forward, we, the Cyclops, Centimans, shall obey your commands. Good, Egon shouted loudly, then waved his hand, and the dazzlingly beautiful heavenly gate reappeared. This time, it was enormous, causing even the Cyclopes and the Centimans to show a flicker of excitement in their eyes. Finally, they could leave this godforsaken place. Boom! Gaia, the primordial goddess, Tartarus, the god of the abyss and the underworld, had awakened after all. The sword light unleashed by the Heavenly Emperor's sword embryo was so sharp that even Tartarus felt a stinging pain, jolting him from his slumber. But when he awoke and saw that the few remaining beings within him had also been rescued, he flew into a rage. Tartarus, what do you think you're doing? Gaia frowned, her immense divine pressure radiating outward. She was not afraid of Tartarus, but she preferred to avoid conflict if possible, especially now, as she was pregnant. If anything were to happen to the child she was carrying, what then? Gaia, you've done well. The abyss does not welcome you. Tartarus, sensing Gaia's power, swallowed his anger reluctantly. Yet deep inside, his hatred for living beings grew even stronger. Just wait. The abyss will not be stopped forever. With that, Tartarus sank back in his slumber, refusing to look at them any longer. Seeing this, I Ching nodded slightly to Gaia and said, Let's go. The final step in the chaos world is now complete. Next, we just wait for our child to be born. Upon hearing this, Gaia smiled. Then, everyone stepped into the boundless heavenly realm. However, deep within the abyss of Tartarus, a profound imprint of the heavenly gate was left behind, causing Tartarus, still in slumber, to feel somewhat uneasy. Boundless heavenly realm. Sigh. Tartarus is truly an uncomfortable place. I Ching enjoyed the nurturing of the breath of civilization and said with a smile. Gaia also chuckled lightly and replied, Of course. Nowadays, I spend very little time in my Delphi temple. As she spoke, Gaia shook her head regretfully and added, The breath of civilization in the chaos world is still far too scarce. I Ching nodded. At that moment, Nyx and Mnemosyne emerged from the Crystal Palace. Celestial Emperor, the two women called out. I Ching smiled and nodded, saying, All right, there is no need for such formalities between us. He then turned his gaze to the 6 colossal deities standing between heaven and earth. Indeed, the Cyclopes and the Centimans were still gods, though stripped of their divine titles. Their divine essence could not be taken away. Thus, they still possessed immortality. Chapter 48, Urias. I Ching said to Gaia, They are your children. Use the divine awakening art on them. Upon hearing this, Gaia nodded and stepped forward, addressing the giants. My children, do not panic. Focus and feel this power. The Cyclopes and Centimans trusted Gaia deeply. Then, Gaia cast the divine awakening art, and 6 beams of light flew from her hands, landing on the giants. As the light enveloped them, the giants immediately felt an unprecedented clarity in their minds. Especially the Cyclopes, they could sense their forging skills had improved once more. Soon, the light faded away. I Ching stood up and stepped forward, gazing at these towering giants. With a wave of his hand, the divine weapon transformation pool appeared. This was an inevitable path. The Titan giants had already passed through it before, and now he wanted to see if the Titan gods could be transformed as well. Enter. At I Ching's command, the Cyclopes and Centimans immediately strode into the divine weapon transformation pool. Boom, boom, boom. The entire heavenly realm began to tremble. I Ching's expression tightened slightly, and he promptly summoned the heavenly emperor's seal. Stabilize. Holding the seal, he pressed it slowly into the void, instantly steadying the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, the divine weapon transformation pool began its operation, though the process was slow. Seeing this, I Ching nodded. He wasn't concerned about the speed. As long as it was effective, that was enough. However, this would undoubtedly take a very, very long time. More than a decade after I Ching had rescued the Cyclopes and Cinemanes, Nyx, the goddess of night, became pregnant. Beside her, countless stars shimmered densely, their faint glimmers adorning her dark, flowing gown like scattered sparks of light, exuding an air of profound mystery. Since conceiving, Nyx had worn a constant smile. This time, her womb carried not only the 3,000 star gods destined by fate, but also the deities who were originally meant to be born from her union with Erebus. Moreover, she sensed that the concepts of these stars had also evolved. After merging with the essence of chaos, their potential had grown even greater. On the platform before the Crystal Palace, I Ching and his 3 consorts sat together, each holding a book with fresh fruits and fine wine at their side. In the distance, near the 4 heavenly gates, the shrunken Titan giants trained. Sparring in the martial arena I Ching had created, a place where they could fight without fear of death. Beneath the Crystal Palace, at the base of the colossal tree of civilization, a massive pool continued its ceaseless operation, already 1/3 of the way through the transformation process. It wouldn't be long now. I Ching rarely had the chance to relax leisurely, sitting down for a chat with 3 beautiful goddesses. These idle moments always led I Ching and the 3 women to reminisce about the past. Thousands of years ago, he was still a solitary figure, enduring the long passage of time. Yet, those millennia turned out to be the happiest era of his life, despite a few minor issues. It's almost time, Gaia, I Ching said softly, noticing that Gaia had become even more beautiful, her maternal aura growing ever stronger. Gaia nodded with a smile. It will be any day now. Mnemosyne, upon hearing this, remarked enviously, how I envy you. Why can't the muses be born yet? Even if they can't be born now, they could at least conceive other gods. Pouting, Mnemosyne looked quite dejected. I Ching comforted her by gently stroking her beautiful hair and said, There, no need to be upset. Then, leaning close to her ear, he whispered a few words that made Mnemosyne blush. After a few more leisurely days, the birth of Gaia and I Ching's child arrived. In the ancient temple of Delphi, Gaia gave birth to 5 sons of the sea. They bore the form of dragons and wielded the authority of the ocean's rulers. I Ching looked at the 5 little dragons before him, each of them adorned in distinct colors: azure, white, black, red, and yellow. Gaia smiled and said, Why don't you give them names? I Ching nodded and then smiled. I have already thought of names for you. You shall be called I Ching, I Yun, I Chien, I Ching, and I Tianda. The inclusion of Tian, heaven, in your name signifies that you are my children. Ching embodies clarity. Yun represents freedom. Chien achieves creation. Ching bears the universe. And Tianda nurtures all things. As he spoke, he saw the 5 dragon spirits, all male, with appearances blending Eastern and Western features, looking every bit as striking as their father. Affectionately, he added, So, as your father god, I have great expectations for you. The 5 extraordinarily beautiful deities, sensing the world around them, all turned to I Ching and replied in unison, Yes, Father God. I Ching nodded, his face beaming with joy. After all these years, he finally had children of his own, and they were children conceived by the Mother Earth herself, which filled his heart with immense pride. Then, I Ching turned his gaze to his 5 children, admiring their beauty, and couldn't help but say with a sigh, Look at you all, so stunning. You must learn the art of concealment. In this world, be careful not to be abducted by other gods. Additionally, I will give you 4 names. I Ching, you shall be called Nereus. I Yun, you shall be Eurus. I Chien, you shall be Thomas. I Ching, you shall be Phorcys. And I Tianda, you shall be Ceto. Upon hearing I Ching's warning, everyone, especially I Ching, now Nereus, immediately shuddered. From Gaia, they had learned much, and naturally knew that the chaos deity had peculiar habits. Understood, Father God. The 5 new male gods all twitched their lips. Meanwhile, on the vast sea, Pontus, as the very concept of the ocean and its deity, finally detected the presence of an aura that did not belong to him. Gaia, the most ancient of gods. All right. After thousands of years, I've finally caught it. Pontus was extremely furious. Although his divine power had increased as a result, his authority had somewhat weakened. It wasn't that his authority had been divided, but rather that his influence had diminished. Damn it, this can't go on any longer. Pontus narrowed his eyes, then transformed into human form, preparing precious treasures from the sea. He set off to seek out Oceanus, the titan god of rivers and oceans, one of the 12 titans. If he wished to manifest the 5 forms of the sea and enhance his influence, Oceanus and his kin were now his only option. By this time, Oceanus and his wife Tethys had already given birth to numerous Oceanids and river goddesses. Meanwhile, on Mount Othrys, Iapetus, the god of wisdom and soul, sensed that fleeting moment of significance. Indeed, the mother goddess is related to that most ancient deity. Iapetus paused slightly. Then suddenly his eyes lit up as a message emerged from his wisdom. 5 gods representing the Lord of the Sea. Pontus, Oceanus, it seems I need not worry too much. In an instant, Iapetus grasped the situation. Now the god of sky and space, Cronus, is clearly opposed to that most ancient deity. Meanwhile, Oceanus and Pontus can obviously form an alliance under these changing circumstances. Apart from the earth, both the sky and the sea are now opposing that most ancient deity, which is absolutely good news for him. Chapter 49. Themis. Just as Iapetus was rejoicing, Themis, one of the 12 titans, grew weary of staying in the temple and stepped out of the great hall. Another 100 years have passed. Cronus grows ever more tyrannical, since he devoured his own daughter. His cruelty has only intensified, even turning the entire temple into a place where his word alone reigns. Truth and justice. Over these past 100 years, they have gradually vanished from this sacred temple. This left Themis often covering her eyes, uncertain of what to do. Now that the mother goddess has given birth, perhaps I should stay with her for a while. Themis had little presence in the temple. Though she had earned the recognition of the gods as the goddess of justice with her blindfold, under Cronus's rule, justice could not exist. Even truth had disappeared beneath the authority of the king of gods. With that, Themis descended from the divine mountain and made her way to the temple of Delphi. Along the journey, she observed the golden humans on the earth, hunting cattle and sheep and offering sacrifices to the gods. The golden humans were among the few generations to experience little suffering. Apart from the destructive calamities brought by Cronus's divine wrath, their greatest troubles were the disturbances caused by monsters. They had ample food and possessed such strength that they did not fear the monster's harassment. Roar! A massive sea monster leaped out of the ocean and charged straight toward the golden humans who were herding on the land. Boom! At that moment, a divine light descended from the sky, instantly piercing through the sea monster. The golden humans were startled and looked up, just in time to see Themis flying in the sky. Yes, goddess of truth and justice. Thank you, goddess. Thank you, goddess. The golden humans quickly prostrated themselves, bowing in gratitude to Themis in the sky. Themis nodded slightly and then departed once more. She wandered far and wide, not heading directly to the Temple of Delphi. As she traveled, she frequently intervened, also seeking the faith of the golden humans. However, her principles of truth and justice still found no opportunity to be upheld, for the golden humans were exceedingly warm and kind. Naturally, there were no conflicts for her to mediate. The world of chaos was vast, and Themis had not traversed it entirely. At most, she had only slightly strayed from her path. Yet, in just over a decade, she finally arrived at the Temple of Delphi. This is a small plain where the Temple of Delphi stands. Seeing this, Themis also descended to the ground and then walked toward the temple. At this time, the nymphs had not yet been born, so the entire Temple of Delphi remained quiet, bearing only the traces of time. Themis entered the inner hall of the temple and saw no one there, only rippling reflections on the walls, as if they concealed another space. At that moment, Gaia emerged from the wall and said with a smile, "Themis, what brings you here?" Themis sighed softly and replied, "The atmosphere in King Cronus' palace is too oppressive. I've come to stay with you for a while, mother." Hearing this, Gaia sighed faintly but then smiled again. "Then come along. Nereus and the others have just been born. It's a good chance for you to meet them." Themis nodded with a smile, but suddenly, she pointed curiously at the rippling patterns on the wall and asked, "Mother, could this be a space you've created?" Gaia shook her head with a smile and then said, "Come on, you'll understand once we go inside. Besides, without my guidance, you might not even be able to enter this place." Then, Gaia took Themis's hand and led her into the celestial realm. Themis felt a flash before her eyes, and suddenly, A land filled with the fragrance of flowers and the songs of birds appeared before her, with distant clouds drifting in the sky. At the same time, Themis sensed a profound and wondrous power surging through her body. This isn't the power of faith, mother. Themis felt the aura of civilization in this realm. Nourished by this aura, she felt extremely comfortable and couldn't help but ask, this is the breath of civilization. Chaos is also nurturing it now. Gaia smiled and replied. At that moment, Themis seemed to have touched upon her divine nature, and a revelation dawned upon her. Incredible, she murmured as she regained her composure, overwhelmed by the sensation. Gaia chuckled and said, come, you've already noticed. This is a small world. Themis, ever perceptive, smiled playfully and teased. Could this have been created by that male god of yours, mother? Gaia chuckled and said, you, a chief deity, still act the same as before. Themis smiled lightly. She was still a young goddess. Passing through the heavenly gate, this was the eastern heavenly gate. After walking a short distance, Themis saw people clad in golden armor training on a platform. Who are they? Themis clearly sensed some unusual information. Titan warriors. Gaia did not conceal her pride as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Themis instantly understood and exclaimed in astonishment. They are the Titans. Gaia nodded with a smile and said, yes. How do they shrink their bodies? They clearly do not yet possess divinity, not even a trace of divine nature. Themis exclaimed in astonishment. At this time, the gods of chaos had not yet developed divine arts, but it wouldn't be long. After all, the world of chaos also had a renowned goddess of magic, who created the weave of magic and spread the fame of magic throughout all realms. So one should never underestimate other civilizations. I Ching understood this very well, which was why he absorbed the knowledge of various civilizations and then elevated himself above them. He was also emulating the actions of Jehovah, who similarly drew upon the wisdom of countless worlds and, with overwhelming power, conquered realms far and wide, firmly establishing the reputation and dominion of heaven. This is divine magic, Gaia said with a smile, then proceeded to explain to her daughter what divine magic was. How incredible! So this is how divine power can be utilized. Themis felt as if the world had been pried open before her, and now she was brimming with inspiration, eager to delve into the study of divinity. For the gods, divinity was the most familiar aspect of their existence. Yet to Themis, it still held many unexplored depths. Was this the creation of the most ancient god? Themis asked curiously. As for Gaia's male god, there's only that one, right? Let's go. The two did not fly. Gaia, with a different intention, led Themis on a tour of the celestial realm. The celestial realm had grown significantly larger by now, to the point where it could almost be considered a pocket world. Perhaps it could even be divided, but how to divide it was something even I Ching couldn't determine. They passed by the barracks of the East Heavenly Gate, then came upon a scene filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers. There were also numerous cattle and sheep living and breeding here. Yes, these were all brought in by I Ching. Though gods need not eat or drink, it seemed that in myths, deities and immortals often indulged in the pleasures of the palate. Naturally, I Ching was no exception, and he was also searching for seeds to plant grains like wheat and corn. As they moved forward, Themis gradually caught sight of the increasingly massive and distinct jade tree. That tree, as if carved from exquisite jade, instantly imprinted itself in her heart. Chapter 50. A conversation before parting. It was an exquisitely crafted jade tree. As they drew closer, the intricate patterns and graceful branches became clearly visible, revealing the tree's extraordinary nature. Moreover, standing here, one can feel an increasingly palpable aura of civilization. The surrounding mist is actually the convergence of this very essence of civilization. This surprised Themis greatly, for the true flourishing of chaos' civilization occurred during the Bronze Age under Zeus's rule, reached its peak in the Heroic Age, and then entered the Iron Age before finally transitioning into the Clay Age, marking the end of mythology. So the Golden Age of humanity was not actually the pinnacle of civilization, especially during the Age of Heroes. That was an era of countless heroes, among whom even the mighty Heracles, the guardian capable of intimidating monsters, protecting the entire Olympian pantheon, and whose name echoed through the ages, was but one of them, Mother Goddess. At that moment, 5 male gods flew over from a distance, laughing and greeting them. Gaia smiled and said, Nereus, come and meet Themis, the goddess of truth and justice. Immediately, Nereus and the others greeted her with smiles before running off cheerfully again, earning an eye roll from Gaia. These 5 newly born deities were truly like children, full of playfulness. However, I Ching didn't stop them. After all, they were just born, and it was only natural for them to be playful, much like their youthful appearances suggested. Arriving beneath the tree of civilization, Gaia said, "Let us go. Our destination is up above." As she spoke, she noticed Themis's astonished expression. The tree of civilization had grown increasingly massive, resembling a towering mountain, and it was only natural for anyone seeing it to be awestruck. "This tree is so beautiful. Mother Goddess, does it have a name?" Themis asked, as she also noticed the patterns and drawings on the trunk and branches, which greatly captured her attention. Gaia smiled and replied, "It is called the Tree of Civilization, a colossal tree rooted in civilization, thriving and growing." Then Gaia took Themis into the air, and suddenly, the overlapping branches stretched out like a sea of stars. Yet, the place was not dark. Instead, it was bathed in bright light, utterly magical. Each leaf seemed to carry a unique charm, as if the stars themselves were right before their eyes, just as they felt lost in the dense branches. A sudden clearing appeared, like finding a hidden village beyond the twists and turns of a winding path. There, a vast space opened up, with a beautiful palace complex at its center, along with a massive platform and a mirror. As they flew upward, Themis spotted her sister, Mnemosyne, and the goddess of night, Nyx. Only then did she notice I Ching reclining on a lounge chair. Who would have thought that even the goddess of night had ties to the primordial gods? "You really hit it well," Themis thought to herself with a start. Then Gaia led Themis onto the platform. At that moment, Mnemosyne stood up with a smile and said, "Sister Themis, you're here." Nyx also gave a faint smile and said, "Welcome to the celestial realm." I Ching sat up and said, "Welcome, goddess of truth and justice." Themis responded in kind, and with a wave of I Ching's hand, 2 more chairs appeared. Gaia casually reclined on one, just like everyone else. Seeing this, Themis was curious and decided to try it as well, immediately finding the chair quite comfortable. "How do you find this place, goddess Themis?" I Ching chuckled and asked with a smile. The massive round mirror before them reflected scenes from the heavenly realm and the world of chaos. Themis glanced at it with mild curiosity, but showed little surprise, as the gods also possessed means to observe the entire world of chaos. "This place is beautiful, and the aura of civilization is rich," Themis praised without reservation. Then she stood up, her demeanor shifting from the lightheartedness she had shared with Gaia to one of solemnity. Now she truly resembled a goddess. She inquired, "Might the primordial god tell me where this aura of civilization originates from?" I Ching slowly shook his head and said, "Ask another question." Themis didn't seem to mind and then asked, "O most ancient god, do you also possess the divine authority of wisdom?" I Ching nodded with a smile and said, "Yes. This couldn't be Iapetus asking you to inquire, could it? Since Themis is not a member of the Dragon Court, the power of the great sun of wisdom naturally does not extend to her." Themis shook her head and replied, "I came only to see the mother goddess, but I never expected the mother goddess to have been with you all along. Moreover, the goddess of night, Nyx, is also here, which truly startled me." Upon hearing this, Nyx rose slightly and chuckled softly. "Night is everywhere, but the night belongs to the most ancient and the heavenly emperor." I Ching laughed heartily upon hearing this, reaching out to pat Nyx's head and saying, "You've certainly learned quite a few strange things during this time." Themis, upon hearing this, flashed a look of surprise in her eyes. The goddess of night, Nyx, what kind of existence was she? She was an ancient primordial deity capable of making deals with Uranus. Her status in chaos was undeniably lofty. "All right, is there anything else you'd like to ask?" I Ching said with a smile that he was about to set off today. But he expected this goddess to come, which piqued his curiosity. He held a great fondness for Themis, the goddess of truth and justice. Though not a virgin goddess, she was renowned in the world of chaos for her fairness. Her divine domain was truth and justice, and she embodied these principles in her actions. If not for the fact that her authority required the backing of formidable power, she would never have sought out Zeus. Hearing I Ching's words, Themis then asked, "Ancient One, I wish to ask, when will truth and justice truly emerge?" Upon hearing this, I Ching nodded. It seemed Themis had sought out Gaia, not just to unwind. At that moment, Gaia suddenly stood up, flipped her hand, and a divine oracle appeared in her grasp. The oracle faintly resonated with Themis. Indeed, the second master of the oracle had appeared. I Ching laughed upon seeing this and said, "Truth and justice require formidable power to create an environment. For example, a divine king." Themis shook her head and replied, "Cronus does not uphold truth and justice. He believes in strength." I Ching chuckled lightly and said, "Then take the divine decree and go see for yourself. Go and witness how truth and justice should manifest in the world." Likewise, you are welcome here as well. Upon hearing this, Themis nodded joyfully. Though her strength was at the level of a great god, she was among the weakest of the 12 titans, even inferior to some of the second-generation titans. It was evident that her divine power had not reached the level of a supreme deity, largely because the symbol of her divinity had never appeared in the world. The strength she possessed now was earned through her efforts in persuading the gods and serving as their witness. Very well, Goddess Themis, take your time to ponder it, I Ching said with a smile, then stood up. He couldn't wait any longer. The myths of all worlds were still in their earliest stages, and now was the time for him to reap the benefits. This was not the moment for him to pursue goddesses or indulge in romance. Chapter 51, Setting Off. I Ching then turned to the three women and said, "Focus on your cultivation, especially you, Mnemosyne, my lovely goddess of records. Have you created the second-generation script yet?" Mnemosyne gave an awkward smile. Over the years, she had been enjoying herself so much that she had completely forgotten her divine duty. She still hadn't developed the written language for the second-generation silver humans. I Ching shook his head helplessly with a wry smile. Words would perish along with the extinction of a generation of humanity, and thus, language itself evolves. This is the divine duty of Mnemosyne. Themis looked at Gaia in confusion, but Gaia merely smiled without saying a word. Themis was not one of their own. It was fine for her to know some things, but not everything. In the next moment, I Ching leaped and transformed into a dragon. Golden scales covered his entire body, and his majestic, sacred dragon head appeared astonishingly powerful, while his elegant yet robust serpentine form coiled and twisted. Roar! I Ching let out a long roar, then soared out, instantly leaving the boundless celestial realm. In the next moment, he arrived at his water abyss. It had been a long time since he last came here, yet his mark remained. This was the sacred site where the primordial god manifested. Splash! The lake erupted, sending a towering spray into the air, followed by the emergence of a colossal, elegant, and divine dragon. Roar! Another earth-shaking roar echoed as I Ching flew toward the world's membrane, not upward into the sky, but northward. Boom! As I Ching revealed himself, thunder rumbled across the heavens, and the figures of Cronus and the other Titan gods appeared in the sky. But in the next instant, I Ching shrank to the size of a mustard seed, simultaneously concealing himself. In the divine hall, Cronus scowled, watching the primordial god vanish from the divine flames in an instant. Divine King, this primordial god's ability to conceal himself is formidable. Even under the combined forces of the primordial gods and Uranus, he once escaped. Iapetus said with a frown. "What can we do?" Cronus replied without looking up. Iapetus had no answer. This ability seemed insurmountable, and he had no solution at the moment. Bang! Cronus slammed his fist onto the throne, startling Iapetus. Gazing at the world, Cronus gradually conceived an idea, a terrifying one. "I have a way," Cronus said coldly. Meanwhile, I Ching had already reached the world's membrane. Beyond it lay a realm of obscurity and chaos. This was not the primordial chaos, but a place of the unknown and unknowable, shrouded in misty ignorance. Like a newborn child, only when one gains clarity about the world does the fog of ignorance dissipate. That moment would also mark the convergence of all worlds. Yet I Ching was different. He was both god and man, possessing a unique attribute that was his greatest advantage. He hailed from an era of great fusion, where the myths of all worlds were interconnected within him. The concept of humanity had long been unified, granting him the courage to traverse this mist-veiled expanse. Roar! I Ching once again manifested his form, roaring furiously toward Mount Otris before departing from the world of chaos. No sooner had he left than I Ching found himself engulfed in an impenetrable fog, while behind him lay the radiant world of chaos, a light born of myth. The myriad worlds were not yet connected, nor were the myths intertwined. Between the worlds, the mortal realm appeared as a vast, desolate land, while in the eyes of the gods, it was shrouded in a thick, sightless mist, a haze that concealed untold mysteries. Assuming human form, I Ching beheld a sight unseen in chaos, two distinct worlds within his vision. In one direction stretched an endless expanse of wilderness, primal and boundless. Behind him, the luminous world of chaos shimmered with divine radiance, a realm where civilization was flourishing, an era where myth and progress coexisted. In the other direction loomed an oppressive, boundless fog, so thick that not even a hand could be seen before one's face. A darkness so profound it was terrifying. Here, perhaps, Erebus, the god of darkness, could unleash his full power. Yet, His divine authority had not yet extended to this place. I Ching followed the line of sight towards the north, but the mist in another line of sight still affected him. Moreover, he could always sense something terrifying lurking within that obscure fog. Suddenly, I Ching felt something. The mist seemed to be drawing something from his body. This sensation alarmed him, and in the next moment, a thought struck him. The dragon pearl emerged, and a faint glow immediately radiated from it, dispersing the mist around him to create a space as wide as a person. The light of civilization had dispelled the fog. At that moment, horrifying screams erupted abruptly before vanishing into silence. I Ching turned to look and saw wisps of black mist slowly rising from his body. What is this? He wondered. I Ching was startled to see that this thing had emerged from his own body and was instantly scorched by the light of civilization, letting out a terrifying scream. A divine glow appeared in I Ching's hand as he grasped a wisp of black energy, instantly capturing its essence. It was the manifestation of all the fears, the unknowns, and the aversions he had harbored in his past life as a human. At this moment, I Ching's wisdom also came into play. Humanity's worship and reverence for heaven and earth had given birth to gods. Human ignorance and obscurity had become the mist in the eyes of the gods. The unknown terrors of mankind had transformed into monsters in the eyes of the divine. This was the evolution of mythology. And this place, where no human had ever set foot, was filled with treacherous land and water. Humans loathed and feared this place, so it would inevitably give rise to terrifying monsters. Yet precisely because no one had ever come here, no true monsters had been born. But after my arrival, the monster began to take form. It absorbed the unknowns and fears from my heart when I was human, and thus, the monster would emerge. I Ching frowned more and more as he pondered. Perhaps just as he had thought, the mist suddenly churned violently, and in an instant, terrifying monsters began to take shape within the fog. These creatures had bizarre appearances. Some resembled wolves or tigers, while others looked like giant pythons. But they all shared one common trait. They were hideously ugly, so repulsive that the mere sight of them filled one with disgust. However, the moment these monsters charged forward, the dragon pearl radiated a brilliant light, and under the dazzling brilliance of civilization, they vanished instantly. But now, with the legacy of both Eastern civilization and the chaos civilization within me, this mist poses no threat. Even if I were to lose my human perspective, I could still press forward without fear. I Ching turned to look behind and saw a small stretch of path that, even after leaving the radiance of civilization, still remained. Do paths emerge wherever the traces of civilization pass? Egon sighed with emotion, feeling a growing understanding of civilization in his heart. Then, looking at the small path before him, he said, "Very well, you shall be called the path of the pioneer." In a daze, a faint golden radiance began to emanate from the entire path, remaining visible even as the rolling mist surged around it, never obscured. With that, Egon gazed at the unknown fog ahead and officially set off. Chapter 52. Forging the path amid the boundless, ignorant mist, a small golden path emerged. Egon, with the dragon pearl atop his head, moved forward under its brilliant glow. The civilization energy within the pearl continuously depleted, yet with the support of two worlds. Such consumption was negligible. As the light spread, the surrounding mist was constantly purged of monsters, eradicated by the radiance of civilization. At the same time, Egon became increasingly aware of the hardships faced by those pioneers who had first forged such paths. Where am I now? How much farther to the next world? I Ching gazed into the boundless mist, directionless. Yet from others' perspectives, he had already traveled a great distance. After an unknowable length of time, suddenly the fog ahead parted, revealing a faint glimmer. Before him unfolded a world in the midst of evolution. Was this a mythological world in the making? I Ching gazed in astonishment at the slowly evolving world before him. This world was not as vast as others, yet it contained all the transformations it should have. This sight made I Ching pause momentarily, observing the unfolding world. Perhaps it also reminded him of the divine role of the recorder within his own godhood. He then took out a book and a pen, beginning to sketch and document. As he drew, I Ching did not forget to leave traces of his own essence within this world. The world was all-encompassing, accepting of outsiders as well, especially the civilizational knowledge I Ching left behind, which would greatly benefit the world. Though this would grant I Ching, an outsider, an exceptionally high status within this world, the world itself did not mind. I Ching imprinted his essence into the will of the world, leaving behind a mark. Then, he guided the tree of civilization from the heavenly realm, using his mark as its trunk, allowing it to take root in this world. Satisfied with his work, I Ching noticed that the book in his hand had begun to fill with information on its own. He nodded in approval. This was a minor mythological world. Perhaps it was a small world born from a civilization with shallow roots, or perhaps its influence would remain limited in the future. Whatever the case, its manifestation in this desolate, boundless expanse was diminutive. What kind of civilization was this? I Ching wondered. But this was merely a casual move on his part. Every civilization had its own brilliance. That was an immutable truth. With that, I Ching resumed his journey. The path of the pioneer, which had connected from the chaos world to this mythological realm, now extended further. The road was long and arduous. I Ching walked this path for 1,000 years. This span of time was something he learned from the heavenly realm. He had traveled far. Even for a god, 1,000 years of travel left him slightly weary. Meanwhile, in the chaos world during those 1,000 years, Cronus had devoured yet another of his children. The era of the third divine king, Zeus, drew ever closer. Over the millennia, I Ching encountered many evolving worlds. Yet, he also made a significant discovery. The birth of mythological worlds was not inevitable. He had come across dozens of small worlds in the process of formation and recorded them. But in the end, most of those worlds collapsed one after another, with very few surviving. 1,000 years later, I Ching continued forward, a faintly glowing dragon pearl hovering above his head as he carved a golden path through the void. Whoosh! Suddenly, the mist before him began to thin. Its vast expanse instantly told I Ching that he might be approaching another major world. With a single step forward, a massive abyss suddenly appeared before him. The sight of this abyss startled I Ching. It was pitch black, its depths unfathomable. To the left of the abyss, a great river flowed, its waters freezing into glaciers. To the right, flames raged, forming a world of fire that stretched into the heavens. And towering above it all was a world tree so vast that its top and edges were beyond sight. It stood rooted in the abyss, its branches spanning both sides of the world. Even the enormous abyss seemed insignificant in comparison to this colossal tree. It was as if the entire cosmos revolved around this single world tree. Beneath the tree lay an enormous cow, likely the primordial cow Audhumla. The world tree seemed vaguely divided into 3 layers, but I Ching's keen eyes spotted a majestic eagle perched at its very top. Between the eagle's eyes, another fierce bird of prey glared down at the world below. Under the tree, shrouded in mist, a massive black dragon gnawed at the roots. Yet, the world tree was so immense and mighty that the dragon's relentless biting only managed to tear away tiny fragments. Strangely, as the tree weakened from the assault, the world itself seemed to grow stronger in I Ching's perception. Norse mythology. Gazing at the thriving tree, I Ching took a deep breath and stepped forward. The moment he approached, the world enveloped him. I Ching subtly concealed his presence and began infusing his civilizational knowledge into the world's consciousness. But the result shocked him. The world tree rejected his essence. I Ching faintly sensed that if he forced his knowledge into this world, he would be bound by its unique laws. Here, even gods had destinies. Gods could die. The world was doomed to destruction. It seemed there would be no shortcuts. The only way to gain recognition in Norse mythology was to traverse the world and spread his faith. I Ching shook his head slightly and said. At the same time, he also realized that there were differences between mythological worlds. Shaking his head, I Ching then walked toward the great tree. For what he understood, the Norse world tree had 3 layers. The topmost layer was the realm of the gods, such as Asgard, the Aesir, and the land of the elves, Alfheim. The middle layer was Midgard, the world of humans. To the west of the human world lay Vanaheim, the paradise where the Vanir gods resided. To the east of the human world was Jotunheim, the land of the frost giants and mountain giants. The lower layer consisted of the realms of the dwarves, the underworld. Niflheim, the land of mist, and Muspelheim, the realm of fire and the fire giants. At the very bottom, covered by the world tree, lay the enormous abyss known as Ginnungagap. However, when I Ching used his mystical vision to observe the entire world, he saw gods and giants coexisting peacefully. In the highest layer, he saw the gods and giants dividing the land equally, with the progenitor of the giants still alive, a colossally enormous giant. Excluding the topmost layer, the central part of the world tree, apart from Vanaheim, the land of the Vanir, was barren. Only the east remained a frozen wasteland, inhabited by a few mountain giants and frost giants, yet it had not yet become the true realm of the frost giants. As for the lower world, only Niflheim and Muspelheim existed at this time. Sigh. Though Odin wasn't as promiscuous as Zeus, he was still a ruthless figure, and some of his methods were far from honorable. But then again, they were all cut from the same cloth. I Ching shook his head slightly. But now, the world tree had already been conceived, and it hadn't absorbed the civilization information he had transmitted. Naturally, he was still an outsider at this point. If he wanted to gain the recognition of this world and harness its power of civilization, he would have to spread his faith and propagate his mythology throughout this mythical realm. Chapter 53. Muspelheim. As he approached, I Ching looked at the only 3 paths available. One was the central path, blocked by the reclining form of the primordial cow. Another was the fog-shrouded land of mist, Niflheim. The third was the realm of fire, Muspelheim. The path guarded by the primordial cow was out of the question. As for Niflheim, legends said the underworld lay deep within its mists, and the venomous dragon that gnawed at the roots of the world tree also dwelled there. Neither of these paths was suitable for him. I Ching shook his head, then turned his gaze toward the Flame Kingdom. There, towering flames surged into the sky, their intense heat vaporizing the frost of the ice world and sending it rising to the crown of the world tree. Eventually, it condensed into rain and fell back down, creating a unique cycle. So now, only the Flame Kingdom remains. I Ching murmured to himself that he wasn't afraid of fire, but the flames in each world were different. Perhaps he could use this fire to further refine his 5 elements and yin-yang. With that thought, I Ching turned and headed toward the land of flames. However, what he didn't know was that the primordial cow lying asleep beneath the world tree had slightly opened one eye and glanced at the spot where I Ching had just stood, its gaze tinged with faint confusion. It had sensed the presence of a living being there. Yet upon opening its eyes, it saw nothing. This puzzled the cow. Such instincts were never wrong, and its power and status set it apart from ordinary beings. Still, after a moment, the primordial cow lay back down, unconcerned. After all, the birth of gods and giants had been accidental occurrences in the first place. Even the world tree was merely its food. I Ching didn't know that although his concealment ability was extremely powerful, granted by the 2 supreme deities, these creator supreme gods who had forged the world still possessed a sense of vigilance. However, they had no need to concern themselves with such matters. In a word, their status was so lofty that it was as if the world would cease to exist without them. Thus, they were inherently supreme gods. So long as their myths continued to spread, their divinity would never wane. Unless a latecomer surpassed them and ascended to the status of the omniscient and omnipotent singular god, it was virtually impossible for any being to replace them. Of course, this also imposed a limitation upon them, for they could not leave their own world. They were the roots of the world, stepping onto the roots of the world tree. In the next moment, he directly entered the world. It was a vast expanse, the sky still dark and gloomy, with towering flames visible in the distance. Seeing this, I Ching understood that it was the realm of fire. Without hesitation, he flew toward the fiery domain. The Norse world at this time was desolate and barren. The 3 Odin brothers had already been born, though they had not yet come of age. It was also the time when the 3 Odin brothers, alongside the other gods, would join forces to slay Ymir, the progenitor of the giants, allowing the gods to establish the Odin pantheon as the dominant force. Whoosh! A world ablaze with fire unfolded before I Ching's eyes. Lava sprawled everywhere, and eternal flames burned ceaselessly. Yet, the frigid air from the realm of frost prevented the fires of this world from spreading to the world tree. It was a wondrous and peculiar balance. I Ching lifted his concealment. Since he had decided to spread his faith in this world where gods and giants coexisted, there was no need to hide, especially in Norse mythology, which revered battle and revelry, fighting by day and feasting by night. Only through combat, only as a warrior, could one conquer them, earn their admiration, and join their ranks. Otherwise, cowering in fear would not only hinder the spread of faith, but likely incur the disdain of both gods and giants. Perhaps even provoke their united opposition. Do not dismiss this as mere fiction. Odin and his brothers were born of a giantess. Thus, giants and gods share blood ties. As I Ching shed his concealment, the aura of this foreign deity instantly manifested in the realm of fire. In an instant, magma erupted violently, countless jets of molten rock bursting forth like beautiful crimson lotuses of flame. One after another, fire giants rose from the lava, born of the flames, in this fiery domain. No matter how grievous their wounds, they could recover. Yet, just as the gods were fated to die, so too would these fire giants perish. However, as destined destroyers, fire giants were exceedingly difficult to kill. What god are you? How dare you trespass here? Boom to fire giant. This was the realm of fire. With a scorching heat allowed no life but that of fire giants to thrive. Even the gods would sweat like mortals here, unable to endure for long. Thus, upon seeing I Ching's arrival, the fire giants suppressed their fury, burning with curiosity. Fire giants, I am a god from another world. I seek to borrow a place here for my cultivation. I Ching declared loudly, his voice resounding with strength. Yes, as the saying goes, he is both man and dragon. The dragon battles in the wild. Its blood is profound and yellow. He has always carried the fiery courage and heart to fight. Now arriving in this world, he feels his long-dormant blood, silent for countless millennia, awakening and beginning to boil. At that moment, an even more colossal lava giant emerged. His name was Surtur, the king of the realm of fire, the sovereign of the lava giants, the giant king himself. Ha! You wish to train here? Fine, but only if you can survive within a magma, endure the scorching flames of the fire world, and defeat one of our kin in battle. Then I shall grant you a place. Surtur, the king of the lava giants, roared with laughter, his voice deep and explosive. The flames wreathing his body were even more terrifying than those of the molten rock beneath him. I Ching realized that Surtur's power must be above the level of a great god, and it was likely that he had already traversed a great distance even among the primordial gods. Upon hearing this, I Ching laughed heartily and said, "Good." He was unafraid of these challenges, and in the next moment, I Ching transformed into a true dragon. The golden-scaled dragon rapidly grew in size, and in an instant, its colossal form became no smaller than any of the magma giants. With a soft plop, the thick lava churned as I Ching plunged into the molten depths, swimming freely with exhilaration. As the progenitor of dragons, he naturally possessed the abilities of the red dragon, a dragon of the southern seas, the divine serpent that commanded summer flames and scorching heat. In later myths of the Eastern world, after the emergence of Journey to the West, this lineage evolved into the dragon kings of the southern seas. The magma giants watched in astonishment as the massive dragon frolicked effortlessly in the lava. They were amazed that he could alter his size at will, and, despite lacking any obvious flame-based powers, remained unharmed by the scorching magma and divine fire. The golden dragon churned the molten rock, clutching a radiant pearl in its claws. With each breath, it devoured and absorbed the surging divine flames, merging them into its own Tao fire. Enough. You've passed this trial, Surtur, the king of the magma giants, suddenly declared in a deep voice, sensing that the fire laws of the flame realm were being subtly siphoned away. Though this absorption wouldn't harm the flame realm, this was his domain. Everything here belonged to him. How could he allow others to take what was rightfully his? I Ching let out a laugh and flipped over, instantly transforming his dragon body into a massive figure with a human torso and a dragon's tail. Now you shall endure the scorching of my flames. If you can withstand it, then you will have passed this second trial. Surtur's eyes gleamed with a hint of anger. Do not think the fire giants are easy to reason with. Their tempers are the most volatile. After all, they are creatures of flame. Chapter 54. Honoring the brave, there must still be a time limit. I Ching naturally had to impose a limit. This Surtur was a deity of the primordial gods. How could a single great god withstand him for long? So, he had to set a restriction. Fine, then 5 breaths it is. Surtur paid no heed. He knew his own flames well. This was the eternal fire that even the gods feared. I Ching summoned the dragon pearl and then quietly swallowed it. Though he could only rely on his physical body to resist, he was not without a way. Come on. I Ching spoke gravely, and as the fire element of the 5 elements circulated within him, the surrounding flames trembled slightly in response. Surtur sensed the disturbance in the laws of fire within the realm of flames and said solemnly, "Is this the power of fire from your world?" I Ching also gazed solemnly at the increasingly blazing, gradually whitening king of the fire giants, Surtur. He said, "What? You want it? It's not impossible. But you must pass down my myths and civilization and stand or fall together with your race." Impossible. Surtur outright refused. They too possessed divine authority. In the moment I Ching uttered those words, their divinity trembled, transmitting information to them. They knew that if they followed the words of the being before them, the fire giants would inevitably divert some of their faith to this foreign deity. Are you going to steal it then? Is the renowned king of the fire giants, Surtur, nothing more than a deity devoid of honor and heroism? I Ching was the first to speak, while silently raising his vigilance to the highest level. A god from another realm. Surtur had initially entertained the same thought. But upon noticing the gazes of the surrounding fire giants and the faint mockery in I Ching's expression, he suddenly roared, "God from another realm, rest assured. Let us proceed, I will not steal it. Then let us witness the heroic spirit of your kind." Whoosh! Instantly, a golden flame tinged with blazing white surged forth. This was Surtur's wrath. Indeed, his mere fury was already this terrifying. The molten lava rapidly surged upward, only to be suppressed and extinguished by this overwhelming flame. I Ching solemnly made his move, and the power of fire manifested around him like a blazing furnace. Whoosh! In an instant, the golden white flames of Surtur's wrath surged toward the massive fiery furnace. Countless principles of fire emerged, and Surtur's wrath quickly intertwined with them, clashing and resisting in a fierce confrontation. At the same time, I Ching's wisdom divine spark began to exert its power, analyzing the essence of Surtur's wrath in that very moment. Soon, the fiery furnace formed by the power of fire started to solidify, and Surtur's wrath was slowly being absorbed and transformed. The change was subtle, so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible. Yet the effect it produced was terrifying. In an instant, the furnace became as solid as reality itself, and Surtur's wrath could no longer melt it. 2 breaths passed, with 3 remaining. Seeing this, Surtur's fury intensified, and his power grew even stronger. However, I Ching's wisdom divine spark was no ordinary force. Soon, he began to grasp some of the essence of Surtur's wrath. Especially since Surtur was demonstrating it right before his eyes, it was akin to receiving a hands-on lesson. And this student possessed extraordinary talent and comprehension. In that instant, I Ching's power of fire surged dramatically, and soon, the other elemental forces of the 5 phases also began to grow. A few moments later, the 5 breaths elapsed, and Surtur ceased his assault. His molten face betrayed no expression, but the many fire giants present knew Surtur was undoubtedly enraged, because at that moment, the oppressive aura of the primordial god grew increasingly dense. The king of the fire giants was indeed extraordinary. I Ching smiled and praised, then put away the furnace. He continued, "Come on, let's move to the 3rd challenge." Surtur turned his head toward the towering lava giant beside him and said, "You go." "Yes, my king." The lava giant strode forward, another deity of great stature. Facing the colossal lava giant, I Ching grew in size once more, matching his opponent's height. "Outlander god, your flame divinity is impressive, but it's not enough to defeat me." The lava giant roared with excitement and battle fervor. "Enough talk. Let's fight." I Ching also said with high morale, "Boom." Instantly, the battle erupted. In the midst of the battlefield, the lava giant swung its magma fists toward I Ching. I Ching also threw a punch while feinting an attack with his left hand, but it was blocked by the lava giant. Bang, bang, bang. Another series of rapid punches followed, but in the end, the lava giant proved slightly more skilled. In terms of physical strength, I Ching was actually stronger, but the lava giant, fighting on its home turf, had no fear of exhaustion. Even if its fist was shattered by I Ching, the power of the flame domain would quickly restore it in the next moment. Meanwhile, although I Ching held the advantage in physical clashes, he gradually began to fall behind. Seeing this, I Ching understood that relying solely on physical combat against the lava giant, especially within the flame domain, was practically a joke. Thus, the dragon pearl within his abdomen began to exert its power, instantly replenishing I Ching's stamina. "You have cheats? Well, so do I," I Ching thought to himself, then engaged in battle once more. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became. Compared to the still rough combat skills of the lava giants at this stage, I Ching's techniques appeared somewhat refined. Drawing from the martial arts techniques of later eras, his movements grew increasingly formidable. Roar! The lava giant was enraged. It had been forced back repeatedly, its face nearly battered beyond recognition. Suddenly, its body erupted with surging flames, and it launched a fiery assault toward I Ching. I Ching sensed the danger and swiftly dodged aside, only to see the force of the flames growing increasingly terrifying. It seemed that unless unleashed, the power of these flames would only become more and more fearsome, with the fire realm serving as an endless source of energy. Attempting to defeat these giants within their own domain was as difficult as climbing to the heavens on foot. Divine art, seeing the lava giant unleash its power, I Ching refused to be outdone and activated his own divine technique. Instantly, I Ching fought like an unstoppable force, his combat prowess growing increasingly terrifying. In mere moments, he overwhelmed the lava giant, relentlessly pummeling it. From time to time, A radiant glow flickered around him, and occasionally a divine technique would strike the lava giant, leaving his opponent utterly miserable and increasingly frustrated. Boom! Boom! Two consecutive, deafening explosions rang out as the lava giant collapsed to the ground, motionless. Standing tall, I Ching turned his gaze towards Surtur. The surrounding lava giants cast sidelong glances at this foreign god. King of the lava giants, mighty god of flames, I have now defeated your subordinate. May I now train here? I Ching looked at the seemingly dead lava giant and said loudly. At this moment, he was still filled with passionate blood, but he remained calm. Surtur had not shown even a tenth of his strength, and he hadn't even demonstrated the eternal fire from mythology. Naturally, I Ching understood that he only needed to show that he could fight, dare to fight, and was fearless. There was no need to display the demeanor of a victor. Chapter 55, Mysterious Power. God of the Otherworld, you are quite impressive, Surtur said in a deep voice. Then slowly continued, you can choose a location, but you only have 100 years. 100 years? That's enough. I Ching casually curled the corner of his mouth and nodded. Immediately, all the lava giants instantly merged into the magma and disappeared. I Ching also quickly left and found a place to begin his contemplation. However, his Dragon Ball remained suspended outside, keeping watch for him. It felt like sitting in a haze, swaying and searching. I Ching's mind floated in the Flame Kingdom, where he could feel the scorching and violent power, as well as the life force present in this realm of flames. 5 elements. The power of fire. The crimson energy transformed into a neon ribbon, wrapping around I Ching, as strands of flames from the Flame Kingdom were drawn in by the power of fire. The best choice to understand the laws is to absorb it and comprehend it. Whoosh! The flames swirled like a giant brush, painting traces around I Ching, highlighting him as if he were a sacred being nurtured within the flames. Resembling an emperor of fire. Suddenly, the power of fire seemed to change. The flame, resembling a ribbon, slowly transformed back into a stream of air. All things returned to one breath. Where does the breath come from? It is formed from chaos. The 5 elements generate one another. Qi generates metal, metal generates water. Qi transforms into water. Water generates wood. Qi transforms into wood. Wood generates fire. Qi transforms into fire. Fire generates earth. Qi transforms into earth. Earth generates metal. Qi returns to metal. This is the Eastern philosophy of the 5 elements, where they generate and restrain each other. Metal restrains wood. Wood restrains earth. Earth restrains water. Water restrains fire. Fire restrains metal. The crimson energy wrapping around I Ching suddenly swirled into a palm-sized flame, its existence uncertain, seeming like the source of the 5 elements, and yet like the flames of this flame kingdom. Suddenly, the flames slowly generated earth, which turned yellow. And within the power of earth, there was also another force. The 5 elements rotate. Like a wheel, the 5 elements began to generate one another. Earth, metal, water, wood, fire. A 5-colored light appeared before I Ching. Whoosh! I Ching suddenly reached out his hand, and in an instant, 5 colors of light intertwined to form magical runes. These runes slowly floated among the various elemental forces. The runes moved freely as if there were no gravity. Rune of Luant. It turned out to be the script of magical runes. I Ching was astonished. He had just sensed the differences among the 5 elements and had acted suddenly. But now it seemed that Odin had obtained the rune symbols. The rune symbols were not created by Odin. Rather, they were a magical power that had been nurtured since the birth of the world tree in Norse mythology. They are the root of magic in Norse mythology, possessing the power that connects through the world tree. Likewise, these rune symbols will be one of the few magics in later generations capable of contending with chaos. The magic goddess of Greek mythology. Rune symbols are not just the root of magic. They also represent the original script of the Norse world, an innate writing. At this moment, a brilliant light shone in I Ching's eyes, and a halo of wisdom naturally emerged from behind his head. As the halo of wisdom appeared, the surrounding flames were instantly extinguished by the divine light, revealing charred stones. However, I Ching did not pay attention to these. He was fully focused on studying the rune symbols, temporarily setting aside the transformed power of the 5 elements. Yes, the transformation of the 5 elements was quick, but the rune symbols were extremely difficult. This was the key to the power of the world tree. Under the vast brilliance of wisdom, I Ching uncovered a glimpse of the surface, but to say that he had mastered it now would be a joke. The rune symbols were no less than his 3,000 hieroglyphs, and were even considerably more powerful. They could be compared to the ancient tadpole script of the East. Both are the original scripts that record the laws of heaven and earth, embodying the Tao. I Ching was studying the runes while also deducing the 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements was once again circulating and intermingling, and the Tao rhythm of the world tree gradually appeared within the wheel of the 5 elements. At the same time, the runes within the wheel slowly increased in number, growing from the initial 4 runes. I Ching was deeply engrossed, but the energy radiating from his wheel of wisdom made the observing lava giant feel a sense of clarity, and its previous rage gradually softened. Remarkable. This watcher actually began to speak slowly, feeling for the first time what wisdom truly meant, what life should be, the power of wisdom. The lava giant slowly walked from the magma to stand before I Ching, revealing its massive head. Gazing at the orbs swirling around I Ching and the intense blue light emanating from him, a hint of blue gradually appeared in its fiery eyes. Spirit of wisdom, thank you for showing me what wisdom is, the lava giant said slowly. Originally sent to monitor I Ching, it suddenly gained wisdom and was now enjoying the rare sense of peace and the wonders that wisdom brought. As for informing Surtur, wisdom told it that once it did so, the light of wisdom would vanish, and it would become irritable again, losing the wisdom it had gained over the years. So it settled down, quietly enjoying the brilliance of wisdom. I Ching naturally sensed the presence of the lava giant, but he didn't mind. Although the transformation of the 5 elements was not yet complete, the 5 elements had already begun to rotate, so he didn't need to stay here indefinitely. Moreover, when the rotation of the 5 elements was perfected, the exotic aura surrounding I Ching would also be somewhat concealed, and he would then possess the aura of Norse mythology. Time passed. In the realm of flames, there was no night, and it was always bright, filled with raging flames. Some flames even surged up to 100 feet high, while some magma splattered like a volcanic eruption, soaring 3,000 meters. I Ching had encountered these over the years, but the wheel of 5 elements before him gradually grew larger, and a 5-color gate stood in front of him. Hundreds of rune symbols were clearly visible on the gate, and I Ching gained much insight from them. However, 100 years only allowed I Ching to become somewhat familiar with the usage of these hundreds of rune symbols. The total number of rune symbols was 3,000, so he had not yet collected them all. Magic. As the 100-year period was about to end, I Ching slowly retracted the wheel of wisdom from behind his head. The light of wisdom dissipated, and suddenly flames reappeared on the ground. The fierce flames instantly turned the charred rocks back into lava. I Ching stood above the sea of fire and lava, retracting the essence of the 5 elements. As he was doing so, the lava giant suddenly spoke up and said, "Respected deity, I wonder if I could follow you." I Ching looked at the lava giant with slight surprise and said, "Why do you think that way?" The lava giant replied slowly, "In this century, I have been blessed by the brilliance of your wisdom, and I have contemplated a lot. I found that although the Fire Kingdom is vast, I still want to see a larger world, and I no longer want to be the intellectually inferior lava giant." It felt a rare clarity in this century, an experience it had never had since its birth. Chapter 56, Winds and Clouds. Moreover, after I Ching retracted the halo of wisdom, it sensed the violent flames reappearing, and its intelligence gradually diminished under such circumstances. This terrified it. The lava giants are fearless. They are born from flames and can also be reborn in flames. However, this wisdom is a power it craves but cannot attain, so it set its sights on I Ching. "Do you want to come with me?" I Ching looked at the enormous lava giant and said, "Yes, esteemed great god. I am willing to charge in a battle for you and be one of your little soldiers." The lava giant quickly responded, his voice deep and rumbling, making it hard to tell that he was a raging lava giant. "All right, since you're willing to follow me, I will take you to a place where you can train well." I Ching smiled upon seeing this, then waved his hand, and instantly the lava giant entered the divine weapon reincarnation pool of the heavenly realm. Whoosh! Immediately, I Ching swiftly transformed into a rainbow and left the fiery kingdom, flying towards a massive world tree. He did not possess the authority of the Norse world, so naturally, he could not utter the incantation to arrive instantly. But his speed was not slow now. In just a few breaths, he had already reached the edge of the fiery kingdom. With the enormous roots of the world tree right in front of him, looking at the world tree, I Ching felt that magical power. Buzz! He stepped into the world tree. Instantly, it felt like being inside the womb of the world. Suddenly, the world changed, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw an endless expanse of land. This land was indeed vast, but it was not the human world of Midgard. Here, he was still at the roots of the world tree, and he had not yet reached the trunk. I Ching was aware of the vastness of the world, not to mention the terrifyingly gigantic world tree. Walking through this desolation, there was land here but also void. From inside the world tree, the worlds were segmented from each other, yet interconnected. There were a total of 9 massive kingdoms. They appeared in a grid formation within this enormous world. However, while it was called a grid, it was different. Overall, it was divided into 3 layers: upper, middle, and lower. Each layer had 3 enormous worlds. Each world was independent, yet interconnected. One could say that the interior of the world tree was quite magical. Suddenly, a huge noise erupted from the highest point, and I Ching looked up to see an immense giant leading many others in battle against another group of gods. The conflict between gods and giants had existed since their inception. I Ching shook his head and then headed towards the courtyard. He still needed to transform the laws of the Nordic world to conceal his own aura. At the same time, he wanted to learn about the powers of this world and try to spread his own faith. However, thinking about spreading his faith made I Ching feel a headache. At this time, Odin had not yet become king, and humanity had naturally not been born. Not to mention that humanity had not yet been born. Even the dwarves and dark elves, as well as the sky and the sea, had not yet come into existence. It should be noted that all of these were created only after the giant ancestor Ymir was killed by Odin and other gods. No need to rush. First, summon the god of wisdom. Although I Ching has some headaches regarding faith issues, he still has a way, just a bit more complicated. Let me stage a Longjong debate in this Norse mythology. I Ching chuckled lightly, and then his figure flickered, appearing in an instant at distant locations. Hundreds of years later, he finally arrived at Midgard in the central courtyard, walking slowly. I Ching looked towards the east and saw a divine realm on the other side of this world. That was Vanaheim, the homeland of the Vanir gods. This is it. It's not yet a place of no man's land. And it will also be the battleground for the gods and giants in the future. Just in time for me to get involved. I Ching looked around and found a good place to settle down. However, his way of settling was different. He first chose the peak of a mountain, where he flattened the summit and manipulated the rocks to create a small courtyard. He then erected a huge stone tablet here, inscribed with 12 simple rune symbols. At the same time, he transformed the entire mountain range, making it appear extraordinary, clearly indicating that this was no ordinary place. Subsequently, I Ching utilized the divine power of wisdom, reflecting the great sun of wisdom, which hung high above the mountain peak. What a blessed land for immortals. To have some style, the name must first be impressive. I Ching looked at the transformed and extraordinary mountain, which was completely unlike the appearance of someone like him who was struggling to survive in chaos. Aside from the title, the abilities must also be considerable. I Ching looked at the high-hanging sun of wisdom, which symbolized his ability to demonstrate his power. Finally, it was like Jiang Taigong fishing, waiting for the fish to take the bait. I Ching chuckled lightly and then walked into the small courtyard, continuing to comprehend the laws of the Nordic world. The more transformations of the 5 elements he experienced, the less the exotic aura surrounding him was concealed. On this day, in a world of chaos, Kronos swallowed his 3rd child, and the gods gradually became indifferent, slowly dividing into 3 factions. The winds and clouds began to stir. On this day, in the heavenly realm, the first one-eyed giant emerged from the divine weapon transformation pool. He picked up the divine hammer and tools that I Ching had long prepared, and under the excavation of a lava giant, forged weapons in a massive volcano. On this day, beyond the myths of all worlds, a small golden path emitted a faint light in a misty, hazy world. It wound and twisted, even veering off course several times, but no matter how far it strayed. It connected the world of chaos with the Nordic mythological world. The golden path seemed rather desolate, yet felt different. It was the road of civilization, the pulse connecting civilizations. At this moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared on this small path. These 3 figures were ethereal and illusory, and as they landed on the path, they suddenly split into 6 figures. They mirrored each other symmetrically, with 3 stepping towards chaos, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The other 3 approached Nordic mythology, also vanishing in an instant. However, the difference on this path was somewhat intense. The light on the path was accumulating. At the same time, in the boundless heavenly realm, a winding pattern suddenly appeared on the tree of civilization. That was the pioneer path. Similarly, on this day, in the Nordic mythological world, the future land of Asgard, It was not yet called Asgard, as this was a place where gods and giants coexisted. Ymir, are you going to tear apart the covenant? The god King Ball, clad in armor and wielding a spear, led the gods against the terrifying giant clan ahead. There stood an even more terrifying giant, towering as if it reached the heavens, and those giants behind it barely reached its ankles. He was the progenitor of giants, Ymir. Ball, my son-in-law, I originally thought that after Besla married you, you would have the sense to submit to me, but what have I heard? I heard you want to co-rule the heavens with me. Ymir slightly lowered his enormous head. It was so large that the skies of later Nordic mythology were formed from it. The sea was formed from Ymir's brain matter. Even the dark elves of later generations emerged from the maggots that sprouted after his body decayed. Chapter 57, The Death of the God King. Ymir. At this moment, the previous generation of God King, Buri, appeared, holding a divine sword, looking aged as he faced the progenitor of giants. Compared to the nearly eternal lifespan of the giants, the gods seemed to have a lifespan limit. Old fool, Buri. Ymir looked at the aged Buri with a flicker of emotion in his eyes, then laughed loudly. Are you going to stop me too? Ymir, my old friend. Now, it is a matter of enmity between the gods and giants. Since that is the case, I must come, Buri said slowly in a deep voice. He was the progenitor of the gods, the father of the second-generation god King Ball, and also a mother figure. He was undeniably the first-generation god king, but he also had a deep brotherly bond with Ymir, the progenitor of giants. They had spent countless years together. However, as they nurtured the giant race and the gods, their relationship changed. Then let it come. Seemingly relieved, Ymir slowly raised his massive sword. Immediately, a great battle erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The giants roared. Their immense power, moving mountains, or stirring mysterious forces to create trouble for the gods. The gods wielded weapons, charging or fighting. They also possessed special powers. But these powers had not yet formed a system. At this time, the first-generation god king, Old Buri, and the second-generation god King Ball were battling with Ymir, the progenitor of giants. Each of their strikes held terrifying power, and their battle gradually shattered this upper world. This battle not only marked the beginning of what would be named Asgard, but also involved the Ace of Gods and the Vanir gods, both evolved from the progenitor of gods. Buri. All the gods joined the battle, and the terror of Ymir was evident. He was indeed a terrifying deity nurtured under the creation mother cow. His power had surpassed that of the original gods, reaching the level of a creator god. Old Buri was not lacking either, but he was still a bit short. He had also touched the level of a creator god, but there was still a difference between him and Ymir. Moreover, he was not fated to be the one who could kill Ymir. In this battlefield, there were three brothers charging bravely. The leading handsome god had golden hair, shining like gold, and a very handsome face. He was the future third-generation god king, Odin. Charge! Odin roared at this moment. Thrusting his weapon repeatedly, the powerful and mysterious forces instantly erupting into beams of light, piercing through the enemy camp before him. At the same time, the force was so strong that it cracked the ground. He had almost attained the power of the original gods. Kill, 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 kill. Odin continued to shout, as if he was the horn of the battlefield. His charge was the battle flag, and his presence shocked all the gods, who were astonished by his strength. Odin's ferocity also drew the attention of the giants, leading more and more giants to rush in. Hush! A loud whistle sounded, and suddenly a heavenly horse charged in like a rainbow from behind. Boom, 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 boom. The heavenly horse slightly lowered its head, its forelegs wildly thrashing. In the next moment, just as Odin was about to be surrounded, the heavenly horse Svartalfar suddenly raised its legs and came crashing down. Boom! A loud noise erupted, and the ground cracked open, while dozens of terrifying giants were sent flying into the sky by this terrifying force. Ha ha ha! Svartalfar! Odin laughed heartily, and then leaped onto the heavenly horse, charging once more. Is that your son? On another battlefield, the progenitor of giants Ymir asked Old Buri beneath his sword, seemingly chatting casually. No, that should be my grandson. Old Buri laughed heartily, turning and slashing with his sword, the powerful force instantly soaring into the sky. God King Ball also laughed heartily, thrusting a spear, and immediately divine light shot out, terrifyingly powerful. This battle lasted a long time. The void was shaken for a long time. Even I Ching, who was unknown in the middle court, felt that terrifying battle. With his extraordinary vision, he witnessed this great war, where many gods died and many giants perished. Some giants were even transported to various worlds due to the shattered space, which was a common occurrence. The battle between Ymir, the progenitor of giants, and old Buri, the progenitor of gods, was too terrifying. Their fighting power caused a branch of the world tree to break. This branch was massive, yet it appeared small when it fell to the ground. The branch of the world tree, which would become the prototype of the eternal spear Gungnir in the future. I Ching looked at the branch with a hint of greed. And in fact, it wasn't just him. The gods also saw this branch. Greed instantly overwhelmed both the gods and the giants, and they crazily charged towards the branch of the world tree. This was a branch that had fallen from the very body of the world tree. And how terrifying the world tree was, that was evident. Especially when this branch fell, it was so enormous that it could be said to be a supreme treasure. Boom! The slaughter continued, but it became even more frenzied. Even I Ching, who was watching, couldn't help but frown. The killing was too brutal, reaching a point that was entirely unnecessary. At this moment, on the vast battlefield, old Bully suddenly struck with his sword, forcing the ancestor of the giants, Ymir, back. And then the God King Ball rushed out, instantly arriving in front of the branch of the world tree. Swish! Ball took the branch in his hand, and his expression couldn't help but change. This branch was too heavy, to the point of being a burden. Boom! At this moment, a massive sword swept towards him. It was Ymir's divine sword. You dare to fight me while turning your back on me. Ball, you are too arrogant. Ymir roared in anger, swinging his sword. Who was he? He was the ancestor of the giants, the second being under the world's creatures. He was also one of the earliest gods. Seeing this, the god King Baal's expression changed, but at this moment, he could no longer dodge. Old Bully saw this and rushed forward to block the giant sword. But in his haste, the terrifying power still sent Old Bully flying. And this giant sword finally reached the front of the god King Ball. Clang! Ball barely raised his divine spear to defend. But the terrifying force still caused him to crash to the ground, creating an even larger pit. This was a real pit. The ground sank directly, cracking all around, as if the earth were about to shatter. Cough, cough. Puffed. The god King Ball couldn't help but spit out blood. With just this one strike, he was heavily injured. Previously, he had been playing a supportive role, but now, under Ymir's gravity strike, he was gravely wounded. Father! The three brothers of Odin were shocked, and Odin rode in on his Pegasus. Old Bully was also furious, wielding his divine sword and charging towards Ymir recklessly. Odin arrived at the pit and saw Ball heavily injured and on the brink of death. Father! Odin hurriedly tried to carry Ball, but Ball stopped him, saying, No need, Odin, my child. I can't go on. Perhaps today is the day I go to Valhalla. Ball said slowly. No, father, you want to die, wait. I'll go find the Vanir. They must have a way we don't know about, and they can definitely save you. Odin said excitedly. No, Odin. My fate ends here. I had a premonition long ago. The rest is up to you. Then Ball slowly closed his eyes, and soon Odin saw Baal's wounds tearing apart. It turned out that the power of the giant ancestor Ymir had already surpassed the mysterious power within their bodies. Ball couldn't stop this power, which caused his grave injury to quickly turn into an incurable condition. Chapter 58, Destiny Go. Sound the retreat. Odin shouted, his golden hair flowing, very angry. But he restrained himself. He knew that now was not the time to charge. Old Bully also sheathed his sword and slowly retreated. The giant ancestor, Ymir, slowly approached. This battle seemed to end quickly, but in reality, it had lasted for half a month. This battle also foreshadowed the extraordinary nature of the next battle. At the same time, this battle allowed the giant clan to gain a broader territory. In the land of Asgard, a silent ceremony was slowly held. Odin looked at the branch of the world tree placed before the three brothers and took a deep breath. Old Bully said, This is the branch of the world tree that your father fought for you. Use it to forge a weapon. The three brothers exchanged glances, and in their eyes, they saw this spark of interest. At this moment, Old Bully looked at Odin and said, Odin, your power is the strongest. I will now teach you the method of creating life. You will create a kind of life to serve as our craftsman and forge weapons for us. I want to keep an eye on the giant clan, so this task is entrusted to you. Upon hearing this, Odin's eyes flickered with an unnoticed hint of joy, while his two brothers' expressions slightly froze. Then Old Bully directly imparted the method of creation to Odin. Afterward, Old Bully left, and Odin sought a place to think about how to create life. At the same time, he also consulted the gods. I think the giant ancestor Ymir was nurtured by snow, water, and fire, and the primordial cow created the ancestor of the gods, Bully, from ice and snow. I think we should use metal. After all, we are craftsmen. Insufficient strength won't do. In that case, let's use gold. After much discussion, The gods were also confused about what to use for creation. Odin stared blankly at the two giant corpses. These were the largest among their enemies' remains. They were the offerings brought by their slaughter. Odin slowly stood up and said, "I've thought of it. Let's use the flesh and blood of these two giants for creation. The flesh and blood of giants. Won't that cause the created beings to betray us?" A god asked. Odin said solemnly, "All beings possess their own wisdom and freedom. But we are not giants. We should be more tolerant. Moreover, I won't create many. I will only create 4, and as long as I keep an eye on them, it will be fine." Then Odin stood up, drew a divine sword, and severed the limbs of the two giants, then proceeded to create right there. The miraculous life force once again granted these flesh and blood life. One by one, small lives were nurtured. Odin took a breath and then used mysterious power to solemnly say, "I, Odin, grandson of Bulli, son of God King Bal, grant you the title of dwarves. At the same time, I bestow upon you the skill of forging. You will be the best craftsman of the gods, and no difficulty can stop you." Odin continued to bestow, and upon seeing this, the gods also surged forth with mysterious energy to assist. The 4 small beings rapidly grew, but in the end, they were still shorter than the gods. However, they had very strong limbs, and, as the dwarves were born, a ray of light fell from the world tree. This was the blessing of the world tree. This light fell upon Odin and the dwarves. Upon their birth, the dwarves knelt before Odin, saying, "Thank you, great God, for giving us life." Odin felt the power of blessing and sensed something in his heart, as if time flashed before his eyes. He seemed to see a golden divine spear. Perhaps it was a premonition. Odin slowly regained his senses and looked at the dwarves, saying, "Dwarves, I need you to use your exquisite skills to forge a divine spear." Then he pointed to the world tree branch on the table behind him that was emanating a mysterious aura and said, "This is the material. You can ask us for anything you need." The dwarves were immediately astonished to see that it was a branch of the world tree, and then they joyfully said, "Please rest assured, great God, we dwarves guarantee with our lives that we will forge a holy, divine spear." At this moment, Odin looked around at the gods and said, "Everyone, the God King has now returned to Valhalla, and there is no one to take the throne of the God King. I, Odin, hereby declare." The gods cast their gazes upon him. Odin's strength was among the top tier of the gods, and his close relationship with the 3 brothers made his position as God King very stable. Odin continued, "Now the craftsmen of the gods have emerged, and they will forge a sacred spear from the branches of the world tree. I make a pact with all the gods here. Whoever can gain the spear's recognition will be the king of the gods." Odin's heavy voice was very powerful. At this moment, far at the border of the divine realm, the old Buri also felt it, and he sensed the turning of fate. In an instant, he vanished from the border. When he reappeared, he found himself among the branches of the world tree. The area was lush and beautiful, resembling a lovely garden. In the garden sat 3 veiled figures. Their faces obscured, but mysterious lines continuously flowed through their palms. Before them, a surreal yet strange weaving machine was slowly working. "Who are you?" Old Buri frowned slightly. The 3 beautiful goddesses before him were neither giants nor gods he had nurtured, but they bore the aura of the world tree. Could they be the deities birthed by the world tree? "We are the 3 fates, honored to meet the great god Buri." Yes, they were the 3 fates. At the same time, Themis, who had just stepped out of the celestial realm and was at the temple of Delphi, suddenly felt something and saw the 3 beautiful goddesses slowly approaching. At the same time, an oracle slowly emerged. "You are." Themis felt a strong premonition and slowly asked. The 3 goddesses also wore veils, and they were interweaving fate. "Themis, we are the 3 fates, and by fate, we shall nurture you." The central goddess among the fates slowly spoke, representing the fate that was currently unfolding. As the words of the fate goddess fell, the oracle before Themis gradually revealed its text, and Themis fell silent upon seeing it. She was still a virgin goddess. How could this happen? The 3 fate goddesses smiled gently and said, "Fate greets the mother goddess." Soon, the 3 goddesses strolled closer, becoming smaller and smaller until they transformed into points of light. Themis did not shy away. She watched as the 3 fates entered her body, suddenly sensing the magic of fate. She looked to the left and saw all the past events of the chaos world appearing before her eyes. But these fates had not been solidified. When she looked to the right, she saw time and space continuously reorganizing, with golden paths intertwining to form a great web. And she saw a familiar large door standing there. Chapter 59, prophecy in the beautiful garden of the world tree. Buri frowned and said, "Fate goddesses." Suddenly, the three goddesses changed. The one on the left became a young girl, still veiled. The middle goddess was mature and voluptuous, while the one on the right was old and frail. It was as if these were not three goddesses, but rather one goddess at three temporal nodes. "Yes, great god Buri, we're the fate goddesses. We have summoned you here to inform you." Buri listened intently as the three fates continued. "The spear of fate will come into being. The most powerful and greatest generation of the god king will emerge. With his emergence, the 9 realms will be born. He will be the king of the 9 realms." Upon hearing this, Buri was taken aback and then asked without changing his expression, "Who will become the god king? Ymir?" The three fate goddesses turned to him as if gazing at Buri, and he felt an uneasy premonition in his heart. The fate goddesses said, "The god king will be your grandson. When your grandson ascends to the throne, it will be the time for you to enter Valhalla." Buri paused, as if time had stopped, and after a moment he asked in a deep voice, "And what about Ymir?" "He will be slain by the eternal spear." "Ha ha ha. If that's the case, I won't fear being alone on my way to Valhalla." Old Buri not only felt no anger or fear, but instead laughed heartily. The gods loved battle. Otherwise, why would they dare to fight against the powerful giant race without mastering mysterious powers? Buri thanked the fate goddesses for their information and asked, "What request do the three goddesses have?" Old Buri spoke, appearing to be kind, but he was merely inquiring without committing to any action. Suddenly, the three fate goddesses transformed again into 3 goddesses, differing slightly in attire, but otherwise identical. They spoke in unison, "Fate guides you. There is a great god of wisdom in this world. Find him, and you will gain wisdom. Our request is that after the god king ascends, let this great god of wisdom come to this garden of fate." Buri was slightly surprised and asked, "The god of wisdom?" The 3 fate goddesses replied slowly, "His wisdom is more vast than that of the waters of the world tree's well of wisdom. His wisdom can interfere with fate and can perceive everything." Hearing this, Buri became interested. Since it was beneficial for all gods, he naturally did not want to miss this opportunity. "Then where should I go to find him?" The 3 fate goddesses suddenly turned to look at a certain place where a magnificent mountain stood, adorned with beautiful flowers and a great sun of wisdom. The 3 goddesses laughed softly, as if everything was within their control. The 3 goddesses said, "This great god of wisdom cannot be sought by you, great god. He will be sought by the chosen one of the god king." "So it means the next generation of the god king needs to invite him?" Buri was surprised, but curiosity filled his heart as he asked, "Is this great god of wisdom worth the god king's invitation?" The 3 fate goddesses laughed lightly, resembling young maidens, as if amused by a playful twist of fate. They said, "This great god of wisdom possesses true wisdom. His wisdom can solve all the mysteries of the gods. Even fate is the same." Seeing this, Buri said, "All right, then I will see what abilities this great god of wisdom truly possesses." Then Buri stepped out of the garden. Suddenly, he thought, since the 3 fate goddesses were so extraordinary, why not take them back? Wouldn't that mean he would have a god of prophecy with him at all times? But just as he turned around, he was stunned. The beautiful garden of fate had already vanished, leaving only a wide passage. This shocked Buri. After all, he was already the creator god. Yet the disappearance of the 3 goddesses left him with no feeling at all. Old Buri increasingly valued this prophecy, and then he vanished in a flash. At the moment he disappeared, a beautiful garden reappeared. There, the 3 beautiful goddesses sat before the weaving machine, intertwining fate. Yet among all those lines, there was always a deep blue line that seemed to be weaving under fate, but was always wandering outside. "Sister, why don't we go directly to that ancient god?" The middle fate goddess suddenly spoke. The left fate goddess chuckled and said, "Second sister, that deity here is not the ancient god. And didn't this great deity say that the standards are higher when others come to visit, but when one goes to visit, they seem to lose a bit of stature?" The right fate goddess slowly said, "There's no need to rush. Our arrival signifies that the grand aspect of fate has already been set. Additionally, I see opportunities to reach other great worlds from this great deity." "Other great worlds?" The observing fate goddess was curious, as she was unaware of this matter. The middle fate goddess, being somewhat veiled, also did not know. However, she thought of the chaos world and this Nordic world. "Eldest sister, are you saying that this great deity can find other great worlds?" The central fate goddess said, slightly surprised. "Yes, we should not have emerged at this time, But because this ancient god connects these two great worlds, we are able to emerge early, by a full 10,000 years. The right fate goddess shook her head. Suddenly, all three goddesses sensed something. Their authority over fate and chaos would gradually begin to take shape. But this is good. At least there will be no more variables to seize our divine status of fate, the central fate goddess said with a smile. Do you think this great deity knows about us? The left fate goddess wove the threads and asked. The other two fate goddesses smiled lightly at this, as if they saw something. On a peculiar and enormous mountain in the courtyard, I Ching, who was immersed in rune symbols, suddenly felt something and looked up at the sky. Who is it? I Ching felt that someone had spoken that sensitive word in this realm, which made him sense it as well. He focused his mind to browse the information of the world, and after a moment, he shook his head helplessly. He had not yet integrated into this world, and naturally, many of his abilities could not be exerted with the world's help. It was only because he had the heavenly realm as a foundation. Otherwise, he truly could not imagine how much his strength would diminish if he were to arrive alone in this vast world. His gaze was quite extraordinary, as he could see everywhere, but what he saw was not necessarily correct. Sometimes, even errors could occur based on what his eyes perceived, and this was true even for deities. Therefore, compared to the mind, the gaze would ultimately make some mistakes. The war between the giants and the gods had ended, but the storm would not cease because of just one battle. I Ching said faintly, then returned to the room to continue studying the rune symbols. Chapter 60. The Covenant of the Gods. Back in the small house, I Ching continued to deduce the 5 elements. He saw the 5-colored light will either transforming into a canopy or changing into a grandeur. But no matter how it changed, the symbols above continued to exist constantly. Originally, the hundreds of symbols had now turned into thousands, each one incredibly mysterious. They flickered within the 5 elements, adding many unknown and wonderful uses to them. My 5 elements have been perfectly deduced. My hundreds of years of persistent effort were not in vain, but collecting these rune symbols is indeed difficult. I Ching slightly shook his head, but the wisdom halo behind him became increasingly refined, indicating that he had indeed gained something. The intricacies of the runes were gradually becoming familiar to him through his continuous learning. However, I Ching did not fully accept the runes. Instead, he was integrating them into pictographs. Although there was no significant progress yet, I Ching was constantly making new discoveries, which allowed him to break through 1,000 runes. The mutual generation and destruction of the 5 elements had already concealed his aura, but the 5 elements were the root of heaven and earth, and yin and yang were the principles of the Great Way. I Ching thought to himself. He then said, therefore, I need to reverse engineer yin and yang using the 5 elements, and through yin and yang and the 5 elements, I can thoroughly obtain the 3,000 runes. And I can also continuously integrate the runes into my pictographs using the principles of yin and yang. With this thought, I Ching began to manipulate the 5 elements to reverse engineer yin and yang. He had already mastered the changes of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. And now that he was reversing them again, it was quite easy. However, as soon as the 5 elements began to reverse yin and yang, the principles and laws of the Nordic world were immediately expounded within yin and yang. Thousands of runes flickered and evolved within the mother of yin and yang. Wind, thunder, lightning, fire, water, light, darkness, and so on were all changing within this yin and yang. The mother of yin and yang quickly transformed into a taiji diagram, followed by the emergence of 8 extremely profound symbols. The Bagua diagram. Immediately, 3,000 pictographs appeared, and then the runes, Bagua symbols, and pictographs began to flicker and intertwine with each other. At this moment, the wisdom light on I Ching's body also burst forth in abundance. Ding dong, ding dong. A clear sound resonated throughout the mysterious mountain. With the sound, flowers began to grow again and slowly bloom. The trees became even more robust under this sound, lush and demonstrating the power of life. Wild grass emerged from the mountaintop and rapidly spread across the entire mountain. These changes attracted the attention of animals, who came to this mountain drawn by the sound. Here, they found abundant food and wisdom. Thus, the animals quieted down, quietly lying down to listen to the sound of ding-dong, akin to a mountain spring. The changes in this mountain did not attract anyone's attention. Neither the gods nor the giants. It remained very quiet. In Asgard, the gods watched as 4 stout yet short dwarves lifted a branch of the world tree to the already prepared forge. Respected gods, We need your recognition for this divine spear that is about to be created, to acknowledge that it will possess unparalleled sharpness. And it will be the divine spear that pierces everything, said the largest dwarf in a deep voice, their devotion to forging evident. So even though their strength barely reached the peak of mid-tier gods, they were still very confident, believing they could forge a sacred divine spear. Upon hearing this, the god spoke up, eager to see how powerful this divine spear would be, even though it had yet to be forged. One by one, the god spoke, endowing the forthcoming divine spear with unparalleled sharpness, asserting that it would pierce everything. When it was Odin's turn, he spoke in a lofty and resonant tone. I endow the soon-to-be-born divine spear with unparalleled sharpness. It will be indestructible. Likewise, I make a pact with the gods that this spear will serve as the scepter of the divine king. Whoever can wield this spear will be the divine king. The gods and I share this pact. We share this pact. The gods excitedly shouted, and instantly, wondrous runes began to emerge on the branch of the world tree. The appearance of the runes caused this branch to begin transforming into liquid. The four dwarves shouted in excitement, "Please, gods, lend us your strength." The gods were astonished by this and immediately unleashed the mysterious powers within them to assist the four dwarves. The four dwarves roared, and their bodies expanded, instantaneously transforming into four dwarf giants. At the same time, the scene began to reflect slowly between the towering world tree. Four enormous giants appeared, robust and powerful. Before them was an equally gigantic branch of the world tree, slowly turning into liquid. The four dwarves seemed to have anticipated this situation. They addressed the heavens and earth in a deep voice. "O spirits of all things, great world tree that carries and nurtures all, bestow upon the soon-to-be-born divine king's supreme weapon its purpose for existence. It will possess unparalleled sharpness. It will pierce everything. And it will become the scepter of the king of gods, a divine artifact shared by the gods, a treasure that supports the divine king's status." As the dwarves spoke solemnly, the world tree seemed to respond, and all things in heaven and earth felt this moment. The world would finally have a belonging. In contrast, at the border of Asgard and the giant clan, the giants grew restless. The ancestor of giants, Ymir, looked at the image appearing in the sky, squinting his eyes, and then suddenly struck out with a punch. His body was immense, and with one punch, he crossed the territory of Asgard and the giants. Clang! A sword light shot up into the sky, blocking this giant's fist. "Old Bewley, it seems you have found a way to control the mysterious power within you." The ancestor of giants, Ymir, said in a deep voice. The mysterious power was a remarkable existence for both the gods and giants. However, even though they had existed for a long time, they still could not grasp this mysterious power, as if they lacked the key. But now, seeing the gods had touched the key first. "Old Bewley," Ymir laughed heartily, "yes, we are about to master this power. The old era of you and me will soon be over." Ymir remained expressionless, proudly stating, "Is that so? Old Bewley, even if they grasp this power, what of it? I have already reached the realm of the Creator God, and I am close to touching the thread of fate." Upon hearing this, Old Bewley was shocked. Fate! But then, recalling the words of the three goddesses of fate, he laughed heartily, saying, "Ymir, yes, you are the Creator God, but I am not inferior." As he spoke, Old Bewley looked at the branch of the world tree that had completely melted and the gradually fading image in the sky. He became increasingly audacious, his aging body gradually becoming firm, and he declared loudly, "Ymir, I too have touched fate. Fate tells me that you and I will ultimately step into death." Chapter 61, Natural Disasters. Old Bewley. "That won't happen. I will become the king, the true master of the world tree." Ymir had immense ambition. He did not merely want to become the divine king, but sought to become the master of the world tree. Undeniably, he had that potential. However, for now, I must interrupt what you are about to do. The ancestor of giants, Ymir, looked into the distance. For him, Asgard's territory was merely 2 strides away. Clang! A sword aura stood as a barrier between heaven and earth, and Old Bewley smiled slowly, saying, "Ymir, my old friend, we haven't reminisced for a long time." Ymir paused, turned his body, looked at him, and remained silent for a moment. "Ha ha!" Suddenly, Ymir laughed, picking up his great sword, a magnificent power emanating from his body. Even though they had not used this mysterious power much, they had mastered the methods of using it for attack quite well. "Let us do this, Old Bewley." Ymir grinned widely, looking terrifying, especially now that the second-generation God King Ball was dead. His pressure had lessened, and naturally, he was full of confidence. Ding! The crisp sound of metal rang out, like the resonant notes of a zither bursting forth. Ding, 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 ding. In an instant, countless metallic sounds erupted, revealing a giant that could reach the heavens battling with a deity. Their swords had no flames, storms, or thunder, only pure divine power. Yet this pure divine power brought terrifying sharpness. Ymir was enormous, his great sword almost like a canopy over the sky, while old Bewley seemed relatively small. Yet his sword light was equally immense. It could even rival Ymir's great sword, perhaps due to the long period they had fought together. Old Bewley, you're getting old. With a swing of his sword, Ymir unleashed a grand burst of divine power, instantly forcing old Bewley back a great distance. Old Bewley laughed heartily at this, and mysterious power rapidly surged forth from his body, vast and impressive. It could even rival Ymir, perhaps even exceed it. This was the difference between the two. Ymir had gained an unparalleled physical form and lifespan, while the gods had received a terrifying blessing connected to the world tree, growing stronger with age. Yes, Ymir, I'm old, but I can still fight you a few more times. Old Bewley laughed heartily. Boom! The battle erupted once more. A conflict between two ancient gods that lasted for a long time. They felt no fatigue, had no limits of stamina or divine power, and both existed at the level of the creator god. Under their power, the void constantly shook, and the enormous world tree swayed uncontrollably. The tremors alerted Searcher of the Flame Realm, who frowned at the commotion atop the world tree, wanting to rush up in anger, but thought better of it considering the two deities and retreated. Couldn't he defeat them? Could he dodge them? Then, the flames of the Flame Realm slowly receded as Surtur reigned in the flames, beginning to gather power. Without the heat from the Flame Realm, the Frost Realm immediately began to chill, with water vapor gradually turning into cold winds. The ancient great eagle formed from storms seemed stimulated, instantly beginning to flap its wings. Thus, a storm arose, the cold winds rapidly swirling upward from the base of the world tree. Fimbulwinter has come. This was the first appearance of Fimbulwinter. It would bring extreme cold throughout the 9 realms, its chill capable of taking everything away, and its duration was long. No one knew how long it would last. But I Ching knew that the terror of Fimbulwinter could take the lives of deities. This was a calamity exclusive to the Norse world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The great eagle of the storm continued to flap its wings, as if trying to fan away the cold. However, as Surtur gathered the power of the Flame Realm, the heat dissipated, and the chill of the Frost Realm began to spread to the land of the Jinlong Gorge. From this point onward, everything began to freeze, spreading toward the 9 realms. This gradual change went unnoticed by both the gods and the giants. And the lava giants of the Flame Realm were even less aware of the cold. It was a silent transformation. The great eagle of the storm flapped its wings, and the Fog Realm instantly transformed into a world of ice and snow. In the depths of the Fog Realm, the poisonous dragon Hognig felt this terrifying cold. Still in its youth, it could not withstand such cold and quickly sought refuge in a tree hole, its terrifying black wings blocking the entrance, adding a bit of security to the already dilapidated tree hole. Crack, crack, crack. Frost began to fall, inch by inch, with the frost arriving first, followed by extreme cold, and then the heavy snowfall. But this was not a beautiful scene. As the great eagle of the storm flapped its wings, the heavy snow fell like sharp blades, rapidly slashing down onto the earth. Freeze! Everything has frozen. The Fog Realm began to transform into a world of ice and snow, and then accelerated its spread upward to the Midgard. In fact, the Frost Realm was above the Fog Realm, but the cold air was descending, compounded by the misalignment of various worlds. This cold spread from the base of the world tree. Spread. The pure white snow may not bring a bright paradise, but perhaps a dark disaster. The snowstorm piled up, repeatedly being fanned down to the middle 3 realms by the great eagle of the storm. The first to change was Midgard in the central realm. In an instant, the snowstorm arrived without warning. Even the frost that had come earlier disappeared, as the heavy snow fell like knives. On a mysterious mountain in the Midgard, I Ching suddenly opened his eyes. While he was contemplating the powers of the world tree and the runes, he sensed the changes in the laws of the world tree. I Ching opened his eyes within the room, his gaze extraordinary, as he looked out through the room's opening. A blizzard? No, this kind of blizzard is unusual. I Ching originally thought it was just an ordinary snowstorm, but suddenly realized that it could actually cause disturbances in the world tree, which clearly indicated that this was not a minor disaster. He then looked around the 9 realms and was astonished to see that the once fiery flame kingdom had reigned in its flames. And even the lava had begun to solidify. Meanwhile, the cold of the frost kingdom was starting to descend, and at this moment, the roots of the world tree had all turned into heavy snow. In this blizzard, everything was frozen except for the primordial mother cow beneath the roots of the world tree, which remained unaffected. The winter of Subur. At this point, I Ching also recalled what this terrifying natural disaster was called. This disaster was the deathly winter that could take everything away. He then looked upwards and saw the future Asgard forging the eternal spear, and he also witnessed 2 terrifying primordial gods engaged in a fierce battle. Their terrifying clash caused the upper levels of the world tree to shake continuously, and the void was being torn apart. It seemed that this disaster could only be survived by me. I Ching felt the cold gradually intensifying and immediately settled down in the room. Chapter 62. The Winter of Subur. Let me try to transform 3,000 pictographs and the 5 elements of yin and yang to see if they can withstand this cold winter. He whispered, and with one hand, I Ching drew a circle. Instantly, the mother of yin and yang appeared, soaring and dancing like a dragon of energy. And in a moment, the yin and yang energies rushed out of the house, spreading throughout the entire mountain. Then, the yin and yang interacted, giving birth to the 5 elements, within which the 3,000 pictographs and rune symbols interacted. It was evident that among the 5 elements, some of the 3,000 characters had already changed, and some rune symbols seemed to have merged into them. Whoosh! The 5 elements transformed into a massive canopy, directly enveloping the entire extraordinary mountain. Immediately, the 5 elements began to rotate like a wheel as the frost and cold approached, instantly coming into contact with the wheel of the 5 elements. At this moment, the 3,000 pictographs began to flicker. They flew out of the 5 elements and landed in various places on the mountain. Soon, a great formation surged into the sky, quickly interacting with the 5 elements. Boom! As the formation settled, the 5 elements seemed to gain a foundation, and the terrifying cold slowly retreated. All around, the vast expanse of heaven and earth turned into ice and snow, except for this one place covered by the 5-colored canopy, which remained spring-like throughout the seasons. On the extraordinary mountain, I Ching nodded in satisfaction. When it comes to the use of energy, it can be said that no gods can catch up with him now. Come quickly. I Ching stretched his seemingly rusted body and looked at Asgard. The terror of Fimbulwinter began to emerge gradually, as the realms of Midgard, the frost world, and Vanaheim started to be covered in frost. Layers of frost fell endlessly, as if there was no limit. The frost began to climb upwards again. A squirrel? The instigator Ratatoskr was also frozen by the cold, having just been born. As the cold arrived, it angrily exclaimed, "Oh, damn this cold." Then it burrowed into its little home, enjoying the warmth, though it found it somewhat boring. It had heard that there was a great eagle at the top of the world tree, which often greedily watched the poisonous dragon NHGGR. While the dragon considered its existence insignificant compared to the squirrel Ratatoskr, who was skilled at manipulating emotions and laughed excitedly. It was the most famous instigator in Norse mythology. It often stirred up the relationship between the great eagle at the top of the tree and the poisonous dragon beneath the roots, finding pleasure and enjoyment in doing so. This was just a minor episode, but the cold continued to climb, finally reaching the upper 3 realms. The accumulated cold began to erupt violently. This climb took Fimbulwinter decades, and upon reaching the upper 3 realms, the storm became even more terrifying. What is this? Old Buri and the giant ancestor Ymir looked in shock at the vast storm, dark and oppressive, as if the world tree was unleashing its wrath. Crash! The heavy snow fell like knives, striking the mountains and rocks, leaving scars. The terrifying blizzard continued to descend like a rain of blades. No, it was even more terrifying. As an addition to the frenzied snow blades, there was an extreme cold rushing in. The blizzard seemed to cover half the realm in an instant. So cold, so cold. Giants were chased by the extreme cold, struck by the frenzied snow blades, leaving wounds. Soon, the first giant was frozen into an ice block. The giant ancestor Ymir was furious at this sight. He swung his terrifying great sword towards Fimbulwinter, shouting, "Damn thing! Get away!" Boom! This sword was incredibly terrifying, as if it split heaven and earth, and indeed it split Fimbulwinter. However, the calamity of the gods and giants was terrifying precisely because it was continuously fueled by one of the primal powers of ice and fire. Perhaps feeling constrained, Fimbulwinter quickly surged with cold again. Damn blizzard! Ymir, born from the fusion of ice and fire, knew well the terror of snow and ice. But he did not expect that it would still rise after leading the giant race to this warm upper realm. Old Buri, the progenitor of the gods, was also taken aback. He was born from the primordial cow that licked ice in extreme cold. Naturally, he understood the terror of snow and ice. This was one of the primal powers before the world tree had fully grown. Ah, cold! Cries of despair erupted from the giants. And soon the cold rushed in like a shuttle, and in an instant, the giants began to freeze. In such a short time, the terror of Fimbulwinter took many giant lives. Seeing this, old Buri shouted, "Emer, how about we cease hostilities for now?" Emer had the same thought and snorted coldly. "Old Buri, I'll let you go this time." Then he roared again, swinging several swords, and the terrifying power momentarily contained Fimbulwinter for a time. But the relentless cold soon restored the calamity. Seeing this, old Buri swiftly moved to where the gods were. He burst into the great hall with urgency, gathering the gods and quickly informing them of the disaster. Disaster? The gods were puzzled, and at that moment, a wave of cold finally reached their location. Hiss! So cold. Could it be that the realm of frost has shifted up? One of the gods shivered and said. It was then that some gods finally noticed something was wrong outside. Old Buri quickly shouted, "Prepare the supplies." Odin also shouted, "Prepare the fire. Seal off the animal skins and houses." The gods sprang into action, and old Buri said, "I will hold them off for you. The rest is up to you." With that, old Buri soared into the sky, and instantly, terrifying divine power was unleashed, forming a dense protective barrier over the realm of the gods. This was pure power. The vast energy was continuously unleashed, creating this protective barrier like the sea tilting. Fimbulwinter was blocked by old Buri's terrifying and vast divine power. Within this divine barrier, the gods also gathered layers of light barriers to seal it off. Meanwhile, the giant ancestor Emer unleashed his terrifying divine power, transforming it into a barrier of heaven and earth, with energy pouring down like a waterfall to form a pure energy barrier. It directly blocked half of Fimbulwinter's onslaught. However, this sudden calamity also took many giant lives, which made Emer very angry. It was difficult for giants to bear offspring, especially since most of the current giants were either birthed or created by him, meaning they held a part of his effort. Fimbulwinter grew increasingly terrifying, and after the battle between Emer and old Buri stalled, the world tree also stopped swaying. However, Surtur still had not awakened. He remained in slumber, gathering the power of the realm of fire. The cold thickened layer by layer, as if the entire world tree had become the realm of frost. Chapter 63. Success. The world fell silent. A hush descended as the blizzard continued to rage, covering the 9 realms of the world tree in a dark shroud. All life, except for a few special places, had vanished from everywhere else. Among them, the realm of the gods was protected by old Buri, and the giant race was intercepted by Emer against half the storm. There was also a place called the Garden of Fate, where the 3 goddesses of fate sat in a spring-like garden, gazing at the cold 9 realms, silently continuing to weave fate. Additionally, there was a mysterious forest, seemingly forgotten by everything, untouched by the disturbances of Fimbulwinter. Another place was Midgard, where I Ching resided. This place had a rotating wheel of 5 colors year-round, with 3,000 shimmering symbols forming a nexus connected to the world tree, bringing continuous energy, ensuring that life here was not disturbed by Fimbulwinter. Perhaps what Fimbulwinter brought was not just death, but also eternal silence. This silence lasted for a long time, but there was always a place that was ablaze. That was in the realm of the gods, where the forges of the 4 dwarves burned brightly. Clang, clang, clang. The massive divine hammer struck continuously, as the branches of the world tree, gathered from many materials, were hammered by the dwarves. The gods surrounded the blazing furnace, waiting for the appearance of the Gungnir, the spear of the gods' alliance. Clang, clang, clang. As the pleasant sound of tapping continued, the holy spear finally began to take shape. First came the patterns, which seemed to be born with a golden hue, forming a golden long spear. What surprised the gods even more was that mysterious runes slowly appeared on the gradually forming spear shaft, a spear that can transform into a meteor, the spear of fate that pierces through everything, the holy spear that cannot be avoided once thrown. This segment of runes clearly emerged in the minds of the gods. At that moment, the old Buri in the sky felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He abruptly looked up towards the distance, where he saw the progenitor of giants. Emer, turning his back to Fimbulwinter, a terrifying divine power acting like a barrier, blocking the winds and snow of half the world. At that moment, Emer suddenly felt a mysterious power wrapping around him. Fate. Emer slowly exhaled in a deep voice. His breath was terrifying, like a storm that could destroy the distant flora. He lifted his enormous head, his once clear gaze now turned cold, as he also sensed the arrival of fate. The weapon. Emer slowly moved. The terrifying barrier behind him began to fade, and the frenzied Fimbulwinter surged forth. Old Buri. So, this is what you were planning. Emer pulled the terrifying great sword from the earth, causing the ground to tremble, revealing the fear and killing intent within the heart of this progenitor of giants. The gods were ready for battle. Seeing this, Old Buri knew that the final battle with the giants was upon them. Boom, boom, boom. The gods quickly prepared, feeling the terror emanating from the holy spear, also sensing the impending final battle. Clang, clang, clang. The dwarves were undistracted, fully focused on forging the sacred great spear. At this moment, one dwarf suddenly said, "Esteemed gods, the sacred great spear is almost complete, but we are still missing one final thing. What could it be to mention it now?" The gods frowned, displeased. Odin was intently gazing at the red-hot spear in the divine fire. The dwarf slowly said, "Pick up the holy spear, and gain its recognition. Throw it. Pick it up." The other three dwarves also laid down their divine hammers and spoke in unison. Seeing this, the gods exchanged glances, their greed not hidden in the slightest. Old Buri then said, "Go ahead, one by one, try it." Upon hearing this, an Aesir god stepped forward to take the divine spear. However, before he could get close, the spear erupted with scorching flames, forcing him back. "I am not." The god shook his head in regret and retreated. Another god stepped up, but the result was the same. As more and more gods tried, the holy great spear remained filled with rejection, until it came to Odin and his two brothers. After both of Odin's brothers had tried, only Odin remained among the gods present. Surprise, envy, shock, realization, various emotions appeared among the gods, as if a born protagonist was about to emerge. This was more rigorous than the ascension of previous divine kings, for this was a sacred spear of the gods' choosing. To pick up the divine spear, that is to be the divine king. Odin. At this moment, Old Buri's heart also paused. His grandson's talent was indeed extraordinary. Go, pick it up, become king. Old Buri also carried hope, while Emer was already approaching, but he felt no fear. Moments later, Odin moved. Step by step, he slowly approached. When he reached the forge, the four dwarves perhaps also sensed the impending result and slowly stepped back. Odin gazed at the divine spear in the forge, watching as it slowly cooled, revealing its golden shaft and the final name inscribed upon it. The Eternal Spear, Gungnir. The Eternal Spear Gungnir? Odin smiled slowly, raising his hand and opening his palm. Buzz. A clear humming sound rang out, and then the divine spear flew out from the forge, instantly appearing in Odin's hand. Boom! A terrifying power surged wildly, as the Eternal Spear Gungnir connected Odin with the World Tree. The terrifying power of the World Tree now filled Odin's body. Everyone, the divine spear is now in my hand. Odin, feeling this power, looked around and suddenly raised the Eternal Spear, shouting loudly. This shout, carrying his terrifying power, instantly shocked the hearts of the gods, who quickly returned to their senses and bowed, saying in unison, "Gods, greet the divine king." Boom! At this moment, a loud sound erupted, and the winds and snow, along with the progenitor of giants, Emer, arrived. Seeing this, Old Buri suddenly felt something in his heart. Fate had already appeared before him, and he laughed heartily. So that's how it is. At this moment, Emer also felt prophecies and fate in his heart. He would be pierced by the Eternal Spear along with Old Buri. Shot dead on the spot, Emer slowly raised his enormous great sword, refusing to believe in fate. Just as he did not believe that a branch of the World Tree could pierce through his immortal body. Emer, my old friend, you must have sensed it too. Old Buri said with a smile, fearless and calm. No, I do not believe in fate, Emer said flatly. Upon hearing this, Old Buri chuckled lightly and slowly floated upwards, saying, I do not believe in fate either. Then step aside. Perhaps, after I unify the world, I will give you a place to survive. Emer's great sword glimmered slightly, its light very concentrated, clearly gathering all its power, preparing for a full strike. Old Buri slowly shook his head, saying, Emer, I do not believe in fate. But it is undeniable that fate has arrived. The spear that will pierce us has already been born and is now in the hands of its master. waiting for that fateful strike. Chapter 64, The Piercing Spear of Fate. Ymir's gaze slightly narrowed, and then the terrifying great sword fell without warning. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying power surged into the sky, a light like a meteor swiftly nailing into his great sword. Clang! The tremendous shock reduced the power of Ymir's great sword by half, as old Buri laughed heartily and blocked this strike with his sword. Whoosh! The meteor instantly flew back from the horizon to the ground, and at this moment, Ymir saw what it was. A golden great spear. Before he could react, Odin once again threw the golden spear, and the eternal spear flew out like a meteor, instantly crashing onto Ymir's great sword. Clang! Good! Ymir felt the strength of the eternal spear, which bore the power of the world tree and the gods, incredibly strong, even capable of intimidating him, the creator god. Kill! Annihilate the gods! Ymir roared, and the great sword shone brightly, its dazzling light falling like the sun and resembling the meteor light of the eternal spear. This was a devastating blow capable of destroying the world. Old Bewley had long sensed that his demise was imminent in this battle, so he had already cast aside life and death. Divine light erupted from him as he unleashed his mysterious energy completely. Clang! Old Bewley entangled Ymir, and although he was injured in the process, it was no problem for him. Odin seized the opportunity to repeatedly throw the eternal spear, Gungnir. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The eternal spear transformed into meteors, unleashing its true power with each throw, taking away the life of the giant. Even in Odin's increasingly familiar hands, it unleashed a power that penetrated everything. Ymir, who was battling old Bewley in the sky, gradually felt something was amiss. Boom! He swung his great sword through the air, and suddenly the earth cracked under the violent sword energy, startling the gods. Some gods quickly turned into nothingness within this sword light, returning to Valhalla. Odin! Old Bewley suddenly shouted. Odin looked up and saw old Bewley transforming into light, shouting, "Go find the god of great wisdom. This is the message of fate. He will help you lay the foundation for a prosperous era." Grandfather! Odin was taken aback by old Bewley's frantic actions. At this moment, the vast world had only two beams of light. One was Ymir's sword light, still raging, and the other was the brilliant light transformed by old Bewley. Odin! Seize the opportunity! Old Bewley roared, and in an instant, his light erupted as he charged towards Ymir like a beam of sword light. Boom! A terrifying power erupted instantly, coming from old Bewley, and in that moment, his mysterious power suddenly changed. A chaos emerged, but before anything could change, old Bewley rushed in front of Ymir. "Ymir, my old friend, let us go together." Ymir was startled, sensing the arrival of fate. At that moment, Odin on the ground lifted the eternal spear, Gungnir, in a daze. Buzz! Ymir felt an extreme sharpness. The winds calmed, and even Fimbulwinter seemed to pause, sensing the arrival of fate. "No, get away." Ymir instantly raised his great sword, blocking it in front of his chest. At this moment, old Bewley, carrying the completely transformed divine energy, instantly appeared before him. Old Bewley roared, and it seemed as if time momentarily stopped. In that instant, however, Odin was not halted. Instead, he sensed that the time had come. Whoosh! The eternal spear, Gungnir, transformed into a meteor and shot out, its tail trailing like a rainbow far behind. It was as if in just an instant, the eternal spear reached the sides of old Bewley and Ymir. At that moment, the cosmic cow, the mother of creation, suddenly awoke beneath the world tree. It looked up at the sky, gazing at the top of the world tree. Those were the gods and giants it had nurtured, now engaged in mutual slaughter. The mother of creation let out a mournful low roar, and its massive body slowly shrank, gradually disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, time resumed its flow on the battlefield, but the gods witnessed a scene that would be passed down through eternity. The eternal spear, Gungnir, transformed into a rainbow, trailing a long rainbow tail as it flashed across the battlefield. Everyone held their breath. The gods awaited, while the giants trembled in fear. The eternal spear drew closer. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the eternal spear pierced through old Bewley as if entering an uninhabited realm, astonishingly penetrating Ymir's great sword, and finally piercing through Ymir, the progenitor of giants. Roar! Everyone heard Ymir's dying roar, and the world tree slightly swayed at that moment. Old Bewley looked at the enormous rainbow light hole in his body, sensing the mysterious power changing within it, feeling the connection to the world tree through this divine spear. He knew the end had come. Old Bewley looked at Emer and said, "Emer, it seems our era has ended." As he spoke, the enormous rainbow light hole in his body instantly cracked open, and a brilliance shone upon him. The call of Valhalla had arrived. Yet Emer was still struggling. He was unwilling, so close to victory, just a bit away from defeating everyone. Odin. In the moment Emer fell back in rage, he unleashed a thunderous roar, and terrifying energy surged from his body, instantly filling the heavens and the earth. This dense energy rushed down from the upper layers of the world tree, directly connecting to the 9 realms. At the same time, this terrifying energy transformed into pure life energy, causing changes within the bodies of some fleeing giants. Some turned into mountain giants upon touching the mountains, some became frost giants, while others grew even taller. Meanwhile, this powerful energy instantaneously suppressed Fimbulwinter and awakened Surtur, who had been asleep for hundreds of years. In the seemingly cooled realm of flames, Surtur slowly awoke, experiencing inexplicable changes within itself, as if it had begun to master this power. However, it was not focused on that. Its massive body rose from the lava, witnessing the thick energy pouring down from the sky like an ocean. Emer was dead. Surtur was taken aback. The progenitor of giants, this terrifying giant, had actually died. At the same time, it sensed the changes in the world. The deaths of Emer and Old Bewley caused the 9 realms to begin to fill with vibrant life energy. Places began to evolve, and this evolution made Surtur feel a sense of an era transition. It also made it realize that this change would be greatly beneficial for the realm of flames. If it weren't for my gain, I would have let this damned snow cover the land for thousands of years. Surtur looked disdainfully at the terrifying snowstorms sweeping across the 9 realms. Boom, boom, boom. The realm of flames began to awaken again, accumulating terrifying power, which erupted instantly, and the flames shot up into the sky. The awakening of the realm of flames allowed the pouring energy to completely merge into the last part of the 9 realms. Chapter 65, A New Era. Buzz. The world tree began to grow again, gradually expanding, and the changes within it became more mysterious. The withering and flourishing of grass and trees represented the cycle of seasons, returning to spring once more, with Surtur liberating the realm of flames. Fimbulwinter began to come to an end. The frost began to melt, and the great eagle, representing the storm, sensed the warmth and quickly flew into the branches of the world tree, disappearing from sight. This time, Fimbulwinter had been a significant boost. Midgard in the center of the world. As the winter of Subur came to an end, the frost and snow began to slowly melt. Inside the cabin, I Ching finally came to his senses. He watched the 3,000 runes rapidly coalescing before him, his gaze profound, not only observing the swiftly gathering runes, but also sensing the changes in the world. It was different now. The world had undergone a transformation. I Ching said softly. At the same time, he felt as if he had established a connection with this world. Strange, apart from studying rune symbols, I have not spread any faith. How could I possibly connect with this world? I Ching felt strange. He should have only established a connection with the world tree. But why did he feel linked to the entire world of Norse mythology? It was a bit odd. The wise deity, I Ching, did not think it was due to changes in the world. He looked across the realms, scanning his surroundings. Aside from his connection with the lava giants of the fire realm, no one in the other 9 realms seemed to know about him. Why was that? Could it be that the divine phenomena displayed here were too obvious and caught the attention of Heimdall's keen eyes? I Ching frowned and thought. Heimdall, the watcher of the celestial realm, the guardian of the Asgard Rainbow Bridge, his eyes could see everything he wanted to see. It seems I also need to study the methods of divination. I Ching thought, while waving his hand to retract the 3,000 pictographs. The 5-colored canopy also slowly dissipated. Now that the winter of Subur has ended, the earth is about to return to spring, and these wonders do not need to be too obvious. The Garden of Fate. The 3 goddesses of fate silently wove threads, crafting a net that seemed yet to take shape. Fate began with a soft utterance. As if it pride opened the colossal stones of an era. At this moment, the crown of the world tree might already be called the heavenly realm. On the shattered battlefield, the gods held a grand feast, with Odin seated at the head, drinking merrily with the other gods. The gods had thoroughly relaxed. The great war was over. Odin looked around and said, "Since the gods have united, the wielder of the divine spear shall become the god king. Therefore, I will distribute the realms." Odin gazed at the gods and slowly said, "The crown of the world tree belongs to Asgard, to the divine realm where the gods gather." Upon hearing this, None of the gods refuted. They all recognized Odin's terrifying power, and they had no way to contest his claim. Moreover, the three upper worlds were all Asgard, the territory of the gods. So what was inappropriate about that? Although it was highly likely the domain of the Aesir. Then, Odin looked at the beautiful elves and said, "Gentle and peace-loving elves, I will designate a place in this divine realm for you to rest and thrive." The elves rejoiced, quickly bowing to thank the God King. The vast energy from the death of the giant ancestor Ymir and the first God King Buri made the energy of the entire crown of the world tree very abundant. Not to mention anything else, at least in this place, everyone's strength would rapidly increase. Then Odin turned to the Vanir, saying, "The Vanir shall receive a piece of land in the lower realms as the world of the Vanir." Odin was somewhat wary of the Vanir, especially since they had gradually mastered some methods of harnessing mysterious energies. The distribution of realms concluded. The gods each had their own thoughts as they participated in this feast, but the Vanir were somewhat dissenting. However, seeing Odin's rising momentum, the Vanir had no choice but to suppress their feelings. Odin was even more pleased to see the Vanir's helplessness. Thus, this feast lasted for decades, and as it ended, the gods began to clean up the battlefield. The bodies of giants were thrown into the misty country, and as these giant corpses gradually increased, the depths of the misty country began to evolve into a realm of death. Some giant corpses were also discarded into the Midgard, from which many monsters emerged, spreading throughout the world. Some giant bodies even spontaneously evolved into dwarves, who gathered and fled towards the base of the world tree, establishing their own realm between the land of flames and the misty country. Of course, this transformation was just beginning. After the feast, the Vanir departed without saying goodbye, taking their troops to the eastern part of Midgard. It was here that the Vanir gods established Vanaheim as their territory. Meanwhile, the Aesir of Asgard, under Odin's leadership, constructed magnificent cities. Odin even sent deities to various parts of the world to seek beautiful materials for crafting their holy palaces. In one of the palaces, Odin was deep in thought. "Odin, go find the god of great wisdom." This was the message from Buri that still echoed in Odin's mind. "The god of great wisdom," Odin said in a low voice. What god dares to be called that? Odin contemplated deeply. He had yet to feel the true terror of wisdom's power, but he already understood the terrifying nature of fate's power. Suddenly, a wave of drowsiness hit him, making him feel an urge to sleep. This drowsiness was unavoidable, and he soon fell asleep. In the haze, Odin found himself in a garden. In this garden sat 3 beautiful goddesses, and Odin's heart leaped with joy, his gaze somewhat covetous. However, he was cautious of the strange situation and asked aloud, "Beautiful goddesses, where's this place?" The 3 goddesses of fate slowly replied, "Your Majesty, the God King, this is the Garden of Fate. We are the 3 goddesses of fate, also known as the Norse." Fate. Odin was alarmed inside, though his face showed no sign, yet the smile on it grew serious. What could the 3 goddesses of fate want from me? Odin now realized that this place was not reality, but a dream, and he asked in a deep voice. The 3 goddesses of fate replied slowly, "The god of great wisdom possesses great wisdom. He can help you unlock the power within yourselves. Likewise, your Majesty, this god of wisdom will guide you to find new strength." "Is he really that miraculous?" Odin asked. The 3 goddesses of fate said, "This is fate's guidance. We weave the destinies of all beings, crafting the great web of fate, and we see all destinies." "Then where is he?" Odin, with a hint of thought in his heart, spoke. The 3 goddesses of fate slowly replied, "In the lower realms. Only the one who wields the divine spear can meet him, and only by sincerely inviting him can you gain the assistance of the god of great wisdom." After saying this, the dream began to dissipate. Chapter 66, Return to the Divine Realm. In a palace, the sleeping Odin awoke. Only the one who wields the divine spear can meet him. Odin grew increasingly curious, and then set off without telling anyone, descending to the lower realms and leaving Asgard. After all, Odin was also the god of adventurers. He often wandered through the heavens and earth, even visiting the human realm for leisure. As Odin set off, the Garden of Fate gradually appeared in what is now called Asgard. Here, a magical root of the world tree took root. Yes, although it was in the crown, one root indeed reached this place. This root established itself here, and a spring emerged, followed by the 3 goddesses of fate appearing here as well. This spring was called the Well of Urd, a vital source of water for the survival of the world tree. The 3 goddesses of fate slowly scooped water from the spring, sprinkling it over the roots of the world tree. Yes, They also held the responsibility of watering the world tree. In the midst of a wondrous mountain in Midgard, another 100 years passed. I Ching looked at the runes that had already coalesced, his face filled with joy. So that's it. Runes, the characters that harness the energy of the world tree. I Ching exclaimed with great joy, and at the same time, his yin-yang and 5 elements finally achieved perfection at this moment. Buzz, a Dragon Ball appeared in front of him. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he had returned. I Ching sighed softly, feeling that he had indeed adapted somewhat to this mythical era, to the point where he no longer cared much about time. He then left an imprint of the heavenly gate in this place, allowing him to open it here. As he mastered the laws of the Nordic world, he was now able to leave the imprint of the heavenly gate from the boundless heavenly realm here. Buzz, a silvery white light flickered, and then a beautiful heavenly gate stood in the room. I Ching stepped across in one stride, and, in the next moment, returned to the Crystal Palace. Just as he was watching the 3 goddesses observing the evolution of chaos in the Eastern world, they suddenly looked in one direction. Shortly after, I Ching appeared. Gaia, Nyx, and Mnemosyne all showed joy on their faces. They had not seen each other for hundreds of years. Heavenly Emperor, the 3 beautiful goddesses called softly. I Ching looked at the goddesses, feeling a stir in his heart. The remnants of the stormy scrolls were scattered, and the back-and-forth exchanges were quite enjoyable. A thrilling battle gradually transformed centuries of longing into deep affection. After the battlefield, I Ching and the others enjoyed some leisure, and the goddesses stayed seated, chatting in the bedroom. Gaia recounted her cultivation over the years, the changes in the heavenly realm, and the growth of their children. Nyx was rubbing her belly, her body surrounded by increasingly brilliant starlight, clearly approaching a significant moment. Money Machine had become a bit more mature, her voluptuous figure making I Ching envious. To his surprise, the world beyond was shrouded in fog. Gaia exclaimed in astonishment. Nyx suddenly chuckled and leaned against I Ching's chest, asking, "Has the Heavenly Emperor been involved with any peach blossoms lately?" I Ching said humorously, "These years, I've been working hard and practicing diligently. Where I find the time to get involved with romance?" As he spoke, I Ching shook his head helplessly and continued, "Right now, I haven't even established a foothold in that world. Once my foundation is solid, I'll take you all to spread your beliefs and legends there. As long as our legends are passed down, we can draw from the civilization of that world and transform it into our strength." Hearing this, Gaia leaned on I Ching's shoulder and smiled. "Is there an earth god in that world?" I Ching laughed heartily and said, "There is no earth, and there is no night." Mnemosyne pouted and said, "So that means there are deities with records and writings." I Ching looked at the already voluptuous record goddess, unable to suppress the rising anger. This commotion caught Nyx's attention, and she couldn't help but cast a flirtatious glance. Instantly, the harmony of dragon and phoenix was restored, and the battle resumed. In this fight, I Ching once again taught the language of Mnemosyne after a long time. Of course, this time it wasn't just Mnemosyne who was learning. Both Gaia and Nyx were also participating. However, perhaps due to the profundity of the runes, I Ching continuously imparted insights to the 3 goddesses. This left the 3 goddesses suffering from the pains of knowledge, and the arduous studying made them secretly lament. After a few days of indulgence, I Ching and the others finally left the bedroom. I Ching lazily lay on the recliner, enjoying the holiday he had given himself. He had been lonely for thousands of years and didn't know how he had managed to get through it. However, as he watched the subtle changes appearing in the boundless heavenly realm, he smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, Gaia brought over a fruit platter, which held some fruits emitting a magical spiritual light. They were clearly extraordinary. "Look, these are the fruit trees I've nurtured over the years, and I managed to plant them here," Gaia said with a light laugh. She had not been idly staying home in the heavenly realm. Instead, she sometimes ventured into the chaos world to search for rare treasures to enrich the boundless heavenly realm. Fortunately, chaos was merely a pure will, and since Gaia was one of their own, otherwise chaos might have been driven to madness by her. On the other hand, Nyx had not gone out, but the night within the boundless heavenly realm had evolved quite perfectly under her influence. Additionally, Nyx often studied, leading to the current night goddess exuding an air of dignity and elegance, which I Ching found very charming. Meanwhile, Mnemosyne was creating a second generation of characters to be used as the writing for the future silver humanity. By the way, have the giants come out yet? I Ching suddenly remembered something. Gaia smiled and said, "The one-eyed giants have all successfully transformed. Their names have also been added to the god list. and I have already sent them to forge weapons and armor for the Titan divine soldiers. I Ching nodded in satisfaction, then summoned the Heavenly Emperor's seal, saying, Gaia will temporarily take charge of the army and the Ministry of Works. She will be ranked as a second-grade official, and her comprehension ability will be enhanced to the level of a palace master. Immediately, a divine list appeared in the void, followed by a beam of light descending upon Gaia. Nyx and Mnemosyne watched with smiles. They were not concerned with power and ambition. Perhaps only Gaia had such thoughts. Compared to the desire for power, Mnemosyne and Nyx preferred to quietly read books or refine their divine status in the heavenly realm. Gaia excitedly gave I Ching a passionate kiss. Although she was not yet a palace master, this enhancement was still considered progress. All right, rewards for achievements and punishments for mistakes, I Ching said with a smile, and at that moment, a beam of light flashed, and a goddess walked in. This person was none other than Themis, the goddess of truth and justice. As soon as Themis entered, she saw the four gods lounging leisurely, and a hint of envy flickered in her eyes. Nowadays, Mount Otris had become increasingly oppressive, which made her often come to the boundless heavenly realm to enjoy this rare tranquility. I pay my respects to the ancient gods, Themis said, slightly embarrassed. I Ching waved his hand, and with a gesture, a reclining chair appeared beside Gaia. He smiled and said, as long as the goddess likes it. That's good. I'm often not here, so when you come, you can also have some fun with them. Chapter 67, Contact. As soon as he finished speaking, I Ching noticed something unusual about Themis, so he curiously asked, Goddess, are you pregnant? Themis knew that I Ching was curious about why she was expecting, as the three beams of light radiating from her were quite conspicuous. It was also for this reason that she could often walk out from Mount Otris to come to this Delphi temple. Themis smiled and said, This is because when I left here, I encountered the three fates, and they said I would conceive. Since that day, I have been pregnant. I Ching was surprised. The three fates had actually begun to conceive so early. Were they not goddesses born from the union of Zeus and Themis? However, it seemed that fate had already changed quite noticeably. Speaking of which, what do the goddesses think of the current world? I Ching asked. Themis paused upon hearing this, knowing that I Ching was inquiring. I can't see what I want to see, Themis replied candidly, shaking her head. Her eyes were calm, seemingly untroubled by this. I Ching looked at Themis's expression, then withdrew his gaze and nodded slightly, saying, Kronos' ability to create humanity is a great achievement. However, he is somewhat ambitious yet lacking in talent, turning a good hand into a bad one. Then I Ching extended his hand, and with a flick, the void trembled, and a huge circular mirror appeared. Upon seeing the mirror, a hint of envy flashed in Themis's eyes. Over the years, she often visited the boundless celestial realm and had encountered much information about this realm. At the very least, she knew that beyond this world, there were other worlds. And in the distant east, there was another realm. She was even aware that the rich cultural atmosphere in this boundless celestial realm originated from the eastern world. Buzz. The circular mirror emitted a faint sound, and then the entire chaos world appeared on its surface. At this moment, the chaos world remained the same as before, but I Ching immediately sensed something was amiss. Thousands of years had passed, and the golden humans were still picking fruits and roasting cattle and sheep. They had made no progress. The mirror turned again, and soon it focused on Mount Otris, revealing that there were not many deities residing in the Titan temple at that time. Look, after thousands of years, aside from Kronos' divine authority becoming more pronounced, there's been no other change at all. I Ching shook his head and said, Stagnation is a mistake. The world needs constant change. To govern and manage with stagnation leads to a stagnant world, or a calm before a volcanic eruption. Themis pressed her lips together, not responding. At that moment, I Ching shifted time and space, arriving in the eastern world. In this eastern world, deities were everywhere. Mountains and rivers had gods. Even thunder could be a deity, and so on. The gods were continuously being nurtured, while humans were constantly worshipping totems, and some shamans transformed from gods had passed down their legacy to the second generation. The first generation of shamans had ascended to the heavenly realm upon their death, becoming deities once more. However, this time they gained the power of immortality tied to civilization. This is the god of civilization. Unless civilization ceases, the deities will not perish. And belief, first and foremost, is the necessary ability for deities to ascend. Moreover, belief can create anything. It can turn the illusory into a tangible force. It can create and nurture deities. But what is belief? Belief refers to a person's voluntary devotion and admiration for a certain ideology, religion, or pursuit. In other words, belief is not solely exclusive to deities. It is something all existences can enjoy. Thus, while having more beliefs is fine, having fewer means no one remembers or worships them, leading to their disappearance like the 8 million deities of the Cherry Blossom Island. This is the flaw of belief, but civilization does not share this flaw. Civilization carries the deities, and belief provides what is needed for their ascension. Therefore, regardless of whether belief still exists, as long as civilization persists, the deities will still exist, and their elevated status will be preserved due to civilization. This is civilization. Civilization cannot be supported by just one race, one sect, one ideology, or one object. It exists at all times. Civilization is composed of many aspects. It has imports, exports, and is a process of absorption, transformation, and inclusivity. It is constantly absorbing and transmitting, and that is civilization. Deities, on the other hand, are like a greedy creature, only taking without giving back. This is a deity. So, deities are deities, civilization is civilization, and belief is belief. They are interconnected, yet separate. Some beliefs are in powerful deities, like the later Jehovah, who spans the entire world with followers everywhere. In this case, civilizations across the world provide for him. However, there's a connection between civilization and belief. Either you transform into our local mythos, or you change our mythos to integrate into your civilization. This is why I Ching came to the chaos world, first to become a recorder of history and civilization. He already had this concept. However, chaos did not. It was integrated into this myth. In the Nordic world, I Ching shifted identities again, intending to merge with the upcoming Odin myth as the god of great wisdom, planning to integrate into civilization. Yes, I Ching is fundamentally about integrating into civilization. He follows a path of subtle influence. Unlike Jehovah, who directly alters civilization with his angelic army and makes his myth the primary one. Their paths are different, but their ultimate goal is the same, to integrate into civilization. Only a constantly evolving civilization can carry deities. Only civilization can ensure the immortality of deities. Today, the deities of the Eastern world are engaging in such actions. They were originally representatives of natural forces like Gaia, who is inherently a part of mythology and thus exists within civilization. However, the Eastern world is different. Although they're also part of mythology, they lack personification. It is like in the most ancient myths, aside from knowing one ancient thunder god is Lei, and that the colorful and virtuous Ing Long is the true dragon, the ancestral dragon, the creator dragon, and the unmatched war god. How many known deities are there? Perhaps only those mountain and water deities recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. It can be said that the deities evolved from nature must undergo a transformation. They must become personified. Only then can they integrate into civilization. Do you understand now? I Ching spoke up, awakening everyone. The connection between gods and civilization, gods and faith, faith and civilization. Civilization is the foundation. A realization dawned upon Themis. She might have understood what she was to do next. However, she then expressed her confusion. But we have already completed this step. We have already integrated into civilization. So what does this mean for us? I Ching smiled helplessly upon hearing this and said, civilization is the foundation. Therefore, there is no need to be too anxious about the development of the divine beings themselves. Developing civilization is the most important thing. Chapter 68. Odin descends boom. Like a thunderclap, it resonated in Themis's heart. It was not just her, but even Gaia and the others suddenly understood at this moment. They had been pondering this question before, but now they grasped it. But we don't really understand civilization. What should we do? Mnemosyne spoke up. I Ching sighed and said, civilization cannot be achieved solely by ourselves. It requires an era. It requires humanity. It requires a spirit of constantly seeking knowledge and understanding. It requires unwavering perseverance. And it requires the progress of everyone in the entire civilization. Only when everyone takes a step forward can civilization advance. Otherwise, a progressing civilization is merely an indigestible fat person. Upon hearing this, Themis stood up and bowed, saying, please clarify how civilization should progress, ancient god. Unexpectedly, I Ching shook his head and said, I do not understand how civilization should progress, but there are a few essential aspects that civilization must solidify. What are those aspects? The women became attentive, sitting up straight to listen. The foundation of civilization is first and foremost written language, and everything that evolves from it, such as records, knowledge, and heritage. Upon hearing this, Mnemosyne's heart shook, and at that moment, there was a sudden change in her divine essence. She gained great insight into her own divinity. Secondly, civilization needs people. It requires individuals to carry on traditions. It needs the renewal of humanity, and it requires people to create. The women nodded, naturally understanding this point. Next comes the cultivation of culture and military strength. A civilization is not scattered. It is like a finely crafted instrument. As I Ching spoke, he waved his hand, and instantly flames blazed. Under his wisdom, a clock appeared before the women. Just like the gears inside, civilization is composed of various groups, large and small, that interlock and form civilization. None can be absent, and these various groups require the cultivation of culture and military strength, which means education and governance, and military power to protect the nation. At this moment, the women looked at I Ching explaining with a tangible example, and they also had a comparison in their hearts. At the same time, they felt a bit disdainful about I Ching's lack of understanding regarding the progress of civilization. This was another act of feigned ignorance. Besides the first 3 points, there is one more, which is to innovate and integrate. A civilization cannot be stagnant, nor can it be isolated from the outside. Only through continuous exploration, constant innovation, and the ability to absorb the essence of other civilizations, transforming it into what their own civilization needs, can civilization continue to progress. I Ching said, shaking his head, "This is civilization, but the evolution of civilization also brings changes to us deities. When civilization declines, the gods also weaken and may even fade into nothingness. Only when civilization rises again can the gods be reborn, stepping out from the void. Moreover, the clash of civilizations is beneficial for civilization, but it may not necessarily be good for the gods." Upon hearing this, Gaia exclaimed in surprise, "How can that be a good thing? Isn't it said that the gods are born by civilization?" I Ching nodded and said, "But gods are dispensable compared to civilization. When a more useful god arrives, do you think your existence won't be replaced? This is the twilight of the gods, abandoned by the people, abandoned by civilization. Even if history records it, you will ultimately reach that point, or even be absorbed by outer gods, becoming one of their manifestations." As soon as these words were spoken, all the women were taken aback. Even though they were deities, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Being absorbed by outer gods means that they had also become outer gods, and they would never return to their former selves. Perhaps they could retaliate or evolve together, but that is definitely not a good choice. So, civilization needs to develop, and we must also grow stronger. But how can we become strong? The divine status has already locked in our future. Themis also said, somewhat anxiously. I Ching said slowly, "In the process of developing civilization, new deities will continuously be born. Besides these new deities, new laws will also evolve. When these new deities appear, they will be accepted as auxiliary gods. When new laws emerge, they will be absorbed and transformed into one's own divine nature. This is the path of progress for deities. By gaining the evolution of civilization, one can strengthen oneself. Once one is strong, one can resist outer gods." Upon hearing I Ching's words, Gaia and Nyx instantly looked towards the vast heavenly realm. Isn't this a creation evolved within civilization? This can also be considered a small civilized land. Thinking of this, the 3 women felt joy in their hearts. They didn't expect I Ching had been doing such things long ago. This made the 3 women think that their choice to join I Ching was indeed not a mistake. "Thank you, ancient god, for your guidance." Themis bowed again, and her gaze towards I Ching became somewhat different. What I Ching has displayed is truly precious for a deity. Not to mention how leisurely the boundless heavenly realm is at this moment. In the world of Norse mythology, Odin left Asgard and arrived in Midgard. He kept his distance from Vanaheim, as he still harbored some caution towards the Vanir, at a time when he was completely unaware of the mysterious power within him. The Vanir had already mastered some mystical spells that had played a significant role in the previous great battle, including abilities for attack, healing, and defense, which Odin had taken note of. This inevitably made Odin somewhat covetous, but he thought to himself that it was not yet the right time. Odin then arrived outside the territory of Vanaheim, donned a black cloak, and put on his hood. Walking on this vast land, he gazed at the boundless energy still pouring from the sky, while the heavy snow left by Fimbulwinter rapidly receded. He did not expect the realm of fire to hold such significance for the world tree. Walking in Midgard, Odin witnessed the terror of Fimbulwinter, with snow that could bury mountains, sending a bone-chilling cold through him and impressing upon him the importance of the realm of fire. It seemed he needed to devise a plan, or else if Surtur came a few times, the gods would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses, Odin thought to himself. But where was the great wisdom god? Odin called out, looking at the snow-covered world, where silver dragons appeared to be sleeping. Roar! Odin has come. Suddenly, the ground erupted in a blast of snow, and a giant wielding a massive stone sword struck down at him. Odin was startled and quickly leaped aside, unsure if the power unleashed after Ymir's death had amplified the giants or if there was another reason. These giants had undergone a remarkable change. While the mysterious power within them seemed to be dissipating, they had gained a stronger physique and defense. Giants! Odin's expression darkened as he swiftly drew a divine sword to counter. Bang! Unaware of the giant's transformation, Odin was directly sent flying by the blow. The once sturdy divine sword shattered from the impact. What immense power! What has happened to these giants? Odin thought in shock, feeling his arm tremble from the recoil of the tremendous force. Gungnir! Odin roared, and a meteor shot down from the sky, instantly appearing in his hand. The giant, undeterred, furiously charged at Odin again, its power growing ever more terrifying. Odin, die with me! The giant radiated a faint glow, dazzling in its brilliance. Odin's expression changed as he instantly hurled the Spear of Eternity. Whoosh! Boom! The moment the Spear of Eternity made contact with the giant, a massive explosion erupted. The force of the explosion created a deep pit in the ground, and Odin was pushed back several meters by the shockwave. Whoosh! The Spear of Eternity, Gungnir, flew back into Odin's hand. Looking at the now vanished giant, Odin solemnly remarked, "Do these giants also possess that power?" This speculation filled Odin with doubt and shock. Odin set off again, and as he walked, he noticed that the number of giants had not diminished due to the battle. Instead, they were increasing. Along the way, Odin encountered giants multiple times and fought them. Damn it! How can there be so many giants? Odin angrily declared as he cleared the enemies before him. He felt somewhat beleaguered. Although he had not been harmed, these giants seemed unafraid of death, charging at him only to self-destruct. While he was not afraid of these self-detonations, they left him looking quite disheveled. And that damned god of great wisdom, where is he hiding? Odin gritted his teeth, but having come this far, he could not turn back. Otherwise, all his experiences over the years would have been in vain. Perhaps finally, heaven does not disappoint those who have a heart. Although this saying is not quite applicable here. After 200 years of wandering, Odin finally spotted a place that differed from the others. It was a great mountain, lush with greenery, devoid of the white snow found elsewhere, which eased some of Odin's anger. This must be the place. This deity seems to have some means. Odin nodded at the greenery around him, realizing he could also withstand Fimbulwinter, which was nothing to boast about. However, to withstand such a wide area of cold winter, this deity's strength must not be small. As he approached and rounded the mountain's edge, the first thing that caught his eye was a winding staircase. But that was not the most prominent feature. The most noticeable were several runes carved at the foot of the mountain, faintly glowing and exhibiting a sense of wonder. Holding his Spear of Eternity, Odin could sense the mystery of these runes. They were runes capable of communicating with the world tree. Are they the same script as the runes on my Spear of Eternity? Odin pondered, lifting Gungnir to examine the sacred script before looking at the wall. The wall bore only a few dozen runes, and Odin began to scrutinize them closely. He had a premonition that these runes were the key to mastering the mysterious power within him. It seemed this deity of great wisdom truly had some capability. Odin slowly calmed his inner fury and looked up at the mountain's peak. His thoughts were complex and could not be easily articulated. He then ascended the steps, occasionally spotting a rune left seemingly at random, as if the engraver was also in deep thought and learning. Soon, Odin reached the summit, where he first saw several massive stone tablets, and behind them was a small courtyard. This exotic little courtyard was initially very intriguing, but did not capture Odin's attention. He was now focused on the black stone tablets standing erect, which bore hundreds of rune inscriptions. Upon seeing these runes, Odin felt the mysterious power within him shifting, growing stronger, as if it were about to evolve into something. However, this change quickly halted. These runes are incomplete. Odin felt as though he were enjoying something only to be interrupted before reaching a climax. His face darkened. This sensation was akin to a roller coaster, an uncomfortable ride of ups and downs. He then turned his gaze to the other stone tablets. Some recounted the stories of the entire Norse world, while others were illustrated. Odin could see depictions of himself shooting the ancestor of the giants with his spear. He too was watching this battle. Odin reigned in his emotions, harboring a vague respect for this deity of great wisdom. It was a mixture of regard, caution, and suspicion. He had already adopted the mindset of a ruler. Turning around, Odin walked to the entrance of the courtyard and knocked a few times. However, after a while, there was still no response. Not in. Odin was puzzled, then pushed open the door and looked at the emptiness within, which clearly confirmed his thoughts. Odin suddenly noticed something was off. He looked up and felt that the sun floating in the courtyard was somewhat strange. It could clear my mind and enhance my thinking. Is this wisdom? Odin flew up and reached out to grab the sun, but the next moment his hand passed right through it. There was no substance, no way to take it away. This must be the work of that great god of wisdom, Odin said. In the boundless heavenly realm, people roamed the world. I Ching suddenly paused, and Nick asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Emperor of Heaven?" Even with Themis by his side, the three women did not hide I Ching's identity. Perhaps Themis had some suspicions since that conversation. She was wondering what I Ching's side of the world was really for. "It's nothing, just that my guest has arrived." I Ching chuckled and shook his head. As expected of this god king, he actually thought of taking away his wisdom sundae. "Are you saying that the deities of the Norse world have already found you?" Nyx asked curiously. I Ching nodded and said, "Yes, but let's leave him for a while. After I integrate the rune symbols into the 3,000 pictographs, I'll go out." "Aren't you afraid he will leave?" Gaia laughed. "Not all. As long as he hasn't comprehended the rune symbols himself, he won't leave. Moreover, I left some hooks there, so I'm not worried he won't bite. Additionally, I've also manifested a trace of the power of the great sun of wisdom there. I believe with these benefits, he won't be leaving. Ying. If you want to achieve something, you must first learn to give something. Only benefits can guide people's hearts. But it can't be too late." Gaia's smile grew even wider, but he still reminded, "It's just like fishing. It has to be just right, neither too early nor too late." I Ching nodded and smiled. "Don't worry. We can't always see his changes. As long as the time is right, I will naturally go out." Chapter 70, Themis joins. I Ching felt a bit confused. The numerous trials he had set up were not used, and he originally planned to first gain fame among the gods before guiding the God King to come. But how did Odin come directly? Did he want to descend to the mortal realm and take a tour of the 9 realms? This was one point of confusion. I Ching did not contemplate fate because his ability to conceal himself was terrifying and fate should not be able to see him. However, he had not considered that perhaps this fate was generated because of him. In a certain place in the Norse mythological world, a pair of fleeing giants met and, within just a few decades, gave birth to a child. This child was very small, seemingly not inheriting the powerful physique and strength of the giants. "My poor child. Although the great Ymir did not allow you to inherit the giant's robust body, he has granted you powerful magical abilities," the child's mother said when facing the tiny child. "What should we name our child?" The mother asked again. "Let us call him Loki," the male giant said. Strangely enough, the giants in Norse mythology were not merely violent and irritable. They also possessed emotions and their own wisdom. After having a child, these two giants no longer fled, but instead began searching for other giants in Midgard to re-establish the giants' power. They called upon giants to rebuild their home in Midgard while also training diligently. With a desire for revenge, the giants still harbored resentment towards Asgard. In Midgard, I Ching's stronghold, with the faint assistance of the Wisdom Sun, Odin tirelessly studied the runes. However, it was unclear whether I Ching had embedded too much of his own content within the runes, which led to many difficulties for Odin in learning them. Some of these runes were simple and easy to understand, while others were profound and obscure. This chaotic learning process often made Odin furious. At the same time, Asgard was currently constructing the Sacred Palace, and the Frost Realm, namely Jotunheim and the Iron Forest of Midgard, was gradually gathering giants. These giants were different from others. They thrived in the cold, which could amplify their strength several times. They were the Frost Giants. Hundreds of years passed quietly. This concept, the most worthless yet also the most valuable in mythology, continued to play its role. In the boundless heavens, I Ching finally completed his study of the runes over these hundreds of years and combined them with 3,000 hieroglyphs. Heaven, earth, humanity. I Ching wrote in the air, each character deliberate and rhythmic. These words floated in the void with a unique power, dark and exuding an ancient strength. At the same time, I Ching could feel that these characters were connected to the vast magic within the world tree. Magical words. Clearly, they had become magical words. I I have finally mastered the runes, and now I can begin my plans in the Nordic world. I Ching retracted his power, and the words dissipated. A flicker of contemplation flashed in his eyes. He was not pondering a question, but reflecting on the deployment of the Nordic world. Several hours later, he recorded what he had reflected upon, and then rose to leave the secret chamber. Ancient god, you have finished your training. Themis had just gotten up. Indeed, even gods love to sleep, especially to sleep in. Moreover, whether intentionally or unintentionally, Themis chose a room after understanding the connotation of the Crystal Palace. At this moment, it was a coincidental encounter. However, I Ching couldn't help but find it amusing that this goddess of truth and justice seemed unaware that her acting skills were inadequate. Nevertheless, it is the most challenging for a hero to resist the grace of a beauty. When I Ching saw Themis like this, he naturally felt delighted. However, he did not act hastily, as it was not the right time yet. He still had important matters to attend to, and those matters of masculinity should be set aside for now. Is the goddess Themis up so early? I Ching said as he looked towards another room, where his three goddesses were. The cold and spirited face of Themis broke into a smile as she softly spoke. I've been sleeping well these days, and I have a feeling my children are about to be born. Oh, so soon? I Ching was surprised and said, I didn't expect the goddess of fate to be conceived so briefly. Then, Themis suddenly knelt down before I Ching in this crystal palace and said, Ancient god, do you know if this boundless heavenly realm can evolve into truth and justice? I Ching smiled upon hearing this, saying, Here it comes. Then he bent down with a smile to help her up and confidently said, I am not sure about truth and justice, but I will work hard to achieve them. After saying this, he looked at Themis and asked, I wonder if the goddess would be willing to join us? The Dragon Court? Themis smiled slightly, her heroic face radiating a different kind of beauty, as if she had something else in mind. Not just that. I Ching smiled and said, The Titan god of truth and justice is willing to join the Dragon Court. Themis immediately said seriously, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes. Upon seeing this, I Ching immediately summoned the Heavenly Emperor seal and the Divine Consort chair. He said, Today, the goddess who is both virtuous and talented, the goddess Themis of truth and justice, joins the Dragon Court. She is granted the authority to oversee the laws, rituals, and moral codes of the Dragon Court, ranking as a second-grade official. At this point, I Ching looked at Themis and asked, I wonder if the goddess is willing to reside in the Crystal Palace? Themis unabashedly replied, I enjoy living in the Crystal Palace. Good. Additionally, I bestow upon Themis the title of Divine Consort, granting her the benefits of both positions. I Ching laughed heartily, but a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Although Themis had already joined now, he had to go to the Nordic world for his deployment. What a pity. Soon, a chair appeared in front of Themis and I Ching. Themis seemed to have already grasped the information, and without hesitation, she sat down. Instantly, the source of truth and justice of the chaos world was replicated and infused. Boom! The boundless heavenly realm began to slowly expand. Although it wasn't as terrifying as the primordial gods, it wasn't particularly slow either. The most obvious change was the Tree of Civilization, which represented the branches of the chaos world civilization becoming a bit thicker. It even reached a size comparable to the East, but while it had the size, the spirit of civilization remained the same. The Tree of Civilization and the boundless heavenly realm gradually grew larger, and in the next moment, the entire boundless heavenly realm had already reached half the size of Earth. After the efforts of two primordial gods, numerous Titan gods, and the continuous nurturing of yin-yang and the five elements, this boundless heavenly realm could finally be called a heavenly realm. Such a vast place allowed even the Titan giants to roam freely. At this moment on Chaos Mountain, Rhea once again witnessed her child being devoured by Kronos, and a chill filled her heart. Although Kronos' divine position was indeed maintained under such circumstances, as a mother, Rhea hadn't spent even 100 days with her child. Yes, just 100 days, which is a blink of an eye for gods. Chapter 71, Suspicion. My dear goddess, what is wrong? Kronos' voice came, low and deep. This change wasn't intentional, but seemed to stem from his understanding of the Divine King's authority. As his oppressive rule strengthened, the authority of the Divine King reflected upon him, resulting in this. Rhea was startled. Although she felt cold towards Kronos, she didn't dare to resist him like Gaia did. So she immediately put on a smile again. And it must be said that her acting skills were far superior to Themis's. My respected Divine King, my beloved god. I've just been feeling a bit bored during these years here, Rhea said with a tired smile. Kronos looked at Rhea, and after a moment, he slowly nodded and said, "Then, my goddess, you should go and relax." Clearly, Kronos was aware of the impact his devouring of their child had on Rhea. Then Kronos frowned slightly and said, "Has Themis gone to the Delphi temple again?" Rhea's heart stirred. Perhaps she could seek the help of this strong mother. "Yes, divine king," Rhea nodded and then curiously asked, "I heard that sister Themis was conceived by heaven and earth. Is that fate?" Bang! Kronos angrily threw his wine cup, instantly shattering the sturdy cup into pieces. He sneered and said, "Fate? Is fate also nurturing gods?" Seeing the capricious Kronos, Rhea immediately spoke softly. "There's no need for the divine king to be angry. That curse is aimed at our child." Rhea had to force a smile while mentioning the curse, which was only directed at their child. If she didn't do this, Themis would likely have a hard time. Kronos maintained a serious face and then waved his hand towards Rhea, saying, "My goddess, aren't you feeling bored too? Go to the Delphi temple and help me tell Sister Themis that there isn't a position for fate on Mount Otris yet." Upon hearing this, Rhea felt a sigh of relief in her heart and was slightly pleased, but she still cautiously watched Kronos, serving him. Days later, Goddess Rhea left Mount Otris and headed for the Delphi temple. On Mount Otris, Kronos gazed at the world and saw the sea nurturing 5 wonders. How many years had it been? The relationship between Pontus and Oceanus had changed under his watch. "My good brother Oceanus, are you colluding with Pontus?" Kronos' gloomy gaze deepened, pondering something that no one knew. Perhaps all divine kings were this suspicious. "Iapetus," Kronos said lightly. Immediately, Iapetus, who was plotting and searching for traces of the ancient god, felt it. In an instant, he arrived at the Otris temple. "Your Majesty, the divine king." Iapetus respectfully knelt on one knee and called out, his eyes flickering with contemplation and fear. Now, he was wondering if plotting between Kronos and the ancient god was appropriate after all. After all, Kronos had become somewhat beyond his control. The brute force could surpass the control of wisdom. Perhaps it was because his wisdom divine nature was not yet perfect. Kronos gazed at the world and said faintly, "Tell me what Oceanus and Pontus are plotting." Kronos also possessed wisdom, derived from Iapetus. However, he hadn't told anyone. The divine king was the main god of the entire divine system, and naturally, as subjects of the divine king, they shared a portion of his divine power. But only the divine king and the goddess knew about this, as it was a significant ability within the authority of the divine king. This meant that Kronos' wisdom was not inferior to Iapetus. Upon hearing Kronos' question, Iapetus was startled. Could it be that his plotting had always been within Kronos' sight? However, after a brief moment, Iapetus said, "Your Majesty, Pontus might be seeking Oceanus because the mother goddess did not conceive for him." Kronos was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, before quickly regaining his composure. He had thought of this, but it was still too puzzling. Pontus, as the embodiment of the sea, was the sea god. Oceanus was the god of rivers and oceans. The relationship between the two was somewhat contradictory, and with Oceanus' character, Pontus should have yielded some benefits. Why was the sea still calm? Not to mention that Kronos was pondering this issue. At this moment, after leaving Mount Otris, Rhea used her goddess authority to arrive outside the Delphi temple. In the boundless heavenly realm, Gaia, who had just gotten up and was talking with I Ching and Themis, sensed it. "Why is Rhea here?" Gaia spoke, waving her hand, and a precious mirror appeared. I Ching saw and said, "Rhea comes with a look of sorrow on her face. Clearly, Kronos has once again broken her heart." After a pause, I Ching waved his hand, and immediately a small garden was isolated. He said, "However, everything should be done with caution. As the goddess of time, Rhea must be very delicate in her thoughts. I have now connected this small garden to the location of the Delphi temple, while the rest has been isolated." As he spoke, I Ching looked at Gaia and said, "If you bring this goddess in, choose to do so in this garden. For now, this goddess is not suitable to come to the boundless heavenly realm." Gaia nodded and said, "All right, but Themis will come with me." I Ching nodded and said, "Indeed, all the gods know that the goddess of truth and justice is currently in the temple of Delphi." Themis had a slight look of helplessness on her face. Then Gaia and Themis vanished, and the next moment appeared in a secluded garden. Looking at the garden surrounded by white barriers, although it was still beautiful here, it lacked the refreshing feeling of seeing the celestial realm in the Crystal Palace. However, it had its own unique charm. I Ching then gazed at Rhea as she entered, before stepping into the Crystal Palace to bid farewell to Nyx and Mnemosyne. The next moment, he left the boundless celestial realm and followed the imprint of the heavenly gate to arrive in the Nordic world. Meanwhile, Odin, who had been studying the runes, had managed to uncover half of the runic information on the stone tablet over this long period. These runes could connect with the essence of the world tree, and they could also help him master his own powers and unleash various abilities. Suddenly, flames appeared in Odin's hands, followed by sparks of electricity, and his anticipation for the god of wisdom grew even stronger. However, he also felt a bit frustrated. Over 1,000 years had passed, and the god of wisdom still hadn't returned. Could it be that he had gone to another place? Odin thought to himself. At that moment, the azure sun of wisdom became increasingly bright, and Odin, sitting with his back turned, suddenly felt a clarity in his mind, even gaining some insights into the runes he had studied before. Chapter 72, Meeting. Odin suddenly turned around and saw the sun of wisdom emitting a powerful light, becoming dazzling and vast. Hiss! Odin looked at the sun with a slightly greedy gaze. I wonder if I can master this ability. Odin muttered to himself. At that moment, the gate of the small courtyard slowly opened, revealing a face from another realm that was quite different from this place, along with an unusual splendid attire that caught Odin's attention. Are you the great god of wisdom? Odin exclaimed in surprise. This god looked too young and was not a deity of this realm. I Ching chuckled and said, Hasn't the god king already learned the runes I left behind? Why are you still surprised? Odin's expression remained unchanged as he replied, Learning is one thing, but so what? However, he didn't say it directly. Instead, he smiled and said, Of course not. I just didn't expect that the god of wisdom would be so young. I wonder if the god of wisdom could explain something to me. I Ching smiled slightly upon seeing this and said, If the god king wants wisdom, he must pay a price. Gaining wisdom is not an easy task. Odin paused, looked at him, and asked, What do you want? I Ching replied, The god king is the ruler of the gods in the world, naturally esteemed and unparalleled. However, I want the god king to swear that I, the god of wisdom, can see the king without bowing, and that if one wishes to obtain wisdom, it must be through fair trade. Upon hearing this, Odin thought for a moment and realized it was just a small request, so he nodded and swore loudly. By the will of the world, today I, Odin the god king, swear to allow the great god of wisdom to see the king without bowing, unafraid of power and privilege. And I promise that if one wishes to obtain wisdom, they must pay the corresponding price. Suddenly, the world tree and the Norse world felt this, and I Ching began to slowly explain the runes on the stone tablet to Odin. At first, Odin listened with great enjoyment, but as it progressed, it became increasingly obscure and difficult for him to understand, causing him to furrow his brows. Fortunately, I Ching explained it in great detail and slowly, allowing Odin to keep up. However, it was precisely because I Ching had a deep understanding of these runes that Odin began to take it seriously. Decades later, the hundreds of runes on the stone tablet were finally explained. Odin felt as if these runes were still lacking in some way, and asked, God of wisdom, are there only these hundreds of runes? I Ching shook his head and said, There are a total of 3,000 runes. Boom! Like thunder, it exploded in Odin's heart. He was astonished that there were actually 3,000 such runes. This couldn't help but leave him in shock. He had only comprehended a few hundred runes and had already mastered the mysterious power within him. What if he mastered all 3,000 runes? If I want to learn it, what do I need to pay? Odin said sharply. I Ching said, If the god king wishes to learn, then the god king must swear to allow me to spread wisdom among the gods, to allow me to spread my faith. Upon hearing this, Odin realized that for a deity, this was not just mere words, and replied, Yes, I swear. Odin did not hesitate. He completed his oath. He did not consider whether to let this rune spread among the gods. I Ching also tacitly remained silent, but he said, If you want to learn the complete rune symbols, you still need one more thing, God King. What? Odin asked in surprise. Wisdom. Wisdom? Odin was taken aback, then asked, Where can wisdom be found, or how can it be obtained? Odin soon understood that the remaining rune symbols would also be quite difficult. I Ching said, In this vast world tree, there is a spring of wisdom, and the water of the spring possesses the power of wisdom. Upon hearing this, Odin was taken aback and then felt a surge of excitement. He coveted the power of wisdom. Since there exists a spring of wisdom, he naturally longed to obtain it. So where is it located? Odin quickly asked. I Ching shook his head and said, This place is hidden very deep, and it is said that there's a wise giant guarding it. This place has been managed by this wise giant for a long time, and it is said that only this wise giant can access the spring of wisdom, which is why the God King has to go through a lot of trouble. Upon hearing this, Odin was not angry that I Ching said he didn't know. At the same time, He was also astonished that such a being as the wise giant existed. He then asked, "May I ask the god of wisdom, how do you view this giant?" I Ching said, "Although the progenitor of giants, Ymir, was killed by the gods, the giants were not exterminated. Instead, they are proliferating all over the world. Because of this, there are too many types of giants, and their relationships with the gods are poor. Therefore, the gods should find ways to divide them and absorb a portion to become giants of the gods. Otherwise," I Ching did not finish his sentence, but Odin understood. "Otherwise, if the giants continue to multiply and the gods' proliferation is very slow, wouldn't this be the beginning of another great war? So how do we divide and absorb them?" Odin pondered for a moment and asked. I Ching said, "This question also requires the God King to pay a price." Odin felt displeased but still agreed. At this moment, he realized how troublesome it was. However, he did not show it on his face and said, "What do you want me to swear to now?" I Ching smiled and said, "I see that the God King has profound fortune, and he will surely obtain the fountain of wisdom. At that time, the God King's wisdom will not be inferior to mine, so I hope that when the God King obtains the fountain of wisdom, he will grant me a position that involves no responsibilities, allowing me to leisurely enjoy this world." Odin was surprised, but hearing the words of the god of wisdom brought him joy. This joy immediately made him realize that this great god of wisdom clearly had no desires. So he nodded and swore loudly. I Ching then smiled and said, "This is it. After 3 oaths, the God King has paid his price. And I am also willing to provide answers for you free of charge before the God King obtains the spring of wisdom." Odin was even more delighted upon hearing this and said, "Good, but you can say everything you want in one go." I Ching thought for a moment and said, "The God King is generous, so why not let me freely browse the knowledge of Asgard?" Odin, thinking about the current emptiness of Asgard, swore without hesitation. Then I Ching, with a broad smile, began to narrate to Odin and wrote down rune symbols one by one. However, the obscurity of the rune symbols clearly exceeded Odin's understanding. After he learned a few dozen symbols, he showed a look of difficulty. It was evident that he could no longer comprehend. I Ching saw this and said, "The God King need not be anxious. Perhaps you should consider what you are doing here at this moment." Upon hearing this, Odin suddenly realized that he had come to invite talent, not to seek knowledge. However, the rune symbols could be considered an unexpected gain. So Odin looked at I Ching and sincerely said, "Wise god of wisdom, Asgard needs your assistance. I know you do not like trouble, and I can promise that I will not disturb you with unimportant matters." Chapter 73. What the king has, others cannot have. I Ching found this situation a bit strange. "I have also infiltrated the enemy's high ranks." However, I Ching's expression did not change at all. He smiled and said, "Since the God King has invited me, I am naturally willing to go to Asgard." Odin was very pleased and nodded, saying, "Good, let's go now. Take these things with us." Odin pointed to the surroundings, especially to the stone tablet inscribed with runes. His meaning was quite clear. Such a treasure cannot be left for others. I Ching shook his head and smiled, saying, "These don't need to be taken away. These are opportunities one leave for all beings." Then I Ching noticed the expression on Odin's face and understood that the God King did not want the runes to be passed on to the mortal realm. So he said with a smile, "Let's keep these runes here. There won't be any more additions in the future." Odin understood the underlying meaning and smiled, saying, "Since they're so precious, let's have the gods come here to learn more." I Ching understood the meaning behind Odin's words. Since the gods came here to learn, what about the remaining runes? I Ching, learning wisdom requires paying a price. Odin smiled as he heard this, still unwilling to let the gods grasp such things, and said, "What is the price for the gods?" I Ching smiled and said, "The God King is the most esteemed deity in this world, so naturally, the cost for the God King is the least." Odin suddenly understood, resolving his doubts. "My cost is indeed small, but rest assured, Odin," he said, "since that's the case, let's go." The two gods then set off from the Midgard, heading towards Asgard, which was currently under construction. The journey there was difficult, but the return was easy. In just a few days, Odin and I Ching arrived at Asgard. At this moment, Asgard was still bustling with activity. Watching the gods flying about, collecting countless gold, silver, and gems, as well as the grand golden palace and numerous other buildings being erected, even I Ching couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the world tree. The world atop the treetop seemed specially reserved for the gods. Such a massive combination of 3 worlds formed Asgard and the Sun Elves. "A wise god, in this vast realm, you can choose any place as your residence," Odin proclaimed grandly. Currently, the number of gods was very few, and in this expansive Asgard, the gods could only occupy a small portion of the land. Therefore, Odin was very generous when it came to territory. I Ching felt two incredibly rich energy springs continuously spewing in this vast. He looked up and saw a massive giant lying horizontally across the land, from whose body countless streams of energy were still gushing forth. This was the power of the creator god being released, and it was endless. The other spring was formed from the death of the ancestor of the gods, Buri. It's no wonder that Asgard was becoming increasingly powerful. Originally, aside from the realms of fire and ice, there were no other extraordinary places in the 9 realms. However, with the death of these 2 creator gods due to fate, that vast energy was instantly released, filling all of Asgard and pouring out towards the other 9 realms with Asgard as the center. I Ching looked around and then pointed to a tree root that seemed to come from nowhere, saying, "I'll establish the temple of wisdom there." With that, Odin slowly led I Ching towards the land of the gods, which was under construction. "Your Majesty, the king of the gods." As Odin and I Ching arrived, the gods all bowed to Odin, while also curiously observing I Ching, wondering where this new deity had come from. The gods were very polite. Although Odin's authority had not yet reached its peak, his power had already conquered the gods. Odin felt satisfied and then waved his hand to introduce the person beside him. "This is the god of great wisdom, a deity I invited from Midgard. His wisdom is vast. You should show him some respect." After Odin finished speaking and looked over, I Ching laughed and said, "I am a god of wisdom. You can also call me Totem. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, but you will need to pay the corresponding price." The gods were surprised. This god of wisdom was indeed strange and even seemed a bit eccentric. He gave the impression that he hadn't interacted with others for a long time. However, they didn't think much of it and had no ill intentions. The gods were still relatively simple-minded, except for Odin, who represented intellect. "Today, with the addition of the god of great wisdom, let's hold a banquet," Odin said with a hearty laugh. He loved banquets, or rather, all deities enjoyed banquets. Whether it was chaos, Norse, Eastern, or Jehovah, a banquet quickly began. During the banquet, I Ching kept scanning the crowd, shaking his head slightly in his heart. None of the gods here were familiar to him. It seemed that the true era of Odin had not yet arrived. During the banquet, the gods asked some simple questions, which I Ching answered easily. Not only did he provide answers, but he also briefly explained some simple applications of energy. This instantly delighted the gods, who became a bit excited. "God of great wisdom, could you explain more about the application of this energy?" One deity shouted, and everyone echoed in agreement. Odin, upon hearing this, did not react. It was just about the application of energy, and he did not mind. As long as he didn't teach all the runes to others, that was enough. Upon hearing this, I Ching's mind slightly shifted, and he then smiled and said, "Sure, but acquiring wisdom requires a price." He continued, "I've just arrived in Asgard today and do not yet have a place to stay. I hope the gods can build me a palace of wisdom." Once these words were spoken, the gods all expressed that this matter was very simple. Compared to building a palace or some structures, the utilization of energy within their bodies was what concerned them the most. I Ching immediately recited some spells he had interpreted from the 3,000 rune symbols. These spells were very basic, totaling over 300. The gods watched as I Ching chanted a spell, and instantly flames erupted like pillars, or thunder gathered in the sky in an instant. Great waves appeared out of nowhere, with countless splashes carrying layers of power. The gods all recognized the magic of these powers and thus sought to learn. Upon seeing this, I Ching waved his hand, and instantly, more than a dozen large trees outside the palace quickly turned to dust, which then rapidly transformed into a book during the process of flying. Oral recording. I Ching said lightly, "This is a spell." As the spell was cast, he narrated and explained, and gradually, more spells and their introductions appeared in the book. This is spell magic. I Ching learned the runes and established a connection with the world tree, allowing him to cast magic in the Nordic world solely through spells and runes. Moreover, he could absorb the infinite power of the world tree through these magical characters. Soon, I Ching's teaching came to an end. "God King, these are the many spells I just mentioned. Please use them to reward the gods." "Ye, ween simidet." And his every move seemed to align with Odin's wishes. Odin laughed heartily, took the book, and said, "Don't mention the gods. Even I didn't understand it all at once." Chapter 74. Gradually becoming king, then Odin looked at the gods and said without hesitation, "All the gods have contributed in the previous battles. So let's establish a library for this spell book where all the gods can browse through it." Upon hearing this, the gods all stood up, raised their cups, and joyfully shouted, "Your Majesty, the King of Gods, is wise. But before browsing this, everyone must build the palace of the God of Wisdom." Odin then joked, displaying a bold and friendly demeanor in front of the gods. Soon the banquet concluded, and I Ching said to the King of Gods, "Your Majesty, there is currently nothing to do. I will go find a place to build the palace." Odin did not oppose. As long as he did not leave Asgard, he would be able to find this great god of wisdom. This was the wonder of the King of Gods, as well as the wonder of this place in Asgard. I Ching then left the great hall and headed towards the roots of the world tree in the distance, coming from an unknown source. Why do I always feel a sense of call from somewhere mysterious here? Is it that some heavenly materials and earthly treasures are summoning me? Since I Ching came to Asgard, he has been persistently called by something, which is quite strange. As he approached, he felt an inexplicable call again, but with a serious expression in his eyes, he surprisingly sensed a power somewhat similar to that of the boundless heavens. In I Ching's eyes, a cold light flickered. Although he played the role of the god of great wisdom, he was not truly the god of wisdom. He wanted to see who would obtain the power of his boundless celestial realm. In this Norse mythological world, he had never imparted the Eastern system to anyone. Even that lava giant, he had subdued and placed into the boundless celestial realm. As he approached, I Ching's aura began to recede, as if he was gathering his strength. To deliver a fatal blow, one must first accumulate the power for that strike. The next moment, as he navigated around the tree roots, a beautiful garden appeared before him, where 3 beautiful goddesses had already been waiting for many years. "Esteemed God of Wisdom, we have been waiting for you for a long time." The 3 fates temporarily set aside their weaving of the great web of destiny and said to I Ching with smiles. I Ching smiled, seeming a bit surprised, and said in a very friendly manner, "Who are the 3 goddesses?" Although he was asking, he felt something strange in his heart. It seemed he had encountered these 3 goddesses before. The 3 goddesses of fate said, "We are the 3 goddesses of fate. And the great god can also refer to us as the 3 goddesses of Norn." Then the 3 goddesses transformed again, and in an instant, I Ching's eyes narrowed. They were dressed in the attire of the chaos world. In that moment, I Ching thought of a certain conclusion. Are you 3 the same entity as the 3 goddesses of fate from chaos? I Ching furrowed his brows and asked in a slightly deep voice. The maiden goddess representing the past giggled and said, "Great God, there is no need to test us. They are us, and we are them." The mature goddess in the middle then lightly laughed and said, "The goddess Themis is our mother goddess." I Ching was puzzled, but there was a question in her heart. How did they connect to these 2 worlds? As for the aura of the boundless heavenly realm, it was no longer important. She had already seen that there was no method, and it was clear that it was just a slight contamination. How do you connect these 2 worlds? I Ching curiously spoke up, but he was constantly pondering in his heart. He was also a king, and at that moment he was suspicious, wondering what schemes these 3 goddesses had. The goddess of the future, who represented the future yet did not disguise herself as an old figure, still appeared in the form of a young goddess, gently smiled and said, "It is the great deity who opened the path of the pioneers. So we were born from the void, feeling the 2 realms and becoming pregnant. Since the fate of the Norse has already turned, we 3 manifested here early. And because the true great era of chaos has not yet arrived, it has not yet given birth." Unexpectedly, it was actually after he opened that small path that it became pregnant. I Ching smiled with a sense of bewilderment and helplessness. He then said, "What do the 3 goddesses want with me?" And that Odin must have been guided here by the 3 goddesses as well. At this moment, I Ching had clearly thought of the cause and effect. The 3 beautiful goddesses stood up and respectfully bowed to I Ching, saying, "Great deity, wise one. Odin indeed found the great deity through our guidance." After a pause, the 3 beautiful goddesses continued to speak to I Ching. "We feel that the future of your dragon court is boundless. Moreover, we 3 are very fond of the great deity and willingly wish to join. We hope the great deity will take us in." At this moment, I Ching finally relaxed a bit. Yes, don't be fooled by his constant joking. He has been preparing all along. When I Ching saw the 3 beautiful goddesses pleading so earnestly, he smiled and said, "It is indeed a great blessing that the 3 goddesses of fate are willing to join." Upon hearing I Ching's words, the 3 goddesses of fate joyfully stood up and exclaimed with delight, "Thank you, great deity, for taking us in." The 3 goddesses' beautiful eyes were filled with joy and shyness. I Ching nodded and then said, "Can this place be isolated from Odin's investigation?" The 3 goddesses of fate nodded and said, This place was originally a venue for the gods of later generations to hold leisure meetings. If the great deity wants to place the heavenly gate, we can isolate this area. I Ching thought for a moment and nodded. All right, let us do it this way. Upon hearing this, the three goddesses moved, and immediately I Ching saw a faint mist rising outside the entire garden. Seeing this, I Ching was not ambiguous and directly summoned the heavenly gate, leaving a mark here. Then I Ching took out 3 tokens and said, "These are the tokens of my dragon court, allowing free entry and exit through the heavenly gate. Likewise, if you merge with this token, it means you have joined my heavenly realm. Otherwise, even if you run to other worlds, no matter how far, I can still find you using this token." The 3 goddesses of fate nodded seriously and quickly took the tokens to merge with them. I Ching truly smiled upon seeing this, nodded, and then opened the heavenly gate. Buzz! A large door stood here, and the 3,000 pictographic characters on the door became much more mysterious. I Ching saw the heavenly gate and immediately smiled, saying, "Let's go." The 4 divine beings then walked towards the heavenly realm. Whoosh! The space shifted, and they appeared beneath the tree of civilization. This crystal-clear tree made the 3 beautiful goddesses unable to look away, their beautiful eyes sparkling with light. On the white, jade-like platform, I Ching waved his hand to conjure 3 chairs, saying, "Infuse your essence into them." The 3 beautiful goddesses sat down, their voluptuous and perfect figures appearing on the chairs. And then the essence of fate was infused. Instantly, the boundless heavenly realm underwent some changes, although these changes were not significant. I Ching summoned the heavenly emperor seal, and within it night, earth recorded words, truth and justice, fate, titan power, the 5 elements, yin and yang, civilization, and other essences began to emerge and continuously intertwine and evolve. This treasure became more and more mysterious. Whoosh! Nyx and Mnemosyne suddenly appeared here. As soon as they appeared, Nyx chuckled and said, "See, I told you that when the heavenly emperor comes in this time, he might bring the beautiful goddess." Mnemosyne glanced at I Ching with a hint of resentment, and I Ching couldn't help but laugh. These 2 were actually betting on this, and he helplessly said, "You too." Then I Ching said seriously, "All right, my dear goddess Mnemosyne, how is your arrangement among the golden humans?" At this moment, Mnemosyne had already matured. Her dignified and elegant aura surrounded her, and her voluptuous figure was concealed by divine garments. She nodded and said, "Some golden humans have begun to come to the Delphi temple, following my guidance." Nyx, standing by, looked at the 3 fates with surprise and quietly asked, "Why do you give me a familiar feeling?" Chapter 75. Gradually getting on track, the 3 fates chuckled lightly, and their charming and pure faces broke into smiles as they said, "We are the 3 fates, and Themis is our mother goddess." They then explained the reason behind it, and Nyx immediately thought of the 3 fate goddesses that were still in gestation. How peculiar, truly peculiar. Nyx then smiled and began to chat quietly with the 3 fates. Meanwhile, I Ching thought for a moment and said, "It's still not enough. The golden humans have good talents, but they cannot reproduce without women. However, their long lifespans are the citizens we must strive for in the heavenly realm." After a pause, I Ching continued, "Moreover, with Zeus about to be born, the time left for the golden humans is also limited." Mnemosyne understood the urgency of the situation, but there had really been no way before. Cronus had blocked most of their beliefs, and only Mnemosyne could rely on words to gain some belief. I Ching could only obtain a little of the small means left behind from those words. How unpredictable! I Ching murmured, "Heavenly Emperor, are these golden humans really that good? Why don't we create some ourselves?" Upon hearing this, Mnemosyne replied. As soon as the words were spoken, I Ching was taken aback, thinking about creating something himself. He then shook his head. His insights over the years have been focused on combat, and he didn't have much understanding in this area. Perhaps Gaia has a way. So I Ching said, "Order the divine craftsman to build a womb pool." At the same time, he was slightly surprised that such a simple idea had not occurred to him earlier. In fact, it wasn't entirely his fault. He had been cultivating day and night, planning constantly. Even with the boundless energy of a god, there could still be oversights. It seems we need to hold meetings more often to discuss things with each other. I Ching originally had the wisdom and divine nature to plan the entire dragon court, but it now seems he is still far from omniscience and omnipotence. Mo and Moxni then suggested, "Heavenly Emperor, we now have soldiers and generals, and we are about to have subjects. However, we cannot do without governing officials. Each town requires at least 12 people for governance, and a county needs at least hundreds. The same goes for higher divisions. Besides governance, there are also divine duties in the heavenly realm, such as wind, clouds, thunder, lightning, water, fire, weather, good and evil judgment, and the cycle of life and death. Among others, Mo and Moxni provided many examples, which made I Ching sigh and say, "A scholar's absence for 3 days should be viewed with new eyes. My dear goddess, your transformation has surprised me greatly." Upon hearing this, Mo and Moxni chuckled and said, "This is because you have not been discussing these matters with us. Sister Nyx knows much more than I do." At this moment, Nyx also approached, gently pouting as she said, "Yes, Heavenly Emperor, we are not just ornamental vases as described in books. Aside from official positions, we also have to promote education and create our own unique civilization, and so on. There is still so much to do." I Ching laughed loudly upon hearing this, looking at the elegant-looking Nyx with a hint of excitement in his heart. He then shook his head and said, "I didn't expect such great talent to be by my side. It seems that even my divine eye, which can see through all worlds, has its blind spots." He then nodded seriously and said with a smile, "Well, since my beloved ones have such intentions, I will grant you this authority. In the heavenly realm, a human village will begin to develop. We will educate them to produce teachers, and then nurture them one by one. At the same time, we will impart to them the methods of cultivation. I want to create a civilization of cultivation." I Ching swept away the fog with great authority and said, "I will directly create a cultivation civilization. I am the master of all people, as well as the master of all gods." The idea of a cultivation civilization shocked all the women present. Even the goddess of fate was taken aback. What a bold thought this was. Machine hesitated and said, "But, Your Majesty, I have read in books that such practices are rarely seen in the worlds. Even if there are, only a small number of people can master them, while the majority still." I Ching shook his head and said emphatically, "No, they are them. We are us." Moreover, if you look closely, aside from chaos and the Norse, the main gods that have survived in later generations have all left behind teachings for widespread dissemination. And I hold the power of the entire infinite heavenly realm, so we need not worry about rebellion. Likewise, as we create civilization, why not make it the best? With that, I Ching waved his hand and said, "Chaos and the Norse spread magic. Buddhism teaches the sutras, and Jehovah spreads the Bible. In the end, don't you see that only the Buddha and Jehovah remain? Therefore, we must also spread our teachings. Compile a classic for the ages for me. I want to gather the classics from various worlds and compile them. The upper part will be the doctrines of our ancient god sect, and the lower part will be the book of civilization, the history book of our civilization. This will be the foundation of our divine system's conquest and missionary work. Then let our heavenly peoples practice various systems. We will create magic, we will create methods of immortality, and we will create martial arts." I Ching said forcefully, feeling that this direction was not wrong. If he did not act now, in the future, no matter how many followers he spread across various worlds, they would likely turn to these two factions in the end. Therefore, he must also establish his own sect and have his own scriptures. Similarly, he could not neglect his own cultivation. Jehovah creates angels from the souls of the righteous and devils from the souls of the wicked. Who does not know that Jehovah has two sides, with angels and demons as his soldiers? The Buddha Shakyamuni opened the Buddhist realm, with countless novices, 3,000 arhats, and 800 Buddhas, each Buddha having their own protective Vajra. The Buddhist realm also includes Asuras, the Eightfold Path, and so on. So it can be said that I Ching must take this step as well. As for the East, there is no need to mention it from the initial myths. It gradually evolved into the heavenly realm and the underworld, continuously integrating and transforming various world mythologies. This is the forward direction of world mythologies. Mo Sunya. Nyx, I Ching said. "Here." The two goddesses responded. "Monimishun, you go find Gaia, and first create the fertile pool, which must have both male and female. Additionally, Monimishun, you have another task, which is to teach the newly born humans hieroglyphics and to continuously evolve it. At the same time, you must teach humanity knowledge and oversee the writing. You are promoted to the first rank. Nyx, you will create magic based on the 3,000 hieroglyphs. The knight already represents mystery, which fits you very well. You are appointed as a grand scholar, rank second." The two goddesses nodded, their hearts filled with excitement. It seemed that the Dragon Court was really about to embark on a fast track. I Ching then looked at the three goddesses of fate and said, "Three goddesses of fate, I grant you the duty to record the daily good and evil of humanity under the leadership of the heavenly realm. You are ranked second. Immediately, I Ching summoned the list of deities, held the heavenly mandate in his mouth, and after a review, he stamped it with the heavenly emperor's seal. Instantly, the heavenly realm shook and a loud bell rang out. Then, layers of understanding enhancement fell upon the 5 goddesses, startling the 3 goddesses of fate, as they were aware of this power. However, they did not have a clear understanding of this power. Now that this enhancement of understanding had descended, it was enough to astonish them, and they were filled with great joy in their hearts. Chapter 76, The Human Race of the Heavenly Realm. After I Ching deployed, he spoke to the 3 fate goddesses. You must also be responsible for observing the Nordic world regularly, and consider the Garden of Fate as our outpost in the Nordic mythology world, from which we can obtain the laws of the Nordic world. The 3 fate goddesses nodded. Of course, the fundamental laws of each world are the same, but the changes that evolve from them are different. In the distant, isolated garden, Gaia, Themis, and Rio were chatting. Then I Ching turned his gaze to heaven and earth. He just thought there were enough people, but now he felt there was a shortage of talent, still lacking personnel. In all aspects, agriculture, military, craftsmen, and even teaching, I Ching took a deep breath, reminding himself not to rush, to take it step by step, and to proceed steadily. In today's world of chaos, there are only 12 titans and 3,000 ocean goddesses. Besides them, there are the descendants of the mountains of Urea, as well as the golden humans. There's nothing more to be gained here. In Norse mythology, there are giants everywhere. Mountain giants, frost giants, lava giants, and flesh giants. Additionally, there are dwarves evolved from the dead giants and the soon-to-be-born dark elves. The Norse world is indeed an important place for me to reap benefits. Suddenly, I Ching realized that although the Norse mythological world had not yet entered the Great Era, it seemed to be more suitable for him. Moreover, Odin might soon lose control and unite with the giant goddesses to give birth to the gods of the Odin pantheon. And the 3 brothers of Odin would create humanity, among other things. It seems that the tasks ahead of me have not decreased but rather increased. I Ching said with a slight frown. However, it's no problem. Digging into the walls in the Nordic world is not like the current chaos world. In terms of teaching, Prometheus and Epimetheus in the chaos world are quite good. I have some connections with them, but those connections aren't enough to bring them over right now. The army is currently led by the 100-armed giants, so there's no need to worry. The combat capability of the 100-armed giants is quite terrifying, and they have no problem charging into battle as commanders. As for the officials, it's mainly about the officials now, and I still need to assess the situation in the Nordic world, or I could directly cultivate them myself. I Ching pondered slightly, thinking that his path was not that of monotheism, but rather that of the polytheistic belief of the heavenly court. Monotheism may be good, but success and failure both hinge on a single deity. I Ching does not yet have the ability to compare with Buddha and Yahweh. Therefore, he chooses the unity of polytheism and monotheism, where polytheism represents the belief in many gods, and monotheism is his recognition of being the only supreme god. Soon, with I Ching issuing the imperial edict, the one-eyed giant and the 4 lava giants, situated at the volcano, began to move. Meanwhile, Gaia, who was in the garden, suddenly looked up, and Themis was also surprised. At this moment, the second-generation goddess Rhea asked in confusion, "Mother Goddess, what happened to Sister Themis?" Gaia shook her head and smiled, saying, "I have something to attend to. You can chat for now." After that, Gaia disappeared in a flash, and even Rhea, who was close to becoming a primordial god, could not detect anything. "Sister Themis, what do you think I should do?" After Gaia left, Rhea sorrowfully asked Themis. Her children had already been devoured several times, and her heart had been painfully frozen by Cronus's actions. She now wanted to hear the advice of the renowned goddess of truth and justice among the gods. Themis also wore a look of pity on her face, pausing before saying, "Goddess, my dear sister, have you considered that as long as you can still give birth, as long as Cronus still cares about that position, this issue cannot be resolved at its root?" Upon hearing this, Rhea's face grew even more sorrowful. Yes, she had known this all along. She had once thought about using the power of time to reverse it, but Cronus's strength was too formidable. She could not reverse this period of time with the roots of time. She had the title of time, but she could only continue moving down the river of time. Themis looked at Rhea and then said, "Goddess, perhaps you can learn from the mother goddess." Rhea was startled upon hearing this. Gaia's deeds had indeed shaken the gods. But Rhea was somewhat tempted yet hesitant, and seeing this, Themis did not speak further. in a valley by a great river in the boundless heavens. The three terrifying one-eyed giants were continuously hammering a divine object. The rolling civilization energy, immense power, and the constantly infused laws were all present. The three one-eyed giants found it quite easy to forge this divine object, as although they were the ones crafting it, the most crucial core within it had nothing to do with them. Bang, bang, bang. A dark pool was forming, with a mysterious power continuously manifesting here. The way of the primal Een, the nurturing of all things. Suddenly, Gaia appeared here. She looked at the pool and began to sense the earth of the heavens carefully. She saw the earth thickly nurturing all things, and a vibrant life force gathered and connected into this pool. The pool was also continuously changing, when suddenly a divine list appeared in the sky, and a beam of light fell into the pool from the divine list. All right, Gaia suddenly felt something and called out. Immediately, everyone stopped their actions. Buzz. The pool slowly began to rise, and the hazy primal Een energy floated within it. Suddenly, these energies moved rapidly, and then a man and a woman stepped out. Boom! The boundless heavens trembled, and the civilization tree slowly began to grow again. As the civilization tree grew, all the gods connected to the heavens felt themselves becoming stronger as well. Good, good, good. I Ching called out a few times. And now that there were humans in the boundless heavenly realm, he no longer needed to wait for the humans of various worlds. Sigh. After so many twists and turns, I Ching helplessly patted his forehead. He then arrived at the place of the fetal pool and saw that quite a few humans had already emerged, both male and female. At the same time, I Ching noticed that the mysterious primal light above the fetal pool was slowly fading. It seemed that when this primal energy transferred to the humans, it would be the moment when this divine object became ineffective. I Ching rubbed his chin in contemplation, but upon further thought, he realized this was also in accordance with the principles of heaven and earth. Watching the gradually increasing number of humans, I Ching nodded. These would be his future subjects and the main source of his future army. Heavenly Emperor, Gaia looked at the humans she had created, her face filled with joy as she approached. When did you return, Heavenly Emperor? Gaia asked happily, not expecting I Ching to come back so soon after leaving. I Ching smiled and said, Odin has already invited me to Asgard. There's nothing happening in Asgard right now, and since Odin is keeping a close watch on me, I naturally have plenty of time to come back. He then looked at the humans and said, since humans have already been conceived, let's impart knowledge to them. Let us start teaching them about the world around them, guiding them to think and learn. Chapter 77. The gods teach, yes, Heavenly Emperor. Gaia nodded, then share a moment of intimacy with I Ching. A few days later, at the place where humanity was born in the heavenly realm, I Ching said to the gods, Namasani and Nyx will teach the human race basic knowledge and writing. Gaia, you will teach them the concept of the earth. Cyclopes, you are craftsmen who understand various minerals of the world. Once the humans learn basic writing, you will recruit those who have a penchant for forging and talent in this area. The Cyclopes and Gaia nodded, feeling that this arrangement was very much in line with their inclinations and divine nature. Soon, with I Ching setting the course, the gods began to get busy. In that territory of the human race, Namasani and Nyx started imparting basic knowledge to humans, guiding them to discover how to create fire by friction, weaving clothing, and building houses. In just a few short years, humanity navigated through various trials, both intentional and unintentional, created by the gods. In the first year of humanity, they learned to build houses to shelter from heavy rain. In the third year, they learned to weave clothing from the skins of wild beasts like cattle, sheep, tigers, and wolves. At the same time, a new generation was born. In the 10th year, guided by the gods, humans discovered how to create fire by friction. Injuries and illnesses began to appear among humans. In the 17th year, the abundant resources of the heavenly realm provided humanity with worry-free food supplies. But due to the theft of food by the mice created by I Ching, humans invented a simple way to keep records. The second generation of humans began to grow. In the 30th year, the goddess of records and the goddess of night descended, and a school emerged among humanity. The first generation of humans began to age, and the second generation entered the academy. At the same time, the third generation of humans was born. From this point on, writing began to spread among humanity. The simplest 3,000 pictographs appeared among humans, and a unified language emerged. It was also in this year that as humans gradually learned various kinds of knowledge, a new branch of civilization began to grow on the tree of civilization. This branch was obviously very small, as it was clearly nurtured by the civilizations of both realms. In the 60th year, the first generation of humans, under the faint blessings of the gods, barely reached this age. The second generation of humans was smarter than the first, as they understood more knowledge from birth. Meanwhile, the third generation of humans grew. Generations of humans gradually appeared on the earth. On this day, the gods who had been silently observing humanity came to hover above them. The Cyclopes, magma giants, and all the goddesses, except for Gaia and Themis, had come. Mnemosyne became more composed and reported to I Ching, Heavenly Emperor, humanity now understands simple writing and thought. Nyx also nodded and reported. The literacy rate among humans is still insufficient, and a large portion of their learning has been forgotten due to long periods without use. I Ching watched the actions of the humans and nodded slightly, then said, "Let us bestow a little bit of wisdom upon humanity, increasing it year by year and generation by generation, with a limit of doubling their understanding. Additionally, establish cities in the name of the many main gods, with the dragon court as the main hub. Furthermore, cultivate wise humans to become teachers and set up towns." The gods were taken aback. This doubling of understanding was set based on the original gods' multiples. One-eyed giant, the construction of the cities will be entrusted to you. Moreover, I require that these cities not be too powerful initially. Afterwards, you will begin researching city construction, striving to build various extraordinary cities. If you succeed, I will greatly reward you. I Ching looked at the three shrunken Cyclopes and said. The Cyclops laughed happily and said, "Cyclops at your service. Please rest assured, Heavenly Emperor, we will take care of this matter." I Ching smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. He had not expected that bringing the Cyclops would yield such multiplied benefits. Soon, the Cyclops left with their apprentice, the lava giant. The giants descended from the clouds and instantly transformed into several giants over 10 zhang tall. They began collecting materials from the world and started constructing cities. At this moment, in the sky, I Ching looked at the composed Sunya, and Nyx, and sighed gently with a hint of affection, saying, "You've worked hard." The two goddesses smiled happily upon hearing this. They had been preparing for a long time to help I Ching. However, even so, when there were no outsiders around, the two goddesses couldn't help but act cute beside I Ching. At this time, there were also three figures whose status as outsiders was uncertain. The three fates. Ahem, Heavenly Emperor, we wonder what our three sisters can do. The three fate goddesses looked enviously at Sunya, and Nyx, and the eldest sister couldn't help but speak up. Sunya, and Nyx exchanged sly smiles. I Ching listened to the goddess's words, thought for a moment, and sighed. What we need now are medicine, grain agriculture, laws, and currency. Thus, as goddesses of fate, you also embody the law. So now you should cooperate with Themis to establish the laws of our dragon court. At this moment, Nyx suddenly rose from I Ching's arms and said with a serious expression, "Heavenly Emperor, although we could develop civilization like this, our army has yet to see blood when it comes to military affairs." Hearing this, I Ching slightly squinted his eyes, and after a moment, he calmly said, "Then let the territory outside of the human race be filled with various natural dangers. As long as humans want to expand outward, these dangers will be places they must overcome." He then asked, "Has the breeding pool stopped giving birth to humans?" Suno nodded and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. Moreover, the human population has already reached 40 million, and the number is still continuously growing." I Ching nodded and then asked, "How is human morality regarding good and evil?" Nyx said in response, "The concepts of good and evil have gradually become more complex. All right, let's first have the Cyclopes build the city, and then they can take the lead in refining it, making some changes to this incubator pool." I Ching said, "What should it be changed to?" The women asked curiously. I Ching said, "By using the malice of humanity as the basis, we create monsters. So when they slay these monsters, they're also purifying the evil desires of the celestial realm. Similarly, the spirits of humans who die in war can transform in the divine weapon transformation pool. Good people can choose to become celestial beings or reincarnate. As for the wicked, they are cast into the demon birthing pool, refined by it, and become monsters." Nimina hesitated and said, "Isn't this a bit too cruel?" Nyx and the three fates remained silent. They could all see the threads of fate. Under the weaving of fate, they had witnessed various brutal scenes, and this situation was nothing in their eyes. Even Nyx felt that I Ching was somewhat merciful. I Ching sighed lightly, feeling reluctant in his heart, because he knew that making such decisions was cruel. He was a god, the Heavenly Emperor, but he was also human, possessing human-like emotions that no one could match. However, for the existence of the boundless heavenly realm, and to survive in the future mythological era, he had to do this. Mercy does not govern soldiers. Righteousness does not manage wealth. How could one become an emperor without blood on their hands? Becoming the heavenly emperor was even more so. Chapter 78. Ways to deal with the gods. I Ching spoke slowly and solemnly. Mercy does not govern soldiers. Righteousness does not manage wealth. We must forge an iron-blooded army, a mythological army. The enemies we will face in the future are very strong, and for our existence, we must train such an army. In addition, they will have to leave the heavenly realm to spread the teachings of the ancient gods, so they cannot be like flowers in a greenhouse, possessing wisdom but lacking the ability to protect themselves with force. Nyx nodded and said, "Yes, Monai Machine. We can be merciful, but our enemies will not be merciful to us." Monai Machine nodded in understanding and then said seriously, "In that case, we will do as the Heavenly Emperor says." She was not an old-fashioned deity, although her divine status was that of records and writing. But she was also not unaware of the urgency of situations. Boom! A massive city was slowly completed, and 3 one-eyed giants slowly left for the next location. After the one-eyed giants departed, a goddess approached, and many humans began to enter the city. Within the city, humans were receiving their residences and tasks. Under the tree of civilization, the magnificent Dragon Court. Here, there had still not been a formal establishment, and the Dragon Court remained empty. A certain area of the Dragon Court had long been planned by I Ching as a construction department, and I Ching appeared here alone. Now that the number of humans was increasing, it was time for me to improve the trading system. Saying this, I Ching couldn't help but shake his head in helplessness. Being the Heavenly Emperor was truly exhausting. Entering the forging area of the construction department, he saw that the place was densely packed with fire pits, constantly spewing forth the flames of the earth. These were the changes derived from the earth of the heavenly realm after Gaia infused its essence. Bang! A massive cauldron landed here, covered in intricate patterns of birds, beasts, fish, insects, flowers, trees, and countless stars, sun, and moon. Suddenly, the earth's fire surged, and flames licked the cauldron. Instantly, the dense patterns on the cauldron began to glow, and in a flash, these patterns became ethereal, reflecting throughout the entire forging room. Birds, beasts, fish, and insects gradually transformed into rare and exotic creatures, while flowers and trees morphed into a myriad of phenomena, and the sun, moon, and stars turned into celestial bodies that continuously moved in this secret chamber. Boom! The lid of the cauldron fell to the side with a loud noise, and at the same time, streams of civilizational energy flew in, accompanied by leaves from the tree of civilization. Shells, gold, silver, copper, gems, faith. Every time I Ching called out a name, a corresponding treasure would fly in from the boundless heavenly realm. Suddenly, a brilliant flame appeared, shining like a radiant light. This was I Ching's Tao fire. At this moment, the Tao fire entered the cauldron, and instantly, the heavenly realm seemed to be projected within the cauldron. Refine. I Ching spoke calmly, and in an instant, numerous materials began to melt, with strands of impurities rapidly dissipating. The aura of civilization enveloped these materials like a liquid, quickly merging them together. Soon, a round coin representing the heavens and the earth was formed. Go! Seeing the coin take shape, I Ching waved his hand, and the coin immediately fell into the great cauldron. Buzz! The Tao fire of the Heavenly Emperor burned rapidly, and the flames swirled around the coin. Upon closer inspection, one could see the boundless Tao patterns of the celestial realm appearing swiftly on the coin. Just like the intricate designs covering the great cauldron, the coin gradually revealed one side depicting the myriad things of heaven and earth, while the other side displayed the images of the gods of the Dragon Court. Ding! The flames seemed to sense the coin's perfection and began to rapidly dissipate. At that moment, a crisp sound resonated from within the great cauldron. Buzz! Suddenly, a beautiful glow emerged within the cauldron, followed by a coin that appeared to be made of red gold, yet seemed to have a jade-like quality, flying out. Both sides of the coin were adorned with exquisite patterns, and the entire coin was softly glowing. I Ching suddenly took out the gold and held it close to the mother coin. Instantly, the gold rapidly transformed into standard-sized gold coins that appeared before him. I Ching adjusted it a bit, and immediately the number of gold coins increased. He then picked up the gold coins and shook them slightly, instantly transforming them into beautiful golden paper. He then tried with silver and brass, and found that it could be done the same way. Next, he tried to see the effect. I Ching picked up a gold bill and immediately tore it apart. Suddenly, a burst of light appeared before his eyes. In the next moment, I Ching shouted, "Attack!" Boom! In an instant, the light transformed into thunder, exploding against the wall of the forging room, causing even the hard wall to turn slightly black. I Ching then tried the silver bill and the copper bill, and said with satisfaction, "If we classify the strength below minor gods into levels 1 to 9, and those above 9 as demigods, then the copper bill is equivalent to a full force attack at level 1. The silver bill is level 3, and the gold bill is level 6. This is just the power. If used to absorb the energy within, it can even have effects on deities, though the extent of the effects varies. However, if the quantity is large enough, it is not impossible for weak divine power to grow into great divine power in an instant. Furthermore, this money contains the Tao rhythm of our heavenly realm, and each absorption is equivalent to absorbing the Tao rhythm. Such a precious treasure used as currency is truly appropriate. At the same time, the existence of faith can also accelerate the ascension of deities. As long as I slightly alter the rules of the heavenly realm, the faith of the gods will all manifest as this money, creating a connection between gods and mortals. Humans may not have good things, but their faith is what the gods desire the most. And humans can accumulate wealth to purchase items from the hands of deities. I Ching nodded in satisfaction, realizing that money is also a sharp weapon. Although the myths of the gods are terrifying, and even though Jehovah is incredibly fearsome, he is still a person who has crossed over from later generations, and the gap in information is enough to bridge some distance. When he summarizes the shortcomings of the myths of the worlds and improves himself, then what can Jehovah do? After all, it's just about taking one step ahead, step by step ahead. Have Jehovah and the Buddha really gone far on the path of faith? Although I Ching doesn't know much about the path of faith, can he just copy it? Moreover, isn't money the most advantageous weapon for attacking the path of faith? When the gods had not yet popularized the beliefs of the worlds, money was already in power. Now is the money of gods and humans, and in the future, it will be the money of mortals that I have already prepared. I Ching chuckled. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. From the moment the tree of civilization sprouted, he had already thought of this. Belief in God is enough, but what about people's belief in money? Perhaps most of it is evil, but it is also indispensable, isn't it? However, aside from the gold coins of the mythological era, I must also have control over the currency, banknotes, or monetary system. Therefore, the position of the god of wealth and the goddess of money must be under my supervision. Otherwise, even with a perfect legal system, it cannot withstand the power of money. Although I Ching said this, the way of money is also a double-edged sword. It can attack others' beliefs and can also sever one's own faith. Chapter 79, the terror of transforming money, is quite evident even within civilization. Killing without a knife. This is a war without gunpowder. Perhaps only violence strong enough to destroy the economy can rise above this. But this would bring chaos and create disorder in one's own territory. Therefore, the battle of money is the most terrifying. Is faith frightening? No. Money is what is truly frightening. Moreover, the faith in money is the most terrifying. This is I Ching's trump card. On the table lay 3 types of banknotes: gold, silver, and copper. Below each type of banknote were the gold, silver, and copper coins used by mortals. Each mortal coin bore an imprint left by the original currency, making it impossible for the gods to imitate. This completed the task. I Ching nodded slightly, and then sent a message to the goddesses, instructing them to begin issuing banknotes and to establish banks in various towns. After finishing these tasks, I Ching stretched and said, "Now we only need to establish the cultivation system." However, he did have spells and magic, which were created while studying rune symbols, but they were not yet systematic. Moreover, in the chaos world, the magic was still influenced by the goddess Nyx, although it was not Nyx who created the magic, but Hecate. This goddess represents paths, opportunities, and so on. However, these matters are not urgent for now. It is better to return and help Odin relax his mind. I Ching laughed heartily. The world is developing rapidly, and the creation of wealth has also relieved him. With a flash of light, I Ching returned to the Garden of Fate from the beautiful heavenly gate. As he stepped out of the Garden of Fate, a strange feeling emerged, as if someone were patrolling this realm. In the next moment, it seemed to notice a certain aura appearing, and this power that was surveying the world quickly faded away. I Ching let out a cold laugh. It seemed that Odin had a firm grasp on him at this stage, but it was fine. He had come to this Nordic world to learn and spread knowledge, as well as to undermine others. After several hours, Asgard, which had already been established, appeared before I Ching. The grand golden palace shone like a sun in the dim world. As he walked into the golden palace, Odin, seeing the smile on I Ching's face, asked with a hint of confusion, "Where has the god of great wisdom been all these years? I've had some questions to ask, but I couldn't find you." I Ching smiled and said, "Ever since the day I left, I have been invited by the three goddesses of fate, and now I have settled there." Odin was taken aback, but did not show it on his face. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Where can these three goddesses of fate be found?" I Ching said, "Fate exists in a garden of destiny, but this garden can appear anywhere on the world tree, which is quite marvelous." Upon hearing this, Odin frowned slightly, and honestly, he did not want I Ching to break free from his control. However, it seemed that he was never truly under his control to begin with. At this moment, I Ching asked, "Does the God King have any questions?" The gods of the Norse world and the Chaos world are very straightforward, and naturally, I Ching, who has lived for many years, is familiar with this and took the initiative to speak first. Odin nodded and said, "Wise great god of wisdom, you mentioned that this world has always been so dark. Can it be changed?" I Ching thought for a moment and said, "Does the God King want to bring about changes in this world?" Odin nodded. He had a feeling that this was related to his promotion. I Ching immediately said, "Yes." Odin, upon hearing this, slightly straightened his body and asked, "What is the method?" I Ching said, "The generation of change comes from the continuous cyclical operation of heaven and earth, like a spiral bridge." "So how do we do it?" Odin asked eagerly, as this was crucial for his ascension. The head of the giant ancestor Ymir can be used to create the sky, his brain fluid will turn into the ocean, and the flames controlled by the gods will become the countless stars in the sky. Moreover, with the sky created, the sun and moon will be formed from Ymir's eyes. After all this evolves, a wise race must be created. They do not possess the power of the gods. Their lifespan is very short, but they can drive the world forward and bring about countless changes. I Ching spoke with a clear voice at a pace that was neither fast nor slow. As I Ching spoke, Odin instantly felt a vibration of his divinity. "Yes, it's it." Odin suddenly stood up and laughed heartily, as expected of the god of great wisdom. "The problem I've pondered for so many years has been solved in an instant by you." I Ching shook his head and said, "This is not my wisdom, but the fate goddess has told me this." Upon hearing this, Odin felt a slight relaxation in his heart. He already understood the unpredictability of fate, but the great god of wisdom could not be too clever. "Good. Gather the gods." 3 days later, guided by the god King Odin, the gods went to the place where the giant Ymir had fallen. Here, Odin and the gods struck down Ymir's enormous head. Then, with the authority of the god King, Odin created the sky dome from it, as well as the sea in Midgard. Ymir's eyes were also given the concept of the sun and moon by Odin, causing them to eternally hang in the sky and illuminate the entire world. After that, according to I Ching's words, Odin and the gods kindled a fire, and he took the sparks from the flames to spread across the sky, creating countless stars. This process had already taken 700 years. As the head was transformed into the sky dome by the gods, the vast energy that had been in Ymir's body disappeared and instead appeared in the sky, cascading down. Perhaps also because the head was separated from the body, Ymir's gigantic form began to change. The enormous giant's body started to rot, and numerous dark elves, goblins, and dwarves appeared. In addition, this gradually decaying massive body fell towards Midgard. Boom! After a loud crash, the enormous body vanished, and then many mountains emerged. Countless fertile soils began to appear, and gold, silver, and jewels were nurtured within the earth. Boom! The entire Norse world suddenly trembled, and a divine favor suddenly surged in to shower the gods. Upon seeing this, I Ching directly absorbed the heavenly favor into the dragon pearl, and immediately a branch on the tree of civilization in the boundless heavenly realm began to change. Yes, the reason he did not absorb such important heavenly favor was naturally to allow the tree of civilization to take root in the Nordic world. Odin took 50% of this vast heavenly favor. I Ching took 30%, and the remaining gods took 20%. As for the giant Ymir, he was already dead, so how could he obtain heavenly favor? With the power of heavenly favor, Odin not only felt a change in his strength, but also sensed a change in his divinity during the creation of the world. This made him place even more importance on I Ching. "Today is a grand day for Asgard. We must hold a feast to celebrate," Odin said with a hearty laugh, and then the gods cheered together. The feast lasted for 9 days, during which the gods drank and fought in the Golden Palace, fighting and then drinking, creating a scene of joy. Chapter 80. The Path of Odd and Even. After the feast, Odin called I Ching over with an excited smile and said, "Great God of wisdom, can you now tell me what kind of beings we should create?" I Ching said, "God King, I don't know this being either, but fate tells me that you need to go with the gods to search for it." Odin was surprised and asked, "What else did fate say?" I Ching said, "This time of creation, the God King will inevitably encounter dangers, and these dangers come from the giants." "What is so frightening about giants?" Odin said dismissively, for he had already killed the progenitor of the giants. What giant could be harder to kill than the progenitor of giants? I Ching said, "The giants cannot cause any trouble for the God King, but they can cause trouble for the creations of the God King." Moreover, with the fall of Ymir, the progenitor of giants, into the Midgard, the giants have undergone changes. They have learned to harness the power within their bodies, which they call the power of giants. Upon hearing this, Odin's expression changed. He turned to look and said in a deep voice, "Is what you said true? Have the giants really mastered this power?" I Ching nodded and said, "The giants have already adapted to various environments between heaven and earth. There are rock giants in the mountains, and in the fiery realm of Surt. They are also bred by the giant ancestor Ymir. There are now giants in the frost realm as well. Not to mention some giants who possess both powerful physical bodies and magic." Odin's expression immediately darkened. This was not good news. The relationship between the giants and the gods is one of eternal enmity. "So what do you think we should do about this creation?" Odin asked. I Ching slightly curled the corner of his mouth and said, "Destiny has observed that some of the great deities of Asgard in the future are born from the union of the God King and giants. Each of these deities possesses a physique comparable to that of giants and holds immense divine power. They will be the God King's most relied upon divine subjects in the future." Odin's expression remained unchanged, but a smile appeared on his face. "Additionally, the God King will also find a brother from the giant clan this time." I Ching continued, "What is the name of this giant?" Odin asked, slightly closing his eyes. Being brothers with a giant felt somewhat strange to him. "Loki," I Ching replied in a deep voice. Odin slightly opened his eyes, a look of surprise flashing through them. He had not heard this name among the many famous giants. "What is so special about this Loki?" Odin asked in astonishment, as becoming sworn brothers with him must mean he possesses some abilities. Yiki Andeo. Loki is the god of cunning, and similarly, many divine artifacts for the future God King's offspring will be brought by him. "Good. Where is he?" Odin asked. I Ching shook his head and said, "This is something the God King needs to seek out himself. If the God King cannot form a bond with it, then it is absolutely impossible for the God King to create beings in the lower realm." Seeing Odin lost in thought, I Ching continued, "Does the God King have any more questions? If there are no questions, I will take my leave and return to the divine palace." Odin, surprised, responded, "Isn't the god of great wisdom coming?" I Ching shook his head and said, "I cannot go there, and I still need to continue my research on wisdom." Then he added, "Moreover, the goddess of fate has invited me to reside in the Garden of Fate. If the God King wishes to find me, he can speak to this jade conch, and I will be able to sense it." I Ching took out a jade spiral and said. Odin took it, nodded, and still smiled as he said, "In that case, let's keep that palace of wisdom as well." I Ching was immediately delighted and said, "Thank you, God King." After that, I Ching bid farewell to Odin and turned to leave the Golden Palace. Inside the Golden Palace, Odin watched I Ching depart, playing with the jade conch in his hand. "A powerful offspring? Loki?" In the Golden Palace, Odin's voice was very clear. On the other side, I Ching, who had exited the Golden Palace, was smiling as he said goodbye to the gods in Asgard, where the sun and moon shone together. "Loki, hurry up," I Ching muttered to himself. "There is no such thing as fate. It is merely his pretense of invoking the goddess of fate to stir up this Nordic world. There is no deity more suited to causing chaos in the Nordic world than Loki." I Ching's lips curled slightly, chuckling softly. Only by combining both overt and covert strategies can one achieve victory. Use the orthodox to engage the unexpected. However, Odin's vigilance is too strong. If Kronos had such vigilance, he might still hold onto his position as the king of the gods for a while longer. Thinking about Odin's demeanor, I Ching frowned slightly. Although Odin's attitude toward him remained unchanged, and even became more affectionate during this process of world transformation, I Ching could clearly sense that Odin's psychological state had become inexplicable. He somewhat understood this change. It was a shift in Odin's attitude towards him. A king is ultimately solitary. I Ching shook his head, and then his whole person flashed away from here, reappearing in the boundless celestial realm. Within the boundless celestial realm, receiving the enhancement of the divine power from the Nordic world, the entire celestial realm had expanded significantly. Moreover, the tree of civilization had become even larger, and I Ching could sense that the enhancement from the celestial realm's main body, the dragon pearl, was considerable. In this threefold expanded, boundless celestial realm, in a location relatively close to the tree of civilization, dozens of massive cities had already been established. Surrounding these cities were numerous smaller towns, with thousands of villages encircling them. A rich aura of civilization emanated from these places, with sounds of reading resonating everywhere and numerous innovative inventions emerging. Not only was there an aura of civilization, but there was also a power of faith. At this time, humanity had begun to utilize money, which was formed from the mother currency refined by I Ching. In just a few hundred years, the changes had been tremendous. I Ching found it hard to imagine how terrifying the changes in humanity truly were. It wasn't just between cities. There were also the heavenly soldiers of the Dragon Court. Over these 700 years, countless humans had died at the hands of monsters while trying to cultivate new lands. Because of this, many of the deceased were transformed into heavenly soldiers by the divine soldier transformation pool, significantly replenishing the Dragon Court's military resources. Although it was still not enough, the numbers had indeed been rising year by year. Heavenly Emperor calls echoed as Gaia and the other goddesses arrived. 600 years ago, the goddess of time, the second-generation queen of the gods, Rhea, had left the Delphi temple and returned to Mount Otris. Therefore, Gaia and Themis no longer had any concerns. You have all worked hard over the years. If you have any requests, feel free to tell me. I Ching lovingly said. Hearing this, Gaia and the others shook their heads and said, "We are still fine." Governing humanity was a bit troublesome at first, but it doesn't matter later. At this moment, Themis stepped forward and took out a book, handing it to I Ching, saying, "Heavenly Emperor, this is the law that I compiled with the three goddesses of fate, and it has already been reviewed by the mother goddesses." I Ching nodded and, looking at the plump Themis before him, suddenly asked, "I wonder how much longer the three goddesses of chaos will take?" The three goddesses of fate beside him immediately laughed and replied, "No need to ask the mother goddess. We know that they still need 1,000 years." Chapter 81. Enjoyment. Gaia, Nyx, and Mnemosyne, seeing I Ching's expression, couldn't help but chuckle a few times. Then Gaia said, "It seems that tonight, Themis, you can truly leave your name in the Crystal Palace." Themis's face turned slightly red. She was quite spirited, like a man, but also a bit cold and proud, like the law itself. However, being a goddess, Themis quickly regained her composure and smiled as she looked at I Ching, saying, "Themis is willing to govern truth and justice for the Heavenly Emperor." Then, a slight smile appeared on Themis's spirited and cold face as she said, or, as they say in the Eastern world, it can be called the harmony of strings and melodies. I Ching noticed that Themis had already expressed her feelings and immediately said, "Let's go, all of you come with me for a walk." Soon after, the goddesses followed I Ching to enjoy the outing. Amidst a sea of flowers, the three Norns looked at I Ching and secretly asked, "Heavenly Emperor, when will you prepare rooms for us?" I Ching said in surprise, "I've been ready for a long time. Do you really think you can escape from my grasp after entering here?" The three goddesses, Norn, instantly turned red with joy. However, no matter how quietly they spoke, Gaia and the other women still heard them clearly. After all, one was the earth, one was the night, and one was the record. Night fell under the cyclical forces of yin and yang, embodying the essence of the night goddess Nyx. The towering tree of civilization emitted a faint dawn light, resembling a sky full of stars. It was as if countless fireflies were freely dancing here, creating a beautiful scene. But tonight, for I Ching, there was an even more beautiful person. Between the branches of the tree of civilization, within a palace in the Crystal Palace, I Ching gazed at Themis, and then the Heavenly Emperor grasped truth and justice. A gust of wind swept through, watching the plum blossoms fall to the ground. I Ching's face showed a hint of affection. Then, amidst the invitation to battle of truth and justice, war broke out once again. Not only that, but the anger and fatigue that I Ching had accumulated over hundreds of years also dissipated in the ongoing battles with truth and justice. This might be called the harmonious sound of Ching and Se, or perhaps more appropriately, the harmonious sound of dragon and phoenix. However, tonight was filled with clear melodies. The next day, I Ching and Themis went out together, and upon seeing Themis's rosy face, all the goddesses couldn't help but chuckle. I Ching embraced Themis's waist and said, "Today, the goddess of truth and justice, Themis, is granted the position of divine consort by the heavenly emperor. Buzz! A ray of light descended from the sky and quickly landed on Themis. In an instant, Themis felt a clarity in her mind, with sparks of inspiration continuously blooming. The divine consort Themis thanked the heavenly emperor. Themis slightly bowed to I Ching formally. At that moment, Themis's aura was remarkably different. Her mature demeanor caught I Ching's attention, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Perhaps years without rest had led to this moment. On the third day, I Ching entered the Palace of Fate. Here, the past, present, and future presented the same appearance, allowing the heavenly emperor to sense the peculiarity of fate, where the past, present, and future were united in spirit, yet distinct in form. Indeed, the beautiful night was fleeting. A moment in spring was worth 1,000 gold. With flowers fragrant and the moon casting shadows, as the spring breeze blew through the night, causing all flowers to bloom. A few days later, I Ching emerged feeling refreshed, leisurely sitting on the platform in front of the Crystal Palace. On this day, all the goddesses were still in bed, which was quite strange. But Gaia was even more emotional, pondering how unimaginable it would be if Chaos, the God King, were the heavenly emperor. On this day, I Ching quietly enjoyed the rare tranquility. The dual energies of yin and yang transformed into the sun and moon. At this moment, the sun cast its rays, and I Ching basked in the sunlight. Lying on a reclining chair, creak creak, the reclining chair swayed gently, emitting a rare sound of leisure. Beside the chair was a small wooden table, on which was placed a set of tea utensils. I Ching is leisurely enjoying the sunlight here, gently savoring the tea. It's a rare moment of relaxation, I Ching said lazily, not thinking about anything at the moment. He was giving himself a break from all the divine conflicts, faith disputes, and schemes. He had cast aside all thoughts and was slightly enjoying the leisurely moment. It was unclear whether the sunlight was too gentle or if the breeze understood the hidden fatigue in I Ching's heart. In just a few minutes, I Ching fell asleep right there. Time passed slowly, and soon evening arrived. I Ching slowly woke up. It's rare to get some sleep. How many years has it been since I've slept? I Ching carefully thought about it. Can one really sleep in the Crystal Palace? Isn't that a suffocating battle? No way. It seems that I really need to take a break and rest. I Ching felt a relaxation of his mind and sensed the gentle fluctuations coming from within his divine essence. A balance of tension and relaxation is the true path. As he saw the sunlight gradually setting, I Ching tidied up his clothes and entered the Crystal Palace again. The next day, the goddesses, having heard about the holiday I Ching had granted them during their union with him yesterday, were instantly filled with excitement. Although they had rested for a long time, the time they had spent resting together with I Ching was indeed not much. In these long thousands of years, the leisurely moments between I Ching and the three goddesses of Gaia barely added up to 500 years. This is in stark contrast to Kronos, who indulged in drinking and merriment every day in chaos, and Odin from Asgard, who enjoyed drinking and fighting. I Ching is really too hardworking. After the goddesses got up, they began to prepare breakfast. Thanks to the recipes from the northeastern world, the cuisine of the heavenly human race has developed quite smoothly. Even the goddesses often cook for themselves. After Gaia finished making breakfast, she said, "Go, wake up the heavenly emperor." Themis nodded in response and headed towards the Crystal Palace. Half an hour later, Themis finally pulled the sleepy I Ching out. Wow, so lavish. I Ching looked in surprise at the table full of delicious food. The tempting aroma made his stomach churn with hunger, greatly increasing his appetite. All of this was made by Sister Gaia. Themis felt a bit shy saying this title. Oh, so it was Gaia who made it. It seems that Gaia is truly the ideal wife and mother. This taste is really good. I Ching pinched a piece of rib and took a bite, praising it as he said, "This flavor is indeed good, and the choice of ingredients is excellent." This made I Ching, who had eaten roasted meat and drunk foreign wine for hundreds of years, instantly feel the taste of his hometown. Come, come. Everyone sit down and eat. Seeing the goddesses bringing the dishes to the table, I Ching smiled and waved. Gaia gently wiped her hands and came out, sitting on either side of I Ching with Nyx. On Gaia's side sat Themis, and on Nyx's side sat Mnemosyne, followed by the three fates, forming a round table. How long did you learn this skill? I Ching looked at Gaia, and after hundreds of years, Gaia had become even more captivating. Her beautiful appearance had not changed with time. Instead, it exuded a dignified elegance. Gaia felt pleased and delighted in her heart, and she chuckled softly, saying, "This skill is not difficult for us, but it did take a bit of effort to understand terms like trace, appropriate amount, and suitable. I Ching laughed heartily upon hearing this, but then personally served some food to the goddesses, saying, "It's been a long time. Everyone has worked hard. Let's all take a break for these days. Enjoy life." A simple breakfast lasted until noon. Chapter 82, Leisure Time in the Afternoon. After tidying up, warm sunlight shone onto the platform of the Crystal Palace. All the other things had disappeared, leaving only a large bed where everyone lay enjoying the warm sunbathing. "So comfortable," Monai Machine said softly as she leaned against I Ching, her fragrant breath clearly reaching I Ching's ears. I Ching mumbled a response, not thinking about anything else. He was just drowsy. Everyone closed their eyes, and all thoughts were emptied. Time passed little by little, and soon the sunlight began to fade. Another afternoon passed just like that. Ugh, everyone slowly woke up. However, while everyone had originally been lying in their own spots, they had now gathered around I Ching. Just waking from his dream, I Ching immediately said, "No more food in the afternoon. Let us go back to sleep." In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. I Ching let out a big yawn, and then waved his hand to create a table and chairs on the platform in front of the entire Crystal Palace. I Ching sat in front of the table, having rested for 2 days. Although it was not enough, there were still some things that needed to be done. The plan for the day lies in the morning, which is just right for preparing some materials. With a brush, as I Ching concentrated, a beam of light was projected from the tree of wisdom in the civilization. This light fell onto the paper, and soon words began to appear. These words formed pages of knowledge: brewing, gourmet food, culture, and more. The spread of civilization is inseparable from the spread of culture. Only when culture takes root in other worlds can it become part of civilization. I Ching thought to himself, and then leaned over the table to prepare his next plan for cultural invasion. The world of chaos has not yet developed much civilization, making a good opportunity. Perhaps I can wait until Zeus ascends to the throne and recruit Prometheus and others to spread culture among humans in the world of chaos. I Ching thought that Prometheus had not come to see him yet, which indicated that it was due to the obstruction of Iapetus. However, this situation would not last long. When Zeus ascended to the throne, Iapetus would leave the center of power and would no longer pose any danger to him. In the Norse world, Odin had already taken the throne, and perhaps he could use this knowledge to make the next move in the Norse world. With this in mind, I Ching began to devise various plans on paper. As he was writing, the goddesses, including Gaia, finally got up. As Gaia and the others came out, I Ching just finished perfecting his plan with the wisdom divinity. "Heavenly Emperor, what are you writing?" Nyx asked curiously as she walked over and sat in I Ching's lap. I Ching smiled and embraced, saying, "I am making some plans. Although I am resting, some plans still need to be made." Nyx looked curiously at the hundreds of sheets of white paper covered with dense writing. Detailed introductions of various deities and their deductions were clearly displayed on them. This made Nyx's eyes flash with surprise. Although she knew I Ching was very dedicated and possessed the divine attribute of wisdom, the dense text and continuous deductions amazed her. "Let me see what you wrote," said Moira, who was very curious and walked over to take a look, only to be stunned. This was because the details listed on the paper were too thorough. Moira couldn't help but say, "Perhaps Kronos and Zeus never imagined that such an enemy has already studied everything about them so thoroughly." I Ching smiled and shook his head, saying, "After all, it's still just theoretical discussion. Everything must be based on actual circumstances. This is mostly just supplementary. Who knows if Kronos or Zeus have some hidden means?" As he spoke, I Ching shook his head again and said, "Even Odin, although he has just ascended to his divine position, I have a feeling that he has already mastered the energy within him, the power later known as Odin's divine power." Upon hearing this, Gaia nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed, even Uranus had hidden means back then, but he was pulled back to the top of the sky by chaos before he could use them." With that, Gaia looked at I Ching with a slight smile and said, "However, I think our heavenly emperor must also have some hidden means, right?" I Ching glanced and said, "The last resort I have is none other than you guys. What shall we do next?" After enjoying lunch, Themis asked. I Ching thought for a moment and said, "Let's go and stroll around the human city and see what needs to be improved. By the way, Gaia, what about Euripides and the others?" I Ching asked. "I used to see those 5 silly kids often a few years ago, but now I haven't seen them." Hearing this, Gaia smiled and said, "They went to the 4 great seas of the heavenly realm to build their own dragon palaces and are all busy having a great time. You've noted it in realization." Then opened the round mirror to take a look, discovering that they had done quite well. He decided to leave it at that, thinking that since they were all boys, he would let them experience life on their own. However, I Ching still said, Gaia, I will take some time to prepare some books for these little rascals to read and learn. Hearing this, Gaia laughed heartily and nodded. After their banter, a moment later, the gods changed their appearances to look more ordinary. Otherwise, given their previous forms, it wouldn't take much for anyone to realize they were not ordinary people. The gods arrived at the city of Themis, named after Themis herself. As soon as they entered the city, they were greeted by the bustling sounds of people everywhere, which left I Ching feeling a bit dazed. It had been a long time since it had been this lively. The streets and alleys were filled with vendors, and crowds were coming in and out of the shops on both sides. It was a riot of colors, vibrant and lively. Indeed, it was very bustling. I Ching smiled and said with satisfaction. Themis felt a surge of joy in her heart because this city was now under her jurisdiction. Come, come, candied hawthorn, hot cakes, sugar figures, sugar paintings. Come, come, lamb offal. The bustling sounds of the mortal world rushed towards her. Themis, you have already applied the law here. I Ching looked around at the public trash cans and the clearly stated laws everywhere, nodding and smiling in praise. Hearing this, Themis also happily said, It's all thanks to you, Heavenly Emperor. Otherwise, I might still be unable to solidify my divine authority of law. As she spoke, Themis also expressed her gratitude to the other goddesses, saying, I must also thank my sisters here. The cities they govern have implemented the laws I created, which has significantly enhanced my strength. Gaia smiled and replied, Without laws, there can be no governance. That is only natural. The gods then walked around Themis' city, exploring various places, and I Ching took note of everything. After the gods left Themis' city, I Ching said, Let's go and see how the farmland is. I Ching said that the construction of the city of Themis is quite good, with many laws being well established, making it very suitable for the people here. Chapter 83. The City of the Celestial Realm. Upon hearing this, Themis led everyone, and soon they arrived at a hillside. Facing the sun, beneath the hillside was a vast expanse of farmland, interspersed with many small paths. A river flowed through the middle. Large water wheels were constantly driven by the current, bringing water to various fields. This plain was opened up by you, Themis. I Ching keenly observed that the energy of this place had suddenly changed. Although the energy here was still rich, Themis nodded and said, There are no other vacant areas around the entire city, so I opened up this piece of land. I Ching nodded. Although he wanted to train these human beings, it was not without reason. At least their basic needs like food, drink, and sanitation had to be managed. Only after these were taken care of could their numbers increase. Once the numbers increased, they would inevitably have to expand outward. As long as there was expansion, they would certainly encounter dangers and challenges. Not bad. I Ching began to analyze the information gathered from the entire city of Themis. Soon, he said, Increase the advancement of medical magic and strengthen the economy at the grassroots level. The economy is always about upward absorption, so we need to solidify the grassroots economy and then enhance medical magic. At this point, I Ching finally said, Lastly, establish a justice platform in the city, with culture as virtue and martial prowess as influence. Upon hearing this, Themis nodded, and then everyone moved on to the next city. Soon, a city with dark walls appeared, surrounded by beautiful mountains and waters, a rare place without natural defenses. This is your city, right, Nyx? As I Ching looked at the city, the first feeling he had was one of familiarity. It was Nyx, who often loved to cling to him. He hoped the Heavenly Emperor would show mercy. Upon hearing this, Nyx's previously changing expression brightened with a smile. Although this was just an outing, the women were secretly comparing themselves to one another. While they had a great relationship, it was undeniable that above them all was the position of a palace master. I Ching rolled his eyes and smiled. I didn't criticize you guys. Upon hearing this, the women all chuckled and then headed towards the city. As soon as they entered the city, I Ching could clearly feel the heavy presence of rune magic in this city, and another system of magic was also emerging. Nyx, you have already researched chaos magic, I Ching said in surprise. At that moment, as the master of the boundless celestial realm, he instantly understood this new magic. Nyx nodded slightly and said, I've just started some research, but now I'm weaving the magic web with my sisters. I Ching nodded. The magic of the chaos world is very fascinating. In fact, the magic of the chaos world originally did not require a magic net, but the existence of the magic net forged a powerful goddess of magic. Hecate, how is it now? I Ching curiously asked, his eyes looking at the streets filled with magical aura. This is a magical city. This couldn't help but slightly surprise I Ching, as he originally thought that the entire heavenly realm civilization was still primarily agricultural. However, he didn't expect that there was already a civilization of cultivation. Nyx slightly shook his head and said, "It's almost there, but the final step still requires your approval." Heavenly Emperor. I Ching understood in an instant and said, "You want to integrate it into the entire boundless heavenly realm, right? Then the demon network can be directly extended to all realms. Am I correct?" The women nodded in agreement. This was exactly the method they had come up with. The uniqueness of the boundless heavenly realm could bring even more miraculous changes to this demon network. I Ching stroked his chin, saying that the boundless heavenly realm itself is contained within the dragon pearl, and the demon web, which is said to be integrated into the boundless heavenly realm, is actually merging into the dragon pearl. In this way, you will refine a cultivation tower, imprint the demon web into the cultivation tower, and I will use the authority of the heavenly emperor to integrate it into the entire dragon court, covering the boundless heavenly realm and all worlds with the dragon court. I Ching said that refining the pagoda is a method he came up with. After all, if magic can weave a magic net, then can other cultivation powers weave a celestial net? After I Ching expressed this idea, the women thought for a moment and felt that there was a possibility. Because no matter how different the myths of various worlds are, the mystery of the systems is still the same. They all possess the ability to change heaven and earth. We can work on this together later. I am more familiar with the Eastern system, and your essence contains the roots of the Western system. We can use this to improve our celestial net. I Ching smiled and said, and the women nodded. After taking a round, I Ching pointed out that the difference between the city of Nyx and the city of Themis lies in the directions they are involved in. Compared to the agriculture and cuisine of the city of Themis, the city of Nyx should be more accurately described as the city of magic. After circling around the cities governed by several other goddesses, I Ching observed their unique developments. "Let's go, we've been around all day. I have to say, you really put in a lot of effort." I Ching exclaimed in admiration. Gaia chuckled and said, "I wonder if the heavenly emperor has any rewards." I Ching chuckled and said to the eager gazes of the women, "How about I reward you more tonight?" The women all blushed at his words. Seeing this, I Ching laughed heartily and continued, "All right, let's improve this place first, and then when we have time, I'll take you to explore the Nordic world." Upon hearing this, the women were all delighted, as the main gods of various powers in the Nordic world had yet to be born. This meant they could seize those powers in that world ahead of time. Just like Gaia and Nyx, since there was no concept of this in Norse mythology, they could occupy the concepts of earth and night in Norse mythology, thus gaining identities in the Nordic mythological world. Gaia immediately laughed and said, "Then tonight's rewards can't be less." Nyx even clung to I Ching's arm and said, "Humph, tonight we'll battle for 300 rounds. Let's see who is more powerful." I Ching was surprised and glanced at Nyx, saying, like a big bad wolf looking at a little white rabbit, "Nyx, it seems you don't really understand Eastern civilization. Don't you know that there are beings without the bloodline of dragons? In mythology, the phoenix is said to have transformed from the feathers of the yinglong, and the qilin from its scales. There's even a saying that it's a combination of a dragon and a deer." Upon hearing this, Nyx bit her lips slightly, but still stubbornly replied, "Humph, let's see about that." The other goddesses laughed, causing Nyx's proud and aloof facade to crack, and they began to tease her. Although they appeared to be goddesses, I Ching always felt that they were becoming younger, with a youthful mentality. This made I Ching feel a bit younger as well. In fact, he had long lost track of his age. Perhaps his ability to maintain such a youthful mindset was also related to his own desires. Chapter 84. Carrying big coats, night slowly fell, and Nyx's black dress swayed slightly as darkness gradually covered the sunlight. The jade moon rose, casting soft white light on the world. That night, I Ching and the others did not do as previously mentioned. Instead, they spent the entire night talking to each other in the open sky, amidst beautiful seas of flowers, under the gentle breeze, and beneath Nyx's night sky. Around the dim campfire, everyone gathered like mortals, chatting and laughing. Themis rested her head on I Ching's lap, and everyone enjoyed the conversation. It was very leisurely, which reminded Themis of the banquet on Mount Otris. That seemed lively, but in reality, it was filled with ulterior motives, causing distress. However, here, with plenty of food and drink, although everyone had their own little plans, it was harmless, even though they appeared somewhat busy. The laziness that followed this busyness was truly enjoyable. She had not been without such leisure before, or rather, she had had plenty of free time. But those moments had never been as abundant as in the years spent here. It felt as though the previous 10,000 years were empty. Comfortable, right? Themis, who had been dozing off with her head on I Ching's belly, heard I Ching's voice. She responded with a slight hum, and I Ching affectionately looked at Themis, reaching out to gently stroke her golden hair. The other goddesses pouted slightly at this scene, and Nyx directly leaned over to rest on I Ching's shoulder. Seeing this, Mnemosyne's eyes lit up, and she was about to move, but Gaia pulled her back and gently said, "You're still young. You can't handle the Heavenly Emperor. Let me take care of it." Mnemosyne rolled her eyes at Gaia's unscrupulousness, then also moved closer. I Ching saw everyone gathering around and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Do you want me to conjure up 2 more arms?" The women rolled their eyes, but didn't let go. How long is 1,000 years? Perhaps it is the generational inheritance of humanity in later times. But for the gods, it is just a blink of an eye. However, for the goddesses who have been influenced by I Ching and have developed a human sense of time, they would say that these 1,000 years are their familiar days and nights. From the initial calculations to a bit of stirring emotions, then to fondness, and finally settling into a mundane routine. But it seems that this mundanity has gradually become precious under the evolution of time. This might also be the reason why Gaia wants Mnemosyne and Themis to call her sister. Originally a goddess who transcended time, they have now all turned into clingy little girls. Time is not precious for the gods, but for the women and I Ching, who are enjoying peace and tranquility at this moment. This time is extremely precious. It has been such a long time since I Ching has felt this peaceful. That distant time has left I Ching with only a vague shadow of home. Although he can still remember clearly, the longing for home is gradually becoming blurred. Even the Eastern world, that unforgettable experience of crossing time and space, he still remembers to this day, and his wisdom comes from that journey through the river of time. But it seems that the feeling of home has returned. I Ching looked up at the towering jade tree in the distance. On the jade tree were 2 beautiful patterns, representing 2 majestic deities. Ancestor, the beginning, refers to the origin of virtue, hence called ancestor. Religion, respect, is to honor those with virtue, hence called religion. I Ching said slowly, "The reason civilization exists is entirely due to the merits of our ancestors." Feeling sentimental again, Nick raised his head, his deep eyes looking at I Ching, and asked with a light smile, "Perhaps only at special moments does this heavenly emperor show sentimentality like a mortal." I Ching shook his head slightly and said, "No, just some insights." Then he smiled and added, "What do I have to be sad about now? I'm not too sensitive." Nyx chuckled, looking at I Ching's handsome face, unable to resist leaning in. The other women who were eavesdropping, sensed something was off, looked up and saw the 2 kissing. After they finished, I Ching noticed the women looking at him with a mix of smiles and teasing. Gaia said with a smirk, "The Emperor of Heaven is quite biased." Themis boldly wrapped her arms around I Ching's neck and giggled. Sister Nyx really knows how to take advantage of the situation. The Emperor of Heaven can't favor Sister Nyx alone. Mnemosyne pouted and said, "You personally taught me the characters back then, and now the Emperor of Heaven has grown tired of me." So I Ching simply waved his hand to extinguish the campfire, letting it merge into the earth. Then he waved his hand again, and in the next moment, they returned to the Crystal Palace. The wind and clouds swept in, and the white mist obscured all traces of people. It was another spring night. In the following days, I Ching and the women traveled all over the heavenly realm, and they also made sure to take time to prepare study materials for his and Gaia's child. After more than 10 years of wandering, their presence was felt throughout the heavenly realm. As for the outside world, I Ching had gone out once in between. The 3 Odin brothers had already descended, and it seemed they wouldn't be back anytime soon. Of course, besides wandering, I Ching also remembered to gather information on the changes in the entire heavenly realm. At the Crystal Palace, I Ching looked at the changes in recent years and the various collected materials, then said to the women, "We can prepare to start the imperial examination." As soon as these words were spoken, the women felt excited in their hearts. They had finally waited for the right moment. In fact, it could have been done earlier. But I Ching saw that the economy and various national treasury resources were not yet sufficiently developed. Therefore, I Ching temporarily halted the imperial examination. Moreover, everyone's current economic level was maintained in a kind of artificial balance because the goddesses were in control. However, now that they had decided to start the imperial examination, this economically balanced state maintained by divine power would be disrupted. But there was no other way. "We must prepare everything needed for the imperial examination," Gaia said. I Ching nodded and then said, "In addition, let's start developing the cultivation methods in the days to come." After playing for more than a decade, I Ching gradually calmed the restlessness in his heart and reignited his passion for exploration. The women couldn't help but smile wryly at this. But they had to admire I Ching in their hearts. It should be noted that although I Ching had been playing for over a decade, he still studied every morning, deducing the possibilities of the gods and contemplating the future path of the boundless heavenly realm. This gave the women a great sense of security. No matter how far they could go in the future, at least with I Ching's thorough preparation, that future would not be confined to a small world. Actions speak louder than words. The next day, I Ching began to develop a cultivation system with several women, intending to combine the Eastern and Western systems to create a unique new system. Like vines and a large tree, they would establish one as the main and the other as the auxiliary. Naturally, the Eastern system would be chosen as the main one. After all, it is the civilization that has been passed down the longest and the widest, and it has not been extinguished. This civilization possesses a tenacious vitality, which is what I Ching values. Although the civilizations of various worlds did not go extinct later on, they lost their own cultures and their writing. Chapter 85. The core of the Skynet. Writing is the root of civilization, and if writing is severed, can civilization continue to be passed down? Or can it? But then it is no longer a civilization unique to one race. This is also why Eastern civilization is referred to as the only civilized nation. Remember, there was ancient Greece, ancient Egypt, ancient India, but there was no ancient East. Without antiquity, how can there be ancient tales? However, I Ching does not take everything indiscriminately. He needs to absorb according to the actual situation. Perhaps he wouldn't want most of the Eastern civilization, nor would he want most of the civilizations of various worlds. He would only absorb the essence of it, and then build a new civilization on that essence. On the platform, the women began to discuss intently and continuously deduce the magical system with the help of the wisdom great sun. While I Ching recalled the long river from which he had traversed, he clearly remembered the magnificent changes that had occurred, the great struggle of faith, the calamities of various worlds, the mysterious disappearances. The foundation of the cultivation system has inspired many talents in later generations. The path of spiritual energy is filled with obstacles, but the energy that can be seen everywhere in heaven and earth can truly last for a long time. Moreover, even if everything faces entropy in the future, that is still a long way off. Besides, entropy is merely a natural phenomenon. As long as the method of reversing entropy is mastered, becoming an eternal myth is not impossible. At this moment, I Ching's mind was constantly flashing with insights, while the rivers of time and space continuously evolved. The transformations occurring in these rivers of time and space were precious, allowing him to stay one step ahead. After continuous deductions, a spark suddenly expanded in his heart, and in an instant, this spark began to devour other flashes of wisdom. Cultivation, civilization, technology. In a moment of daze, I Ching suddenly became clear-headed, and he began to systematically deduce. He was not only studying the cultivation systems of the East and West, but also incorporating science into it. When all mysteries were stripped away, myths would be elevated to super science, and the future path would return everything to the known. After pondering for a long time, I Ching suddenly realized that with science as the foundation, the combination of East and West would also become scientific, and the future could continue without fearing the great catastrophe of mysterious disappearance. However, at present, the mystery was still thick. Technology could not yet match cultivation. And only civilization had undergone changes. Civilization had washed away the mystery, allowing technology to become the main avenue. I Ching frowned and scratched his head. To move toward science now is unscientific. There was nothing he could do about it. Even with immense wisdom, he was still bound by the era, because this was still the mythological stage where nothing had reasonable principles. Only when civilization transformed would myths change from the unknown to the known. Thus, the triangular core would be composed of science, the Eastern cultivation system, and the Western magic system, centered around the era of civilization, with the triangular core serving as the wheel. In his mind, the sparks of wisdom continued to collide. Millions of deductions happened in an instant, and I Ching began to focus on the connections among these three cores. He primarily deduced the heavenly network in the Eastern system, while Gaia Nikes and others researched the Western magic system. 500 years later, I Ching and others looked at the shimmering core crystals before them. Looking at these three crystals, each with its own characteristics, I Ching smiled. The first crystal surrounded by yin-yang, the 5 elements, and the source of writing. The second crystal contained earth, water, wind, fire, and rune magic. The third crystal was filled with science fiction, forged by a cyclops and gradually researched by I Ching, condensed with the power of faith and wisdom. Each of these three crystals was the size of a human head. I can't wait to see the heavenly network unfold, said Mnemosyne excitedly. I Ching smiled and said, "Don't rush. We still need to link these three cores together." "How? Is the cultivation tower prepared?" "It's ready," the women replied in unison. Then, Themis summoned a treasure tower, which was crafted collaboratively by the women, filled with various magical arrays, formations, and mysterious Tao patterns. The treasure tower had a total of 81 layers. As Themis tossed it out, the small tower rapidly enlarged and swiftly descended from the tree of civilization. After landing, the massive cultivation tower quickly began to grow larger, soon reaching the same height as the tree of civilization. I Ching nodded in satisfaction and said, "Let's give it a try now." Everyone gathered at the very top of the pagoda, where the pinnacle was located, and they noticed 3 grooves there. As crystals were placed into the grooves, splendid patterns began to rapidly spread down from the tip of the pagoda. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire pagoda was adorned with dazzling energy patterns, which quickly started to merge into the structure. Buzz. The 3 cores at the top began to connect with each other, all featuring proportional patterns, and soon the 3 cores began to liquefy, slowly transforming into a pearl standing atop the pagoda. Whoosh! A magical grid began to unfold from there. And the women, along with I Ching, exclaimed with joy, "It's done. But now we're just one step away." I Ching then cast a spell, and suddenly the towering tree of civilization emitted a faint glow, which then brightened dramatically, and in an instant, the gigantic heavenly net pagoda was absorbed into the tree of civilization. It became the tower within the tree. Boom! As the pagoda entered the tree, the entire boundless heavenly realm emitted a sound. It wasn't loud, but everyone in the world could hear it. Soon after, I Ching and the others saw countless grids appearing throughout the heavens and the earth, covering the sky, the land, the oceans, mountains, and rivers with this net. At the same time, in the worlds of chaos, the Eastern world and the Nordic world, a net slowly emerged from the roots of civilization. But apart from the supreme gods, no one noticed it. This net was well hidden, developing at a slow pace, almost like a turtle's speed. However, it was fascinating. In a world of chaos, the net had already spread across the land in the night, but no one noticed it. In the Eastern world, the 2 supreme gods merely glanced at it and then lost interest, allowing it to change as it pleased. In the Nordic world, only the Garden of Fate and the great mountain in the middle court were beginning to show the net. "I can feel the heavenly net," Nick said, as she had already sensed its presence and saw a virtualized 81-layer pagoda from her perspective. The cultivation tower, with its 81 layers, represented the levels of the heavenly realms civilization cultivation system. There were a total of 81 layers, 9 tiers. The 9th tier represented demigods, and above there were minor gods, mid-tier gods, major gods, and so on. It's done. This system could absorb magical power, spiritual energy, and natural energy, and it possessed 3 cores, developing around civilization. Whether it leaned towards magic, cultivation, faith, or technology, it was all possible. At the same time, when all mysteries fade away, our magical power will transform into the ability to absorb natural energy for replenishment, providing us with an extra path after losing in the competition for faith. I Ching said, and he slowly added, "Moreover, when civilization begins to sweep away the mystery, how do we exist?" Chapter 86, Civilization and the Divine. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the women changed. No one wanted to die, not even the gods, but they knew that this would soon come to pass. Even if the disappearance of mystery was still several epochs away, it would eventually arrive. Before the mystery vanished, the gods would remain immortal and indestructible. But once the mystery disappeared, the gods would surely perish, unless they transformed from conceptual gods into faith-based gods. However, in this way, the gods would then rely on faith and civilization for their existence. At the same time, due to faith, the divine would become isolated from humanity, completely severing mythology from the world and becoming a thing of the past. It would no longer be able to evolve. They had read vast amounts of books and saw that at some point in the future, all mystery would vanish. Or rather, it did not completely disappear, but retreated from the mainstream, leaving only a faint trace, which had transformed from mystery into ignorance. Mystery can bear the gods and can carry mythology, but ignorance cannot. Ignorance breeds foolishness and devolves into decay. If mythology is the symbolic projection of civilization, then the projection of ignorance is the existence that civilization despises, a regression into depravity. Thus, the world and civilization would begin to transform in this stage. The focus of the world would shift from the operation of heaven and earth to the beings within them. When the world operated primarily on its own, the winds, rain, thunder, and lightning were the domain of the gods, and their power at that time was formidable enough to change the heavens and the earth. However, as living beings gradually exhibited a creativity distinct from the world's origin, the focus of the world would shift to these beings. At this point, mystery would begin to fade, and beings with infinite creative abilities would become the protagonists. Such beings would not need to rely on the world's original power. They could change the heavens and the earth on their own, significantly extending civilization and the world. But in doing so, the gods would be abandoned by the world. The gods would detach from the mystery interwoven with civilization and fall into the historical tapestry of civilization. And as the mystery began to fade, conceptual gods would have to transition into faith-based gods, succeeding in continuing through faith. If they failed, they would become illusions of the past. This would be the great calamity of later generations, the disappearance of mystery, and by then, how many gods would perish as a result? Without worship and belief, the gods would thus die. This is the end of mythology. I Ching looked at the women and said, "So this Skynet is the possibility for our mythology to continue evolving. Of course, Gaia, you have also seen your future path, which is no less than that of God. You are the only deity who has taken the concept of divinity to its extremes. On the other hand, God and Buddha are deities who have perfected the path of faith." I Ching said. Gaia nodded. She saw her direction from the book, The Mother of Earth. The world consciousness, this is the path of her concept, all the way to the extreme. Then Namasani asked, "Didn't we establish civilization here?" I Ching said, "Although we have established a civilization in the heavenly realm, we cannot abandon the mortal world. Moreover, the civilization in the heavenly realm is primarily focused on cultivation. So we can have another path to continue our existence. In the mortal world, we can take root through faith and knowledge. Why can't we give up on the mortal world?" Monaimashin was puzzled. Since he already had a path, why didn't he see the mortal world giving up? I Ching shook his head slightly and said, "Ultimately, we are very closely tied to humans. Once humans in the mortal realm disappear, it will be difficult for us to survive as well. As for why, it is because civilization carries the divine, especially since our civilization is a combination of the civilizations of various worlds. When the civilizations of these worlds cease to exist, this tree of civilization will also die. Do you think the boundless heavenly realm will still exist at that time?" I Ching looked at the lush tree of civilization and said, "This is the relationship between deities and civilization." Upon hearing this, Gaia also smiled and said, "By that time, not to mention believing in gods. Even the concept of gods will probably disappear." The other women, except for the three goddesses of fate, were quite puzzled. Because when humanity masters the power to create everything, what great authority that is. So when civilization disappears, it's uncertain whether the world will even exist. I Ching nodded and then smiled, saying, "All right, no need to think too much about it. This matter still has a long way to go. Our dragon court hasn't even been established yet. Zeus hasn't been born. And the myths of the various worlds haven't even gotten on track. Isn't it a bit too early for us to think about these things?" Nyx, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes at him for the first time and said, "Isn't it still because of you that this all started?" When I Ching saw this, he immediately smiled maliciously and said, "Great. I've been sitting still for hundreds of years. Let's go exercise." As he spoke, I Ching laughed heartily and rolled around, causing the women to burst into laughter and exclamations. No matter how tough they pretended to be, under this most direct solution, the women still begged for mercy. However, the very stubborn I Ching would never forgive them, unless he was utterly powerless. This battle lasted for several days, effectively alleviating the fatigue accumulated over hundreds of years. I Ching suddenly realized that this balance of work and rest was more beneficial for the operation of his brain and more conducive to the relaxation of his body and mind. This can often lead to relaxation. I Ching felt refreshed and thought to himself. He then summoned the Skynet, which appeared like a system panel from future novels, with a deep blue background filled with fine light-colored grids. Within the grids, a beautifully crafted holographic pagoda appeared in the lower right corner, representing the current realm. Let's call it the path of civilization. As I Ching began to set it up, a line of text floated above the holographic pagoda. The the path of civilization. I Ching then started to fill it with magic, spells, divine powers, knowledge, videos, and other items. The Skynet could conveniently access things like the modern internet. But I Ching required that knowledge must first be in the form of physical books and stored in the Longting library to enter the Skynet. For no other reason. I Ching felt very secure with the Skynet, but the carrying of civilization cannot solely rely on the illusory Skynet. It also needs physical books as a medium for preservation. In other words, it's a precaution. After everything was set up, I Ching began to test the capabilities of magic within the Skynet. As I Ching registered on the Skynet, the holographic pagoda began to light up layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, the entire holographic pagoda was illuminated, and 4 large pictographs floated above the pagoda. The realm of the great god is possible. I Ching nodded and then began to sketch the magic circle within the holographic tower. This holographic tower has a total of 81 levels, which naturally allows for the engraving of 81 magic circles or 81 divine spells. Of course, the best suggestion is to try to inscribe magic that can be inherited in a continuous line. This way, the strongest ability of this heavenly net can be unleashed, stacking. Of course, this stacking is effective for beings below the divine level. Once reaching the divine stage, the magic circles within the holographic tower will transform into a divine status, which is quite important. Chapter 87, Destiny begins whoosh. Boom! A streak of light suddenly formed out of thin air, instantly shooting off into the distance, producing a tremendous sound. By eliminating the chant of the spell, the process of constructing the magic circle achieved instantaneous casting. Moreover, using the tree of civilization as the foundation, with the entire boundless heavenly realm and various world civilizations as support, this instantaneous casting not only did not weaken, but was even more powerful than casting it oneself. I Ching felt that a little bit of his divine power had diminished. He nodded and thought to himself, the energy consumption mainly depends on the practitioner themselves, without depleting the energy of the heavenly network and the tree of civilization. That's good. I Ching smiled with satisfaction and said, next, it's about connecting to the Skynet, making it able to recognize our people. I Ching thought of the household registration and identity card. Nowadays, all humans in the heavenly realm have completed their household registration and obtained identity cards under the supervision of the Dragon Court. I Ching stroked his chin and thought that using identity information and household registration as a method to connect to the Skynet was a good idea. Moreover, the Skynet could assist him in issuing orders. However, the identity card needed to be changed. Instead, authentication centers should be established in various towns, allowing everyone to undergo authentication there, phasing out the identity card and using the Skynet imprint as identity information. Once the Skynet imprint was formed, starting from the next generation, both spouses could perform the authentication. With these thoughts in mind, I Ching began to operate. This was not urgent, as there were still some aspects of the Skynet he needed to improve. Furthermore, the authentication process was quite simple, so he would leave that to the women. In the world of Karst, on Mount Otris, the goddess Rhea was pregnant again. However, Cronus did not care. It was just another pregnancy. As long as the child was born, he would eat it. He had already found a way to deal with curses. Uranus, you will forever watch me. Seeing me eternally seated on the throne of the god king. Cronus laughed heartily, waving away the divine servant who had come to inform him. At this moment, the entire Titan temple was quiet, with only him present. The other Titan gods were exercising their powers in various realms. Cronus felt the world slowly coming to a stop because he sat high on the throne of the god king, blocking the birth of future gods, but he didn't care. He had already thought of a solution. Since the golden humans could no longer push the world forward, he would destroy them and create a new humanity to continue driving the development of the world. Let me think, what kind of humans should come next? Cronus said maliciously. The golden human's faith is still quite sincere. So how about letting Hyperion project a celestial body at that time? Cronus might not have realized that what was currently growing in Rhea's womb was Zeus. When a stretched spring can no longer be tightened, it either releases a greater force or breaks. Comparing Cronus to the world, Cronus is like the finger that reverses the spring of the world. Can he stop it? In a room behind the Titan temple, Rhea sat dazed. She was pregnant again and actually thought how nice it would be if she were not. But that was impossible. The position of the god king inherently held the power of procreation, and she could not avoid giving birth. What should I do? My child. Rhea's heart was in turmoil. She did not want to witness Cronus devouring her offspring. Over the years, she had been disappointed time and again, feeling the sting of loss repeatedly. Gradually, she made a decision. She had already lost 5 children to being swallowed. She could no longer endure this pain of losing her children. I can only seek the help of the Mother Goddess. Only the Mother Goddess and that ancient god can conceal the information of my childbirth. Rhea stood up, adjusted her smile, and went to find Cronus. In a world of chaos, fate began to turn, and the Nordic world was no different. It is said that hundreds of years ago, since Odin received the prophecy from I Ching, he had descended from Asgard with his 3 brothers. Odin knew that his 2 brothers also coveted the position of God King, especially since they resembled each other closely. But Odin's 2 brothers were not as powerful as he was. Upon arriving in Midgard, Odin saw giants all over the land. Rock giants, mountain giants, pure-blood giants, frost giants, and so on. These giants were incredibly powerful, and their explosive strength and divine power startled Odin. How did they become so terrifying? Odin's brother Vili said with a frown, surprised that the giants were even more fearsome than before. We should have wiped them out back then. Odin's other brother Vi said, his eyes filled with killing intent. Odin said solemnly, it is impossible now. Odin was very clear that throughout the world, the life seed of the giant ancestor Ymir was everywhere. As long as the world tree was not destroyed, the giants would not disappear. Let us go and see what these giants are up to. Odin thought of the prophecy that he would unite with the giants to give birth to new deities. Thus, his gaze towards these giants changed. Then the 3 of them wandered through various gathering places of giants, and the more they looked, the more alarmed they became. Just counting the number of giants in Midgard, it had already surpassed our divine race. Vili said in shock, especially since the strength of these giants was formidable. At least each giant was comparable to a mid-level god. Your Majesty the God King, we need to think of a way. V said similarly. Odin furrowed his brow. The giants reproduced slowly, but he saw that the physical body of the giant ancestor Ymir was continuously evolving into numerous races. It was easy to imagine that when the physical evolution of the giant ancestor Ymir was complete, the giant race would far surpass the divine race. Vili, remember all that we see now, Odin said solemnly. Vili's expression shifted, and he quickly began to record the scenes before him, using drawing as documentation. The 3 continued to roam through Midgard, and they encountered giant gathering places from time to time, all of which Odin had Vili record. The more they recorded, the darker Odin's expression became, and Vili's drawing hand couldn't help but tremble. The number of giants had already surpassed that of the Asgard divine race. Ve, my dear brother, please run to Vanaheim and tell the God King of the Vana divine race that I am willing to share Asgard with them. Odin said decisively. Ve's face changed instantly upon hearing this. Letting the Vanaheim divine race enter Asgard was like inviting wolves into the house. Your Majesty, shouldn't we think about this more? Ve hesitated to speak. Odin said, look, with so many giants relying solely on our Aesir gods is not enough to stop them. We need allies, just like before. Elves, dwarves, and the Vana divine race must all become our allies. Ve looked at the massive figures in the distance and nodded seriously, then quickly vanished from sight, moving at incredible speed. Chapter 88, The 9-in-1 Goddesses. Odin said to Vili, let us go. I want to see just how many places these giants cover. But soon, this newly appointed God King fell silent. Mountains, forests, swamps, lava, ice and snow, and many other places were filled with giants. The giants, with their tenacious vitality, displayed the terror of their survival. Because of this, Odin's gaze completely changed. He believed that his offspring with the giants would undoubtedly become the backbone of Asgard's future. For the future of Asgard, Odin gazed at a beautiful giantess in the distance, suddenly feeling less hatred for giants, and instead shifting his thoughts. If I were to unite with them, could I perhaps win over some giants for my own use? Odin thought, then said to Vili, my dear brother, Vili, you should return first. The affairs of Asgard will be temporarily handled by the 2 of you. Vili was taken aback by the words, but soon felt a surge of joy in his heart. What he didn't know was that the change in his expression had already been noticed by Odin. Odin silently scoffed, thinking to himself that a mere early-stage god could never persuade the other gods. The priority now was to first reproduce the next generation of Asgard with these beautiful giantesses. Soon, Vili left the place, and Odin walked towards the seaside. The great ocean had already taken shape, formed from Ymir's brain matter. As Odin arrived at the edge of the sea to ponder how to win over these beautiful giantesses, the ocean began to surge, and he heard the sound of laughter like wind chimes in the distance. Intrigued, Odin quietly approached a large rock and peeked over. He saw 9 beautiful maidens playing by the sea, some collecting seashells, while others frolicked in the water. Strangely, Their bodies appeared to merge with each other in the ocean, and they only became distinct individuals when they left the water. Just one glance was enough to capture Odin's heart. For the first time, he felt a strange pulse in his chest, a peculiar force swirling within him. Giggles rang out, stirring Odin's heart. These beautiful maidens seemed to be something only the noble king of gods could possess. This thought crossed Odin's mind. He stepped out from behind the rock and called out loudly to the 9 beautiful maidens. Beautiful fairies, could you tell me your names? The 9 maidens, each with different looks, but all exceptionally beautiful, had hair that was wavy, straight, or short, and they wore deep blue dresses. They looked curiously at Odin, having seen other beings before, but those were giants, terrifying and colossal, making them too afraid to approach. This being, however, resembled them, which piqued their curiosity. We're the 9 goddesses of the ocean, they giggled, and one of them asked curiously, "What kind of being are you? We've never seen you in this ocean before." Upon hearing this, Odin's heart flipped, and he thought, "These beautiful goddesses are so pure." Then he said, "I'm a god born of the earth." "And what is your name?" One of the goddesses asked, intrigued, feeling a slight attraction to Odin's appearance. Odin was indeed handsome and youthful. He noticed the admiration in the goddess's eyes and felt a surge of happiness as he replied, "I am Woden." "Woden? What a strange name." One short-haired ocean goddess remarked in confusion. Odin chuckled lightly and said, "Names are merely labels. May I ask what you beautiful goddesses are doing here?" The ocean goddesses glanced at the sky and quickly exclaimed, "Oh no, it's already so late. Woden, let's talk tomorrow." With that, the 9 beautiful ocean goddesses joined hands and ran towards the sea. Odin felt anxious and saw the 9 goddesses instantly transform into layers of crashing waves as the water began to rise. At the same time, he realized the magic of the 9 ocean goddesses. In the ocean, they were indeed one entity. "Oh, what beautiful maidens!" Odin exclaimed, and all his schemes vanished as he became enamored with these goddesses. Yes, just one glance was enough for Odin to fall for them. He didn't leave. Instead, he sat on a large rock, quietly watching the 9 goddesses of the ocean as they fell asleep. As they slept, the ocean continued to churn, resembling the breath of the 9 goddesses. Soon, night ended, and with the rising sun, the waves began to recede, and the ocean goddesses awakened. "Ah, Woden, you are already here?" The 9 beautiful maidens transformed into human form on the beach, and upon seeing Odin, they exclaimed with joy. Odin chuckled. "How could I be late when chatting with 9 beautiful goddesses?" Upon hearing Odin's words, the 9 ocean goddesses blushed. Even though they were 9, they were essentially one, symbolizing the ocean. Therefore, they could choose to manifest as a single ocean goddess, but due to their differing personalities, they preferred not to. Only at night, when they returned to the ocean, did they manifest as one. Another day passed quickly, with Odin chatting and collecting seashells with the goddesses. Under Odin's sweet words, the goddesses had a delightful time, and they began to develop a slight fondness for him. Days went by like this while in Asgard. Willie had taken control of the divine authority, but he found that he could hardly issue commands. At most, he could report some matters to the other gods, who hardly regarded him. Meanwhile, in Vanaheim, a sincere invitation was extended to the Vanir gods. Upon hearing that it was Odin's invitation, the Vanir were puzzled. But when they learned that Vanaheim was still their territory and they could choose to go to Asgard, they agreed. At the border between Midgard and the Frost Giants' realm, in the Iron Forest, a newborn came into the world. This newborn possessed the strength of giants and formidable divine power. Yet he did not have the physique of a giant. He was Loki. Despite this, the giant couple did not abandon him or find him strange, and Loki displayed his intelligence during this time. However, while the couple was unconcerned, other giants often whispered about Loki, and some giants of his age even tried to bully him. But because the giant couple were the leaders of this place, Loki rarely faced trouble, though this experience added a touch of gloom to his heart. By the seaside, as days passed, the 9 goddesses gradually began to like Odin under his constant sweet talk. Decades later, one day, the 9 beautiful goddesses joyfully ran out of the ocean. "Woden, Woden," they called out in unison, seeing a house standing in the distance on the beach. Chapter 89. Heimdall. "Oh, my 9 beautiful and charming goddesses," Odin responded happily, opening the door to invite the 9 goddesses inside. This place had been expanded by his divine power, and he had imbued it with solidity and warmth through the magic of runes. "Woden, you said there would be a surprise today. What is it?" asked the ocean goddess, her voice bubbling with excitement as she squeezed next to Odin. Odin smiled at her words and softly said to the 9 lovely goddesses, I deceived you. I am actually the king of the gods of Asgard. Odin, king of the gods. The 9 beautiful goddesses were initially puzzled about why Woden claimed to have deceived them. But upon hearing Odin's words, they were taken aback. During this time, they often asked Odin about the outside world, the terrifying giants, the herds of cattle and sheep, and the sacred Asgard with its wise king, all of which Odin had described to them. Thus, they realized that Woden was indeed the wise king of the gods, the ruler of all gods. And the king prophesied to rule the 9 realms. The 9 goddesses couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. They had not expected that the god they had been with all along was actually the wise king of the gods. As for the so-called prophecy, it was I Ching who had told Odin. Odin nodded, then showed a hint of apology as he addressed the goddesses. Beautiful goddesses, I have deceived you. However, I can swear to you, beautiful ocean goddesses, I swear by the sea that apart from my name, I have not deceived you in any other way. We believe you. We have forgiven you, the 9 ocean goddesses said, feeling quite sympathetic towards Odin. And didn't you say that the name was just a code? To us, there is no difference between Odin and Woden, said the short-haired ocean goddess encouragingly. Seeing this, Odin knew the moment was right, and softly said, actually, there's one more thing I want to tell you. The 9 ocean goddesses were curious, and the curly-haired goddess asked, what is it, Woden? They still prefer to call Odin Woden. Odin smiled and slightly bowed to the 9 goddesses, saying, I wonder if the 9 beautiful goddesses would be willing to become my wives, to become the deities of Asgard. The 9 goddesses turned red immediately. But it was still the short-haired ocean goddess who spoke up, saying, Woden, is what you say true? It's just that we are the embodiments of the ocean, and we cannot be far from the sea, but we are willing to be your wives. Upon hearing this, Odin was delighted, and he used his divine power to significantly reinforce the entire small house. Then I, in the name of King Odin, declare that you will be the embodiments of Odin, Woden's wives. After Odin finished speaking, he concealed the secrets of this place. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold, but the ocean was truly different, with the 9 in 1 and 1 in 9. However, what left Odin helpless was that every night, the 9 goddesses would leave the small house and return to the sea. Fortunately, the next day, they would come back blushing, day after day, year after year. Finally, after 3 years of union with Odin, the 9 ocean goddesses became pregnant. After a short 10 months, the 9 ocean goddesses gave birth to a child in the sea. As soon as the child was born, he floated on top of a sponge. He had a mouth full of golden teeth, sharp eyes, and pure white wings on his back. Odin, seeing this, joyfully exclaimed, "I am the 9 goddesses' offspring. I grant you the name Heimdall." As soon as he finished speaking, Heimdall quickly began to grow. Soon he was clad in leather armor, standing on the sea with sharp eyes, bowing to Odin and saying, "Heimdall thanks you, Father God, and thanks King Odin for the name." Odin nodded, and Heimdall then thanked the 9 beautiful goddesses who manifested on the waves, saying, "Thank you, mothers, for giving birth to me." The 9 beautiful goddesses looked at him with confidence and affection, but they were no longer the innocent goddesses who understood nothing. They gently said to Heimdall, as the child of the ocean goddesses and the king of the gods, "Your future will be extraordinary. Go, help your father, God, govern the world." Odin nodded slightly, his face filled with joy, and then looking at the goddesses, he said, "My dear wives, you know that everything is still unstable, so I must leave. I should go exercise the powers granted to me by the king of the gods. You wait here, and when everything settles down across the realms, I will open up the sea in Asgard, and then you will come to govern the sea of Asgard." Upon hearing this, the 9 ocean goddesses all had a reluctant look on their faces, but in the end, they let Odin and Heimdall leave. After leaving the sea, Odin instructed Heimdall to go to the divine realm of Asgard first. "Heimdall, my child, you go to the divine realm of Asgard first. When you get there, do not tell any god that you are my child, because at this time, my brother Vili is in charge of the divine power in Asgard. He is quite jealous, so if you reveal that you are my child, it will be very difficult for you to live in Asgard," Odin advised. Heimdall was taken aback and said, "Father God, why do you hand over power to him?" Odin shook his head, saying, "I am currently preparing for our Asgard." Heimdall nodded and said, "I understand, Father God." Odin nodded, then cast a protective spell on Heimdall, and they separated, one heading towards Asgard and the other towards the earth. After Heimdall left, Odin took out the eternal spear, which was vibrating at that moment. Odin had a premonition that the eternal spear was guiding him. Following the sensation of the eternal spear, he made his way through the middle realm to the branches of the world tree. As he walked continuously, even he began to feel dizzy, until he reached a certain place. Here was a gigantic giant, beside whom was a dark, deep well, emanating an inexplicable aura, giving a sense of an unapproachable power. Strangely, the giant picked up a huge bucket and quickly drew a bucket of water from the well, then opened his mouth and drank it all. "Who are you?" The giant turned to look at Odin, who had also come to his senses, clearly realizing where this place was. This was the source of the world's wisdom, the land of the well of wisdom. "I am King Odin. You must be the wise giant Mimir." Odin responded forcefully, never one to show weakness against giants. Odin? But to Odin's surprise, Mimir did not react with anger as other giants would upon hearing his name, wishing to tear him apart. Chapter 90, The Cost. "Did you also follow the guidance of fate to find your way here, King Odin?" Mimir said calmly. Odin was taken aback and relaxed the grip on the eternal spear, saying, "Yes, fate guided me here to seek wisdom." Upon hearing this, Mimir did not find anything wrong, for the well of wisdom was too mysterious. Since its creation by the ancestor of giants, he had come here by following the guidance of fate. Up until now, he did not know how long had passed. "Do you know that obtaining wisdom requires a price?" Mimir said with an ordinary expression, reaching for another bucket of the well of wisdom. Odin's heart stirred slightly. This was exactly what that great god of wisdom had said. "I know what I need to pay." Mimir said lightly, "If you want wisdom, you must give up your sharp, right eye." Odin frowned slightly. This price was much higher than what he had offered before the god of wisdom. However, thinking of the runes, Odin said, "I can't accept." Mimir glanced at Odin and then said, "This is the price for obtaining wisdom. But if you want me to take action, you must agree to one condition." Odin replied, "Speak." Mimir shook his head and said, "The current king of the gods is still not enough. Once you gain wisdom, and if you're able to master that magical script, then I hope you can sever the chains binding me to this well of wisdom, and I hope you can grant me a suitable position in Asgard." Upon hearing this, Odin was puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" Mimir said, "This is the price I pay for wisdom, wisdom that no one can compare to, but I have also lost my freedom. However, I thought for a long time and came up with a solution, to learn the words of the world's origin, the runes. As long as I possess the runes, I can sever my connection with the well of wisdom and regain my freedom." Odin was surprised and said, "The runes are so magical. It seems that the well of wisdom is indeed essential. I can promise you, but I hope to rescue you only after I learn." Mimir shook his head and said no. Although the God King can gain wisdom by absorbing the well of wisdom, the runes are mysterious and difficult to understand. My condition is that as long as I have not severed my connection with the well of wisdom, you cannot leave." After a pause, Mimir saw Odin's darkening face and said, "However, there's a way here that can help you quickly learn the runes, but this method is extremely cruel." "What method?" Odin immediately asked. What method could allow one to quickly learn the runes? After drinking from the well of wisdom, one must pierce oneself with the eternal spear inscribed with the runes and hang upside down here. Mimir smiled slightly and then explained, "The eternal spear, being the treasure of the God King, cannot harm the God King. However, even if it cannot harm the God King, the wonders of the eternal spear will seal all the divine power within you. At that time, God King, you will be deprived of your divine power, and you will feel hunger and pain." At this moment, Mimir was very excited. He finally saw hope. Wisdom is great, but it should not restrict freedom. Odin took a deep look at Mimir and then said solemnly, "All right." Mimir was immediately overjoyed and said, "Respectful God King, please come this way." Odin walked slowly to the edge of the well. During this process, Odin suddenly felt something was off. His right eye was going blind. "Respectful God King, do not be nervous. This is the price the well of wisdom demands," Mimir said as he saw Odin's gradually disappearing right eye. Odin's expression changed slightly. Losing sight in his right eye was indeed uncomfortable. Bang! Mimir saw Odin reach the edge of the well and suddenly pulled up a bucket of spring water. Odin took it. Looking at the shimmering spring water, the power emanating from it calmed his heart slightly. Gulp! Gulp! He began to swallow the well of wisdom, and a large bucket of it quickly disappeared. At this moment, Odin suddenly felt as if his mind had been chiseled open, and a new divine power of wisdom quickly emerged within his divine essence. Wisdom. So this is the power of wisdom. Odin sensed the divine power of wisdom, and at this moment, he clearly felt the sensation he had on the mountain of wisdom in Midgard. This is the brilliance of wisdom. However, because of this, he was even more startled by I Ching. Only those gods who possess the divine power of wisdom know how difficult it is to enhance it. "Can I drink more?" Odin asked in a deep voice. Even though he had gained the divine power of wisdom, He was not that happy because he realized that just this divine power of wisdom would take at least hundreds of years to study the runes. Mimir shook his head and said, "The well of wisdom is only effective the first time. Afterward, it is just ordinary spring water." Odin frowned slightly and said, "Only the first time is effective?" Mimir nodded and then urged, "Come on, respectful God King. This is the second root of the world tree, and it is closely connected to it. Here, your perception of the runes will be the closest." Odin nodded, then took out the eternal spear. He slowly flew up and softly spoke to the eternal spear, "Divine spear. Gulme, help me master the runes." Whoosh! The eternal spear was instantly thrown by Odin, flying through the forest like a shooting star. In the next moment, the eternal spear turned in the sky and flew back in an instant. Bang! The eternal spear pierced through Odin's body and then pinned him to the great tree. In the next moment, Odin felt a wave of weakness, which startled him, and he warily looked at Mimir. However, when he saw that Mimir did not move, he breathed a sigh of relief. This giant is still trustworthy, Odin thought. At this moment, his body felt extremely weak, a sensation he had never experienced before. At the same time, he also had a clear understanding of the eternal spear. Suddenly, he felt that many of his divine powers could not be used, and only the divine power of wisdom seemed to be growing slowly. Wisdom is not bound by the body. A realization emerged in Odin's mind, and then he began to focus on learning the runes. As Odin was studying, mysterious leaves slowly fell, forming a character. Odin did not notice. He had already acquired 3,000 runes, but the runes were too difficult to understand, so he had not made much progress before drinking from the well of wisdom. But now, as he learned, Odin clearly felt the power of the divine essence of wisdom. He could distinctly sense the enhancement of his learning ability. While he hung upside down and studied with his eyes closed, letters kept falling before him. If Odin were to open his eyes at this moment, he would undoubtedly see that these runes were all the runes he had learned. Chapter 91, Deployment Chaos World. When Odin found the well of wisdom, Rhea also received permission from Kronos to go down the mountain and explore the world. However, Kronos also required her to only be out for 2 years. Kronos could sense that Rhea's pregnancy would last for several hundred years, but he was also worried about Rhea, fearing she might secretly give birth early. Leaving Mount Otris, Rhea instantly used her authority to arrive at Gaia's temple, the Temple of Delphi. Mother Goddess. Rhea entered the temple in tears and cried, then came to the small garden separated by I Ching. In the small garden, Gaia and Themis were already waiting there. Seeing Rhea enter crying, both Gaia and Themis felt anger. Rhea was originally a gentle goddess who treated all the gods well, so she held a high reputation among them. "My poor child," Gaia said with anger and helplessness upon seeing Rhea's condition. If she could, she would directly assault Mount Otris. However, on one hand, for the Dragon Court, and on the other hand, Kronos was not someone she could deal with alone right now. Helpless, she could only comfort Rhea. Themis softly said, "Goddess, what is wrong?" Rhea, with tears, sadly said, "I am pregnant again." Upon hearing this, sadness instantly appeared on Gaia and Themis's faces. Another child, it seemed this child was also in danger. Suddenly, the two goddesses paused. If they remembered correctly, this should be Rhea's 6th child. "Rhea, my poor child, what do you want your mother to help you with?" Gaia said gently. Themis held Rhea's hand and nodded softly. "Rhea, speak up. This is the domain of the Mother Goddess, and the other gods cannot hear you." Rhea bit her lip and then looked at Gaia with tearful eyes and said, "Mother Goddess, I want to protect this child." Hearing this, Gaia and Themis immediately confirmed in their hearts that this child was the future 3rd god king of the chaos world, Zeus. Gaia glanced at Themis, and suddenly a message appeared in their hearts. Gaia slowly nodded and said, "Have you thought this through?" Rhea nodded, her expression resolute as she said, "If Cronus is around, then I will never have my child, which is unbearable for a mother." As she spoke, Rhea looked at Gaia and said firmly, "Mother Goddess, Sister Themis, please help me." Seeing this, Gaia immediately said, "In that case, I will teach you some spells. You must learn these spells now, so that when the time comes for you to give birth, you can call upon me, and I will help you conceal your child's information. During this time, you will use the spells to nurture a substitute for your child, and when your child is born, wrap it in the first clothing of this substitute." Upon hearing this, Rhea immediately understood what to do next, which was to hand over this substitute to Cronus. With this thought, Rhea felt a sense of relief and immediately said, "Please teach me, Mother Goddess." Gaia smiled and said, "All right, remember these spells well. Who knows, you might be able to use them to save your other children. As soon as she said this, Rhea was taken aback, suddenly realizing something, and fell silent. After a moment, Rhea looked at Mother Goddess Gaia and said, Mother Goddess, did you see something? Gaia did not hide it, and said, Yes, my poor child. The child within you is the future God King. He will overthrow his father and become the third God King. Rhea hesitated for a moment. Gaia and Themis remained silent, which was within their expectations. Fate is not unchangeable, but most changes in fate require giving up the things one desires most. Clearly, Rhea could not give up her feelings as a mother. She slowly said, Please teach me the spells, Mother Goddess. A smile appeared on Gaia's face, while Themis said, This time, I will accompany you back. Hearing this, Rhea felt warmth in her heart and gratefully said, Thank you, Sister Themis. After staying here for a brief 2 years, Rhea learned the spells taught by Gaia and then left. This time, Themis also left with her to Mount Otris, and when she returned again, it would be when Cronus abdicated. Zeus was about to be born. Gaia said, then lightly smiled at I Ching and asked, What do you plan to do when Rhea resides in the Delphi temple? I Ching smiled lightly and lifted her chin, saying, Then I'll have to see my beautiful and virtuous goddess Gaia at that time. Gaia rolled her eyes at I Ching and then said, I'm doing this for the development of our dragon court. Rhea has the origin of time. With Rhea, the concept of time will be added to the boundless heavenly realm, and natural operations will be smoother. I Ching laughed loudly and said, Ha, this reason is pretty good. Then he smiled at Gaia and said, I have already informed Themis about Zeus's arrival, and I will see if Prometheus and Epimetheus can be swayed during this period. Also, regarding Zeus's plan to overthrow Cronus's rule, you should not get involved. Remain neutral. Let me make contact with this future Olympian pantheon. Seeing that I Ching had a plan in mind, Gaia curiously asked, Is something going to happen in our dragon court? I Ching shook his head and smiled lightly. No, it's just to reveal a bit of my background as the oldest god. And by the way, I also want to understand the previous causes and effects with Kronos. Again, I want to use this opportunity to gain the official recognition of our children in the 4 great seas and rivers of this chaos world. Gaia said, Recognition? The sea now has Pontus, and there's also Oceanus. Later, Poseidon will become the king of the sea. Our children are merely medium gods, and it is likely to be difficult for them to gain real power. I Ching chuckled and said, So we just need the recognition of the 3 brothers of Zeus. While I and Kronos understand causality, we can show our strength once, letting Zeus and the others know that we are not to be trifled with. This way, we can join in the future human faith and civilization with legitimacy. As for the candidates, we will follow the myths. These 300-handed giants and 3 one-eyed giants are the best choices for this occasion and deterrence. Currently, the 100-handed giants have reached the peak of the great god rank, only a step away from the primordial gods. The one-eyed giants are slightly weaker, but they are also at the peak of the great god rank. Apart from their own divine power, their strength has become increasingly terrifying over the years, especially after I Ching taught them some divine techniques and combat skills. It can be said that these 6 titan giants are currently the strongest subordinates under I Ching. In the past, these 6 powerful titan giants were enough to make Uranus wary, let alone now. And I Ching and Gaia's children inherently possess these natural authorities. And now, with a legitimate recognition and a reasonable identity, it will be much easier for them to intervene in the seas in the future. Moreover, aside from intervening in the seas, the land is also on their side. Even the night is theirs. As long as I Ching can incite a few people on Olympus, such as Athena, Apollo, and Artemis, then when the legends of various gods spread in the future, it will be no problem for the Dragon Court to emerge and occupy a large part of the chaos world. The 3 individuals I Ching mentioned are typical examples of filial piety. They had rebelled in the past and later were incited by Poseidon to rebel again. Since Poseidon can do it, why can't I Ching? Moreover, Athena and Artemis are among the few virgin goddesses in chaos mythology. How could he let them go? A few years after Rhea and Themis left, on the platform under the tree of civilization, I Ching said to the goddesses, Let's go. For the next few hundred years, I will take you to the fate garden of the Nordic world to let you experience another world and see if it brings you some improvement. Gaia and Nyx's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. If they remember correctly, there is no clear concept of earth and night in Norse mythology, which is a natural big cake for them. After everyone was ready, I Ching opened the heavenly gate. In an instant, they crossed time and space, traveling to the distant world, and the 7 of them arrived in the fate garden of the Norse mythology world. The moment the goddesses stepped out, they felt a vast, strange, yet familiar concept. These concepts scattered and did not form a collective, attracting them like pieces of delicious cake. Gaia sensed a different concept of the earth, while Nyx looked towards the sky, finding the concept of night surprisingly simple, which made it easier for her to absorb. Mnemosyne felt a familiar script. It was the runes she had learned. As soon as she sensed it, her face turned slightly red, but fortunately, everyone's attention was not on this. Of course, even if it were, it wouldn't matter. They were all open with each other. Moreover, she wasn't the only one studying runes. Take your time to comprehend. Gaia and Nyx, you too can absorb the primal concepts of this world into yourselves. Mnemosyne, you can connect the runes to the world tree and strive to evolve a new divine rank in this Nordic world. I Ching said with a light smile to the excited three women. He naturally knew their feelings at this moment. This was simply an undeveloped paradise for them. For those gods who had grasped the concept, this place was filled with treasures. Gaia and Nyx were still following the path of concept gods. Thus, the entire Nordic world was like a world of delicious food for them, akin to hungry ghosts arriving in a gourmet paradise. As for why they chose to go the path of concept gods rather than transforming into civilization gods, it was because they could cultivate much faster this way. After hearing I Ching's words, Gaia and Nyx nodded excitedly. They felt they had really made a good decision, realizing that in less than 100,000 years, they had gained such a significant benefit. In an instant, both of them sincerely thought to themselves that their past decision was truly wise. Soon after, the two quickly found a place in the garden, and then the essence of the chaos world's concepts slowly emerged from Gaia and Nyx. Two shining divine ranks emitted light between them. Then, the vague concepts of earth and night from the entire Nordic mythology world surged forth. These concepts were not mastered by any gods. Even if there were, they were only related to harvests and grains, etc. For the two women, who had been baptized by the Eastern world and the chaos world, this was merely a superficial understanding of the earth and night. As they absorbed, Gaia and Nyx began to disperse, but I Ching was not worried. Gaia and Nyx were concept gods. Once they absorbed the concepts, they would return to their original forms. This process wouldn't take too long since they both possessed complete concepts of the earth. The world did not react to the operations of these two outsiders. Because for the world, as long as it was not destroyed, they could do as they pleased. Moreover, the absorption of the earth's concept did not mean the earth would disappear. On the contrary, the world could gain a powerful concept god, which was a unique form of inclusive evolution for the world. On the other hand, Mnemosyne began to connect with the world tree using runes. This was very easy for her, as possessing the divine rank of recording and writing meant that once she learned the script, she had already grasped some of its roots. Therefore, connecting to the world tree was quite effortless for her. Moreover, after connecting to the world tree, her foreign aura would be concealed by the world tree, and she would also receive the vast and abundant energy from the world tree as a supplement. This was crucial for a foreign god who could not become a concept god. At least after connecting, Mnemosyne's strength in the Nordic mythology world would not decline. Of course, the world would not react to a foreign god connecting to the world tree. As mentioned before, the world itself is inclusive, and civilization is also inclusive and contradictory. Only the beings that create everything would reject outsiders. Seeing the three women settle down to cultivate, I Ching smiled and nodded. He was now showcasing his value again. Although the goddesses could no longer leave him, merely drawing grand plans without implementation wouldn't make people willingly follow him. Now he had demonstrated another aspect of his value. And needless to say, after Gaia, Nyx, and Mnemosyne finished their cultivation, they would certainly reward him heavily. With this thought, I Ching sat down with the three goddesses of Norn, smiling at these three identical goddesses, and said, "Don't rush. Once I set things up here, I will set off again." The three Norns felt a surge of joy in their hearts upon hearing this, and their faces were filled with a spring-like glow. If it weren't for the fact that there were still matters to attend to, I Ching would likely have already received rewards from these three beautiful goddesses. Odin has now obtained the Well of Wisdom. The eldest of the Norns, Urd, who presides over the past, spoke to I Ching, informing him of the events occurring in the Norse world at this time. The three Norns are named Urd, Verdandi, and Skuld, with Urd being the eldest and Skuld the youngest. They each govern the past, present, and future. So soon, I Ching was a bit surprised by the words, but not much. Suddenly, his gaze swept to a new deity, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "With wings and a mouth full of golden teeth, is that Heimdall, the watchman of Asgard?" The beautiful goddess Urd gently replied, His mother is the oceanic 9 goddesses, evolved from the sea. They are 1 in 9, and it is they who gave birth to Heimdall with Odin. How peculiar. So that means Heimdall is the offspring of Odin and the sea. It seems the Odin pantheon is also coming soon. I Ching nodded slightly and said, Chapter 93, Timid Youth. The youngest goddess, Scotty. Although she is the smallest among the 3 sisters, aside from their different temperaments, they are identical in other aspects. At this moment, the lively and mysterious Scotty chuckled and said, I saw that after Odin obtained the Well of Wisdom, he would conceive Odin's son with the giants. So, it is likely that Odin won't be able to return in this short time. Upon hearing this, I Ching immediately turned his gaze to the Golden Palace, where he saw a deity seated. This deity bore a striking resemblance to Odin, so much so that I Ching almost mistook him. But he ultimately recognized him by their power. This deity should be Vili. It was indeed Vili sitting on the throne of the God King, but at this moment, the throne was not as magical as it would be in the future, so it was merely symbolic. Subsequently, the 3 goddesses noticed that I Ching suddenly fell into deep thought, feeling a bit puzzled, but they did not disturb him. At that moment, I Ching suddenly asked, when Odin returns, will it be the time when the Odin pantheon is complete? Scotty shook her head and said, the future shows that only Heimdall will be born this time, along with the god of wisdom and eloquence, Bragi, and the god of war, Tyr. Upon hearing this, I Ching quickly recalled information about these 3 deities in his mind. The god of wisdom and eloquence, Bragi, is the son of Odin and the giantess Groa. The god of war, Tyr, is a deity born from the sky and is one of the 12 main gods in Norse mythology. It seems that it's time for me to go out and take a walk. I Ching said that Chaos's deployment was almost complete, and the Norse mythology was still lacking a bit. Now he needed to go out and see how to intervene in this Norse mythology world. After a few whispers with the goddess of fate, informing her of the subsequent actions, he left the Garden of Fate. Once outside the Garden of Fate, I Ching saw that Asgard had now established dense houses. Beneath the huge, central golden palace of Asgard, it was divided into 2 areas. One area was where the Aesir gods lived, and the other was where the elves lived, which was also known as Alfheim. I Ching wandered aimlessly, searching for suitable candidates and appropriate methods. At this time, the Aesir god clan and the elves had already begun trading, and goods appeared on the streets, along with restaurants and taverns, with taverns being the most numerous. As I Ching moved about, he soon arrived at the Aesir god clan's area, where he casually found a spot to sit down. It was a garden, part of a spacious square accompanied by a garden. Hello, may I ask you a question? Just as I Ching was deep in thought, a beautiful girl approached shyly. She was very beautiful and sunny, like a blank sheet of paper. I Ching looked at the girl, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had naturally sensed someone approaching, but he was surprised to find that the girl exuded a strong aura of youthful energy. This made I Ching speculate a bit, but he still said with a puzzled expression, "You are." The girl revealed a beautiful smile, still a bit shy, and said, "Hello, esteemed god of great wisdom. I am the goddess of youth, Idun, sealed by the god king." Oh, in the Nordic world, there are indeed golden apples. These golden apples come from the treasure tree left by the ancestor of the gods, Buri. This tree bears golden apples that can grant immortality and youth to both gods and mortals. In Norse mythology, even the gods can grow old and die. Their way to extend their lifespan is through the golden apples, which can also restore their past youth. However, only pure-hearted individuals can pick the golden apples, and Idun is the kindest goddess in all of Norse mythology. She is the only one who still believes in lies and tricks, especially the words of Loki, the god of fire and mischief. She is too innocent and too easy to deceive. I Ching looked at the youthful goddess Idun and said, "I wonder what the beautiful goddess of youth wants to ask." Upon hearing this, Idun's face turned slightly shy. She was evidently a bit timid, which is quite rare among deities. She gently sat down in another place, gazing at the gods coming and going outside, bustling like mortals. With a timid yet clear voice, she said, "Respected god of great wisdom, do you think my belief that everyone in the world is good is wrong?" As she spoke, a look of confusion appeared on her face. She continued, "Why do so many people think I am too naive? And even my parents say that this belief will lead me to great losses?" I Ching heard this and looked at Idun. Perhaps he had many schemes, but in front of this kind goddess, he still sincerely said, "Beautiful goddess, you must understand that there is nothing perfect in this world. Just like kindness, it is good to pursue kindness, but sometimes kindness can also lead to bad deeds." "Ah," Idun exclaimed in surprise. She had never thought of it that way, that kindness could also lead to bad deeds. How could that be? She found it hard to believe, and her confusion deepened. The Asa gods passing back and forth outside were slightly surprised to see the two deities in the garden. They soon recognized that it was the god of wisdom and the goddess of youth, and they respectfully bowed before leaving, of course taking some gossip with them. They were also gods, but they did not possess divine status or divinity. Moreover, due to the peculiarities of the Norse mythology world, aside from those who died in battle and became immortal heroes, they would continuously age and die. I Ching nodded to the Asar person outside and then said, "Why is it impossible?" This rhetorical question left Aiden silent as he looked at the beautiful girl. I Ching's silence made him sigh slightly, feeling a bit fond of her. Such a pure goddess is rare, especially in myths. Aiden remained silent for a long time, and then once again showed a firm smile and said, "Even so, I still believe that kindness is good." Seeing this, I Ching smiled. Although Aduin's insistence was somewhat impractical, who wouldn't like such a person? He then said, "Believing in kindness is a good thing, but you also need to learn to discern right from wrong." Aduin was taken aback. She didn't know how to rephrase this. She only understood how to be kind and didn't grasp the distinction between good and evil. Noticing this, I Ching suddenly had an idea and asked, "By the way, do you have anything going on during this time?" Aduin shook her head in confusion and replied, "The golden apples aren't ripe yet, so I have time during this period." I Ching nodded and then said, "Let's go. I plan to open a shop here." Chapter 94, Unexpected Gains. Open a shop? Aduin was very curious upon hearing this, wondering what kind of shop this great wise deity wanted to open. I Ching smiled and said, "I want to open a place that combines a restaurant, bookstore, and tavern." As he spoke, I Ching looked at the beautiful goddess Aiden and asked, "I wonder if the beautiful goddess Aiden would be interested in coming to take a look when it's ready?" Since that day, when he spoke with the youthful goddess Aiden, I Ching began promoting his idea throughout Asgard that he was going to open a shop. Instantly, the entire Asgard became lively, as this great god of wisdom, who even the god King Odin treated with respect, was going to open a shop. This was truly unimaginable. Of course, even if it was unimaginable, the gods didn't find it strange. Instead, they were very curious about what kind of shop this great god of wisdom would actually open. Now Asgard already had taverns and food, but I Ching was not used to the drinks in the taverns, and the food was just barbecued, which would be said to be monotonous. Therefore, I Ching planned to open a shop in the Nordic world, subtly spreading civilization through this shop, allowing the tree of civilization to take root completely in the Nordic world. Moreover, once this restaurant of the god of wisdom opened and gained a reputation, a steady stream of Aesir would come here. This would also help I Ching find suitable candidates in the meantime. Additionally, after humans were born, I Ching could use this divine reputation to pass on this civilization to humanity, leaving behind a faith through the words of the gods. Soon, I Ching began to take action. He went to Alfheim and invited the kind elves, teaching them a few simple vegetarian dishes. Immediately, I Ching gained the title of the god of gourmet food, and all the elves expressed their intention to attend his restaurant. Leaving Alfheim, I Ching not only promoted his idea there, but also found a supply of vegetables and fruits cultivated by the elves. After that, I Ching went to the Aesir. The gods were somewhat surprised by I Ching's promotion, but when they heard I Ching mention that there would be the purest alcohol, like the most potent mead and the most delicious food in the world, the Aesir looked at him with disbelief. This was because what I Ching said seemed too exaggerated to them. Seeing this, I Ching invited several Aesir to hunt giant wild boars in the mountains. These wild boars were as large as a house and quite terrifying. I Ching used these wild boars to make some gourmet dishes, solidifying his reputation as the god of gourmet food, and the drinks he mentioned made everyone drool. During this process, I Ching also met the Vanir who had come to Asgard. I Ching remembered a future king of Alfheim, the god of harvest and sunshine, Freyr, and his twin sister, the goddess of love, war, and gold, Freya. There was also Frigg, the queen of Odin, who was one of the Vanir. Of course, these three gods were present among the Vanir who came this time. Freyr loved Asgard very much, while Freya came along with her brother Freyr. Frigg, on the other hand, had the ability of foresight. She knew her future, so she also came to Asgard to take a look. Besides these three deities, I Ching also encountered some lesser-known gods. One was Sijin, who later became Loki's wife. This goddess was indeed beautiful, but tragically loyal to Loki, who, after having children with her, united with a giantess to give birth to the infamous three enemies of the gods: the world-devouring wolf, the world-encircling serpent, and the goddess of death. There were also two beautiful goddesses, one representing history in the Nordic world, Saga, and the other being the goddess of medicine, Air. While promoting to the Aesir, I Ching also invited the Vanir, and after tasting the dishes of this god of gourmet food, the Vanir immediately decided to attend I Ching's opening ceremony after meeting with Willie. Thus, with the help of numerous civilizations, I Ching thoroughly maximized his promotion. During the preparation process between I Ching and the youthful goddess Idun, discussions about the restaurant of the god of wisdom became rampant. It seemed that not discussing it would be falling behind, especially among those gods who had tasted the food, who praised I Ching's upcoming restaurant endlessly, as if it offered the most delicious food in the entire world. Some gods even ran to taste the dishes after learning that the elves had received some teachings from I Ching, with some refusing to return home after eating. Gradually, I Ching's title as the god of gourmet food overshadowed that of the great god of wisdom. Moreover, due to the god's unwavering belief, a divine aspect of gourmet food was born within I Ching's divinity. After the birth of this gourmet food aspect, I Ching was stunned. He knew that one could obtain a divine aspect through effort, but he never expected that this gourmet food aspect would come so easily. Furthermore, the emergence of I Ching's gourmet food aspect completely integrated him with the Nordic world. Even Odin in the future would not find any mistakes. As time passed, discussions about the increasingly popular restaurant of the god of gourmet food grew more and more. Some excited gods even expressed that they would come to help without hesitation if needed, as long as they would be well fed in return. In this heated atmosphere, at the junction between the realm of elves and the Aesir, I Ching and the others arrived. The noise continued to rise among the group of gods, all waiting for this day. Oh, thank goodness. I finally waited for this day. For a meal from the god of gourmet food. I would even be willing to fight the giant ancestor again. It was said that the god of gourmet food had countless recipes, and even the vegetarian dishes he taught the elves made them significantly wealthier. I wonder if the god of gourmet food accepts disciples. I am willing to be his disciple. What are you thinking? You have no idea how many people want to become his disciple. The noise continued to rise, and then the gods saw I Ching leading them to an empty piece of land, looking at him in confusion. There is nothing here? Are we supposed to help build it? That is also fine. As long as we are fed 3 meals a day, different every day, we will be willing to build a restaurant or even a golden palace. However, I Ching looked at the appearance and number of the gods, seeing the dense gathering of Aesir, Vanir, and elves around him. Looking at their fervent expressions, I Ching knew their thoughts without needing to think. He couldn't help but recall the unexpectedly acquired aspect of gourmet food, shaking his head with a smile. Chapter 95. The god of gourmet food, seeing everyone anxiously waiting. I Ching did not waste time on unnecessary words and directly began to use rune symbols right there. A large number of runes began to scatter. Rise. Suddenly, the empty land before him rapidly began to change, and the god's eyes filled with shock as they stared at I Ching. At that moment, they realized that this god of gourmet food was also the great god of wisdom. This was probably the power that the god of wisdom was said to possess. It was the ability to fully control one's divine power. Seeing this scene, Freya looked at the changes in front of her with intense heat, and a stunning smile appeared on her beautiful face, causing the male gods on either side to be captivated. Similarly, Freya's gaze toward I Ching became very intense. Clearly evident, she is the goddess of love, desire, war, gold, and fertility. Naturally, her essence, evolved from these, is quite material, as long as these are touched upon. She is willing to complete the yin-yang path with a person. Besides this incredibly beautiful goddess of material love, the other deities also gaze at I Ching with strong covetousness. Yes, it is covetousness, not fear. Of course, a moment later, their covetousness disappears because the restaurant is almost ready. Time swiftly passes, and a building rises rapidly with a rumble. The 5 elements appear in I Ching's hands, swirling and moving like mist and wheels. The 5 colors of energy rotate with each other, and soon transform into earth, water, wind, and fire. Earth, water, wind, and fire. These are 4 extraordinary light spheres, each different, shining in yellow, black, green, and red, subtly stirring the 4 great elements of heaven and earth. Moreover, as these 4 great elements appear, a few rune symbols dance around these 4 light spheres. These are not the runes condensed by I Ching, but the characters manifested by controlling the 4 great elements on the world tree. Then, I Ching controls these 4 great elements to quickly perfect the building in front of him. This restaurant, like a grand hall, has an ancient appearance with a unique charm. It is also very novel and beautiful. Books carrying I Ching's thoughts fly out from the boundless heavenly realm and quickly land on the shelves inside the restaurant. After doing this, I Ching turned to the door and left a mark with the light of wisdom. The restaurant of the god of culinary delights. Yes, I Ching still heeded everyone's call, changing it from the restaurant of the god of wisdom to that of the god of culinary delights. Perhaps it is also because he found the god of culinary delights easier to integrate into this Nordic world than the god of great wisdom. Then I Ching waved his hand, and 4 2-meter-tall puppets appeared instantly. They are entirely made of metal, inscribed with rune symbols forming several phrases. These runes are their source of energy. These 4 metal puppets are the staff of the entire restaurant of the god of culinary delights. And they're the creations he has made during this busy time. Go, prepare a feast for us, I Ching said to the 4 puppets. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and the 4 puppets suddenly moved, their metallic bodies rapidly transforming into human-like appearances. They then walked into the restaurant like humans and began to prepare the food. Outside the restaurant, I Ching smiled and said to the deities, "Welcome everyone to my restaurant's opening ceremony. Everyone knows the name of this restaurant, but clearly, I have also gained the recognition of heaven and earth and have become the god of culinary delights. So this restaurant's name has changed." Upon hearing I Ching's words, the deities burst into laughter, teasing this deity who was forced to change his name. "All right, no more nonsense. Please come in. Today all expenses are free. But in the future, you'll need to exchange gold, silver, and jewels." I Ching opened the door of the shop and then invited with a smile. Hearing I Ching's words, the gods all exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, I love you so much, god of gourmet. Today I want to eat to my heart's content. I can't wait. Hurry up in front." Then the god of harvest and the god of sunshine, Fry, walked into the restaurant, smiling and nodding at I Ching, saying, "It seems that the god of gourmet will be quite popular from now on." I Ching laughed and said, "Thank you for your kind words, Fry. Please come in." Right after that, the goddess of material love, Freya, approached. Before she entered the restaurant, she looked at I Ching with a blush and a burning gaze and said, "Great god of wisdom, can I come to find you often in the future?" She actually referred to him as the great god of wisdom instead of the god of gourmet. I Ching was filled with doubts, then looked at the goddess. Suddenly, he felt a wave of emotion in his heart, and his expression turned infatuated as he said, "Of course." Freya, pleased with this, smiled charmingly, gently caressing I Ching's face, and then winked at him playfully before walking inside with a sense of pride. At the moment she stepped in, a hint of mockery flickered in I Ching's eyes. Using magic to enchant him? Be careful, the meat bun might bite the dog, and there's no return. Oh no, be careful of that evil dragon. It might take her straight to the heavenly realm and devour her completely. In the evolution of dragons, the concept of reproduction is also part of the dragon's realm. After Freya entered, the youthful goddess Idun also approached, excitedly saying, "Wow, god of wisdom, you are amazing. How did you do that?" After spending so much time together, Idun was no longer shy around I Ching. Instead, she was quite clingy to him. I Ching smiled and said, I'll teach you that later." Upon hearing this, Idun happily waved and walked inside. At this moment, 2 more goddesses approached and respectfully bowed to him. They were the goddess of history, Saga, and the goddess of medicine. Thank you, great god of wisdom, for inviting us here," the 2 goddesses said respectfully, their faces showing joy. They were aware of this god of gastronomy's reputation, and after tasting his divine cuisine before, they had been yearning for it day and night. The craving was so intense that it made them dream of it constantly, as if a new world had opened up to them. Because of this, even the roasted meat and fruits they used to enjoy now seemed bland in comparison. This anxious anticipation made the 2 beautiful goddesses inquire daily about when the god of gastronomy's restaurant would open. They even considered going directly to find him several times. This was not an exaggeration. The food I Ching created exceeded the limits of this era, and under his divine status as the god of gastronomy, these dishes had additional enhancements. In fact, most of the meals he prepared had special abilities after passing through his hands. If he wanted, luminous dishes could be easily created. It was precisely because of this exaggerated divine status that the gods were eagerly waiting. After fully tasting I Ching's culinary creations infused with his divine power, they found themselves unable to resist. Fortunately, this day had finally arrived. Chapter 96. The wind is about to rise, seeing the anxious expressions of the 2 goddesses. I Ching smiled and said, "All right, it's clear you 2 can't wait any longer. You may go in first. From now on, you can come here often. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask me." These 2 goddesses were on I Ching's list of favorites. One represented history and the other represented medicine. And in the future, They would both be among Odin's goddesses, specifically one of Frigg's 12 maidens. Upon hearing I Ching's teasing, Goddess Saga and Goddess Air were unfazed. After nodding to I Ching, the two goddesses rushed inside the restaurant. One after another, the gods entered the restaurant, and at this moment, the puppets had already prepared the dishes, and the enticing aroma wafted out. Just then, another dignified goddess arrived. She was Saijin. She gently bowed to I Ching, exchanged a few greetings, and then entered the restaurant. Saijin, the future wife of Loki. After Saijin entered, another beautiful goddess walked over slowly. She was dressed similarly to Freya, with a stunning figure. Although her beauty was slightly less alluring than Freya's, she was still exceptionally beautiful. Like Freya, she had an almost obsessive greed for treasures. In some myths, she and Freya are often considered as one. One is a virtuous wife and mother, while the other is more indulgent. She was Frigg, the future goddess and wife of Odin, the goddess of marriage and family in Norse mythology. Frigg walked over, her bright eyes smiling at I Ching, with a hint of curiosity sparkling in her gaze. After her previous encounter with I Ching, she was astonished to discover that this deity seemed to be absent from her prophecies. Frigg was born with the ability of prophecy. She could see future events, but no one had told her about her prophetic abilities. That's right, no one had told her. The reason she kept her abilities so secretive was simple. It seemed to be due to her weak memory. She often forgot things right after discussing them. Thus, she became famous in mythology for being tight-lipped. She had come this time because she predicted that her future husband would be the god king Odin, so she wanted to take a look at Asgard. However, when she encountered I Ching, she suddenly realized that the future had diverged and each path was shrouded in mist, making it impossible for her to see clearly. Strangely enough, under the continuous exertion of her divine powers, she saw a connection forming between her and I Ching. This surprised her. The future had indeed changed, which was why she came when I Ching invited her. As the gods continued to enter, this palace was constantly accommodating them. The temporary god king, Vili, and Heimdall, who had just stabilized his footing in Asgard, also arrived. They greeted I Ching briefly and then hurried into the fragrant restaurant. Seeing this, I Ching also entered the restaurant, where sounds of chatter erupted and a wave of enticing aromas enveloped them. Each table was filled with exquisite dishes and cups of pure wine. In addition to the wines, there were various juices that the beautiful goddesses and kind elves particularly enjoyed. The elves and Aesir gods sat on opposite sides. The elves disliked meat and preferred crunchy fruits, so they did not wish to sit with the meat-eating Aesir and Vanir gods. Even though they were usually hospitable, the Aesir and Vanir gods enjoyed hearty meals and drinking, only sampling vegetarian dishes, so they sat on the other side, relishing the food. At this moment, upon seeing the plates of food being served, everyone was astonished by the presentation and couldn't wait to taste the dishes. However, the knives and forks were ultimately not very suitable for these foods. Seeing this, I Ching couldn't help but chuckle. With a wave of his hand, an image appeared at each dining table, demonstrating the use of chopsticks. After all, dishes like stir-fried peppers with meat and garlic shoots with meat were not very easy to use with knives and forks. Upon seeing the images on the tables, the gods were taken aback, and someone exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my goodness! I was just wondering what these two sticks were for. I didn't expect them to be utensils. Goodness, this is so inconvenient to use. What kind of hands can use this? It's so hard to master. This can't be real, right? How do you eat with this?" Everyone was astonished and began to try using them, but after a long while, they ultimately gave up temporarily and chose to stick with knives and forks instead. It wasn't that they couldn't learn. It was just that the delicious food was more pressing. The day quickly passed, and everyone left with full bellies, satisfied. It must be said that after tasting the food here, they no longer dared to look at their previous meals directly. Subsequently, the gods began to bid farewell to I Ching one by one. The god of harvest, Freyr, even stated that this was the best food he had ever eaten, and the title of god of gastronomy was indeed well-deserved. After that, Freya, Frigg, Saijin, Saga, Air, and other gods left contentedly. Before leaving, Freya charmingly used her enchantment spell, while I Ching pretended to be infatuated, but inside, he remained as calm as still water, like a fisherman. Before leaving, the temporary god king Vili invited I Ching to personally prepare a feast, but I Ching declined. Seeing this, Vili left with a slightly displeased expression. As everyone departed, only one beautiful goddess remained, the goddess of youth, Idun. How'd it taste? I Ching looked at the goddess rubbing her belly and teased, "How's it going?" Upon hearing this, Idun smiled contentedly, saying, "I ate so much today. I'm very satisfied. I feel like this is the best thing I've eaten in hundreds of years." With the emergence of the sun, moon, and stars, the concepts of days and years also appeared, but these concepts have only emerged in the last few hundred years. I Ching laughed heartily upon hearing this, and then looked at the shorter Iden, saying with a smile, "As long as you're satisfied." After that, I Ching continued with a smile, "So, Iden, do you have any important matters to attend to?" Iden shook his head in confusion and replied, "I don't have anything else to do for now. Do you have something in mind, great god of wisdom?" Hearing this, I Ching let out a light laugh and then said, "There is indeed a little matter." Idun looked over with curiosity and saw I Ching gazing at her, looking directly into her eyes and softly saying, "I wonder if I could invite the beautiful and lovely goddess of youth you to take a stroll together." Idun's face instantly turned red, and her gaze towards I Ching became a bit surprised and joyful. After a moment, she shyly replied, "Sure." I Ching felt a slight joy upon seeing this, and then prepared to take Idun for a leisurely stroll. Along the way, he was also observing the changes in Asgard. He had already set up a piece in Asgard, the restaurant of the god of cuisine. Chapter 97, Undercurrents. The restaurant of the god of cuisine. Although it was just a restaurant, as long as it subtly influenced the surroundings, it would undoubtedly bring him some benefits. Of course, relying solely on a restaurant to penetrate the Norse mythology world was not enough. The restaurant's biggest role was to help him integrate into the Norse mythology world. Furthermore, after humanity was created in the future, he could use the name of the god of cuisine to spread his beliefs. Therefore, in Asgard, he still needed other pieces to assist him. In just a few days, under the shameless flattery of I Ching, Idun also developed feelings for him. However, I Ching did not rush to conquer this pure and kind goddess. For this beautiful goddess, he felt a deep affection, just like he did for Mnemosyne back in the day. He enjoyed the atmosphere of love, and after I Ching and Idun held hands, Idun became even more clingy due to her feelings. I Ching was also happy to be close to this goddess. On the other hand, in the following days, the restaurant of the food god continued to be bustling, even growing more intense. Due to the booming business, gold and silver jewelry were crazily pouring in every day. For the gods, gold and silver were just beautiful stones that could be exchanged for some wine or food. However, this scene made the eyes of the two goddesses, Freya and Frigg, who were particularly attentive, light up. They both loved treasures, and when it came to these glittering riches, they had no resistance whatsoever. Especially when Freya saw another Aesir rise to generously hand a palm-sized piece of gold directly to the puppet. Her eyes revealed a burning desire. She saw beautiful patterns appearing on the puppet's arm, and then a space opened up, revealing a tall mountain of treasure within. With a ping, that palm-sized piece of gold was thrown into the mountain by the puppet. A glimmer of greed flashed in Freya's eyes as she elegantly enjoyed the current delicacies, while secretly pondering how to get that gold into her hands. As she thought, Freya quickly thought of I Ching, recalling the infatuated look that the god of great wisdom had shown her, and her eyes flashed with pride. She came up with a plan. She knew that as long as she beckoned with her finger, the god of great wisdom would surely bow at her feet and present her with these treasures. She had never failed in this regard. On the other side, Frigg was equally moved. Upon seeing the mountain of treasure, she was captivated, her mind filled with thoughts of wealth. She no longer thought about prophecies or the future. All she could think about was this gold and silver. Both Frigg and Freya held dominion over gold, meaning they both had authority over wealth. In the future, they would both be goddesses of wealth in the Norse mythological world. But clearly, the authority of wealth was not well known now, and even gold and silver were merely beautiful stones to the gods. Perhaps only Freya and Frigg, two goddesses with similar personalities but different behaviors, were almost obsessively fond of these things. Of course, I Ching must be counted as well. At a certain place in the world tree, here lies the second root of the world tree. The thick world tree is surrounded by dense forests, high mountains, and flowing waters, creating a realm of its own. Splash! In Mimir's secret forest, Odin fell from the world tree to the ground, looking quite disheveled, but at this moment, he was surrounded by 3,000 rune symbols, with the four elements floating around him. Mimir's eyes sparkled with joy upon seeing this. He was finally free, finally able to leave this place. Whoosh! A rainbow-like flow of light appeared in an instant. The eternal spear, embedded in the world tree, flew out and landed in Odin's hand. At this moment, Odin had disheveled hair and looked quite ragged, but his aura was incredibly strong. Even after hanging upside down for so long, he showed no signs of fatigue, instead appearing full of energy. He was still in the realm of the primordial gods, but his strength had increased many times over. Odin slowly exhaled, pointed his hand, and a beam of light shot out, landing on a leaf of the world tree. Instantly, the leaf began to change rapidly, transforming into a black leather mask. Odin put it on, covering his hollow and terrifying right eye, then turned around to look at Mimir with his now sharper left eye. This gaze was incredibly sharp, as if the eternal spear was shimmering, causing Mimir to feel a deep fear. This extreme sharpness now showcased the aura of the god of war, the future king of the gods, representing victory in Norse mythology. Mimir was startled by this terrifying gaze. The overwhelming aura felt like a deadly threat, causing his large heart to constrict with a twinge of pain. Mimir, Odin spoke slowly and deeply, becoming serious. It seemed that during his time hanging upside down on the world tree, he had gained extraordinary power. He was now as unfathomable as an abyss. He spoke gravely, leaning on the eternal spear as he approached the well of wisdom, gazing at the miraculous spring water. Respectful king of the gods. At this moment, Mimir was no longer indifferent or composed. He spoke respectfully, yet with a hint of trepidation. He did not dare to look directly at Odin, for Odin had changed too much now. Could mastering 3,000 runes really make one terrifying? Mimir, you are the giant of wisdom. I think Asgard needs someone like you. Odin turned to look at Mimir, smiling, and the smile softened his sharpness somewhat, but his gaze still made Mimir unable to look directly at him. Feeling the pressure in Odin's aura ease, Mimir breathed a sigh of relief, and upon hearing the words, his face brightened. Having wisdom did not mean abandoning desire. He could learn many things about the entire world tree here. Therefore, he was also eager to join Asgard. I am willing to join Asgard, my noble king, Mimir immediately said. Upon hearing this, Odin laughed heartily and then said lightly, "Good. Then I will assign you a task." Mimir immediately bowed respectfully. Odin calmly stated, "I want you to recruit some giants, and not only that. You must find a way to differentiate the giants, just like the gods." Mimir instantly understood Odin's meaning. He was to recruit some giants for Odin's use. Moreover, he had to differentiate the giant races. Mountain giants remained mountain giants, primordial giants remained primordial giants, and frost giants belonged to frost giants. Odin wanted the giants to be differentiated, not all twisted together like a rope. Chapter 98. The giant's ambition. Mimir pondered slightly, and then said, "Noble king, but what should I use to differentiate them?" Odin's left eye slightly changed, seeming to turn cold. But in the next moment, he returned to normal, something Mimir did not perceive at all. Odin spoke, "I will promise to grant them longevity, and I will also promise them divine positions with the authority of the king of gods." After a pause, he added, "Mimir, if you do well, I can appoint you as the wise giant of Asgard, enjoying the treatment of a god." Upon hearing this, Mimir's heart instantly surged with excitement. Although giants had a lifespan longer than that of deities, they would ultimately die. In contrast to this harsh reality, gods had it much better, as they possessed the precious golden apples of the entire Norse mythological world. Gods could use them to extend their lives and remain eternally youthful. Yes, noble king, Mimir ultimately accepted this tempting offer. Odin's expression remained unchanged as he raised the eternal spear, and instantly, the rune symbols shimmered, while the mysterious power within Odin began to surge. It now had a name, Odin's power. Even the energy of the world tree could be called Odin's power. He was the first deity to fully master this power, and also the destined king of the Norse mythological world. As Odin's power erupted in an instant, the eternal spear emitted dazzling light, so brilliant that it resembled a rainbow continuously flowing in his hand, with colorful light points stretching and pulling like a rainbow spear. Under such radiance, Mimir suddenly saw countless illusory tree roots entwining around him. This was the price he paid for the waters of wisdom. Freedom. "Odin, I forgive your curse, but you must be loyal to me." Hearing this, Mimir sighed slightly, but his face became devout as he said, "Mimir is willing to obey the command of the All-Father." Boom! As soon as his words fell, the illusory tree roots around him began to dissipate, which astonished Mimir. He originally thought that Odin would need to go through some trouble, but it turned out that just a single sentence resolved his years of curse. With this, Mimir immediately focused his mind, not daring to think of anything else. Seeing this, Odin nodded slightly, then after resting for a moment, said, "Go. If you do well, these giants will be entrusted to you to lead." Mimir's eyes flashed with brilliance upon hearing this, and he immediately said, "Yes, your majesty the All-Father. Mimir will do it right away." Then, with Odin's permission, Mimir immediately got up and left Mimir's secret forest. Odin watched as Mimir moved away. His gaze suddenly turned to the horizon, and in his single eye, the scene of Asgard was reflected. "Oh Vili, my brother, after all, you are still not the All-Father." Odin mockingly saw the situation in Asgard as he had imagined, chuckling lightly. Then his gaze flickered, and soon the entire 9 realms appeared in his eyes. The Garden of Destiny was indeed peculiar. Odin discovered that even though the entire world tree was within his sight, he still could not see the trace of that Garden of Destiny. After taking a glance, Odin understood the situation in Asgard. Seeing this, Odin did not rush to return. "Groa!" Odin suddenly laughed, speaking softly, his gaze looking towards a certain place in the world, and in his one-eyed gaze, he quickly found the beautiful goddess. He would unite with Groa to give birth to the god of wisdom and eloquence, Bragi. Clearly, Odin had now gained the power of prophecy and could see through the 9 realms. Soon, Odin's figure disappeared from this secret forest. In Midgard, in the central courtyard, many giants began to connect with each other. Quimif, Quimif, Quimif. In a huge giant tribe, all the giants shouted towards a more terrifying giant. This giant was named Quimif. Facing the cheers of all the giants, Quimif smiled, proudly saying, "Giants, the progenitor of giants, Ymir, is above. We giants were driven out of the world tree crowned by the gods. That was originally our territory. What do you say we should do?" In response to Quimif's question, all the giants roared wildly and angrily. "Take it back. Snatch it back. Overthrow the gods." Upon hearing this, Quimif immediately said loudly, "Then let's kill our way to the crown and reclaim our territory. Charge! Charge!" All the giants became excited, and then they set off. Yes, they set off directly like this, without any extra preparations. However, Quimif managed to persuade quite a few giant tribes along the way, and their numbers grew larger and larger. But as the numbers increased, food became a problem. Gradually, before they reached Asgard, the giants began to cause chaos over food. The clamor constantly arose among the giants, and some giants even began to retreat. It must be said that this was a failed campaign. Quimif understood that he did not possess the great divine power like Ymir, who could magically mature a lot of food. "Let us go back. Prepare food." Perhaps realizing the importance of supplies, Quimif led the giant forces back. However, with the first campaign's failure, which could even be said to be a complete defeat, Quimif suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. He first recruited mountain giants, as they had the ability to mature fruits. Then he recruited frost giants, because frost giants did not particularly need food like their primordial giant ancestors. With continuous training and recruitment, in just a few decades, a giant army emerged. Perhaps compared to later generations, it was not very precious, but in this era, it was already extremely valuable. In a huge valley, a dozen gigantic giants leaned against the sides of the valley, sitting there like chairs. "Chief, can we attack Asgard now?" One giant excitedly spoke up. Quimif replied, "How is the food preparation going?" A mountain giant spoke up, using its deep voice. "It can sustain us for several years of expedition." A glimmer of joy flashed in Quimif's eyes, and then he asked, "What communication do we have with other giant tribes?" At this time, a primordial giant said, "There are several giant tribes in the Iron Forest that are not fewer than our unified southern numbers. Now, the giants in the central courtyard are divided into 4 directions, the largest of which is this tribe that has unified the entire south. Then there's the northern Iron Forest, which is the junction of Jotunheim and Midgard, where there are many giants, but there are 3 or 4 giant tribes there. The remaining ones are to the east, near Vanaheim. That tribe has many connections with the Vanir gods, and some have even begun to intermarry. Another part is the giants that have connections with the gods. They gather in the west, closer to Asgard." Upon hearing this, Quimif's eyes flashed with ambition. He asked several giants, "How many giants do we have now?" Chapter 99, The Humiliation of Groa, 70,000. "We have 70,000. The gods have only a few tens of thousands." Several giants excitedly exclaimed. Just by numbers, they already outnumber the gods by several times. And this was only the giants from the southern part of Midgard, not counting others, such as the frost giants from Jotunheim, the lava giants from the realm of flames, and the primordial giants from the northern Iron Forest, mountain giants, and so on. Quimif shook his head and said, "Odin possesses divine artifacts. Even the progenitor of giants, Ymir, could be shot down by him. Numbers are not a problem for him. Therefore, we must also create divine artifacts to fight against the Aesir gods." As he spoke, Quimif squinted slightly and said, I have heard that the gods created a creature skilled in forging. At this point, Quimif slowly sneered at the surrounding giants. Capture a few and let them forge artifacts for us. Roar, roar, roar. The surrounding giants became excited, and then they began to act quickly. Under the destructive search of the giants, the dwarves in the central area were found, and Quimif's tribe captured a dozen dwarves. Under the giants' coercion and the fact that it was merely forging, these dwarves quickly became the blacksmiths of Quimif's tribe. Soon, under the leadership of the mountain giants, blocks of magical metals were brought to Quimif's tribe. Clang, clang, clang. In the dark cave, the lava giant provided the heat, and the solid metal began to melt slowly. With the dwarves' manipulation, these metals gradually acquired magical powers. They were indeed born craftsmen. Every weapon forged by them was a legendary artifact, holding significant importance in mythology. Soon, a huge battle axe was forged under the fire and hammer, its surface flowing with a glass-like luster. The dwarf holding the small hammer said to Quimif, Grip it. Infuse your strength into it, until you consider it a part of your body. Quimif hesitated slightly as he looked at the still red weapon, but then he reached out and grasped the battle axe. Suddenly, a sizzling sound erupted, accompanied by continuous hissing. The intense heat made Quimif scream in pain, but he held on tightly, continuously infusing the giant's power into the axe. As he infused, the axe slowly cooled down, and the entire dark-colored axe appeared in his hands. Buzz! The massive black axe emitted a slight buzzing sound, and a smile appeared on Quimif's face. He could feel the power this divine axe brought him. Ha ha! Odin! Feeling the sudden surge of power, Quimif's mind was filled with thoughts of invincibility. At this moment, he wished he could attack Asgard and have a battle with Odin. How does my axe compare to Odin's artifact? Quimif lovingly stroked the axe as he spoke. The dwarf shook his head and said, Although I wish I could say this is my perfect work, that artifact was made from the branches of the world tree and the powers of the gods, witnessed by the king of the gods. This giant axe cannot be compared to it at all. Quimif's expression froze, and then a sense of envy towards Gungnir suddenly arose in his heart. He could feel that this giant axe brought him more than a doubling of combat power. If he obtained Gungnir, wouldn't he truly be invincible in the world? However, thinking of Odin's strength and Gungnir, Quimif furrowed his brows and solemnly asked the dwarves, Does that divine spear have any weaknesses? The dwarf swallowed hard. He had already guessed what these giants were planning, but looking at Quimif's icy gaze, he quickly nodded and said, That is an eternal spear, but is also a spear of oaths. If the holder of this spear violates their oath, they will lose the world's favor and gradually become just an ordinary artifact. Upon hearing this, Quimif's frown deepened and he asked, Is there no other way? If this is the case, then their plan to attack Asgard will have to be postponed. The dwarf nervously shook his head. As craftsmen, they knew just how powerful that spear truly was. While Quimif was deep in thought, Odin arrived at a beautiful flower field, where a beautiful female giant was quietly admiring the flowers. Who? Suddenly, Groth turned nervously to look at a distant spot. Odin revealed himself, and Groth became even more anxious. She stood up, quickly growing large, and with a loud crash grabbed a nearby giant ancient tree, saying with a fierce yet timid tone, Odin, what are you doing here? Upon seeing this beautiful female giant, Odin felt delighted and, noticing her tension, quickly spoke softly, Beautiful Lady Groth, there's no need to be tense. I just happened to arrive here because I thought of the hostility your tribe has towards the gods. Odin changed his words smoothly. I just happened to be here. Groth, seeing this, still dared not lower her guard and continued to hold onto the large tree, even though it posed no threat to Odin. You need to leave quickly. My father and the others are nearby, and this place does not welcome you, Groth said loudly. Odin took a slight step back and replied, Beautiful Lady Groth, there's no need to be tense. I did not come with malicious intent. Groth's expression softened slightly upon hearing this, but she still spoke harshly. Then you should leave here quickly. Odin frowned slightly, but then his expression softened again. He nodded and said, All right, I will leave now. Groth was surprised. She did not expect Odin to actually leave. She then sighed in relief, crashing down the giant ancient tree before shrinking her body. If she was too large, she couldn't appreciate the flowers, which was a unique talent of the giants. In the evening, Groth returned to her tribe and informed her parents about Odin's arrival. However, upon learning that Odin had already left, this information did not stir any waves in the tribe. That night, a figure slowly approached Groth's window. It was Odin. He gently cast a spell, and the sleeping Groth fell into a deeper slumber. Odin chuckled softly and then passed through the wall. The next day, Groth, feeling puzzled, held her belly, sensing something inside. But after half a day, she found nothing unusual. She then relaxed and went to her usual flower-picking spot. With winter gradually approaching, she needed to use her divine power every day to keep the surrounding environment blooming with spring colors despite the coming winter. This was Groth's ability. She possessed vibrant life force. At night, Odin continued to visit, casting spells before entering again. On the third and fourth days at first, Groth was puzzled by the familiar feeling in her belly each morning, but gradually, she became indifferent to it. Chapter 100, The Irresistible Temptation. However, as the days passed, Groth noticed something was off with herself. Her appearance became more beautiful, which initially made the naive goddess happy, but she gradually realized something was wrong. That night, Groth pretended to sleep in bed when suddenly a faint voice appeared, reciting obscure spells, followed by an overwhelming drowsiness that she couldn't resist. The next day, Groth felt that familiar sensation again and suddenly turned pale. I'm not a little girl anymore. At this point, she understood what was happening. That day, Groth stayed indoors quietly by herself. As night fell, Groth no longer pretended to sleep. She looked out the window, and suddenly a figure appeared outside. Seeing this, Groth's face turned pale. Her suspicions were confirmed, and she exclaimed, "Who are you?" Odin outside the window, hearing this, stopped the spell he was about to cast, and then entered through the wall. "It's you." Groth's face changed dramatically, and she was about to scream. Seeing this, Odin quickly cast a spell, Silence. Instantly, Groth's voice quieted down. That night, under Odin's constant coercion and temptation, Groth completely surrendered and became his woman lover. Asgard had undergone great changes over these decades. First, I Ching opened a new wisdom goddess academy in Asgard, which was yet another piece on I Ching's chessboard. This wisdom goddess academy would only conduct one-on-one teaching, and anyone who asked questions inside had to swear an oath regarding Gungnir and the World Tree, promising not to leak any information from within by any means. Of course, this Wisdom Goddess Academy was offered for free by I Ching, requiring no other resources. And every person who can enter the House of Wisdom of the God of Wisdom will receive detailed teachings on magic and spells from I Ching. Thus, this House of Wisdom of the God of Wisdom quickly became famous among all the gods. All deities flocked here, and no one knew what was discussed inside, as they cannot speak of it. This is the Oath of Wisdom, the mystery of wisdom. Of course, this was at the beginning. In this House of Wisdom, I Ching created a puppet to answer the questions of the gods. He also embedded the heavenly network within the puppet, allowing I Ching to be informed of any developments immediately, preventing unexpected situations from disrupting his plans. Later, I Ching divided the magic spells of the heavenly network into 3 levels: minor gods, intermediate gods, and major gods. The gods could only upgrade from the level of minor gods, and although it was free, they had to make an oath of confidentiality. As for the magic and spells of major gods, they required a thorough understanding of the rune symbols to cast. I Ching also left all the rune symbols there. Of course, no one could speak of this outside. To obtain the rune symbols, one must reflect on their understanding of magic and spells, as well as the rune symbols they are about to acquire, and provide feedback to the House of Wisdom of the God of Wisdom. If one accomplishes this, wouldn't I Ching be a big fool? No. When I Ching reached this point in the setup, he left behind a root. Among these spells, I Ching also mixed in some personal touches. These personal touches were not any special spells, but rather very simple and basic information. For instance, at the minor god stage, there is information about the world tree, such as the elevation of divine status, civilization, belief, and many other things. This is for minor gods, while for intermediate gods, I Ching also included some personal touches, indicating that beyond the world tree, there are other worlds with legends of a magical path that can lead to another world. As for the major gods, it was straightforward. At this stage, I Ching would showcase the entire foundation of his heavenly realm to certain individuals to recruit talent or place pawns. The reputation of the Wisdom Goddess Academy was also quite good among the gods. Apart from being open once a month, accommodating only one person at a time for non-human operations, the comment from the gods about the Wisdom Goddess Academy were generally very positive. The Wisdom Goddess Academy was like this, and the Food Goddess restaurant had also become a place for feasts and daily meals for the gods over these decades. After launching various levels of dishes, the Food Goddess restaurant had completely turned into a gold mine. However, the gods did not mind, because the Wisdom Goddess Academy offered recipes, Although these recipes could not be shared, they comprised a complete set of basic recipes, covering a variety of dishes. Nevertheless, many of the gods who obtained them seemed to be enchanted, spending all day at home muttering spells like a little bit, just the right amount, a trace, etc. Consequently, some curious gods spent a lot of time entering the wisdom goddess academy to learn recipes. Then they too began to chant spells with dazed expressions. Of course, this was just a small episode, and the food goddess restaurant had absorbed a significant amount of gold and silver treasures from Asgard over these decades. This even astonished I Ching, as these gold and silver jewels once piled up into dozens of mountains in the heavenly realm. Because of this, I Ching took out the mother currency he had long refined and began trading and spreading it among the gods. Gold notes, silver notes, and copper notes. At first, the gods were somewhat curious, but as they discovered that a piece of gold could only buy one meal, while exchanging 3 gold notes could buy 3 meals. Such a bargain made everyone willing to accept these notes. As for the newly emerged notes, only the goddesses Frigg and Freya noticed their uniqueness, with their keen dragon-like senses. They instantly realized what kind of changes these notes would bring. They saw that many gods brought large amounts of gold and silver treasures daily, then exchanged them for that magical gold note. This magical note also had a special quality that could not be replicated, which made the eyes of these 2 goddesses sparkle with excitement. There was once an unnamed minor god who, feeling lazy, attempted to replicate gold into 3 gold notes using his divine power, but ultimately he failed, and this news spread among the gods. One by one, the gods tried it, only to fail consecutively. Thus, the fairness of these notes was recognized by the gods. Moreover, the portability of the notes, coupled with the gold cards I Ching later introduced, allowed his currency to circulate throughout Asgard. It was said that some gods from Vanaheim had heard about it and came to exchange, then took it back for trade. Chapter 101, Coming to the Door. They had a premonition that the function of these notes might not be limited to this, but after their own attempts at production, they found that while they could also achieve a fine quality, these coins could easily be replicated by the gods. If these coins could be easily replicated, then their fairness would be lost, and they wouldn't serve as currency. Just like gold, the gods possessed a large amount of gold, so they did not value it. Especially now that there was nothing to buy throughout Asgard, gold was even less valued. However, since the emergence of the food goddess restaurant and the wisdom goddess academy, along with the new things continuously brought by I Ching, trade began to flourish. Thus, gold became a trading item. The gods began to pay a bit more attention to gold. However, while gold could also be traded, the exquisitely crafted notes and the extremely convenient gold cards were even more attractive to the gods, especially when they learned from the words of the unnamed minor god, who was unknown to them, that these notes even had special functions. The gods instantly fell in love with these notes. All the gods tested these notes. It turned out they could actually enhance divine power. They could also enter a magical space to comprehend some special things. In just a few decades, I Ching amassed a vast amount of gold and silver treasures, even once emptying out all of Asgard. The gods were aware of this, but they did not mind, for compared to useless gold, these gold notes were far more valuable. Of course, these notes were also consumables, as the gods used them not only to purchase items, but even for cultivation. However, I Ching had already anticipated this, so when he refined the mother currency, he infused it with the essence of civilization. With the special nature of this essence, he could re-nurture the money that had transformed into wealth after the gods used up the notes, relying on the belief of living beings in money. In other words, I Ching would not only not lose, but would instead become even richer. Thus, over these decades, he acquired a massive fortune, as well as the divine status of the god of wealth. Behind the food goddess restaurant, a grand hall now stood. This was the temple I Ching chose for external affairs. At this moment, in the temple, Idun affectionately leaned against I Ching. After decades, the youthful goddess Idun had also been taken by I Ching. However, they still had a layer of window, and I Ching was not anxious. Instead, he enjoyed the love of this pure goddess. Ding ding. As I Ching and Idun were leisurely chatting with each other, a series of crisp sounds echoed in the temple. 2 goddesses, Freya and Frigg, slowly walked in. Both goddesses greeted I Ching with a bow, and then Freya smiled and said, "We hope the great god of wisdom will not blame us for our sudden visit." The 2 goddesses appeared to be elegantly dressed, with their attire and hairstyles reflecting their unique characteristics. Upon seeing the 2 goddesses, Idun blushed and quickly stood up, while I Ching chuckled and patted her on the back before getting up to invite the 2 goddesses to sit down. He said, "Beautiful goddesses, what brings you here during your leisure time?" Frigg replied with a smile. The great god of wisdom is now a renowned figure in the world of gods, and we came here out of admiration for you. As she spoke, a hint of melancholy appeared on her face as she said, could it be that the great god does not wish to see us? Freya silently agreed in her heart, and a look of melancholy also graced her face. I Ching felt a softness in his heart, but the clarity of the wisdom divine's essence swept away these feelings, which I Ching would not show. Instead, he relaxed his tone and smiled, saying, how could I not welcome two beautiful goddesses? However, it is said that there is no visit without purpose. Please, speak your minds. Freya murmured to herself the words I Ching had just said, marveling at his wisdom, as expected of the god of great wisdom. Freya said, I wonder if the great deity has any other ways to earn money. Frigg chimed in, over the years, we have seen the great deity making a lot of money every day, and we can't help but feel envious. That's why we came to seek your guidance today. As she spoke, Freya smiled charmingly and added, however, there is little that the great deity would find appealing about us. So we're just curious about what you might like, and we will definitely offer it to you. Upon hearing this, Idun pouted her little face. Although she was innocent, it didn't mean she was foolish. She widened her eyes and looked angrily at Freya and Frigg. Facing Idun's soft gaze, Frigg slightly turned her face away in embarrassment, while Freya smiled even more happily. Seeing this, I Ching smiled slightly and said, of course I have my ways, but I don't want anything from you. I can offer you a technique, but you must give me a share of the profits. Upon hearing this, Freya and Frigg began to calculate in their hearts. Frigg gently asked, may I know how the great deity will divide the profits? Freya then moved closer to I Ching and said charmingly, great deity, you can't let us sisters work for nothing. Idun, seeing Freya getting close and feeling rather shameless, angrily turned her head away and directly buried herself in I Ching's embrace. Disregarding any shyness, she absolutely could not let these two vixens take I Ching away. Feeling Idun's tight grip, I Ching stroked her golden hair and then smiled lightly at Freya and Frigg, saying, I can give each of you a technique that will ensure you earn money, but you must share the profits with me. Freya's eyes flickered with surprise. Why was it not effective? It shouldn't be. Then she saw the clear gaze in I Ching's eyes and immediately realized he was teasing her, which made her feel furious. However, thinking that she needed something from him at the moment, Freya thickened her skin and, instead of using her charm, showcased her graceful figure. Freya said, may I ask what technique the great deity has, and how shall we divide the profits? I Ching Dao. This method is quite simple. One is a portable potion, and the other is a beautiful accessory. As for the profit split, we will divide the pure profit 70 to 30. You get 70, and I get 30. Upon hearing that I Ching indeed had a method, Freya and Frigg's eyes lit up, and their greed for money was clearly revealed in their gaze. However, when they heard it was a 70 to 30 split of the pure profit, the two women felt reluctant. Not to mention a 70 to 30 split. Even a 90 to 10 split would not be acceptable to them, but it seemed impossible to not share the profits at all. Freya leaned closer to I Ching and seductively said, great God, you know that a large amount of wealth is currently in your hands. A 70 to 30 split is just a small matter for you. How about a 90 to 10 split? Moreover, today, with such beautiful scenery and such a quiet great hall, don't you feel it's a bit desolate? Chapter 102, Profit Sharing. I Ching glanced and said, it does feel a bit desolate, but the money still needs to be split. Freya's expression froze for a moment. Then she straightened up, her eyes filled with resentment, and muttered angrily in her heart, this disgusting man, just taking advantage without giving any benefits. Seeing this, Frigga still felt a bit reluctant, as that was 30% of pure profit. So she said, great God, how about 80-20 considering our sincere devotion? I Ching was immediately surprised and said, I ate. You too. Upon hearing this, Idun's upright ears perked up, and she couldn't help but chuckle, burying her head deeper. She really wanted to laugh at that moment. Fully Jia was also momentarily taken aback by I Ching's words, and with a helpless smile on her face, she said, great God, please don't joke around. I Ching rolled his eyes and said, beautiful goddess Frigg, you know that the method is mine, and I can provide you with both the formula and the finished product. Tell me, why should I share the money that I could earn entirely by myself? The two goddesses naturally understood this, but their well-known love for gold, silver, jewels, and cash in myths was undeniable. Seeing that I Ching wouldn't yield even a little, and knowing they couldn't be too forceful, they decided to negotiate. Fine, 3/7 it is. Freya gritted her teeth and said angrily. Frigg's face showed pain, That was a pure profit of 30%. Just thinking about losing that much profit without even earning the money yet made her heart ache. All right, you can each choose. By the way, let me clarify that I will only provide the finished product, not the formula, I Ching stated first. Frigg and Freya exchanged glances and immediately said in unison, I choose the accessories. Even the dullest person would know that choosing the potion means being at someone else's mercy, making it hard to break free in the future. Accessories, however, would not have that constraint. I Ching smiled and said, Ladies, take your time to discuss and give me a response in 3 days. I'll prepare the things first. Freya and Frigg exchanged glances, and Freya suddenly flirted, leaning close to I Ching and said, The palace assigned to us by Willie is too far away. And the great divine palace is so cold and lonely. Why don't we sisters come and liven things up for you? Frigg also cooperatively added, Besides, the great divine restaurant is so popular, we could open our own shop here in the future. They couldn't leave now. The items hadn't arrived yet. And who knew if they would end up in the hands of that vixen? Among the gods, there were quite a few goddesses who admired this goddess of wisdom. If they missed this opportunity, they didn't know when they would get another chance to make money. I Ching was naturally happy to keep the two beautiful goddesses. So he said, Of course. At this moment, Idun looked up and pouted, saying, I want to stay too. I Ching immediately chuckled and said, Then you can sleep with me tonight. Idun's face turned red instantly, and she proudly looked at Freya and Frigga. Freya sighed inwardly as she looked at Idun, thinking that this little girl had really struck gold. The next day, I Ching left the main hall early. Great God, why you have the leisure to come out and stroll today? Haha, after staying for a long time, I just wanted to take a look. Such conversations were frequently heard along the way as many deities inquired. I Ching arrived next to the restaurant of the god of food and immediately unleashed his divine power. The other gods watched with curiosity as a similarly large building quickly rose. Great God, what are you going to sell in this new store? Asked Fry, who had just finished his meal, with curiosity. I Ching immediately laughed and said, This shop is not about what I sell. It's about what you sell. Fry asked in surprise, Could it be that the great God wants to acquire something? I Ching smiled and nodded, saying, Metals, medicinal materials, and curiosities can all be exchanged for gold and silver treasures here. And we also accept task postings. As I Ching introduced this, Fry couldn't help but sigh in his heart, wondering why the gap between gods was so vast. This was another good idea, but how to sell the things received was another question. However, it seemed that this great deity wouldn't reveal that. Moreover, the wealth of this great deity was already well known among the gods. Perhaps only he could accomplish such things. Then I Ching began to promote, and this promotion was very simple. Just placing an advertisement in the restaurant of the god of food, and the entire Asgard would know about it. Furthermore, I Ching also moved the wisdom god-S knowledge house from the Aesir clan to the side of the god of food's restaurant. According to his plan, this place might become the most prosperous area in all of Asgard in the future. After that, I Ching returned to the Great Hall. As soon as he entered, he saw Idun happily chatting with Freya and Frigg. Seeing the happy Idun, I Ching sighed. He knew that Idun wouldn't be able to hold out for long in the hands of Freya and Frigg. However, he didn't expect that in just one morning, Idun would be completely won over. The great deity had returned. Idun saw I Ching come back and happily got up to hug him. You little silly goose. I Ching helplessly patted her head and said. Then I Ching looked at Freya and Frigga and said, Have you thought this through? Freya and Frigga nodded. And then Freya smiled and said, I choose accessories, and Sister Frigga chooses potions. She is still a step ahead, choosing accessories. I Ching nodded upon seeing this, and then said, Well, then the two goddesses should swear to Gungnir and the world. Upon hearing this, the two goddesses did not hesitate, and immediately began to make their vows to heaven and earth as well as Gungnir. I Ching smiled and said, All right, now you two goddesses can go choose the locations for your shops. Frigg and Freya exchanged a smile, and after a few brief words, they eagerly left the place. In the afternoon, Frigg and Freya returned. They did not go to the palace that King Wheelie had prepared for them, but instead came back to I Ching. However, upon their return, the excitement in their eyes was evident. But when Freya saw I Ching, she couldn't help but wonder what the newly opened shop was all about. The great god silently opened another shop. Freya naturally sat down beside I Ching and chuckled softly. Frigg, on the other hand, was a bit more reserved and sat beside Idun. I Ching smiled and said, This wealth definitely cannot just come in without going out. If it only comes in and doesn't go out, wouldn't the wealth in this world gradually disappear? So, this shop of the great deity is just for spending money, right? Freya and Frigg clearly did not believe it. They would rather believe that I Ching only took in money and never spent it than think that he would willingly part with his money. I Ching laughed heartily and said, "Where in the world are there people who willingly throw away money? I'm just spending money to acquire things. These things may not be useful now, but that doesn't mean they won't be useful in the future." Chapter 103, Goddess Generosity. Besides, making potions requires herbs, and crafting accessories requires materials. Isn't that just a source of consumption? Fully Jia then smiled charmingly and asked, "So, does the great god also have a share of the money from the tasks in the new store?" I Ching also knew that this couldn't be hidden from anyone, so he smiled and said, 91 points, the employer gets 90%, and I take 10%. At this moment, Freya looked into I Ching's eyes, which could be described as burning with intensity. She unabashedly said, "The great god is indeed extraordinary. Freya truly admires you both physically and mentally." However, she also understood that with Aiden present, although her words were somewhat explicit, they did not provoke Aiden's dislike. "All right, no more talking, I'll go prepare the things. And you all prepare the shop." I Ching walked into the secret room as he spoke. Freya, seeing I Ching leave, turned to look at Aiden. Then Frigga noticed Freya constantly trying to build a good relationship with Aiden, which made her feel a sense of vigilance, so she also started chatting with Aiden. Days passed, and soon the gods saw 2 more shops appear at the food goddess restaurant. These 2 shops were named the Beauty Goddess's Accessory Store and the God's Potion Store. I Ching's pawn shop also opened, named the Hall of Trade. Inside the Hall of Trade, I Ching used his old methods to create 3 puppets. One puppet was responsible for issuing tasks and identifying items, and it had the authority to purchase unrecorded items at the highest price of similar products. The second puppet served as the warehouse for the entire Hall of Trade, connecting to the vast heavenly realm. It was also the pickup point for Frigga's potion store. The third puppet was specifically for concocting potions. When the potion store and accessory store opened, the gods were all surprised, especially the goddesses, who were dazzled by the beautiful accessories in the Beauty Goddess's accessory store, their eyes shining just as brightly as Frigga's and Freya's. In particular, Freya, dressed in beautiful attire and adorned with exquisite accessories, along with her naturally stunning face, stood at the store entrance, instantly outshining everyone. Not only that, but Freya also caught the attention of the male gods, who stared at her with wide eyes, spending their days lounging outside the food goddess restaurant, eating, drinking, and admiring the view. As Freya promoted the store, the potion store also had booming business, offering healing potions, strength potions, agility potions, and more. These potions attracted all the gods, and even the most foolish ones realized their value. Thus, one by one, the gods rushed to the potion store or the accessory store. Soon, the limited wealth that the gods had was quickly depleted. At this point, I Ching made his appearance again. He launched the Hall of Trade, and various money-making methods inside immediately attracted the gods. As a result, the entire Asgard began to operate, and at this moment, the entire Norse mythological world started to develop a sense of civilization. After an unknown period of time, a divine blessing descended upon the Norse mythological world, landing on I Ching. At the same time, I Ching also gained the divine persona of the god of trade. However, this persona was inherently tied to the god of wealth, so for I Ching, it was merely a small bonus. Meanwhile, in the vast heavenly realm, the branches representing the Norse mythological world on the tree of civilization began to grow robustly, soon reaching the size of the chaos world. As the branches grew fully, the laws and civilization of the Norse mythological world began to flow into the entire vast heavenly realm. Indeed, even if Themis did not travel to the Norse mythological world, she could still gain the unique Tao rhythm of the Norse mythological world. A month later, Freya and Frigga painfully transferred money to I Ching. Watching as their gold cards instantly diminished in wealth, an indescribable heartache appeared on their faces. I Ching looked at the money arriving and smiled, lightly laughing as he said, "Pleasure doing business." Freya and Frigg both showed a hint of frustration on their faces. They had worked so hard, only to find out in the end that they still had to give I Ching a share of the money, which truly pained them. Freya simply sat next to I Ching, tightly hugging his arm, and said in a spoiled tone, "Great God, can you reduce it just a little?" I Ching couldn't help but shiver and quickly said, "Don't do that. If you keep this up, I'm going to raise the price." Upon hearing this, Freya immediately regained her composure and huffed in anger. If Aiden could do it, why couldn't she? Wasn't she beautiful? Her beauty was renowned among the gods. Otherwise, how could her shop be named the Goddess of Beauty's jewelry store? She had thought today was her chance since Aiden wasn't around, but she didn't expect I Ching to be so resolute. We made a vow. You can't raise the price at will, and we can't give less. Freya said with a roll of her eyes, looking quite graceful. At that moment, Frigg suddenly sighed and said, "Great goddess, do you have any other ways to make money? I would be willing to accept a 70-30 split." Freya's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this, and she quickly added, "Yes, great goddess. Do you have any other methods to earn money?" I Ching chuckled and said, "How come you both are too busy with these 2 stores and still want to open more?" Freya immediately replied, "I can hire people." I Ching shook his head and said, "It's gone, it's gone." Seeing this, both women revealed a hint of regret on their faces. But thinking about the business of their 2 stores and the money that came in daily, their eyes became dreamy. These were 2 treasures that could generate gold. However, soon the smiles faded from their faces. 2 years later, first Freya's apothecary shop began to lose business, followed closely by Frigg's jewelry shop, which also suffered due to other goddesses opening jewelry stores. In just 2 years, this was merely a blink of an eye for deities. But for the busy Freya and Frigg, it was a torment. They watched their businesses become increasingly bleak each day, and reluctantly had to seek help from I Ching. A table filled with aromatic delicacies was set before them, and Freya, Frigg, Idun, and I Ching sat together enjoying the feast. This was personally prepared by I Ching, and under the blessing of the food divinity, the meal was so delightful that the 3 women were completely enchanted, arriving on time for meals every day. Even when I Ching occasionally went into seclusion to cultivate, they would coax him for a few days' worth of meals before allowing him to close himself off. Great God, what should we do? Frigg and Freya clung to I Ching. In just 2 years, even without I Ching taking the initiative, these 2 women had come to cling to him. Watching the 2 cunning goddesses stick close to I Ching, Idun felt a sense of helplessness. Over these 2 years, she too had been won over by the 2 clever goddesses. Although they had not made any substantial progress, anyone could see that the 3 were enjoying themselves. Chapter 104. The Fragrance of Jade in Embrace. The apothecary shop was struggling because there weren't many places that required potions now, mostly just for going out to eliminate some beasts disturbing Asgard. With no wars, naturally, there were fewer buyers for potions. The jewelry shop, on the other hand, was extremely easy to imitate, which you both are well aware of. Only by constantly updating and staying ahead of trends could the jewelry shop continue to survive. I Ching was painfully caught in a dilemma, saying, Freya pouted, asking for benefits again. Then, with a flirtatious glance, she directly kissed him on the cheek and said, "Now, does my clever god of wisdom have any way out?" I Ching pretended to be deep in thought, but his face turned towards Freya. Seeing this, Freya's eyes lit up. She knew that this scoundrel had a way. "Okishlendit," I Ching said with satisfaction. "I will give each of you something. If anyone wants to sell alcohol, I can provide you with a dozen types of drinks. Additionally, there's another item called perfume." I Ching explained the 2 options, and then Frigga and Freya both realized the potential for profit in these 2 items. Afterward, Freya chose perfume, and I Ching added some clothing designs, which were quite oriental in style. Frigga, on the other hand, chose alcoholic beverages, and I Ching also designed a bottle for her, which also had an oriental flair. I Ching then created a perfume and applied magic to make it difficult to replicate. He then handed it to the 2 women. It was a floral perfume, with a delightful fragrance that was not overwhelming, but instead provided a refreshing and subtle scent that lingered in the air. "Give it a try." I Ching the 2 women to give it a try. Frigga and Freya were excited and picked up the spray. After a hissing sound, a fragrant aroma wafted around the 2 women. "How does it feel?" "I've also applied some magic to make it last for a day," I Ching said. There is no need to say much about perfume. Freya could already tell that this product would definitely sell like hotcakes, and could even become her treasure that brings in daily profits. Frigga naturally noticed this too, her eyes revealing a hint of eagerness and brightness as she leaned against I Ching, enveloped in the fragrant aura. I Ching couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of the world due to her soft figure. Frigga playfully said with a slight pout, "Great God." I Ching originally thought he would dislike clingy girls, but at this moment, with a fragrant scent wafting in and a soft body in his embrace, he unexpectedly fell into a beauty trap. Freya noticed I Ching was somewhat enchanted, with his hands unsure where to rest. And a sly glint flashed in her eyes. "Go ahead and take advantage. You seek benefits, and so do I." When Freya saw that Freya had really succeeded in being charming, she immediately felt a bad premonition and quickly lay beside I Ching, sweetly squeezing into his arms. "My dear, we have agreed on this perfume. We must keep our word," Freya said in a charming voice, although she didn't use any enchanting spells, as they wouldn't affect I Ching. However, Enchanting spells are just magic, while the charm of a person is a real tactic. Seeing Freya squeeze in, Freya knew her chance had slipped away again. She slightly gritted her teeth, then leaned close to I Ching's ear, sweetly flattering him. Since she couldn't get the perfume, she would try to gain some benefits from what she already had. She believed there were plenty of money-making ideas in I Ching's precious mind. This was also the reason why she and Freya were shamelessly lingering in this temple of wisdom. Moreover, they both had further ambitions, wanting to become his women. But this great god of wisdom, for some reason, when the meat was right at his mouth, why wouldn't he take a bite? This made the two women very angry, and of course, they also realized they had been hooked by this great god of wisdom, willingly so. Clearly, this great god of wisdom had no intention of taking the initiative. What a blessing for the people. I Ching felt the soft warmth of the warm baby in his embrace and couldn't help but hug a little tighter. With both arms wrapped around him, I Ching only tightened his grip slightly, without crossing any lines. He suddenly realized that this occasional feeling of being pursued was quite nice. Especially with Freya and Frigg, the two future goddesses of love and marriage. Their allure made I Ching feel like a hungry wolf several times. However, if it weren't for I Ching's strong will to enjoy this atmosphere a bit longer, he would have devoured all three women by now. Yet, he was also clear that although Frigg and Freya seemed to be actively pursuing him now, once there was a substantial breakthrough, his wealth would be divided between these two women. He was aware of this, but I Ching didn't care much about money. As long as the principal was in his hands, that was enough. The goddess Yoxiang lightly touched his cheek, causing a hint of redness. Although Frigg wasn't as alluring as Freya, she was still stunning. She had a mature beauty, with golden curls like spun gold, noble hair accessories, and an elegant, dignified demeanor that wrapped around her graceful figure in golden attire. Her uniquely charming voice was truly admirable, making one wonder just how favored this goddess was by the heavens. But at this moment, this enchanting goddess was nestled in the arms of a male god, her eyes a clear blue, as if the sky was reflected in them. This goddess had an indescribable air of nobility, yet now this elegant and beautiful goddess was leaning against I Ching. Buzz! I Ching was caught off guard by the dignified goddess's advances, so he had no choice but to raise his hand, revealing a book and gently grasping it. He said, "You can choose 5 items from here." A glint flashed in Freya's eyes, and she rewarded I Ching with a few light kisses as if it were a reward. Then she opened the book, and the numerous categories inside instantly caught her blue eyes. The more she looked, the more excited Freya became. With so many varieties, if she could get them all, she wouldn't have to worry about making money anymore. So she temporarily set the book aside and turned back to I Ching. At that moment, she used her unique feminine charm, her dreamy gaze seemingly displaying a more terrifying allure than any seductive technique. This was a frightening power that stimulated hormones. However, I Ching remained resolute despite being entranced. His mind was clear, a strength granted by the divine wisdom. Lying beside them, Freya caught a glimpse of the categories in the book and suddenly thought of the types of perfumes, then said in a charming voice, "Great God, are there many kinds of perfumes as well?" I Ching said, "There are many, but just this one is enough for you to use for a long time." Freya slightly pouted in her heart upon hearing this. One type is certainly profitable, but who would complain about earning less money? Moreover, compared to one type, 3 types have a gap, so having a bit more quantity is definitely better. She then said with a slight pout, "1 item is enough. But it's still not enough to support a whole shop." Chapter 105, Golden Apple. At this moment, a figure came in from outside, and as soon as they entered, they saw I Ching being embraced on both sides. Aiden was slightly taken aback, then pouted in jealousy and said, Sister Freya, how can you do this?" Upon hearing this, Freya felt a bit embarrassed and was about to get up, but feeling the strength of I Ching's arm, she leaned back against his chest and said shyly, "Little Sister Aiden, it's obviously because this great god of wisdom is too charming. That's why we can't help but want to throw ourselves into the fire." Slap! I Ching slapped the surface, creating a few ripples, and said, "What does it mean to be a moth to the flame? After learning from me for so long, you still don't know you've used that phrase incorrectly." Frigga exclaimed in surprise, then blushed and dared not look at Aiden. Aiden, slightly jealous, took out 3 golden apples and placed them on the table, saying, "The golden apples are ripe. According to the will of the god King Odin, I am distributing the golden apples to the gods, and this is for you, the goddess of great wisdom." I Ching loosened his grip and waved amusingly at Idun. Idun rolled his eyes slightly, but then ran over with a sweet smile, directly occupying the main space of I Ching. I Ching gently kissed Idun's forehead and said softly, You've worked hard these days. Idun immediately felt no jealousy at all and smiled sweetly, saying, "It's not hard at all." I Ching looked at the golden apple on the table and said, "This golden apple is of little use to me, so you three can share it." After all, these three women were all his own, and while he could tease them in small ways, I Ching was naturally very generous in major matters. The three women understood I Ching's character, but they didn't expect that such a precious golden apple would be given to them so easily. This caused ripples in their gazes. This golden apple can enhance divine power and realm. Idun couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. I Ching shrugged with a light laugh and said, "The golden apple can increase divine power, but can't my wealth do the same? The golden apple can enhance one's realm, and my wisdom can be amplified. You all have it too, so what use is this golden apple to me?" Freya was taken aback and said, "Then, great God, are you not afraid of death? This golden apple can extend the lifespan of our divine race and restore our youth." Hearing this, I Ching lightly raised an eyebrow and said, "My lifespan is far longer than you can imagine, and I can tell you in advance that you can also obtain such a long lifespan. Moreover, I can help you preserve your youth forever." As soon as these words were spoken, I Ching instantly saw 3 pairs of burning eyes, showing no concealment. Seeing this, I Ching realized that if he didn't present something good today, he might be ambushed by these 3 women tonight. Therefore, I Ching waved his hand, and 3 golden apples appeared. However, these 3 golden apples were radiating a faint glow, and they were adorned with beautiful patterns. The 3 women were instantly taken aback. Golden apples. No, this is even more than golden apples. Looking at the 3 golden apples surrounded by a halo of light, Freya, Frigg, and Idun were all captivated, as if they were the most precious treasures in the world. At this moment, I Ching said, "These 3 golden apples can grant you a long lifespan. You won't have to worry about lifespan issues for at least 10 million years." The 3 women were shocked and looked at I Ching, with Freya and Frigg's beautiful eyes shimmering and rippling with emotions. What a treasure this is. How many more good things does he have? I Ching saw that the 3 girls were stunned, and then said with a mischievous smile, "Moreover, it can maintain eternal youth." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 extraordinary golden apples were quickly taken into the hands of the 3 girls. Frigg, at this moment, excitedly exclaimed, "My great God, is everything you said true?" Freya even directly rewarded him with a French kiss, and then she said excitedly, "Oh, my dear God, is it really true? If it is tonight, I will unite with you." Idun was also very excited. Although she was the goddess of youth and the only deity among the gods who was not afraid of aging, the prospect of a long lifespan combined with the effect of eternal youth was truly astonishing. I Ching smiled and said, "Hurry up and eat it. By the way, you must remember to cultivate. This golden apple is not ordinary. Longevity and eternal youth are actually secondary." After hearing this, the 3 women began to eat quickly, and soon the 3 golden apples disappeared into their mouths. At that moment, a faint golden glow appeared around them, indicating that the golden apples were starting to take effect. I Ching nodded slightly. After just a few hours, the faint glow around the 3 women began to shrink, and soon the 3 beautiful goddesses opened their eyes. Pop, pop, pop. Without hesitation, all 3 goddesses rewarded I Ching with a kiss. The effect of the golden apple was too strong. As goddesses, they could naturally sense the rich vitality within them and the power of eternal youth. It could be said that from this point on, they no longer had the concept of aging. Seeing this, Freya excitedly said to I Ching, "Oh, my great God, I have discovered that you are a treasure." She then seductively added, "Tonight is our wedding night." Frigga and Idun also presented themselves as if ready to be chosen. I Ching had not expected that the gift of eternal youth and longevity would be even more effective than the 2 special items he had carefully controlled. Frigga and Freya loved gold, silver, and jewels, so I Ching used this to entice them. However, he didn't expect that after 2 years of hesitation, the 2 women would suddenly take the initiative because of the promise of eternal youth. I Ching couldn't help but sigh. Youth is truly the eternal theme for women. Decorations and perfumes are merely accessories. With this thought, I Ching suddenly had an inspiration. Perhaps he could develop a youth elixir. Each time it is taken, it could preserve youth for a certain number of years. Wouldn't that be a continuous source of wealth? However, after thinking it over, I Ching shook his head again. This youth elixir would only be effective in the world of Norse mythology. Not worth it. Absolutely not worth it. Then, the 2 goddesses, Freya and Frigg, seemed to have completely let go, directly relying on I Ching as they said, "Great God, We are willing to take the initiative now, aren't we? Seeing the two women like this, I Ching smiled mischievously and said, let's talk about it tomorrow. Freya and Frigg thought helplessly, this scumbag. But then they felt delighted. A scumbag is a scumbag, but I Ching wasn't that much of a scumbag. At least this magical golden apple. He was willing to give it to them even before any substantial breakthrough. How could that not touch their hearts? Chapter 106. Penetration. On this day, night gradually fell. After all the gods returned, in the transitional area between the Aesir and the elves, there were some buildings. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that I Ching had completely been pursued. The goddess of love and fertility, Freya, the goddess of marriage and family, Frigg, and the youthful goddess Idun, three beautiful Norse goddesses, became I Ching's harem. After a night of indulgence, the next day, the four of them tidied up from their beds. And now Idun was even more attached to I Ching. Frigg and Freya no longer had to worry about Idun. They directly sat in I Ching's lap. After breakfast, without Freya and Frigg needing to say anything, I Ching took out two thick books and handed them to the two women. When Freya and Frigg opened them, good heavens, Freya saw various topics related to men and women, as well as the step-by-step evolution of trends. Frigg, on the other hand, saw various levels of alcoholic beverages and lottery tickets. After seeing these things, Freya and Frigg completely committed themselves. If they let such a man slip away, they would probably regret it for the rest of their lives. In the following months, the beauty goddess's jewelry store became popular again, and the God's Potion Shop also thrived once more. The God's Potion Shop not only sold hundreds of different types of beverages, but also started selling something called Lucky Lottery. It was said that there were daily drawings, and someone won every day. Thus, the male gods enjoyed going to the God's Potion Shop to buy tickets daily. The female gods liked visiting the beauty goddess's jewelry store every day to look for new treasures. With Freya's annual launch of a set of cosmetics, this continuously attracted the goddesses. The changes in Asgard were not limited to this. As enticing culinary skills emerged, various restaurants opened, and the food god's restaurant became a place dedicated to preparing feasts. Of course, I Ching also opened a breakfast shop and a barbecue shop. Thus, in a short period, Asgard began to progress rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. The relationships between I Ching and the three women, including Idun, grew better and better, while Asgard also advanced rapidly, with enormous changes appearing everywhere. The only constant seemed to be that seemingly eternal Golden Palace. Moreover, I Ching felt that with the emergence of Norse civilization, the world tree seemed to be undergoing some inexplicable changes. At the same time, he sensed the familiar powers gradually appearing in the world. Gaia and Nyx might be close to achieving their goals. Time truly flies. I Ching walked out of the secret chamber. He had now reached the great god stage, but he still had a bit of a way to go to reach the primordial god. He was just a little short of achieving it. However, there was no need to rush. Day by day, he could easily break through. After all, he basically had no bottlenecks. He flowed upstream through the river of time, with all transformations in his heart. In the words of mortals, it meant having countless insights at his fingertips. After leaving the secret chamber, I Ching opened his divine eye as usual, concealing himself, and directed his gaze towards Midgard in the central courtyard. Soon he spotted Odin's figure, and he also saw the beautiful giantess Gerda, who was now pregnant. Bragi, the god of wisdom and eloquence, was a deity possessing the divine nature of wisdom. I Ching nodded slightly, while calculating in his heart. For the world of Norse mythology, he only needed to immerse himself in this myth, and then recruit some giants and elves close to him, quietly waiting for Ragnar K. After that, he could conquer the last generation of gods. As for recruiting Thor and the other gods here, it seems that only Loki and the god of war Tyr could help I Ching succeed. When the god of war Tyr loses his arm, that will be the best opportunity for I Ching to conquer him. As for the other deities, the two goddesses of the future Odin pantheon, Frigg and Freya, have already been brought into his harem, along with the youthful goddess Idun, who picks golden apples for the gods, and the two goddesses from Frigg's 12 maidens, the goddess of history Saga and the goddess of healing air. Besides the main gods, I Ching has also promoted the birth of civilization in Asgard, establishing restaurants for the goddess of food, learning houses for the god of wisdom, trading halls, as well as potion shops and jewelry stores run by Frigg and Freya. It can be said that Asgard has been infiltrated by him in every aspect. He only needs to wait for Odin and his brothers to create humanity, and then I Ching can fully intervene in this civilization. The three goddesses of Norns once said that this time only Heimdall and Bragi, the two sons of Odin, would be conceived, but it seems that Odin has no intention of returning. I Ching looked at Odin, who was immersed in a gentle dream, and said in surprise, "However, since the three goddesses of Norn dared to say such a thing, there must be a reason for it." Suddenly, many key points from Norse mythology flashed in I Ching's mind. With Freya and Frigg coming, it meant that Odin had agreed to let the Vanir tribe reside in Asgard. The only reason for this was that there was a force even Odin had to be wary of. Such a force, apart from Ragnarok, could only be the giant clan in all of Norse mythology. Thinking this way, I Ching shifted his gaze to other places on the earth. Soon, he saw a large giant tribe. Looking at those giants who had completely mastered their divine power and were constantly transforming into various magical beasts, I Ching was astonished. That was a divine artifact. The giants also obtained divine artifacts. I Ching saw the artifacts on the many giants of the Quimif tribe, and upon seeing the preparations the giants were making, he immediately understood. The long war between the giants and the gods was about to begin. Although Odin had the power to intimidate the giants, both Jotunheim and the realm of fire were continuously breeding giants. Moreover, I Ching looked out at the entire world, and now the heavens and the earth were bursting with life, as if the mountains, the land, the oceans, and so on were all teeming with vitality. He couldn't help but say, "Moreover, the giants have completely transformed into the heavens and the earth because of their ancestor Ymir. So they have also received a share of the world's favor. Therefore, Odin cannot completely annihilate them, unless the unique power of Ymir in this land and sky undergoes a complete transformation. But that'll take a long time." Then I Ching withdrew his gaze, his eyes deep as he thought. It seems this is why Odin has to return, if the giants were to overthrow Asgard. Then his authority as the king of gods would also disappear, making Gungnir less miraculous, something this god-king cannot bear. The war between the giants and the gods was about to begin, and he could see the things that were about to emerge from this conflict. Chapter 107. It's time to set out again. He looked at the giants in Midgard who were constantly preparing. A light smile on his face as he calmly said, "The splendid world of Norse mythology is about to begin, and chaos is also about to transform into the world of Greek mythology. It seems the age of disputes has reached a critical point. Perhaps I should set out and take a walk. Otherwise, the time left for me is getting shorter and shorter." With this thought, I Ching entered the interior of the Great Hall, where he saw several goddesses seated inside. I Ching was surprised to see Saga and El, as well as Saijin, along with 10 other goddesses. The historical goddess Saga, representing Frigg's aspect of speech, the goddess of medicine El, representing Frigg's aspect of mercy, Jefjin, giving, Freya, counsel, fun, love, Lofn, approval, Var, oath, Oinen, truth, health, guarding, Snortra, wisdom, and Jinna, messenger. The 12 maidens of Frigg? He never expected to encounter them all now. I Ching thought in astonishment, "We have met the god of great wisdom." Upon seeing I Ching appear, the goddesses all stood up and respectfully bowed, saying, I Ching chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "You're free to do as you please." He then sat down to the side, listening to their conversation. It was then that I Ching realized they were actually the employees and maids of Freya and Frigg. Yes, employees and maids. Freya and Frigg are also deities with divine status and great divine power. In the context of the Nordic mythology, where most gods are of mid-level, they can certainly be considered as great deities. Naturally, they can also recruit maids. Soon, the goddesses bid farewell to I Ching, and he nodded in response. As he saw Saga and the other goddesses leave, I Ching smiled and said, "It seems you all have been doing well these past few years. When shall we settle the accounts?" Upon hearing this, Freya and Frigg exchanged glances, thinking, settle accounts? Dream on. Just the thought that they wouldn't have to share any profits with this guy brought joy to Freya and Frigg. I Ching could tell from the expressions of the two women that these two money-loving goddesses definitely had no intention of sharing the spoils. If he had known earlier, he would have played with them for a while longer. I Ching rolled his eyes and said that he was also greedy for money. However, there were fewer exchanges of gold, silver, and jewels in Asgard now, as there was not much left. Most of the gold and jewels were in Midgard, and the gods were aware that Midgard was mostly occupied by giants. They didn't have the courage to steal gold from the giant tribes. Therefore, the gods of Asgard mostly circulated gold coins now. It could be said that I Ching had already grasped the economy of Asgard. However, this economy didn't have much impact on the gods. But it is undeniable that once this economy sinks from the hands of the gods into human civilization, it would become a powerful weapon regarding how to make humans rely on this currency without seeking alternatives. I Ching has already thought of a good solution. Let's not talk about this matter for now. By the way, have you anything going on recently? I Ching spoke up. The three women shook their heads upon hearing this. Idun would have to wait a few hundred years to pick the golden apples again, and now she was quite free. Meanwhile, Freya and Frigg had already sent maids to guard the shop, so they could earn money every day without having to go to the store, making it very easy for them. Seeing this, I Ching smiled and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to a place to complete the last bit." Since he had decided to set out again, he wanted to finish the final ritual for these three women. Although the great era of the Norse mythology world had not truly begun yet, I Ching was not in a hurry. At least he had the heavenly gate and could return at any time. However, other worlds were probably nearing their own great eras as well. Some might be a little slower, but they definitely could not wait any longer. The tone of the Norse world had already been set by I Ching, with Frigg, Freya, and Idun under his control. As long as everything was coordinated well, he could manage this Norse mythology world. Frigg, Freya, and Idun were very curious, and after tidying themselves up, they followed I Ching as he left Commercial Avenue and quickly arrived at a forest. Seeing the three women looking puzzled, I Ching chuckled lightly and waved his hand, causing a beautiful garden to materialize in front of them. "Where is this?" Idun asked curiously. I Ching smiled as he led the three women in and said, "Welcome to the Garden of Destiny." As the three entered, the Garden of Destiny suddenly disappeared again. After the three goddesses came in, they saw three identical beautiful goddesses sitting here. "Heavenly Emperor," the three Norns called out with slight joy upon seeing I Ching return. Over the years, I Ching often came back, so they were not overly excited. Heavenly Emperor? Freya and Frigga felt confused in an instant, and at the same time, they had some doubts about I Ching's identity. I Ching glanced around and then said, "Where is Mnemosyne?" The three goddesses of Norn replied, "Sister Mnemosyne has already returned. It seems she has now condensed the divine pattern and is organizing and creating divine patterns in the heavenly realm." I Ching said with surprise and joy, "Haha, I knew it. She would definitely be able to condense a divine personality." Then I Ching took Frigg's hand and sat down with the three of them. The eldest of the Norn goddesses, Ord, chuckled teasingly and said, "It seems that Gaia's sister was right. She has brought three beautiful goddesses again. Is there also?" The second sister, Verdandi, pouted and pretended to be jealous, saying, "I see that in this current time, there are still some beautiful goddesses, right?" "Oh, great God," seeing this, I Ching immediately smiled and said, "You're actually teasing me. Just wait and see how I'll punish you during this time." The future goddess of the Norn trio, Shakoti, chuckled and said, "Then come on. We're not afraid." "All right, that's what you said," I Ching replied with a mischievous smile. At this moment, even the slow-witted Idun noticed something was off, and Freya couldn't help but ask, "Great God, who are they?" I Ching chuckled softly, then gently said to the three women, "They're the three goddesses of Nolan, one of my harem." Buzz! Just as he was speaking, the void suddenly rippled, and two figures condensed out of the illusion. One was dignified and elegant, exuding an aura of nurturing all things. The other was mysterious and graceful, carrying an enchanting aura of mystery. It was none other than Gaia and Nyx, who had just completed their fusion. Now, Gaia and Nyx had reached the peak of the primordial gods, only a little opportunity away from breaking through to the status of the creator god. The two goddesses looked at I Ching with joyful smiles, quickly approaching him and excitedly said, "Heavenly Emperor." Chapter 108. The three women enter the palace. I Ching laughed and said, "Not bad. My two goddesses are even more beautiful. Come on, we have matters to discuss in the heavenly realm." He then stood up, taking Frigg and Gaia by the hand, and said to the three women, "Let's go. You will know all my secrets." Freya and Idun naturally felt no fear. After all, their male god would not harm them. As I Ching opened a heavenly gate, the three women immediately felt a rich and vast power, and at the same time, they sensed their divine essence slowly growing. The great god, they realized, had opened a spatial gate. Could it be? The goddesses then entered one after another into the heavenly realm. Buzz! The heavenly gate rapidly disappeared within the Garden of Fate. Whoosh! In the boundless heavenly realm, beneath the tree of civilization, on a massive platform, everyone stepped out. The world? As soon as they entered, Frigg, Freya, and Idun were shocked. This was indeed a vast world. At the same time, they felt the rich aura of civilization, the orderly flow of the laws of heaven and earth, and two different world civilization laws compared to the Norse mythological world. Everything indicated that this great wise god, who shared a deep bond with them, was actually a deity from a foreign domain. I Ching gave a glance to the two goddesses, Gaia and Nyx. and simultaneously communicated with them mentally to prepare for the banquet later. Seeing this, the three goddesses, Gaia, Nyx, and Nolan, chuckled lightly before soaring upwards into the crystal palace within the tree of civilization. Once Gaia and the others had left, Frigg finally spoke up. Frigg, surprised, asked, "Great God, who exactly are you?" Freya and Idun couldn't help but look over as well. I Ching slowly said upon seeing this, "I, to put it simply, am the master of the boundless heavenly realm, the heavenly emperor. I am also a person and dragon of Eastern civilization. I'm also the oldest god of the chaos world, the observer of all things." As he spoke, I Ching chuckled and continued, "I am also the great wisdom god invited by Odin to Asgard." The three daughters of Frigg widened their eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. This was not just a god from foreign land. This was also a world master, and then there was all that other stuff. For a moment, the three women felt a bit dazed. Seeing their expressions, I Ching burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, come on, I'll slowly explain everything to you." He then led the three women to fly into the branches of the tree of civilization. At this moment, the three women looked at the enormous tree of civilization, which bore 3,000 hieroglyphs, 3,000 runes, and various other illustrations from different worlds. As they flew in, they noticed that the three distinctly different giant branches emanated different civilizations and the rhythms of laws. Between these three massive branches stood a grand palace. When the four landed, they saw Gaia, Nyx, and Norin, along with Mnemosyne, preparing a feast. "Heavenly Emperor," Mnemosyne exclaimed joyfully upon seeing I Ching. I Ching looked at the more gentle Mnemosyne and couldn't help but say, "My beloved gentle goddess of records has finally succeeded." Hearing this, Mnemosyne's face lit up with joy and turned a bit red. I Ching introduced everyone to each other, and then Gaia and Nyx took the lead in engaging the three Frigg women in conversation. Through their discussion, the three Frigg women finally learned about I Ching's identity. When the food was served, the three Frigg women said with a hint of melancholy, "Great one, you really kept your secret well." Hearing this, I Ching raised an eyebrow and said, "If I don't conceal a bit, how can I infiltrate Asgard?" Then I Ching became serious and formally said, "Beautiful three goddesses, I, as the great god of wisdom and your closest male god, invite you to join the dragon court. Do you accept?" Seeing I Ching stand up seriously and very earnestly, the grievances in the hearts of the three women, including Frigg, immediately lessened. Just as Frigg and Freya were still considering whether to use this opportunity to tease him, Idun blushed and said, "Idun is willing to join the dragon court. Please accept me, Heavenly Emperor." Seeing this, I Ching looked at Idun with even more tenderness in his eyes and said, "Today, the goddess of youth from the Norse mythology world, possessing both talent and virtue, is to enjoy the blessings of the position of the divine consort." Buzz! Immediately, beams of light from the boundless heavenly realm began to project down, and soon a chair appeared. Idun had naturally learned about this from Gaia and the others, and promptly sat down. At once, the concept of youth from the Norse world began to merge into the boundless heavenly realm. Although this youth did not have much effect, even the smallest mosquito is still meat, not to mention the essential concept of a deity. Frigg and Freya soon saw a familiar light of wisdom fall upon Idun. Seeing this, the two women also became less reserved. They had already been thoroughly defeated in front of I Ching, so there was nothing left to counterattack. They rolled their eyes at I Ching and said, "We ask the Heavenly Emperor to take us in." Upon seeing this, I Ching realized it was equivalent to the sealing of the realm. Immediately, along with the fusion of the essential concepts of Frigg and Freya, the entire boundless celestial realm began to expand. At the same time, the laws of marriage and love appeared between heaven and earth, making the concepts of marriage and love in the boundless celestial realm more complete. Now, everyone could be considered as one of their own. I Ching chuckled and said. As soon as he spoke, Gaia and the others giggled, while Frigg and her companions showed a hint of resentment at his words. After the laughter subsided, I Ching immediately addressed Frigg and Freya, saying, "You can read more books about the Norse mythology world and get to know the situation." Then, he turned to Gaia and said, "Gaia, since you have merged with the earth in the Norse mythology world, I'll leave the interactions with the giants to you. Rest assured, Heavenly Emperor." Gaia nodded with a smile. Following that, I Ching spoke to Nyx and Mnemosyne. "Nyx, Mnemosyne, I'll leave the infinite heavenly realm to you two from now on." Nyx and Mnemosyne nodded with light laughter, saying, "Rest assured, Heavenly Emperor." I Ching nodded, then looked at the three Norns, Urd, Verdandi, and Skuld, and said, When Odin returns this time, you can make a few appearances to give him accurate prophecies. I believe Odin has already gained the authority of prophecy. The three Norns smiled and replied, "Rest assured, Heavenly Emperor, although Odin has gained the ability of prophecy, he is still not enough in front of us three sisters." Upon hearing this, I Ching naturally understood how special the three goddesses of Norland were in Norse mythology. The web of fate for the gods was woven by the three of them. I Ching then looked at Freya and the other two, smiling as he said, Freya, Idun, you three should read more books, and by the way, the affairs of Asgard will be entrusted to you. Upon hearing this, Freya and Freya were instantly delighted. They didn't enjoy the tedious tasks, and compared to the elevation of divine status, it seemed that wealth and treasures were more to their liking. I Ching then looked at Idun and said, "My pure goddess of youth, Idun, you are too innocent. Well, I have a golden apple tree in the boundless heavenly realm, as well as a sea of flowers and a divine medicine garden. I will entrust you with the management of these three places." As soon as I Ching finished speaking, Idun immediately sensed the three places in the boundless heavenly realm that I Ching mentioned. Chapter 109, Beings of the Heavenly Realm. On the platform of the Crystal Palace, the future goddess of fate, Skodi, said, "Heavenly Emperor, the third god king of the chaos world, Zeus, will be born in 30 years. I Ching said, "I can participate in the matter of Zeus, but after this is over, I will continue my journey. The era of the golden age across the worlds has begun, and it will be harder to take such advantages as we do now." Gaia smiled and replied, "So what? We currently have 3 civilizations, and if we add one more, that will make 4. For us, at least we will have a foothold in the future." Yi nodded. But in his heart, he thought that the myths of Greece, Northern Europe, and India, among others, were all wiped out under the campaign of the Crusaders. If possible, he really wanted to launch a surprise attack on God's homeland. However, regarding this matter with Zeus, Gaia, you all cooperate well, and at that time, move all the restaurants and perfume accessories from the Northern European world over for me. I Ching thought for a moment and said, "However, considering Zeus's personal behavior, I believe we should not move the wisdom god study. That guy Zeus is very narrow-minded. Moving there might ruin my big plans." Gaia nodded and smiled, saying, "Got it. This matter is simple." I Ching nodded and then asked Nyx, "How is the infinite celestial realm now?" Nyx replied, "Now the infinite celestial realm can conduct the imperial examination." Seeing this, I Ching said, "Since that's the case, let's start the imperial examination and conduct 6 rounds of testing. We'll use the Sky Network for the exams. The time is set for 3 days from now. Over the past few hundred years, the Sky Network has already integrated into various cities of the boundless heavenly realm, and even households have regarded the Sky Network as an essential part of their lives. The current Sky Network has already spread into various templates, each template resembling the networks of later generations, which has brought great convenience to the entire boundless heavenly realm. Moreover, due to the large number of wisdom books stored by I Ching, the people of the boundless heavenly realm have made rapid progress. Perhaps they're not truly the creators of civilization. They may be regarded as inheritors of a civilization and have elevated this civilization into a new cultivation civilization. After all, a mere 1,000 years is insufficient to perfect a vast cultivation civilization. In the large cities, people come and go, bustling with activity. Although it still retains an ancient style, it has changed somewhat. Firstly, there is transportation. Vehicles inscribed with magical array symbols float in the sky, swiftly traveling between cities. Secondly, every person possesses some level of cultivation, whether at the 2nd or 3rd tier, or the 3rd or 4th tier. Although they have yet to reach the 10th tier and step into demigod status, they already exhibit significant differences. The blend of Western architecture mixed with Eastern traditional buildings is quite marvelous. Among these unique structures, a beautiful academy is established. Learning without thinking is labor lost. Thinking without learning is perilous. In the classroom, teachers earnestly impart knowledge, while students either cause disruptions or seem confused. Ding dong, ding dong. A series of light, melodious sounds flow continuously through the city, seemingly bringing the spring breeze, which gently sweeps away worries and leaves joy behind. Outside the school, flowers bloom brightly under the sun, and green willows sway in the wind. Clear water flows through small channels, where carp and grass fish compete for food and play. As the scene shifts away from the school, tranquility gradually transforms into the bustling noise of the mortal world. Lanterns hang on either side of the shops, glowing red and festive. Birds soar and flutter here, peering down at the streams of people below. Sizzle. A unique aroma of barbecue wafts from the grill, mixing with a lively atmosphere. Boss, weigh me some flour. How much for this? Make it cheaper. Pancakes, baked buns, chicken legs. The vibrant hustle and bustle can be seen everywhere along the streets, whether in the magic city of Nyx, the city of Themis, or the city of Gaia, and so on. All cities are now filled with noise. Outside the cities, in the wilderness, monsters with green faces and sharp fangs, terrifying and murderous beasts roam freely, alongside numerous cattle, sheep, and wild boars surviving in the wild. Bang, bang, bang. In a remote area, a 3-meter-tall gray bear roars and exhales a breath of lightning, creating a loud explosion in the distance, instantly forming a deep pit. This is a magical beast, and in the distance, 3 wilderness hunters swiftly gather their powers, drawing their swords in an instant, unleashing several sword energies towards the gray bear. Roar! The gray bear lets out a loud roar, and the ground begins to crack rapidly, shaking as if an earthquake were occurring, with large rocks shooting up to block the sword energies. This magical beast surprisingly possesses such intelligence. But the wilderness hunters are evidently familiar with the cunning of these wild beasts and do not seem worried. At this moment, the second wilderness hunter makes his move. Buzz! A magical array quickly appears, and suddenly, a surging vortex of flames erupts. Eat this, Law Master! The mage laughs as he shouts, and flames shoot out, instantly scorching the gray bear. Boom! The last hunter also holds nothing back, and in the sky above, terrifying thunder descends, instantly piercing through the gray bear's skull. Let's go home. With that command, this team of adventurers chooses to return. The entire boundless heavenly realm is filled with a thriving scene. On this ordinary day, the Sky Network suddenly released an unprecedented announcement. Dragon Court. Today, the Heavenly Emperor has specially opened the Imperial Examination, which will take place 3 days later for the first test. Participants must register by 10 p.m. tonight. The Heavenly Emperor. All the cities were stunned, followed by an uproar of joy. The Dragon Court is starting the Imperial Examination. How wonderful! A young man in a plain white robe, seeing the information on the Sky Network, immediately exclaimed with joy, his clear eyes seemingly sparkling with light. It has finally arrived. A burly middle-aged man, often seen holding a book, murmured, I have finally waited for the opening of the Imperial Examination. Not only the men, but the women were also very excited, as the examination does not prohibit women from participating. In the city of written words, outside the city, in a field, a young boy is carefully reading a book. Xiao Cheng, Xiao Cheng. Suddenly, several calls came, and the boy looked up to see an old man running swiftly towards him. Xiao Cheng, Xiao Cheng. The Imperial Examination is open. The old man shouted from a distance, his demeanor suggesting he had not lost his vitality despite his age. Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes lit up. After the old man stopped, he hurriedly said, Grandpa Zhao, is what you said true? The old man, equally excited, replied, It's true. The Heavenly Emperor has especially opened the Imperial Examination. The Heavenly Emperor is selecting all the pillars of the world. As he spoke, the old man excitedly added, Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor does not consider age, only talent and character. Xiao Cheng, you should give it a try. Xiao Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he vigorously nodded. Not just here, everywhere is bustling. This time, scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants are all included in the examination. In the blink of an eye, 3 days pass swiftly. On this day, I Ching and the women arrived at the front of the Dragon Court's Qiankuan Hall. The Qiankuan Hall is equivalent to the Ling Shao Hall of the Heavenly Court. Here, 36 golden jade pillars stand, resembling a fairyland in the clouds, seemingly suspended in the 9 heavens. The immense wisdom sun stand behind the 9-dragon chair, showcasing the Heavenly Emperor's esteemed position. At this moment, Gaia and the others reveal excitement in their eyes as they look at I Ching in the center of the Qiankuan Hall, who is wearing the Heavenly Emperor's robe and crown. A majestic and sacred aura surrounds I Ching. This is I Ching's first time wearing the Emperor's robe. He had refined this robe long ago, but today is the first time he puts it on. At this moment, Gaia respectfully steps forward and says, Heavenly Emperor, the time has come. Upon hearing this, I Ching nodded slightly, and then he waved his hand, causing the God-sealing list to slowly emerge from the void in front of him. I Ching looked at the golden list of gods slowly unfolding before him, and at that same moment, the boundless sky of the celestial realm began to project an image. All living beings saw the majestic and sacred Heavenly Emperor in the sky. and immediately knelt down to worship him. The heavenly emperor has risen again. All living beings fervently and devoutly shouted, knowing that the heavenly net, cities, and various knowledge were all created by the heavenly emperor and the gods. They were deeply grateful, especially since they were aware of certain situations beyond the boundless celestial realm and understood the relationships between different worlds. After this comparison, their faith in the heavenly emperor and the gods became even more devout. The projection of I Ching, representing the entire boundless celestial realm, spoke. Today, the people of the realm have all entered the right track. Today, I express my gratitude for the development of civilization and hereby establish the imperial examination, hoping for order among all beings and the everlasting transmission of civilization. Boom! After I Ching finished speaking, the function list suddenly glowed brightly, and then an option appeared in front of everyone registered on Tianwan. Ding! Do you confirm your participation in the scientific examination? Upon seeing the information displayed on the screen, most of the registered individuals clicked confirm. Whoosh! Those who clicked confirm were instantly transported outside the Dragon Court. Here, a Cloud Court treasure tower had already been erected, which had 12 levels, each level representing a space. At this moment, all the cultivators participating in the scientific examination from the vast heavenly realm were teleported here. This was the examination venue for the imperial examination. In the Dragon Court's Qian Hall, I Ching stepped down from the dragon throne and walked to the center, where amidst the 36 giant pillars inlaid with gold and jade, there was a large zodiac mirror, which was currently displaying the examination scenes of the candidates in the examination venue. Chapter 110, The Coming War. How many people do you think can enter the Dragon Court in this examination? I Ching asked, as he could sense that some individuals in the examination venue had quite good talents. Moreover, he could also imagine that quite a few prodigies would truly step into this hall. Gaia and the other women curiously looked at the candidates in the Cloud Court treasure tower. They were also eager to know the answer to this question. After all, when the Dragon Court began to operate fully, it would mark a new rapid development for the vast heavenly realm. So Gaia smiled and said, "The more, the better." Nyx looked at the candidates in the 12 levels of space and suddenly pointed at a young man, saying, "Surely this young man will be among those who can ascend here." I Ching smiled upon hearing this and said, "This is just the first written test. There's still 5 more challenges to go. Moreover, during the 6th challenge, we will set up the temptation array to see who can resist the allure." Nikes laughed and said, "Leave this to me." Then Nikes continued with a smile, "Heavenly Emperor, our child is about to be born, but might be after Zeus is born." I Ching chuckled and said, "It's fine, but once they are born, we must educate them well and guide them onto the right path." Upon hearing this, the women all nodded with smiles. Although they were conceived by Nyx, they were still I Ching's children. As the eternal heavenly emperor and the true ruler of the boundless heavenly realm, there was naturally no need to worry about his descendants rebelling or vying for power and profit. The imperial examination was held once a day, with the 5th exam being practical and the 6th being a summary. Although there were many exams over these 6 days, they were mostly held in the morning, with afternoons free for rest. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed, during which I Ching and the others did not engage in romantic affairs, but focused on preparing for the upcoming plans for the heavenly realm. As the exams concluded, all the candidates were teleported back to their original locations. Cities were filled with a tense atmosphere, eagerly awaiting the final results. In Nyx City, a young scholar held onto a book, seemingly reading, but in reality, his mind had already wandered far away. In Gaia City, a middle-aged strong man quietly enjoyed the sunshine, confident about the examination, and with that confidence, he naturally had few worries. In the city of Mnemosyne, the city of words, a young man named Xiao Cheng remained calm, continuing to farm daily, seemingly having forgotten about the imperial examination. "The results are out. The results are out. Bang, 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 bang. Come quickly to see the results." The sounds of commotion erupted, and soon the entire heavenly network was in an uproar. In no time, all the candidates quickly entered the heavenly network to check their results. "I passed. I passed." Suddenly, a voice drew everyone's attention as a young man excitedly shouted, "I passed." All those hoping for results looked at him with envy, and many were even contemplating whether to hold a matchmaking event under the list. Of course, with joy comes sorrow, and at that moment, the feelings in each city varied. In Longting, Gaia, and others, as they looked at the number of names on the list, they were also quite excited, saying, "Over 300 people made it onto the list, and there are even dozens who can enter the palace as advisors." I Ching nodded and said, "Yes, invite them into the hall." The women all nodded. And soon the selected individuals from various places were guided by a beam of rainbow light towards the dragon court. Before long, the rainbow light descended, landing just outside the Qinkuan Hall. Xiao Cheng, the young man in plain clothes, the middle-aged strong man, and others were still in a daze when a message suddenly appeared in their minds. It was a summons from the heavenly emperor. Hiss! Everyone was excited, quickly tidying themselves outside the hall. At this moment, even those once renowned talents who usually maintained their composure couldn't help but feel their emotions stirred. This was the heavenly emperor. Enter the hall. A voice suddenly rang out, and all the selected individuals entered the grand hall. They saw that the place was shrouded in clouds and mist, with the sky as the ceiling, surrounded by vibrant colors, looking magnificent. Common mortals kneel before the heavenly emperor. Everyone respectfully shouted in unison. I Ching said, "Please rise." Everyone respectfully stood up and lifted their heads. At that moment, they saw a deity sitting in front of them. This deity appeared to be the same size as them, yet they felt an immense presence emanating from him. I Ching said, "You have all endured the hardships of studying hard. You are among the rare talents in the heavenly realm. Today, I summon you great talents to take on the heavy responsibilities of this world for all living beings. Are you willing to enter my dragon court and shoulder this great task?" Everyone was taken aback, and then they all shouted in unison, "We are willing to serve the heavenly emperor. We are willing to take on this heavy responsibility." I Ching nodded in satisfaction and then said, "Wang Chengjun, He Xiaoyun, Zhao Chana, you a total of 297 people will hold the position of 9th rank officials, serving as village chiefs in various villages. You should focus on the development of Longting and use repairs as a supplement." Wang Chengjun and the others were all delighted. Although they were only village chiefs, the villages in Longting would not always remain just villages. When you develop the village into a town, you will become the town chief. When you develop it into a county, you will be the city lord. Moreover, as long as you do not make mistakes and continue to cultivate, you can enter Longting. Immediately, Wang Qingjun and the others respectfully accepted the order, and a list of deities appeared, casting brilliance in the void. Subsequently, village seals appeared one by one and fell into their hands. At the same time, the comprehension increase brought by the 9th rank official position also descended, and instantly, the 297 people showed delighted expressions as they received the official seals. They then slowly exited the main hall and flew back to their hometowns with rainbow light, preparing to take office in their jurisdictions after a month. I Ching continued, "Xiao Cheng, Su Quan, Mu Yinfeng, you 10 are exceptionally talented and should be extraordinary talents." Xiao Cheng and the others looked pleased, especially Xiao Cheng, who was the youngest among the more than 300 listed. He never expected that he would become one of those entering the hall. "Xiao Cheng, you are proficient in agronomy and mathematics. I appoint you as the head of the Great Agriculture Department, ranking 5th. You must quickly establish the Great Agriculture Department. Additionally, let the divine craftsmen create agricultural tools for the Great Agriculture Department and grant Xiao Cheng a set of semi-divine artifacts." I Ching said to the young man, not expecting that there really was a young hero who could reach this level, but as long as he was a hero, he dared to use him. Xiao Cheng's face was very excited, and he immediately said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward." Su Quan and the others were very envious upon hearing this. A 5th rank official position and still the head of a department. This was incredible. Su Quan, you are tasked with establishing the financial department to oversee the economy. Ranking at the 5th rank. Mu Xiaoyan, I grant you the establishment of the Divine Brave Army. Ranking at the 6th rank. I hope you will work hard. With each command, although the Dragon Court was not yet fully established, I Ching believed it would be soon. He also began to set up official positions, divided into the heavenly and earthly officials. The heavenly official is in charge of the gods, while the earthly official serves as an assistant and will also be the place for the future reincarnation of the heavenly realm. Currently, the underworld does not need to be opened up because the heavenly soldiers and generals have not yet reached the time I Ching desires. In addition, in the next decade, I Ching set up detailed assessments for heavenly generals, soldiers, civil officials, etc. Similarly, I Ching also began to issue heavenly laws, which he had reviewed. These were set by Themis, and apart from some changes he made, the rest he approved. The heavenly realm is slowly changing. Although slow, it is already much faster compared to other worlds today. In the Nordic world, in the Midgard, the Quimif tribe, 800,000 giants were stirring restlessly here. And in front of every 100,000 giants stood a more terrifying giant holding a divine artifact, standing imposing. In front of these 8 terrifying giants was a giant the size of a mountain, wielding a dark axe, and he spoke solemnly. Everyone, today is the day we attack the gods. All the giants looked at Quimif with fiery eyes, and Quimif slowly grinned and roared fiercely. Overthrow the gods. Occupy Asgard. Overthrow the gods. Occupy Asgard. Overthrow the gods. Occupy Asgard. Boom, boom, boom. With each earth-shattering shout, the giants began to rush toward Asgard. Although they were far away, the giants had found a way. They utilized the miraculous structure of the world tree to directly break through a spatial passage. All the giants combined to unleash a terrifying strike, which directly tore apart space and opened the world tree. It also opened a passage leading above the world tree. This was a passage filled with starry skies. Seeing this, Quimif's ambitions grew even stronger. It is said that since he obtained the divine artifact, he discovered that his divine power could foresee a certain future. It also granted him terrifying war authority. So when he foresaw that Odin was not in Asgard, Quimif was moved, especially when he learned that the power of the eternal spear was strong precisely because it was the weapon of the god's oath and also a symbol of the god king. Therefore, as long as he occupied Asgard, Odin's divine favor would vanish, and the eternal spear would also lose some of its power. March! Quimif roared, then led the way into the passage, and the 80,000 giant army surged madly into the passage. Terrifying, whether the heavenly emperor had an inkling. Dark clouds began to gather towards Asgard, and the gods were shocked to see the dark clouds from the sky. The overwhelming sense of oppression reminding the gods that something bad was about to happen. Meanwhile, Odin, in a certain place in Midgard, suddenly woke up. His sharp left eye instantly saw the changes in Asgard. Then he scanned the entire Asgard but found no changes. Could it not be the changes in Asgard? While Odin was pondering, suddenly images flashed in his mind. The power of prophecy activated. Immediately, Odin was startled, as if every hair on his body was standing on end. Giants were indeed attacking Asgard, wanting to overthrow him. After the shock came an overwhelming rage. They actually wanted to overthrow him. He would not allow that. What happened to Odin? A beautiful and gentle woman approached. She was Groa from back then. Upon seeing Groa approaching with a belly, Odin's anger instantly subsided, and he gently said, "I must return first. I will come to see you later." Groa smiled tenderly and said, "You go ahead. I will wait for you here." Odin slightly curved his lips and nodded, but as he turned around, his expression changed, although Groa did not notice. Groa saw Odin quickly flashing away, and her face immediately became uncertain. She did not know whether to be happy or heartbroken. Asgard. Boom. Outside the Aesir clan, very close to the residential area, suddenly a layer of space ruptured like crumpled paper. Then a loud noise echoed throughout Asgard. After the loud noise, one by one, the Aesir gods came out of their houses to see what had happened, and then they saw giants continuously emerging from a spatial passage. Alert! Alert! Shouts rang out, and one by one the Aesir gods quickly ran into their houses to grab weapons. Quimif grinned savagely at the anxious and unprepared gods. Then without saying a word, he swung his giant axe down. Boom! A brilliant axe light instantly carried terrifying power and destroyed dozens of houses. The ground also cracked with ripples. At the same time, under this axe, many Aesir gods died instantly. Ha ha ha! Brothers, look at the gods, they are nothing. Quimif laughed sinisterly, and he felt the divine power of war and strength slowly rising. His power was also increasing with the war. Kill, 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 kill. The giants also roared madly, and under the guidance of Quimif's war authority, they gradually became fanatical. Soon, icy winds, lava, storms, thunder, and other terrifying powers appeared throughout the Aesir clan. Boom, boom, boom. The giants took advantage of the gods' lack of response, and had already pushed into the Aesir clan's interior. Damn giants! Kill! At this point, some gods finally prepared themselves, raising their weapons and charging with overwhelming heavenly might. Ding! Quimif raised his gigantic battle axe to block their attack, producing a melodious sound. Quimif slightly tilted his head, and then the battle axe instantly cut through the void. A moment later, crimson blood light erupted, and he appeared right in front of these gods. The leading Aesir god's face changed. He wanted to dodge, but looking at the gods behind him, he gritted his teeth, swung his weapon, and simultaneously used divine power to block. Boom! With a huge explosion, the brilliant blood-red axe light instantly struck the weapon of this Aesir god, and a massive explosion erupted. Bang! Amidst the smoke, a shadow fell to the ground, half dead. It turned out to be the Aesir god who had just defended against Quimif. Allos. Several Aesir gods quickly ran to the half-dead Aesir god. Quimif looked on mockingly, striding forward with his enormous stature. Damn giants. Two Aesir gods saw Quimif approaching. His eyes filled with intense killing intent. They raised their weapons and charged at Quimif. Their strength was not weak. They held divine rank and possessed great divine power. However, this was simply not enough for Quimif now. With a loud bang, the massive war axe swatted them away like flies, instantly exploding into a cloud of blood mist. It was easy and pleasant for Quimif. But for the Aesir gods, this was a terrifying scene. Quimif looked at the few Aesir gods, who were terrified and unsure of what to do, with a more pronounced mockery in his eyes. He shook off the blood from his war axe and walked up to them. "Ha ha, your expressions," Quimif said with slight mockery, pausing for a moment before reaching out his large hand to grasp the nearly dead Aesir god. He then showed an appreciative expression and continued maliciously, "I truly find this quite enjoyable." With a pop, he easily crushed the Aesir god, and blood splattered onto the faces of the surrounding Aesir gods. Panic, fear, utter helplessness. This was the thought of the Aesir gods at that moment. Quimif grew increasingly satisfied, while enjoying the enhancement of his divine power. He cast a scornful glance, and then signaled a mountain giant behind him. With a splatter, blood gushed forth, small streams of blood seeping into the ground. Suddenly, in the distance, gods and elves lined up before the Golden Palace, preparing for battle. There were hundreds of thousands of gods gathered there, and the numbers were considerable. Giants, get out of Asgard! Acting King Willie looked at the bloody scene before him, trembling with anger as he shouted. Although he was indeed not strong, his courage to fight was something the gods would not oppose. Quimif felt the increasingly intense atmosphere of war. With a pop, he rose from divine rank to primal divine rank. Boom! Waves of energy storms gathered instantly, and Quimif, already as massive as a mountain, began to grow even larger. One zhang, two zhangs, within moments his body had transformed to 3 times its previous size. Simultaneously, rolling energy storms quickly converged. "Huh, get out of here. Have you forgotten how you occupied this place back in the day?" Quimif exhaled slightly, and his breath whipped up a gust of wind, his power growing stronger. Willie, Heimdall, Frey, and other gods looked at Quimif with grim expressions. They did not expect this terrifying giant to break through in the midst of the battle. Quimif enjoyed the power brought by the divine rank of war, and then, with a flash of divine light, the entire war domain rapidly spread out. The thick atmosphere of war began to manifest, and once it appeared, the gods felt their own strength being suppressed. Not good. The giant has mastered divine power. Willie immediately sensed the danger and shouted. Upon hearing this, Quimif slightly turned his neck and smiled wickedly. "So this power is what you call divine power. But it seems Odin hasn't taught you how to use this power." Willie and the gods' expressions darkened, and Frey and the Vanir gods also changed their expression slightly. In an instant, the gods had different thoughts, and Quimif noticed a strange light flash in his eyes. "I suggest you submit to me. I can teach you how to wield this power," Quimif said somewhat mockingly, knowing that the gods might not necessarily submit to him, so this was merely to suppress their morale. Of course, if anyone was willing to defect, he would gladly accept them. "Never. The gods will not submit to you. Get out of Asgard immediately." Willie saw that some gods were indeed wavering, and quickly said, then shouted, "Now, I, as the acting king of the gods, order you to kill the giant. Those who achieve merit can later obtain the method of divine power from the god of wisdom." Boom! Without saying a word, Quimif immediately slashed out an axe light, his eyes flickering with suspicion. The god of wisdom? Does he already possess the method to wield divine power? "Block him!" Willie shouted in panic. The axe light was too terrifying. He could feel that he was utterly outmatched. Buzz. Magic spells were quickly cast, rapidly spreading around. But in the next moment, the axe light instantly shattered those magical shields. Boom! Several weaker gods were killed by the residual force of this axe. Gulp! The gods were now extremely tense as they looked at Quimif and the increasingly large number of giants behind him. Boom! Suddenly, a golden thunder echoed through the sky. Quimif felt a powerful force rapidly approaching. Attack! Quimif knew Odin was coming, and he would no longer play with them like a cat with a mouse. With his command, hundreds of thousands of terrifying giants surged forward like a tidal wave towards the gods. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a streak of colorful light fell from the sky, rushing towards Quimif, followed by dense golden thunder, pouring down like a raging sea. Quimif recognized that this light was the eternal spear. Instantly, his heart grew heavy, and he did not dare to underestimate it. He held the war axe and swiftly activated the war domain. The entire chaotic battlefield surged with terrifying power, transforming into a massive crimson shield. Bang! The colorful eternal spear struck the crimson shield, seemingly trying to pierce through everything. But Quimif continuously suppressed the eternal spear with the war domain. At this moment, a large amount of war energy, along with the power of the giants, was providing Quimif with an endless and vast strength. Simultaneously, whether by fate or not, the power of Ymir falling from the sky was also gradually assisting the giants. Boom! Under a golden thunder, Odin landed forcefully before all the giants. Giants, leave his place. His loud and authoritative voice instantly filled the entire battlefield, echoing like thunder in the ears of every giant. Swish! The eternal spear transformed into a streak of light and flew back. Odin, don't pretend to be nice. Come and fight. Quimif roared. At this moment, he was not afraid. The longer the war lasted, the stronger he would become. Moreover, the very world was aiding him. What was there to fear? Odin, holding the golden spear, looked sharply at Quimif with his keen left eye. He spoke in a deep and authoritative tone. Giant, state your name. Quimif sneered and replied, You are the king of the gods, then I am the king of giants. I am Quimif. Quimif, Quimif. Quimif's passionate shouts echoed as the battlefield he spread expanded, and soon, all 800,000 giants emerged. Looking at the dense crowd of giants, Odin felt a headache coming on. The giants were inherently stronger than the gods, and now their numbers were overwhelming, causing Odin to feel some pressure. When the gods fought against the giant ancestor Ymir, there were only a few tens of thousands of giants, and their birth was more difficult than that of the gods. But now the situation had reversed. Odin said solemnly, Quimif, are you sure you want to declare war? Quimif laughed heartily. Odin, do you think we fear you? We already know about Gungnir. When the gods oppose you, Gungnir will lose its invincible power. If you break your oath, Gungnir will also lose its strength. And you're not the only one who possesses a divine artifact. Hearing Quimif's deliberately amplified voice, the gods' expressions changed. They submitted to Odin because of his terrifying power and his eternal spear that could pierce through anything. But now it seemed that Odin also had a weakness. Odin's face darkened, and he roared, Quimif, you are declaring war on the king. If that's the case, Valhalla. With Odin's roar, a grand hall that had been established since ancient times suddenly opened, and the gods who had fought alongside each other since ancient times emerged once more. Even the Aesir gods who had just been slain by the giants walked out from there. Upon seeing this, the gods' eyes sparkled with light, and they were no longer afraid. Valhalla, a legacy left by the ancestor of the gods, Old Bewley, perhaps due to his death, had become quite extraordinary. As Valhalla opened, the number of gods quickly reached over 200,000, but this was still far from enough compared to the giants. Seeing the emergence of the Einherjar, Odin promptly declared, Gods, follow me to slay the giants. After this battle, I will pass on a powerful force to the gods. At this point, Odin saw the flickering light in the gods' eyes, gritted his teeth, and continued, I swear by the eternal spear Gungnir. Boom! Instantly, the eyes of the gods lit up, and the morale that had been dropped by Quimif began to rise rapidly. Seeing this, Odin's anger slightly diminished. Then he looked at Quimif, raised Gungnir, and bellowed kill. In an instant, the eternal spear became the symbol of the war's commencement, piercing through with a rainbow. Quimif saw the battlefield instantly unfold, and the giant's power began to merge into one. This was a terrifying force. Each giant seemed to be a part of a massive giant. This was the power brought by Quimif's divine power of war and strength. Unified into one, disintegrating into many, he could combine all the giant's strength into one, or disperse it into various equivalent groups. The war erupted. This was a cataclysmic battle, and its brutality far exceeded that of the battle between the gods and the giant ancestor. In this battle, the gods and giants fought fiercely day and night, with Einherjar continuously rushing out from Valhalla to continue the slaughter. Mountains, houses, rivers, skies, and even the golden palaces of the gods were destroyed in this conflict. The gods charged forward continuously, and the number of gods truly surviving dwindled. Most had transformed into Einherjar. Many giants also perished, leaving countless giant corpses across the land, with blood flowing like rivers. Meanwhile, the The center of the battlefield grew increasingly terrifying as the dreadful rainbow spear shot forth repeatedly. Quimif, also disintegrating, relied on his foresight to evade the eternal spears, targeting time and again. As long as he wasn't locked onto by the eternal spear, he didn't fear this penetrating divine weapon. The war lasted for a long time, so long that everyone forgot the passage of time. This war even drew in the Vanir gods who had already opened the Vanaheim. They weren't foolish. They knew that if the giants truly occupied Asgard, the giants would not spare the Vanir either. Thus, the Vanir were also forced to join this extremely brutal war. Chapter 112. The birth of Zeus in this era of frenzied slaughter, a god joined from afar. He was none other than I Ching, the great god of wisdom in Asgard, and he had to show himself in this battle. However, he left the 3 daughters of Frigg behind. With his participation in the war, Frigg's daughters would not be criticized by Odin afterwards, as long as he performed well. Kill. I Ching summoned the Emperor's sword embryo, and a striking radiance ignited from his body as he charged in. At the same time, the dragon pearl within him also secretly unleashed its power. Now his dragon pearl encompassed an entire boundless celestial realm. Because of this, Odin, Quimif, and the newly joined I Ching became the 3 most terrifying figures on the horrific battlefield of flesh and blood. When Odin saw that I Ching possessed such power, he was also taken aback. At that moment, he noticed the light around I Ching dimming, only to suddenly flare up again. Following that, I Ching let out a loud roar. God King, let South work together to drive this giant away first. Upon seeing this, Odin understood. It must be some kind of secret technique. He then focused his mind, and the 2 charged in again. Quimif, witnessing another terrifying presence joining the fray, could hardly believe it. He was merely at the divine rank. How could he possess such overwhelming strength? Who are you? Quimif asked with a stern face, as a terrifying axe light slashed down fiercely, as if attacks from all directions were converging on him. This was an attack unleashed by Quimif, combining all the power of the giants, which was also the reason he could contend with Odin and I Ching at this moment. Of course, this was also because I Ching was not exerting himself fully, only having just reached a level slightly weaker than Odin. I am the god of wisdom. I Ching was once again engulfed in a beam of light, but this light was much weaker than before, and the attack power he displayed had also decreased significantly. I Ching's face was pale as he communicated through sound transmission. God King, think of a way. My wisdom is limited. Odin's ears twitched, and seeing that I Ching's combat power had indeed weakened, he immediately became alert. At this moment, I Ching transmitted again. God King, just say it quietly, and I will hear it. Upon hearing this, Odin immediately replied, what do you have in mind? I Ching looked towards the domain of Kimi, Fu, where he unified the power of all the giants. The wisdom divinity told him that this was the power of the war divinity. I Ching said, I have a formation that can unify everyone's strength. Odin was taken aback upon hearing this, but at this moment, he was not thinking about other matters. So he asked, what are the conditions? I Ching said, to deploy this formation, I need the gods to follow my commands and move according to my formation diagram. Only then can it showcase its true power. Odin fell silent for a moment. Seeing the increasingly powerful Quimif, he suddenly shouted, Gods, now heed the command of the god of great wisdom. The gods were all taken aback. Quimif squinted, and with a terrifying giant axe in hand, he swung it down fiercely, unleashing a terrifying force aimed directly at I Ching. Seeing this, Odin raised his hand and shot Gungnir, a divine spear, which instantly emitted a rainbow-like brilliance and struck the giant axe. Ding! The divine spear blocked Quimif's attack. At that moment, a swirling light of wisdom spread before the gods. Meanwhile, the 4 elements of earth, water, wind, and fire surged, while the runes presented their profound mysteries. I Ching shouted sternly, Gods, heed my command. The gods were all aware of I Ching's abilities, and upon hearing his call, they immediately showed a serious expression. I Ching held the heavenly emperor's sword embryo, and immediately, a vast radiance emanated from his body. The light instantly transformed into a magical scroll, presenting a mysterious black version of the starry sky, with countless rune symbols continuously rotating on it. Pick up your weapons. With another shout, the gods immediately grasped their weapons. They saw unique rune symbols with distinctive patterns falling upon them, with humanity as the flag, with humanity as the formation. Ice and fire great formation rise. I Ching wielded the Heavenly Emperor sword embryo and immediately activated the entire formation, instantly summoning cold ice and raging flames, resembling both the Yam Haidun and the Flame Kingdom. God King, please enter the formation. I Ching waved his hand, and instantly a flurry of runes and brilliance fell, while his figure also entered the formation. Odin, seeing this, followed the runes into the grand formation. In an instant, the entire formation began to evolve with ice and flames. And amidst this, a miraculous giant tree seemed to grow from here. Kill. Quimith felt something was wrong upon seeing this. He sensed the Tao rhythm of the world tree and instantly summoned the strength of all the giants to slash at the grand formation. The formation spun rapidly, and suddenly a rainbow appeared, followed by the emergence of a huge, illusory tree. Boom! From the tree, a terrifying rainbow light shot out, directly blocking Quimith's giant axe attack like a massive pillar of rainbow. Damn it! Quimith's expression changed upon seeing this, and the war domain became increasingly terrifying, as the power of all the giants gathered together, making his strength grow more fearsome. Boom! Another terrifying rainbow beam was emitted, its resplendent colors beautifully illuminating the entire Asgard in a spectrum of neon. But despite its beauty, beneath it lay an extremely terrifying power. Boom! Truly, this was a formation created by gathering the powers of all the gods. Even Quimith, who had summoned the strength of 800,000 giants, was pushed back several steps by this terrifying rainbow beam. This beam of light could be clearly seen across the 9 realms. Seeing this, Quimith's face changed instantly. He had failed in energy confrontation with the enemy. War! Quimith roared in anger. At this moment, he felt not only anger but also shock, as he realized that the gods were not easy to deal with. Perhaps this time, it might even end without a fight. As Quimith activated his powers again, the forces of earth, water, wind, and fire manifested on the battlefield, and the situation once again became unpredictable. However, for the gods, the situation was already quite favorable. At least the number of dead gods had significantly decreased. Meanwhile, the number of dead giants was gradually increasing. If this continued, the gods would eventually win. The scope of this war was also becoming increasingly larger. As the battles in the Norse mythology world raged on, time flew by. In the chaos world, nearly 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. Outside Mount Otris, in a cave, Gaia and Nyx enveloped the area in mystery, protecting the goddess Rhea as she gave birth to a child. Outside the cave, a group of golden humans clashed with weapons, the sound of massive drums echoing through the air, filled with laughter and joy. With a cry, Zeus was born. Seeing Zeus make a sound, Gaia and Nyx exchanged smiles, and Gaia said to Rhea, "Go, hand him over to Cronus." Rhea removed the cloth that had just wrapped around Zeus and wrapped it around a stone of equal size. She quickly settled Zeus and took the substitute up Mount Otris. As she ascended, Nyx covered Rhea with her black dress, shrouding her in mystery. He would be the 3rd generation of the God King. Nyx glanced at Zeus in surprise. With Zeus's birth, he felt that his 3,000 children would soon be born as well. Gaia nodded slightly, and then the two looked towards Mount Otris. At this moment, atop the divine mountain, the 12 titans gathered again, and the bright hall had now become somewhat dim. In the center of the hall stood the 2nd-generation titans and 3rd-generation titans, a gathering of heroes. Cronus sat on a massive throne, a fire pit burning with divine fire in front of him, while the other 12 titans and titan gods were arranged along a long table. "Where's my dear goddess?" Cronus felt a slight sense of foreboding in his heart. He put down the food and drink in his hands and said darkly to a nearby divine servant. The divine servant trembled with fear and hurriedly knelt, saying, "Your Majesty, the goddess is currently giving birth." Cronus's eyes narrowed slightly, his premonition growing stronger. And just as he was about to say something, a figure approached. Upon seeing Rhea carrying the child, the ferocity in Cronus's eyes slowly dissipated, and he stood up with a hearty laugh. "My beautiful goddess, let me see our child." Rhea's expression tightened, but thankfully she had already cast a spell. However, fearing the worst, she said sadly, "I beg the God King not to let me witness the scene of mother and child being separated." Cronus frowned slightly at her words. Snatching the child from Rhea's hands, he took a look and saw the baby sleeping soundly in the swaddling. Seeing this, Cronus immediately laughed with satisfaction and opened his mouth to swallow the baby. Rhea realized that Cronus indeed had no intention of giving up on devouring the child. and all her last remnants of affection for Cronus vanished. Among the 12 titans, Oceanus looked down. The banquet of the gods ended late at night, and Rhea left the divine hall draped in Nyx's black dress again. When she arrived at the cave, Zeus was already quietly asleep. Gaia looked at Rhea and said, "What do you plan to send him?" Rhea gently looked at Zeus, thought for a moment, and said, "I plan to send him to my brother. My brother Oceanus governs the oceans and rivers. He is also the only place that can avoid Cronus's gaze." Rhea wanted to send Zeus to the Temple of Delphi, but the Temple of Delphi did not keep male gods, so she thought to send him to Oceanus, the god of oceans and rivers. Gaia and Nyx nodded, and Nyx said to Rhea, "You should keep this black dress for now. When Zeus comes of age, I will reclaim it." After Nyx finished speaking, he nodded to Gaia and then vanished, returning to the celestial realm. Rhea sighed in relief upon seeing Nyx leave. Gaia said, "Then hurry and send him while you have the time. I will assist you." Hearing this, Rhea immediately expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Mother Goddess." Chapter 113. Prelude to the great era. In the blink of an eye, Rhea brought Zeus to the edge of the sea. "Brother Oceanus, Sister Tethys." Rhea kept calling out, but she didn't dare to be too loud, fearing to wake Cronus, who was far away on Mount Otris. At that moment, the sea surged, and soon 2 deities appeared on the beach. It was Oceanus, the god of oceans and rivers, and his wife, the sea goddess Tethys. Oceanus was surprised to see Rhea and exclaimed, "Rhea, what are you doing here?" Oceanus had a good relationship with Rhea, although she was the goddess. She treated the other 12 titans well, so they all supported her. However, Oceanus was very surprised at this moment. Rhea had just given birth and should be on Mount Otris. How could she appear here in the blink of an eye? Tethys looked at Rhea in shock and said, Rhea lovingly replied, "This is my child. I named him Zeus." Tethys and Oceanus were both taken aback by this revelation. Oceanus then said, "So you came to ask us to take care of this child? Rhea, we may not be able to help you." Rhea immediately showed a pleading expression and said, "Brother Oceanus, Sister Tethys, please let this child stay with you. I know that apart from the ancient god, only you have the ability to do so." Oceanus and Tethys showed difficulty in their expressions, and finally, Tethys said helplessly, "Sister Rhea, for your sake, we can only help you conceal Zeus's existence, but we cannot raise him." At that moment, Oceanus suddenly said, "There's a place far away in the sea called Crete." Oceanus did not elaborate, but Rhea understood instantly. However, at that moment, Rhea's expression changed suddenly. Gaia told her to hurry, or Cronus would wake up soon. Reluctantly, she said to Tethys, "Brother Oceanus, Sister Tethys, I must go back now. Cronus is about to wake up." After taking a reluctant glance at Zeus, she turned and quickly vanished. Tethys and Oceanus were startled by this gaze. It was the mother goddess intervening to help Rhea. Tethys understood immediately, and then she and Oceanus left the shore. In the blink of an eye, amidst the surging waves, they arrived at a remote island far from Cronus's sight. This was Crete, where Oceanus and Tethys entrusted Zeus to a tree spirit named Trophis. Trophis was the first life born when heaven and earth combined. She possessed much knowledge of the world and was a wise tree. She also knew the past and future of the golden humans on Crete. On Crete lived a group of beings that were different from the golden humans. They were spirits born from flowers and trees, known as nymphs. After Zeus was sent to Crete, a beautiful goddess also arrived there. In the center of Crete, she appeared from the void. "Respected night goddess, what command do you have?" Trophis respectfully said, as the figure was Nyx, who had vanished back to the celestial realm and then returned to Crete. "Trophis, do you want to transform into a human?" Nyx said with a unique, mysterious smile. Trophis fell silent. How could she not want to? But she was the source of existence for Crete. If she left, the entire island would suffer great losses, perhaps even disintegrating and sinking into the sea. Nyx understood this, so she said, "If you can transform into a human and not worry about Crete, then what about it?" Trophis was tempted and said, "Noble night goddess, what is your request?" Nyx replied, "Join us. We will protect you and grant you the ability to transform into a human." Trophis did not hesitate and immediately said, "I am willing." Nyx smiled and nodded, waving her hand, and a celestial imprint flew into the massive tree. Nyx said, "When you complete the fusion of this imprint, it will be the time when you leave this tree, and you will transform into a spirit body like the nymphs. Next, you must teach Zeus well and inform him of the information within the imprint at the right time." Trophis sensed the connection to another world within the imprint and immediately said, "I will obey your will." Nyx nodded and disappeared again into the void. Trophius looked at Zeus under the tree and called upon a few nymph spirits to take care of him. Time passed, and the Norse mythological world was still at war. This war would last for a long time. Meanwhile, the chaos world began to undergo new changes. Additionally, the haze enveloping the endless land that bore all worlds was gradually thinning. They did not disappear, but transformed into terrifying evil spirits and monsters, existing in a wilderness devoid of civilization. In the northern part of the vast chaos world, the Norse mythological world. Between these two worlds, there was a subtle, nearly invisible golden line that seemed to create a connection between them. At the same time, in the southern part of the chaos world, in a very distant place, an ancient civilization was being divided and reconstituted. Sumerian mythology was gradually transforming into the Babylonian mythological system, although they were quite similar. This ancient civilization was on the brink of destruction, with myths and civilizations being absorbed and transformed by outsiders, leading to the continuous fragmentation of the vast mythological world. In the southwest of this changing mythological world, another grand mythological world was evolving, and it was entering its prosperous era. Infinite waters surrounded the land, and the golden sun god was gradually rising to the position of the main god through faith. Beneath the earth, a terrifying world-destroying beast was continually growing, its body already covering half of the Egyptian mythological world. Perhaps this was the reason for its constant battle with the sun god, day and night. From the southeast of Greek mythology, located to the east of Sumerian mythology, a unique mythological world was also undergoing transformation. In the chaos, the supreme spirit was born from a sea of milk, and within this sea, a monstrous snake emerged. On the body of the monstrous snake, one of the primordial gods, the preserver Vishnu, was born. From Vishnu's navel, a pure and beautiful lotus flower emerged, within which was born another primordial god, Brahma, who created heaven, earth, and all things. In this boundless world of chaos, there was a giant pillar, headless and tailless, firmly holding the entire universe together, like the union of yin and yang. It represented the essence of Shiva, the god of destruction, known as Lingam. Lingam represented the fundamental nature of Shiva's destruction and rebirth. With the emergence of the primordial gods, heaven and earth were birthed. This was Brahma, the creator of all and the lord of all things. Vishnu, the preserver, guarding everything, and Shiva, the lord of innocence, the god of music and dance, who destroys foolish humanity and is also the god of destruction of the world. The three gods opened up the cosmos, marking the third reopening of heaven and earth. The first was opened by the Vedas, worshipping nature gods. The second was opened by Brahma, the sole main god. The third was the collision of various beliefs, with the primordial gods opening together. And far away from this mythological world beyond a great snowy mountain, another grand mythological world was evolving. At this time, the era of the three sovereigns had passed, and many kings succeeded one after another, leading to the arrival of the era of the 5 emperors. The heavenly emperor sat in the center of heaven, continuously organizing heaven and earth and assigning various gods. For example, the well-known Zhu Rong transformed from a human into the fire god, the lord of fire. In the human realm, Zhu Rong was called the official managing the sacrificial fire and fire disasters, also known as the fire master. Here on earth, many tribes had various beliefs. There were evil gods, wicked gods, beast gods, and heavenly gods, making it a place where gods and humans coexisted, indistinguishable between heaven and earth. At this moment, the great era is about to begin, on the land that carries the civilizations and myths of various worlds. The once barren land, shrouded in ignorance and fog, is gradually home to some living beings. They lack civilization, and under the cover of ignorance, they search for food and engage in battles with beasts in the wilderness. They are uncivilized beings unworthy of participating in the great era, their ignorance akin to that of wild animals. As a result, the terrifying fog of civilization has little effect on them. Time flies, and in the world of Norse mythology, Asgard is now locked in fierce combat, with the world tree having been pierced by countless void passages. Even the divine eagle perched above Asgard has hidden away, and the poison dragon in the misty land at the roots of the world tree is also hiding in fear from this terrifying battle. In the realm of fire, Muspelheim, Surtur sees the gods and giants fighting from afar. It's just a hollow name. Surtur scoffs, continuing to refine Muspelheim. Although he speaks lightly, he knows he is not yet a match for Odin. He has no thoughts of claiming the throne of the God King. He only desires to fully possess this realm of fire, after which he will fear no gods. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, crimson light swirls like raging flames, surrounded by thick smoke. In contrast, a massive tree stands where fire and ice intertwine and rainbow beams of light shoot through, creating forces that tear the void apart. The battlefield is intensely contested, but it is clear that the gods are gradually gaining the upper hand. The number of giants is continuously decreasing from 80,000. This prompted Quimif to lead the giants into the fray, but the gods called upon the fallen spirits from the Hall of Valor, quickly restoring the massive world tree formation. Although it has been breached several times, the formation remains strong with the continuous help of the resurrected spirits. However, these spirits are also dwindling. Although the Hall of Valor has the ability to restore the undead, those who are killed beyond a certain limit will also perish. This is why Odin in later years constantly travels to Midgard to collect human spirits. At this moment, no one on the battlefield notices this. All the gods believe they are immortal, charging in a battle and displaying their brave and fearless sides. Chapter 114. The curtain falls. This war has dragged on for a long time, long enough for Quimif's strength to grow once more, granting the dwindling giants the ability to contend with the gods. However, Quimif does not show joy. Instead, as the gods become increasingly adept with the formation, its power continues to strengthen. In the formation, I Ching's face is pale, with energy continuously converging around him. This process has been ongoing for many years. The gods watch I Ching, their hearts racing, fearing he will not hold on and that the formation will collapse. Even Odin, although amazed by the formation's power, breathes a sigh of relief upon seeing I Ching forcefully maintaining it. He realizes that this formation can only be sustained by humans. The more people involved, the better the formation's effectiveness. In truth, what he sees is merely what I Ching wants him to see. Perhaps the biggest trickster on this battlefield is I Ching. Although he does bravely fight, he spends more time operating the formation protected by the gods at its core. Aside from the initial battle against the giants, I Ching has mostly been protected by the gods from then on. Even when Quimif charges in, Odin is the first to block him, preventing him from reaching I Ching. God King, I can barely hold on. I Ching spoke again, and Odin's expression changed. However, at this moment, I Ching said, the God King still has 2 strikes of power, and I will fully bestow them upon you. The rest will depend on you. Odin asked, what are the potential risks? Yiki and Deo. The gods will have no power and will become sheep and cattle at others' mercy. Odin frowned upon hearing this, and then said, leave it to me. I Ching's eyes revealed a hint of joy, and then he waved the formation, beginning to empower it. Of course, he also left a bit of power for the gods. As the formation operated, radiant light gradually surrounded Odin, and the attacks he unleashed became increasingly powerful. He was even able to block most of the attacks by himself. Feeling this immense power, Odin also had thoughts about a certain formation in his mind, but he did not dwell on it at this moment. The power emanating from his body intensified, and soon it directly surpassed that of Quimif, who was currently empowered by war. Quimif's expression changed drastically, and his frenzied attacks momentarily faltered. Instantly, the war between the 2 sides, which had lasted for hundreds of years, stopped for the first time. Quimif! Odin bellowed on the battlefield, his booming voice like thunder. At this moment, his terrifying power caused the heavens to turn into a dark, cloud-filled sky. With the backing of his primordial god status and the gods, his divine might enveloped all of Asgard. Odin, are you going to surrender? Quimif, although sensing Odin's utterly terrifying power, still loudly mocked him. Odin's expression darkened. Golden thunder continuously roared in the sky, and each terrifying bolt that pierced the heavens left a deep scar in space. The sky was now filled with scars, the earth cracked, and Asgard had few mountains remaining. The rivers had turned to blood. Quimif, D. Odin, seeing this, said no more. He was a king on the battlefield, a king who rose from the battlefield. Since the giant before him was unwilling to retreat, he would let him taste how he became the king of the gods. Quimif's mind was tense, as all the giant's power surged crazily, and he braced himself. Boom! The massive meteor spear shot out rapidly, almost in an instant. It seemed to transcend space, shimmering with dazzling runes that symbolized the power to pierce through everything. The runes of fate began to flicker. It represented that this shot would surely yield results. In an instant, there was a loud bang. The spear of eternity pierced through Quimif's defenses, penetrating his body. However, Quimif did not die immediately. Although Gungnir pierced his body, it did not reach his heart, so he was still alive. Odin remained unfazed. With a whoosh, the spear of eternity flew back. Quimif clutched his abdomen, where there was a large hole, had it not been for the giant's strong life force. This blow could have cost him his life. Odin! Quimif growled in hatred, then looked up at Odin in the sky, who was ready to shoot again with a spear. Quimif's eyes flashed with fearlessness, but when he saw the giants behind him gradually losing morale, he gritted his teeth. Odin, you win. Quimif felt the power of war diminishing, and a premonition arose in his heart. He knew it was time to retreat. If they did not retreat now, they might be left behind here. The giants no longer had the desire to fight. Odin's expression remained unchanged as he slowly raised Gungnir, gathering terrifying power once more. He stared directly at Quimif, wanting to shoot this spear through him. However, at this moment, the gods had no fighting strength left, and he himself was also weary of battle. Moreover, the most crucial point was that Gungnir did not flicker with runes, indicating that the shot might not hit. The runes of Gungnir required a certain opportunity. If the opportunity came, even the creator god could be shot down, but if the opportunity did not arrive, then it was merely a powerful weapon. In other words, its power to pierce through everything needed the favor of fate. Seeing this, Odin shouted, "Get lost, giants!" Quimif took a deep breath, seeing the giants waving their hands, and then they slowly retreated into the passage. Suddenly, with a loud rumble, a brilliant blood-red axe light appeared, and the passage collapsed instantly as Quimif destroyed the area, making it impossible to be breached again. Boom! The massive magic formation collapsed in an instant, and Odin in the sky felt the disappearance of his power. That immense force had completely vanished. With the end of the war, the gods looked at the devastated Asgard, and there was nothing left. Even I Ching fell heartbroken. His 3 buildings were also gone, as if they had returned to a time before liberation. However, fortunately, he could still recover the wealth that dissipated in the world. During this war, the gods still recognized gold coins, and they continuously used gold coins to restore their power. It could be said that as long as they were still recognized, even with the arrival of war, this money would still be useful. Finally, it's over. Fry walked over to I Ching, sat down heavily, and looked at the blood-soaked ground and the giant corpses scattered throughout Asgard. Not only were there giant corpses, but also a large number of god bodies. When the gods died, they would also leave behind corpses, even though their souls transformed into heroic spirits. Yes, it's over. I Ching was also a bit exhausted. Although he was acting, he had put in a lot of effort. Especially controlling this battle formation had indeed taken toll on him. Now everything was gone. Heimdall also came over and said, looking at the empty, ruined Asgard, which was even devoid of ruins. It was as if they had returned to the time before liberation. Let's start over. I Ching could only smile and say. Then, I Ching propped himself up, practiced his breathing slightly, and found Odin. He informed Odin that he would be in seclusion for a long time. Odin nodded in understanding without hesitation. This time, I Ching fully demonstrated his value. After a period of relaxation, he re-established those shops in their original places and placed the puppets back inside. These puppets had been set with permissions by I Ching, so as long as he focused his mind, the heavenly formation at these shops would take them away. Therefore, I Ching actually suffered no losses. Finally, he could enjoy delicious food again. The exhausted gods, upon seeing the restaurant of the god of cuisine re-established, excitedly exclaimed. I Ching smiled and said, "The restaurant's food and drinks are free for 3 days. Oh, the god of great wisdom, you are amazing." In the world of chaos, in the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had passed, and Zeus, the 3rd generation of the God King, had grown up to become a young, handsome man. Now, he was well known on Crete Island, helping the golden humans find cattle and sheep, slaying sea monsters, and so on. Zeus now held the status and power of a great god. He was born as a great god, and over the hundreds of years, he had completely mastered his powers. At the same time, perhaps due to the changes of the times, he had learned some marvelous powers. For example, blessings, or perhaps the power that manifests with a thought. Because of this, many golden humans on Crete Island often made wishes to Zeus, and Zeus would grant their wishes based on his mood. In this process, Zeus discovered the powers of faith and civilization, which made his divine power even more mysterious, and even his divine status was continuously elevated. One day, a beautiful and dignified goddess arrived on Crete Island. "What? You are my mother goddess." Zeus looked at the beautiful goddess in shock. She was none other than Queen Rhea. "That's right, my child." Rhea's eyes glistened with tears as she saw Zeus in his grown form. The 3rd generation of gods born from the God King and Queen had already changed. They, like infants, needed to grow, but they still possessed innate divine status. And they also had creativity that the second generation of gods did not possess. Zeus, my child, Rhea gradually explained his origins and mission to Zeus, who revealed a hint of imperceptible light in his eyes. He was not a fool. After years of being worshipped as a deity on Crete Island, he naturally knew about Cronus and the 12 Titan gods. Moreover, he was well aware of the power of the God King. Mother, what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and rescue my brothers and sisters, Zeus said with a hint of urgency. Although he clearly knew of Cronus's existence, he did not have a clear understanding of the power dynamics between them. At this moment, the tree spirit of Crete Island, Trova, spoke up. Zeus, don't be anxious. With your current strength, you cannot rescue your siblings. Zeus trusted Trova's words because over the years, Trova had not only been his teacher, but also his friend, constantly providing him with advice. It could be said that Zeus's current strength was also thanks to Trova's efforts. Trova still looked like a tree. She slightly condensed a face and said to Zeus, Zeus, if you want to overthrow Cronus's rule, relying solely on strength is not enough. You must seek wisdom. Wisdom? Zeus asked in confusion. Rhea exclaimed, could it be my brother Alpidos? Trova shook her head slightly. It's not the Titan god of wisdom. It is you, Zeus, who will become the god of wisdom for the new pantheon you lead. I may know where to find her. Just then, another voice came, and a young man in a black robe approached. Prometheus. Rhea was shocked to see it was Prometheus. Prometheus respectfully said, please don't worry, Queen Rhea. I have come to help you. Zeus looked at Prometheus and said, you are the prophetic god of the Titans? You have always known about me? Rhea was immediately shocked and looked at Prometheus, unable to believe that someone knew about Zeus. Prometheus nodded and said, I am the prophetic god, and I have always known of your existence. Zeus was surprised but asked, then you just said you know where the wisdom I seek is? Prometheus replied, the wisdom you seek is in the sea. Rhea quickly realized and said, you mean Métis? Zeus, puzzled, asked, who is Métis? Rhea explained, Métis is my brother Oceanus, the god of oceans and rivers, and the daughter of my sister, the sea goddess Tethys. She is also one of the ocean goddesses, known for her great wisdom. After a pause, Rhea continued, back then, Cronus invited Métis to enter the divine temple, but was rejected by Oceanus. Upon hearing this, Zeus had an idea. He knew that Oceanus was the true elder brother of the 12 Titans and had been protecting him all these years. How can I find her? Zeus asked. Prometheus advised, you just need to seek her help and inform her of Cronus's cruelty, and she will assist you. Zeus understood immediately. At this moment, Rhea said, child, I must return. Cronus has become increasingly cruel, and I cannot stay away from Mount Otris for too long. Zeus felt a bit reluctant, but thinking of the God King's position, he said, Mother, don't worry. I will definitely rescue my brothers and sisters and overthrow Cronus's rule. After that, Rhea left, and Prometheus quickly followed. But before leaving, he told Zeus, you will meet this wise goddess on your way to the Delphi temple. After learning the location of the Delphi temple, Zeus rode the clouds and left Crete Island. Meanwhile, on Mount Otris in the distance, Cronus suddenly felt a pain in his heart and sensed that the gears of fate were turning faster. Chapter 115. In the eyes, beyond the world impossible. The fierce aura in Cronus's eyes was intense, and the sky over Mount Otris was filled with dark clouds. He felt that something was wrong. He had clearly swallowed all of his and Rhea's children. So why was fate still in motion? Who is it? Cronus walked to the front of the temple and looked out over the world. He saw herds of cattle and sheep, and the golden humans were increasingly happy and prosperous. He sensed a hint of fate among the golden humans. Is it you? Cronus gazed at the golden humans, feeling that they were also part of the driving force of the era, which was precisely the beings he had created back then. They had now become a part of the gears of fate. Cronus coldly stared at the earth, and a night passed in a glance. That day, all the gods felt that something was suddenly wrong with the world. The sea, mountains, sun and moon, weather, wisdom, etc., all felt familiar powers. Even Zeus, who was advancing towards the Delphi temple on the ground, sensed this terrifying divine power. A brilliant divine light fell from the sky. Powerful divine power instantly spread across the entire earth, and a terrifying wave of light rapidly spread across the land. On Crete Island, Trova suddenly vanished from the island, and then the wave of light arrived in an instant, causing the cattle, sheep, and golden humans on the island to completely disappear. At this moment, the golden humans on the earth also vanished under this terrifying blow. Only a few golden humans who had long become divine servants managed to escape this terrifying disaster. Kronos personally destroyed his creation. As he annihilated the golden humanity, the gears of fate were only slightly restrained. With the destruction of the golden humans, the radiant light of civilization emanating from the entire chaos world quickly diminished. At the same time, the membrane of the entire chaos world was slowly dissolving, as if the world was about to formally merge into this piece of land. Uranus, hanging in the sky, watched the changing heavens and earth and calmly said, "Kronos, the golden humans were your last barrier, but you have destroyed your own brilliance. It seems you have not escaped fate, having endured for so long." Uranus had already understood many things. He looked toward the south of the chaos world, where there was also a glimmer of light, but this light was like a flame, slowly extinguishing at this moment. Another great civilization was fading, and the soil that bore myths was collapsing. How long can our chaos world endure? Uranus gazed down at the earth, his eyes clear. He was no longer in a state of impotent rage. He had recognized his own reality as the sky of chaos. The world's membrane. He could see a glimpse of the situation outside the chaos world, surrounded by various terrifying monsters. He also saw that beyond the chaos world, humans were emerging from the wilderness. However, they had no civilization, no radiant light of civilization, no carriers of myth, yet they coveted civilization. Like hungry wolves, they circled the civilized world, attempting to tear it apart. At this time, with the death of the golden humans and livestock, the essence of civilization and the entire chaos dissipated into rootless water, falling into the earth. Meanwhile, storms and thunder frequently appeared throughout the chaos world. In such a terrifying environment, only during Kronos' banquets did things calm down, transforming into clear skies after the rain. On the way to the Delphi temple, Zeus was searching for his goddess of wisdom. Where could she be? Zeus noticed the lush green trees around him. He was very close to the Delphi temple, and here, Kronos' attack had not reached. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Zeus headed towards a nearby river, and at that moment, he saw a beautiful young girl sitting on a rock by the riverbank. "Are you looking for me?" Métis looked at Zeus with a calm gaze and softly said. Upon hearing this, Zeus gazed at the beautiful Métis, feeling a slight stir in his heart. He smiled with the warmth of sunlight and said, "Goddess of wisdom Métis, my name is Zeus." Zeus slowly stated his purpose, and Métis looked at him and replied, "Why should I help you?" Zeus immediately responded, "Kronos is exceedingly brutal. Now, aside from the area around the Delphi temple, all living beings across the heavens and earth have been killed by Kronos." Upon hearing this, Métis's expression remained unchanged. She had long known this. She calmly and coolly looked at Zeus and said, "How can you ensure that you won't become brutal once you ascend to the throne of the gods?" Zeus fell silent for a moment, then looked at Métis and said, "If I become the king of the gods, you will be my advisor, and all my decisions will require your counsel." Upon hearing this, Métis's eyes brightened slightly, surprised that he had such courage to make such a decision. Seeing the change in Métis's expression, Zeus continued, "Beautiful ocean goddess, wise Métis, if you still do not believe, then let us be husband and wife." Métis's expression instantly returned to calm as she said, "Let's discuss this after you become the king of the gods." Zeus's eyes flickered but showed no concern, and he said, "Then, wise Métis, beautiful ocean goddess, may I ask for your help?" Métis stood up and softly said, "I can assist you, but I want to say in your decisions." "Of course," Zeus replied without hesitation. Seeing this, Métis smiled slightly and said, "Then let's head to Mount Otris." Zeus was taken aback and said, "We still do not have our own forces." Métis turned to look at Zeus and calmly said, "I have a potion that can induce vomiting. What you need to do is to stay close to Kronos and make him drink this potion." After Métis finished speaking with Zeus, he headed towards Mount Otris, while Métis went to find their next base. Meanwhile, I Ching left the world of Norse mythology and returned to the world of chaos. In the boundless heavenly realm, I Ching summoned the divine craftsman. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the dragon court, 4 massive figures slowly approached, 3 cyclopes and 1 lava giant. As they arrived at the dragon court, they quickly shrank in size and then entered the heavenly gate, proceeding towards the hall of Chien Kuan. Reporting, "The divine craftsmen have arrived at the door." 2 young girls dressed in blue spoke powerfully. They were transformed from the bluebirds of the boundless heavenly realm, summoned by I Ching to serve as messengers for the dragon court. I Ching Dao, let them in. Soon, 4 tall master craftsmen entered the Chien Kuan hall, accompanied by the bluebird maid. I Ching looked at the Cyclopes and the lava giants and said, "How is the crafting of the divine weapons by the divine soldiers and generals going?" The Cyclops lay respectfully replied, reporting to the heavenly emperor, "The divine weapons of the divine soldiers and generals have been perfected. They are all crafted from the finest metals of our heavenly realm, and then forged using the laws." I Ching nodded and then said, "Well, next I will call you to perform a scene in the chaos world." The Cyclops and the lava giant were both taken aback. I Ching continued, "This time, Kronos will be overthrown by his children, and at that time, you will create artifacts that belong to Zeus and the others." Upon hearing this, the Cyclops was even more stunned and then said, reporting to the heavenly emperor, "Do you want us to?" I Ching shook his head slightly and said, "No need." Then I Ching waved his hand to let them go. As the one-eyed giant and the lava giant left, I Ching fell into deep thought. Whoosh! I Ching waved to open the heavenly mirror, projecting the current state of the three worlds. In the chaos world, the golden humans have now been extinguished, and the era of Zeus is approaching. The world membrane of the chaos world is also rapidly dissolving. The Nordic world is similar. Under Odin's leadership, Asgard is being rebuilt. In the Eastern world, it is currently the era of the five emperors with many tribes across the land. The culture of the Central Plains is being transmitted and influenced among the various tribes. At this time in the Eastern world, the three sovereigns have ascended to the sky, establishing a heavenly domain, while the five emperors are also ascending one after another, ruling over the gods. A great era is imminent. In I Ching's eyes flickered a glimmer of brilliance. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The great era was approaching, and he was just a little short of breaking through his status, but he felt he could still settle for a while longer. I Ching introspects his divinity. He sees history, civilization, people, dragons, records, writing, the earth, night, justice and law, fate, love and marriage, youth, food, wealth, trade, magic, creation, yin and yang, and the five elements. After I settle down for a while, the transformation of divinity will also speed up. The primordial god is not a challenge for me. I Ching looked at the various divine concepts, which were flickering with divine light, constantly striving for perfection, although most of them were provided by his women. The presence of the Dragon Balls allowed him to easily absorb and transform them into his own. Looking at his own divine status, I Ching smiled. Although it was noisy now, it didn't matter because he had previously said that he would eventually transcend this divine status. In the blink of an eye, I Ching disappeared from the Dragon Court and reappeared in the Crystal Palace. At this moment, in the Crystal Palace, Gaia, Nyx, Mnemosyne, the three goddesses of fate, Frigg, Freya, and Idun were all peacefully cultivating, especially Gaia and Nyx, whose strength had reached the peak of the primordial gods, just a little short of breaking through to the creator god. However, that little bit seemed like a vast abyss, difficult to overcome. Since Mnemosyne obtained the laws and rhythms of the Norse mythological world, as well as the divine status of the magic patterns, her power had been continuously increasing and had now reached a major divine position. At this time, the women sensed something, opened their eyes, and saw I Ching returning, instantly revealing excited smiles on their faces. "Heavenly Emperor," the women exclaimed excitedly, having been watching the great battle in the Norse world. This battle was so terrifying that even the spectators felt their hair stand on end, let alone the participants. This long war could even be considered a mythological catastrophe. Chapter 116, Guidance. On the platform of the Crystal Palace, the women were radiant, their faces flushed as they prepared for today's meal. Judging by their joyful expressions, they had evidently spent a wonderful night. Soon, I Ching also got up, and a simple lunch followed. After lunch, Gaia and Nyx lay in I Ching's arms, enjoying the embrace of their man. The other women brought over lounge chairs and leaned against each other, basking in the sunlight of the heavenly realm. For I Ching, even if the future remained bumpy, even if he had not yet reached the peak, he still believed that when it was time to enjoy, he should enjoy. He never shortchanged himself. Moreover, the heavenly realm had already entered the right track, and it was just a matter of time before the Dragon Court followed suit. The rest was just making some changes in other mythologies, waiting for the real changes of the future great era to come. Heavenly Emperor, Gaia, suddenly spoke during the nap. I Ching lowered his head slightly upon hearing this, and saw the dignified and beautiful Gaia, who was now gazing at him with fascination. Upon seeing this enchanting figure, I Ching's heart instantly softened, and he gently asked, "What's wrong?" Gaia embraced I Ching, her hair slightly flowing, and she said, "I am pregnant again." I Ching was surprised. He had rarely been with women over the years. When did this happen? I Ching said in astonishment. Gaia rolled her eyes slightly and said, It was just yesterday. I am pregnant again. I Ching was stunned, while Nyx beside him opened his beautiful and mysterious eyes and said with a light smile, This time, what will be born is the ancestor of all beasts in the entire chaos world, the giant dragon Typhon. What's wrong, Heavenly Emperor? Don't you want Gaia to see I Ching in a daze? He said softly. Of course I want it. Why wouldn't I? The ancestor of all beasts is nothing. As long as it is my child, then it is a member of my dragon court. I Ching said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Nyx smiled and said, The 3,000 deities I have since will also come into being. I Ching thought for a moment and said, Well, being born into the world is one thing, but the education of thought must be transformed correctly, even if it is the deification of desire. Nyx rolled her eyes, noting that under her deification, gods of desire, such as the goddess of lust, would be born. I Ching naturally knew, so he said, At that time, I will designate a place for them to manage these special groups. Desire will be governed by desire, and when you or I reach the level of the Creator God, we will open up the realm of desire and let them become the masters of that realm. Seeing that I Ching had already thought of a solution, the infatuation in Nyx's beautiful eyes deepened. Even though the deities born from her were so inadequate in mythology, she did not give up at all. Instead, she offered a path forward. I Ching saw the expression in the Nyx eyes and smiled, saying, When the time comes, they will become the masters of the desire realm. I will teach them a method of refining artifacts, allowing them to collect the 7 emotions and 6 desires to forge a magical treasure, which will also lessen the impact of their divine status. Suddenly, I Ching added, However, if my idea succeeds, perhaps they will no longer be influenced by their divine status in the future, but instead will reach another peak. Upon hearing this, the women all looked up, their beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance. Under such gazes, what man could maintain his composure? After another exhilarating battle, this time with harmonious cooperation, the women were very much in sync for the next 3 days. Time quickly passed, and in the chaos world, Zeus found Rhea, successfully infiltrating beside Cronus with the help of his mother. 20 years had already passed. One day, the storm in the chaos world ceased, and the dark clouds dissipated, as it was another grand feast hosted by Cronus. With the extinction of the golden humans, Cronus realized that after the wine and sheep were gone, he arranged for the golden human servants to continue those tasks. On this day, while Cronus was drinking and feasting, Zeus poured the potion he had carried for 20 years into his cup. This colorless and tasteless potion was quickly consumed by the unsuspecting Cronus. As soon as he drank it, Cronus felt something was wrong. He sensed that the sealed space in his abdomen was rapidly dissolving, and an unstoppable force seemed to make him want to vomit. What did you make me drink? In an instant, Cronus thought of nothing else and angrily glared at Zeus beside him. Zeus laughed loudly and said, Cronus, your doom is upon you. Cronus immediately frowned and looked carefully at Zeus, saying, Who are you? Zeus replied, I am Zeus. My mother is the goddess of time, Rhea. Cronus's face changed dramatically, and the expressions of the other 12 titans also shifted. However, Themis, the goddess of law and justice, watched the unfolding events with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Suddenly, the turbulent force within Cronus halted, and the next moment, he opened his mouth wide, and several streams of light flew out rapidly. Finally, out of that dark place, a beautiful and young goddess emerged from a crimson stream of light, and softly said her name was Hestia. Who saved us? Cronus was not so kind-hearted. A rather noble and beautiful young goddess smiled, and said her name was Hera. Who cares? As long as we leave that cursed place, said the blue-haired youth nonchalantly. He was Poseidon. I think now is not the time for chatting, said a slightly silent but very composed young man. He was Hades. Who are you? You give me a sense of familiarity? The last goddess to appear, Demeter, looked at Zeus and asked. At that moment, a stream of light flew out and transformed into a stone. Zeus laughed loudly and said, Brothers and sisters, let's defeat Cronus first. Hades looked up at Zeus and said, You must be Zeus, our brother. Hestia looked at her siblings and said, All right, everyone, now is not the time to chat. At this time, Cronus had already regained his composure. He looked at his children with a mix of fear and anger, turning to Rhea and saying angrily, Rhea, you actually betrayed me. Rhea, seeing her children return to the mortal realm, displayed a joyful smile. She looked at the angry Cronus and also said angrily, Cronus, I can no longer tolerate you harming our children. Zeus interjected, Humph. Cronus, you are extremely brutal. Today is your doom. Cronus looked at his children, whose talents were not too shabby. Except for Demeter, whose status and power were only at the middle god level. The others were basically at the high god level. However, Cronus smiled, realizing that his children did not have much divine favor, and even their strength posed no trouble for him now. Oh, ha ha ha, just you few little brats. Cronus did not summon his divine artifact. With just a punch, the space began to explode, and countless fragments of space flew towards Zeus and the others like blades. Buzz. Hades waved his hand, and a layer of void blocked the space fragments. Oh, not bad. Cronus looked at Hades, who had blocked his casual attack, and said disdainfully, "If you think you can overthrow me with just this strength, then you are truly daydreaming." Cronus said, "Buzz." Layers of space began to fold and press towards Zeus and the others, bringing an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lightning. Zeus summoned lightning, but it was extinguished by a mere glance from Cronus. Vibration. Poseidon used his divine status, causing winds and vibrations. But his power was still no match for Cronus. Just as Zeus and the others were about to despair, whoosh, a stream of light suddenly appeared, and then the layers of space began to reverse time. Cronus's disdainful gaze instantly changed as he looked at Rhea with sharp eyes. Rhea. At this moment, Oceanus, Tethys, Themis, Prometheus, and other gods stood up and walked behind Zeus and the others. Seeing this, Cronus immediately understood. Good. Cronus reached into the divine fire pile, and a black sickle appeared in his hand. This sickle was small in his hand, but extremely terrifying. Not good. Retreat quickly. That's the weapon that kills gods. Prometheus immediately said, and upon hearing this, Zeus and the others dared not linger. They joined forces to force Cronus back and quickly escaped from Mount Otris. After Zeus and the others fled, Cronus, in the Otris temple, felt his divine king authority gradually dissipating with a gloomy expression. Even the power granted to him by the gods was rapidly fading. In a short time, he transformed from an omniscient and omnipotent god-king into a powerful primordial god. Although he still had the supporting Titan gods, he could feel that the divine king authority had already collapsed. Abruptly, it was as if the long-pressed volcano of chaos had erupted in its dissatisfaction with Cronus. At this time, Zeus and the others, following the route that Zeus had already set, arrived at Mount Olympus, where everyone finally relaxed a little. "What should we do now?" Poseidon asked, his face grim. Cronus' strength was too powerful, completely beyond their capability to deal with. At this moment, a young girl approached. She was Métis. Although Cronus is powerful, it seems that the divine king's authority no longer favors him. Even though he still occupies the position of the divine king, Métis said, lifting everyone's spirits with her words. "Who are you?" Hera looked at Métis curiously and asked, "I am the daughter of Oceanus." Métis replied. Poseidon suddenly looked around and said, "Speaking of which, what about Oceanus and the others?" At that moment, Themis spoke up. "They chose neutrality and do not wish to join us. But it is clear that their help in our escape leans towards us." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Métis's eyes. This goddess of law and justice was clearly extraordinary. "So what should we do now?" Poseidon frowned and said, as he did not want to be imprisoned by Cronus right after being born. Honestly, that feeling was really unpleasant. Chapter 117, The End of the Great War. Hestia looked at Métis and asked, "Métis, do you have any solutions?" Métis thought for a moment and said, "To defeat Cronus now, we need to find our allies, and we also need to forge our own divine artifacts." Upon hearing the term divine artifacts, everyone's eyes lit up, especially Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon. Zeus quickly asked, "So who are our allies? Uranus or Pontus? Or perhaps Hyperion and the others?" Métis shook her head and said no. Uranus swore an oath long ago that he could not participate with us. "Then who?" Zeus frowned and asked. Métis spoke, "The Cyclopes and the Cinemanes located in Tartarus. They possess a power that even the first-generation god-king Uranus fears, and they're also Titan gods. Their strength is even greater than Cronus. If they become our allies, Cronus will surely be defeated." At this moment, Themis shook her head and said, "The Cyclopes and the Cinemanes can indeed overthrow Cronus. But now they have been subdued by the primordial god, so you won't find them in Tartarus." Métis frowned and said, "The Cyclopes and the Cinemanes are bound by chains set by Uranus. How could the primordial god open them?" Upon hearing this, Themis immediately stated, "I don't know much about that, but the Cyclopes and the Cinemanes are now under the primordial god's command. Sensing something was off, Zeus frowned slightly and said, "Is there really no other way?" Métis regretfully shook her head and said, "Aside from the Cyclopes and the Cinemanes, only the primordial god can help you. But the primordial god is elusive, and even my father does not know where he is. Moreover, in my vision, the Cyclopes would forge divine artifacts for you, but clearly, all of this has been in vain now." Zeus and the others showed expressions of difficulty. Are they really going to be found by Cronus like this? At this moment, Themis spoke up, "I know where the primordial god can be found." The gods were all taken aback. Even Métis was quite surprised. The primordial god was arguably the most elusive deity in the entire chaos world. However, every time he appeared, it signified that something significant was happening in the universe. The first time he emerged was when the 12 Titans overthrew Uranus. The second time, he deceived one of the 12 Titans, the goddess of memory mnemosyne, causing the 12 Titans to no longer be complete. He even had a dispute with the god king Cronus, although he had only appeared twice. His whereabouts seemed to involve the entire universe. Where? Rhea also asked curiously, although she did not intend to help Zeus and the others. She did not want her child to be quickly imprisoned by their father after just arriving in the world. The Valley of the Primordial God, or the Temple of Delphi? Themis said, "The Temple of Delphi." Upon hearing this answer, Rhea and Métis were both astonished, and even Zeus and the others were very surprised. "Isn't the Temple of Delphi the Temple of the Earth Mother?" Zeus asked in surprise. "And currently, the Temple of Delphi forbids male gods from entering. Unlike later, when the sun god Apollo established the oracle here." Themis smiled and said, "The mother goddess may know the whereabouts of the primordial god. Go to her holy land to find him." Suddenly, a voice without a head or tail appeared here. Rhea immediately looked delighted and said, "This is the answer the mother goddess gave us," without mentioning how excited the Olympian gods, led by Zeus, were. I Ching at this moment had returned to his long-lost lake from the heavenly realm. He transformed into a dragon form. His true dragon body now had 5 claws and was covered in golden scales, with antlers on his head appearing dark blue and 2 dragon whiskers flowing elegantly. A majestic and powerful divine being coiled in the lake. At this moment, I Ching relaxed slightly, and his normal-sized body now appeared to be thousands of feet long, his massive form resembling a winding and vast mountain range. Suddenly, the entire lake began to expand, and soon a world under the water was opened up. Now this entire lake was almost like a sea, with various plants growing and a large number of fish playing in it. I Ching summoned the Cyclops and the Cinemanes, instructing them to temporarily act as the guardians of the underwater palace. 2 days later, a group of people arrived, and it was Zeus and his companions. Looking at the seemingly ordinary valley before them, Poseidon frowned and said, "Are you sure that the sacred place of the primordial god is right here?" Hearing this, Hestia looked seriously at Poseidon and said, "Poseidon, tread carefully with your words." Both Poseidon and Hades held great respect and fear for Hestia, and Poseidon immediately fell silent, no longer speaking. As they entered the valley, everyone was astonished by the sight. Demeter joyfully looked around and said, "I love this place. The environment here is truly wonderful." The valley was like spring all year round, with flowers and fruit trees everywhere, and several herds of cattle and sheep grazing peacefully. "Let's go. We have important matters to attend to," Hestia said gently to Demeter. Although Zeus was the leader of the group, everyone silently obeyed Hestia's authority. They then walked into a deeper part of the valley, where a small lake appeared. The sacred domain of the primordial god lay beneath this lake. Themis, with a smile in her eyes, said, "No one has seen this." The gods then entered the lake, and a whole underwater world unfolded before them. As they beheld the beautiful scene, a flicker of amazement flashed in the eyes of the gods. Soon they reached the lake's bottom, and as they arrived, they saw a captivating golden light. Ahead of them stood a magnificent mountain of shimmering gold. "What is that? A mountain of gold?" Hera said with a glint of covetous excitement in her eyes. "No, that is the primordial god." Métis quickly shook her head in shock and said. As Métis's words fell, a thunderous sound erupted. They watched as the massive golden mountain began to move. Even in this vast underwater world, Zeus and the others could feel that this lake was still a bit too small for this deity. With a rumble, the enormous dragon body began to turn, and even Themis was captivated. In the heavenly realm, I Ching rarely manifested his dragon form, so Themis had seen I Ching's dragon form very few times. Myriad, a gigantic dragon head suddenly emerged from the darkness, towering like a great mountain. At this moment, the gods appeared so small before it, like grains of sand compared to the 5 great mountains. Zeus and the others looked at the enormous dragon head, their eyes filled with shock, unable to calm down for a long time. "Little ones, what brings you to me?" The massive dragon head spoke slowly in a deep voice. Its golden dragon eyes sparkled like the most precious gems, reflecting the figures of Zeus and the other gods. Zeus stepped forward respectfully and said, "Respected primordial god, we have come seeking your assistance." He then recounted the story of their conflict with Cronus. I Ching's gaze remained unchanged, still watching. He said, "I can help you, but I also have conditions." Zeus immediately replied, "Please, great deity, go ahead." I Ching said in a deep and resonant voice, "I have several children, and I hope you will promise me that whoever among you becomes the God King will grant my children the authority over a sea domain." Seeing Zeus and the others frowning, I Ching casually added, "Of course, all I want is just for you to give my children control over a piece of the sea." The gods understood the implication of I Ching's words. This ancient deity was not asking for control over an entire ocean, but merely a portion of it. Thus, the gods agreed. I Ching was very happy to see this and said, "One-eyed, 100-armed, you go assist them first." The 6 gods came before the others and were shocked to see the shrunken one-eyed giant and the 100-armed giant. At this moment, I Ching said again, "When you start fighting, call for me, and I will lend you a helping hand." "Thank you, ancient god." Hestia and the others hurriedly expressed their gratitude and then left the lake. After leaving the abode of the ancient god, Zeus requested the one-eyed giants to forge divine artifacts for them. In the following decades, the Olympian gods hid away while Zeus and the others forged their divine artifacts in an indestructible volcano in the ocean. Zeus crafted a lightning staff, Poseidon created a trident, and Hades forged an invisibility helmet. Zeus's divine nature was thunder and sky. Poseidon was storm and tremor. Hades was void. Therefore, their divine artifacts were very much in line with their own natures. As their divine artifacts were successfully forged, divine favor descended. Zeus, Hades, Poseidon, as well as Hestia, Hera, and Demeter all broke through their existing realms. Except for Demeter, who advanced to the rank of a great god. The others broke through to the primal god level. Moreover, once they broke through to the primal god level, the divine favor that had been suppressed in the chaos world for tens of thousands of years fell upon them like a storm. The balance of power shifted. Kronos, feeling his immense power, Zeus said with great satisfaction. Then Zeus went to Mount Olympus, and he unleashed lightning, with a massive bolt illuminating the mountain instantly. Immediately, the Olympian gods rode clouds to Mount Olympus, while Kronos on Mount Otris sensed something was very wrong. He directly activated his divine power, and, in an instant, the Otris temple appeared on Mount Olympus. "Oh, after hiding for so many years, you finally dare to show yourselves." Kronos gazed at Mount Olympus with cold eyes, never expecting that his children had been plotting there for so long. Urania, very good. Kronos suddenly felt as if he was surrounded by enemies. "Kronos, today is your doomsday," Hades shouted loudly. Zeus and Poseidon exchanged glances. Although it was not the end, there was already an unspoken rift between the 3 brothers. "Ha ha! You few young fools think you can overthrow me. How naive." Kronos summoned his scythe and slashed down, instantly creating a rift in space that fell from the sky to the earth. It was as if the world was being torn apart. "Void!" Hades waved his hand, and a hazy mist rose up. Then the incoming space rift seemed to enter another realm. A burst of golden divine fire shot up into the sky, instantly turning the entire sky into a sea of flames. "Oh, not bad fire." Kronos looked at his eldest daughter, Hestia, and said with slight appreciation, "Iapetus, Ceus, Crius, go capture them for me." Kronos said indifferently, sadly noting that the only titans supporting him now were these 3. As soon as the 3 titans flew out, 3 terrifying giants appeared. "The 100-armed giants," Kronos said flatly, looking at the 100-armed giants that suddenly appeared on the battlefield. "It seems you are well prepared. I assume the one-eyed giants are here too. Come out," Kronos said calmly, feeling that this battle had become somewhat unpredictable. But instead of panicking, he calmed down and observed the chaotic battlefield coldly. The terrifying 100-armed giants grabbed their opponents with their numerous arms and hurled them far away. The overwhelming strength made Urania roar, as one of his mountain sons was crushed significantly. Although there were also titans, Iapetus and the others were completely no match for the 100-armed giants. "Kill!" Seeing that Kronos had no one else to send, Zeus led his siblings to charge at Kronos. Boom! Layers of space appeared, and overwhelming spatial power instantly established itself here. Thunder! Zeus shouted, and in an instant, his divine artifact shot out, a terrifying bolt of lightning piercing through all space and crashing toward Kronos. Whoosh! Kronos held his scythe in front of him, and with a loud boom, the scythe blocked Zeus' lightning. Take this hit. Poseidon, wielding his trident, charged fiercely, with a terrifying storm swirling around the trident. The violent vibrations created by his swing threatening to shatter space itself. Just you, Kronos said disdainfully, and then he fiercely charged with his scythe. The terrifying spatial power surged, scattering numerous spatial fragments like flying blades toward the gods. Hestia burned the spatial fragments with divine fire and frowned as she said to Hera and Demeter, "We can no longer participate in their battle. Let's avoid them." Hera and Demeter looked at the terrifying battlefield, where space, lightning, void, storm, and tremor were raging, and quickly nodded. At this moment, the entire area between Mount Olympus and Mount Otris transformed into a battlefield. All the gods of the world watched. In the sky, the sun god and the goddess of light, along with their children, observed the brutal battle on the ground. In the sea, Pontus and Oceanus were also watching, especially Pontus, who was still coveting the throne of the god king, though his current focus was not here. In the Delphi temple, Rhea accompanied Gaia, nervously watching the scene reflected in the mirror. Chapter 118, The Ancient One. Boom! Soon, the three one-eyed giants joined the battle. Wearing armor like the 100-armed giants and wielding huge divine hammers, rampaging on the battlefield. The long-forgotten giants displayed their terror for the first time. Under the blows of the one-eyed giants' divine hammers and the artifacts of the 100-armed giants, the Titans began to retreat in defeat, even suffering injuries from the terrifying artifacts. If it weren't for Gaia still having some feelings for them, the one-eyed giants and the 100-armed giants would have torn them apart long ago. My poor children, is this all you are capable of? Kronos saw the defeated battlefield below and realized that his situation was dire. However, he remained calm, without excessive emotions, only wanting to teach these ignorant children a lesson. Perhaps he did not even realize how calm he was when facing defeat. Perhaps he had long anticipated that he would be overthrown. Thunder. Seeing this, Zeus once again unleashed his divine power, and immediately, terrifying thunder began to fill the sky. Golden lightning twisted through the air like dragons and snakes, bringing with it a dreadful roar. At this moment, a sense of providence descended from the void. The terrifying thunder became even more fearsome, as if the heavens and earth were lending their power. Not only Zeus, but even Hades and Poseidon seemed to be favored at this moment, as powerful forces surged into their bodies. The divine essence trembled, and divine power surged. Kronos looked at this scene with a calm expression, but soon he felt a threatening power rising from the three children before him. Kronos gradually smiled, and his laughter grew louder, as if he saw himself when he first ascended the throne. Young and ambitious, just like that. Hades, Poseidon, Zeus. Yes, yes. Kronos laughed heartily, quite satisfied. The transition from the old king to the new king has always been like this. What fatherly kindness and filial piety. Come on, let me see what abilities the soon-to-be king possesses. Kronos' gaze instantly turned cold and stern as he said in a deep voice. Everyone attacked together. Zeus shouted without hesitation. Kronos had long held the position of the king of the gods and was also the Titan king and god of space. His existence could be said to be an unavoidable story in all of Greek mythology. Boom! Once again, the sky resounded with the sounds of battle, and the various marvelous applications of space forced Zeus and the others to exert their full strength. Each strike of that terrifying scythe was an unresistible blow. Even though the artifacts of Zeus and the others were forged by the Cyclopes, they still found it somewhat difficult to resist this scythe, which was forged by Gaia herself, the most ancient god. Seeing this, the three of them shouted to the heavens, as this was their last trump card. And upon hearing this, a fierce light flashed in Kronos' eyes. This most ancient god was the only blemish during his reign. Boom! Suddenly, a gigantic golden dragon appeared in the sky, seemingly stretching across the entire horizon. It was endless. I Ching slightly lowered the dragon head of Shenwu and looked at Kronos. At this moment, Kronos waved his scythe, instantly pushing Zeus and the others away. It seems, Kronos, we still have a battle to fight, I Ching said with great fighting spirit. Kronos looked at I Ching with a cold smile and said, after hiding for so many years, do you think that just because my divine king's authority is gone, you can defeat me? Boom! The space suddenly exploded. A massive golden dragon gently exhaled, and the energy of yin, yang, and the five elements surged forth, stabilizing the surrounding space. This was merely the result of the gradually rising power emanating from them. Yes, Kronos did not use his full strength against Zeus and the others because his divine king's authority had already dissipated, and he was destined to never become a divine king again. However, this did not mean that his strength had been weakened. Totem! Suddenly, there was another loud roar, and an ancient god appeared above the sea, with deep blue hair showing signs of age. It was Pontus, the god of the ocean. Now the ocean god. The relationship between Pontus and I Ching was simple. I Ching intercepted Gaia, causing Pontus to lose the opportunity to unite with Gaia, which also made him lose a chance at the divine king's position. Rumbling. At this moment, the mountains also trembled, and the long-sleeping ancestor of the mountains, Uranus, awakened, revealing his face on Mount Olympus. In the distance, the wisdom god Iapetus, who was battling the 100-armed giant, laughed loudly. He thought his preparations from years ago would have no chance, but unexpectedly, one-eyed, 100-armed, you all retreat, I Ching calmly said. Although he was still at the peak of the divine master level, he was facing numerous primordial gods. However, he was not the least bit flustered. With a flash, he transformed into a human form, and a sword embryo radiating an imposing imperial might appeared. The heavenly emperor, sword embryo, the Cyclops, and the 100-armed giant respectfully stepped back. They knew that this time, it was the heavenly emperor's stage. You are very confident. The scythe of Kronos was stained with crimson, while Pontus waved his hand, revealing a grand map of the ocean. Urea summoned immense power from various mountains, transforming them into divine blades. My confidence comes from my strength. I Ching spat out a precious pearl, which shone brightly. Gradually, his strength began to increase, and he quickly broke through to the primordial god level, reaching the peak of the primordial god in the blink of an eye. Boom! The sky naturally manifested wind and thunder. This shocked Zeus, as he could feel that his mastery over thunder was insufficient to contend with this ancient god. Boom! The sea began to roar, with terrifying tornadoes connecting the sky and the sea. Pontus and Oceanus both changed their expressions. They felt a new force contending with them for the authority of the sea. Boom! A brilliant light of wisdom instantly flowed throughout his body, and his dark long hair began to glow slightly. I Ching's expression was calm, with a precious orb floating above his head, and the Tiendi sword embryo held in his hand. Kronos, Pontos, Uranus, Oceanus, Iapetus, Ceus, and others all sensed the terrifying power emanating from I Ching. It was the pinnacle of the primordial god, just a step away from reaching the next realm's power. This special state, which was not a primordial god rank, yet possessed strength comparable to that of a primordial god, flashed a gleam in the eyes of Kronos and the others. Unexpectedly, I still have so many enemies. I Ching looked at Pontos, and Okeanos smiled faintly. He was very confident. Although he didn't know how strong he really was, he was certain that dealing with these people would be no problem. Upon seeing I Ching's gaze, Pontos felt a surge of anger rising within him, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You damn little thief." His Gaia, just thinking about being intercepted by this little thief, made him feel green with envy. Urea then roared, "Ancient god, you stole my divine gold years ago, and today I demand an explanation from you." Okeanos looked at I Ching with caution. He also came from the sea and had originally not intended to take sides in this battle. However, he had to participate in I Ching's fight because he could sense his authority over the sea was weakening. Iapetus, along with Ceus, flew in the air, confronting I Ching. I Ching looked around, his fighting spirit gradually rising. He smiled faintly and said, "Let's do it together. I give you the opportunity." Boom! Ha ha! Kronos' brow twitched with anger, and he laughed in rage. "You are really confident? Then let me see what abilities you have to be so arrogant." Kronos' terrifying power surged instantly, and the entire world began to tremble. Who is he? He is one of the 12 Titans, the deity representing space and heaven in the entire chaos world. He is also the second God King, the Titan God King who overthrew the first-generation God King. At this moment, his full power was unleashed, and the terrifying force instantly changed the expressions of Zeus and the others. I Ching remained calm, waving his hand to manifest a primordial energy of yin and yang along with the 5 elements in the void. Immediately, the energy of the 5 elements began to operate, and the energy of yin and yang stabilized time and space, causing the space to be solidified in an instant. Kronos' expression changed drastically. He did not expect that his space would be restrained. Let's attack together. Iapetus clearly realized that I Ching's strength had likely exceeded their imagination. Boom! The Titan gods and the primordial gods transformed into enormous bodies, towering to the heavens and reaching the earth in an instant. I Ching laughed heartily upon seeing this, and immediately manifested his human body with a dragon tail. His figure was incredibly massive, and the next moment the battle erupted. Boom! The power that suddenly burst forth instantly sent Zeus and the others flying out. 7 terrifying giants clashed in the chaotic battlefield. Among the 6 gigantic giants, one with a human body and a dragon tail wielded a mystical sword and fiercely attacked the other 6. Yes, he was attacking, battling 1 against 6. And yet he showed no signs of losing. The combat talent derived from his bloodline, from the rivers of time and space, was now on full display. Sword light radiated, tearing through space and revealing a void. The yin-yang and 5 elements flowed through the battlefield, constantly transforming. Sometimes there were towering trees, sometimes roaring waves, or flames filling the sky like clouds rolling back. Boom, boom, boom. In contrast, the side of Kronos was continuously retreating despite their divine artifacts shining with divine light, which left Kronos and others in the battle astonished. It also shocked the observing Olympian gods. On a distant mountain far from this terrifying battle, the Olympian gods looked in shock at the battlefield. At this moment, the entire chaos world had become dark, as if returning to chaos. Occasionally, a dazzling light flashed from the distant battlefield, where the sea surged forth. Terrifying spaces had opened deep mouths, resembling black holes. Chapter 119. Overbearing Suppression. Suppression. Iapetus unleashed his wisdom divine power, and a beam of wisdom light shot towards I Ching, attempting to suppress his mind. In the next moment, I Ching turned his head, and a beam of wisdom light shot from his eyes, instantly condensing into a deep blue wisdom sword that shot towards Iapetus. Boom! The wisdom sword shot like a light shuttle, and Iapetus' eyes flickered with fear. The next moment, the wisdom sword pierced through. In an instant, the wisdom sword, like a divine artifact, directly took Iapetus out of the battlefield, crashing down onto a mountain. As the smoke cleared, the deep blue wisdom sword was firmly embedded in Iapetus' brain, pinning him to the mountain. The terrifying wisdom sword now suppressed Iapetus' divine power, while the terrifying force of wisdom sealed Iapetus tightly, leaving him unable to move. Hiss! The Olympian gods collectively gasped in shock, watching as the gigantic titan was sealed here by a massive divine sword. What terrifying power! Hestia said, her heart racing as she looked at the distant battlefield. Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon exchanged glances of astonishment. There was indeed such a terrifying deity in the world. Bing! Another loud metallic sound rang out, and then Urea was sent flying by I Ching's sword, crashing down in the distance. Urea's face turned ugly, but he quickly got up and charged back in. The gods were immortal, so they feared nothing, and precisely because of that, deities are immortal, but they value their pride greatly. Currently, Urea had lost face. He had been knocked out by a single sword. Boom! Suddenly, I Ching changed form, retracting the heavenly emperor's sword and transforming into a golden dragon. With a flick of his dragon tail, he instantly sent Kronos and the others flying out. Roar! Boom, boom, boom. I Ching let out a long roar, and the resounding dragon roar instantly echoed through the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, his colossal golden dragon form engaged in battle with the gods. The powerful physique of the ancient god immediately caused Kronos and the others to change their expressions repeatedly, as they did not expect that after this ancient god abandoned the divine artifact, he would still be so terrifying. Boom! The gigantic golden dragon swooped down from the sky, unleashing a claw like a cloud dragon, and in an instant, Kronos and Pontus were harshly slammed into the ground. But that wasn't all. He then swung his tail, instantly sending Oceanus and Ceus flying away, who soared over 10,000 meters in an instant. The terrifying power left numerous wounds on their bodies. Although the gods were immortal, they could still be injured. Whoosh! The golden dragon suddenly transformed back into a human form. I Ching looked at the gods lying on the ground and took out the heavenly emperor sword embryo, which gradually began to glow as the terrifying power from the peak of the primordial gods gathered on the sword. In the next moment, a blinding sword light flashed, and 5 dazzling sword lights pierced through them, pinning them to the ground. At this point, I Ching had achieved complete victory. As the battle came to an end, the sky gradually cleared, and the smoke on the battlefield disappeared. The gods of Olympus and the gods of the world fell silent. Looking at the gods pinned to the ground by 6 sword lights in the center of the battlefield, whether it was Zeus and the others, or the neutral Hyperion in the sky, or Rhea watching alongside Gaia in the Delphi temple, all fell silent. This scene was truly shocking, especially for Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon, who were well aware of Kronos' strength. Even with their siblings exerting their full power, they could not contend with Kronos, who was now being pinned down to the ground in such a miserable state by this ancient god. Looking at Kronos and the others with lifeless eyes, seemingly sealed, the gods of the world realized for the first time that this ancient god might be the most difficult existence to deal with in the entire world. On the battlefield, I Ching waved his hand at Kronos and the others, and the terrifying sword light instantly transformed into chains, binding these giant gods, who quickly shrank to the size of ordinary people. As the sword light at their foreheads disappeared, Kronos and the others woke up, looking at the terrifying chains surrounding them, and fell silent, like frostbitten eggplants. Even the proud Kronos could only grit his teeth and close his eyes. Bang! I Ching casually threw Kronos and the others on a Mount Olympus, saying to Zeus and the others, "They are now in your hands." He then turned and vanished, leaving no trace behind. On Mount Olympus, Zeus and the others took a moment to collect their thoughts. Hestia looked at the mysteriously disappearing I Ching, a flicker of unusual color flashing in her eyes, but she quickly averted her gaze and turned to Kronos and the others with the others. Métis looked at Oceanus and urgently said to Zeus, "Zeus, please help me free my father." Hearing this, Zeus glanced at the others, and seeing their hesitant expressions, Prometheus smiled and said, "Zeus, you don't need to worry about that ancient god. He has entrusted them to us, and we can naturally decide their fate." Themis nodded in agreement. Yes, if that ancient god cared, he wouldn't have handed them over to us. Seeing this, Zeus released the chains binding Oceanus, Urania, and the 3 gods of Pontus. Upon this, Urania muttered, "Thank you." She then turned and vanished, along with the aura that belonged to her on Mount Olympus. Pontus relaxed slightly, glanced at Zeus, and then also turned to disappear. Oceanus looked grimly at Zeus and Métis, then sighed helplessly before vanishing in an instant. Métis, seeing this, immediately looked gratefully at Zeus. Zeus felt a hint of joy in his heart. He valued Métis greatly. Her wisdom, her talent for potions, and her identity were all things that Zeus held in high regard. Subsequently, Zeus and the others turned their attention to the still-bound Kronos and the others. Looking at the imprisoned Kronos, Zeus and the others fell silent for a moment before Kronos slowly raised his head, looking at Zeus and the others, and said lightly, "Come on, my children, take me to Tartarus." Zeus sternly shouted, "Kronos, you don't need to say it. We will send you there anyway." Kronos' expression remained calm as he looked up at Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon, his 3 children reflected in his eyes. He said softly, "The position of the king of gods is one cursed by Uranus. Anyone who sits on that throne will inevitably be overthrown by their children." The eyes of Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon subtly changed. Although the change was slight, it was strikingly evident in Kronos' eyes. "Ha ha ha! Who do you think will be the new king of gods?" Kronos said leisurely. He was already a prisoner, yet his malicious character had not changed. He wanted to see which of the 3 brothers would become the new king. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere around them instantly froze. Hades' gaze sharpened, and he immediately said, "Kronos, since you're already a prisoner, just roll into hell." Zeus and Poseidon felt the same way. If they let Kronos provoke them further, they might end up fighting amongst themselves. Kronos turned to Hades, his deep gaze piercing into Hades, making him feel a chill in his heart. Kronos raised an eyebrow and said, "Hades, inheriting my power of space, the void, the realm of nothingness. I wonder who could possibly overthrow you once you sit on the throne of the king of gods." Hades' expression tightened, and Zeus and Poseidon both showed a hint of surprise in their eyes. The 3 instinctively exchanged glances, and amusingly, they all recognized the ambitions in each other's hearts. Hades, Poseidon, Zeus, Hestia sternly shouted, "Aren't you even seated on the throne of the king of gods yet, and you already want to start infighting? Was it you who defeated Kronos? Just after finishing, do you want to start fighting among yourselves?" As she spoke, a flicker of disappointment flashed in Hestia's eyes, and she said, "Look, you haven't even taken a throne yet, and you're already so narrow-minded. I'm afraid that once you do, it will be another tyrant." After a pause, Hestia looked at Zeus and the others and said lightly, "The Titans did not all participate in the battle. If you start infighting, even if one of you becomes the king of gods, who can suppress them? Moreover, Pontus has coveted the position of king of gods since the time of Uranus. So you better be careful," Hestia said, disappointed, and then turned to disappear from there. Kronos, sitting on the ground in a disheveled state, looked at Zeus and the others with surprise, then laughed heartily and said, "Ha! Look, a woman scorns a man. If Hestia were a male god, there would be no chance for you to become the king of gods." Kronos marveled inwardly, feeling both gratified and somewhat regretful, as Hestia was the first child he and Rhea had, and also the first child he had swallowed. He then looked at Demeter in the distance, who had golden hair and wore a dark green robe. She was his second child, and the most peaceful among all his children. Only she still seemed to have a father's attachment to him at this moment. Looking at Demeter, Kronos felt a slight tug in his heart, then averted his gaze. But his scythe had long since vanished. Perhaps recalling this god-slaying weapon, Zeus and the others hurriedly searched for it, and, under Kronos' mocking gaze, they indignantly brought it into Tartarus. As for Iapetus and the other gods, they were also taken into Tartarus. Meanwhile, Zeus agreed with Hades and Poseidon that after imprisoning Kronos, they would discuss the position of the king of gods. Chapter 120, The Unwearied Bull. A few months later, in the forest below Olympus, Zeus caught up with Métis and learned how to become the king of gods. A year later, on Mount Olympus, the three gods drew lots, and Zeus became the god of the sky and the king of gods. Poseidon drew the sea, and fortunately, Oceanus and Pontus owed favors to the gods of Olympus. So Poseidon, though disappointed, still wore a smile. As for Hades, he drew the underworld and became the lord of the underworld. On Mount Olympus, a white temple was built there, where Zeus established his divine position, sharing the rights of divinity with the other gods. At the same time, in the boundless heavenly realm, two new beings arrived. In the dragon court, Chienkuan Palace, Prometheus and Epimetheus entered with shocked expressions. "Prometheus, Epimetheus, we meet again," I Ching said, sitting above and looking down at the two deities with a slight smile. Prometheus and Epimetheus immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Great ancient god, we are grateful that you remember us, and we wish to pray to you here. We hope to join this magical world." I Ching was overjoyed and laughed. "Good. Prometheus, you are the prophet among the gods. You have inherited your father's wisdom and surpassed him. You shall be one of my strategists, responsible for providing me with plans and strategies. Additionally, I appoint you as my messenger in the heavenly realm, ranked third, and you will be promoted based on your merits." Boom! Streams of rich light of wisdom flew out, and then a divine seal flew towards Prometheus. As Prometheus received the divine seal, the dense light of wisdom also descended upon him. Buzz! After receiving the divine seal, Prometheus felt waves of rich light of wisdom, which brought him such a significant enhancement. He could even sense that the laws within his divine essence were rapidly improving at that moment. Then, Prometheus excitedly bent down and bowed, saying, "Your servant thanks the heavenly emperor." I Ching smiled and nodded, then looked at Epimetheus and said, "Epimetheus, you are the god of hindsight. Although slow, you are not foolish." Then I Ching continued with a smile, "I hereby appoint you as my advisor god, one of the decision-makers for future plans. Additionally, I appoint you as the historian of my heavenly realm, responsible for the Book of Civilization, to record the history of all worlds in my heavenly realm. At the same time, you will also serve as the head of the literature department in the heavenly realm, allowing you to recruit talents to compile the 100 books of my heavenly realm. Furthermore, the Encyclopedia of the Heavenly Network will also fall under the jurisdiction of the literature department, ranking as a second-grade position. I Ching places considerable importance on Epimetheus. But compared to Prometheus, Epimetheus's potential is limited. Boom! A divine seal emerged from the void, while the light of wisdom quickly gathered above the seal. Seeing Epimetheus achieve such a feat, Prometheus felt joy in his heart. After receiving the divine seal, Epimetheus felt clarity in his mind. Even the late-blooming divine personality could not hinder the clarity in his consciousness. Unable to contain himself, Epimetheus knelt on one knee and sincerely said, "I, Epimetheus, Thank the heavenly emperor. I Ching smiled with satisfaction as he saw two great talents enter the dragon court. He then said to Prometheus, Prometheus, you are the messenger of our heavenly realm. Additionally, I send you to Olympus as an undercover agent to see which gods on Mount Olympus can join us. You can also reach out to the neutral gods like Hyperion. With Prometheus's wisdom, he immediately understood I Ching's intentions and quickly nodded, saying, please rest assured, heavenly emperor. I Ching nodded, suddenly thought of something, waved his hand, and instantly produced a total of 3,000 tokens. He then said, these tokens can increase the understanding of the gods by 1 to 6 times. Use these to recruit soldiers for our heavenly realm. After speaking, I Ching took out some banknotes, which were the currency he had created. I Ching waved his hand, and immediately gold notes, silver notes, and copper notes appeared floating in the air. I Ching Dao, this is my currency from the heavenly realm. I allocate some funds to you each year, and remember to spend them wisely on Mount Olympus, allowing them to circulate in the world of chaos, using them to exchange for gold, silver, and jewels to bring back to the heavenly realm. Prometheus was overjoyed in his heart, reached out to take the banknotes, and exclaimed, these things will surely cause a huge uproar among the gods. I Ching nodded with a smile, and then said, all right, you can go down now. If you have any questions, go ask the Divine Seal, as the Divine Seal is also your key to entering the Skynet. Yes, we take our leave. I Ching saw the two leave, and the smile on his face grew even wider. Then he swiftly turned, and the scene shifted to the Crystal Palace. The heavenly emperor, Themis, who had not been seen for hundreds of years, excitedly ran over, linking her arm with I Ching's, squeezing him softly yet firmly. I Ching looked at Themis, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, with affection and said, you don't need to go anymore. Stay here. Themis shook her head slightly with a spirited expression and replied, it's fine, heavenly emperor. Before she could finish, I Ching interrupted, all right, there's no need for you to go. Now that I have already demonstrated my strength in chaos among the gods of the chaos world, there is currently no one who can surpass me. If it weren't for the fact that it's not yet the time to reveal ourselves in the heavenly realm, I would have already attacked Mount Olympus and unified the chaos world. Seeing the affection in I Ching's eyes, Themis felt quite sweet inside and linked her arm with his. Heavenly Emperor, where are you going next? Themis asked curiously, her eyes sparkling. I Ching looked toward the east and said, next, I am going home. Although there are many myths here, you all know the future. Aside from a few deities, the rest have lost their faith, especially the Greek, Norse, Sumerian, and Egyptian myths, which have all lost their opportunity for elevation. Therefore, I must return to forge the path for our future. Themis gazed admiringly at I Ching. She was very valiant, with a charmingly spirited face, yet at this moment, she looked like a little fangirl, admiring I Ching. At this time, all the other women on the platform were not present, as they were patrolling their city. Suddenly, Themis's belly glowed slightly, and 3 beams of light flew out. In the next instant, the 3 goddesses of Norns arrived, as the 3 beams of light floated and then merged into the bodies of the 3 goddesses. Boom! The 3 Norns instantly broke through from the status of great deities to the primordial gods. Their appearances became even more beautiful, and their relationships changed as well. Heavenly Emperor. No, now they could truly be called the 3 goddesses of fate. Soon, the platform of the Crystal Palace was filled with a group of beautiful figures, each with a different kind of beauty. However, among this crowd, there was an outsider. Gaia brought Rhea to I Ching, and Rhea looked around in amazement, as Gaia had already explained everything to her. Upon seeing I Ching, Rhea's face immediately turned red, but there was a flicker of excitement in her eyes. The thought of I Ching fighting 6 gods single-handedly and his overwhelming power was etched in her heart. Of course, more importantly, she learned from Gaia about the pathway to elevation of divine status. Naturally, as mentioned earlier, there is not a single deity that does not seek elevation. Rhea, having been a goddess herself, also had such thoughts. Rhea, greetings to the heavenly emperor. Rhea followed Gaia to I Ching and softly bowed. Her graceful figure presented before I Ching, whether intentionally or not. Upon seeing this, I Ching thought, no wonder she is the goddess. Perhaps the other gods have never discovered that this goddess has such cunning. With the power of the time god, Rhea can be said to have the world in her grasp, except for some things she truly does not know or beings far more powerful than her. Basically, she can see the words and actions of the gods and the future clearly, and she has also seen Zeus's future. However, while she can see it, her strength is indeed very weak, so she cannot intervene. Thus, When Zeus was born, she saw the future and the birth of her 6 children. So she found Oceanus, and thus Zeus came of age, and Cronus was overthrown. However, in the future she saw, it was Cronus who was no match for the 3 brothers of Zeus, ultimately being cast into Tartarus. In the future, because the 3 of them discovered that Cronus had already shown mercy, they released him from the abyss once more. As for I Ching, the ancient god, he truly did not appear in her future. Now that she has come to the heavenly realm with Gaia, she has discovered that there's a foreign aura here, and quite a lot of it. At the same time, the rich atmosphere of civilization here also intoxicates her. Especially after learning about I Ching's deeds and the other worlds involved in the heavenly realm from Gaia, Rhea, already moved, began to formulate a plan. After the greeting, Rhea slightly raised her head to look at I Ching, her gaze revealing everything, causing the other women around her to smile faintly. They had no reaction to the newcomer entering the palace, as if they were saying that a hard-working ox won tire the land. Here, there was often only one energetic iron ox in a field that had suffered greatly, and it was usually only after their repeated pleas that the war would end. Naturally, with a newcomer joining, they were more than happy, especially since each new deity joining the heavenly realm made the laws of the heavenly realm more complete. And a more complete heavenly realm also provides feedback to them, the gods. Otherwise, why would Gaia bring Rhea in? If not for the fact that the power of the heavenly realm's feedback is far more substantial than their years of hard cultivation. Chapter 121, the previous chapter, is sealed. The title is The Ox That Won't Tire, Part 2, How the Goddess Rhea Views the Heavenly Realm. I Ching had long proven himself. He then reached out to hold onto Rhea and sat down with the other women, saying Rhea's jade-like hand was grasped, and she felt a slight joy in her heart. She knew that with her beauty, no god could resist. Rhea's face flushed slightly, but she leaned slightly, half reclining against I Ching, and said, "This heavenly realm has great potential. If it is showcased and used as a means to attract, the heavenly emperor will surely have no worries about his subjects." I Ching, quite like a traitor, did not hide his affection for Rhea at all. He then reached out and embraced Rhea, allowing her to lie directly on him. Yikiandeo. So what do you think we should do next? Rhea felt the strong male hormones, a rich masculine aura coming at her. Compared to Kronos' brutality, Ichi's rich masculine aura and somewhat gentle approach made her infatuated. Rhea said, "I don't know how the heavenly realm has developed, but I think our next step is to cultivate our true foundation, such as combat power, and to accelerate the construction of the dragon court, attracting deities." I Ching nodded in satisfaction and then said, "Longting, besides me, as the emperor, there are 10 ranks below, with the highest being the super rank, followed by the 1st to 9th ranks of officials." As I Ching slowly explained the increments of these ranks, he eventually mentioned the divine consort. The surrounding women couldn't help but laugh, as this guy was teasing Rhea again, perhaps wanting to sneak a peek at her reaction. At that moment, all the women secretly glanced over. Rhea, as she listened, became increasingly excited, especially when I Ching spoke about the divine consort. A hint of joy appeared on her dignified and beautiful face, and she leaned against I Ching's embrace. Her voice was soft and melodious. Unlike Freya, she didn't possess a seductive side. Instead, she exuded a noble grace, though mixed with a touch of fragility, making her unique among the women. This very quality made Rhea's portrayal of weakness evoke a sense of pity, her slightly lowered brows and eyes seemingly filled with mist. Her slightly dark long hair set her apart from the other women, as apart from Nyx and Themis, most of the attendees had golden hair. I Ching felt a twinge of excitement, but he had already tasted the benefits of being passive. Although he couldn't live off the soft life with his imperial status, he could still manage as a handsome passive man. The delicate and charming Rhea lay beside I Ching, her graceful figure captivating. She softly said, "I wonder if Rhea can." I Ching saw her shy and hesitant to speak, and immediately asked with a smile, "What can it be?" Rhea's delicate ears turned slightly red as she looked at the gazes around her, and with a sudden burst of courage, she leaned in to kiss him. "Please, Heavenly Emperor, take me in." A soft voice came, and I Ching happily embraced Rhea. Gaia, seeing this, was delighted and frequently glanced at I Ching. Noticing this, I Ching immediately said, Gaia has been diligent and earnest. I will appoint her as the master of the West Palace, but she will only enjoy blessings, without any authority." Gaia's face instantly lit up with joy, and she got up, walked over, and threw herself into I Ching's arms, excitedly saying, "Thank you, Heavenly Emperor." Although she had no authority, she still walked ahead of all the women in front of everyone. I Ching noticed the envious and resentful gazes from the other women, and then said, "This position holds no power, only blessings." Following that, I Ching rolled his eyes at the mournful looks from the women and remarked, "I set this up not just to give you a bit of motivation. Otherwise, I would have filled you up long ago." Upon hearing this, the women chuckled. They were merely envious of Gaia, but seeing Rhea currently in I Ching's embrace, they rolled their eyes again. Only Gaia could be so bold. As night fell, the grand crystal palace was mostly cold and devoid of any warmth, except for one area where the central hall was brightly lit throughout the night. Under the full moon of spring, the battlefield was in turmoil, facing enemies from all directions. Our troops were fiercely killing the enemy. Smoke rose, and flames flickered as the 10 directions of enemies surged forward. Yet they were merely the coalition of 6 nations opposing Ching. Although the coalition was united in spirit, the army that faced 10 foes was indeed quite terrifying. With a long howl, a valiant and unmatched general charged forward with the momentum of breaking through the enemy's heart. No matter the 3-way enemy or the 10-direction vanguard, none could hold back this fierce general. "Charge in! Charge in! Charge in!" This unparalleled general roared and led millions of soldiers into battle, leaving the 10-direction enemies with nothing but cries of surrender. Days passed since Rhea moved into the Crystal Palace. As they became intimate, Rhea also opened up in front of I Ching. Simultaneously, after sharing a bed, Gaia and she became new sisters. Although they enjoyed themselves, I Ching did not forget his responsibilities. With Rhea taking charge and the divine essence of time merging into the heavenly realm, the laws of the heavenly realm became more refined. Coupled with the divine essences of Prometheus and Epimetheus, the feedback the women received was significant, making them more attentive at night. Fortunately, as the saying goes, although they did not forget enjoyment, it was ultimately a night affair. During the day, the women and I Ching were serious in handling various official duties, especially as the heavenly realm began to stabilize, leading to a considerable amount of governance each day. Fortunately, I Ching had a method. Using his wisdom and a bit of intention, he manifested a spiritual body to handle his work. This method was quickly learned by the women, gradually transforming into a magical technique called a moment of 108,000 years. In a single moment, a person can have 108,000 thoughts. What about a divine being in a moment? Thus, I Ching and the women created this technique for contemplation and governance. With the creation of this technique, I Ching felt that his comprehension had significantly increased, especially since each moment contained 108,000 thoughts. How many would accumulate over a day? As most of the scattered thoughts transformed into pure spiritual thoughts, if accumulated and unleashed at a critical moment, how terrifying would that be? It was precisely this technique that made the women increasingly optimistic about the future of the boundless heavenly realm. One day, I Ching paused his work and looked towards the east. At this moment, a piece of divine essence within his source had turned into liquid. Although it had lost its shape, it did not diminish his power in the slightest. He could clearly feel that his path lay to the east, and he needed to make a trip there, whether to the Eastern civilization or the world of Indian mythology. When I Ching announced his impending journey, the women looked reluctant to part, but thinking that I Ching could return to the boundless heavenly realm at any time, they all offered their blessings. The blessings of divine beings were extraordinary. Even if he left their world, these blessings would still have an effect. Blessings are the essence of a divine being's existence, and they're also a natural method that deities possess. That night, I Ching detached himself from the pile of fragrant jade and turned to leave the boundless heavenly realm. Embarking once again from the chaos world, he flew towards the east of the chaos world and was astonished to discover that the entire membrane of the chaos world had begun to melt. He also saw that while the brilliance of civilization had dimmed, it steadfastly moved outward. The mythical world was unfolding, approaching the grand era. I Ching witnessed the scene he had seen through time and couldn't help but sigh. As the mythological world reached its limit of expansion, it signified the maturity of a mythological realm, a time when the gods spread their faith and civilization. At that time, the mythological world would no longer have the protection of a fetal membrane. Myths would fall upon this boundless wilderness. What lay ahead was not just the impact of the ignorance and fog of mortals, but also the evil gods and monsters born from the desires of both gods and mortals. When the brilliance of civilization dispelled the ignorance of mortals, it would mark the beginning of a great era. Buzz! The Dragon Ball appeared, and I Ching stepped out again. He saw the golden path reemerge. But this time, it was unclear whether the atmosphere of civilization within the Dragon Ball had grown denser or if the laws had improved significantly. As he walked along the path, the road behind him sparkled as if sprinkled with golden sand, emitting a faint glow. To the east, although the fog still enveloped the world, terrifying giant figures lurked within it. However, I Ching was not easily provoked. His sharp gaze instantly shot out dazzling sword light, slaying the demons in an instant. Thus, the path became considerably more stable. That said, despite the fog, the east always lingered in I Ching's heart, as if there were already a bright lighthouse standing in the distant east. This journey was long, spanning at least 100,000 miles from the Eastern mythological world to the Indian mythological world. Not to mention that I Ching's current journey would directly cross most of the vast wilderness. In this infinite fog, I Ching had once glimpsed a gigantic, illusory demon blocking his path, which he ultimately killed with a strike from the Heavenly Emperor sword embryo. He had also encountered a monster with a goat's head and an octopus's body, which I Ching also slew with a single sword strike, yet he did not feel relieved. This was because these tangible monsters were essentially at the level of great deities. The illusory ones possessed the capabilities of mid-tier divine ranks. It was uncertain whether there existed primordial divine monsters, but it was undeniable that these monsters were terrifying. Even when slain by I Ching, they had an immortality akin to that of deities. Fortunately, wisdom could kill them. Only the wisdom that breaks the ignorance from which these monsters were born could bring about their demise. It seems that the divine rank of wisdom will inevitably rise in the future. From this point, it can be seen that this is also related to his long observation of the river of time. In chapter 122, the ancient gods impart teachings. Continuing eastward, at times when it feels dull and tedious, he returns to the heavenly realm to handle some affairs and interact with the goddesses. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Nyx gave birth to 3,000 deities, among which were famous gods like the god of death and the god of sleep. I Ching indeed did as he initially said, teaching these children every time he entered. And of course, he did not forget about the 5 little dragons. After all, he had once asked Zeus for a measure of authority on their behalf, even if it was for the heavenly realm. Over the course of 1,000 years, I Ching witnessed many uncivilized people emerging from a mist. They bore a faint glow of civilization, but these were like small flickering lights, only capable of illuminating a single tribe. Some tribes even radiated a blood-red light, as they worshipped evil gods, offering living sacrifices as blood offerings to the evil deities. In the end, the evil god was slain by I Ching's wise sword, and he left behind wise swords standing in these tribes to illuminate them and nurture the glow of civilization. At the same time, he guided their beliefs towards the heavenly realm and to himself. The mist remained hazy, and I Ching left behind simple writings, principles, and some skills in these tribes. Once again embarking on a difficult journey, I Ching traveled eastward. In the midst of a desert, vast seas of sand flowed continuously. I Ching transformed into a dragon, holding a precious pearl in his mouth as he soared through, which consumed 300 years. Beyond the desert lay a magnificent mountain range, layered and resembling a world of mountains. Marvelous. From I Ching's perspective, he couldn't help but marvel at how immense the mountains hidden behind the fog truly were. It felt as if he had entered a world made entirely of mountains. Soon, a golden path slowly opened up into this grand, mountainous realm. Whoosh! Within the mountains, the mist combined with the mountain fog, and faintly, strange creatures seemed to wander in between. Swish! The enormous ancient trees stood tall, each one dozens or even hundreds of meters high, with most of them being thick enough for several people to embrace. At the sound of a slight rustle, I Ching looked over and saw a terrifying giant snake peering out from a distant peak. Like a serpent of the world, this snake was entirely black, with slightly golden vertical pupils that gazed down from the massive mountain. The head of this giant snake, barely visible in the mist, was already thousands of meters in size, larger than a mountain itself. Primordial. I Ching's eyes narrowed slightly. This was an evil god, and he could clearly sense the bloody aura emanating from the giant snake. Roar! With a low growl, the giant snake suddenly dissipated like smoke, the immense terror seemingly vanishing. But I Ching became alert. Although he did not fear this giant snake, he already knew that there was such a dominant presence in this mountain. The fog was thick, and one could not see their own hand in front of them. As a golden path continued to unfold, with rays of dawn light spilling along the concept of this path. On the road, a figure was walking, searching in this aimless place. Suddenly, in the distance, a vortex formed in the fog, and upon seeing this, I Ching felt a surge of power building within him, then headed toward that location. Before him was a tribe of no less than 10,000 people, shrouded in a blood-red light. As I Ching looked on, he immediately saw a terrifying scene. A horrific fire sacrifice was beginning, with raging flames being ignited. Soon, a blood-red light began to gather above the tribe, and a large black tiger slowly formed from the void. As human sacrifices were placed on the fire altar, dark energy started to rise from the offerings, swiftly flying into the body of the black tiger. The form of the black tiger became increasingly solid, its dark red eyes greedily fixated on the entire tribe. It slowly exhaled a breath, and this breath fell upon the tribe, causing a surge of bloodlight. At the same time, I Ching noticed the ignorance in the eyes of these people deepening. Born from ignorance, growing in terror, feeding on despair. Perhaps I should call you foolish beasts. I Ching watched as the black tiger, resembling a small mountain, slowly coiled back into a painting. This is a kind of sacrificial idol, which can also be referred to as a totem. I Ching could sense the totemic divine energy within him fluctuating. Seeing this, I Ching took out the heavenly emperor sword embryo and headed towards the tribe. The golden path looked like it was made of gold, and as I Ching entered the tribe, all the wild men turned to look at him. The wild men, in the highest sense, are the people of the wilderness. Their appearance was not very different from what I Ching had seen before, but their spiritual light was vastly different. Oh, another familiar call. I Ching had heard it for a long time. He waved his hand slightly, and suddenly, a deep blue light of wisdom began to emerge throughout the tribe. Roar! A heavy roar erupted, and a massive black tiger, like a small mountain, leaped directly out of the painting. Uncultured, devoid of wisdom. It seemed that calling it a fierce beast was also acceptable. I Ching discovered up close that there were many different monsters within the mist. Some monsters, even if they had just been born, possessed intelligence. Such monsters could become evil gods. Other monsters lacked intelligence and relied on the ignorant beliefs of foolish followers as a resource for growth. Some monsters were inherently murderous and destructive, which I Ching viewed as ferocious beasts. There was also a type of horror that was directly born from a mist, which could be referred to as evil gods or demon gods. The black tiger that appeared was a foolish beast. The difference between a foolish beast and a ferocious beast was subtle. Ferocious beasts were inherently murderous and destructive, drawing power from the aura of destruction. Foolish beasts, on the other hand, were ignorant and fed on mystery and ignorance. For such monsters, the mist was the best place. Roar! The black tiger let out a low growl, and suddenly a dark, ignorant wind swept in. This wind had no form and didn't cause any disturbance in the grass and trees on the ground. It was like human murmurs or sleep talking, incessantly circling around I Ching's ears, repeating endlessly, with strange accents and distorted concepts being infused into him. Buzz! A bright blue sun appeared behind I Ching's head. For the ignorant, wisdom was an indestructible giant axe. Under this giant axe, all ignorance would reveal its clarity and turbidity. Roar! Upon seeing the wise sun behind I Ching, the black tiger became furious and alarmed, even as a foolish beast. It recognized that this thing had a relationship akin to a natural enemy. The black tiger exhaled a breath of black flame, and within the flames, dozens of shadowy figures flickered in and out of sight. They were terrifying in form, covered in horrific burns, with eyes glowing darkly like oil. The black flames rapidly spread, and some wild men inadvertently came into contact with them, instantly ensnared by dark hands that dragged them into the flames. Disgusting. Being civilized, I Ching could naturally see that the essence of this flame was the contagion of ignorance, a terrifying belief. This was a path in opposition to the gods. Clang! The heavenly emperor sword embryo emitted a crisp sound. Without displaying any divine might, a wave of blazing white light radiated from I Ching. As this blazing white wave quickly contacted the black flames, it transformed into clusters of light, seemingly filled with glimmers of blades and swords. Under this light, the black flames were swiftly extinguished. Clang! The heavenly emperor sword embryo produced a sharp sound, and then a beam of sword light appeared in an instant. I Ching swung his sword, using wisdom as power and the heavenly emperor sword embryo as a weapon. This sword light was extremely fierce, and in the blink of an eye, it struck the black tiger. The black tiger was swiftly extinguished by this sword light. This was merely a small god. In fact, I Ching didn't even need to exert himself too much. With a loud bang, the slab of rock shattered as if it had been smashed by a sharp weapon. Whoosh! At that moment, a mountain wind swept through, and the blood-red glow of the entire tribe weakened slightly. I Ching nodded slightly upon seeing this, and then began to enlighten the humans on the spot. Like preaching, under the radiance of I Ching's wisdom, the ignorant began to transform rapidly. They started to understand the heavens and earth, to recognize living beings, to comprehend the world, to grasp wisdom and ignorance, and to learn about civilization and cultivation. In just 3 months in the heavenly realm, the people of this small tribe began to learn to think, to study, and even some gifted children learned a bit of writing. God, we do not know how to worship you. An old man, feeling ashamed and devout, knelt before I Ching and asked humbly. I Ching smiled, his divine light enveloping him, with the sun of wisdom hovering behind his head. This is true holiness. I Ching smiled calmly and said, if you were to make a sacrifice to me, then let the flames of civilization burn. Use your light and heat to rescue others, giving a share of light and a share of heat. This is the best sacrifice for me. As he spoke, I Ching stood up, brushed off the dirt, helped the old man up, and looked at the humans behind him, saying, the flames of civilization erupt from the body and soul. Learn to study, learn to think, learn to persevere. This way I will receive your sacrifices. The old man, facing I Ching's words, looked at the divine figure before him with his cloudy eyes, and then asked gratefully, God, could you tell your followers your esteemed divine name? I Ching, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment, then pointed at the heavens and the earth, and said, you may call me the ancient God. I exist before the gods and after civilization. I watch over the deeds of countless beings and record them in a book. I walk through the wilderness, bravely paving the way. I Ching gradually spoke, then stood up and strolled, as the golden path lit up once again. This time, the ignorant people had been enlightened, and the golden path gradually appeared in the eyes of the tribesmen. Looking at the magnificent path and the figure that continued to carve its way into the mist, gazing at the winding and twisting golden path, seemingly endless in its source, everyone in the small tribe bowed down devoutly. Chapter 123, Rare Treasures, Exotic Gems. Ancient Gods. Civilizational ancient gods. The old man worshipped devoutly, unaware that the light of wisdom was gradually fading, and his dull memory resurfaced, as civilization and ancient gods gradually merged, transforming into civilizational ancient gods. Boom! At that moment, like a bolt from the blue, a brilliant sword light fell from the sky like blazing white thunder. All those in the tribe who were learning to paint saw a terrifying giant serpent being slain by this beam of light in the distance. This scene was captured and became a painting of the ancient god slaying the serpent. Similarly, this new painting became the faith of this small tribe. I Ching killed the giant serpent and watched as the terrifying black snake gradually turned to stone, forming a mountain range of snake scales. He sheathed his sword and continued to walk toward the distance. Although this wilderness was frightening, it was no longer as intimidating to him as it had been when he first arrived. In the blink of an eye, several hundred years had passed, and during this time, I Ching had lost count of how many monsters he had fought. Even the heavenly emperor sword embryo had become sharper after drinking the blood of numerous monsters. Whoosh! It was still the vast, mountainous world. It was so immense that even after hundreds of years, I Ching still had not found his way out. At this moment, as he climbed over a tall peak, a strange sound of wind suddenly came from a distant cave. Could it be another rare treasure? I Ching thought that although this wasteland had little civilization, one had to admit that the wonders of creation existed not only in the world, but also in this wild land. He had encountered many rare treasures here. He once rested in a vast river that was 800 miles wide, where he saw a giant agate pebble over 1,000 meters in size. Water flowed and clouds drifted over this pebble, with ice marrow blooming, making it a unique stone. Even after I Ching moved it to the heavenly realm, this giant agate marvel evolved into a beautiful, misty domain, as if a mysterious paradise had opened up in the heavenly realm. 200 years ago, he encountered a flame spirit in the land of 100,000 volcanoes. It was a small flame fish. Yes, in this life and death domain of the 100,000 volcanoes, he witnessed such a miraculous creature. After I Ching captured it and brought it into the heavenly realm, this small flame fish instantly transformed into 3,000 beautiful flame fish schools, not using lava as a lake, but the heavens and earth as the sea, feeding on disasters and making fire pits their home. Occasionally, These beautiful flame spirits could be seen throughout the heavenly realm. 120 years ago, I Ching unearthed a mountain of gold that was completely exposed on this wasteland with high purity. On this mountain of gold, a grove of jade cinnamon trees grew, intricately carved like beautiful treasure trees. Ultimately, I Ching moved this mountain into the heavenly realm, but he did not refine it into currency. Instead, he turned this golden mountain into a habitat for these jade cinnamon trees. Now, when I Ching encountered something strange again, he naturally paid close attention. In the distance, there was a duck-billed cliff with a weathered stone standing before it, and within the stone, there was a green ring. Whenever a gentle breeze passed through this green ring, it instantly transformed into a fierce whirlwind, howling loudly. A strong wind from the other side would then turn the fierce wind into a gentle breeze, bringing life to the grass and trees on the other side. Wow, a divine artifact born of heaven and earth. I Ching exclaimed in shock, then stepped forward, crossing the entire abyss and heading towards the duckbill cliff. I Ching looked at the green ring, which was neither gold nor jade, neither wood nor stone, and was quite peculiar. He reached out to grab it, and immediately saw the green ring tremble slightly, after which the weathered stone surrounding it instantly dissipated. At this moment, the green ring began to spin gently, and the principles of wind were fully manifested on it. However, I Ching smiled and said, "It's still a bit lacking. No need to rush into the world." With a smile, I Ching then summoned the authority of wind from within himself and began to wrap it around the green ring. Whoosh! The authority was rapidly absorbed by the green ring, and soon the last remaining black dot on the ring disappeared quickly. In an instant, the green ring shook, and the surrounding 8 winds came to a halt. With a slight tremor, the green ring flew over and fitted itself onto I Ching's left wrist. I Ching only slightly refined it, and immediately beautiful characters began to appear on the blue ring. This was I Ching's understanding and comprehension of the wind being inscribed. For deities, refining treasures is quite simple. It is about inscribing their understanding and principles regarding the treasure. Then, the treasure will possess unique powers, and other gods will be unable to seize it. Let's call you the 8 winds ring. The heavens have 10 directions, and the wind comes from 8 directions. Hence, you shall be called the 8 winds ring. I Ching smiled and said, then took off the 8 wind ring. He waved towards the west, and suddenly a violent storm formed instantly, with the surrounding air currents rapidly converging as if summoned. In just a moment, this storm transformed into a terrifying natural disaster, akin to a strike from the creator god, far surpassing the power of the primordial god. I Ching looked at the 8 winds ring in surprise, then gently waved his hand. Instantly, the terrifying storm disaster transformed into a tornado that rapidly rolled back into the 8 winds ring. The terrifying destructive power then turned into a vibrant spring breeze. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I Ching marveled and then looked at the entire cliff ravaged by the storm. With a slight wave of the 8 winds ring, a gentle spring breeze blew in. Green sprouts once again grew from the broken land, and flowers blossomed in the misty wilderness. The shattered giant trees quickly stood tall again under this vibrant life, instantly coming back to life, even more vibrant than before. Seeing this, I Ching gazed at the still rich spring breeze, which had just transformed from the terrifying storm disaster. The transition from destruction to creation occurred in an instant, showcasing the wonder of it all. Go, let this spring breeze spread across the land. I Ching felt the spring breeze as if it were within a thought of his own. He smiled softly and said, and then the spring breeze galloped away like a wild horse, blowing pieces of spring towards the distance. With such a powerful artifact newly acquired, I Ching set off again, and along the way, he could sense the sounds of the wind from various places, which to him were like subjects and a loudspeaker. Whenever he wished, he could even use these winds to convey words to distant shores. After setting off again, I Ching continued to find rare treasures along the way, but he no longer encountered terrifying heavenly artifacts like before. Instead, he often came across things like platinum stone tablets, giant clam shells the size of mountains, monkeys with 7 heads, and tiny kingdoms the size of a palm. Everything seemed to open up as if crossing that mountain world had unlocked new wonders. As he passed through that mountain world, although the heavens and earth remained wild and untamed, sparks of light began to appear in I Ching's sight. At this time, 6,000 years had passed since he left the Karl's world. During these 6,000 years, battles frequently broke out in the Nordic world, and Odin often descended to bring some deities. In these 6,000 years in the chaos world, Zeus committed a shocking act, following Gaia's prophecy. Zeus imitated his father and directly swallowed Métis. This made Oceanus directly hostile to Zeus, as his beloved daughter was consumed by him. Although she did not die, how was that any different from death? Hera, in the aftermath, became the queen of the gods under Zeus's pursuit and under the tacit understanding between Hera and Zeus. The story of Métis began to be obscured. This also led Hestia to angrily leave Mount Olympus. And there were interesting rumors that Hestia seemed to have advanced in divine fire, actually becoming even stronger among the primordial gods. This was also one of the reasons why Hestia was not punished by Zeus after leaving Olympus. Meanwhile, I Ching and Nyx's child also appeared in the world of chaos, as the god of death and the god of sleep separated their bodies and entered the underworld. For I Ching, the chaos world was now a land full of loopholes. Already a feast laid out before him. 6,000 years had passed, and the vast heavenly realm had undergone great changes, with countless cities established and imperial examinations held year after year. Most of the humans who were once granted fiefs had now become minor gods, and some even touched the threshold of mid-tier gods. This also meant that the framework of the dragon court was rapidly filling up. Speaking of which, Gaia also gave birth to a second child with I Ching, the giant dragon Typhon. It was still like the mythical plan with 100 heads. But the good thing was that, whether due to I Ching and Gaia's union or not, Typhon was remarkably intelligent from birth, as if it could think with all its heads simultaneously. This surprised Nyx for quite some time and made her realize something else. Advancing her closer to the position of the creator god, perhaps she only needed to encounter another world to ascend to that status. In a vast wilderness, star-like sparks shone brilliantly. Terrifying beasts peered from the bright light, yet they were filled with dread. This was the light of civilization. I Ching looked at the bright light like sparks, feeling extremely excited. He was about to encounter a new civilization. As he walked, he noticed that although each civilization was different, they all had significant similarities. I Ching passed through one small tribe after another, appearing in various mythical micro-worlds above the tribes. Some mythical micro-worlds were just a vast, beautiful expanse of white, where their ancestors lived. Others were chaotic, with beasts carving out their territory, some inhabited by people, and some abandoned by nature, each differing from the other. However, I Ching was not dissatisfied. Instead, he left traces of himself in these mythical micro-worlds, and Epimetheus, who held the Book of Civilization in the heavenly realm, continuously marveled at the paintings that emerged in the Book of Civilization. Then, relying on the divine seal, he began to exert his divinity, filling the Book of Civilization with the stories of these mythical micro-worlds. Chapter 124, The New Myth. Another 500 years later, I Ching stood before a grand world. Here, gods and humans coexisted, much like the world of chaos, and similar to the evolving world of Norse mythology. Only a truly perfected mythical world would exhibit such a coexistence of gods and humans. In I Ching's eyes, he saw this universe being nurtured within, and the entire world seemed like a gigantic human being. The thoughts were like a cluster of stars, and the brain evolved into a supreme spirit. It was indeed this world. I Ching said in astonishment with a strange expression that, for this equally grand world, he momentarily didn't know whether to enter or not. Suddenly, I Ching saw the supreme spiritual essence. Yes, he saw that magnificent and lofty spirit, pure, silent. When I Ching encountered this pure power, all his distracting thoughts suddenly dissipated. He is a god of wisdom, a great god of wisdom. Naturally, he has his own understanding of this supreme spirit. So it turns out that the myths of the three aspects of God and the myths of Buddhism are inherently connected, both seeking to verify this supreme spiritual Brahman. The three aspects of God inherit the path of ascetic practitioners, while the Buddha emphasizes awakening and realization. One achieves purity through the accumulation of practice over time, while the other attains great enlightenment through thought. I Ching suddenly realized something, and then he stepped into this world. He had indeed hesitated before. No matter how dilapidated it might be, it was still a grand, mythical world. Even if he didn't study much, he at least couldn't give up leaving his mark on the heavenly realm. Moreover, this place was not to be underestimated in later generations. It was a land of extremes, with the rich being very rich and the poor being very poor. As I Ching walked in, he found the surroundings hazy, seemingly no different from the outside world. But upon closer perception, he could sense that within this haze flowed a faint yet powerful intention. I Ching followed this perception, and with each step he took, his divine wisdom gradually began to shine, illuminating his entire being, as if a vast light of wisdom was being released. Suddenly, he slowly transformed into a ball of light and vanished without a trace. In the east of a wild and desolate land, there exists a mythical world, shrouded in ignorance and chaos. Yet within this ignorance and chaos, there's a supreme spiritual existence. This supreme spirit is called Brahman. This Brahman is not only the ultimate goal that all mythological deities aspire to achieve, but is also the state of enlightenment that the Buddha later sought to attain. It is said that this mythical realm has undergone 2 cycles of rebirth, each time resulting in the birth of a new creator god, causing the world to be continuously restructured until finally the heavens and the earth open for the 3rd time. All laws returned to nothingness, and all paths were obliterated. Only the heavens and the earth gradually returned to their original state, and then faded away as chaos ceased to exist. Yet amidst this, a supreme spirit still remained, appearing both as annihilation and yet seemingly indestructible. This is the supreme spirit of the Indian mythological world, and it is also the state of nirvana attained by the Buddha, Shakyamuni. In the midst of this primordial void, suddenly, a deity was conceived from this supreme spirit of Brahman. He appeared in a youthful form, with multiple arms, one of which held a divine disc. He is Vishnu, one of the supreme trinity gods in Indian mythology, also known as the protector god. Vishnu, he is the highest god who protects all ascetics, and of course, his realm also exists within the creator god's domain. With the birth of the protector god Vishnu, the surrounding space suddenly began to change, transforming into a wondrous ocean, filled with infinite vitality, the source of all life. The protector god Vishnu smiled and exclaimed, "This ocean, formed from the source of all life, has been nourished many times, and all has emerged from it. You shall call it the ocean of milk." As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic shadow suddenly appeared in the ocean, followed by a massive serpent with multiple heads. Vishnu continued to smile as the terrifying serpent coiled its body, creating a small island for the deity on the ocean of milk. Vishnu descended and reclined on the serpent's belly. At that moment, a faint light suddenly emerged from his navel. Seeing this, Vishnu smiled, and then the faint light from his navel suddenly grew into a graceful lotus bud. This beautiful lotus bud was enormous, resembling a grand lotus bed, and as it slowly blossomed, an elderly figure appeared, showing signs of age. He is Brahma, the god of all beings, the creator god, and the first being, one of the supreme trinity gods in Indian mythology. As Brahma emerged, the root stem connecting him to the lotus began to disappear, and thus Brahma became acquainted with Vishnu. However, despite their acquaintance, a dispute arose between the 2 gods over a trivial matter. Who is greater? Vishnu said, "You emerged from my navel, so naturally I existed before you. Therefore I am the greatest." Brahma replied, "Although I was born from your navel, you and I were both born in this ocean of milk, where everything has yet to be developed. We were born together, and since we were born together, I appear older, so I am the greatest." Although their argument seemed trivial, it was connected to the history of this mythical world, which had just been opened for the 3rd time, and naturally, they had long been acquainted. Although the heavens and the earth had not yet been developed, their relationship was already extraordinary, almost like blood is to water. So they could only argue about this small matter. Amidst their prolonged dispute, a faint light emerged from this place, a bright blue light that seemed endless. This immediately caught the attention of Vishnu and Brahma, their expressions fading as they focused intently on this infinite light. Soon, the faint light grew larger, and suddenly transformed into a young man, who also appeared youthful, with a green ring on his left hand and a mysterious divine sword at his waist. I Ching saw Vishnu and Brahma and smiled, saying, "I am the god of wisdom and creation, Buddha." I Ching finally gave himself an exotic name, Buddha, which is actually a transliteration of the Sanskrit term for Buddha. The Buddha is the enlightened one, the awakened one. At this moment, I Ching calls himself Buddha instead of Buddha, which is naturally not a problem. Vishnu smiled at I Ching, his eyes shimmering with unusual colors. In his memory, there was no existence of this deity. What is the god of wisdom and enlightenment? Vishnu asked with a smile. I Ching chuckled lightly and then said, "Wisdom comes from learning and practice, being able to apply and contemplate it. In all actions, in sitting and lying down, in everything, even the highest Brahman is a form of wisdom. The term open up indicates that only the first can be called to open up, and my opening up refers to enlightening ignorance and educating all things. It is also about forging ahead, exploring the path with wisdom and courage. As for me, this deity, I am neither before nor after. It is about what is beneath my feet. Therefore, I am the god of wisdom and opening up. Brahma said, well then, since you, Bodhisattva, possess such abilities, please differentiate for us who is greater and who is lesser. Upon hearing this, I Ching smiled and said, although I have a way to handle this, it is ultimately a trivial matter. For trivial matters, there is no need to fuss too much. Tranquility and lack of contention are also a form of Brahman. Seeing that I Ching's words were quite reasonable, Vishnu and Brahma both laughed. However, even though they laughed, they would not give up on their contention. I Ching naturally understood this. Then, Vishnu smiled and said, since Brahma, you really want to debate, let us find another being in this ignorance to help us discern. Brahma immediately nodded and said, good. Brahma then turned to I Ching and said, then let us invite the Bodhisattva as our witness. I Ching smiled lightly and nodded, looking at Brahma and Vishnu with a calm heart, as he was comprehending this supreme spiritual essence. It was like when he incarnated as the ancient god in the chaos world, and in the Nordic realm as the god of great wisdom to obtain the runes. Now, in this Indian mythology, he was incarnating as the god of wisdom and creation, Buddha. Naturally, his goal was to comprehend this supreme spirit that could give rise to the Buddha. Although the Buddha's faith in later generations still could not compete with the trinity of gods here, the Buddha had immense faith across various worlds. So after realizing this, I Ching naturally wanted to ponder it further. Of course, I Ching also knew that Buddhism in later generations had two forms. One was the Eastern Buddha, which combined with Eastern civilization, and the other was the local Buddha here. However, it seemed that the Eastern Buddha was more famous in later generations. The three gods wandered in this sea of milk with waves shimmering, and suddenly, after the three emerged from the sea of milk, the entire world became hazy, with only a gigantic divine pillar standing in the center of the cosmos. After seeing this divine pillar, I Ching couldn't help but step out of the realm of Brahman. This is a linga. As for what a linga is, you can look it up yourself. Upon seeing this linga, Vishnu said to Brahma, we have traveled through this chaos and found no other deities. Why don't we use this divine pillar as a starting point? Whoever finds the end point of this pillar first wins. Brahma readily agreed and immediately began searching upwards, while Vishnu searched downwards. The sky seemed infinite, the earth also infinite, and this linga was likewise infinite. After a long search, Vishnu sighed and said, this pillar is just like knowledge, endless, and perhaps it never has an end. He then began to return. Meanwhile, Brahma, who was searching upwards, made a miraculous discovery. Atop this linga was a magical flower, the pitcher plant. Brahma looked up and saw that the linga remained unreachable, with no known endpoint. Suddenly, he had a thought and began to speak to the pitcher plant. Pitcher plant, you must bear witness for me. Once I become the highest among the gods, you shall share in all the worldly faiths. After the pitcher plant agreed, he plucked it, and all of this was witnessed by the linga and I Ching. They returned to their original place. Vishnu, did you find anything? Brahma said proudly in the center. Vishnu shook his head and said, this divine pillar is nearly infinite. It is like knowledge and has no end. No, Brahma interrupted. Seeing Vishnu's thoughts, how could it have no end? Look, I have found the endpoint, and I have a witness. As Brahma spoke, he took out the pitcher plant. At this moment, Vishnu smiled, and I Ching helplessly closed his eyes. Liar. Suddenly, the linga spoke, and the entire infinite linga transformed into a person, appearing as a middle-aged man. You are Brahma. He hesitated. The linga transformed into Shiva, one of the supreme primordial gods of Indian mythology, the god of destruction, music, and dance. I am this divine pillar. My name is Shiva, Shiva said sternly. Besides representing many divine aspects, he also represented the Lord of Knowledge in the Indian pantheon. Or rather, all three primordial gods represent this, but Shiva embodies it more thoroughly. His aspect of destruction represents his ability to annihilate the world. On the other hand, it signifies his disdain for ignorant humanity. He wishes to destroy ignorance. Seeing this, Brahma awkwardly put down the pitcher plant. As the omniscient one, Shiva naturally already knew about the previous bet between Vishnu and Brahma. Shiva smiled and nodded at I Ching, then said to Vishnu and Brahma, we three are gods born of the ocean of milk. There is no distinction among us. We have the duty to open up the world and create all things. So, rather than distinguishing ourselves, we should collectively refer to ourselves as the Trimordi. Upon hearing Vishnu and Brahma agree, Shiva then said to Brahma, Brahma, because of your insincerity, lies will appear in the world. Therefore, I curse you. There can only be one place in the world that worships you. In other places, you cannot accept any being's worship. Brahma willingly accepted the curse. At this moment, Shiva looked at I Ching, who was smiling back. Shiva smiled and said, God of wisdom and creation, you are a pure deity. In you, I see the shadow of a true ascetic. In you, I see the will of Brahman. Although you have not manifested your fairness, you have demonstrated your wisdom and courage. Therefore, you will also be worshipped by all. I Ching was slightly startled and looked at Shiva. It had been mentioned before that Shiva was the omniscient one here, and naturally, only he knew about I Ching's outsider identity. Shiva smiled and said, no one should refuse wisdom and the courage to explore. I Ching immediately smiled and said, thank you, Lord Shiva. Upon hearing this, Shiva was delighted and replied with a smile, if there is time, I hope we can communicate more. Yiki and Ao, there is nothing that cannot be done. Soon after, the three divine beings returned to their positions. And suddenly Shiva cracked the heavens and the earth, splitting his own linga body. Then the heavens and the earth began to split apart. At this moment, Brahma flew into the sky, where he opened up a divine realm. Outside the divine realm, he also created a pure land of Brahma on the earth. Meanwhile, the deity Shiva vanished from this place. As he separated the linga, it was a natural process of separating purity from impurity, and the heavens and earth began to evolve, which is why he temporarily disappeared from the world. At this time, Vishnu was somewhat idle, as the ascetics had not yet appeared. Chapter 125, The Evolution of the World. I Ching saw that Vishnu had nothing to do, so he smiled and said, Vishnu, would you like to discuss Brahman? Upon hearing this, Vishnu immediately laughed. Born from the Supreme Spirit, he naturally possessed great wisdom, and he nodded with a smile, saying, Puta, please lead us to the milk ocean. As the heavens and the earth are being created, the divine power left behind by Shiva was evolving, and suddenly a gigantic divine turtle slowly appeared in the universe, as if this turtle had existed since before the heavens and the earth. This turtle was immensely large. Even I Ching, who was discussing Brahman with Vishnu, was captivated. Then, suddenly, 8 enormous divine elephants appeared in the cosmos. The 8 giant elephants stepped onto the turtle's shell, and then they began to move towards the 8 directions of the turtle's shell. I Ching carefully observed. This is the principle presented by the evolution of the world of Shiva, the reasoning behind the creation of heaven and earth, and also the foundation of a mythological world's evolution. It is important to note that such a scene, apart from chaos and the Eastern mythological world recorded in innate memories, is rarely seen in terms of the creation of heaven and earth. As the divine elephant arrived at the 8 directions of the divine turtle, suddenly turbid air descended, and the divine elephant's form became ethereal. Instantly, the earth was supported by the 8 divine elephants, their massive bodies bracing against the descent of the pure air. Then, in the center of heaven and earth, a divine mountain gradually appeared, and the milk sea began to move. Vishnu, seeing the divine mountain appear, smiled and said, Miluo mountain has emerged, and Brahma has a place now. I Ching looked at the peculiar scene, where a gigantic sacred mountain loomed majestically, continuously growing. Suddenly, a world appeared on this sacred mountain, and at that moment, Mila Mountain continued to grow. After an unknown amount of time, another world emerged on Mila Mountain. One after another, 5 worlds quickly appeared on Mila Mountain, and at this point, the growth rate of Mila Mountain finally slowed down. The mountain stopped growing, and at its peak, a vast world opened up, which was the pure land where Brahma resided. Mila Mountain became the center of the entire Indian mythological world and the axis of the universe. In the distance, the pure lands established by Shiva fell into these evolving worlds, and soon, 4 vast and desolate lands emerged on the earth. These 4 lands were still shrouded in endless chaos. The 4 lands were called Bhadra Shiva continent, which was located to the east of Mila Mountain. The place to the west of Mila Mountain was called Jidu Morua continent. The land to the north of Mila Mountain was called Northern Jilu continent, and the land to the south of Mila Mountain was called Shambhu continent. As the 4 lands appeared, the oceans began to manifest. In the northern Jilu continent, the Milky Sea moved here, and a strange serpent transformed into a magical island known as White Island. And this was just the world above ground. Beneath it lay 7 magical worlds, but these places had not yet come into their destined time. Amazing! At this moment, I Ching couldn't help but marvel at the wonders created by this world. Vishnu smiled and said, "No matter how magical the world is, it still needs people to create it. Only at the moment of creation will the magic appear." I Ching nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Although this world is peculiar in its civilization, their understanding of philosophy and principles is truly remarkable. Looking at this world so wondrous, I also want to choose a place as my cultivation ground, I Ching said with a smile. All around this world, divine light shone brightly. Apart from the lingering, chaotic energy on the ground, everywhere was filled with pure light. Vishnu smiled and said, "Brahma is about to create life." I Ching nodded. Vishnu, being one of the 3 supreme gods along with Brahma and Shiva, could see everything that Brahma and Shiva saw. I Ching, possessing extraordinary eyes and being recognized by the 3 supreme gods, naturally had the entire world opening up to him. This world is magical. Vows, language, and actions all possess unique powers. Perhaps even a simple statement could evoke a reaction from heaven and earth. This might be what Buddhism later referred to as causality. Every word and deed is a cause and effect. Every sip and peck also counts as causality. Therefore, when Shiva cursed Brahma, the entire world imposed a restriction on Brahma due to Shiva's words. Of course, the cause of this was Brahma speaking a lie, and, as the creator god, it was inevitable that lies would exist in his future based on his actions. The emergence of lies would inevitably lead to many deceptions. Thus, the all-knowing Shiva pronounced a curse on Brahma, who was also a creator god among the 3 supreme gods, cursing him to only have one place of worship from then on. Brahma, being aware of his mistakes, did not refute this and instead tacitly accepted it. Hence, causality was established, and heaven and earth responded, ensuring that Brahma would only have one place of worship in the future. At that moment, the center of the world, the center of the earth, the residence of the gods, was atop Mount Meru. This was a pure land, opened up by Shiva, ultimately falling on the peak of Mount Meru, where one could also see all places in the 3 realms. The 5-headed Brahma sat on a lotus flower, slowly descending to this pure land, which resembled the cloud realm, with treasure-built pure rooms slowly appearing. The lotus flower gently floated in, landing in this pure room, which was spacious all around and uncovered above, yet was often clean and bright, as if all light resided here. After Brahma sat down, he began to chant the Vedas, and, as he recited, divine light suddenly appeared at his heart and mouth. At this moment, in the milk ocean, I Ching and Vishnu began discussing the supreme spirit of Brahman. At this time, the evolution of heaven and earth was quite rapid. As Brahma chanted the Vedas, lotus flowers began to blossom on the earth, and various flowers, grasses, and trees started to appear. After just 100 years, the discussion between I Ching and Vishnu about Brahman gradually entered a good state. In Brahma's pure land, suddenly 6 rays of celestial light flew out from Brahma's heart and mouth, transforming into 6 ancient immortals. With the emergence of these 6 ancient immortals, the speed of heaven and earth's evolution accelerated even further. On this day, as I Ching and Vishnu discussed Brahman, it slowly turned into I Ching teaching and Vishnu listening. Because the knowledge I Ching now possessed was not merely from one world as civilization. He had the civilizations of 3 worlds as nourishment, making him a wisdom god that even Vishnu, who is known for his cunning in mythology, admired. Perhaps as I Ching explained, heaven and earth no longer obstructed his wisdom as an outsider, but instead began to bestow their favor upon him. After several more decades, as the 6 ancient immortals emerged. After a while, another ray of divine light appeared in Brahma's heart and flew out, transforming into a man and a woman. The man was Dasha, Brahma's youngest child, and also the 2nd-generation progenitor determined by causality. The so-called progenitor is akin to the king of chaos, mastering the new generation of worldly progression. Years passed in the blink of an eye. As the chanting of the Vedas concluded, Brahma's creation also came to an end. Upon finishing his creation, he used his divine power to create many ancient immortals, some nurtured from the mountains, others born from flowers and trees. They were all immortals, but aside from the immortals, Brahma also differentiated himself into a man and a woman, and through their union, they gave birth to a child named Vairocana. Vairocana then had a child named Manu. Manu became the ancestor of humanity in this world. After Brahma completed his creation, he began to pass on the role of progenitor to the next generation. Thus, he started seeking a successor among his children. However, his first 6 children were all indifferent and unambitious, being ageless immortals with immense divine power, representing all that is good in the world. Brahma had no choice but to turn to his youngest child, Dasha, for answers. Dasha's responses were beyond his expectations. He answered every question with great wisdom, and thus Brahma happily bestowed upon him the rights of the progenitor. Dasha accepted the rights of the progenitor and united with his sister. They then went to the 6th layer of the world, which is below Brahma's pure land, in the 6th layer of the Meru world. With the birth of Manu, although humanity had yet to be created, Brahma's exertion of power had allowed heaven and earth to nurture many ancient immortals and deities. Some of these deities possessed the powers of heaven and earth and divine status, while others were merely semi-divine beings, barely immortal. Their cultivation was also quite miraculous. They needed to demonstrate their faith to the 2 supreme gods, Shiva and Vishnu. At the same time, while serving their faith, they also needed to engage in rigorous self-cultivation, seeking to comprehend the Supreme Spirit, which is the ultimate reality of Brahman in Indian mythology. Through rigorous self-cultivation and understanding of Brahman, they would gain extraordinary powers, enabling them to acquire powers akin to the ancient immortals. However, comprehending Brahman required understanding the most genuine truths of heaven and earth and seeking the purest tranquility in nature, aiming to bring humanity and heaven and earth closer to unity. Thus, rigorous self-cultivation became the only choice for all semi-divine beings and deities in the world. Indeed, it was not only the semi-divine beings who were cultivating. The deities and ancient immortals were also engaged in self-cultivation. On another side, in the Milk Ocean, there was an island formed from a monstrous snake called White Island. On White Island, the sound of Brahman echoed, and the Brahmic script created by Brahma was now shimmering on this island. At this time, I Ching was discussing Brahman with Vishnu. Brahman is the truth, encompassing everything that is known and unknown. Just like the saying, the world is not the world is still the world. It is akin to the concept of seeing mountains as mountains and water as water, seeing mountains as not mountains, seeing water as not water, seeing mountains still as mountains, seeing water still as water. The third layer of seeing mountains still as mountains and seeing water still as water represents the ultimate truth of Brahman. Thus, in discussing Brahman, Vishnu was sincerely convinced, and I Ching felt a miraculous power surging within him. This was not some divine power. It was the power born from comprehending Brahman. It can also be called the power of truth. This power arises from the resonance between the heart and the genuine reality of heaven and earth, a force leading to the supreme. Therefore, even the deities were engaged in the arduous cultivation of this power. Chapter 126, Rigorous Cultivation, Empowerment, Enlightenment. The Puta god is indeed the god of wisdom, Vishnu said with a hint of reverence, his gaze toward I Ching filled with admiration. Although he was born from the supreme Brahman, it did not mean he did not need to cultivate the Brahman. He too needed to endure hardships in his practice. This is because the supreme Brahman is the source of power that can be called the supreme god. And only by becoming the supreme god can one break free from the intricate chains of cause and effect in Indian mythology. Of course, they are now considered to be partially free. With the unity of Shiva, Brahma, and Vishnu, they can be seen as a simplified version of a supreme Brahman. So they are naturally also partially detached from the causes and effects of Indian mythology. However, because of their unity as a trinity, it also leads to their inability to progress independently. Thus, they share both glory and loss. Now, that Shiva has separated from half of himself, it has caused Brahma and Vishnu to experience a significant reduction in strength, barely maintaining themselves between the peak of the original gods and the creator gods. I Ching smiled and said, "The god Vishnu also possesses great wisdom, but you are too intent on pursuing truth, goodness, and beauty, and in doing so, you have forgotten that the supreme Brahman also has a real side." Upon hearing this, Vishnu frowned slightly. However, after centuries of discussing Brahman with this Putian god, he had come to believe it somewhat. So he asked, "Putian god, could you explain further?" I Ching smiled and nodded, then waved his hand, and immediately a scene appeared before them. I Ching continued, "Lord Vishnu, look." Vishnu looked and saw that there were flowers, grass, and trees growing in the world, but they were all growing very slowly, lacking vitality. The creation of this vitality happened to rely on Shiva. However, At this moment, Shiva was wandering throughout the universe. And because of the creation of heaven and earth, his original essence was not complete. He had even detached from the position of the three aspects of the divine. This also caused the universe to be unable to operate naturally, as all laws derive from the root of the three aspects of the divine. However, at this moment, I Ching did not let Vishnu observe the evolving world. Instead, he guided him to look at the tigers, rabbits, cattle, sheep, pigs, dogs, and all the beasts. Especially, I Ching directed Vishnu's attention to scenes of tigers hunting cattle and cattle grazing. As Vishnu watched, he gradually began to understand, but he still needed a little more. So he asked I Ching, "Wise Lord Puta, please tell me the answer." I Ching smiled and said, "Look, as Shiva creates the world, the supreme Brahman itself is actually revealing its true nature. This on the earth is the primal reality, which is called life and death. It can also be referred to as the survival of the fittest. Within this primal reality, the law of heaven and earth exhibited by the supreme Brahman is survival of the fittest. If I am strong and you are weak, then you will be at my mercy." Vishnu frowned slightly, as in their understanding, the supreme Brahman is the embodiment of all that is good and all virtuous beliefs. However, with Vishnu's triune power, he naturally understood that I Ching was not wrong. Then I Ching waved his hand, and instantly appeared the temple of Vishnu and the followers of Shiva. Looking at the beautiful temple of Vishnu, a smile inevitably appeared on Vishnu's face again. Then I Ching waved his hand once more, and the followers who were slowly gathering at that moment appeared. They were each offering their faith to their deities. "What do you see?" I Ching smiled and asked, and he suddenly began to enjoy the feeling of being a riddle maker. Upon hearing this, Vishnu immediately fell into thought, looking at the entire Vishnu temple and the cremation pyre representing Shiva. It seemed like two extremes. Vishnu represents the protector of the world, the guardian of ascetics. Shiva, on the other hand, represents many things, and within his divine nature, he embodies both destruction and rebirth. Just like his sacred object, the lingam. The lingam created by Shiva as followers is made from the ashes of parents. Among Shiva's followers, he represents destruction, but he is also the god of creation. Death is the beginning of new life. The death of parents leads to the new life of the next generation. Thus, the lingam became a sacred object made from ashes, embodying the concept of death and rebirth. It is like the Eastern philosophy of fallen leaves returning to their roots. Decayed leaves return to nourish the tree, which eventually produces new leaves again, just as the seasons change. Autumn withers and spring revives. Therefore, Eastern civilization values burial as a form of peace, which is also a belief. Prosperity and decay? Vishnu pondered and said, and I Ching nodded slightly in response. Seeing this, Vishnu's eyes sparkled with joy. He had to admit that he no longer dared to question the authority of I Ching as the god of wisdom. In comparison to this Puta deity, his own wisdom was indeed too shallow. Shallow to the point that although he was born from the supreme Brahman, his understanding of the supreme Brahman was still inferior to that of this wisdom god. Therefore, he now firmly believed in this Puta deity. I Ching then said, "It's not completely correct. We should look at the essence beyond the surface. You see, amidst the contrast of prosperity and decline here, there's still one thing that exists." Vishnu suddenly understood and said, "The spirit of civilization." I Ching nodded and said, "It is the spirit of civilization. But now, they might also be called a system. With a system, the original truth gradually transforms into two categories: the truth of the system and the truth of the non-system. Thus, the world has emerged with the known and the unknown." Vishnu suddenly had an epiphany. A divine light shone from him, and his Brahman power was rapidly increasing. For the gods and all beings, a year of cultivation equates to a year of attainment, and 2 years of cultivation equates to 2 years of attainment. However, the world is not static. So within the conventional, unconventional existences often arise. Thus, Brahman power also possesses the methods obtained through initiation and sudden enlightenment. Initiation is when a powerful ascetic imparts teachings to a weaker ascetic. This process can involve listening to profound teachings or direct impartation of Brahman power. Sudden enlightenment is when one suddenly comprehends a point of the highest Brahman, leading to a vast increase in Brahman power as the heart connects with heaven and earth. This is why a moment of enlightenment can surpass years of hard cultivation. At this moment, Vishnu was enlightened under I Ching's narration. Years passed in a flash. Now, the Shah and his wife had gathered many ascetics to establish their own kingdom, but at the same time, he was the creator of all life in the world. So his kingdom was also called the Upper Kingdom. Meanwhile, in the Brahman Pure Land, Brahma suddenly had an insight. He gazed in astonishment at the Milk Sea, where Vishnu was having his enlightenment. Vishnu's enlightenment also brought clarity to Brahma of the Trimurti. On the other hand, wandering through the realms of heaven and earth, Shiva held his trident and walked aimlessly. He continuously avoided human beings, weaving through piles of cremation fires. These cremation fires were not burning demigods or ascetics, but rather the grasses and trees of the world. Since plants also have life, they can also be called living beings, and naturally, they can enter the cremation fires. At this moment, Shiva took a handful of ashes from a cremation pile and smeared it on himself. Suddenly, both heaven and earth and Shiva were momentarily stunned, and then Shiva suddenly became clear-headed, perceiving everything in heaven and earth. It is unknown whether Shiva's brief return to the Trimurti accelerated the evolution of heaven and earth. But in the next moment, Shiva returned to impermanence. And in the next moment, Vishnu awakened in the Milk Sea. Vishnu slightly bowed to I Ching, not for any other reason, but to pay his respects for the teachings he received. Puta God, your wisdom reaches heaven and earth. Perhaps you are the ultimate destination of all wisdom in the world. Vishnu couldn't help but speak, and as he did, the entire universe responded, as if the other aspect of Shiva, the goddess Shakti, was also sensing the world's evolution. Subsequently, in the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, all demigods, ancient immortals and creators had a moment of insight. Wisdom had a symbol. It is called Buddha, praise to the wisdom and enlightenment of the Buddha God. In a kingdom on the 6th level of Mount Meru, Dasha clasped his hands in reverence and said, he was also deeply in awe of wisdom, and it was precisely because of wisdom that he attained his current position as the creator. Praise to the wisdom and enlightenment of the Buddha God. All the ascetics were experiencing the wisdom being projected by the Buddha God from heaven and earth, and they sighed in admiration, beginning to offer worship to the omnipresent wisdom. At that moment, I Ching, located in the Milk Sea, suddenly felt waves of faith surging towards him from the world, and his connection with heaven and earth deepened a little. Suddenly, I Ching saw a beautiful blue little snake in the Milk Sea and couldn't help but wave at it. The little snake swam right before him. You are quite a beautiful little snake, since that is the case. You shall be my sacred beast and enjoy the faith of all beings with me. I Ching reached out and stroked the blue snake that looked like it was carved from crystal. The little snake immediately exclaimed joyfully, "Thank you, God of wisdom. Thank you, God of wisdom." Then the snake swam onto I Ching's left arm, and its head appeared on his shoulder. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light of wisdom floated behind the snake's head. I Ching then smiled at Vishnu and said, "Since Lord Vishnu has gained much insight, I shall take my leave here." Upon hearing this, Vishnu felt somewhat reluctant, as that moment of enlightenment was worth more than his 1,000 years of hard cultivation. So how could he bear to part ways? I Ching smiled and said, "There's no need to be reluctant. Once I find a blessed place, I will naturally invite you to come and appreciate it." Vishnu, upon hearing this, could only respond, "Since that's the case, I won't insist." I Ching smiled and nodded, then stepped out of the White Island, proceeding towards the ocean that encircles the earth along with the Milky Ocean. In the world of Indian mythology, there are two concepts of the ocean. One is the Milky Ocean, and the other is the ocean that surrounds the world. The Milky Ocean is the place of all vitality. Within the ocean that encircles the world, there are also other magical oceans, although these oceans have not yet been born. At this moment, I Ching did not head to other places. He was walking towards the northern part of the entire Indian mythological world once again. Chapter 127. The method of 3 meridians and 7 wheels in the northern part of this world. There is a massive, snow-capped mountain barrier standing here, which in later generations is known as the Himalayas. This great mountain stands in the northern part of the Indian mythological world, with a small section evolving into the realm of Great Snow Mountains. Most of the area is now still in a wild state. And on the other end of the wilderness is I Ching's long-missed hometown, Eastern civilization. I Ching stood on the ground, looking at the mountain. In his eyes, this mountain manifested as the Himalayas, known as the king of snow mountains. It seemed to sense a marvelous gaze, and a deity appeared among the Himalayas, dressed in a robe and holding a seal, slowly approaching I Ching. "Respected Buddha God." The king of snow mountains bowed to I Ching, following local customs. I Ching raised his palm upright, a blessing from elder to younger. He smiled gently and said, "May you, king of snow mountains, attain wisdom and reach enlightenment." As soon as he finished speaking, a spiritual energy gathered in the world, a blessing of wisdom. The king of snow mountains felt a lightness in his head, clearly distinguishing between wisdom and desire at that moment, and immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the blessing, Puta God. I Ching nodded slightly. At this time, the snow mountain king invited, respected Puta Shin. May I ask if you are in a hurry? I Ching was observing the world at that moment, shaking his head and saying, naturally there is no rush. The king of snow mountain immediately said reverently, respected God Puta, may I ask if our snow mountain kingdom has the honor to invite you to come here and rest for a while? I Ching holds a high position in this world. Although he is not one of the three primary deities, he can be regarded as the supreme wisdom, the wisdom Brahmin, and the teacher of Vishnu. Here, due to the recognition of the three primary deities, he is naturally the only tangible god of wisdom in this mythical world. Although all beings possess wisdom, and the concept of a god of wisdom does not exist, since I Ching was recognized, he has become the sole god of wisdom. Of course, wisdom is related to knowledge and the pursuit of learning, but these are not within I Ching's authority. In this world, there is no god who can fully wield this authority. I Ching nodded with a smile and said, of course. Then I Ching and the Snow Mountain King walked into the Snow Mountain Kingdom, which is a kingdom composed of several cities. As they approached the kingdom, gold and jewels adorned it. In Indian mythology, gold represents wealth and auspiciousness. I Ching walked into the hall, and immediately the immortals and deities in the hall stood up to pay their respects. The Snow Mountain King invited I Ching to take a seat. I Ching shook his head and said, the guest follows the host's convenience. I am a guest, and you are the host. Naturally, although my status is extremely high, I still can only sit in a lower position. This is the law of this world. All beings are equal. Your position and divine rank only represent your responsibilities, but you are not superior to others. Of course, after Brahma established the system, that was another matter. As I Ching took his seat, the gods began to ask questions, and I Ching, not bored, explained to everyone one by one. I Ching discovered that as he spoke, a faint divine power began to flow towards him from the crowd's understanding. This divine power coalesced and slowly opened a unique energy source from his perineum, the root chakra. This is the path of cultivation in this world. The 3 channels and 7 chakras. The so-called 3 channels refer to the divine power, which is the energy channels, namely the central channel, left channel, and right channel. The central channel starts from the forehead chakra and travels along the spine to the root chakra, appearing blue in inner vision, a vertical energy channel. The left and right channels are located on either side of the central channel, with a gap of 1/10 of a cow's hair between them. These 3 channels are parallel and vertical, serving as the veins for the flow of divine power. On these 3 channels, there are also 7 energy sources, each presenting itself. Starting from the bottom, the first is the root chakra located at the perineum, the second is the sacral chakra, the third is the solar plexus chakra, the fourth is the heart chakra, the fifth is the throat chakra, the sixth is the forehead chakra, and the seventh is the crown chakra. Between the third and fourth chakras, there's a transition called the illusory sea, which serves as a significant gateway for desires and cultivation. At this moment, I Ching's root chakra was opened by the divine power of these believers. The root chakra, also known as the Muladhara, appeared coral red, and upon opening, it manifested as a 4-petal lotus. With the opening of the root chakra, I Ching finally experienced the innocent thoughts of the deities in this world. The characteristics of the root chakra are purity and wisdom, representing a person's initial innocence and discernment of good and evil. This is also a manifestation of the supreme divine. However, I Ching was not too affected. As the saying goes, he knew too much. This supreme divine concept was ultimately just nourishment for him. As the debate progressed, I Ching gradually articulated his thoughts thoroughly, and everyone in the great hall listened attentively. They were celestial beings and deities born naturally from the evolution of heaven and earth, so their root chakras were inherently opened. Some celestial beings even had their heart chakras opened, which naturally provided them with unique assistance in wisdom and focus. As I Ching spoke, he was also contemplating the cultivation method of the 3 channels and 7 chakras. When all 7 chakras were fully opened, the crown chakra would merge with heaven and earth, and at that time, one would be akin to a deity, reaching the realm of ancient immortals and the 3 aspects of deities. Of course, this was merely a realm, and the concept of divinity was still incomparable to the 3 aspect deities. However, divine power is indeed special. It is a path through which all beings can attain divinity. As he narrated, I Ching's solar plexus chakra also opened quickly. It appeared yellow, with a six-petal yellow lotus flower. The solar plexus chakra, also known as the manipura, when open here, grants pure wisdom and a collective consciousness of the entire body. It is equivalent to gaining an additional sense of divine consciousness. With the opening of the solar plexus chakra, I Ching felt an immense divine consciousness suddenly added within him, and within this consciousness, all his actions manifested as if viewed by a third party in his senses. At the same time, he obtained an extreme focus, making his previously divided attention seem as if it transformed into two selves, where one was discussing the divine power to the crowd, and the other was silently cultivating within. Fortunately, this was not a mental illness. It was the focus gained from the opening of the solar plexus chakra. Aside from these unique abilities, with the opening of the root chakra and solar plexus chakra, I Ching could sense a continuous flow of energy pouring out from these two chakras, and this power began to circulate within the three channels, running throughout his body. The power sought by the three channels and seven chakras is not some divine strength, but the manifested spiritual power of one's own mind. This power is both illusory and real, infinite and endless, serving as the only bridge connecting oneself with heaven and earth. It is also referred to as perception, spiritual awareness, divine awareness, and so on. Thus, this divine power is a kind of spiritual strength, arising from oneself and harmonizing with heaven and earth. I Ching obtained the divine power of the deities before him because his discourse created a cause and effect, leading these celestial beings and deities to develop a connection with him. Consequently, their focus of cultivation shifted from the supreme divine to the deity of Puta. Hence, the spiritual power they cultivated would converge towards I Ching, much like faith. However, this power had no side effects. Perhaps this is the earliest belief power in Indian mythology. As long as one cultivates diligently towards a certain deity, the divine power generated from that cultivation does not accrue to oneself, but rather flows entirely to that deity. For instance, in later stories, the Asura king cultivated under Lord Shiva for hundreds of years, and because Asuras are different from celestial beings possess the nectar of immortality and do not die. However, Asuras only have a lifespan of 10,000 years. So this story follows the Asura king's arduous cultivation under Lord Shiva, eventually outsmarting the innocent Lord Shiva, who would ultimately meet his demise at the hands of Lord Shiva's child. The innocent Lord Shiva, influenced by the Asura king's cultivation and coupled with his innocence, blessed the Asura king, granting his request. Thus, the Asura king obtained an alternative form of immortality. This illustrates the concept of cause and effect, which is emphasized throughout Indian mythology. Fortunately, at this moment, the cause and effect presented by I Ching is that he is teaching celestial beings and deities, and they are reciprocating with divine power. If not for this, I Ching would have to adhere to the fundamental laws of this world and bestow blessings upon these deities. Similarly, it is fortunate that his realm of authority is limited to wisdom. Thus, all the practitioners and deities cultivating under him cannot seek anything beyond this realm of authority. Although I Ching possesses other powers besides wisdom, he understands the uniqueness of this world and thus refrains from overstepping. Just look at the cause that awakened Shiva to declare himself the creator deity Brahma. The resulting cause and effect were too great, leading to Shiva striking off one of his heads with a trident, resulting in him becoming a humble being. Consider Vishnu, who, due to his excessive caution regarding cause and effect, is the only deity in Indian mythology who has taken wordplay to new heights, as the blessings he receives from arduous cultivation are often undermined by his own wordplay. And then there's Shiva, who, because of his identity as the innocent deity, has garnered countless practitioners seeking his blessings, leading this three-aspect deity to neglect even his wife. Thus, I Ching is not foolish. What else could he possibly gain from cultivating under him besides wisdom and bravery? As the discourse concluded, ancient immortals and deities bowed down to I Ching in praise, when suddenly a loud call rang out. The deities were puzzled, and upon stepping outside, saw a massive elk standing there. It seemed that upon seeing I Ching emerge, this great elk immediately knelt down, sincerely saying to I Ching, "Noble Puta deity, your wisdom is known to all the gods, and your generosity has won the trust of the three-aspect deities. I wish to serve you as your foot soldier. May the great deity accept me." Seeing this, I Ching looked at the elk and smiled, saying, "All right, from now on you will be my mount. Wherever I go, you will go too." After saying this, I Ching waved his hand, and the power within him was unleashed, causing the elk in front of him to transform instantly. Chapter 128, the three-headed, six-armed Dharma form. After the elk transformed, it became a refined young man. Whether it was due to I Ching's influence or not, the young man's appearance had a slight exotic look to it. "I pay my respects to my master." The elk bowed and then turned, transforming back into a large elk. I Ching nodded, then stepped forward and sat on the elk's back with a light leap. "Thank you for your hospitality, King of Snow Mountain." I Ching smiled and said, then waved his hand, and the elk began to walk outside. The Snow Mountain King and the gods of the Snow Mountain Kingdom all bowed and watched as I Ching gradually moved away, exclaiming, "Truly the God of wisdom. His wisdom is vast as the sea. Indeed, your majesty, why don't we build a statue for this great god to commemorate his selflessness?" A greatly rewarded ancient immortal immediately suggested, saying that I Ching's teachings had brought him immense benefits, and even his cultivated power had increased significantly, making him very grateful to I Ching. This sentiment was not only his. Upon hearing this, the gods nodded in agreement, thinking that such a generous deity deserved to be worshipped. The Snow Mountain King laughed and said, "Good, since that's the case. Let's establish a statue of the god of wisdom." Meanwhile, I Ching, who was sitting on the elk's back leaving the Himalayas, suddenly chuckled and said, "The snake represents the strategies born of wisdom. The elk represents the perseverance that wisdom should embody. The sword signifies that wisdom should not only be gentle, but also possess strength and courage." Upon hearing I Ching's words, the blue little snake entwined around I Ching's left arm immediately joyfully said, "Thank you, Master, for the blessing." The elk also happily said, "Thank you, Master." It was because of I Ching's words that the blue little snake and the elk became symbols of I Ching's divine authority, and also allowed these two sacred beings to gain a bit of wisdom and power from I Ching. I Ching said with a light smile, "All right, let's go, but walk a little slower so I can find a good place." After that, I Ching became distracted, focusing his mind on meditating on the deer's back, while also appreciating and contemplating the world around him. Meditation is a state of being free from worries, a realm of great freedom. One could see flowers, grass, and trees everywhere on the ground, but there were also many places that remained desolate and bleak. I Ching had many insights in his heart, and at the same time, the environments of various civilizations and their origins began to emerge in his mind. He saw the third wheel, the navel chakra, being opened here. The navel chakra, located at the navel, appears green when viewed from within, resembling a green lotus flower with 10 petals. Once this chakra is opened, one gains a sense of pursuit and satisfaction. Another characteristic is balance, balancing everything within oneself. Naturally, this manifests as a kind of mastery over oneself in various parts of the body. It had been decades since I Ching wandered across the 4 continents, and at the 6th layer of the world on Mount Milu, the Shah and his wife began to unite. Meanwhile, in the northern sea of the northern region of the northern continent of Julu, a guest arrived on White Island. Vishnu was observing the world. Ever since his discussion on Brahman with I Ching, Vishnu's perception of heaven and earth changed daily. At that moment, Brahma arrived. "You're here," Vishnu said with a smile. Brahma, slightly helpless, replied, "Now that heaven and earth have been opened, the birth of nature is still a bit lacking. This bit requires Shiva's return. However, Shiva has lost her memory due to the separation of heaven and earth, so you need to think of a way. We can't let Shiva wander like this forever." Vishnu smiled and then said, "This is easy. You just need to stimulate her a bit to help Shiva regain her memory." Brahma, feeling helpless, said according to fate, "What should I do to stimulate her?" Vishnu, with a more pronounced smile, replied, "Shiva is the father of all things that created this world. So you just need to boast about yourself, claiming to be the creator of this world. At that time, Shiva will surely awaken." Hearing this, Brahma could only nod. It should be so, as his 5th head represents concepts like arrogance, which conflict with Shiva herself. Therefore, to make Shiva return, this head of his must be pierced away by her trident. After that, Brahma left the northern sea, and Vishnu looked towards Brahma's pure land and Shiva's location. The scene shifted to Brahma's pure land, where Brahma's 5 heads began to insult Shiva, even chanting Vedic hymns in a derogatory manner to stimulate her to regain her memory. However, due to the concept of the innocent master, Shiva naturally did not care about such insults. Helpless, Brahma's 5th head spoke up, "Shiva is just a tool. The creator of the world should be me. The Father of heaven and earth should be me. As soon as these words were spoken, the true creator of the world, Shiva, was instantly provoked by the authority of the world, and with her simple kindness and the anger of the innocent master, Shiva became extremely furious. You can insult her, but you cannot take away her glory and authority. For this innocent master, this Father of heaven and earth who created the 3 channels and 7 wheels, insults mean nothing. Because when the heart wheel is opened, one will possess a great love and benevolence, akin to Pangu's great love, treating all things in heaven and earth with compassion. However, compassion is not everything. Just like the manifestation of this deity, the first will he created, the sea wheel, is a pure distinction between good and evil. Therefore, while insults can be ignored by benevolent Shiva, the malice in Brahma's attempt to claim the identity of the Father of heaven and earth and the creator of the world cannot be tolerated. Confronting malice. This Shiva deity has her ways. Suddenly awakening in the jungle, Shiva recalled her identity, and a massive surge of primal fire erupted from her body, instantly incinerating the surrounding jungle. Primal fire is the fire of anger within the body, and another concept that serves as the source of the god's power. The immense anger instantly summoned Shiva's divine weapon, the trident, which she grasped and aimed at Brahma's pure land atop Mount Milu. Boom! A massive sound erupted, and the trident crossed through the vast space, arriving instantly at Brahma's pure land. One head of Brahma, one of the 3 divine beings, was lost. He transformed from a 5-headed god to a 4-headed god. Brahma felt this pain, and the next moment, the awakened Shiva, filled with rage, rushed toward Brahma's pure land. At this moment, Brahma hurried outside of heaven and earth, into the starry sky of Indian mythology. Vishnu also quickly arrived in the starry sky, knowing he must not let Shiva truly become angry. Otherwise, if she began to dance the dance of destruction, it would lead to a joint catastrophe involving the 3 divine beings. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in heaven and earth. Volcanoes began to erupt, and the oceans began to churn. I Ching, wandering the world, saw a divine artifact rapidly piercing into Brahma's pure land, followed by the sight of one of Brahma's heads quickly turning to ashes beneath Shiva's divine weapon. I Ching looked at these beings speechlessly, relieved that he was just an outsider. Otherwise, being assimilated by them would be quite troublesome. Let's go. I Ching took a glance and then stopped paying attention. His greatest goal in this world was to comprehend the supreme Brahman and to propagate the system of gold currency. As for the goddess, who doesn't know the relationship between goddess Shakti and Shiva? That is another aspect of Shiva, and they are a pair that must unite in this world. Apart from goddess Shakti, there are only the 2 wives of the father of the gods, Kali. However, after thinking it over, I Ching decided to let it go. There honestly aren't many goddesses in this world that he desires. Therefore, I Ching planned to focus on his cultivation and collect treasures from this world and city th. For example, the elixir of immortality, and to take a look at the 4 Vedas. As for when he finishes his cultivation, it would be when he heads to the last civilized place. And he has a feeling that when he completes the cultivation of the 3 meridians and 7 wheels, his divinity will surely undergo miraculous changes. As he walked, on this day of spring returning to the earth, countless flowers, grasses, and trees bloomed on the land, and various beautiful flowers and plants thrived in this world. At that moment, a deer suddenly brought I Ching to a magical space, a place unknown to anyone. In the center of this space grew a gourd vine, bearing a green gourd. The gourd shimmered with light, and the entire space seemed to depend on this gourd for its existence. As the deer brought I Ching into this place, a ball of light suddenly flew out from the gourd, heading straight for I Ching. I Ching caught the glowing orb, and immediately saw within it a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, each head gazing at the past, present, and future. The 6 arms appeared empty, as if waiting for some kind of spell to be held. I Ching suddenly realized that this was the form of the law condensed by the Indian mythological world for him, the god of wisdom. Yes, it is just the form of the law, not the true body like Brahma and Vishnu. I Ching then absorbed the light sphere, and, immediately, a lotus platform with 9 grades emerged slightly beneath his feet. At the same time, he sat down on the lotus platform, and his rich and vast power of wisdom instantly condensed into a Dharma form. Suddenly, a gigantic Dharma form appeared in this space. At this moment, the gourd rolled down and flew towards one of the 6 arms, and immediately, the gourd began to radiate a luminous sheen of wisdom, the pure foolishness gourd. This was a wisdom artifact capable of absorbing ignorance. At this time, in the holy land of Shiva, Sa, Brahma, and Vishnu had just transmitted power to Shiva, when suddenly all three of them smiled. Shiva smiled even more, and then a Bodhi tree suddenly flew up in the world. Bodhi is the fruit of wisdom and is also one of Shiva's symbols. At this moment, Shiva divided the authority of the Bodhi tree, and this Bodhi tree rapidly transformed into a string of Bodhi prayer beads with 36 Bodhi seeds, each seed having intricate patterns of 100,000 and 80,000 lines, with various marvelous symbols and characters seemingly present on each line. Chapter 129, chapter title, The Heavenly Gate Falls to the Ground. This string of Bodhi prayer beads quickly arrived in this strange space and landed in the hands of the gigantic and sacred three-headed, six-armed Dharma form. Immediately, vast power of wisdom surged into the prayer beads, instantly transforming them into another causal wisdom artifact named Wisdom Prayer Beads, consisting of 36 beads, each with 100,000 and 80,000 lines, representing the wisdom god's one thought of 100,000 and 80,000 ideas, and the 36 sides representing 36 thoughts in an instant. The gigantic wisdom Dharma form, three-headed and six-armed, was surrounded by 5 colors of black and white gathered together. As there are also 5 great elements in India: earth, water, wind, fire, and space. At this moment, these 5 elements were manifested on I Ching. Boom! The gigantic Dharma form moved slightly, causing tremendous sounds to resonate in this space. After a moment, a deep blue sword, the Wisdom Sword, appeared on the three-headed, six-armed Wisdom Divine Dharma form. 6 arms were seen, one holding the pure foolishness gourd, one holding the Bodhi prayer beads, one holding the Wisdom Sword, and a great wheel of wisdom floating behind its head, while beneath it sat a 3-grade lotus platform. The so-called lotus flower grades refer to the number of layers of lotus petals. There are a total of 3 grades and 9 layers: lower grade, lower birth, lower grade, middle birth, lower grade, upper birth, middle grade, lower birth, middle grade, middle birth, middle grade, upper birth, upper grade, lower birth, upper grade, middle birth, upper grade, upper birth. Therefore, the lotus platform has 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower, in 9 layers. At this moment, I Ching was sitting on a 9-layer lotus platform, which can also be called the 3-grade lotus platform. Some people also refer to it as the 9-grade lotus platform. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, the gigantic Dharma form shrank and then floated behind I Ching, leaving about 10 zhang in distance. Unexpectedly, he had gained an unexpected harvest. Feeling the Dharma form behind him, I Ching smiled in astonishment and then nodded slightly towards Shiva's pure land, Sa, across the void. This 3-headed, 6-armed wisdom Dharma form was not simple. After obtaining this Dharma form, some memories in I Ching's mind immediately surfaced. In later generations, this Indian mythology is not a small mythological system. Any country that believes in the Buddha will basically have a 4-faced Buddha, and this 4-faced Buddha refers to Brahma, especially in the Thai kingdom, where there are many who believe in this Buddha. In Indian mythology, the Buddha and the god are actually the same being. Now, I Ching was equivalent to condensing a wisdom divine form, and in the future, this wisdom divine form could also transform into a great wisdom Buddha form. However, this Dharma form still lacked 3 artifacts as it supports. I Ching looked at the gigantic, sacred, and majestic Dharma form behind him, which still had 3 empty hands. After a moment, the Dharma form faded, and a string of Bodhi wrist beads appeared in his hand, with the Bodhi seeds being very rich in color, especially after the wisdom divine character was refined into an artifact. This string of Bodhi also possessed a capability that could lead one to enlightenment. I Ching stood up and looked at the space, smiling as he said, "This place is quite nice." With a wave of his hand, the 5 great elements of earth, water, wind, fire, and void surged forth in conjunction with the power of Brahman. The entire space began to be transformed, and, at the same time, this space slowly descended to the outside world. Within the space, as the 5 great elements surged, it instantly became more stable, and in the blink of an eye, this world expanded to about tens of thousands of miles. Here, there were only 3 peaks, on top of which stood a divine palace, while beneath the peaks was a vast mirror lake. Apart from that, there was a plain, a bamboo forest, and a forest. Suddenly, a rainbow flew out from the palace on the central peak, displaying brilliant colors. It shot into the sky, and soon formations appeared in the world. In an instant, a gigantic wisdom manifestation appeared here, with 6 arms, each presenting different forms, and 3 heads looking in different directions. This enormous azure manifestation stood tall, and behind its head, a massive wisdom halo projected vast rays of wisdom light, which spread throughout the entire space. On the palace, I Ching looked at the quiet and melodious space with satisfaction. And then he brought down the heavenly gate of the heavenly realm. The five-colored heavenly gate descended, and immediately, a powerful force filled the entire space. Whoosh! A five-colored light flew out from the heavenly gate and quickly began to assimilate the entire space. I Ching was transforming this space into a small cave world. Only by becoming a cave world could this realm detach from the mythical world and become an independent space. Crash! At that moment, a sturdy emerald jade tree projected into the space. This giant tree was the tree of civilization from the heavenly realm, and its projection here further solidified this gradually expanding small cave world. Meanwhile, I Ching was focusing his mind on the wisdom manifestation with 3 heads and 6 arms. Respectful thoughts from various worlds quickly gathered onto this wisdom manifestation, and after a moment, the huge manifestation slowly opened its eyes. Through the eyes of this wisdom manifestation, one could see the beliefs from several mythical worlds continuously converging. Among these beliefs, some belonged to the wisdom deity, while others did not, but at that moment, they all flew in and became the power of this manifestation. Then, I Ching saw these mixed beliefs being quickly absorbed by the manifestation, with the impurities being absorbed by the pure fool's gourd, turning into a stream of ignorance energy within it. As the power of belief increased, I Ching, as the main body, felt waves of Brahman power being bestowed upon him from the heavens and earth. His root chakra, sacral chakra, solar plexus chakra, and others began to glow, and soon these Brahman powers surged rapidly, like the sea pouring forth, quickly penetrating the next chakra point. A wonderful premonition arose in I Ching's heart, and he then entered a meditative state here. The sacral chakra ensured that he could abstain from food, and of course, I Ching could already go without eating or drinking. Soon, light clusters began to appear around him. These light clusters were the 7 chakra points of the 3 meridians and 7 chakras. Mythology, the pure land of Shiva. Here, the seasons were like spring, a place favored by Shiva's Brahman power. This world did not place much importance on divine ranks. Instead, they had already detached from the divine rank system and embarked on another mythical path. This was also what I Ching had been striving to achieve. Gods would eventually become ancient, and only by breaking the divine ranks and forging one's own path could one shatter the shackles of the primordial God and glimpse the creator God and even the supreme God. In Mythology, since Shiva received the transmission from Brahma and Vishnu, he had returned to the position of the 3 aspects of God. Of course, his only role in returning to the 3 aspects of God was to maintain the normal evolution of the world. As for divine power, not many in the entire Indian mythical world used it. Instead, more chose to cultivate diligently to obtain Brahman power, because Brahman power could achieve what divine power could not. But using Brahman power must pay attention to the cycle of cause and effect. Suddenly, in Mythology, Shiva slowly awakened from a state of carefree oblivion. He looked towards one side of the heavens and earth. This time, he could not see through that space, which made him feel a bit curious. He was the omniscient one. There was nothing in the world that he did not know. So at this moment, because I Ching had sealed the space, making him unable to know, it sparked a bit of curiosity within him. However, after a moment, he smiled faintly and said, "No one will refuse wisdom. As long as what you bring is not disaster, not ignorance, the 3 aspects of God will not stop you." After speaking, Shiva closed his eyes again. On the other side, in the 6th layer of Mount Meru, the supreme lord of all living beings, the life lord Dasha, celebrated the coming of age of his daughter and invited various celestial beings and deities to attend this ceremony. Of course, this invitation also included I Ching's share, but unfortunately, I Ching was currently in seclusion and could not attend. At this moment, in the great hall of the life lord, Dasha and his wife conducted a wedding for their 50 daughters with the 6 ancient immortals, along with a fire sacrifice. During the fire sacrifice, all the celestial beings received their respective rewards. The gods could obtain gold from the flames of the sacrifice, and living beings could receive food, each getting what they needed. As time passed, Dasha's 50 daughters each married one of the 6 immortals, who, like Dasha, were also deities born from the heart of Brahma. The 6 ancient immortals and Dasha's daughters combined, resulting in the birth of celestial gods and asuras. For the birth of the celestial gods, Dasha appointed them to manage the heavenly realm, with Indra being named the heavenly emperor. As for the Asuras, Dasha assigned them to manage the underground, which also had its own seven-layer world, complete with its own sun, moon, and star cities. However, the world above and below was opposite. The heavenly realm was filled with beauty, while the celestial gods were sealed by Dasha, as Indra, due to their divine ranks and character. The Asuras, due to jealousy, deceit, and their combative nature, were sent underground, where many monsters existed, thus becoming the world ruled by the Asuras. With the birth of the Asuras and celestial gods, other beings in the world gradually emerged as well, following the union of the six immortals and Dasha's daughters. Among them, two of Dasha's daughters gave birth to the myriad serpents and Garuda, the golden-winged giant bird. Interestingly, these two daughters of Dasha had the same husband. They were like a Huang and Nuying, but their children later became natural enemies. As the myriad beings appeared, far away in the pure land of Brahma, Brahma began to create again. From various parts of his body, organs flew out, each evolving into a different type of human. Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, Shudras, and the lowest class. The outcasts need not be elaborated on. These 5 castes were created by Brahma and subsequently fell to the earth, becoming the constituents of various living lord nations. Just as the prosperity of all things was unfolding, Brahma conferred with Vishnu and decided to allow the goddess Shakti to reincarnate, taking half of Shiva's last form. The goddess Shakti is the feminine aspect of Shiva and also his raw, fiery side. Likewise, the goddess Shakti is the most famous warrior goddess in the Indian mythical world. Wherever there are monsters appearing, the gods will give their weapons to her to eliminate the monsters. Chapter 130, Breakthrough, Brahma's Pure Land. Dasha, come and see me. Sitting upright on the lotus throne, Brahma suddenly spoke. In the divine realm beneath Brahma's Pure Land, Dasar was taken aback and quickly approached this land that had always been like a realm of light. Father God, Dasar respectfully saluted Brahma. Even though he was a master of living beings, nearly equal in status to the 3 aspects of divinity, he still showed great respect to Brahma. Brahma looked at his humble child and smiled, saying, Dasar, I called you here because the beings of heaven and earth have been born, and another divine presence is needed. Upon hearing this, Dashar's face brightened, and he hurriedly asked, Father God, what are the requirements for this divine presence to descend? Brahma nodded and said, This divine presence is named Goddess Shakti, the half-body of the great deity Shiva. She is currently in the formlessness of heaven and earth, so a physical form is needed for her descent to unite with Shiva. Dashar's heart sank at these words. His dissatisfaction with the great deity Shiva was profound. First, Shiva was a rejecter, unwilling to enter the cities and always living in remote wilderness, often practicing near cremation grounds. In simple terms, he was a wandering seeker of knowledge. Second, Shiva had severed one of Brahma's heads, which made Dasar, who prided himself on filial piety, even more displeased. However, he did not show this on his face. Instead, he quickly adopted a humble expression and said, Father God, may I ask if the goddess Shakti could descend to become my daughter? I believe that having the great deity Shiva as my son-in-law would be more beneficial for my rule. Upon hearing this, Brahma smiled and slowly nodded, saying, Go and practice diligently with goddess Shakti. As long as she agrees, I will also consent. Dasar immediately left Brahma's pure land with a smile, leaving Brahma's face calm. After leaving Brahma's pure land, Dasar quickly returned home, made a simple preparation, and then left his kingdom to go and practice diligently with goddess Shakti. In the blink of an eye, decades passed. On a mountain peak, the goddess Shakti manifested from the formlessness of heaven and earth before the master Dasar. Respected goddess Shakti, I pray for your descent to become my child. Dasar said respectfully. The goddess Shakti replied sternly, Dasar, in light of your diligent practice, I agree to your request. But once I am born, I will have no blood relation to you, and you must not show me any disrespect. Otherwise, you will face my wrath. As she spoke, goddess Shakti slightly grew angry, and fierce flames surged around her, with terrifying thunder and storms appearing in her vicinity. Seeing this, Dasar repeatedly assured her that he would never show disrespect. Upon witnessing this, goddess Shakti immediately transformed into light and vanished. Dasar suddenly sensed the birth of an infant connected to him, so he hastily set aside his practice and rushed back to his kingdom. At this moment, in the realm of wisdom, a massive blue dermic form, and I Ching's own body slowly illuminated the 7th wheel aperture. This 7th wheel aperture was positioned 4 inches above the crown wheel. As this 7th wheel aperture opened, The radiant power surged forth, merging I Ching with heaven and earth. The wisdom dermic form also manifested 7 wheel apertures, and a realm of my intention is heaven's intention. Heaven's intention is my intention. My thought is heaven's thought. Heaven's thought is my thought emerged in I Ching's heart. This was the realm of the true fruit. I Ching calmly felt his inner self, experiencing a wondrous sensation, as if he were one with the universe. The flowers, grasses, trees, birds, insects, and beasts, as well as humans and deities, seemed indistinguishable before him. A state of great compassion and benevolence arose in his heart. Suddenly, I Ching had a premonition, and his eyes, mouth, tongue, ears, feet, and mind underwent extraordinary changes. At this moment, his eyes could see whatever he thought, allowing him to take in the entire universe at a glance or perceive countless tiny creatures in a single drop of water. His ears seemed to hear all sounds of the universe, while his mouth and tongue also felt transformed. Even more astonishingly, I Ching could thoroughly glimpse the future of the world. Next, the goddess Sakti reincarnated as Sati, the youngest daughter of Daksha. Sati had a tumultuous love-hate relationship with Shiva, and ultimately, after repeated obstruction and arrogance from Daksha, Sati performed self-immolation, transforming her physical body. Witnessing this scene, the great god Shiva, in anger, severed his father-in-law's head, and later, with the understanding of the goddess Sakti, he replaced Daksha's head with that of a goat, becoming a goat-headed ascetic. Meanwhile, the goddess Sakti reincarnated as Parvati, the daughter of the Snow Mountain King in the Himalayas. I Ching observed that the future was filled with such love and hate, and he immediately decided not to become involved. He then sensed the divinity within himself. Previously, his divine essence had transformed into liquid. Now, as the power of the 3 meridians and 7 wheels surged into the divine essence, subtle changes began to occur. The liquid gradually started to flow into I Ching's body, transforming from a concept into I Ching himself. In other words, he had previously carried a concept, but now the concept carried him. The cause and effect had been reversed. For instance, previously, I Ching's divine essence contained the authority of thunder, meaning he possessed that power as a deity. But now, he was transitioning from having the authority of thunder to becoming the thunder itself. Reaching this stage represented a significant step forward in I Ching's path towards conceptual divinity. And it was also a critical point in becoming a primordial god. Besides this transformation, as the liquid form of the divine essence flowed around him, a clear divine heart gradually emerged, quickly absorbing and integrating various systems from his being. The Tao heart. This was a Tao heart, and with its emergence, everything, yin and yang, the 5 elements, the essence of human and dragon, the runes, morphed into nourishment that fused into the Tao heart. This was the system that I Ching had created for the gods of the heavenly realm. It sounded familiar, and it was precisely because I Ching was familiar with it that he chose this path. The Tao heart was the most perfect path, as it could integrate into any system and lead out of any path. Thus, I Ching chose the path he would pioneer, the path of the Tao heart. The Tao heart. I replaced the heavenly heart with the Tao heart. My heart is the heavenly heart. My intention is the heavenly intention. This is the supreme Tao. I cultivate all laws with the Tao heart. The law is formed from the heart. My law is the great Tao. The Tao encompasses existence and non-existence, yin and yang as well. The Tao heart is the heart of existence and non-existence, the heart of yin and yang. As I Ching's Tao heart slowly formed, many of his essences began to emerge along with it. At the same time, some origins transformed into his innate talents. Suddenly, I Ching transformed, taking on the form of a true dragon. Then he became a divine being, followed by transformations across the 3 realms. Soon, he embodied the 5-element path, the yin-yang path, the 4 spirits path, and so on. In an instant, all of I Ching's abilities began to change. His divine rights, powers, and essence either transformed into innate talents, divine abilities, or termed as Tao and law. As these transformations occurred, I Ching's divine status and primordial god stage broke through like a damp paper towel, easily tearing through. Buzz. I Ching's realm rapidly began to elevate. Peak divine status, early primordial god, mid-primordial god, and soon he reached the late stage of the primordial god. In an instant, he crossed over 3 small stages. With the breakthrough of his realm, the power integrated within I Ching also completed swiftly, and in just a moment, he achieved a scene of changing heaven and earth. In the boundless heavenly realm, as I Ching completed his transformation, This piece of heaven quickly began to change as well. Countless divine essences rapidly transformed into laws under the influence of the dragon pearl. Compared to the original essences, laws were clearer and more suitable for cultivation for all practitioners in the heavenly realm. The heavenly emperor was born. The many women connected to I Ching sensed the changes he was undergoing and were all very excited. As the heavenly realm continued to change, it felt as though dark clouds had parted to reveal a clear sky, as if I Ching had intended to engage in this all along. In the external world, within the wisdom cave, as I Ching achieved success, all his life-s abilities transformed into the Tao heart, and his vast divine power turned into cultivation. This familiar feeling was even more comfortable. I Ching felt a power that completely belonged to him, and at the same time, this power was his. While the responsibilities of heaven and earth converged into a divine position according to his Tao heart. These divine positions are not divine ranks, nor do they possess special abilities. They are entirely defined by divinity and responsibilities. For example, the divine position of the recorder of history and civilization in the chaos world now only has the ability to record history and civilization. As for attaining the status of a great deity, that requires personal cultivation. Moreover, even if I Ching were to separate this divine position as long as he desires, it would still return to his body. In simple terms, I Ching has directly become the concept itself. Finally, he has achieved success. As long as he passes on faith and civilization in this mythological world, there will be no need for him to stay here any longer. I Ching thought to himself that over a decade had passed. During this time, he had come to understand many secrets of this world. At least the Indian mythology was not as unbearable as it seemed. However, the space for him to operate within was too small, too small. This world ultimately emphasized cause and effect, and everything had its antecedents and consequences. Here, it was difficult for I Ching to gain anything. Even the faith he was about to spread had to align with the cause and effect of this world. Otherwise, the punishment for reversing this cause and effect would fall upon him. Just look at the three deities, Shiva, Vishnu, and Brahma, who all acted according to cause and effect. The Supreme Brahman is a great cause and effect. However, since I have obtained Shiva's Bodhi seed, I can take this opportunity to enter the world and spread faith. As for civilization, I believe that mere propagation is not enough in this world. After muttering to himself for a moment, I Ching called for a deer and then mounted it to lead him to Mount Meru. Chapter 131. Dash's struggle in the Palace of Meru. Looking at the gradually growing Sati, Dash's eyes sparkled with affection. As a father in mythology, whether he was competent or not could be debated. Although he loved his daughter dearly, he was too self-centered in matters concerning Sati and Shiva, which led to his reputation as the Lord of Life not being very good. Lord of Life. Suddenly, a young celestial being rushed in, excitedly calling out to Dash. What is it? Dash asked, maintaining a calm demeanor as he looked at the young celestial. The surrounding deities and celestial beings looked on with curiosity, wondering if something joyous had happened. Dash's young daughter Sati also raised her beautiful face to see what had made the celestial so excited. Lord, the god of wisdom, Putra, intends to teach the Wisdom Sutra here, the young celestial said excitedly to Dash. What? Dash instantly stood up, his eyes filled with excitement. Who didn't know this god of wisdom? Putra is coming. The surrounding celestial beings and deities hurriedly adjusted their clothes and tidied their prayer beads and ritual objects. This was the god Putra, who was recognized by the three deities as wise. Putra, Sati also exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth. At this moment, Dash quickly raised his hand and said, Hurry, invite God Putra in. Wait, just as the young celestial was about to leave. Dash immediately stood up and said to the 6 great celestial beings, Please welcome the god of wisdom. The 6 ancient celestial beings felt honored upon hearing this, their faces brightening as they immediately replied, Thank you, Lord of Life. Then the 6 ancient celestial beings tidied themselves up and hurriedly went outside the main hall. Upon exiting, they saw a magical deer carrying a divine being slowly approaching. This divine being had one hand wrapped around a blue snake, one hand holding a string of Bodhi prayer beads, and one hand grasping a book. All praise to great wisdom. All praise to God Putra. The 6 ancient celestial beings excitedly and respectfully bowed to I Ching. I Ching smiled as he got off the elk, then raised his right hand towards the 6 ancient immortals and said, Get up. The raised hand is a gesture of respect from elders to juniors, and from ancestors to descendants. It is also a form of blessing. just like in a temple, where the Buddha raises one hand towards a crowd. This is the Buddha's blessing. Upon seeing this, the 6 ancient immortals not only felt no dissatisfaction, but were instead filled with joy and reverence. At this moment, the elk transformed into a human form and followed behind I Ching towards the Milu Palace. Upon entering the palace, the immortals and deities all bowed to I Ching. Dasha, along with his little daughter Sati, smiled and gave a slight bow to I Ching. A chorus of excited voices echoed in the Milu Palace. Praise the God of wisdom. Praise the God of Buddha. He is the master of all beings and also the foremost of all masters, so naturally, he cannot treat I Ching like others do. I Ching didn't mind, and Dashan happily said at this moment, Wise God Buddha, I heard that you're going to give a lecture on the Wisdom Sutra in our kingdom. I Ching smiled and nodded, saying, Yes, I hope that you, the Lord of Birth, can widely send out invitations to the various heavens, allowing the ancient immortals and gods to come and listen. Upon hearing this, Dasha was instantly overjoyed. This was a great opportunity for him to gain face. He immediately smiled and said, That's simple. Puta Shun, please take a seat. Soon, a mat was placed in the center of the immortals and gods. At that moment, I Ching noticed the little girl beside Dasha, smiled gently, and then withdrew his gaze. Sati looked curiously at this great deity, and then she saw the Bodhi prayer beads in I Ching's hand, which filled her heart with joy. Dasha also noticed the Bodhi prayer beads in I Ching's hand. Bodhi symbolizes Shiva, and Dasha and Shiva are not on good terms. However, at this moment, for the sake of the wise Pu Ta Shun's teachings, Dasha pretended not to see it. Wise Pu Ta Shun, I have a long-standing question that I wonder if you could explain to me. After everyone chatted for a while, Dasha suddenly said to I Ching. I Ching lightly pinches the beads, and this feeling is very comfortable, seemingly enhancing concentration as well. I Ching smiled and said, Please speak, the master of life. Dasha, upon hearing this, then said, I wonder if the wise deity Putuwa can tell me if there's a way to escape from cause and effect. I Ching pondered for a moment upon hearing this, while Dasha's gaze fixed on the great deity, and his peripheral vision glanced at his daughter Sati. If there really was a way, then he would change the fate of his daughter Sati. There certainly is. I Ching spoke, and immediately, Brahma in the pure land of Brahma slightly closed his eyes while his ears perked up. Vishnu of the milky sea slightly sat up, his gaze penetrating through countless miles of space towards the Milu Palace. Meanwhile, in Jiluasa in the pure land of Shiva, Shiva also slightly opened his eyes to look at the Milu Palace. He too wanted to hear who could transcend causality. It should be known that the 3 aspect deities are the greatest cause and effect. They're the source of causality. Otherwise, Shiva's curse towards Brahma would not hold. Within the Milu Palace, the Dasha and the ancient immortals all revealed looks of surprise, and immediately, Dasha folded his hands together and said, Please, great deity, tell me. I Ching smiled and said, In this world, there are 5 types of people who are within the realm of cause and effect. Yet are not disturbed by it. 5 types of people. The ancient immortals and various gods exchanged glances, their eyes revealing disbelief. At this moment, I Ching continued. The first type of person is the sage. A sage is someone who can see the small and understand the great, capable of foreseeing the future. This type, while within cause and effect, is transcendent of it. Upon hearing this, Dasha slightly furrowed his brow and asked, How does a sage achieve this? I Ching said with a faint smile, A so-called sage is someone who walks ahead of all beings and can guide them in the right direction. If the 3 aspects of divinity can be considered sages in their practice, it is because they follow the natural laws of cause and effect and possess the foresight of sages, yet they lack the actual teachings of a sage. If it is a mortal, there are those who have reached the pinnacle of their craft. At this point, these mortals can also be seen as sages, such as the sage of medicine. They have a standard. A sage does not treat the already ill, but prevents illness before it occurs. Does not address chaos after it has arisen, but prevents chaos before it begins. Upon hearing this, Brahma slightly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with contemplation. While Vishnu seemed momentarily distracted, his mind swirling like constellations, with countless thoughts flashing in an instant. Jeraso, also known as Shiva's pure land. Shiva suddenly realized and nodded happily, saying, Truly, you are the god of wisdom. Foresight allows for prevention. Even with cause and effect, one can walk another path. This path is one where human effort and cause and effect complement each other. So that is how it is. Meanwhile, the ancient immortals and gods in the Milu Palace were pondering. Dasha, relying on wisdom to reach the position of the master of life. Quickly thought of how sages are not detached from cause and effect, but instead push cause and effect to achieve their desired goals. This transforms from manipulating causes and effects to manipulating cause and effect itself. However, this concept was somewhat distant for Dasha. He lacked the kind of foresight and the ability to predict the future. Thus, he smiled wryly and shook his head, saying, "I wonder if the great god of wisdom has any other methods?" At this moment, he also realized that I Ching was indeed a wise god capable of guiding the three aspects of divinity, and his tone inevitably carried a sense of respect. The gods and ancient immortals also began to grasp the profoundness of the matter, and thus praised it, turning to I Ching to continue listening. This second type of person is the sage and virtuous. "Please, God Puta, elaborate further." I Ching smiled and said, "Sages refer to those who can teach and guide with virtue and morality, serving as a master to all beings. Sages seek the Tao in heaven and earth and endure hardships much like ascetics, but they possess noble character. They share their knowledge with the foolish beings and have lofty ideals. They are willing to die for their ideals on this path without any regrets." As he spoke, I Ching smiled and said, "Might I ask, for those who strive for their ideals and fear not even death, what disturbance could karma bring? They do not fear failure. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, they will give their all." Upon hearing I Ching's words, Dasha instinctively replied, "How can there be such foolish people?" I Ching smiled slightly at the words and did not respond. Humanity is indeed peculiar, with contradictions coexisting. Some are willing to sacrifice their lives for trivial matters, while others dismiss them as insignificant. Humanity is complex and miraculous. Who can explain it clearly? I actually think it could be true. A plump immortal then stood up and spoke. He was the brother of Dashan, a well-known instigator in Indian mythology. The naive master, Shiva, is also such a person. Perhaps naive people are just like that. Upon hearing this, Dashan's expression darkened. He did not want to hear the name Shiva. What about the third? I Ching did not dare to show any expression towards Dashan, but instead asked respectfully. The third is the true person. They study the knowledge of heaven and earth, seeking all truths. They are filled with curiosity about everything, conforming to the natural changes of heaven and earth as part of nature itself. What they seek is only the truth, so cause and effect hold no significance for them, I Ching said. The fourth is the great person of cause and effect. They are inherently cause and effect, and precisely because they are entangled in cause and effect, it means nothing to them. At this point, I Ching concluded, and the last group can be called the pioneers. For those who have not done what their predecessors have accomplished, they're the brilliant pioneers for them. Cause and effect is not an issue. Dashan furrowed his brow, pondering these 5 types of people, feeling as if he did not belong to any of them, and then asked with a frown, "Is it really true that the god of great wisdom cannot reverse cause and effect?" I Ching smiled and said, "The first 5 types are those who transcend cause and effect, but there are only 2 types of people who can reverse cause and effect." "What kind of people?" At this moment, Dasha was already captivated by I Ching's words. I Ching said, "Among these 2 types of people, one is the divine being who understands the principles of creation. For them, cause and effect are merely playthings. The other type is the self-abandoners, who choose self-destruction as the best way to escape from cause and effect." Upon hearing this answer, Dasha sighed helplessly. Is there really no way to reverse cause and effect? Is it true that his daughter Sati can only marry Shiva, this abandoner? Chapter 132. Zeus creates humanity since the day the simple sermon concluded. Dasha has been inviting the gods and ancient immortals, while establishing a high platform in the country of Milu, unable to find the name. Soon, time passed quickly, and because it was I Ching's invitation, Shiva was also invited. In the blink of an eye, the ancient immortals and gods flew in from all corners of the universe. There were heavenly gods, Asuras, as well as peacocks, lions, tigers, elephants, and the ancient immortals with the 3 aspects of the divine all arrived here. I Ching slowly walked up to the high platform, and then his Dharmakaya manifested. The small figure disappeared, and in an instant, a massive blue 3-headed, 6-armed appeared. Wisdom. It is a conscious action of what one learns and practices. The colossal began to speak slowly, and the pure foolish gourd, wisdom sword, and Bodhi prayer beads all began to glow, cleansing the distractions from the minds of the audience. In the 3 voids located on the high platform, the 3 deities, Shiva, Vishnu, and Brahma, were also listening to I Ching's narration. As I Ching spoke, knowledge about law, governance, warfare, agriculture, craftsmanship, medicine, philosophy, and more flowed from his mouth. The vastness of this knowledge astonished Brahma. He had created the 4 Vedas since the beginning of time and believed he had encompassed all knowledge of the world. But now he realized how extensive the knowledge of the universe was, far beyond what the 4 Vedas could explain. Meanwhile, the more Shiva listened, the more his smile grew. He himself represented knowledge, but his omniscience had limitations. He could only represent the knowledge within their civilization. Knowledge beyond their civilization was something novel for him. However, being a deity of knowledge, he had already memorized this information in his mind, as I Ching explained. Of course, the knowledge I Ching shared did not exceed the limits of this era. After all, knowledge cannot be fully transmitted. Therefore, in his narration, I Ching also included some personal insights. For instance, when he spoke about the cow's culture, he shared stories about the gods of cows. When he mentioned the culture of Norse mythology, he recounted tales of the Norse gods. Shiva showed indifference to I Ching's actions. Days passed in the blink of an eye, and I Ching briefly covered the knowledge of law, agriculture, craftsmanship, and more from Indian mythology. Yes, he was discussing the Indian mythological system and did not present the complete system in his mind. Nevertheless, even so, there was an excited expression on Dasha's face. And at that moment, a force of causality from the Indian mythological world descended upon I Ching. I Ching faced these karmas without fear, instead embodying the manifestation of the 3 heads and 6 arms. As the karma fell upon the wisdom manifestation, it instantly transformed into a clear and luminous treasure. The karma pearl. I Ching had long discovered that the wisdom dharma image might have been transformed by the changes of other paths, becoming a kind of karmic result for him. So he was not afraid of the cause and effect that came. Just like the power of faith at this moment, I Ching had already discarded the Tao fruit and completely merged into the wisdom dharma image, becoming the nourishment for this karmic fruit. At the same time, the temples of the wisdom deity appeared in various countries, with one temple standing in each city and nation. Inside the temple, a blue 3-headed 6-armed deity was prostrating under a deer, with blue snakes coiling around its arms, holding a sword or a prayer bead, etc., which allowed I Ching's faith to take root firmly in the world of Indian mythology. Therefore, waves of rich faith power continuously gathered towards I Ching, and the wisdom dharma image thus gained an additional halo of faith behind its head. It was quite easy to spread faith in this world, and this time, I Ching felt that he had also integrated into their civilization. I Ching nodded slightly, sensing the temples that were appearing all over the Indian mythology world. As for spreading civilization here, he thought that it was really not the right time to do so in this country. The spread of civilization needs to be appropriate. For example, the Nordic mythology world lacks food culture, so I Ching could use that to spread in. As for whether spreading civilization would cause changes to their civilization, it actually wouldn't, because this is a mythical world. Mythology is the result of the reflection of real civilization, and mythology does not reflect reality. Thus, when the great era of mythical humanity arrives, it is the moment when the membranes of various mythical worlds break, and also the time when various civilizations begin to invade and merge. Therefore, I Ching was very cautious about the spread of civilization. He only wanted civilization to spread out and did not want to assist other worlds at this time. After finishing the sermon at the Milu Palace, I Ching traveled around the entire Indian mythology world, and because he carried the cause and effect with the wisdom dharma image, his journey around the world was quite leisurely. In the Nordic mythology world, in Midgard at the Iron Forest, Odin and Loki performed ancient rites under the gaze of giants and gods, becoming mythological brothers. Among the gods, a red-haired giant, significantly stronger than the other deities, exchanged glances with Loki. "Why is this big guy staring at me?" Loki wondered, looking at Thor, the thunder god who had just joined Asgard. Everyone, at this moment, Odin laughed heartily and shouted to all, "Today is the day of the alliance between our gods and giants, linked by my friendship with Loki." Oh, oh, oh. Everyone cheered excitedly, and the gods now had familiar faces from later generations, such as the not-yet disarmed war god Tyr from Asgard, red-haired Thor, Frigg, Freya, Freyr, and so on. In contrast, the giant clan, with various powerful giants, created an oppressive atmosphere that felt like the sky was about to collapse. It was evident that the gods and giants had become increasingly powerful. After Odin finished speaking, he laughed and said to Loki, "Loki, my brother, I promise you, you will always be my brother. This is my oath. I swear by Gungnir and the World Tree. From now on, you will always be an honored guest at our Asgard feasts." Hearing this, Loki also smiled and looked back at the giants behind him, saying with a grin, "O king of the gods, I, Loki, will also forever pledge my loyalty. As long as the oath is still valid, I will never betray you." Good. Odin immediately laughed joyfully. With the support of the Iron Forest tribe's giants, the Quaimire tribe was no longer his opponent. With the giants of the Iron Forest blocking the way, the Quaimire tribe could no longer disturb Asgard. Thinking this, Odin looked at Loki with great favor. And at that moment, Odin suddenly saw a glimpse of the future. A giant was building a sturdy wall for Asgard, a wall that could withstand the giant's impact. And he also saw a marvelous rainbow bridge being established in Asgard. However, since it was the time for the feast, Odin temporarily set aside serious matters, and everyone began to chat joyfully. In the Chaos world, on Mount Olympus, the Olympus Star Temple had not ceased its operations for thousands of years since I Ching's departure. Instead, a deity came to Mount Olympus from the sea, the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, who could also be called Venus. After all, Greek mythology and Roman mythology are one and the same, with only slight changes. In addition to the arrival of the goddess Venus, Zeus and Hera also conceived a child. But this child was so ugly that Hera threw him off Mount Olympus. Meanwhile, during this period, Zeus and the gods created another generation of humans, choosing to create them from silver. However, as soon as the silver humans were born, they were spoiled by their elders and were filled with deception and intrigue among themselves. Their constant fighting and deception erupted at all times, and this generation of humans originally had the same lifespan as the golden humans. But due to their mutual deception and intrigue, and as they gradually brought their deceit into the sacrifices to the gods, they were ultimately destroyed by Zeus. Thus Zeus, with a dark expression, referred to this generation of dead humans as devils. The golden humans, on the other hand, were sought from Hades by Zeus, becoming true servants of the gods, and later, they became angels, the guardians of justice wandering in the skies. It is unknown whether it was due to the second generation of humans, but Zeus and Hera gave birth to a second son, the god of war, Ares. And with the demise of the silver humans, Zeus, unwilling to be weaker than Cronus in this regard, created the third generation of humans, the bronze humans. Zeus had had enough of the previously deceitful humans, and with the birth of his son with Hera, he created strong and tall bronze humans. These were warlike and good at fighting. They made tools and houses from bronze, but they died due to mutual conflicts. The souls of these dead strong humans were taken away by Hades in advance, and of course, Hades now had two deities by his side, the god of death and the god of sleep. Bang! On Mount Olympus, Zeus looked grimly at the gradually extinct bronze humans. "I think for creating humans, we should find professionals," said Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, suppressing a smile. Hestia, the goddess of the hearth and protection, slightly smiled and then said, "Indeed, a good idea." Hera also chuckled lightly. "I agree." Saying this, Hera comforted Zeus, saying, "The golden humans were not created by Cronus. We just need to find suitable people to create for us." Hearing this, Zeus waved his hand with a dark expression. "Let's put this aside for now." Subsequently, the gods dispersed unhappily, but Zeus seemed to have left Mount Olympus out of frustration, leading to a romantic encounter. Meanwhile, on Mount Olympus, Hera did not pay much attention to Zeus leaving. She only thought that he was too troubled and had left. However, as time went on, Hera began to sense something was off, as her divine essence reflected some information. She immediately arrived at the temple, and in the divine fire of the temple, she saw Zeus with a beautiful goddess in a compromising position. "Zeus!" Hera shouted angrily. Chapter 133, The Great Snake Skin Zeus. In the corner of the chaotic world, Zeus and Leto were startled by a sudden voice. Suddenly, a phantom flame appeared in the sky, and within it was Hera, her face filled with anger. "Hera!" Zeus's expression changed immediately, and he felt his power beginning to shift. So he quickly called out to Hera, "Wait, Hera!" At that moment, Hera angrily vanished into the divine fire. Seeing the divine fire disappear, Zeus knew something was wrong. So he quickly told the goddess Leto beside him, "This is bad. Leto, you need to leave here quickly. I'll buy you some time." With that, Zeus instantly disappeared, looking somewhat dejected. Before Leto could even call out, Zeus had vanished from sight. Meanwhile, on Mount Olympus, Hera fiercely summoned her pet, Python. Python! Hera used her divine power to summon. Suddenly, in a massive cave beneath Mount Olympus, a fierce giant snake began to stir. Its mottled white skin provided it with the best camouflage. Python suddenly opened its eyes and quickly slithered out of the cave, making its way towards Mount Olympus. Soon arriving at Hera's palace. My most esteemed mistress, may I ask who has angered you so? Python flattered Hera. Hera looked at her pet, a gigantic python whose body had long exceeded 100 feet, resembling a small mountain. However, it had shrunk in size upon arriving at Hera's palace. Hera gazed at Python and slowly spoke. Python, I have something to instruct you. Hearing this, Python lowered itself to the ground, listening attentively. As Hera spoke, Python's eyes flashed with surprise, and it quickly responded, My mistress, you wish for me to eliminate the lover of the god king this. Hera's face grew cold as she said, Don't worry about it. I'll keep an eye on Zeus. Upon hearing this, Python felt a strange thrill rising within, and it sneered. Mistress, rest assured, I will make it quick for her. Seeing this, Hera's eyes grew colder, and she said lightly, Good. If you do well, I can grant you divinity. Hera possessed half of Zeus's authority, so she could make other beings divine. However, such a god would be subject to the Olympian gods, but even so, this kind of god would still have the assurance of immortal divinity. Whoosh! A shadow swiftly darted across Mount Olympus, heading towards the earth. Inside Zeus's palace. Zeus saw this scene in the mirror, and his heart sank. He secretly unleashed a bolt of thunder, which streaked across the sky and vanished without a trace. Zeus. At that moment, outside Zeus's grand hall, Hera arrived, and a smirk appeared on Zeus's face. In the world of Indian mythology, I Ching traveled from the heavenly realm to the underworld, and then slowly arrived at the pure land of Shiva, Jarosha. Welcome, great god of wisdom. Nandi, Shiva's blue bull mount, stepped out of Jarosha and respectfully bowed to I Ching. I Ching smiled as he dismounted from the elk, then said, You all can go down. I have some words to discuss with the great deity Shiva. Upon hearing this, Nandi, the elk, and the blue serpent on I Ching's arm all descended. In the realm of Jira, the great deity Shiva looked at I Ching, who entered, and smiled, saying, Is the great god of wisdom here for something? Shiva, what is your view on outsiders? I Ching slowly smiled and asked. Shiva replied with a faint smile, Outsiders are no different to us, and we're no different from others. I Ching smiled slightly upon hearing this, and then said, In that case, I won't disturb Lord Shiva. Upon hearing this, Shiva nodded, and then I Ching left Jilua Temple. In a moment, he arrived at the Wisdom Cave with his mount and the little snake. Buzz! A 5-colored light descended from the sky. Then, I Ching entered the boundless heavenly realm with the elk and the blue snake. Whoosh! Under the tree of civilization, I Ching appeared in an instant, and then a Dharma form slowly emerged from his body. This Dharma form was the Wisdom Dharma form. It walked out from I Ching and gradually sat down under the tree of civilization. It then slowly transformed into a stone statue resembling white jade, with 3 heads and 6 arms, and all the wisdom artifacts rested upon this karmic Dharma form. I Ching took it out and placed it in the heavenly realm, using its Dharma form to absorb the faith from many worlds and simultaneously cultivating the causal power of this path through faith. The blue snake and the deer instantly felt their causal connection to I Ching in this world. Whoosh! The 2 beasts quickly transformed. Master, the blue snake and the deer looked at this world, their eyes flashing with a hint of surprise. I Ching smiled and waved his hand, and immediately a stream of information poured into the minds of the 2. Once they regained their senses from the information, he said with a faint smile, Blue snake, deer, you 2 have accompanied me for many years, so I appoint you both as my palace guards, responsible for conveying messages for me. Blue snake, you shall be called Summoning Talisman, and deer, you shall be called Calling Sound. Upon hearing this, Blue snake and deer were overjoyed and bowed down, as this meant they had become close attendants of the Heavenly Emperor. Thank you, Heavenly Emperor. The 2 immediately bowed down, and, at that moment, a beam of light flew down from the sky and landed on them. Suddenly, 2 pieces of multicolored brocade clothing appeared on their bodies, and they wore crowns on their heads. I Ching nodded and then said to the 2, Go, first get familiar with the heavenly realm at Epimetheus. After saying this, I Ching vanished, and the next moment he was back at the Crystal Palace. However, there weren't many people in the Crystal Palace at that time, and I Ching didn't mind. He opened the round mirror, and the changes of the entire boundless heavenly realm appeared within it. The city of Themis, the city of Mnemosyne, the city of Nyx, the city of Gaia, the city of Fate, the city of Frigg, the city of Freya, the city of Rhea, and the main city of the divine land. There are now 10 major cities in the entire boundless heavenly realm. The permanent population of each major city has now reached around 60 million, and the main city of the Divine Land has even reached a population of over 100 million. At this moment, as I Ching looked into the round mirror, he saw that above each major city, there was a huge and ethereal goddess overlooking and protecting the city. I Ching looked at each city, where the fortune was flourishing. Herds of cattle and sheep roamed, and golden waves of wheat and fields of rice swayed in patches. A satisfied expression flashed in I Ching's eyes, and then with a movement of his finger, a myriad of colorful lights suddenly appeared in the world. These lights fell from the sky like rain and flower petals, bestowing blessings. The 5-colored flower petals landed on the earth, instantly making it more fertile. Now the divine status had transformed into Tao fruit, and all of its divine power had been converted into magical power, leading to an extreme change in I Ching's divine abilities. Just using a tiny bit of magical power now caused such a terrifying range, indicating how much I Ching's strength had changed after shedding his divine status. All of this was influenced by the Tao fruit. The divine status was like a part of the world taking form. The manifestation of the Tao fruit was that one is oneself. And what relationship does heaven and earth have with me? I want them to exist. Heaven cannot be without. I want them to be absent. Heaven must not allow them to exist. At this moment, as I Ching's thoughts of blessing arose, the boundless heavenly realm responded. Thus, when his magical power moved, the entire boundless heavenly realm began to cooperate with I Ching. At this time, the blessings of the heavenly emperor descended, and the flowers, grasses, and trees immediately burst forth and grew. The golden waves of wheat and the clusters of rice flowers bearing fruit became more abundant. Cattle, sheep, pigs, dogs, chickens, and rabbits all became healthier and more robust. Swish, swish, swish. Figures appeared on the platform, as the women sensed the return of the heavenly emperor. Heavenly emperor, the women exclaimed joyfully. I Ching nodded and said, "You all did well. The teams in various cities seem to be established quite well, but you still need to." The women listened attentively, nodding in agreement. They felt that this kind of life was better compared to the more carefree lifestyle they had before. After a moment, I Ching carefully discussed everything he had observed with the women and then concluded the work. At this moment, I Ching looked at Themis and Rhea. Both of them had already integrated the Tao of the Norse mythology world into their beings, indicating that they had completed the fusion of their divine essences with the Norse mythology world. "Indeed, you have all made considerable progress," I Ching said with satisfaction. The women then gathered around the round mirror and sat down. Gaia curiously asked, "Heavenly Emperor, have you already reached the Indian mythology world?" Seeing Gaia's expression, I Ching understood what she was thinking and nodded, saying, "Yes, but it's not easy for you to integrate concepts in this world because many concepts here already have deities. So, you can only absorb the laws of this world to break through your realms. As for the concepts, there's basically no way to do that." Nyx nodded and smiled, saying, "We have already considered this. With our current strength, it's better to first absorb the laws and then talk about breaking through to the Creator God realm." I Ching noticed that the girls had already thought of this and nodded. He then asked Gaia and Nyx, "Have the children gone to accept the laws of the other realms? This is very important. Otherwise, when the Great Era begins, their realms might not only fail to increase, but could even regress." Gaia and Nyx both nodded and smiled in response. They have already completed that. At this moment, Mnemosyne slightly pouted and said, "Emperor of Heaven, look, both Sister Gaia and Sister Nyx have children. When will the Muse goddess be born?" I Ching smiled and said, "Don't worry, it will be soon." Now everyone has noticed the changes in the heavenly realm, right? Themis curiously asked, "Have you, the heavenly emperor, already broken through?" Currently, the changes in I Ching were significant. At least to them, it seemed as if they were looking at an ordinary mortal, and one without any power at that. Chapter 134, Plotting Loki. Yes, this time I can say I have also broken through." I Ching laughed heartily. Mnemosyne remembered the first time she met I Ching. Back then, he was still very naive. Although he had an ancient aura about him, his face was very youthful. Now, as Mnemosyne looked at I Ching's imposing face, she noticed that while he still looked young, there was an added sense of authority about him. I Ching felt a slight fluctuation in his heart, as if he sensed something and looked at Mnemosyne. He saw him freeze for a moment, then chuckled and waved at Mnemosyne. Immediately, Mnemosyne happily walked over and lay in I Ching's arms. At this moment, Rhea curiously asked, "What level has the heavenly emperor reached now?" I Ching smiled upon hearing this and said, "Me? I have now reached the late stage of the primordial deity. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding women were momentarily stunned. This was someone who had progressed all the way from the great divine realm to the late stage of the primordial deity. It was truly astonishing. Then, I Ching waved his hand and imparted his insights and a method of divine rank conversion to the women. What a domineering technique. It's much more powerful than magic. Nyx soon regained her composure and exclaimed. Themis looked at I Ching with a smile and said, this should be the path recorded in the books from the Eastern tradition, right? I Ching nodded and smiled. Yes, there are only 3 paths of cultivation in the world. One is the path of magic, which was later mastered by God. Those who are good become angels after death, while those who are evil become demons. The second path is Buddhism, which was mastered by Shakyamuni. On this path, the Indian gods and the Buddha are almost indistinguishable. The only difference is some titles. The last path, which is not as broad as the first 2, is the path of immortals. All laws are learned from heaven and earth and understood through the Great Way. This is the path of the Great Way. Freya exclaimed in surprise. Is it possible that there are no gods in the future? I Ching rolled his eyes and said unhappily, you should read more books. The gods still exist. But due to the changes in the world, their divine status is no longer an advantage for them. Instead, it has become a disadvantage in their progress. Besides, the most famous figures in later generations are only magic, angels and demons, devils, Buddhas and arhats, as well as immortal beings and mythical creatures from the mountains and seas, and so on. As for Zeus and Odin, they can only remain in the waves of history. Perhaps they will be rediscovered by future generations, adding some literary legends. Hearing I Ching's words, the Mnemosyne in his arms asked, isn't Zeus famous? I Ching smiled and said, when the root of a mythological civilization is destroyed, how can the gods change? At the moment when civilization is destroyed, the myths belonging to that civilization will be severed from all future paths. As he spoke, I Ching shook his head helplessly. This is the flaw of the gods. This is also why the later deities, such as the God and Buddha, who clearly have no ancient civilization, can still spread beliefs worldwide. It is because they stepped out of their divine status, established their own systems, and then continuously adapted these systems according to the changes in various world civilizations. Among them, Eastern civilization gained half of its Buddhist faith from Buddhism. The other half remains mysterious to the worlds and even to the Eastern people themselves. Even on the day I Ching traveled upstream, very few in the world knew the Eastern gods. At most, they knew about the god of wealth, heaven and earth, Fuxi and Yuhua, Pangu, Hou-I, and Yu. However, very few knew about figures like Zhu Tiantin, Dong Wanggong, Shi Wangmu, the 8 immortals of the Upper Cavern, the northern demon-subduing Great Emperor, the 5 Great Emperors, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the 3 purities and 6 sovereigns, etc. Even the 3 stars of happiness, wealth, and longevity were not understood. Of course, it is not only that the worlds do not understand. We ourselves understand very little. This is why there are 3 systems under the Eastern framework: Buddhism, Confucianism, and Taoism. Buddhism is world-renowned, while Taoism is hidden and formless. Confucianism transforms thought. Buddhism focuses on the path of faith, Taoism on the steps of cultivation, and Confucianism on the changes of humanity. Therefore, the Eastern deities seem to be elusive, but in fact, they are well known when mentioned. This is the essence of civilization deities. The only civilization deity that has persisted since ancient times. This is a path that other worlds cannot traverse, as Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism have walked it down. Even Eastern Buddhism has been mixed with Taoism, changing over time, and later it further combined the strengths of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism into one system. This system has names such as gods, Buddhas, immortals, and celestial beings. What are the advantages of this system? That is, civilization does not end, the gods do not die, and they also have divine positions and their own cultivation. Ordinary people become gods after death, and cultivators become gods through practice. However, the disadvantage is that it is limited by civilization. When civilization flourishes, foreign gods retreat and are invincible in all directions. When civilization declines, the gods transform into spirits circulating among mortals, blurring the lines between gods and humans. The current structure of the boundless heavenly realm is like this, incorporating the strengths of various realms into the system of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, forming a unique cultural system in the heavenly realm. The entire boundless heavenly realm resembles Eastern civilization. It seems solid, but is actually a broken net full of various foreign god beliefs invading. However, despite appearing as a broken net, there is a cultural great grind behind it, where all foreign civilizations are not crushed and shattered, but transformed into a large porridge of this system, which is then consumed. This is also the significant transformation that emerged after the Eastern civilization system finally changed, a change that I Ching values. It is also what I Ching wants the boundless heavenly realm to emulate. After all, with such a good template, why not follow it? Of course, a template will undoubtedly have countless similarities, and I Ching does not mind this. After all, what does it matter if the boundless heavenly realm is similar to Eastern civilization? After all, continuously absorbing the civilizations of various worlds and subtly transforming them into its own resources is something that very few civilizations can achieve. I digressed. Let us return to the main topic. Upon hearing I Ching's words, the women understood. They now had two choices, either to make their names exceptionally loud, breaking through the limitations of divine status to become gods of various worlds, or to transform their systems into civilization deities, continuously nurturing and elevating through the civilizations of various worlds. Gaia belonged to the first category, where the so-called name is a concept, and I Ching belonged to the second category. He had now transformed into a civilization deity. He is now spread across chaos, Norse, Indian, and Eastern civilizations. When the great human era arrives, it will be the time when the civilizations of various worlds begin to blossom. Do you understand now? Well, you can each choose your own path. See what road you want to take. It's fine if you don't transform or cultivate now. At least I have opened the path for you. I Ching chuckled and said. The women gazed at I Ching. This man was truly reassuring. All right, I have successfully rooted myself in the world of Indian mythology. During this time, you should focus on absorbing the principles and civilization of Indian mythology and elevate your own realm, at least with the boundless heavenly realm as your second place. Your path to divinity will be smooth before the Creator God. The women nodded. At this moment, Gaia suddenly looked at I Ching with curiosity. Seeing her strange gaze, I Ching looked at himself and asked, "What's wrong, Gaia?" Gaia replied in surprise. This time, why didn't you bring a goddess into this mythical world? I Ching then reached out and hugged the Mo Sun Yin in his arms, pretending to be indifferent, and said, "You think too highly of my desperation." Upon hearing this, all the women laughed, and Rhea rolled her eyes at him. "All right, I'll rest here for a few days before setting off." I Ching then spoke, having calmed his mind, like a devotee about to offer incense. Mo in MX was taken aback and softly asked, "Heavenly Emperor, have you already made preparations in the Indian mythological world?" I Ching shook his head and, seeing the confusion among the women, smiled lightly and said, "Indian mythology is very close to Eastern civilization. I can go there anytime. Unlike the distant chaos in Norse mythology, which are out of my reach." The women suddenly understood. Indeed, the Heavenly Emperor's hometown is an Eastern civilization, and the two are not on the same level, so naturally, the Heavenly Emperor wouldn't care. At this moment, Frigg picked up a piece of grape and said while eating, "Currently, in the Norse mythology world, Odin has already allied with Loki." I Ching was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and then said, "I remember that Thor, the god of thunder, had only been born for a few hundred years when Odin had already found Loki." Frigga, with her beautiful golden hair now tied up, looked even more stunning as her exquisitely crafted face was highlighted. She nodded and smiled, saying, "Odin also made a vow with Loki that there would always be a place for Loki at the feast of Asgard." I Ching nodded and said, "Loki's potential is actually quite significant. His strength is probably not weak either." Frigga nodded and said, "Loki's strength is also at the original divine realm, and even without the rune symbols, he has mastered his miraculous divine arts to perfection." I Ching nodded, truly worthy of being the only deity in Norse mythology who embodies both good and evil. In the tales, he is the god of stories, the god of mischief. In grander terms, he is a frost giant, a fire god, a malevolent god, the world serpent Jörmungandr, the wolf that devours the world, and the father of the goddess of death, Hel. Indeed, among the gods of Asgard, only Odin and Thor could surpass Loki. I Ching said with a faint smile. Then he reached out and produced a blue book, handing it to Freya, saying, "Find a time to deliver this book to Loki's palace." Gaia, seeing I Ching's expression, immediately laughed and said, "Is the Heavenly Emperor interested in this deity?" I Ching nodded slightly, and then said with a hint of amusement, "Although Loki has a bad personality, his abilities are quite good. Besides, doesn't he enjoy playing pranks? Once he joins the heavenly realm, I will establish a festival for him, and this day will be called Prank Day. I will also assign him to oversee the children of the heavenly realm, letting him tell stories specifically for them. The women all burst into laughter, and Nick smiled and thought for a moment before saying, "But speaking of it, this deity might actually enjoy that." I Ching laughed heartily and said, "Loki is quite mischievous. He has a playful spirit. So let him go play with the children when the time comes. I still have faith in his abilities." The Thor's hammer, and even Odin's Gungnir in the legendary myths, were crafted by him when he went to the land of the dwarves. Essentially, all the divine artifacts of the gods have some relation to him, making him one of the core figures in Norse mythology. Chapter 135, Transformation and Nirvana Technique in the Distant Eastern Civilization World. A wave of light rippled through the heavenly realm, vibrating like a ringing bell, accompanied by a gentle humming sound. Boom, boom, boom. Another tremor shook the heavens, and suddenly, a dense canopy resembling countless stars began to shift and then scattered apart. In the ancient heavenly court, the Emperor of Heaven, shrouded in misty light, sat at the center, watching as the Taihao clan cut down the Jinmu tree. Emperor of Heaven! The gods' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly called out to Hao Yin. "Emperor, we cannot allow the Taihao clan to cut down the Jinmu tree." The ancient gods all pleaded. Hao Yin calmly replied, "The Taihao clan is cutting down the Jinmu tree to connect the heavens and the earth, and more importantly, to suppress the blood sacrifice method." As he spoke, the hazy mist could not obscure his cold, indifferent eyes, which looked upon the gods as if they were the gaze of the heavens. An old man with white hair stepped forward with a smile and said powerfully to the gods, "The gods gain faith and power through blood sacrifice because humanity shares the same bloodline as the gods. However, since Nuwa and Fushi swept through the myriad gods, the blood sacrifice method has been suppressed. Now that blood sacrifices have re-emerged in the lower realms, the Taihao clan is cutting down the Jinmu tree to sever the connection between blood sacrifices and the gods. And it is also to eliminate certain small beasts nurtured by some deities." Jinxing, you speak so nicely, but blood sacrifice has existed since ancient times. How can it be abandoned? A deity shouted angrily. Jinxing remained unconcerned and then bowed to the Emperor of Heaven, saying, "Your Majesty, I believe the Taihao clan has done nothing wrong. Furthermore, the cutting down of the Jinmu tree does not mean that we, the heavenly realm, are separating from the mortal world. We have the two great deities Fushi and Nuwa to open the four gates of heaven, and Nuwa's intestines connect the three realms of heaven, earth, and the underworld. Therefore, it will be difficult for the spirits of the mortal realm to ascend to the heavenly realm, but the gods of the heavenly realm can descend to the mortal world. Moreover, just because something has existed since ancient times, does that make it right?" The Emperor of Heaven nodded slightly. At that moment, he waved his hand lightly, and a golden scroll appeared. "This is the decree of my heavenly court. All gods of the heavenly court must adhere to this decree, which states that the central area of the heavenly realm governed by the heavenly court is called the divine realm. The laws of the divine realm are the decree. Those who violate it will be dealt with according to the law." The Emperor of Heaven's voice was calm, yet authoritative, pausing for a moment before continuing. Jinxing, who attained enlightenment during the era of the five emperors, became a god through human faith. He rises with the sun as the morning star and sets as the evening star. I bestow upon him the title of Tai by Jinxing, granting him the right to shine upon the mortal realm with the aura of gold and to enjoy the military might of the heavenly court. He will be ranked in the front row, assisting the emperor as a counselor. Upon hearing this, Tai Bai Jinxing immediately bowed and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven, for the reward." At that moment, the entire Eastern civilization world lit up brightly as the morning star, only to vanish shortly after. The angry deity sensed something was amiss, and at the same time, the other gods also felt that something was wrong. In the vast heavenly realm, the professions of farmers, artisans, and merchants, 365 trades, have now turned into the framework of the entire Dragon Court, with over 20,000 officials below the 5th rank filling various positions. With the divine seal as supervision, each person performed their duties excellently in their roles. The enormous tree of civilization was constantly extending its branches as the civilizations of various worlds grew upon it. In the oceans and rivers of the heavenly realm, I Ching and Gaia's children were currently riding the waves, leading their shrimp and crab soldiers on a delightful journey. On the platform of the Crystal Palace, I Ching was breathing and cultivating. Since he focused on forming his Tao heart, he had gained a certain premonition. Transformation and Nirvana technique. I Ching gazed into his heart, a blend of all his successes forming a unique cultivation method. He had a premonition that in the future, he might face countless tribulations, which felt strange and abrupt. However, he could not ignore this sacred premonition, especially since he had now transformed into the Tao fruit path, which provided him with a clear understanding of his future. Naturally, I Ching could not dismiss it any longer. Transcending tribulations and achieving nirvana was akin to a snake shedding its skin, refining the tribulation energy into armor. He would shed the old and progress further. Murmuring to himself, I Ching began his cultivation. He saw the calamities inscribed on him: the chaos calamity, the Nordic mythology calamity, the primordial earth calamity, now all entering his body. Crack, crack, crack. I Ching transformed into a dragon form, which was not large, only about 3 zhang in size. At this moment, the dense dragon scales on his body darkened, and then suddenly, the scales began to shed, turning into fine ash. One layer, soon the second layer. The third layer, the fourth. In the blink of an eye, the calamity energy on I Ching rapidly dissipated along with the shedding dragon scales, while his body grew significantly stronger. At the very least, his physical body was now somewhat stronger than that of the Titans. Of course, I Ching did not place much importance on his physical form. Similarly, as I Ching shed his scales, the massive tree of civilization began to emit a faint glow, with its branches and leaves shining like countless stars. On the thick trunk, objects began to coalesce, seemingly a stone tablet, with various energies of civilization merging within it. Heavenly Emperor, what is wrong with you today? Mo Nemenuxin walked out of the Crystal Palace and sat down beside I Ching. I Ching smiled slightly and said, "It's nothing. Just suddenly I have a premonition. I have a feeling that my body might face quite a few tribulations in the future, so I specifically created a physical cultivation technique." Mo Mnemonik was taken aback, then asked in confusion, "The Heavenly Emperor is already an original deity, and with just a little more, you would be a creator god. Who else could possibly harm you?" I Ching shook his head slightly, feeling puzzled. Nowadays, the only beings that could harm him were the Trimordi of Indian mythology, while Odin from Norse mythology, wielding a gun, could be considered half of one. The future Yahweh and Buddha each counted as one. Additionally, there were Fuxi and Yuhua from Eastern civilization. As for the rest, because of his high status in Eastern civilization, who could possibly harm him? Therefore, he was also very confused, as he could sense that his body would inevitably face countless calamities. Suddenly, he thought of the primitive and barbaric lands outside the civilized world. I think I might have guessed something. It should be related to the ignorance outside civilization. I Ching felt a slight tremor in the fruit of his Tao, as if it confirmed something, but it seemed not to be entirely confirmed. This boosted I Ching's confidence. "All right, you all go to sleep first. I'll just sit here for a few days, and then I'll set off. But you must remember, do not attempt to merge the concepts of this world. Just absorb the essence of laws and civilization." I Ching thought that in this world, everything like words, the earth, and the sky had its own symbolism. He immediately said so. Namasani nodded slightly and then looked at I Ching. Now, Namasani had grown into a beautiful and dignified woman. Perhaps because she would be the mother of the muse, she carried an air of elegance and artistic temperament. Her dark hair was gently tied up. Seeing I Ching's gaze, Namasani tilted her head playfully and smiled, showing off her hairstyle as she said, "I saw you looking at Sister Frigg's hairstyle today, so I styled mine like this too. Do you think it looks good?" I Ching nodded in appreciation with a smile and said, "It's beautiful." Manette Mokeen was very happy to hear this, and the two of them sat on the platform, chatting slowly, as if time was standing still. Manette Mokeen loved the quiet and peaceful atmosphere, because only in such an environment could she create more. Likewise, she hated chaos, as it would oppress her mood. Although it could also lead her to create more, those creations often represented bloody experiences. That was not creation, it was merely recording. Therefore, Manette Mokeen preferred peace and tranquility. The next day, I Ching prepared a wonderful meal for everyone early in the morning, and then took everyone to explore the beautiful scenery of the heavenly realm, enjoying each place thoroughly. A week passed in the blink of an eye, with no intimate moments, only laughter and joy. Soon, I Ching left the boundless heavenly realm and returned to the Cave of Wisdom. Along with him were the various women, who would complete the final step here. Streams of Sanskrit and principles flew towards the women. I Ching and others did not accept everything blindly, but they were also trying to understand. After all, a civilization has its unique principles, which is something no one can avoid. I Ching gazed at the women with a smile on his face. Among them, Gaia and Nyx's aura grew increasingly strong, causing the two women's breakthrough from the primordial god level to the creator god level to become more fragile. While the women were cultivating, I Ching looked towards the world of Indian mythology, still that melodramatic mythological story. But to be serious, is it really melodramatic? No matter how melodramatic, it probably can't compare to reality. The love between Shiva and Sati faced many setbacks. The union of goddess Shakti and god Shiva would bring order to the yin and yang of the universe, and their union marked the flourishing of Indian mythology. However, Sati's father, Daksha, was staunchly opposed to this marriage. Daksha insisted that his daughter should not marry a reject, a wanderer. Sati, driven by love, disregarded her parents' objections, but she also desired her parents' blessing, caught between the two. Shiva, being a reject, was cursed by an ancient sage earlier, rendering him incapable of human affection. Therefore, Shiva focused on rigorous yoga practice and did not want Sati to lose what a woman should have. However, the normal operation of the universe required the union of Shiva and Sati, as they were each other's halves. What is a half-god? It is the kind of half that results from the union of yin and yang. Thus, the deities and ancient sages sought ways to unite the two, and Daksha's grandson, Indra, sent the god of love to make them fall in love. But he was burned by Shiva's clumsy fire, and Shiva, who never violated the principles of nature, human relations, or cultivation, sought a suitable excuse to resurrect the god of love. In the process, Shiva made Sati sad, leading her to agree to her father Daksha's worldwide search for a husband. In the end, she found an ugly man, but everyone detested his appearance. At this time, Vilo and Brahma set off to Shiva's pure land, where they began to persuade Shiva, transforming him into a masterful sculptor. Chapter 136, Changes Brought by Breakthrough. This sculptor transformed by Shiva gained fame through the praises of Vilo and Brahma, for everything he sculpted would come to life. Therefore, Daksha sought him to give his chosen ugly son-in-law a new face. This led to Shiva and Sati spending a long time together, realizing their feelings for each other. After several twists and turns, Sati and Shiva finally got married. However, before they could unite, during Brahma's grand ceremony, Daksha, already dissatisfied with Shiva, intended to use his status as father-in-law to wait for Shiva's etiquette. But how could the father bow to the son when Shiva is the father of the universe and the embodiment of its yang? Thus, in Brahma's pure land, I Ching witnessed Shiva blessing his father-in-law Daksha with a hand gesture. This caused Daksha to erupt with anger, and he left the grand hall where Shiva resided. Later, Daksha prepared a worldwide fire sacrifice, but did not invite Shiva. I Ching also attended this ceremony, as it was the first time the beast god Shiva showcased his head-swapping technique. During this fire sacrifice, Sati prayed for Daksha to invite Shiva, resulting in a long-accumulated father-daughter conflict erupting. Consequently, Sati burned herself with clumsy fire. This enraged Shiva, who used his trident to pierce Daksha's head. Finally, under the pleas of the crowd and the invisible goddess Shakti's assistance, Shiva brought forth a ram's head. With slightly reddened eyes, Shiva said to the crowd, "His original head cannot exist any longer, for if I restore his head, he will still be arrogant. So he must be given a new head. Only the head of a ram will teach him what humility is." After the head-swapping ceremony ended, I Ching sighed lightly, realizing that this is the causality of this world. It may seem like forced causality, but in fact, these force factors are also a form of limitation. In the blink of an eye, several decades passed, and I Ching returned to the Cave of Wisdom, where the women had begun the final stages of their process. The world of Indian mythology also progressed rapidly, with humans starting to spread across the globe and the Brahmin and other classes firmly established in this world. Goddess Shakti had also reincarnated as Parvati, the daughter of the Snow Mountain King and Queen in the Himalayas. Within the Cave of Wisdom, a misty light appeared around the women. This light spread slightly throughout the entire Cave of Wisdom, causing some changes, gradually transforming the cave into a small world. Buzz! With a gentle sound, suddenly the yellow earth energy emerged from the void, and the entire Cave of Wisdom began to expand. Then suddenly, the sky of the Cave of Wisdom darkened, and it too began to grow larger. Seeing this, I Ching smiled with joy, as Gaia and Nyx had broken through the level of the Creator God. With their breakthrough, a rich aura of life suddenly emerged from Gaia, while Nyx had two other avatars appear around her, which I Ching was also quite familiar with. After all, they were old rivals, often summoned by Nyx to battle him. Besides Gaia and Nyx, Themis, Mnemosyne, and others had also significantly increased their realms, with the three fate goddesses even reaching the level of the creator god. Perhaps it was because this world particularly emphasized fate and causality. This made the three goddesses very happy, and their gazes towards I Ching were filled with admiration. They could hardly imagine that in their original fate, they would only reach the level of the creator god after merging into one. Now that all three of them had touched the level of the creator god, it could be said that they could break through the creator god realm by merging. Themis, Mnemosyne, Rhea, Frigg, Idun, Freya, and others, except for the youthful goddess Idun who had just reached the peak of the great god, were only a step away from the primordial god. The others were all in the mid to late stages of the primordial god level. This time, it could be said that everyone's cultivation had surged. As Gaia and Nyx broke through, the lands and nights of the distant chaos world and Norse mythology world began to expand. The origin of the chaos world was also enhanced, and the commotion caused by Gaia's breakthrough made other primordial gods wake up one after another. Uranus, hanging in the sky, flashed a fierce look in his eyes. He could forgive many, but he could never forgive Gaia. However, feeling the power of Gaia as a creator god, Uranus also received feedback from the origin of heaven and earth. This was a good thing, but Uranus would rather this good thing had not happened. In a plain very close to the valley where I Ching was, the goddess of agriculture and harvest, Demeter, had settled here, and soon a beautiful sea of flowers appeared. The great serpent Pytho, which was chasing after Leto, was suddenly startled by this tremor, thinking that Zeus's thunder had appeared again. When it was chasing Leto, a thunderbolt had fallen from the sky, and it was the divine power of Hera that helped it barely resist this thunder. This also resulted in it losing track of Leto. What is going on? Pytho swam out of the cave in astonishment, suddenly feeling as if the earth was expanding. At this moment, on the sea, the meteor goddess, who was Leto's sister, Asteria, could not bear to see her sister suffer. So she transformed into her true form and flew down from the sky, creating a drifting island on the sea. This was after the Earth Mother had broken through. Leto, who had just given birth to her two children, looked at the world in astonishment. She could feel that her origin had received a little bit of nourishment. I feel like I've become stronger again. Asteria, transformed into a drifting island, laughed. But sister, don't you really want to go to Mount Olympus to see Zeus? After all, you gave birth to Apollo and Artemis for him. Asteria asked, her words filled with dissatisfaction towards Zeus. Leto showed a hint of pain on her face, then looked at Apollo and Artemis, and the pain in her eyes instantly disappeared. She gently shook her head and said, I don't want to see him again. I just want to raise Apollo and Artemis. The meteor goddess Asteria immediately said happily, that's good. Zeus is not a good person at all. A few years ago, when he was pursuing you, he was also pursuing me, and luckily I managed to escape. Leto shook her head and said, don't talk about him anymore. However, this time the Earth Mother's breakthrough can indeed make us feel much more at ease. Asteria smiled and said, I heard that the Earth Mother is very kind and provides protection to the goddesses who go to her. Why don't we seek refuge with the Earth Mother? Leto was moved by her words. At this moment, the god of darkness, Erebus, was extremely shocked. Nyx, you actually came into contact with other worlds. Gaia as well. Erebus suddenly had an idea. He was very close to the night, as long as wait. How could Nyx alone give birth to 3,000 gods? Erebus realized something was wrong. Even though he had no prophetic power, every god had some understanding of their divine rank promotion. Who is it? Erebus said in a low, angry voice, suddenly thinking of one person, I Ching. It was abrupt, but he could clearly feel that among the gods, there were many who could give birth to 3,000 gods with Nyx. But the only one who could keep it from him was this god. Good. Gaia, the primordial god. Erebus looked at the ever-changing night and then at the chaos world outside, gritted his teeth, and plunged into the mist. Roar! A terrifying and dense beast roar erupted. Suddenly a blend of darkness and mist began to merge, and this merging was very fast, but the essence of Erebus within the darkness was rapidly diminishing. In its place was a pure malice, transformed darkness. The boundless celestial realm perhaps underwent the greatest change. The entire boundless celestial realm gradually possessed a sense of infinity. The earth of the entire boundless celestial realm was filled with various rich earth laws, encompassing everything, and the night in the sky expanded greatly. Rumbling. The tree of civilization began to grow again. Its sturdy trunk had now become an extremely thick jade pillar, at least several tens of thousands of meters thick. On this thick tree, Countless branches adorned the entire boundless celestial realm like stars. This giant tree had become the only symbol of the boundless celestial realm. Suddenly, a piece of green stone tablet-like object flashed within the giant tree. Immediately, the entire boundless celestial realm became even thicker and more stable. As the boundless celestial realm changed, I Ching's strength rapidly reached a certain level. His combat power often did not align with his realm. His combat power was always above the limits of his realm, which was quite peculiar. Under the tree of civilization, a green tablet-like object suddenly appeared behind the wisdom law avatar. If I Ching were here, he would probably discover that this green tablet contained the aura of time and space he brought from the river of time, a civilization tablet, an Eastern civilization tablet. Under this green tablet, the wisdom law avatar began its new wave of changes, as if everything was driven by fate. What would the wisdom law avatar transform into? Perhaps only 4 beings know this. One is I Ching, who is gradually understanding the path, and the other 2 are Fuxi and Inhua, the 2 great gods who have comprehended everything since I Ching's arrival. The last one is Hao Yin, who represents the manifestation of the Tao, possessing omniscience and omnipotence in the concept of Eastern civilization. Therefore, he has some understanding of I Ching's path. He is also very familiar with I Ching. In the manifestation of wisdom, a hand suddenly began to birth flames, golden and bright, resembling a spark. At this moment, a book appeared in the hand of the wise manifestation. It was the book of civilization created by I Ching when he shed his scales. Finally, in another hand, a beam of light from the river of time and space was tightly grasped, quickly transforming into a bagua plate. The manifestation of wisdom was complete, yet it continued to change, undergoing further transformations in its achievements. Chapter 137. The nation and its people at this time, within Eastern civilization, in a pure blue sky. The Fuxi clan looked at the suddenly disappearing bagua plate in his hand, his gaze deeply peering into the future. Outside the Eastern celestial realm, chaos and ignorance still prevailed. In this infinite chaos, there was a sacred and enormous goddess, dressed in splendid garments, weaving the essence of ignorance with clouds. Her immense body completely enveloped the entire Eastern civilization, a sight to behold. However, she did not venture into the broader world. She slowly wove the things in her hands. And every time she raised or lowered her hands, infinite changes occurred, as if she were weaving some divine artifact. But chaos was not peaceful. Terrifying monsters and evil gods approached. Yet, as they drew near, they transformed into threads, woven into this beautiful embroidery. The weaving goddess, Nuwa, suddenly paused, and the 4 characters Jiang Shan Shi Ji, the nation and its people, became clearly visible on the tapestry. Has it begun? Nuwa murmured, then resumed her weaving. This time her speed increased significantly, and soon the embroidery of the Jiang Shan Shi Ji was completed. However, within the tapestry, the patterns remained shrouded in ignorance. Suddenly, Nuwa shook, and the tapestry instantly transformed into a glittering scale. Moments later, the scale dimmed and morphed into a divine image. Nuwa gently shook her head, and then her figure gradually shrank, swiftly returning to the celestial realm of civilization. Is it done? Fuxi asked upon Nuwa's return. Nuwa nodded, and Fuxi said, in that case, let us begin. This tapestry is our gift to the child. Nuwa smiled slightly and said, the nation and its people are the reverse scales. It seems this reverse scale will undoubtedly become the child's strongest attribute. Haha. Their hearty laughter gradually faded, and the figures of Fuxi and Nuwa slowly disappeared. On the vast land, human society began to experience turmoil as the Taihao clan started their sinister rituals. The terrifying human forces directly overthrew many evil gods on the land, some cutting down mountains and destroying temples, while others intercepted rivers and blocked streams. This battle led to the near disappearance of the evil gods from the land. Yet the Taihao clan ultimately did not completely eradicate the blood sacrifice of the evil gods. However, they suppressed such sacrificial acts to their limits. In the world of Indian mythology, the women returned to the boundless celestial realm, and I Ching began to prepare for departure. He left. I Ching waved his hand and instantly stepped forward, reaching the northern part of the world. This is the territory of the Snow Mountain King of the Himalayas, a place I Ching had visited years ago. However, this time, I Ching plans to start his journey from here to traverse this world mountain and cross over from this point. I Ching did not disturb anyone as he set off from here towards the summit of the snow-capped mountain. Whether it reflects reality or not, This Himalayan snow mountain seemed to pierce the sky like an inverted blade. Crossing the membrane of the world, no golden path appeared. The sheer cliffs were thousands of feet high, and the Himalayas were very tall, especially this towering mountain whose height was unknown. I Ching was climbing step by step. At first, he just wanted to see the highest peak, but gradually it turned into a small obsession. With his current physical condition, climbing this divine peak might not pose a life-threatening risk, but the height he had to reach was quite challenging. As he walked, the hazy mist actually dissipated on this divine peak, revealing a clear sky. I Ching looked back and saw the hazy mist floating beneath him, while above, the sky was a vast emptiness. The heavens were clear and shimmering with a faint light, devoid of sun and moon, and without stars. It was truly beautiful. At this moment, it seemed as if all the worries in his heart were swept away by this transparent world. Suddenly, a rugged path ahead revealed a hint of white snow. Snow? I Ching quickened his pace and hurried over, only to see the white snow covering the ground like a giant dragon. A gentle breeze blew, as if it were ruffling the whiskers of this white dragon. Roar! Suddenly, inexplicably, I Ching transformed into a golden dragon. As if pulling out an infinite body from his place, a massive dragon soared through the snowy clouds, swaying all the way to the peak. Thunder rumbled. It seemed that even this wild and desolate world had gained some spirit, as a terrifying thunderous sound condensed to intimidate this disrespectful one. Roar! The giant dragon responded with a long roar, instantly shaking the snow-capped mountains, as a few snowflakes began to rise, followed by a large avalanche that started to pour down. The jade dragon twisted for 300 miles. I Ching let out a long roar, then leaped into the avalanche like a dragon entering the sea. Gradually his golden body was adorned with patches of white snow. This stirred the entire universe into a chilling chaos. Ha ha ha! In an instant, the dragon's body soared above the terrifying avalanche, his laughter echoing through the mountains, as a bold and spirited verse added to the grandeur. The dragon's claws occasionally landed among the snowflakes, then shook its body, the cold wind causing its whiskers to flutter wildly, while its mane appeared even more majestic. The glimmering golden dragon eyes not only reflected the entire world, but also fixated on the still unreachable peak. I Ching showed no signs of fatigue, or perhaps the divine do not feel tired. He continued to ascend the great snowy mountain. Looking to the west, the light of civilization flickered like stars around Indian mythology. Upward, upward. Retracting his gaze, I Ching continued his journey towards the peak. At this moment, even he could not help but marvel at the wonders of heaven and earth. As the years gradually passed, as the saying goes, time flies, and outstanding individuals emerge from generation to generation. But for the gods, this time still fell a bit short. 500 years. I Ching has wasted 500 years gradually approaching the peak. However, I Ching doesn't feel that way. During these 500 years, he had some doubts and confusions, but he has come to understand them while climbing the mountain. That is, what is there to question? There's no need to think about it. If you want to do something, just do it. Perhaps there is some confusion about such nonsensical words. But this is how I Ching feels at this moment. He has some confusion about the road beneath his feet, but at this moment of reaching the peak, he gradually understands, and he also keeps this feeling in his heart. Suddenly, the world fell silent. The pure white snow seems to have stopped obstructing, and the raging wind seems to have been tamed. In the Tianzhong Square at the top, black rocks are revealed, as if everything here has fallen silent. I Ching gradually flew up into this place, his massive body circling around the peak, the majestic dragon head slowly overlooking the world. This is a kind of shock that words cannot describe. It is the vast starry sky, the starry sky of the earth. Endless light does not shine from tribes or worlds, but from people like brilliance, like torches shining brightly. This is a magnificent world that no Western realm can compare to. At this moment, looking at this scene, even I Ching, who prides himself on being a cultured person, could not find any words of praise. Crack! Suddenly, a light sound appeared in I Ching's ear, and he looked up to see the sky cracking less than 3 inches above him. A familiar sound of a great river echoed at that moment, and in the next instant, I Ching's figure vanished. Yet this place remained silent, seemingly untouched. Boom! The terrifying great river roared continuously, and amidst the waves were scenes of civilization. However, this river of time and space was now composed of more than a dozen rivers of civilization, constantly crashing against the soon-to-be-opened gate. It seemed as if civilization and time and space also knew that this moment was approaching. Swipe! A true dragon suddenly appeared in the river of Eastern civilization. its figure following the raging civilization all the way to the gate, and suddenly it phantomed through this gate. Whether it was a moment or another million years. A majestic golden dragon swam upstream from below, but at this moment it was cloaked in 5 colors, its entire body golden. Moreover, its dragon eyes shone with light. Open. With a mighty roar, the entire river of time and space seemed to be restrained by this sound, and in the next moment, it reappeared at the top of the snowy mountain. Time to go home. The 5-colored true dragon had transformed into a human form, and I Ching raised his head proudly towards the east, his face resolute, his eyes filled with ambition and brilliance, his demeanor distinctly different. In the Eastern civilization, amidst the cold winter of heaven and earth, a spring breeze suddenly blew, and green sprouts broke through the snow. The people and deities on the earth all paused their actions, suddenly feeling an inexplicable joy and boundless energy surging within them. Above the heavenly realm, Fuxi and Anhua emerged from the source of civilization, the light of dawn enveloping them, with scenes flickering beside them. He still chose this path, Fuxi said with comfort and joy. Once again, he chose to bear the responsibility. Anhua uttered an astonishing remark. He is our child. Perhaps from now on we should take pride in him, Fuxi said with a smile. Anhua glanced at him and suddenly laughed lightly. Not preparing? Fuxi waved his hand and smiled. With this child, the future generations will have their own blessings. We don't need to worry too much. Anhua rolled her eyes. They were a married couple. Naturally, their relationship was special. Anhua affectionately looked towards the future and said, regardless, we still need to leave something for him. At least keep this child's home, so he doesn't end up with nothing in the end. Upon hearing this, Fuxi laughed and said, don't worry. I will leave this child's crystal palace. Anhua chuckled lightly upon hearing this, and then said, then let us begin. Yes, let us begin. Fuxi clasped his hands behind his back, surrounded by light like mist, and suddenly this light descended upon heaven and earth, upon all things and spirits. Anhua then summoned the map of rivers and mountains, and as it fell, the entire map instantly descended to the earth, merging with the vast land. Chapter 138. Joyful little Chilin, as I Ching descended the snowy mountain, it seemed somewhat strange. He appeared to be becoming younger again, with a sudden increase in human aura and dragon aura around him. Meanwhile, his Tao fruit was rapidly operating, with numerous laws, concepts, and divine powers constantly changing. I Ching felt the change, a smile on his face. Suddenly, his Tao fruit trembled, and all laws, concepts, and divine abilities were instantly absorbed into the Tao fruit. Buzz! He broke through to the late stage of the primordial god, reaching the peak of the primordial god. Just a little more. It's not the right time yet. I Ching felt the changes in his body and smiled with satisfaction. His strength now could be said to be entirely contained within this Tao fruit. After going through the long river of time and space, he had fully understood his path. Next, he only needed to practice, and his path would surely lead him to the supreme deity. Moreover, he would be the most powerful supreme deity. Allow me to keep a little suspense here. It is easy to ascend a mountain, but difficult to descend. This may be a mistaken perception for deities. I Ching headed towards the Eastern civilization from the horizon. This land now shone with countless glories. Although this myth had not yet reached its peak, it was already considerably stronger than other myths. As he gradually approached the world, a vast mythical realm appeared before I Ching. This world was different from others. It was large and encompassed the Himalayas, along with vast mythical pure lands. There was the dragon uncle giant kingdom, the great human kingdom by the seaside, the cylindrical sacred mountain Kunlun, the valley of the human emperor, and there were also 100,000 great mountains stretching in all 4 directions. At this moment, Emperor Yao had just ascended the throne, and the world was in peace. The fire official held dominion over the flames, and the water department managed the floods. The fire official was not the god of fire. They were merely officials named after the god of fire, but they had the bloodline of the god of fire. The water department was similar. Besides them, there were also the Feng clan, the Gongsun clan, the Jiang clan, and so on, all of whom had ancestors that were divine beings. Oh no, they were all human emperors on earth and heavenly emperors in the sky. In the divine realm of the heavenly world, the Haotian clan sensed the arrival of that figure, and their indifferent eyes gradually began to show some humanity. As the morning star, the Venus star suddenly felt a vibrant energy rising in this world, which caused his divine power to rapidly surge. Strange, 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 the Venus star exclaimed as he stroked his beard. At this moment, The Haotian clan spoke to the deities. Today, the myriad phenomena open up, and the aura of prosperity fills the heavens and earth. Let the Venus star shine in the east. Let the spring god, Ju blow the spring breeze, granting life to the earth. Thunder god, lend your support. All the deities tensed up, and the Venus star quickly began counting the days with his fingers, wondering secretly, why does this world suddenly seem more orderly? Is there another divine being about to emerge? However, this did not make the Venus star slack off. He led hundreds of deities and said, all deities, obey your orders. The Haotian clan nodded slightly, slowly feeling the emergence of their own human energy, and their indifferent eyes gradually carried some warmth and emotion. This detail went unnoticed by the deities. On the earth, Emperor Yao was discussing the 4 seasons of humanity with the officials. Suddenly, a spring breeze blew in from afar. Passing through the room, Emperor Yao suddenly paused and then asked an official, what season is it? The official, a historian, immediately replied, since the Songjia clan created characters, it has been recorded that the heavens and earth have 3 seasons, spring, summer, and winter. Emperor Yao stroked his beard slightly. He was also a wise ruler who had come up from farming. He then said, the heavens and earth should have 4 seasons. The Haotian clan divides Ju Meng as the spring god, Zhu Rong as the summer god, and Xian Ming as the winter god. There was once a minister of the Xiaohao clan, a human-faced figure with white hair and tiger claws, wielding an axe, named Ru Shou. Since the most ancient ancestors, Fuxi and Nuwa gave birth to 4 deities. The eastern pillar deity, Qinggan, the southern pillar deity, Zhu Dan, the western pillar deity, Bairan, and the northern pillar deity, Imogon. The 4 deities supported the rotation of the Zhou Tian, forming the initial seasons, assisting Fuxi and Nuwa in the evolution of all things. Thus the heavens and earth should have 4 seasons. Saying this, Emperor Yao smiled and said, the Rushou deity is also the execution deity of the Xiaohao clan, and the harvest of all things is not also a form of punishment for him. Today, we will worship Ru Shou as the autumn god, mastering the autumn winds and harvests. As Emperor Yao's words fell, a deity came with the wind, instantly entering the great hall. This deity had a human face, white hair, tiger claws, and wielded an axe. Ru Shou deity, thank you, Emperor Yao. Ru Shou respectfully and joyfully bowed and said. Emperor Yao nodded slightly, and, at this moment, a new divine position suddenly appeared in the heavenly realm. Seeing this, the Haotian clan also nodded slightly, and thus the position of the autumn god was born in the heavenly realm. In the mortal realm, Emperor Yao suddenly had a flash of inspiration and was about to say something more, but this inspiration seemed to prevent him from continuing. The ancient emperors all had calendars. Now that I have ascended the throne, I naturally need to revise the calendar, allowing the officials to traverse the heavens and earth to record the seasons and months, compile the calendar, and simultaneously record the seasons, while also establishing a Ministry of Agriculture, which will oversee the agricultural times and affairs of the common people. Yes, on the other side, I Ching finally walked into the Eastern civilization. Whoosh! The spring breeze blew in, bringing with it a familiar aura for I Ching. The flowers were still the same flowers, the grass was still the same grass. But there seemed to be something different within the sameness. Drip, drip, drip. I Ching looked at a spring that was only the size of a palm, which was continuously gushing and flowing. The source of the yellow river. I Ching sighed, and then walked over to scoop up a spring of clear water. Splash! The spring suddenly became crystal clear, and fine raindrops fell on I Ching, washing away all the aura around him. Splash after splash. Gradually there was no excess aura left on I Ching, and even his body was being cleansed significantly. Hey! Suddenly a clear voice rang out, and a unicorn grew larger from the grass nearby, shouting at I Ching. Oh, what's wrong? I Ching asked with a smile upon hearing this. You have no manners. This is the source of the great river. How can you wash your face here? The unicorn said angrily. I Ching looked at the Qilin and, hearing his words, immediately burst into laughter. Little guy, you must have just been born not long ago. The little Qilin, upon hearing this, immediately said cautiously, Humph. So what? I was sent here by Emperor Fuxi to guard the spring. If you don't explain yourself, be careful, or I'll report you to the emperor. I Ching laughed upon hearing this, and said, Of course I know this is the spring of the great river. Then why are you washing your face here? You're clearly asking for trouble. I'm going to report this to the emperor. The little unicorn immediately became excited, its two horns glowing. Hey, 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 don't rush. I Ching saw that the little unicorn was unreasonable and immediately smiled. The little unicorn, seeing I Ching's expression, quickly stepped back and warily said, "Humph, don't think you can escape. You should know that as long as you are on the ground, no one can hide from the noses of us unicorns." Saying this, the little unicorn immediately added, "Now, what else do you have to argue about?" I Ching smiled and said, "Back in the day, Niwa used the waters of the great rivers to create humanity." "Yeah, I know what you want to say." The little Qilin looked at I Ching with a face full of confusion and oddity. I Ching saw how cute the little Qilin was and then said, "This water, did the great Emperor Fuxi ever say anything to you?" "What did he say?" the little Qilin asked with a dazed look. "You're asking me?" I Ching chuckled and then said, "This water is for the gods, a source of the purest essence. All the deities who wish to touch this spring water will be washed away and erased from existence. However, this spring is only kind to humans and living beings. Isn't it?" The little Qilin seemed to be in a daze, and suddenly 3 or 4 small butterflies flew over and landed on his little horn, saying, "Little Qilin, how could you forget again?" I Ching looked at the little butterflies and smiled, saying, "You are the butterfly fairies here, right?" A few little butterflies fluttered around I Ching and happily said, "Great river butterfly fairy, we greet the dragon god." "Dragon god? Ah, you are the dragon god." The tender voice of the little Qilin suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, I'm the dragon god. Apart from the 2 great deities Fuxi and Niwa, only I can touch the water of this great river spring." I Ching chuckled lightly and then reached out to tap the little Qilin's head, saying, "You little rascal. You were here watching the spring and ended up forgetting about me. Oh, so you're the dragon god that Lady Niwa mentioned? Why did it take you so long to arrive?" The little Qilin shook its head and walked over to I Ching, curiously asking, "I heard from the great god Fuxi that you went to the outer realm. What is the outer realm like?" I Ching smiled upon hearing this, stroked the little Qilin, and sat down on the spot, saying, "Beyond this realm, there's a vast expanse of fog, as well as a boundless world. Within this world, besides realms like ours, there are also other worlds. I just came back from exploring one of those places. Was it fun there?" The little Qilin's eyes sparkled with excitement, and in its eagerness, it nudged I Ching with its horn and asked, "Fun? Of course it was fun." I Ching laughed heartily. "Then, how does it compare to here?" Suddenly, a little butterfly, filled with curiosity, landed on the little Qilin's fleshy horn and asked. I Ching smiled lightly and said, "Of course, it's more beautiful and better here." Upon hearing this, the little butterfly happily flew up and landed on I Ching's finger, saying, "Then why do you still want to go out?" Yin repeated, "I was tired of my own identity back then, so I wanted to walk my own path. I just played around for a while, and suddenly realized that this place is still the most suitable for me." I Ching chuckled casually and said, "Then you're quite pitiful." The little Qilin candidly replied, "Hey, you little rascal, when I was born, you weren't even in existence yet." I Ching gave a gentle tap on the little head, causing the little Qilin to shake its head in pain. "Hee hee hee." The little butterflies laughed as they watched the little Qilin's reaction. Chapter 139, The Beauty of Silk. "Oomph, I'm just speaking the truth," the little Qilin pouted, but didn't dare to retort. "Qilin, the son of the dragon." I Ching chuckled and shook his head, saying, "If I had this thought before, I would have, but now I only feel proud." "Proud?" A curious little head popped over. Go away, don't come so close." I Ching pushed him away with a smile of disdain. "Huh, I'm not leaving." The little Qilin giggled, seeing that this elder wasn't so unfriendly after all, but rather quite easygoing, and began to play around happily. "Great God, why are you proud?" the little butterfly asked curiously. "Why? Haha, you will know this later. If I tell you now, it will only confuse you. You're still too young." I Ching laughed. Then he stood up, patted his butt, and gently rubbed the little Qilin's head, saying, "All right, I think the ancestors are already waiting impatiently. You little rascal." Suddenly a voice appeared here, followed by a cloud appearing in the sky. When I Ching saw this, he laughed heartily, then waved his hand at the little unicorn and the little butterflies, stepping onto the cloud and flying into the sky. In the eastern celestial realm, a halo suddenly appeared in the eastern part of the heavenly court. After a moment, I Ching walked out from the halo, where Fuxi and Niwa were smiling at him. "You've come back after a little tour," Fuxi said with a light laugh. I Ching smiled and said, "Yes, after traveling around, I found that this place is the most suitable for me. It's good to let you experience a different kind of life as well." Niwa smiled and replied. I Ching then took out the Dragon Ball and handed it to Niwa, saying, "I asked the Mother God to take the final step for me." Fuxi, seeing this, said, By choosing this path, You are not unaware that you will have to endure countless hardships in order to move forward and bear everything. I Ching confidently said, I am human. I'm also a dragon. I am destined to be such an existence. The heavens move vigorously, and a gentleman strives for self-improvement. Moreover, as I browse through the long river of history, how many heroes are bound by the times, but how many great figures have driven the times forward? As a collective of them, how can I not possess such spirit? Fushi and Nuwa smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this, and then they threw the dragon pearl at the roots of civilization, allowing it to be nourished once again. This dragon court is quite good. You can communicate with the Haotian clan when the time comes, Fushi said with a smile. I Ching nodded and said, Indeed, this world is quite unexpected for me. Perhaps it will become a pure land. Now that I've come to this realization, it seems I need to further refine it. Upon hearing this, Fushi laughed heartily and said, Your ideas are quite brilliant. In that case, you can also take your money to the heavenly realm. That counts as us helping you refine it. Inwa smiled and said, All right, the map of the rivers and mountains has already merged into the world. Once you enter the human realm, it can be carried. After saying this, Inwa smiled and said, Let's go. I'll show you around, and by the way, let's call them out to meet you as well. Upon hearing this, I Ching immediately smiled and said, That's true. He then waved his hand, and a light gate appeared. Although the dragon pearl had entered the source of civilization, I Ching still had a connection to the dragon pearl, so he could still use it. The light gate opened, and soon Gaia and Nyx led the group of women through the gate one by one. After meeting the two deities, the women shyly yet happily bowed to Fushi and Nuwa. Seeing this, Fushi and Nuwa smiled happily. Fushi then said, Good. Subsequently, Fushi smiled and said to Nuwa, Do we not receive the 5-colored silk sent by the ancestor Luo? Why not make him a set of clothes? Nuwa laughed and replied, I've already prepared this. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and a radiant light appeared, like a halo, from which exquisite garments flew out. How beautiful they were, beyond description. How luxurious. Seamless like heavenly clothes. Gaia, Nyx, and the other women looked at the silk garments appearing before them. So beautiful. Mnemosyne couldn't help but exclaim as she gazed at the 5-colored silk garments. The boundless celestial realm also had silk, but how could it compare to the silk sent by the ancestor Luo to Fushi and Nuwa? Fushi smiled and said, These silk garments were all woven by Nuwa stitch by stitch, and they're a welcome gift for you. Then, Fushi waved his hand again, and exquisite accessories flew out from the void, floating in front of I Ching as he said, These are things I made in my spare time. You can give them to her. The women looked at Fushi and Nuwa with delight, repeatedly thanking them. Thank you, deities. Nuwa, with her delicate hand entwined with cloud and rainbow ribbons, smiled and raised her hand, saying, Since you have entered our home, you may call me Mother God and him Father God. Upon hearing this, the women immediately understood that Fushi and Nuwa had recognized them, so they quickly changed their address. I Ching smiled and said, Come on, let's try it on. The women, seeing this, each had a flash of light around them, and suddenly their neon feather robes appeared on their bodies. I Ching adorned each of them with accessories, and at that moment, they exhibited both a rich Eastern charm and a hint of exotic flair. Fushi waved his hand, and in an instant the space transformed, revealing a small home where vines climbed the fence and the garden was filled with vibrant vegetables. It was quite simple and ordinary. However, when I Ching glanced at the couplets hanging at this little home, he understood the meaning of the universe still cherishes the green grass and trees. There was no banner, but it had a unique elegance. As everyone entered the small courtyard, the space suddenly expanded significantly, and there were a few more houses, yet it still retained a strong rural flavor. After entering the courtyard, various spiritual fruits fell into the fruit plate, and then Nuwa and the other women began to chat. Fushi engaged in casual conversation with I Ching. How do you feel about this place? Fushi asked with a smile. The heavenly realm feels a bit empty, but it is indeed much quieter than where I came from. I Ching said with a smile. Haha, this will gradually increase in the future. Fushi said, by the way, now that Emperor Yao has ascended to the throne in the lower realm, the 4 seasons will soon appear, and the yin-yang calendar will also emerge. Do you want to get involved a bit? Fushi smiled as he spoke. I Ching suddenly realized, and then smiled and shook his head, saying, Forget it. I plan to travel through these mountains and rivers, and, at the same time, integrate the map of mountains and rivers. Moreover, in a few years there will be floods, so I intend to prepare in advance. I Ching said. Fushi nodded and said, After this flood, it will be the time for our civilization to take root, and you will need to enter the Tao then. After chatting for a while, I Ching said goodbye to Fushi and Inwa with the girls. After leaving the small courtyard, the girls still had excitement and happiness on their faces. Mo and Mashuan happily turned around in front of I Ching and said, "How is it? Does it look good?" I Ching looked at her beautiful feather dress. Although the dress was stunning, the person wearing it was even more enhanced by the feathered attire. "So beautiful," I Ching exclaimed, feeling an irresistible urge to be moved at that moment. Mo Sunya smiled even more happily at his words. Her elegant demeanor, combined with a unique Eastern charm, radiated a distinctive grace. This silk, truly worthy of the silkworms cultivated by the ancestors, was soft and smooth to the touch. Gaia caressed the silk of her dress, appreciating the unique texture that silk possesses. It was not only light and airy, but also incredibly beautiful. Coupled with the 5-color combination, it truly lived up to the name of a feathered dress, being exceptionally gorgeous. "I think our silk is ready to be sold to other realms," Freya said with a smile, her own attire also featuring a 5-color combination that complemented her golden hair, adding an exotic flair. "Not yet. We shouldn't sell the silk right now. We will wait until humans come into contact with it and bring them to the West before we start selling," she added. I Ching smiled and waved his hand, saying that he knew how popular silk was in various realms, not to mention tea. When these two items were first spread, they were worth a pound of silk for a pound of gold. Tea was even elevated to a higher status, and later, when it became too expensive, coffee and other alternatives emerged. Besides these, there were treasures like porcelain. Although it doesn't mean much in the new era for at least a few thousand years, porcelain has been a unique treasure of Eastern civilization. Even though the West has developed its own porcelain, high-quality jade porcelain, bone china, and blue and white porcelain are exclusive to Eastern civilization. Therefore, Eastern civilization has countless valuable items that have evolved and improved step by step from this barbaric era to be passed down to future generations. The inheritance of artifacts and knowledge is immeasurable. Look, this cloud pattern is hard to imagine as being woven by the mother goddess herself. Freya, with her graceful figure, pinched a corner of the rainbow dress, revealing patterns that seemed more lifelike than real objects, even possessing a bit more spirit. Indeed, it's hard to imagine that such silk could have such embroidery. Themis couldn't help but exclaim. "Ha, let's go. I'll take you to explore this heavenly realm." I Ching smiled and raised his hand, saying that in the next moment, the women followed him to tour the heavenly realm. Floating mountains, misty fairy islands, flying cranes, and beautiful divine beasts roamed everywhere in this heavenly domain. "So beautiful, this place really has nothing to do with the earth," Gaia exclaimed. He realized that this heavenly realm truly resembled a paradise, vast and boundless, with fairy mountains, fairy islands, cranes, and divine beasts, creating a scene that only Eastern civilization could embody in this ethereal world. Otherwise, how could there be terms like paradise appearing? I Ching said with a smile, then continued. "Let's go. Let's find a place to establish our own territory. Are all these worlds opened up by the gods?" Gaia and Nyx exclaimed in surprise as they pointed to the distant celestial mountains. I Ching nodded slightly and smiled, saying, "Of course, this is the path left by the Father God and Mother God for the gods. They only need to open up a paradise here, and they will be the first to grasp the abilities of the Creator God. As long as they continuously cultivate their faith in the world, their strength will keep growing. This method may only be suitable here." Gaia sighed and said, Chapter 140. The common people, as everyone walked along, they saw a white bear roaring at the sky ahead, and black and white creatures lazily lying on branches, sleeping. In addition, there were winged rays flying in large groups. Brown little pigs were grunting and enjoying the grains of heaven. This was the land of abundance, where great harvests occurred. The heavenly realm also had rice fields and farmers, who were humans that ascended to the heavenly realm to enjoy life after dying in the mortal world. However, they also had a lifespan in heaven, and when it ended, they would descend to the underworld for reincarnation. They each had their own small plot of land and a little courtyard, where a few hens clucked and walked around. But they did not possess any celestial energy or spirit, clearly having ascended with their owners after death. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, as everyone flew over a certain area, a series of clanging sounds of metal struck their ears, drawing everyone's attention. Gaia curiously asked, "Are there people training in the heavenly realm?" I Ching looked around and saw that this place was built with palaces and celestial peaks, with tribes constructed entirely of red bricks and green tiles, creating a very festive atmosphere. On the other side, however, it was a bit rougher. A voice suddenly rang out, deep and resonant. Xian Yuan, what kind of spell is this? Look at me. Another rough and domineering voice followed. I said, if you want to see, come down and see. Why stay up there? There's Dukong's celestial brew here. Let us have a taste together. Ha ha ha. Chiyu, how could you possibly bring someone down like this? Upon hearing these two voices, I Ching's eyes lit up, and he smiled at the women, saying, how strange. I didn't expect the Yellow Emperor and Chiyu to meet in the heavenly realm. What is so strange about that? Suddenly, an adult wearing animal skin and holding a golden bronze sword, bronze was originally golden when it was first cast, appeared in front of I Ching. Another figure also had a domineering face, with hair slightly disheveled, dressed in a leather coat made of black bear skin. Xian Yuan chuckled and said, common people, these are what matters now. Chiyu waved his hand dismissively and said, let us not bring earthly matters to the heavens. Come on, let us drink. Ha! Today I fought with the Yellow Emperor and won 3 jars of Dukong's celestial brew, so I can drink to my heart's content today. Xian Yuan, laughing in anger, pointed at him and said, now Dukong serves in the heavenly court, and you're not without it. Why do you have to come here to take advantage? Chiyu chuckled and said, of course, it's more fragrant when it comes from your hands. Who doesn't he know that the stuff Dukong gave you isn't the best? Xian Yuan looked at this guy speechlessly, then smiled at I Ching, saying, this guy has strayed from the topic. Come on, we've been waiting for you here for a long time. I Ching laughed and said, it seems that my news has already been conveyed to you 2 old ancestors. The Xian Yuan clan looked at I Ching and laughed, yes indeed. I didn't expect you to evolve into such an image. Chiyu waved his hand, and suddenly a dozen scales appeared, saying, tis TSK, you are our vessel, so you can't be wronged. Otherwise, it's fine if you lose the face of the old Emperor Huang, but if you lose my face, I'll be quite angry. I Ching took the more than 10 scales with a frown. Then his chest glowed slightly, and the scales quickly fused into the reverse scales. These are the scales of fortune condensed by the human tribes that worship Chiyu. Don't worry, the path has been opened, and naturally, I just need to go through the calamity. This point I will hold on to, I Ching said with annoyance, and then introduced the various women to Xian Yuan and Chiyu. Xian Yuan looked at the clothes on the women and was immediately surprised, saying, this is actually the work of that master, TSK. Chiyu also noticed at this moment and exclaimed, goodness, the clothes woven by the goddess Niwa herself. And so many pieces. Only you could have such garments. Even the great Fushi might not have many of these. This flawless, heavenly garment. I doubt even my battle axe could break it. With these clothes, you can say your women are worry-free. As he spoke, Chiyu glanced at I Ching and said, it suits your identity. Earth, night, love, money, justice, law, written records, youth. While saying this, he suddenly laughed and added, however, I see you still have some romantic entanglements. You might want to ask the Yellow Emperor about the Huangdi Neijing. Go away, go away. Xian Yuan immediately interrupted. That legend is really unreliable. In fact, there are several myths circulating about his ascension nowadays. One is well known. The Yellow Emperor had 3,000 women and ascended after being taught by the mysterious girl. Another is that after unifying the tribes of the world, he sought out mountains and paths and paid respects to the ancient alchemist Guang Qingzi, thus attaining enlightenment and ascending. Some say that after exhausting himself with state affairs every night, one day he rode a dragon and flew to the heavenly realm, leaving behind only his tomb of robes and caps. However, now that the myths reflect back, naturally the Yellow Emperor would have this so-called Huangdi Neijing and the art of controlling women. Haha, I certainly don't need the art of controlling women, I Ching said with a smile, and then everyone entered this paradise. They saw flowers and birds complementing each other, with a small river dividing the 2 sides. One side had a strong rural atmosphere, while the other was rugged like a military camp, though there were also some elegant buildings among them. We have fought for decades, and in the end, after ascending, we chose to settle here, Xian Yuan said with a smile, and, after a moment, a dozen beautiful women walked out from one of the houses. They were Xuan Yuan's wives. Some of them, known as the ugly Luo ancestors in ancient legends, had also become extraordinarily beautiful due to their ascension and people's worship. Come, try our cooking. After decades of hard work, it seems we can only find peace in this heavenly realm, Xian Yuan said casually as he roasted a few roosters. I must say, Huangdi, your skills have improved a lot over the years, Chiyu remarked, sipping the immortal wine of Dukong and savoring the flavor of the forget-worry brew, suddenly becoming refined in his speech. I Ching smelled the fragrance and praised, I didn't expect the ancestor of culture to have such skills. Hearing this, Xin Yuan laughed proudly and said, I've already said I am the ancestor of culture. What is wrong with having a bit more delicious food? As he spoke, Xin Yuan boasted, I told you, although it's leisurely in this heavenly realm, it can also be a bit boring, so I focus on studying this cuisine. Qiyu laughed heartily and said, it's just that down in the mortal realm, there are prohibitions against slaughtering cattle and horses. Otherwise, I could prepare a whole roasted cow for you right now. While chatting, the roasted chicken was quickly ready, and they divided it into pieces for each person. It's quite tasty, isn't it? Xin Yuan said with a smile, then extended his hand and handed I Ching dozens of fortune scales. This path is fraught with difficulties. Although we learned some information about this realm and about you from those two deities, this road is too rugged. I Ching's chest emitted a faint glow as scales of fortune rapidly flew towards him. He could see that the reverse scale was constantly growing stronger. In Th City, as he absorbed the energy, I Ching felt changes in his body. With a raised eyebrow, he smiled and said, I'm the dragon of the human sovereign. Xin Yuan paused for a moment, then looked at I Ching and laughed heartily. He gazed at I Ching, seeing the rich human aura and dragon energy surrounding him, and admired. What a dragon of the human sovereign! The path of the dragon, from surface to essence. The great path of being a dragon seems to require you to traverse it once more. Qiyu remained silent, but his gaze towards I Ching was filled with admiration. He then reached out and patted I Ching's shoulder, saying, such a heart of great tolerance can only be possessed by you. This path can only be walked by you. After a pause, Qiyu looked into I Ching's eyes and asked, now that the world has transformed into a myth, you have been liberated. But are you sure you want to walk that path again? Upon hearing this, I Ching smiled faintly, his eyes filled with determination. He said, it is precisely because the future reflects the past, and reality transforms into myth, that everything is both the same and different. It is this elusive nature that compels me to walk that path again. As he spoke, I Ching looked at Xin Yuan and Qiyu and continued, moreover. This time as I traverse the river of time, I've noticed that my actions have caused even more changes. Perhaps this is my karma, so let me bear it. Let me empathize with it. As he spoke, I Ching slightly extended his hand, and a beautiful hue shimmered in his palm. Xin Yuan and Qiyu were taken aback, with Xin Yuan staring at I Ching in shock, saying, you actually brought the outcome of the future into the present. You're not just shouldering the burden. You are willing to give up your entire fate. Qiyu shook his head repeatedly, took a few deep breaths, and then said, to abandon your entire fate for a single outcome, a single path to enlightenment. You are truly a man. Saying this, he drank a few bowls of celestial brew and waved his hand, saying, I'm leaving. The shock I've received today is too great. Xin Yuan did not blame him. He too looked helplessly shocked. He sighed and said to I Ching, well, it seems this is an irreversible conclusion. He then took out his Xin Yuan sword and handed it to I Ching, saying, seeing this path, I have no other treasures left. Use it as your weapon. Suddenly, a large sword and a battle axe flew in and landed on the stone table. Xin Yuan smiled and said, Qiyu's divine weapons are also entrusted to you. It seems he acknowledges you as well. With divine weapons like the Xin Yuan sword, the tiger blade, and the Qiyu axe as my weapons, this new beginning truly feels different. I Ching smiled and reached out his hand. At this moment, the light in his hand had disappeared. As soon as his hand touched the three divine weapons, they quickly merged into his body. Chapter 141, 4 Domains, 9 Heavens. Go, this is the blessing of the two of us, as well as others. Xin Yuan said with a smile. I Ching laughed and said, this is good. I am adorned with divine weapons all over my body. I wonder if there is anyone in the world of myths who can rival me. Upon hearing this, Xin Yuan sighed slightly and said irritably, let's hurry up and leave. At this moment, I Ching's women had already sensed something was off, while Luo, Zhu, and others were bestowing various treasures upon the women, saying, you are his women. These things are rightfully yours. It's not the time for you to know yet, but take them. They will be helpful to him in critical moments. I Ching didn't care, stood up with a smile, waved at Xin Yuan, and said, I'm leaving. Xin Yuan replied, After that, I Ching took the girls and left the Zhulu cave heaven. As they were leaving, Qiyu appeared next to Xin Yuan. Who would have imagined that this guy could take on a physical form, and had the guts to make this trip again? Qiyu said. Xin Yuan slightly closed his eyes and shook his head, saying, be cautious, do not disturb time and space. There are also powerful beings in various realms. Do not let them discover any discrepancies. Qiyu squinted slightly and said, no problem, at worst. I'll just follow the myth and become a demon. Go meet them and show them what it means to be an ancestor. Xin Yuan slightly grasped Qiyu and said, You have finally obtained the title of ancestor. Throwing it away would be a waste of your descendants' efforts. Chiyu disdainfully replied, I don't care about that. And that bastard who says, I'm your son. And that bastard who says I'm a demon. If I truly cared, wouldn't I have become a demon long ago? As he spoke, Chiyu looked at Xianyuan and disdainfully said, 2 against 1 is the only way to defeat me. I do acknowledge the title of War Master. And what about that Guying Long? Isn't he the mount of that great deity? Changing between man and woman. All right. How is that guy doing with the female ghost now? Suddenly curious, Chiyu asked. Xianyuan replied with a slightly darkened face. That guy has gone south to look for her. Ta! In the eastern heavens, there are 4 outer domains and 9 regions of the 9 heavens. Among these, the 4 outer domains cannot be seen on the ground. They are areas beyond the heavenly court, with even more vast heavens and earth. The 9 heavens refer to familiar places like Zhongtian, Juntian, Biantian, and so on. These areas are classified by later generations in the lower realms based on astronomy. That is, the regions differentiated by the human perspective of the sky. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that the current myth reflects this, leading to the 9 regions, even in the heavenly court. Currently, I Ching and others are located in the 4 domains beyond the 9 heavens. These 4 domains are typically places where ancient gods and ancient alchemists ascended and opened up blessed lands. Here, it is a mix of ignorance and chaos. But there are also many blessed lands flourishing. Some ancient deities drive cloud cars with yin and yang as dragons, while others ride wild winds as steeds, wandering through the various clouds and mists. After leaving the hunting cave, Gaia furrowed her brows slightly and asked, Heavenly Emperor, do you have something you want to tell us? Her tone was no longer gentle as before, but rather anxious and questioning. Yes, Heavenly Emperor, do you have some mission, or is there a responsibility you must bear? Namasini said nervously as she grasped I Ching's hand. She couldn't bear to imagine, as she had spent the most time with I Ching. Although she hadn't clung to him like the other women, her feelings for him were undeniable. In fact, for I Ching, Namasini held a special place in his heart. Although I Ching hadn't given her a particularly high status, the connection between them was evident in their gazes. It wasn't just Namasini. Gaia, Nyx, Themis, Frigg, Freya, Iden, and even Rhea had fallen in love with I Ching. I have a responsibility that I must fulfill, I Ching said slowly, then with a slight smile on his lips. Don't worry, this responsibility is not deadly for me. Moreover, when I chose it, the future was already very clear to me. I Ching confidently said that this path is unprecedented, and only he, as a unique existence, can bear its weight. He is the combination of human and dragon. The concept of humanity and the concept of dragons merge together. Only an existence like him can take on this responsibility, and it is evident that the task must concern both. I will become the great dragon that bears the burden, endlessly traversing this world, and my legend will thus resonate throughout the heavens. I will become the boundless divine dragon, and at that time, our limitless heavenly realm will fulfill my previous wish, becoming the heaven that hangs above all worlds. I Ching said excitedly. The women looked at I Ching's expression and felt a slight sense of relief. But only Nikes showed a contemplative expression as he observed the popularity and dragon energy emanating from I Ching. Let's go. The next place should be the cave heaven of Emperor Yin or Shino. I Ching said. As his voice fell, a paradise suddenly appeared in front of them, and then a dozen or so fortune scales flew out from it. I Ching smiled faintly upon seeing this, absorbing the luck of the Yin Emperor's lineage. Feeling the gradually complete luck within his body and the connection between himself and the human race on the earth, I Ching nodded slightly. Thank you. I Ching slightly bowed and smiled as he spoke to the cave sky. It's fine. Although I don't know why the Xianyuan clan and Chiyu are helping you. You give me a sense of familiarity, and I feel that you are doing something significant, so I will grant you this fortune. The voice of Shinnon came, and then the cave sky slowly disappeared. Let's go. Now we will open up a blessed land in the cave sky and settle down here. I Ching said with a smile. The women followed him in silence, and after a few steps, they arrived at a hazy chaos. I Ching took out the Heavenly Emperor sword embryo, looked at the chaos in front of him, and then swung the sword. Clang, clang, clang. The sword light shot out in all directions, and as the sword light struck the chaos, the earth, water, wind, and fire within the chaos began to rampage. Seeing this, I Ching calmly swung his sword again. As he continued to wield his sword, terrifying sword lights stirred the earth, water, wind, and fire, causing the 2 energies of clarity and turbidity to emerge. At this moment, I Ching transformed into a true dragon, his terrifying dragon body spreading into the distinguishing energies of clarity and turbidity. His whole body shone with five-colored light, and amidst this five-colored glow, countless figures emerged, resembling I Ching's avatars. They punched, wielded swords, and swung blades. These terrifying powers seemed to converge at the tip of I Ching's dragon tail. Boom! With a sudden shock, the earth, water, wind, and fire were instantly extinguished, and the energies of clarity and turbidity were simultaneously separated. One rose upwards, while the other fell downwards. At this moment, various lights appeared on I Ching's body, some representing the earth, some the night, and some symbols, etc. These powers danced throughout the entire undeveloped cave paradise. Upon witnessing this, the women began to assist, and instantly, the evolution of the entire cave paradise accelerated, soon revealing a small world. Here, clouds and mist floated. There was an ocean of flowers, forests, and floating immortal islands, among other wonders. I Ching transformed into a human form and looked at this cave paradise, smiling as he said, "Well, let's call this place the immortal source realm." He then turned to the group of women, noticing their worried faces, and suddenly smiled mischievously. "Let's go. It's just right to familiarize ourselves with the environment." With the turn of events, the women, originally filled with sorrow, began to forget their troubles under I Ching's encouragement. It can only be said that I Ching was too powerful, forcing the women to forget their lives in the immortal source realm. A few days later, I Ching left the immortal source realm and headed towards the Ziwei Palace. This is the palace of the Heavenly Emperor. Although I Ching is also a Heavenly Emperor, his status is quite special, to the point that he truly possesses the abilities of a Heavenly Emperor. In a majestic hall amidst the clouds, Hao Yin stood quietly with his hands behind his back, waiting. Outside the hall, shrouded in mist, a figure slowly approached. "How should I address you? Human? Dragon?" Hao Yin slightly turned around, his cold eyes carrying a hint of emotion as he spoke. It seemed he did not care about the difference in greetings. "You can call me whatever you like. I have many identities." I Ching said with a faint smile, "You are very special. History, humanity, civilization, emotions, and so on have somehow converged into a being like you through the long river of time." Hao Yin replied calmly, "Who can really define miracles?" I Ching laughed a few times and said, then turned to Hao Yin clan and said, "Leave it to me." Upon hearing this, the Hao Yin clan's eyes emitted a cold light and said, "Do you know what you are asking for?" I Ching smiled lightly and said, "I naturally know, but that thing originally belongs to me." Hao Tian stared at I Ching and coldly said, "You want to burden the heavenly court as well. Do you think you can still bear that burden?" I Ching Dao, "There is nothing I cannot bear. Haven't I shown enough miracles? Moreover, to me, you were originally a part of me." I Ching said calmly. Hao Yin's eyes narrowed slightly as he responded, "Exactly. That's why I didn't drive you away." After a pause, Hao Yin said in a deep voice, "I can allow the heavenly court to return to your burden, but you must give up the position of the heavenly emperor." I Ching shook his head and said, "It's impossible. The heavenly emperor will not occupy the authority of heaven and earth forever. This is what has evolved within my burden." Hao Yin waved his hand and pointed to the surrounding universe, saying, "Now that it has evolved into a mythological world, what else is impossible?" I Ching smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, "You still don't see far enough. What are myths? Everything in myths comes from the reflection of civilization. Myths have an end. When that time comes, it will be the return of myths to civilization. How will you escape then?" Chapter 142, The Burden Dragon. Inside the Heavenly Emperor's palace, Hao Yin and I Ching looked at each other in silence. After a while, Hao Yin turned to I Ching and said, "So what is our way out?" I Ching said with a faint smile, "I have long left the Boundless Heaven realm. When the time comes, you can establish a heavenly court in the Boundless Heaven realm." Hao Yin slightly closed his eyes and waved his hand, and suddenly it seemed as if space was contracting, with phantoms shrinking. Soon, a small, illusory shadow appeared in his hand, representing the entire heaven realm, with every detail being quite precise. Hao Yin looked at I Ching with a cold expression and said, "I hope you keep your word." I Ching smiled faintly and said, "I am your only chance." Then, I Ching's chest began to glow as the reverse scale absorbed the concept of the heavenly realm. As the absorption took place, a terrifying phantom suddenly emerged above the entire heavenly court. It was an infinitely vast giant dragon, and to it, the entire heavenly realm was merely the size of scale. This scene quickly shocked all the gods in the heavenly realm, and just as quickly, The enormous and boundless giant dragon vanished above the heavenly realm, as if it had never appeared at all. I Ching left the heavenly emperor palace, having exchanged not a word with the Haoying clan. After retrieving what belonged to him, he departed from the place. The heavenly court was still quite desolate. Yet exquisite celestial realms had already emerged everywhere, populated by celestial beings wandering in these areas. They were the ancestral spirits who ascended to the heavenly court for enjoyment after dying in the mortal world. Currently, the king of Taishan had not yet opened the underworld, and he only held the power of reincarnation. This also meant that after a person died, they still had a lifespan. It was only when their heavenly lifespan ended that these celestial beings would be reincarnated. In the immortal source realm, I Ching moved from this cave paradise towards the earth. This was the right of the immortals who could open cave paradises. At this moment, the women were cultivating. Although there were the rules and great paths of Eastern civilization in the boundless heavenly realm, ultimately, it was not Eastern civilization. Naturally, the women could still cultivate further here. In the Norse mythology world, ever since Odin and Loki became brothers, Odin had been walking the earth with his two brothers and the gods, preparing to create humanity. Is this the plan that the great god of wisdom thought of? Loki looked at Odin walking with the gods on the earth in astonishment. With the support of Loki's Iron Forest tribe, the gods no longer worried about the existence of giants. Upon hearing this, Odin said, I also saw this scene in the prophecy, so that great god of wisdom did not deceive us. What about that great god of wisdom? Loki asked curiously, feeling somewhat competitive. He was confident that he was the smartest among the gods. So even before meeting that great god of wisdom, he had already developed some hostility. Among the gods, Frigg was present. Yes, it was Frigg. Her true form was still in Eastern civilization. What was here was just an incarnation. For gods, creating incarnations was quite simple, especially after absorbing the rules and great paths of the Indian mythology world. They had their own unique insights on incarnations. Frigg smiled and said, The great god of wisdom has already left our world. Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in Odin's single eye, and he asked in surprise, When did this happen? Frigg smiled and replied, This was after that battle. The great god of wisdom left our world. Odin frowned and said, But he told me he would be in seclusion in the Garden of Fate. Frigg chuckled lightly and said, You know my relationship with the great god of wisdom. He indeed left. He asked me to find a suitable time to tell you one thing. What is it? Odin said expressionlessly, clearly angry. Frigg spoke. He said that the king of gods has already obtained the wisdom of the well of wisdom, and with the wisdom of the well, he probably does not need to assist you much anymore. Therefore, he embarked on a quest for the unknown and the mysterious, choosing to leave here, firmly believing that there are worlds beyond this world. Odin's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. Thor, the thunder god, scoffed dismissively. Worlds beyond this world? That's impossible. How is it impossible? Loki disagreed. He had once had similar thoughts. He had looked at the hazy mist at the edge of the world tree, but unfortunately, he did not possess human vision like I Ching, and the mist was full of unknowns for him. How could there be other worlds within that mist? Thor said with a sneer. Enough, Thor. My child, Odin spoke up. He was contemplating whether the great god of wisdom had truly left this world, and he also held doubts about whether there were worlds beyond this one. However, he felt that there should indeed be other worlds beyond this one. Did the great god of wisdom ask you to say anything else? Odin asked. Frigg shook her head with a smile. What about you all? Odin asked. Using his current pinnacle power as an original god, combined with the authority of the king of gods, he naturally noticed that Frigg, Freya, Idun, and the others were not truly present here. Frigg chuckled lightly and said, We are indeed still here. It's just that our true forms are currently in seclusion in the Garden of Fate. After all, within the mist, there is no way for the incarnation and the true form to communicate. Odin nodded, his expression slightly brightening, while Loki, seeing Odin's demeanor, scoffed inwardly. Odin's desire for power was also strong, and he harbored a certain wariness towards the other original gods. Of course, this wariness was only directed at those who were not his blood relatives. He was quite generous towards his children. Like Thor, the thunder god, who had now reached the pinnacle of the great god realm, just a little shy of breaking through to the original god realm, his speed could be considered extremely fast. As if favored by the world tree, as the gods wandered, they arrived at the sea. Looking at the ocean, Odin and another person exchanged glances filled with excitement. Suddenly, two pieces of wood floated on the sea. Upon seeing these two pieces of wood, Odin's prophetic power activated. This is it, Odin said with a slight smile. Subsequently, humans began to be born in the Norse mythology world. With the birth of humanity, the blessings of the world tree began to fall broadly, which also officially marked the beginning of the Norse mythology world. After receiving the blessing of the world tree, Odin glimpsed the threshold of the creator god. Besides Odin, Thor the thunder god broke through to the original god realm and soon reached the same level as Loki. Even though Loki also broke through to the mid-original god realm as a result, Thor's strength was much more substantial than his. This was because Thor was the strongest among Odin's children. He possessed terrifying power, a fighting spirit, and a sturdy physique. Even among the gods, Thor held a very high status before. This was not derived from Odin, but from Thor's own strength. Perhaps it was also because of this blessing from the world tree that the gods' powers surged, and they learned to wield the divine power within their bodies. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years passed. With the blessings of Odin's 3 brothers and the protection of the gods, humanity quickly began to spread in Midgard, also known as the Central Court. These humans were all robust and valiant, unafraid of beasts, monsters, or giants. In just a few hundred years, humanity began to form tribes according to the teachings of the gods. Meanwhile, the gods began to plot to assist humanity in gaining a name, initiating a war in Midgard to drive the giants out of Midgard. The great war of the Norse mythology world was brewing in the shadows. In the chaos world, on Mount Olympus, 2 young gods arrived today, but Hera felt quite awkward in the presence of these 2 young gods. However, these 2 young gods now possessed the strength of mid-level gods, which was not weak among the gods. Furthermore, their relationship with Zeus and the authority they represented made Hera feel particularly uncomfortable at this welcome meeting. Apollo, Artemis. Zeus smiled gently at his 2 children before him and said with satisfaction, "My dear children, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Apollo and Artemis looked at Zeus with calm expressions. Although Zeus spoke warmly, they probably would not have come here if it weren't for their mother Leto's request. Seeing the expressions of Apollo and Artemis, Zeus didn't mind. Although he felt a bit awkward, he was still very happy to see his 2 powerful children. Especially after receiving the wisdom of Métis, he found a loophole in a curse, continuously having children. As long as he exercised the authority of the king of gods, kept having children, and avoided certain fated individuals, he could confidently sit on the throne of the king of gods. Today is a great day for Olympus. Apollo, for eliminating the great serpent Python and ridding the world of a calamity, I bestow upon you the position of one of the 12 Olympian gods. Artemis, because of your frequent hunts of magical beasts and your well-known achievements, I also grant you the position of one of the 12 Olympian gods. Zeus said without hesitation. Currently, he had no goddess of justice and law, Themis, as a witness, so essentially Olympus was still under Zeus's absolute authority. Because of this, the Olympian pantheon also lost any semblance of justice and law. Perhaps it was not obvious at first, but once mortals were created, everything began to change. Suddenly, Zeus furrowed his brow and held his head. He knew this was the mischief of his children with Métis, but fortunately, he was still able to endure it. However, when he thought of the prophecy from Themis, the goddess of justice and law, a hint of killing intent rose in his heart as he contemplated refining his own child. Just then, a wave of resistance surged within him. It was Métis's defiance. Yet, Métis's situation was not good either. She would soon be refined by Zeus. Zeus's gaze flickered for a moment before he abandoned this thought. Feeling the easing of Zeus's power, Métis then continued to wrap her strength around her 2 children. Summary: the opening of mythological worlds, Eastern mythology, Greek mythology, Egyptian mythology, African mythology, Norse mythology, Indian mythology, and more. When the earth transformed into a vast and wild land, carrying numerous mythological worlds, a soul from the future, bearing civilization and the paths of ancient and modern times, transformed into the most primordial dragon, representing the image of the sovereign, the evolution of the I Ching symbols, totems, the lord of the seas, civilization and creation, inheritance, and the brilliant true dragon,